My name is Su Luo, a handsome man. At least, I used to be. But now, I opened my eyes, and what caught my eyes were pairs of scrutinizing eyes. I was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help wondering, why are there so many people around me? Is it because I'm too handsome? Wait, that's not right. Their clothes are a bit strange, not modern attire, but like disciples of some ancient sect. Are they filming a movie? But isn't this set too real? I was wondering when I heard a sharp voice. Line up. Come one by one, don't crowd. The sound was like a rooster crowing, making me feel uneasy. I frowned, and suddenly I smelled a pungent odor. I turned my head subconsciously and almost took a step back in shock. Fuck. What the hell is this? Behind me stood a group of strange-looking creatures, birds of prey, wild beasts, and even some exotic animals whose names I couldn't even remember. Some were drooling, some were rolling on the ground, and some were looking back to grab at their lower bodies. The scene was very weird for a while. My mind was a little confused until that rooster-like voice sounded again. Today is the day for you to choose your primary beastmaster. Remember, pick a good one. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome in the future. Taming a beast? Choosing a beast? What the hell? I subconsciously raised my hand. No, I should say my paw. It was snow white, fluffy, and the size of a palm. It was just so fucking cute. I was stunned. To confirm my guess, I suppressed my resistance and ran to a puddle of urine where someone had defecated and looked down. Holy shit. A cute little puppy is reflected on the water surface, with white fur, big eyes like black grapes, and a pure and innocent face. Who is this? I swallowed my saliva, and the ominous premonition in my heart reached its peak. I have traveled through time. What's worse is that I turned into a pet dog. Where is justice? God, are you jealous of my handsomeness, or do you just want me to experience the various aspects of life? Before I had time to digest this absurd fact, I could already feel a stream of disdainful looks falling on me. How come an ornamental pet got in here? It's too weak. It has no fighting power at all. It's useless even if we choose it. Several young men frowned, glanced at me, and then looked away with disgust. I was a little upset. When I was a human, I, Su Luo, had never suffered such humiliation. Damn it, I just turned into a dog, but it doesn't mean I have no dignity. So I barked angrily twice to protest. But at this moment, a girl with pockmarks on her face came over, looked down at me, and sneered. Silly dog, you also want to be a beastmaster? I was furious. Woof woof woof. Get out of here. However, before I could vent my anger, the pockmarked-faced girl kicked me directly. Bang! I felt a flash before my eyes, and the whole dog flew into the air, drawing a miserable parabola in the air. This damn time travel, can I still have a little dignity? Wait! A clear and pleasant voice rang in my ears. I forced myself to open my eyes and saw a slender figure blocking my way. The long white gauze skirt fluttered gently, and the long hair was slightly tied up, which made her look like a fairy. Although I couldn't see her face clearly, I was sure that she was definitely a beauty. I have seen countless women, and even though I am covered in wounds, my sense of smell is still sharp. The woman in front of me must be very beautiful. Nanjiao, why are you blocking me? Zhang Hating said in a bad tone, obviously extremely dissatisfied with her. My heart was moved. Nanjiao? The genius girl in the academy? She is both talented and beautiful, overshadowing many people. No wonder Zhang Hating is full of hostility towards her. Zhang Hating, don't hurt him. Pets are also lives. Nan Jiao's tone was gentle, even with a hint of pleading. Bah, just a beast, just die. Zhang Hating snorted disdainfully, and was about to bypass her and rush towards me. Nan Jiao stood in front again, her tone firm. It is said in the beast taming notes that young spirit beasts cannot be killed at will. Little spirit dog? My heart skipped a beat. I finally knew what species I was. It sounded so embarrassing and had no momentum at all. The students around were whispering, but no one dared to step forward. After all, Zhang Hating's reputation was too bad. Those who could help were also waiting for the opportunity. After all, a hero saving a beautiful girl must choose the right time. He hurt me, why can't I kill him? Is the life of a pet more important than that of a human? Zhang Hating retorted with gritted teeth. I won't let you hurt him. Nan Jiao's expression remained firm. As long as you let him go, I'll give you a Yuling pill. The surroundings were suddenly quiet, followed by the sound of people gasping for air. The Imperial Spirit Pill. It can allow the Imperial Beast to advance directly, and it is worth 100,000 star coins, which is hundreds of times more than my little spirit dog. Even the teacher next to him couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. I'm not quite sure what this thing does, but the reactions of the people around me say it all. Zhang Hating's eyes lit up, but she was a greedy person. She obviously realized that Nan Jiao was going to have to buy it, so she immediately increased the price. One is not enough, too. I sneered in my heart. This woman is so greedy. Nan Jiao's face changed slightly, and she gritted her teeth. I don't have two, but I can add one Yunling pill. As soon as these words came out, the students' discussion became louder. The soul pregnant pill is useful to the beast tamer himself, and its value is almost the same as the soul controlling pill. Nan Jiao is willing to pay so much to save me? Deal. Zhang Hating decisively accepted the pills and tactfully did not ask for an exorbitant price. After all, if she continued to squeeze Nan Jiao, her followers would probably jump out. She left with a cruel remark, hugging her beast, and finally, the air returned to silence. Nan Jiao then turned around, and I finally saw her face clearly. Beautiful. So beautiful. She has an oval face, delicate features, and a slightly upturned mouth, revealing a hint of playfulness. Her peach blossom eyes are like stars, bright and breathtaking. I know that if she smiles, she will definitely make countless men crazy. Then, she really smiled, with a hint of helplessness and sympathy on her lips, and even a little bit of heartache for me. The most fatal thing is that shallow dimple. My heart was shocked, and an inexplicable thought popped up in my mind. Such a kind girl is worth my desperate protection. After Zhang Hating left, the students quickly resumed the process of selecting Beastmasters, and I was carried aside by Nan Jiao. Don't worry, you've taken the healing pills, and you'll be fine now. Just rest well. She stroked my hair gently, not caring at all about the mud on my body, her voice as gentle as an angel's. She sighed and looked at me with a bit of pity. You must have been scared, silly. You are still in a daze now. Can I say that I wasn't scared at all? Zhang Hating, that woman, wasn't enough to scare me. What really froze me was the prompt sound that suddenly rang in my mind. Ding, a host that can be bound is found. Ding, the system is activating. Ding, the god-level beast taming evolution system has been automatically activated. Ding, the twin host has been bound. Nanjiao, 18 years old. Ding, the beast tamer host has been bound. Su Luo. Ding, host, please interact more with the other party to earn intimacy points. I was a little confused for a moment, and then a huge stream of information poured into my mind, allowing me to instantly understand the background of this world and the relevant knowledge of beast taming. System, what is the use of this intimacy value? I couldn't help asking. System prompt. Intimacy value can be used to purchase items in the beast tamer mall. It can be obtained by interacting with the twin host or passively accepting interaction. A control panel appeared in my sight. Below the data, there is a beast mall with a wide variety of props and elixirs, and even a magical medicine that can change blood. But when I looked at the price, it started at hundreds or thousands of intimacy points, which was ridiculously expensive. However, I have understood how to play this system. As long as I earn enough intimacy points, I can continue to strengthen myself. When I become stronger, not only can I easily beat Zhang Hating, but even this world will be ruled by me, Su Luo. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but get my blood boiling. Just as I was immersed in my lofty ambitions for the future, I felt a gentle touch on my head. Are you still not awake? Nan Jiao chuckled and rubbed my head with her slender fingers, so gently that it made my heart tremble. Ding, being patted on the head, intimacy +5. Ding, being patted on the hair, intimacy +2. In just a few seconds, I earned 7 intimacy points. This is so cool. Realizing what the big money-making plan was, I took the initiative decisively, stretched out my little paws, pretended to be pitiful, and gently held Nan Jiao's hand. Ding, intimacy value +2. This intimacy value came so easily. Sure enough, Nan Jiao frowned when she saw me like this and reached out to touch my stomach. Are you still feeling uncomfortable somewhere? Tell me if you can. Her voice was soft and crisp, like a spring breeze on my face, and my intimacy level rose rapidly. Seeing such considerable gains, I worked even harder. I tried to pretend to be barely breathing and rubbed her arms, raising my little paws weakly and then dropping them limply. Sure enough, Nan Jiao immediately hugged me tightly, patted me gently, eyes full of heartache, and comforted me softly. Don't be afraid, I will take good care of you. I was ecstatic. This girl didn't mind getting her clothes dirty at all. She held me like the most precious treasure. Ding, intimacy value +5. I took a deep breath, feeling Nan Jiao's tenderness, and suddenly felt a little emotional. No wonder some people say that people are worse than dogs. I just met her, and she has already embraced me and comforted me so lovingly. Who could do this under normal circumstances? I couldn't help but rub against her in her arms again, and the result was, my hair gently scratched her neck. It's so itchy, she laughed softly, her voice as clear as a silver bell. She shrank her neck slightly and subconsciously pressed my hair. Then, my dog's paw landed in the wrong place. The air was suddenly quiet. My whole body froze. It was over. Was I going to be kicked out as a pervert? However, Nanjiao just blushed slightly, gave me a blank look, and said angrily, "Little rascal, why don't you learn well at such a young age?" After saying that, she pouted. My heart skipped a beat, and I almost died on the spot. This woman is so scary. Even after something like this happened, she wasn't angry at all, but instead complained. What made me even more excited was, ding, intimacy value plus 10. It was so cool, but I regretted it so much. I was so nervous just now that I didn't even feel what it felt like. What a mistake. But it doesn't matter. I'm smart enough. I immediately pretended to look pitiful, with my ears drooping and my eyes looking pitiful. Sure enough, Nanjiao couldn't help but touch my head again and smiled softly. Okay, I don't blame you. Ding, intimacy value plus 2. Looking at the intimacy value prompts that kept popping up, I felt relieved. Petting a beast? Taming a beast? Ha ha ha, it smells so good. I don't know how long I have been playing with Nanjiao. This girl has a good personality, good temper, and patience. She played with me for such a long time without being annoyed at all. Instead, she always had a smile on her face. I have to say that this kind of treatment makes me feel comfortable both physically and mentally. Okay, Nanjiao, it's time for you to go. The life teacher with a jigong voice finally spoke, breaking this warm time. Nanjiao looked back and found that most of the people who had chosen their beast tamers had left, and those who remained were basically there to watch her. Has everyone left? She frowned slightly. Yes. Ji Gongxing looked impatient. But, Teacher Fu hasn't come to see me yet. Nanjiao hesitated. She told me to wait here. I looked up at her, feeling a little confused. Teacher Fu, what was she waiting for? Then I don't know. Ji Gongxing was obviously a bully. He didn't dare to control people like Zhang Hating, but when facing a good student like Nanjiao, he looked like he was making things difficult for her. He said in a contemptuous tone, "You can stay if you want. It's just right for you to help clean the animal pen." I took a look at the dirty and messy environment. The air was filled with unpleasant smells. Ji Gongsheng had a smirk on his face, and it was obvious that he just wanted to be lazy. Nanjiao was obviously hesitating. With her personality, it was hard for her to refuse other people's requests. But I won't indulge this old thing. Without saying a word, I jumped down from her arms and barked wildly at her. Woof, woof, woof. This old dog is dirtier than you. Woof, woof. If you want to be lazy, just say so. Don't be sarcastic. Although he didn't understand what I said, he could roughly understand it from my fierce attitude. He immediately frowned and looked a little unhappy. I thought, no wonder Zhang Hating wanted to kill this little beast. It's really annoying. However, my action made Nanjiao stunned for a moment, and then a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She could feel that I was helping her. This made her feel warm inside. It seemed that saving me was really worth it. She was about to reach out and pick me up when she heard a familiar voice. Jiao, sorry to have kept you waiting. She didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Teacher Ningxue. She quickly stood up and greeted me. I also turned my head and looked at the person who came. Wow, another beautiful lady. However, compared to Nanjiao's pure and lively style, this teacher named Fu Ningxue is more mature, like a ripe peach, and every move she makes is full of the unique charm of a woman. Of course, I was just admiring the beauty and didn't think much about it. But the next moment, my eyes suddenly turned colder. In her arms, she held a pet that looked like a lion, red all over and majestic. I only took a glance at it and felt a strong sense of threat. In my mind, the system instantly gave me information. Flame Lion, a third-level intermediate spirit beast, fire attribute, huge potential. I subconsciously looked at my own panel. Su Luo, little spirit dog, first-order low-level spirit beast, infant, attributes. None, first-order low-level. A fighter among the garbage. If the level of spiritual beasts is a contempt chain, then my little spiritual dog is definitely at the bottom. However, this flame lion stood at the front of the starting line as soon as it was born. No wonder Zhang Hating disliked me at first. If it were me, I would probably choose the flame lion without hesitation in this situation. Jiao, this is the beast I prepared for you, the flame lion. Fu Ningxue smiled and handed the flame lion to her, her tone full of expectation. This was brought out from a lion group by several of our teachers. You must train it well. Her eyes never fell on me, and she didn't even look at me. Obviously, in her eyes, I, a low-level first-level spirit dog, was not even qualified to be compared. My heart tightened slightly. Today was the day for the academy to select beastmasters. After signing a contract with a beastmaster, it meant that the beastmaster officially embarked on the path of cultivation. The choice of which beastmaster to control was crucial. If Nanjiao chooses the flame lion, then I will be completely hopeless. Moreover, I cannot open my mouth to tell her that I have a system and I can change my fate. I don't have any competitiveness. I watched her eyes fall on the flame lion, and her star-like eyes revealed a glimmer of light. Was it admiration or desire? What would she choose? In fact, there was no need for an answer. I lost. I gently withdrew my gaze, turned around, and walked silently to the door. I have my own self-esteem. If Nanjiao had not firmly chosen me from the beginning, I would not have begged her with a flattering face. The beast control contract should not be forced, but should be mutually recognized. So, if her choice is the flame lion, then I will leave. Although I am a weak spirit beast, my soul is still that of a human being. I have my pride and backbone. I left with a slightly lonely step. Where are you going? I was about to leave when a familiar voice suddenly came from behind me, like a gentle breeze, brushing past my ears. Su Luo's body shook, and his steps stopped immediately. Before I could react, a pair of slender arms had already picked me up. Nanjiao looked down at me, a smile on her face, and said in a soft voice, "Where are you going, little guy?" We stared at each other for a moment. Her smile was peaceful and gentle, but I was probably confused. What on earth was going on? Shouldn't she choose the flame lion? "Jiao, what are you doing?" Fu Ningxue came quickly from behind, still holding the majestic flame lion in her arms. Her brows were slightly furrowed, and there was a hint of disbelief in her tone. "You don't want to choose this little spirit dog as your beast, do you?" Her eyes were full of confusion, even shock. Nanjiao didn't take the flame lion, but picked me up instead, which was enough to explain the problem. "I'm sorry, teacher." Nanjiao looked at Fu Ningxue with an apologetic look on her face, but her tone was firm. "I have decided to choose this little spirit dog as my beast." My heart was shocked. What did she say? She wanted to choose me. Was she mistaken? She gave up a third-level intermediate flame lion. Shouldn't she choose a more powerful beast without hesitation? "Don't be willful." Fu Ningxue frowned and glanced at me coldly, not hiding her dissatisfaction. "Do you know that the flame lion can make you far surpass your peers? It is the most suitable beast for you. This little smart dog in your arms, no one would want it if you threw it on the street. I don't even know how he got into the animal pen." Hearing this, I was so angry that I almost jumped out of Nanjiao's arms. Damn it, what does "no one wants me even if I throw it on the street" mean? I am a beast chosen by the heavens with a system. I am an existence that can change my fate. Why does this woman look down on me so much? But before I could say anything, Nanjiao had already retorted. "No, teacher, you are wrong." "What's wrong?" Fu Ningxue was obviously anxious. Her voice was raised a few degrees. "You are my most valued student, and your first beast is actually a little spirit dog? Aren't you afraid of becoming the laughingstock of the whole academy? You once said that spirit beasts of any class have great potential." Nanjiao's voice was a little hurried, and she was obviously a little nervous. Class can measure their strength, but it is by no means the only criterion. So, even if it's just a little spirit dog, as long as I train it carefully, one day it can surpass the flame lion, right? Her tone was full of conviction and unquestionable confidence. My heart was shaken when I heard it, and I could clearly hear her quickened heartbeat. She was arguing with her teacher about me? That's all lies. Fu Ningxue said coldly. "If I didn't say that, would you young people still have confidence in your beast control? I know better than you, and I have better judgment." She gritted her teeth and said, "This little spirit dog is not worthy of your contract." Boom! My mind exploded instantly. What does unworthy mean? I tried hard to hold back my anger and was about to struggle to stand up and bark a few times to express my dissatisfaction, but Nanjiao seemed to notice my emotions and gently stroked my back. "It's okay," she whispered, her voice so gentle that it seemed to melt the ice. Strangely, my anger really subsided. Her hands seemed to have some kind of magic. "Teacher, I have made up my mind." Nanjiao suddenly smiled, with a hint of stubbornness in her bright eyes. "In the future, you will know that my choice is right. Even if this road is harder than others, even if I have to take more detours, it doesn't matter." Fu Ningxue was silent for a moment, looking at the determination in Nanjiao's eyes, and finally sighed. "Okay, since you insist on doing this, I won't say anything more." She paused, and gently put down the flame lion in her arms. "I'll leave this flame lion to you. If you regret it any time, come and get it from me." She didn't say anything more, turned around and left, obviously unhappy. "I won't regret it," Nanjiao said softly. "Woof woof." "That's right." I followed suit. Fu Ningxue didn't look back and left directly. Nanjiao looked at her back, sighed softly, then put me on the ground, rubbed my head with a smile, and said, "Look, I made the teacher angry and left because of you." Her hands gently stroked my head, and her tone was somewhat helpless and coquettish. "So, You must strive to do well in the future. Woof, I called out without hesitation. You are really smart. She smiled softly, with a tenderness in her eyes that she had never seen before. At this moment, I finally understood. She chose me not because of how strong I am, but because she felt it, and I was willing to stand up for her. At this moment, I felt a feeling I had never felt before. The feeling of being firmly chosen. It was so fucking good. Today should be the day that all freshmen are looking forward to the most. After more than a month of training, they finally opened their first spiritual vein and officially reached the standard of contracted beast control. Nanjiao is one of them. After going through a lot of twists and turns, she finally made her own choice. Su Luo. It was lunchtime by the lake of the college. There were not many people around, and it seemed particularly quiet. Nanjiao brought me here to prepare for the contract ceremony. She was very serious, and I could feel her seriousness. This was a sacred moment, and she hoped to complete the contract in such an environment. As for me, in addition to being held by her all the way and enjoying her warm embrace, I also took the opportunity to gain some intimacy points. It was so cool. After taking a look at the system panel, I found that my intimacy value has risen to 203 points. Although the things in the mall are ridiculously expensive, the accumulation speed is still pretty good. Just as I was thinking about how to continue to fleece the sheep, I heard her gentle voice. Little guy, what are you thinking about? Woof woof, nothing, I responded subconsciously. Only then did I realize that she didn't understand me at all. But this girl was very smart. She seemed to guess what I wanted to express. She did not show any confusion. Instead, she smiled gently and stroked my head. I'm going to sign a contract with you. Are you willing to follow me from now on? She looked at me with a gentle tone, but I could still hear a hint of nervousness. This girl is usually a top student, and even the teachers in the academy give her special lessons. It is obvious that she is extremely talented, but when facing the actual contract ceremony, she is still a little nervous. I felt a little warm in my heart. She didn't take the contract for granted, but cared about my wishes. She is really kind. So, I gently raised my paw, placed it in her palm, and nodded firmly. Nanjiao blinked and smiled. Okay, I'll start preparing the contract. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and opened them again after a few seconds. Her whole aura had changed. A golden light appeared in her right hand, revealing a hint of sacredness. Then, she bit her index finger gently, and the index finger slowly fell on my forehead. Instantly, a wonderful feeling surged up from the depths of my soul. An inexplicable connection quietly formed between us. Contract successful. Nanjiao opened her eyes with an excited smile on her face. Okay, we have successfully concluded the contract. From today on, we are partners. Please give me your guidance in the future. Her voice was filled with undisguised excitement, and a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. But at this moment, she was suddenly stunned, and then her eyes widened. What are you doing? I held her index finger in my mouth. Moreover, I unconsciously licked it with my tongue. It felt crisp and numb. This feeling was actually quite wonderful. Nanjiao's face suddenly turned red, and she squatted on the grass nervously, at a loss. Her silly and cute look was even cuter than my dog look. Are you helping me stop the bleeding? She asked weakly, as if trying to find a reasonable explanation for herself. Woof woof, yes. I responded without blushing and continued to lick him. After all, this is a great way to make money. Ding, intimacy value +1. Ding, intimacy value +1. Ding, intimacy value +1. Looking at the rising numbers, I feel happy and motivated. Not only did the intimacy value increase rapidly, but it also brought me and Nanjiao closer. What is this called? A win-win situation. The blush on Nanjiao's face deepened, and I could even hear her heartbeat clearly. She seemed uncomfortable with this kind of close contact, but she didn't shake my hand off. Instead, she sighed softly and rubbed my head helplessly. Okay, don't bite anything randomly in the future. Having said that, she didn't seem to really mind. But she quickly found another topic to divert attention. You are so dirty. Come back to the dormitory with me later. I will give you a bath. At this point, she suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and she pouted and muttered to herself. By the way, I have to give you a name. She looked down at me, pondered for a moment, and then revealed a look of sudden realization. How about calling me Xiaobai? Xiaobai. I was completely stunned, and then I shook my head frantically, strongly rejecting it. Are you kidding me? This name is so tacky. Not only does it lack personality, it's also so common. The point is, the dog I had in my previous life was named Xiaobai. Isn't this too out of place? Seeing my resistance, Nanjiao couldn't help but chuckle and rubbed my head with a smile. You don't like it? Then let me think about it. She frowned, as if thinking seriously. Seeing her distressed look, I was suddenly moved. She didn't just give me a random name, but thought carefully about it and wanted to give me a unique name. This touched me a little. So I lowered my head and walked to the muddy ground beside me, stretched out my claws, and wrote a word on the ground, Luo. Nan Jiao was stunned. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, and then a gentle smile slowly appeared at the corner of her mouth. A slender girl with a smile on her face walked slowly forward, and in front of her, a small white dog beast lowered its head, moved quickly with its short legs, and twisted its tail, looking quite angry. That's right, this little dog beast is me, Su Luo. Luo, don't be dissatisfied. I think this name is pretty good. Nan Jiao chuckled in the back, and her bell-like laughter made many passing students turn around and look at her. I paused, my ears twitched, but I still couldn't help rolling my eyes. Luo? Okay. Although it is better than Xiaobai, this word does not sound domineering enough, and it does not match my style of President Luo at all. Unfortunately, my protest was useless. Nan Jiao made up her mind and would not change it. So, the current situation is, I walk in front with a huff, and she follows behind with a coaxing look on her face. At this moment, something strange happened. Lolo, be careful. Nan Jiao's exclamation made me look up instantly. A gray shadow rushed towards me like a gust of wind. Just as I reacted, I felt a violent impact on my chest. Bang! A huge force hit me, and I was knocked out and landed directly at Nan Jiao's feet. Asshole! Who is it? I let out an angry whimper, my paws on the ground, and I was furious. Nan Jiao immediately bent down and picked me up, her expression nervous. Lolo, are you okay? She frantically searched and checked my body, and only breathed a sigh of relief after making sure that I was not injured. Then she raised her head and looked forward with a cold gaze. Linzai, are you crazy? Why did you attack my beast? Standing not far away was a tall young man in a cadet uniform with a playful smile on his face, and at his feet, a gray swift wolf was raising its head proudly. I didn't attack your beast. Linzai shrugged, his tone nonchalant. It's just that my wind wolf ran too fast and didn't notice your… poor little thing. He glanced at me, and a hint of sarcasm appeared on the corner of his mouth. Too small, really too small. Many students around cast their eyes over, clearly interested in this little conflict. But my eyes fell on Linzai. This man was not only an arrogant guy, but also a possessive guy. His eyes clearly regarded Nan Jiao as his personal property. This scene made me extremely upset. As for this swift wolf, how dare it bump into me? How dare it embarrass me in front of Nan Jiao? How could I tolerate this? I, Su Luo, always take revenge on the spot. Nan Jiao hugged me, obviously not wanting to get entangled with Linzai, and was ready to bypass him and leave. But I didn't intend to let it go. While she wasn't paying attention, I jumped up and broke free from her arms, landing steadily. Lolo. Nan Jiao was a little flustered and was about to reach out to hug me. However, I have made a decision. I can't swallow this. In the system mall, I quickly found an item that suits the current situation. Inferior amplification potion. After taking it, all states will be increased by 1,000 times, lasting for 60 seconds. Side effect: weakness for 12 hours. First time purchase, only 300 intimacy points are required. Done. Ding! The host uses inferior amplification potion. The current state is amplified 1,000 times. A terrifying force instantly exploded in my body. I can clearly feel my strength, speed, and agility skyrocketing, and it seems as if endless energy is surging in my body. The next second, I suddenly kicked the ground and rushed towards the wind wolf like a white lightning. Danger! As a beast, the wind wolf instinctively sensed that something was wrong, but it was too proud to back down. Instead, it growled and prepared to fight. It wants to fight head-on? Oh, that's exactly what I want. Bang! I swung my claws and slapped the wind wolf, which was twice my size away. Bang! It hit the yellow mud ground hard, whimpered, rolled over a few times, and looked embarrassed. The whole place was silent. Everyone was stunned to see this scene. How? How is it possible? Linzai's face changed drastically. However, this is just the beginning. I don't plan to end it like this. While it wasn't getting up yet, I turned into a shadow and rushed out again, leaped up suddenly, and slapped it with my claws. Bang! The wind wolf was slapped away again. This time, it hit a big tree directly, let out a scream, and then slid down weakly, blood oozing from its mouth, and its whole body was trembling, having completely lost its ability to fight. Everyone around was stunned. Fuck, is this still a little spirit dog? It actually slapped the wind wolf away with one claw. Am I dazzled? Even Nan Jiao covered her mouth, her eyes full of shock. At this moment, I became the focus of the whole audience. Everyone's eyes, with disbelief, shock, and even a hint of fear, fell on me. I, Su Luo, officially established my authority today. I swung my tail, turned slowly, and looked at Lin's eye quietly. My dog face was still cute, but there was an undisguised warning in my eyes. You can touch me, but try touching her? Lin's eye swallowed hard. Cold sweat broke out on his back, and his face turned pale. The students around me began to whisper, and the focus of the discussion was all on me. A first-level, low-level spirit dog, beating a second-level intermediate hurricane wolf. This is simply a fantasy. Nan Jiao finally came to her senses, ran forward, squatted down, picked me up, and held me tightly in her arms. Lolo, when did you become so powerful? Her tone was full of surprise and joy. What she didn't know was that I was already beginning to feel exhausted. The side effects of this potion were too strong, and the strength in my body had quickly dissipated. All I wanted to do now was lie down and rest. However, it still feels quite comfortable to be able to nestle in her warm arms and smell her faint fragrance. While being held, I heard Nan Jiao snort softly. Then she hugged me tightly, looked at Lin's eye, and said coldly, "You asked for this. Who told your Gale Wolf to bully our Luo Luo?" She ignored him and turned away, while I nestled in her arms with a smug smile on my face. It was such a great win. Exhausted, Nan Jiao carried me all the way back to the dormitory. I have to say, the dormitory conditions are really enviable. A 3-story villa with lush green gardens in front and back and an elegant environment. Living here is more comfortable than living in an ordinary mansion. I thought Nan Jiao lived here alone, but after entering, I found out. This is a girl's dormitory. As soon as I entered the door, a petite girl with a slightly round face came to greet me. She had delicate features, big and bright eyes, a sweet smile, and a vitality all over her body. The most important thing is, this girl's figure, baby face and huge. What? You finally decided to come back. She rushed over in surprise, then noticed me. Her eyes lit up instantly. Wow, so cute. As she said that, she couldn't wait to stretch out her hands, ready to hug me. But the next second, she suddenly paused. Her eyes changed, as if she realized something, her face full of surprise. Wait, you didn't really choose a little spirit dog as your beast? The corner of my mouth twitched. This reaction was indeed the same as everyone else's. Before Nan Jiao could explain, a curious voice came from the stairs. Little spirit dog? Looking up, I saw a girl in exquisite and fashionable clothes slowly walking down the stairs. Her long, slightly curly light blonde hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and she smelled fragrant. Just by looking at her clothes and temperament, I can tell that she is definitely a daughter of a wealthy family. She came in front of us, half squatted down, and looked at me carefully. Lolo, this is Mu Xiaoxi, one of my roommates. Nan Jiao introduced me gently. I sighed in my heart. It seems that everyone in this dormitory is extremely good-looking. Not only that, but not all the people have arrived yet. Are all the people here? Another slightly restrained voice was heard. Looking in the direction of the voice, a girl with shoulder-length hair and delicate features walked down from upstairs. There was a slight blush on her face, her eyes were restrained, and she had a gentle and quiet temperament. This is Meng Jingran. Nan Jiao continued to introduce with a smile. So far, I have a general understanding of the layout of this dormitory, for golden flowers, each with its own unique beauty. Among them, Nan Jiao is the most beautiful, which is recognized. The second is Mu Xiaoxi, whose exquisite makeup and celebrity temperament make her the kind of person who will turn heads when she walks on the street. Meng Jingran and Lu Zixin each have their own strengths. One is a well-behaved and gentle type, and the other is a lively girl type. The standard of appearance of this dormitory can simply beat the entire college. But at this moment, their eyes were all focused on me. Don't stare at Luo Luo like that. He will be scared. Nan Jiao smiled and hugged me tightly, touching my head soothingly. I was too lazy to retort, so I just rubbed her palm to gain more intimacy. Did you really choose the little spirit dog? Lu Zixin couldn't help but ask. This is too, not commensurate with your strength. Although she tried to express it tactfully, I could still hear the disdain in her voice. Nan Jiao smiled lightly, her eyes firm. I know you are all surprised, but this is my choice. I believe in Luo Luo. He will definitely become very strong in the future. After that, she clenched her fist to cheer herself up. Okay, since you said so, I can only support you. Lu Zixin shrugged. Meng Jingran and Mu Xiaoxi looked at each other and didn't say anything more. After all, Nan Jiao was never someone who made decisions impulsively. Since she chose me, she must have her reasons. However, the topic soon shifted to another matter. By the way, I heard that you had a conflict with Zhang Hating today? Mu Xiaoxi suddenly asked. What? That stinky woman. Lu Zixin exploded. I looked at her angry expression and silently commented in my heart. With her in this dormitory, it must be very lively every day. Nan Jiao responded very calmly. It's just a small conflict, nothing. Afterwards, she briefly recounted what happened in the animal pen, trying to downplay the conflict. But after listening to it, Lu Zixin became even angrier. That woman is too arrogant, isn't she? I must teach her a lesson next time. Mu Xiaoxi snorted. Although Ming Jingran did not express his opinion, he still nodded to show his support. I glanced at Nan Jiao and knew that she was not good at fighting. What she said just now was just to reassure everyone. But with her personality, if she really took the initiative to retaliate against Zhang hating, she would definitely not be able to do it. This is one of the reasons why I decided to stay with her. Since she is a good person, I will do things for her that she doesn't want to do. It's nice to protect her and grow up a little bit. Just as I was happily thinking about my future plans, suddenly, Nan Jiao picked me up and took me somewhere. When I realized what was happening, we were already in a familiar yet strange place, the bathroom. Wait, what is she going to do? The bathroom was decorated quite modernly, with all the necessary facilities. The huge bathtub alone gave me a bad feeling. As expected, Nan Jiao's voice rang out softly. Lolo, you are too dirty. You must take a shower today. As she spoke, she expertly turned on the faucet. Warm water flowed out, and the bathtub began to slowly fill up. I froze in my tracks. No. I was exhausted and didn't even have the strength to resist. Should I just let her do whatever she wanted? What's even worse is, I am a human soul. Even though I look like a dog, psychologically, I am still a serious man. This bath, isn't it a bit too? But before I could struggle, Nan Jiao had already gently placed me on the toilet lid, looking at me tenderly. Lolo, don't be afraid, I'll be gentle. She smiled gently, but in my eyes, this scene was like a horror movie. It's over. I'm going to be bathed by a girl. Nan Jiao was adjusting the water temperature. I lay beside her and watched her busying around beside the bathtub. My eyes fell on her body uncontrollably. The curvy figure made my head feel hot. Should I look at her? Or not? This was a life or death question. If I looked at her, I would feel like a beast. If I didn't look at her, I would feel worse than a beast. But then I thought, I'm just a dog now? Are there different levels of animals? In that case, I should take a look. It would be a waste if I didn't take a look. 5 minutes later, Nan Jiao finally finished her work and turned to look at me. She found that I had been staring at her with a dull look on my face. I'm just draining water. Don't worry. It'll be fine. She chuckled and rubbed my head with her hand. Her movements were so gentle that they made me intoxicated. But she didn't know that I was just dazzled by her figure. Never mind. It's useless to explain. Come, let me give you a bath, she said, and carried me directly into the bathtub. The warm water wrapped around my body, making me squint my eyes in comfort. She asked softly, how's the water temperature? It's simply perfect. I wagged my tail lazily, which made her smile even wider. She seemed very satisfied with her beast. But the next second, I felt a soft touch on my hair. She began to scrub my body. Ding! Intimacy value +1 +1 +2. The system prompts kept popping up, and I roughly understood the rules. Different ways of contact will increase the intimacy value to different degrees. However, the progress is still a bit slow relying solely on this gentle method. It seems that I need to find a way to have more contact. Just as I was thinking, I suddenly gasped. Oh, sorry. Nan Jiao blushed and retracted her hand, her eyes dodging. Obviously, she had just touched a place she shouldn't have touched. I was immediately numb. Even though I was a dog now, this stimulation was too great, wasn't it? She even smiled and said, so you are a little boy. I looked at her with resentment, but she didn't care and snorted. You are not a human being. You are just a little puppy now. Then, he continued to wash without any scruples, touching everything he should and shouldn't touch. My whole body was numb. After taking a shower, Nan Jiao was already sweating profusely. The sweat on her forehead gave her face a sporty feel, making her look more eye-catching. She stretched and muttered, I've sweated a lot. Why don't I take a shower before eating? Hearing this, I instantly became excited. She wants to take a shower? That means I immediately pretended to be listless, hoping to take the opportunity to stay. But she picked me up and said, are you tired? Go to bed and rest first. No, I'm not tired. Unfortunately, I was powerless to struggle, so she put me on the bed and watched me walk into the bathroom and close the door. I lay on the bed, tears welling up in my eyes. I had a great opportunity just now, but I just ruined it. However, there is still a long time to go, and there will definitely be opportunities in the future. After adjusting my mentality, I turned my attention back to the system store. What I need most now is to improve my own strength, otherwise the wolf-like opponent I met tonight will only make me more passive. After looking through the books, I decided to buy a bottle of primary agility potion first. After all, the only way to defeat all martial arts in the world is to be faster. Agility potion randomly increases agility by 1 to 50 points. I hope my luck will be better. I silently recited a spell and used it directly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting agility plus 50. Holy crap, the highest value. This wave of blood profit. Seeing the agility attribute on the panel soared directly to 70, I smiled so hard. So cool. Sure enough, my European Emperor bloodline is still online. However, there is not much intimacy left. It seems that if I want to continue to become stronger, I have to increase my contact with Nanjiao. Just as he was thinking, the door of the room suddenly opened. A petite but fiercely armed girl poked her head in. It was Lu Zixin. She looked around, saw me lying on the bed. A sly smile appeared on her lips. She walked straight in and picked me up. Hee hee. Yu is not here, so it's a good time for me to play. She rubbed my hair without any hesitation and even squeezed me crazily with her weapon. Woo woo. My whole dog is about to suffocate. Oh, it's so cute. It smells so good after taking a bath. She smiled to herself, suddenly lowered her head, and kissed my dog on the face. Me? Before I could react, the bathroom door was pushed open. Lu Zixin, how dare you kiss my Luo secretly? Nanjiao was furious and rushed over, and the two of them immediately got into a fight. Hee hee, I was just kidding, spare me. Humph, no, he's mine. The two of them were chasing each other and didn't notice at all. Their clothes were not tight enough. I lay on the bed, stunned. This world is too dangerous. It's really not easy to be a beast tamer. Nanjiao is a smart girl. Ever since I beat up the wind wolf, she seemed to have noticed that I was unwell without me having to bark at her twice. So, when we were eating, she held me in her arms and let me enjoy it. I was so comfortable that I didn't want to move until she handed me a piece of raw meat. Oh my god, can I eat this? Although I am a dog now, I am still a human at heart. I cannot accept eating raw meat. I shook my head decisively to show my refusal. Nanjiao looked at the back garden in confusion, where there were 3 beasts, Mu Xiaoxi's thunder leopard, Lu Zixin's earth bear, and Ming Jingran's fire wolf, all of them carnivorous cubs, twisting their butts and enjoying the meal. The little dog is also a carnivorous beast. Why doesn't it eat? Mu Xiaoxi asked curiously. I don't know. Nanjiao frowned, not understanding for a moment. Is it because it hates being fed by others? Lu Zixin said casually while chewing the barbecue. I rolled my eyes when I heard this. This woman's train of thought is really bizarre. How could I dislike being fed? I wish I could be served by someone every day, okay. Moving my paws helplessly, I pointed directly at the barbecue in Lu Zixin's hand and opened my mouth, indicating that I wanted this. Nanjiao is usually quite smart, but this time she crashed. She didn't understand what I meant, but thought I was protesting against what Lu Zixin had just said. Fortunately, Meng Jingran spoke up. Does he want to eat it cooked? Shit. Someone finally understood. I nodded quickly, my neck almost broke. Nanjiao finally realized what was going on and immediately took the plate from Lu Zixin. Lu Zixin was confused. Lolo wanted to eat the meat on your plate. He just pointed at it. Nanjiao suddenly realized. Humph, just think of it as losing weight. Lu Zixin pouted, but didn't care. I held the cooked meat in my mouth, raised my little paw in gratitude, and gave a thumbs up to Nanjiao. Hey, he can actually give a thumbs up. Mu Xiaoxi's eyes lit up, as if she had discovered a new world. Meng Jingran was also surprised. Really smart. After all, their beasts were still in their cub state, and their intelligence was generally not high. They basically only knew how to eat, drink, defecate, and urinate, and even fought based on instinct. And I was obviously smart beyond imagination. He has always been very smart. I had a feeling about him when I first met him. Nanjiao smiled, with a hint of pride in her eyes. I nestled in her arms, chewing the meat, and the system notifications sounded in my ears. Ding, got fed by hand. Intimacy value plus 10. This little life is better than being a god. Sure enough, the law of true fragrance is universal. Just when I was satisfied, Mu Xiaoxi suddenly said, by the way, I have a spirit stone. Do you want to test it? Okay, I just want to see the IQ of my earth bear. Lu Zixin immediately raised his hand in agreement. Meng Jingran also became interested. The 3 girls looked at Nanjiao, who thought about it and nodded. So, Mu Xiaoxi ran to get the stone excitedly, and I took the opportunity to search for information about measuring spirit stones. It turns out that this thing is used to detect the intelligence of beasts. The colors from low to high are red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and black. Black represents the level of monster intelligence, which is extremely rare. Basically, Only the most vicious monsters are qualified to be dyed with this color. Soon, Mu Xiaoxi came back holding a gray stone. I'll go first. Lu Zixin couldn't wait to call her Big Earth Bear. Big Bear, come here. The Earth Bear looked up at her lazily, with no intention of moving. If you don't come over again, I won't buy honey from you anymore. This made the Earth Bear reluctantly move its fat body and slowly crawl over. Lu Zixin pointed at the spirit stone and said, "Put your claws on it." The Earth Bear reluctantly stretched out his claws and covered the stone. 5 seconds later, a white light flashed and finally stopped at yellow. Only yellow. Lu Zixin's face fell. Big stupid bear. You are really a fool. The Earth Bear ignored her and walked away with his hips twisted. Actually, yellow has already passed the passing line. Mu Xiaoxi comforted. Yes, the intelligence requirements for the first beast can't be too high. It's pretty good. Nan Jiao also nodded in agreement. Meng Jingran also agreed. After all, the rank of the beasts in the initial contract is limited, and their intelligence is generally not very high. With everyone's comfort, Lu Zixin finally accepted the fact that her bear's IQ was worrying. Next, it was my test. Chapter 11 Yaoji. Do you want to sleep together? It's my turn next. As Ming Jingran spoke, she had already called her fire wolf over. This is a gray wolf cub with fiery red markings. Moreover, he is quite obedient. There was a clever light in those eyes. Su Luo had a vague feeling that the intelligence of this beast master was probably not too low. Really? As soon as the fire wolf came in front of its master, it very cleverly covered the spirit stone with its claws. The girls were astonished by its cleverness. Compared with Lu Zixin's earth bear, the gap is instantly apparent. Blue. The final color of the fire wolf's spiritual intelligence is blue. Wow, this is excellent. Mu Xiaoxi exclaimed softly. Even in Nan Jiao's big eyes, there was a hint of surprise. This shows. The blue color is already an extraordinary performance for the fire wolf at this stage. An absolutely awesome existence. Amazing. Jingjing, how did you choose this fire wolf? It's so smart. Lu Zixin was a little envious, but in her heart she still congratulated her roommate. This fire-marked wolf was given to me by my father. Ming Jingren said, reaching out and touching the fire wolf's head. The Beastmaster also responded very intelligently. The interaction between man and beast is perfect. I see. Lu Zixin became even more envious. This earth bear was also given to her by her father. TT. Su Luo, who was watching all this, was not at all surprised. It's all within his guess. Let me try next. Mu Xiaoxi, the owner of the Spirit Stone, spoke. As she spoke, she waved at her Thunder Panther. This is obviously a proud leopard cub. However, he chose to obey the master's call. As a result, the Thunder Leopard, which was a low-level third-order strength, had a final spiritual color of green. If it weren't for Ming Jingran's preparation, Mu Xiaoxi's beast taming would have been considered very outstanding. But after she turned blue, it was still a little bit worse. Finally, everyone's eyes were on Su Luo. Actually, I'm curious about what color Jiao's little spirit dog is. Mu Xiaoxi spoke. It was also because of Su Luo that she remembered the existence of the spirit measuring stone. Yes, I want to know too. He just acted very smart. I noticed that. Ming Jingyan obviously knows a lot about this aspect. You know, you can vaguely see the level of intelligence of beasts from their daily interactions with humans. I wasn't curious at first, but now that you guys mentioned it. Lu Zixin pouted her lips and continued. It makes me curious too. It's true. Nanjiao's eyes were always on Su Luo, with a bright light in them, and no one knew what she was thinking. He was being stared at by 4 beauties at once, and they were all very curious about what he was saying. To be honest, Su Luo was still a little bit high. So he stopped pretending and just stretched out his little claws. And Nanjiao was also very sensible. She grabbed his little paw and placed it on the spirit stone. 5 seconds later, the white light came on as promised. But the various colored lights that everyone expected never appeared. No way. Ming Jingren was stunned. In her understanding, how could such a smart little dog be white, which only fools can have? What is white? Not worthy of being called intelligent. Not to mention it's a once-in-a-century opportunity, it's even rarer than 1,000 years. After all, spiritual beasts have to have intelligence to become beasts to be tamed. How is that possible? Mu Xiaoxi also felt a little embarrassed. Lu Zixin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Nan Jiao, she didn't believe that Su Luo's spiritual intelligence would be white. She believed that there must be something wrong somewhere. Woof woof, let go of my hand. Su Luo used all his strength to break free from Nan Jiao's hand. After all, she was the one who took the test on his behalf just now. How could he, Su Luo, still be the color of a fool, white? By the way, Jiao, you asked him to lie on the spirit stone by himself. Maybe you interfered with it. Ming Jingren said something. In fact, Nan Jiao had already sensed it without her saying anything. Because Su Luo was struggling. Okay, I understand. She responded and quickly adjusted Su Luo's position, leaving him lying on the stone alone. This time, 5 seconds later, the white light lit up again. But in the blink of an eye, it turned red and orange again. Then it soared all the way to the blue. Stayed on the blue. I said, how could he be white? Ming Jingren opened his mouth slightly, his eyes full of surprise, and he didn't forget to mutter to himself. How amazing. It reached blue in an instant. Lu Zixin's face was full of admiration. The same goes for Mu Xiaoxi. At this moment, in the hearts of the three of them, they no longer dared to underestimate Nan Jiao's little smart dog. As for Nan Jiao herself, she didn't know whether she had anticipated it long ago. I still believe that Su Luo must be extraordinary. Anyway, there was relief and excitement in her eyes. There is also a little excitement. But, the next moment, her pupils dilated slightly and her mouth opened unconsciously, as if frightened. Not just Najia Pomelo. Even the other three girls and the three beasts around them were like this. How is that possible? Black. Almost demonic intelligence? The three of them exclaimed in amazement. Just because. The color of the spirit stone was once again sublimated from blue. It turned purple. Finally, the amazing black. In this small and medium-sized dormitory, a dark light flickered. Under this black light, Su Luo slightly raised his head. He only wanted to say 4 words. Basic operation, don't be stupid. After all, he is a human soul, blessed by the system. How is it possible that my IQ is not high enough? That's not a joke. I have to say, after the test, Su Luo finally found a sense of immersion in being a little smart dog. He had always complained about my appearance being too cute, my body being too fragile, etc. Now it's good. I finally found a sense of immersion in terms of IQ. Nice. The 4 girls around him experienced a complicated process from shock, to envy, to worship, to admiration. It's simply too complicated. Night. This single-family dormitory finally became quiet. Su Luo lay on the sofa, his ears still ringing with the compliments he had just received from the 3 girls, Mu Xiaoxi, Ming Jingren, and Lu Zixin. What like? Jiao, your little dog is so amazing. He will definitely achieve great things in the future. I envy you so much. He's so amazing. First level black spiritual intelligence. I dare not even think what kind of monster it is. Amazing. I can't believe it's a little spiritual dog. Yu, your Luo Luo is too hard. Black spiritual intelligence. It's a little monster. Woohoo. I'm so envious. Is his name Luo Luo? What a nice name. He will definitely be a super powerful beast master in the future. Lolo, Jiao, from now on, you two will be the backbone of our dormitory. Let's go ahead. Yes, we need to protect our dormitory. There were even more disgusting and flattering words, but Su Luo was too lazy to recall them. He's almost getting a little carried away. Aren't you going to rest yet? Nan Jiao walked out of the bathroom. She glanced at Su Luo, who was still lying on the sofa, and found that he had not yet fallen asleep, so she asked. The smile on this girl's face didn't stop all night. Of course, it's because of what happened tonight. Su Luo's appearance made her feel that the atmosphere in the entire dormitory was even better, more harmonious. On the other side, Su Luo quickly shook his head to indicate that he was not asleep. Let me cover you with a small blanket. I'll see tomorrow if I can help you build a small house underneath. As Nan Jiao spoke, she really covered Su Luo with a small blanket that had her own body fragrance. Then, she returned to her bed. Lights out. It's late. Noticing that Su Luo's eyes were still on her, Nan Jiao said another sentence. Damn, I'm a little disappointed. Su Luo originally thought that he was so small in size. No matter what, I can sleep in the same bed with Nan Jiao. After all, in the previous life, cats and dogs slept with their owners. Wasn't that normal? However, this girl didn't invite him. Let him sleep alone on the sofa. Su Luo instantly felt that he had fallen out of favor. The idea of heaven, the reality of hell. He nodded, indicating that he could turn off the lights. The lights finally went out. But, the moment Su Luo closed his eyes, the lights came on again. He suddenly opened his eyes. He found that Nan Jiao was leaning on the bed, looking at him. The man and the beast just stared at each other. At this moment, the atmosphere seemed to freeze for a moment. Want to come to the bed and sleep with me? Nan Jiao smiled. The corners of her mouth curled up, and the dimple appeared again. She tilted her head slightly and gave Su Luo a head tilt kill. Depend on. When you feel there is no way out after so many twists and turns, suddenly you see another village with willows and flowers. Is there still any need to hesitate? If you don't sleep now, When will you sleep? Su Luo blinked and nodded. Pretend to say, remember, it was you who invited me, not me who wants to sleep with you. Little did he know that Nan Jiao seemed to understand his thoughts and burst out laughing. She got up and went to the sofa, hugged Su Luo and fell asleep on the bed, then turned off the light again. The whole set of movements is done almost in one go. Go to sleep nicely. Nan Jiao's voice rang in his ears, and Su Luo felt his petite body being patted. Her palm remained on his body, and she didn't take it away. Now, Su Luo was so hateful. Why hasn't the effect of the medicine in this system worn off yet? If he had been unable to move, he would have squeezed into Nan Jiao's arms. What a loss. Su Luo's heart was bleeding, and a tear belonging to the dog squeezed out of his eyes. It seems that I will have to try harder next time. Chapter 12 Class Battle? Field Spot. In the morning, a ray of sunshine shines. Su Luo opened his eyes. He finally felt that he had regained control of his body. It seems that the after effects of this weakness have passed. Su Luo took a look at himself and found that he was lying on the bed with his arms and legs spread out. Little Su Luo was shaking in the wind, and it felt like the wind was blowing on his balls and making them feel cold. White. Is his sleeping posture always so bold? Su Luo quickly clamped his buttocks. The bad thing about this beast is that it is careless and everything can be seen by others. Turning his head, Su Luo found that Nan Jiao was still sleeping on the bed, facing him. When this girl is asleep, she is really peaceful and calm. Her eyes were tightly closed, her long eyelashes were like curtains, and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised. Especially that slightly pouting rosy little mouth, which makes people want to kiss it. However, Su Luo noticed that she was sleeping in a slightly curled up position. People who sleep in this position generally lack a sense of security. This shows that Nan Jiao is actually a person who lacks a sense of security in life. If you think about it carefully, if she were in Su Luo's world, she would be younger than him. She's like a younger sister. This is normal. Thinking of this, Su Luo stood up unconsciously, walked to her side, and patted her with his little paws. I just wanted to comfort her. But also because of this movement, Nan Jiao also opened her eyes immediately. She saw Su Luo at a glance. Wake up. Nan Jiao hasn't uttered the word la yet. She found that Su Luo had already stuck out his tongue and licked her arm. Itchy, itchy. What? Ding. Licking intimacy value +2. White. There is intimacy value in this. Su Luo's reaction just now was just a subconscious one. He wanted to comfort Nan Jiao. He didn't expect the intimacy value to come. I have mastered the code of wealth again. So, Su Luo looked at Nan Jiao's eyes and they lit up. This scared Nan Jiao. What kind of look is this? But immediately she knew what he wanted to do. Not it. Su Luo had already pounced on her, licking her neck, chin, and face. I really treat myself like a pet dog. Look, Nan Jiao's face, neck, and hands are all covered with his saliva. However, the system prompt sound did not stop. Ding, intimacy value +2. Ding, intimacy value +1. Ding, intimacy value +3. Such voices kept ringing. Hee okay. No Lolo. No, it's so itchy. Hee haha, don't. Early in the morning, such a sound was heard from Nan Jiao's room. This caused Lu Zixin and the other two to look around when they came out. But no one knew what happened. One moment I laugh, the next I don't want it, it's so itchy. As these words were mixed together, the faces of several girls turned slightly red. There are question marks in the minds of the three people, and the kind-hearted Nan Jiao didn't know why Su Luo. I just think he was too happy and excited and wanted to interact with her. However, Su Luo is still very principled. At least he didn't lick her lips. Just brush up the intimacy value within a reasonable range. Successfully increase the intimacy value by 201 morning. It's so cool. Is there a peak in the life of a beast? After breakfast, Su Luo was taken by Nan Jiao to the classroom where she had classes. Lolo, I have to go to class. She did not forget to remind him. I won't take you into the beast taming space anymore, so you have to be good and quiet, okay? Nan Jiao said this, put him on her thighs, and stroked his hair. Su Luo raised his eyes and looked at her, then nodded to indicate that he understood. The girl smiled with satisfaction and touched his head. Su Luo is small in size and can be taken to the classroom for classes. If it is like Lu Zixin's Earth Bear, then it must be put into the beast taming space, because it takes up too much space. After all, its size is several times larger than Su Luo. However, Su Luo is also comfortable. There were thighs for him to lie on, and he could also smell the faint fragrance of Nan Jiao's body. This is probably the peak of a beast's life, right? The only drawback is that this girl doesn't wear shorts to school. But wearing a skirt, it's a waste of this point. but maybe I can cultivate it later. What Su Luo didn't know was, he has no idea how many hostile looks he has attracted from the boys in the class because of his behavior, especially those who have a crush on Nanjiao. They looked at the little white dog, licking its face, squinting its eyes, and enjoying it. The more I look at it, the more I dislike it. They really wanted to kill Su Luo and replace him with themselves. Or, in other words, just turn into Su Luo and enjoy the tenderness on Nanjiao's legs. After all, she is the goddess they dream about. Hateful. And Su Luo had no idea that he had actually become the public enemy among the boys. While he was daydreaming, a familiar voice was heard from the podium. Today, there will be a class combat training. It was Fu Ningxue's voice. Su Luo had not forgotten this beautiful teacher. After all, she didn't think highly of him. The results of this combat training will determine whether you can go out for actual combat in the wild tomorrow. This is a 3-day field combat, so you must seize the opportunity. Fu Ningxue continued speaking. The rules are simple. There will be 50 people in the class competing in one-on-one competition. The winner will follow me tomorrow, and the loser will stay and be taught by other teachers. As soon as she said this, the students began to whisper to each other. Wow, if I win, I can go out and explore the wild. It seems like I haven't been out for a long time. I must win. Lu Zixin, who was standing next to Nanjiao, waved. She was obviously very excited to be out in the wild. What are you talking about? Mu Xiaoxi in front also turned around, glanced at her, and said, There are 4 of us in the dormitory, and we all have to go out. That's the right thing to do. No problem. Meng Jingyan, who was sitting next to her, nodded in agreement. Su Luo, who was lying on Nanjiao's legs, understood why they were so excited. In fact, it is because of the background setting of this world. Outside the cities of this world is the wilderness. Those places are very dangerous. Not only are there countless ferocious beasts lurking there, but there are also many unknown places that have not been discovered, posing unpredictable dangers. Therefore, as students, they seldom have the opportunity to go out. This is also the reason why people in this world can taming beasts. Use beasts to resist the invasion of beasts. As students, they are definitely curious about unknown things. So, it's natural to feel excited and thrilled about going out into the wild. Chapter 13 randomly got Su Luo. Is that lucky? Nanjiao listened to the excited words of her 3 roommates. She seemed to be calmer and just touched Su Luo's hair. Su Luo looked up at her. I discovered that there was also curiosity and desire shining in Nanjiao's eyes. However, she didn't say anything, she just listened. But, how could Su Luo, who is so smart, not understand her current psychological activities? Nanjiao was simply afraid that the smart boy would feel pressured after hearing it. So I just didn't express my strong desire. However, the more restrained she expressed herself, the more responsible Su Luo felt. He is a man. Nanjiao also wants to go out, so this battle must be won. Thinking about this, Su Luo already looked at his intimacy value. The inferior amplification potion from yesterday is obviously no longer usable. I only spent 300 intimacy points yesterday during the discount. When I looked at it again today, the price was already over 3,000. I can't afford it. Su Luo now only has about 400 intimacy points, so he must use it to the best of his ability. It seems that I need to take a look at my opponent first before deciding what to buy to deal with him. Thinking of this, he was no longer in a hurry. I pushed my head towards Nanjiao's belly. It felt soft and comfortable. Only then did he lie down again. Fortunately, everyone is talking about going out into the wild, so no one noticed Su Luo's rebellious actions. Otherwise, he would definitely be glared at again. However, there was an imperceptible blush on Nanjiao's face. Obviously, he felt Su Luo's action. She glanced down and found that he was lying there with his eyes narrowed, enjoying himself so much. The corners of her mouth curled up unconsciously. I was thinking, Luo is still a child. He likes to act like a spoiled brat. Unaware Su Luo. Be quiet for a moment. At this time, Fu Ningxue spoke again. She still had her authority, and the classroom indeed became quiet. I believe that you all successfully signed contracts with Beast Masters yesterday. This is something worth celebrating. But don't forget that a powerful Beast Master still needs to practice continuously. You have just opened your first spiritual vein and contracted your first beast. You still have a long way to go. Fu Ningxue said, tapping the table, and continued. Next, you have to work hard on the second spiritual vein, which is the Xianmai. Do you understand? Got it, teacher. A male student shouted in response. Teacher, rest assured. I will open my profound veins and contract a second beast within a month. You are just bragging. Even if I give you a year, I may not be able to do it. The classmate next to him attacked at the right time. Fuck, what's wrong with me pretending to be cool? What's wrong? The student who was hit had a smile on his face, and it was unclear whether he felt happy or unhappy. Fu Ningxue looked at these funny guys and shook her head helplessly. All right, all right. I just said this so that you wouldn't forget to practice while training your beasts. Stop acting for me. Su Luo did not open his eyes, nor did he fall asleep. However, he did hear what Fu Ningxue said. In this world, beast masters have 6 spiritual veins, namely, yellow veins, black veins, earth veins, sky veins, immortal veins, and divine veins. The 6 meridians connect to the gods. The first beast that Huang Mai can contract is also the first spiritual vein to be opened. In other words, the most powerful humans have are only 6 beasts. However, there are still some people who never reach that level in their lifetime. After all, cultivation still requires talent. And this has something to do with Nanjiao. Cultivation is her problem. Su Luo cannot get involved. There is a difference between beast tamers and humans. All right, let's randomly draw lots and fight in groups. Fu Ningxue said, and with a wave of her hand, the drawing of lots began. In a whirlwind, everything is swept away. What a close call. The 4 of us didn't run into each other. That's great. Lu Zixin glanced at the number plate in her hand. She confirmed several times that none of the 4 people in their dormitory had the same number. Nan Jiao glanced at the number on her desk. I see it. At this time, a female voice came from the side. Yufei, your opponent is Nan Jiayui. You are so lucky. What? Nan Jiao, that's too lucky. I think her little dog would be so scared when it saw your green forest python. More than being scared silly, I think I was scared to death. That's right. If she had contracted another beast, it would be a little more terrifying. But this little spirit dog has no fighting power at all. Lucky. I guess we can win without much effort. There's already a winner in our dormitory. There are 4 girls, also living in the same dormitory. They were chattering to each other, not at all bothered by Nanjiao and the others hearing them. This shows that they have always had problems with Nanjiao's dormitory. Or maybe it was because Nanjiao had been suppressing them, and they were very uncomfortable. Now we know that the other party in the contract is a little smart dog. The opportunity has come. Come on and feel disgusted first. This is totally an act of looking for trouble. Su Luo raised his eyelids and glanced at them. One of the girls was actually quite good looking, but her clothes were a bit too revealing. It must have been deliberate. She was surrounded by many people, and her name must be Yufei. As for the other girls, apart from her prominent trait of being a gossip, they look really average. Sure enough, not every dormitory looks amazing. Hey, what are you talking about? Do you want to go to the podium and say it again loudly? Nanjiao hasn't responded yet. The hot-tempered Lu Zixin stood up and angrily denounced their behavior. It immediately attracted the attention of most people, and even Fu Ningxue on the podium took a few glances at this place. I'm sorry, Lu Zixin. What surprised Su Luo was that this girl named Yufei actually apologized first. But her next sentence came right after. Xiao Ye and the others just like to speak the truth. If they say anything that hurts your fragile hearts, I would like to say sorry on their behalf. I'm sorry. After saying that, he pretended to be pitiful and looked like, what can you do to me? Wipe. Su Luo vomited instantly. This is a fucking green tea. It's true that you can't judge a book by its cover. The old Sao wears a lot of bras. Fu Yufei, your foul mouth is still so disgusting. Mu Xiaoxi also stood up at this time. Compared with Lu Zixin, she is much calmer. Do you think it's your luck to draw Jiao? She showed a strange smile on her face and continued speaking. But I will tell you that this is the darkest day in your career as a beastmaster. Remember to promise me not to cry, but to smile. Su Luo. Mu Xiaoxi trusts him very much. I can't tell. Sure enough, Mu Xiaoxi's words did work. Fu Yufei's face turned dark in an instant. However, she still forced herself to speak. Just watch me too. I will definitely not show any mercy. Endo. She clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Besides, I tell you, the battle of beast control will be accompanied by sacrifice and death. You better be prepared. As soon as these words came out, the smoke of war spread between the 2 camps. Su Luo could feel it. TSK. This woman's world is so complicated. Just like dozens of palace fighting dramas. The world of men is simple. They don't care about life or death. If you don't accept it, just fight. However, at this time Su Luo felt that Nan Jiao's hand on him tightened. Presumably, sacrifice and death did cause her to have emotional fluctuations. And Su Luo said nothing, just raised his head and looked at her. There is a look of determination in those eyes. Must fuck her. Let Fu Yufei know what it means to be a filial daughter under the stick. Chapter 14. Everyone wishes they were Su Luo. On the open-air battlefield of Lanhan College, the students have already started a fierce battle. Due to venue limitations, Only 10 groups of players can compete at the same time at the beginning. Su Luo's fight was scheduled for the next round. At this moment, he was being held in Nan Jiao's arms, watching Mu Xiaoxi's fight. Nan Jiao just needs to cheer up her roommate, but Su Luo doesn't need that. He has felt Fu Yufei's hateful gaze many times. This woman seems to have a deep prejudice against Nan Jiao. Su Luo didn't know why, but he could guess that it was either for fame or for profit. I guess Nan Jiao had been suppressing her before, whether it's academic performance, the status in the teacher's heart, or the attention of boys in the class, etc. However, in addition to observing Fu Yufei, Su Luo also noticed a problem. That is the green forest python beside Fu Yufei. This beastmaster was obviously trained very well. The dark green scales reflected a little cold light under the sunlight. Moreover, its body is thicker and stronger than a large bowl, and its diameter is roughly estimated to be about 20 centimeters. This beast has fierce eyes and looks like a very ferocious type. To be able to contract such a beast as her first beast, Fu Yufei's family must be very impressive. Su Luo saw it at a glance. Fortunately, the system was very considerate and had already shown him the basic information of the green forest python. Green forest python, grass attribute, carnivorous beast, good at sneak attacks, strong explosive power, powerful jaws. Be careful or it will coil you up. Weakness, hit the snake at its weakest point, afraid of fire attacks, no speed advantage, you might as well play with it. This is the most basic information about the green forest python. Very roughly though. However, Su Luo still grasped the basic information of this beast. He is a man who never fights a battle without preparation. Since this thing is afraid of fire and is slow, then let's focus on that. In terms of speed, Su Luo had already improved it last night. A speed value of 70 points is completely sufficient for now. You also need a means of attack. Therefore, he set his sights on the skill column in the beast taming shop. The classification was very neat, and Su Luo found the fire skill quickly. Wipe. Ridiculously expensive. A simple fireball spell actually requires an intimacy value of 1,000. This is a money grab. Su Luo quickly picked the cheapest column to see. Hiss. There aren't many cheap fire attribute skills, but he actually found one. Flame Seed. Plant a flame seed on the opponent. It takes 12 consecutive seeds to produce an explosive effect. The effect is minimal, but it is very effective for suppressing attributes. Price, 400 intimacy points. This is the cheapest fire attribute skill Su Luo has seen so far. Moreover, he was smart enough to understand why this skill was so cheap. There are too many conditions for release, and it needs to be released 12 times to trigger it. Plus, the effect is minimal, so it seems useless. However, this has a miraculous effect on the suppression attribute, which means that this skill can still be used. At least, the fire attribute is the basis for suppressing the grass attribute. Damn, just buy this. No choice. Ding, the host currently has 396 intimacy points, and needs 4 more intimacy points to purchase. At this time, the system prompt sound came. Such a jerk. Su Luo took a look at his intimacy value, and it was really only 4 points short. How hard is that? So he started moving. Nan Jiao was watching the battle, and the excitement of it made her feel immersed in the battle. Suddenly she felt Su Luo in her arms move a little, and she took a look. Only then did she realize that his claws were scratching her body, even touching her chest. Nan Jiao's pretty face immediately turned red, and she quickly grabbed Su Luo's evil little claws. Luo, what are you doing? Little scoundrel. This. There are so many people watching. What is her Lolo doing? How embarrassing. Although she felt that he did not mean it and did not understand it, Nan Jiao just felt embarrassed. After all, it's in public. As for Su Luo himself, he was really wronged. He just wanted to touch Nan Jiao twice to gain 4 points of intimacy. However, I found that because I had been hugging for too long, the touch no longer produced any intimacy. So Su Luo struggled and wanted to get up and lick Nan Jiao. But I found that my little paws were scratching the wrong place. When I found out, it was already too late and I couldn't turn back. Su Luo swore that he really didn't mean it. But Emma, I have to say that Nan Jiao's figure is really good. The kind that looks thin when dressed, but has flesh when undressed. This is Su Luo's true feeling. Cough, cough. After doing something wrong, Su Luo's first reaction was naturally to pretend to look pitiful. The puppy's face is tilted, and he looks innocent and silly. He has kept this emoticon package on QQ for who knows how long. It can be said that it is just right. As expected, seeing his innocent eyes and appearance, Nan Jiao's heart softened immediately. Originally in her heart, Su Luo was just a little puppy who knew nothing. So, she didn't plan to be cruel to him. After Su Luo pretended to be pitiful, Nan Jiao was even more reluctant to be mean to him. So, She quickly hugged him like a child. She let his head rest on her shoulder and patted his back gently with her slender hands. Okay, okay, I don't blame you. Just watch Xiaoxi's game peacefully and stop making trouble. The intimacy value is right in front of him. How could Su Luo not make a fuss? He quickly stretched out his puppy tongue and licked Ninjayo's face. Ding, intimacy value +2. Damn, that's not enough. Increase the efforts. Su Luo quickly stuck out his tongue while Ninjayo was still not able to react. This time he licked her delicate chin. Ding, intimacy value +2. Bad guy. Ninjayo's face was flushed and she quickly reached out to suppress Su Luo while her eyes swept around. Only then did she realize that almost half of the male students around her were focusing their attention on her. As for fighting, I don't care at all. Ninjayo's face turned even redder. She pretended to be angry and patted Su Luo's body, saying, "Don't do that. There are so many people watching us. We are in public now." Bad guy. Finally, I couldn't help but give Su Luo another title. Su Luo turned his head and looked over at this time. Wipe. This group of male students were almost all looking at him. In those eyes, there was envy, jealousy, hatred, and resentment. Anyway, I just want to kill him and replace him. Don't blame them for this. Most of them were almost always paying attention to the interaction between Su Luo and Ninjayo. At first, I just hugged her and that was it. But Su Luo's dog paws are not honest. How dare you reach out to their goddess breasts? That's fine. And lick her cheeks and chin. Holy shit. At this moment, everyone really wanted to kill Su Luo. Everyone wishes they were Su Luo. Feeling their murderous eyes, Su Luo didn't care at all. He even raised his dog face slightly. It's all full of pride. I like the way you guys are angry but can't hit me. Chapter 15 Show. Su Luo's Waltz. Mu Xiaoxi's battle finally came to an end. She successfully won the victory and got the qualification to go out into the wild. Fighting in the same batch with her was Meng Jingran. Her fire wolf also performed very well, and it was not difficult for her to win the game. After all, the blue-colored fire wolf with intelligence has an extraordinary understanding of combat. Next, it's Ninjayo's turn to fight. To be precise, it should be Su Luo's battle. You know, there is a beastmaster. I just take care of the normal training of the beasts, helping them to improve and become stronger. For example, tempering their temperament, helping them improve their skill proficiency, physical strength, etc. Just like going out to fight in the wild. It is actually a way of training to tame beasts. It can be said that the existence of the beast is to constantly strengthen itself in battle. When it comes to commanding battles, the Beastmaster hardly takes part, because real battles often break out in a flash, rather than a turn-based game where you go back and forth. The students present had just signed a contract with a beast tamer yesterday and had not received any training, but they started fighting today. It can be said that it is already very fair. The only unfair thing is that the strength of each beast is different. The one who had this idea was Fu Yufei. At this moment, she was looking at Ninjayo, who was standing opposite her, and the little white dog in her arms. It was as if he had already seen himself winning. Go ahead, Green Forest Python. Show them what it means to be absolutely crushed by talent. Fu Yufei waved her hand and released her beast first. This Green Forest Python, spitting out its tongue, quickly appeared in the center of the venue. Those pair of vertical pupils just stare straight ahead. That is Su Luo in Ninjayo's arms. There was nothing but disdain and ruthlessness in there. Fuck. After Su Luo cursed inwardly, he struggled and jumped out of Ninjayo's arms. How dare a little beast look down on him? It's true that my uncle and aunt can tolerate it, but Su Luo can't. Lolo. From behind, Ninjayo's voice was heard. Be careful. She knew that Su Luo would definitely understand what she meant. After all, he was so intelligent. Really. The next moment, Su Luo suddenly stood up and stood upright under the gaze of everyone. Shit. Am I blind? The little spirit dog stood up. Although it feels a little strange, it's nothing, right? You know nothing. Ordinary beasts only have the savagery of fighting, but not such spirituality. Otherwise, what is the use of spiritual intelligence? This little dog must be very intelligent. A male student has already spoken. He had read a lot of theoretical knowledge, so naturally, he could see things much more clearly than others. Even Fu Ningxue, the beautiful teacher who had been paying attention to this place, had a hint of surprise in her eyes. Although, she didn't hear the students' discussions. But she also understood that this was indeed the case. Ninjayo's little smart dog. This action fully demonstrates his high intelligence. But, the next moment, Fu Ningxue was stunned. Su Luo in front of him not only stood up, but also turned around to look at Ninjayo and gave her a thumbs-up gesture. Fu Ningxue. This. She was indeed surprised. Hee, it seems that Luo is still very relaxed. Lu Zixin on the side couldn't help but speak. As a girl, to be honest, she has no resistance to this kind of cute beast. If it weren't for the fact that every beast tamer position was so precious, she would have insisted on contracting one like Su Luo. I feel like a ghost. Mu Xiaoxi also shook her head with a smile on her face. Only the Beastmaster Nanjiao's worry just disappeared in an instant. In an instant, it turned into a faint smile. However, she quickly responded to Su Luo and also gave him a slender white thumbs up. Gave him a thumbs up. Little did they know that just this small interaction had already caused a lot of discussion among the students watching. The entire battlefield suddenly became noisy. Almost everyone was discussing Su Luo's action. It can be said that the little smart dog Su Luo has instantly attracted everyone's attention. Became the focus. When Fu Yufei heard these voices, she became even more agitated. Attack quickly, Green Forest Python. Teach him a lesson. She couldn't bear it any longer. She must strike Nanjiao hard today. Prove in front of everyone that she is the strongest female beastmaster in this class. Sensing the anger of its master, the Green Forest Python moved. It twisted its snake body and quickly approached Su Luo. His mouth was wide open, looking extremely ferocious. The white fangs glowed coldly under the sunlight. Su Luo did not stand up straight at this time, but knelt on all fours, staring ahead. Sure enough, the system was right. This Green Forest Python had strong explosive power, but its speed was really average. Is Luo scared silly? Why isn't he moving? On the side, Lu Zixin couldn't help but speak. Nanjiao unconsciously clasped her hands together, showing her inner nervousness and worry. However, the more it is at this time, the more you cannot open your mouth to disturb the Beastmaster's judgment. She was still clear about this. The Green Forest Python was approaching, and Su Luo could already smell the fishy smell from its wide-open mouth. He moved. Su Luo moved. Oh my god, did I see lightning? It was so fast. This isn't the speed a little spirit dog should have, okay? How come it's so fast? The students exclaimed. Because Su Luo in the center of the field moved quickly, like a flash of white lightning, and dodged the Green Forest Python's first attack, stunning the audience. Even Su Luo himself didn't know that this 50-point speed increase was so terrifying. He almost couldn't stop the car. But now is not the time to worry about these things. Su Luo moved again. He took advantage of his speed and quickly approached the Green Forest Python, slapped its body with one claw, and then quickly fled. Once again escaped the second bite of the Green Forest Python. The latter failed to hit the target in 2 attacks, and was so angry that he spat out his tongue and roared continuously. Then attack again. What is he doing? What's the point of such a soft slap? The students next to me couldn't understand. That's right, this kind of attack can't possibly break the Green Forest Python's defense. You probably don't know this, but a low-level beastmaster like the little spirit dog can only do this much. Damn it, I was just amazed by his speed, but it turns out he's just an embroidered pillow. Although it's very fast, if it gets bitten by a forest python, it's probably the end of it. I can see the results. Yes, that seems to be the case. Hearing what you said, I also hope that the Green Forest Python will kill it quickly. The students were talking about it, and no one was optimistic about Su Luo. Some people even wished that Su Luo would die soon. After all, it can be said that he had done something that angered God and man. Or perhaps, everyone was just amazed by his intelligence and speed at the beginning. In fact, almost no one would think highly of him. After all, the Green Forest Python and the small spirit dog, the two breeds, are very different. For example, Mu Xiaoxi's third-level low-level thunder leopard might not even dare to say that it could defeat the Green Forest Python when it encounters it. Moreover, this is based on the powerful attributes of Thunder Leopard. Fu Ningxue, who was behind the crowd, never took her eyes off Su Luo's battle. It can be said that Su Luo's amazing speed at the beginning also frightened her. As a teacher, she is very clear about the speed of the puppy in its infancy. It is absolutely impossible to reach this level. So, what is the reason for Nanjiao's little smart dog? However, there is more to it than just surprise and astonishment. Because Su Luo on the field once again performed some cool moves. He used his speed perfectly to play with the Green Forest Python. It was like dancing waltz in the middle of a battlefield, so easy. At the same time, his claws kept falling on the Green Forest Python. Every time you dodge an attack, shoot it. Perfect rhythm. It's also amazing. Chapter 16, Big Explosion. Perfect ending. No one can understand what Su Luo is doing. Only he knows. He is planting the fire. Su Luo has already bought the skills of the flame species. Therefore, every clap is actually laying the groundwork for the 12 beads in a row. But another problem is that it is indeed fast. However, Su Luo's physical strength was simply unable to keep up with such consumption. Especially every time he used the fire seed, Su Luo felt as if his body was being hollowed out. Therefore, this is also a huge test for him. It seems that speed is very important, but the physical strength should also be appropriately improved. Green Forest Python, what are you kidding? Just use your skills to kill him. As a Beastmaster, Fu Yufei can no longer bear it. Because the focus of everyone's discussion now is not how powerful her Green Forest Python is. Instead, all the attention is on Nan Jiao's little smart dog. That beast that was so weak that she could defeat it. She really couldn't stand this. So, she couldn't help but urge him. The Green Forest Python was obviously very dissatisfied with its Beastmaster for disturbing it while it was fighting. But the other party is the master, and it has no choice but to give him face. So, after roaring towards the sky, the Green Forest Python was finally ready to use its skills. Around it, a terrifying green star-like light gathered. This light is constantly gathering. Holy crap. No way, this Green Forest Python can use its skills now. It's a foul. That's right. The cub can use skills now. How talented it must be. What do you know? With money, everything is possible. Don't forget Fu Yufei's identity. Yes, if you have money to buy a beast taming skill manual, it will be easy to learn a skill. I'm so envious. Is this the simple life of rich people? The students were talking about it. Even Mu Xiaoxi, who was next to Nan Jiao, was a little surprised. After all, her Thunder Leopard can only use its own thunder power. If you want to use skills, it needs to grow a little bit bigger so that it can understand them on its own. Like Mu Xiaoxi, Nan Jiao was also surprised, because she knew that most of the cubs were unable to use their skills. The only way is to spend money to buy the beast taming skill book. That thing is ridiculously expensive and rare, and it costs millions of star coins. It's simply a waste of money. Most students would not choose this. Fu Yufei, you really put in a lot of effort. But even so, Nan Jiao still has confidence in Su Luo in her heart. She doesn't know why either. Maybe it's the feeling of being connected between the Beastmaster and the beast. Or maybe it was because of the famous scene where Su Luo slapped the wind wolf away with one slap. So, she thought he could. At this moment, the green light in the sky had already transformed into spikes, shooting towards Su Luo. Damn it. The sound was simply terrifying. Swish, swish, swish. Bang, bang, bang. The attacks continued to hit the ground, bringing up clouds of dust. In the blink of an eye, Su Luo's petite body was buried. It's over, it's over. It should be gone. My goddess lost. There's nothing we can do. The opponent is so strong. He has all the skills, how can we defeat him? Well, it's nothing. After all, we should have been crushed. This is already good enough. Before they knew it, everyone thought Su Luo deserved a good beating. But now, I actually feel very sorry for him. From this we can see that Su Luo's performance has conquered them unknowingly. Well done, Green Python. Fu Yufei couldn't help but applaud and praise her own Beastmaster. She also thought that the battle was almost a foregone conclusion. How could the little spirit dog, with such a poor physique, possibly withstand the attack? Luo Lolo. Nan Jiao clenched her fists tightly. Her eyes were fixed on the field, her brows were furrowed, and she couldn't help but murmur softly. Finally, I don't know what she saw, but her frown relaxed a lot in an instant. Turned out to be, after the smoke and dust cleared, Su Luo's petite figure was revealed. It didn't fall. However, the dog did have some injuries on its legs. A few visible traces of blood dyed the hair red. His body was covered in dirt, but his gaze remained firm. How is this possible? Fu Yufei lost her composure. Her expression changed drastically. Her face was full of shock and surprise. How could the skill not have completely hit the target? She couldn't believe it. But that's the truth. Asshole. Just now, in order to dodge that move, Su Luo used up almost all of his strength to dodge and run. He cleverly used the stones in the field to avoid. Naturally, no one can see these details, because it was all blocked by smoke and dust. However, no matter how fast he was still affected a little. Su Luo was angry. His eyes focused and his body moved again. When everyone was amazed at how he was fine, Su Luo chose to launch his own attack. He flashed across like white lightning again. This time, out of the 12 beads in a row, only the last link is left. Seeing that its opponent had not completely fallen, the Green Forest Python attacked it again. Its ferocity was also completely aroused at this moment. With its mouth wide open, the snake head rushed forward with the momentum to tear its opponent apart. Just at the moment when the Green Forest Python rushed forward and bit Su Luo while hunting. At the critical moment, he suddenly leaped forward. Not only did he dodge the attack, he also somersaulted in the air with ease and grace. Finally, Another claw slapped the green forest python on the head. This attack could be said to have used all of Su Luo's strength. Indeed, because of inertia, the green forest python kept rushing forward. He also rushed towards his master Fu Yufei. Bang! Pa pa pa! At this moment, the green forest python made an explosion like a firecracker. Each one is stronger than the last. Each sound is louder than the last. 12 clear sounds, not one less. Look again. At this moment, the green forest python's scales were blown black, and blood and flesh were flying all over its body. There was even more flames bursting out of his body. How miserable. What's even more mysterious is that when the last explosion sounded, it happened to be not far in front of Fu Yufei. The blood that exploded splashed all over her face. Along with it, there were also some scraps of meat from the green forest python. Moment. Fu Yufei was stunned. Even if she wasn't affected by the attack, she was still shocked and stunned by this scene. Her mouth was wide open and her pupils were dilated, like a mad woman. Not just her. Even the students watching around. Everyone, including Fu Ningxue herself, was shocked. Was it an attack from the little spirit dog? How is that possible? And the other side. What was different from their dumbfounded expressions was that Su Luo had landed perfectly. Like a gymnast, steady. So awesome, so awesome. Lu Zixin couldn't wait to shout. This girl is very simple-minded. She doesn't think too much like other people do. She just felt that Su Luo won. That's awesome. That's reasonable. And Nan Jiao, at the moment Su Luo landed on the ground, quickly rushed to his side and picked him up. Just as Su Luo was thinking, this girl shouldn't be so excited, right? Isn't it just winning a snake? But the next second, he knew what Nan Jiao was doing. A golden light shone in her palm, and she grasped Su Luo's injured thigh. Hiss! Su Luo immediately took a breath of cold air. Damn it, that's really not what he thought. Instead, he was injured at the base of his thigh, not far from little Su Luo. Nan Jiao's grip like this. It really is. It's so annoying. However, Su Luo soon realized what she was doing. Nan Jiao is using her power as a beastmaster to help Su Luo stop the bleeding and heal his injuries. It's icy cool and very comfortable and soft. The key is that the effect is amazing. Su Luo could feel that his wound was no longer bleeding. He looked around with his big eyes. He found that the students were staring at him in astonishment. Among them was Fu Ningxue, who looked down on him yesterday. Her expression was also one of shock and surprise. You can even treat it as a surprised emoticon. Snort. Su Luo snorted lightly, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Let's see if these vulgar people dare to look down on his little smart dog, Master Su Luo. Do you still dare to underestimate Nan Jiao? As he was looking around and smiling wickedly, he suddenly felt the gazes around him change, turned into hatred and anger. Especially the boys, they even had ferocious expressions on their faces. Baji. A slight sound. Immediately, Su Luo felt a cold touch falling on his face. It's not clear because of the hair, but I can feel it. Lolo, you won. You are so awesome. Nan Jiao's joyful voice rang in my ears. Su Luo knew that she had kissed him on the face. Wow, so comfortable. Cool. But soon, a reminder sound rang out, which made him even more excited. Ding, kissed on the cheek. Reward of 2,000 intimacy points. The system prompt came. Depend on. The code of wealth. Su Luo roared in his heart. At this moment, those murderous gazes and overwhelming hatred no longer mattered to it. Compared to what he has now, all that is insignificant and not worth mentioning. However, it is impolite not to reciprocate. Nan Jiao kissed him and encouraged him. How could he not respond? Therefore, Su Luo quickly used his best dog-licking skills and licked her face twice to increase the intimacy value. Every bit counts. Young beasts must learn to be frugal and manage their household. Slurp, slurp. Just lick. Ding, intimacy value +1. Ding, intimacy value +1. Bite. Chapter 17 Su Luo, the girls are stroking the beasts. Lanhan Beastmaster Academy, Treatment Center. This is the place that is specifically responsible for treating beasts. Not only are there professional medical technicians, but there are also many medicines to support the treatment. Almost everyone in the academy, whether humans or beastmen, can come here when they are injured. And Nan Jiao brought Su Luo here. No way, Jiao. Mu Xiaoxi looked at Nan Jiao, who was carefully bandaging Su Luo's thigh with a bandage, and couldn't help but speak. Hasn't Luo's wound scabbed over? Doesn't he need to be bandaged again? Aren't you spoiling him too much? When beasts fight, there will be injuries. Therefore, in Mu Xiaoxi's opinion, getting hurt is normal. Moreover, Nan Jiao has used the power of star veins, which is the power of the Beastmaster, to stop Su Luo's bleeding. Then it shouldn't be a big deal. Maybe I don't even need to come to a treatment center. However, Nanjiao insisted on bringing Su Luo with her. She and Meng Jingran, of course, accompanied him. Nanjiao didn't think there was anything wrong. After all, they have been together for so long, and she also knows what kind of personality Mu Xiaoxi is like. So, while carefully performing the movements of her hands, she spoke. It's true that the wound has stopped bleeding, but if it's not bandaged, it will be easy for him to get infected when he moves around, so it's better to bandage it. Also, we need to change the dressing and re-bandage it tonight, so it will heal quickly. Meng Jingran, who was watching her actions from the side, found it acceptable. She said, Jiao is actually right. This will help the wound heal. With the medicine and powder in the treatment center, I think it will be healed tomorrow. Is that so? Mu Xiaoxi pinched her chin. It seemed like she had gained a lot of knowledge for some unknown reason. Yes. Nanjiao finally completed the action she was doing and smiled. Okay. As she spoke, she patted Su Luo's petite body. The latter then got up from the bed, happily slid to Nanjiao's side again, and patted her with his little paws. He wants you to hold him again. Meng Jingran understood and said another sentence. I know. Nanjiao nodded, reached out to pick up Su Luo, and put him on her lap. We can leave after the medical teacher prescribes medicine for us. Naturally, she said this to Su Luo. The latter leaned against her comfortably, squinting his eyes and enjoying this imperial treatment. Of course, Su Luo listened to Mu Xiaoxi's words. However, he didn't care whether it was doting or some other kind of love. Anyway, it's a good thing for him. This proves his status in Nanjiao's heart. Moreover, with someone serving you throughout the whole process, wouldn't it be happier than being a god? I know why you dote on him so much. Seeing this scene, Mu Xiaoxi spoke again. He's really good at acting cute. He's so cute that I can't handle it. She said, pursing her lips. In the end, he couldn't help it, stretched out a finger, and touched Su Luo carefully. This was the first time Mu Xiaoxi touched him. He was so fluffy and comfortable. Yeah, it feels much more fun than my thunder leopard. It's softer. Mu Xiaoxi said something. Asshole. Hearing this, Su Luo suddenly lost his composure and opened his eyes. Fun. More fun than Thunder Panther? Is this praising him or stepping on him? I don't understand. Su Luo blinked his big eyes. It's not that he's too good at acting cute. It's that he's too good at confusing people. Nanjiao said something at this time. Actually, he's a little bad guy. When it comes to the 3 words, little scoundrel. She didn't know what she was thinking about, and a blush suddenly appeared on her face. I want to touch him too, can I? Meng Jingran said something at this time. Certainly. Nanjiao nodded. Everyone in the dormitory likes Su Luo. She is so happy that she can't contain herself. However, at that time, she had not yet developed the possessive desire. Meng Jingran also slowly reached out and touched Su Luo's head. I thought it was fun, so I touched his body a little more. This made Su Luo feel like a kitten forced to work in a cat cafe. Everyone masturbates when they see you. Oh my god. Got off track. But it's quite comfortable. Forget it, just enjoy it first. Su Luo simply squinted again. Wow. You really are a bunch of women who forget their principles for the sake of beauty. A voice rang out. It belonged to Lu Zixin. This girl rushed in with an angry look on her face and accused. I was left alone to go to the competition, and you all came to play with me. Damn it. After Lu Zixin finished speaking, she couldn't help but stretch out her sinful hands, holding Su Luo's petite body and stroking it hard. The mouth said, No, I can't lose to you either. I want to get my money back. Su Luo, B. He was completely confused at that time. Nanjiao, Mu Xiaoxi, and Meng Jingran. Omega, LL. Fortunately, Nanjiao finally felt sorry for her dog and came to the rescue. Xin, how was your game? Yeah, win or lose. Mu Xiaoxi is also concerned about this issue. Is there any need to say more? Lu Zixin patted his chest and immediately trembled and swayed. I definitely won. I am invincible. However, when she saw the disbelieving looks from Nanjiao and the other two, she wilted again. I can only admit. Well, we won, but it was a close win. No, I sent my earth bear over here for treatment. Is your beast master okay? Meng Jingran was obviously more concerned about the issue of taming beasts. It's okay. I have thick skin and flesh. No problem. As Lu Zixin spoke, excitement gleamed in her eyes again. Let's not talk about this anymore. You guys don't know. After you left, Fu Yufei's face was as rotten eggs. This bastard doesn't want to take her forest python for treatment and wants to give up on it. At that time, she cursed the green forest python on the battlefield, saying that it was a useless beast and was of no use. Haha. Speaking of this, Lu Zixin was also very excited. You don't even know what happened. She was scolded by Teacher Fu in front of everyone. At this point, Lu Zixin smiled with glee. feeling very relieved. Then what? The three girls are obviously also concerned about this issue. After all, when they left the class team, Fu Yufei has not yet accepted the fact that she was defeated. The whole person was stunned. He was shot with blood all over his body, and his face looked like he had eaten shit. It's just that at that time Nanjiao was anxious to take Su Luo to the treatment center, so she ignored her. Then she asked her housekeeper to come over and take the green forest python away. I guess she went home for treatment. I guess she won't be coming back to the academy for at least a few days. Lu Zixin said, as if he remembered something, and said, "You don't know, everyone on the field was discussing Luo's final attack at that time. He said he was so handsome, but the green forest python is just trash." No one dared to believe that the little dog could actually defeat the green forest python. They said Fu Yufei was just that good. When Lu Zixin recalled the scene just now, she still felt excited and thrilled. Obviously, he is someone who really likes to join in the fun. It's so embarrassing. Mu Xiaoxi shook her head, with an expression that said she deserved it. However, we still have to be careful of Fu Yufei's retaliation. Meng Jingran said something at this time. Yes, especially Jiao. Mu Xiaoxi also said something, and looked at Nanjiao. Yes, you must be careful, Yu. After all, women are so narrow-minded. As Lu Zixin spoke, she used the nail of her little finger to vividly illustrate Fu Yufei's mind. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Nanjiao nodded, but her hand unconsciously touched Su Luo's hair. Su Luo naturally listened to their conversation. He also knew very well how badly the green forest python had been injured. It's almost broken in two. I guess after the treatment, most of it will be useless. He also didn't expect that the power of this flame was so terrifying. The price/performance ratio is still acceptable. However, if Fu Yufei wants to retaliate, then let her come. What are Su Luo's principles in doing things? Don't take the initiative to cause trouble, but don't be afraid of trouble. If someone takes the initiative to provoke him, then don't care about life or death, just fight if you don't agree. Chapter 18. I've been noticed. Asking for a kiss. Night, Lanhin Beastmaster Academy. A teacher's dormitory. Fu Ningxue was lying on the table, quietly reading a book. That is clearly a book about beast taming skills. This is the second book she has read. Finally, Fu Ningxue's eyes lit up. It seems to be this. The flame seed needs to hit the opponent 12 times before it can be detonated all at once. The damage is horrible. She read out this line of words quietly. However, it was not this line of words that made Fu Ningxue's eyes slightly open, but the following 4 words, Grade A skills. As a teacher of a beastmaster, Fu Ningxue knows this very well. The strength of beast tamer skills is divided into 4 levels. A, B, C, and D. A is the best. Nanjiao's little dog should, logically speaking, have no attributes. That is, he can't use fire-attributed skills. Why is that? Fu Ningxue muttered to herself, frowning slightly. She couldn't figure it out. After watching Su Luo's fight today, she actually had doubts in her heart. This is also the reason why she couldn't wait to look for the classics as soon as she came back. Just like the students on the battlefield today, she was also shocked by this battle. However, after being shocked, Fu Ningxue will look for the reason. As students, Nanjiao and her friends must have simpler minds. I wouldn't think about it carefully or consider why the little spirit dog is so strong. Even, it's unreasonably strong. However, unlike Nanjiao, as a teacher, Fu Ningxue prefers to get to the bottom of things. Found the reason. So, she has already started to pay attention to Su Luo. It's incredibly fast, and it can use fire attribute skills. Moreover, the strength of this skill is actually Class A. The more Fu Ningxue thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. The more I think about it, the more terrifying it becomes. Is this still a little spirit dog? It's not some monster, is it? No. Fu Ningxue has made up her mind. I have to observe carefully when I go out into the wild tomorrow. Based on her experience, this little smart dog must not be an ordinary little smart dog. It is very likely that he is the descendant of some ferocious beast. It just looks like a little puppy. Moreover, he happened to land in their academy when he was still a cub and was contracted by Nanjiao. If this is really the case, then this little dog must not be treated lightly, because he has a strong background. On the other hand, what Su Luo didn't know was, he is just an ordinary little smart dog. Fu Ningxue has actually identified him as a possible descendant of a ferocious beast. If Su Luo knew about this, he would probably laugh until he cried. He is the descendant of a fierce beast. It's true that he has a system. Su Luo raised his eyes and glanced at the window in front of him. Nanjiao was sitting there. She is meditating and practicing to improve her cultivation. The power of the stars in the sky fell on her, and there was a faint feeling of gathering into a light mist. Very mysterious. This is the star vein power that belongs to the Beastmaster. Speaking of cultivation, Su Luo felt his body. He found that he had no way to fight and train like other Beastmasters to improve his level, because he simply couldn't condense the power of the stars in his body. However, Su Luo is not stupid and has found a solution. That's the system. Second level potion. After using it, the Beastmaster will be promoted to a second level Beastmaster. Required, 400 intimacy points. Third level potion. After using it, the Beastmaster will be promoted to a third level Beastmaster. Required, 3,000 intimacy points. All potions up to level 10 are available for sale, but they cost a bit of intimacy. Su Luo has decided not to buy this thing for the time being. After all, he knew that after the level was upgraded, the body size became larger. With such a big body, how can I act cute and gain intimacy points in the future? How can I interact closely with Ninjayo? Of course, I'll just be a bit lewd for a while first. Anyway, as long as you are strong enough, that's enough. His focus is still on improving his physical fitness. The speed value is bursting. Let's take a look at physical strength and power next. Similarly, Su Luo quickly spent money to buy 2 bottles of strength and 2 bottles of stamina-enhancing potions. Ding, gain 15 points of strength. Ding, gain 20 points of strength. Ding, physical strength increased by 20 points. Ding, physical strength increased by 18 points. The points obtained randomly, these 2 times can only be said to be average. After all, with the premise of 50 points of explosiveness, these randomly obtained points are a bit boring. Looking at his weak defense, Su Luo simply bought a bottle of defense potion. Ding, defense increased by 50 points. Oh shit. Explode again. A look of surprise appeared on Su Luo's face. Could it be that this single use is the ultimate secret of explosiveness? Regardless of that, Su Luo checked his attributes. Host, Su Luo, Little Spirit Dog, First Level Low-Level Spirit Beast, Infant Stage. Strength, 60. Agility, 70. Stamina, 61. Defense, 73. Skill, Fire Seed. Attributes, none. Intimacy value, 1056. The properties are pretty average. The intimacy value is still over 1,000. However, this time, Su Luo's focus was on the attribute of nothingness. He also understood this attribute. That is, every beast will have its own attributes when it is born. Some are inherited from our parents. Some of them mutated after they were born. The lower-level beasts have no attributes. For example, Su Luo, no, little smart dogs, and the like. Su Luo wanted to create an attribute for himself, so he set his sights on this. He took a quick look at the attribute potion. Wipe it. The cheapest attribute potion requires 2,500 intimacy points. Some more valuable attributes require an intimacy value of 10,000, such as dark attribute, light attribute, and so on. Poor. Su Luo suddenly looked bitter. Just at this time, Nanjiao came over after practicing. Lolo, let's go to bed. We're going to go out into the wild tomorrow. Woof woof, okay. Su Luo immediately stood up, jumped off the sofa, quickly walked to the bed and jumped on it. And then stood steadily on the bed and looked at Nanjiao expectantly. You want to sleep with me again? This girl seemed to understand what he meant. Woof woof, isn't that nonsense? Su Luo said and lay down directly. It's impossible to sleep by yourself. I will never be able to sleep alone in my life. Okay. Seeing that he was acting a bit like a little scoundrel, Nanjiao pouted but did not refuse. Then take a rest. As she spoke, she had already climbed onto the bed and covered herself with the quilt. By the way, I also covered Su Luo with a blanket. But Su Luo can move tonight. So, how could he be so honest? Su Luo quickly lifted the blanket from his body and squeezed into Nanjiao's bed. The way he buried his head so hard made Nanjiao couldn't help but smile. You want to sleep with me? She asked. Is there any need to ask this? The little girl is very unintelligent. Su Luo complained in his heart, but still nodded. Okay, let's go together. Nanjiao is defeated. She didn't even know that after this defeat, she would never win again. As she spoke, she had already put her arms around Su Luo's body and wanted to turn off the lights and go to sleep. But, at this time, Su Luo was indeed very smart and held her hand to prevent her from turning off the light. What's wrong? Nanjiao glanced at him, wondering what he was going to do next. Su Luo raised a small arc at the right corner of his mouth, smiling with some evil and malicious intent. However, with his face, in Nanjiao's eyes, he was indeed naughty and cute. So, she couldn't help but smile again and looked at him. At this time, Su Luo stretched out his dog paw, pointed at his face, and pouted his lips. The hint is very obvious. Seeing this scene, Nanjiao couldn't help laughing again. Then her eyes rolled slightly, as if she was thinking, and she spoke after a while. I don't understand. What does it mean? As she spoke, she even winked at Su Luo, looking somewhat innocent. Oh my god. How could Su Luo believe that she didn't understand? This is so obviously implied. Moreover, the obvious mockery on this girl's face clearly showed that she understood. Thinking of this, Su Luo couldn't remain silent any longer. You actually want to tease him and lie to him? Humph. Su Luo quickly turned over and wanted to use his dog-licking skills on Nanjiao. Let her know the consequences of deceiving him. However, she seemed to have anticipated this and grabbed Su Luo's two front paws. He was left helplessly grasping at the air, unable to get in. If he wasn't afraid of hurting her, he wouldn't be such a coward. Fortunately, Nanjiao gave in first. Okay, I'm just kidding you. I got anxious all of a sudden, hee. After the girl finished speaking, she gently moved forward. Too icy, pudding like lips fell on Su Luo's forehead. After about a second or two, he let go again. Ding, get a kiss on the forehead. Reward intimacy value 1000. The reminder sounded, along with Nanjiao's words. Are you satisfied? Can we go to bed now? As she spoke, she pursed her lips towards Su Luo. Satisfy? Su Luo was not the kind of person who would push for more, so he nodded immediately. In fact, kissing is not the point. The key point is that he got another intimacy reward, which is the most important thing. He, Su Luo, is a man who is determined to make progress. He is definitely not that superficial. And at this time the lights were turned off. Su Luo pushed hard into Nanjiao's arms. He was just afraid of the dark, and he definitely didn't mean to push himself into her arms. Yes, I'm afraid of the dark. But at this time, the system is very powerful, and the prompt sound comes again. Ding, hold me while I sleep, and I will be rewarded with 2000 intimacy points. Oh my god, the intimacy value has increased again. It's simply the peak of animal life. Su Luo, who was hugging Nanjiao tightly, was excited. I'm really excited. Cool. Chapter 19. Plot? Finally leaving the city. Tianlan City. Fu family residence. Today, Fu Yufei came home dejected from the academy. She was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. It's so sad. Fu Yufei hadn't eaten for a day and was thinking about what happened today. When she thought about what her classmates said on the battlefield, Fu Yufei couldn't help but grit her teeth, clench her fists, and her eyes were filled with hatred. Like what? The forest python is just SOSO. The forest python that knows some skills is just average. It can't even beat the little spirit dog. TSK, I thought the third-level green forest python was so awesome, but it turns out to be just like this. I was the one who chose the little spirit dog. Damn it, my goddess is not only beautiful, but also has good taste. The little spirit dog is too strong. Well, I think Fu Yufei is just average. She wears heavy makeup but has poor skills, and she still wants to compete with my goddess. That's right. Normally, I don't care about anything except her figure, and her personality is not good either. Keep your voice down. I heard this woman is very rich. Be careful or she might mess with you. Just do it. What are you afraid of? I'm still going to do it to her. Are you serious about this? There were countless words like these at that time. Anyway, they are all praising Nanjiao and Xiao Lingquan, and belittling her to be worthless. Until now, these words still continue to emerge in Fu Yufei's mind. It hurt her heart every time. It made her very angry. What made her even more angry was when she just realized it and wanted to cause trouble for Nanjiao, she had already left. Then, she was scolded by Fu Ningxue. Scold her for being stupid and not taking the green forest python for treatment. Thinking about the looks of her classmates at that time, Fu Yufei was so angry that she was shaking all over again. At this moment, she even hated Fu Ningxue. But there is no way. Fu Ningxue is her cousin. She didn't dare to do anything to her. Therefore, Fu Yufei blamed Nanjiao and the others for all this hatred, especially Nanja Pomelo. When Fu Yufei heard her name, she started to have difficulty breathing. You must know, before Fu Yufei went to Lanhin Beastmaster Academy, whether at home or at school, she is like a darling of heaven. Wherever she goes, she is like the moon surrounded by stars, and there are many boys surrounding her. There are even many people who try hard to please her. What a pity. After being with Nanjiao, everything about her was suppressed. The only thing that matters is family background, and no one in Lanhin College cares about it. After all, in this world, strength is everything. Who among those who can go to college does not have the hope of becoming a successful person? Family background does have an impact, but it is no longer the most important thing. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Then a voice sounded. Yufei, are you there? I want to talk to you. The person who came was Fu Yufei's brother, Fu Haiyu. He had just returned from a trip out of town in the evening, and heard his parents talking as soon as he got home. It is said that Fu Yufei suffered a great injustice in school. As soon as I came back, I didn't eat, didn't drink water, didn't do anything, just locked myself in the room and cried. Normally, they were used to pampering Fu Yufei and couldn't do anything to her. So, I thought of asking Fu Haiyu to persuade her. After all, Fu Yufei is the most afraid and listens to her brother the most. And Fu Haiyu usually loves his sister very much. The brother and sister have a good relationship. As expected, not long after Fu Haiyu knocked on the door, Fu Yufei came over to open the door. Not only that, she even forced out a few tears and acted like a pitiful person. What happened? Tell your brother, and I'll help you make the decision. Look, Fu Yufei's trick is still very useful. When Fu Haiyu saw her like this, he immediately promised to help her. So, Fu Yufei quickly stepped forward and hugged her brother's hand. Then he told Fu Haiyu what happened today in vivid detail and with great exaggeration. Especially when it comes to Nanjiao, they deliberately slander her and vilify her entire character. Hearing this, Fu Haiyu also became angry. Brother, you have to help me make the decision, otherwise I won't dare to go back to class, woo-woo. They all laughed at me. After saying all this, Fu Yufei pretended to be pitiful and shed 2 crocodile tears. She shook Fu Haiyu's arm and acted coquettishly. She knew that her brother was usually a bit strict with her. But I still love her very much. Don't worry, I will help you find a way to deal with her. Fu Haiyu gritted his teeth, a ferocious look on his face. If you dare to bully my sister, I will make her pay the price, he said, clenching his fist. Big brother is still the best. When Fu Yufei heard this, she quickly hugged her brother's arms and jumped for joy, but her face was full of resentment. It seemed as if with his guarantee, the great revenge had been taken. You should have a good rest, eat what you need to eat, and sleep when you need to sleep. I will tell you when things are better. After Fu Haiyu said this, he turned and left. As for dealing with Yufei, he would definitely do it. Moreover, it was executed immediately. After all, their Fu family is among the top 5 in Tianlan City in terms of strength. Fu Yufei was wronged, and as her brother, he would have to do something. Wouldn't that make you a laughingstock? The next day, Su Luo stayed in Nanjiao's arms and was carried out of Lanhan Beast Taming Academy. I have to say that the streets outside the college are not only wide, but also extremely lively. There are all kinds of shops along the street. Many people either walked with their beasts or rode them through the city. Some even ride on their beasts and fly freely in the sky. How joyful! However, the beasts that can carry people in the sky are all adults. Moreover, the level will definitely not be low. When Su Luo saw those flying beasts, he couldn't help but think in his heart, when will he be able to equip himself with wings? Why not fly it and see what it feels like? Now Su Luo has more than 4,000 intimacy points, which makes him considered a small rich man. However, he did not waste time and thought of going out of the city to take a look first, just in case you need it. He looked around curiously in Nanjiao's arms all the way, occasionally enjoying the murderous gazes around him. Su Luo finally arrived at the city wall. Why? He was somewhat shocked. Because the city's walls are built very high, at least 100 meters high. The whole city was surrounded like a steel cage. Very shocking. Moreover, there are electric fences and watchtowers on top of the city walls. It seems to be to prevent the ferocious beasts flying in the sky. The most annoying thing is that to leave the city, you have to pass 2 checkpoints, which are very strict. Only then did Su Luo get a glimpse of a small side of this world. It seems that danger and the unknown are the main themes of this world. We're leaving town, Lolo. You don't have to be afraid. Nanjiao seemed to see his wandering gaze and thought he was scared and uneasy. So, I couldn't help but touch his body and comfort him. Su Luo was not afraid. He was just curious and shocked. After hearing Nanjiao's words, he nodded to indicate that everything was fine. The team moves forward again. Finally, we are ready to leave the city. Chapter 20 Helpless. Fu Ningxue gradually becomes a god. Wow, the air in the wild is so much fresher. I really want to stay in this place forever. As soon as they left the city, Lu Zixin couldn't help but speak like a bird set free. Seeing her so excited, Nanjiao smiled and shook her head, saying, I guess you'll take that back in a day. Hee, is it really okay to expose me like this? After Lu Zixin replied, he didn't think much about it. Instead, he looked around and began to observe the surrounding environment. The same is true for Su Luo. His eyes were rolling around, looking around as well. It's different in the age away from industrialization. The trees are much bigger than other trees. Moreover, the weeds are everywhere, and it looks like it could easily breed danger. Next, you will maintain field training here for 3 days, and we have already selected the location. In front, Fu Ningxue spoke. During this period, you must not go deep into the forest area, and you must report to me and other teachers wherever you go." As she spoke, Fu Ningxue glanced in the direction of Nanjiao, whether intentionally or unintentionally. In fact, she was just looking at Su Luo in her arms. I found that this little guy didn't pay any attention to this side, but his eyes were darting around. Fu Ningxue's heart suddenly froze. Look, other people's beasts all looked alert when they came out of the city. Some even crawled on the ground, looking straight ahead, showing the nervousness that a young beast tamer should have. They have not yet adapted to the smell and feeling of the wild. That's why it is like this. But look at Su Luo in Nanjiao's arms. Instead of being nervous at all, he looked calm and relaxed, as if he was on vacation. Is this normal? This is obviously very abnormal for a young beastmaster. Unless, the bloodline ability of this guy is extremely powerful. So powerful that he could almost ignore his perception of these things. Moreover, his eyes seemed to be moving around randomly, with no target. However, Fu Ningxue knew that he was actually observing the surrounding environment, so that when you encounter danger, you can react in time. Such a clever beastmaster. Such a calm and composed little temperament. How could such a beast be just a little spirit dog? I wouldn't believe it even if I killed Fu Ningxue. Something must have gone wrong. Fu Ningxue bit her lips and continued. By the way, there are still some things we need to tell you. We will assign you tasks. You can use the missions to earn star coins, or exchange them for training resources in the academy. As soon as she said this, the students present began to whisper to each other. Obviously, I didn't expect this to happen. Oh wow, I didn't expect there would be a mission to complete after coming out. Lu Zixin's excitement obviously hasn't worn off yet. Then we can do the mission together in our dormitory. It will be faster, right? Mu Xiaoxi suggested. Nanjiao nodded in approval. Yes, I can, but I don't know what the tasks are. They shouldn't be too complicated. It shouldn't be that complicated. Meng Jingran analyzed it at this time. After all, we just signed the beast control contract not long ago, and our combat capabilities are obviously not enough. These should be simple small tasks. Well, forget about that. Let's catch up with the main group. Teacher Fu and the others are leaving soon. Lu Zixin pointed forward. Because the team is moving forward again. The four of them didn't say much and quickly caught up with the team. 5 minutes later, the team was still moving forward and had already walked into the forest. Along the way, they hardly encountered any ferocious beasts because of the teacher's beast man leading the way. Fu Ningxue didn't know when she came to Nanjiao's side. The boys who were racking their brains to figure out how to get close to the goddess were suddenly discouraged. Only then did they muster up the courage to go up and ask Nanjiao if she was tired. But Fu Ningxue didn't give them a chance. By the way, Jiao, are you and the little spirit dog getting along well? Fu Ningxue still asked. We get along very well. Nanjiao obviously didn't quite understand what her teacher meant, but she still answered truthfully. Then did anything strange happen to him? Fu Ningxue hinted again. After saying that, he did not forget to look at the little dog in her arms. Only then did she realize that Su Luo had also been looking at her. What does this woman want to do? Such thoughts surged in Su Luo's heart. He felt that Fu Ningxue was weird. This woman has been here since the beginning of school until now. I don't know how many times my eyes have fallen on him. Su Luo could still feel this. He is not stupid. Strange phenomenon? Since the matter concerns Su Luo, Nanjiao is very concerned. So after she thought about it carefully, she wanted to shake her head. However, he seemed to have thought of something and said, Have. What is it? Fu Ningxue immediately opened her mouth to ask, and her eagerness made Mu Xiaoxi and the others look at her sideways. Lolo doesn't seem to have a good appetite. When I feed him, he doesn't eat much. This is what Nanjiao is worried about. After all, when they were growing, other beasts were eating meat and drinking water in big gulps. But Su Luo is different. He has a very small appetite. After hearing Nanjiao's answer, Su Luo himself felt a little ashamed. It's really not a problem that he eats less. Rather, he is a human being, and eating just to fill his stomach is enough, unlike the earth bear and the fire wolf. However, Nanjiao's words fell on Fu Ningxue's heart. She was even more shocked. He seldom eats, or even doesn't like to eat, right? She asked one more question. Nanjiao thought about it and nodded, confirming it. At this moment, Fu Ningxue felt even more confident. Why does Nanjiao's puppy have a poor appetite and doesn't like to eat? It's very simple. Because he looked down on the food in their academy. What do the descendants of the ferocious beasts eat? Various rare natural materials and herbs, and the fine meat and blood of high-level ferocious beasts. The more precious something is, the more worthy it is for them to eat. To put it bluntly, they look down on these shabby foods. That's why my appetite is so poor. It seems that Nanjiao's little dog is really the descendant of a fierce beast. Fu Ningxue secretly came to a conclusion in her heart. She hinted. He has a poor appetite. Perhaps you can try some better food. After all, when the beast is growing, it must eat good food. As she spoke, she seemed to remember something. I'll tell you how to feed it when the time comes. Su Luo. What does this woman mean? Did she conquer her after a battle yesterday? Thank you, Teacher Ningxue. Nanjiao certainly had no idea what Fu Ningxue was thinking at the moment. However, knowing that she also cared about Su Luo, she was still happy to express her gratitude. Chapter 21 Moonshadow Rabbit. What's the use of you? We're here. This is our first mission area today. In front, Fu Ningxue spoke again. Nanjiao and the others were already mesmerized by the scenery before them. The clear river meanders upwards. The riverbank is full of lush flowers and greenery, which is very unique. Many moon rabbits will appear in this area. Fu Ningxue's voice sounded again. You all should know that Moonshadow Rabbit is full of treasures. Their claws can be used as medicine, their eyes can be made into crystals and used as jewelry, and their meat is extremely delicious. Your mission this time is to hunt Moonshadow Rabbits and hand them over to us in exchange for your rewards so that you can solve your own food problem. As soon as Fu Ningxue finished speaking, there were waves of wailing in the field again. Almost everyone was complaining. Why was the mission to hunt Moonshadow Rabbits? The Moonshadow Rabbit is a third-level beast, so it shouldn't be difficult to hunt. Why are they reacting like this? Hearing the complaints, Lu Zixin didn't understand. In her opinion, how difficult could it be to deal with a mere third-level Moonshadow Rabbit? I usually tell you to study theoretical knowledge well, but you just won't listen. Jiao, hurry up and give her extra lessons. Mu Xiaoxi shook her head and turned her gaze to Nanjiao. The latter could only smile before speaking. Moonshadow Rabbit, a third-level wind-attributed beast, lives alone and is small in size, even smaller than Luo. But because they are so fast and cunning and good at digging holes to escape, it is very difficult to catch them. Nanjiao said confidently. Beast masters of the same level all know that Moonshadow Rabbits are valuable, but they just can't do anything about them. A beast master who can easily crush the Moonshadow Rabbits, but won't waste time on them. So, the difficulty of catching the Moonshadow Rabbit is devilish. Nanjiao shared with Lu Zixin what she had learned. No way, is it really that difficult to deal with? This girl doesn't seem to believe it. Jiao is right. If you don't believe me, let's try and find out. Mu Xiaoxi spoke. Although Ming Jingran didn't say anything, she obviously agreed. Many people have dispersed along the river, trying to find the Moon Rabbit's cave. Nanjiao and the others are naturally among them. Fire Wolf, Earth Bear, Thunder Leopard. These three beasts were sent out by Mu Xiaoxi and her friends to search for them. Only Su Luo was lying alone on the rock, dozing off with his legs spread out. It is impossible to hunt. It's impossible to hunt in this life. Su Luo is not a real dog. How could he possibly go crazy with them? He had already expressed to Nanjiao that he did not want to take action. She knows it too. Therefore, as he had no interest in this task, Nanjiao could only put him on the stone and let him stay there quietly. However, Su Luo was also comfortable. Quietly watching Nanjiao busying around, up and down not far away, is also a very pleasing thing to watch. After all, beautiful girls look stunning no matter what they do. Suddenly, as if sensing someone's gaze, Su Luo turned around and looked. Only then did he realize that Fu Ningxue was looking at him again. He frowned, looking unhappy, and glanced at Fu Ningxue leisurely. Then, turn your face away and stop looking at her. Rear. Fu Ningxue was shocked. He could actually sense her gaze and know that she was looking at him from behind. That's why I turned back. A beast so small can have such perception? How is that possible? Isn't this too scary? Fu Ningxue was terrified when she thought about it. Also, did his look at the end mean to threaten her? Of course. After all, that look just now made Fu Ningxue, a four-veined beast master, feel frightened and scared. And Su Luo. He never expected that with just a glance, Fu Ningxue's mind would be so active at that moment. He didn't mean any of that. It's unfair. It's Moonshadow Rabbit, Thunder Leopard, hurry up. Finally, the target appeared. Su Luo saw that the target of the mission appeared in front of Mu Xiaoxi's Thunder Leopard. It is snow white all over and is not much different from a normal rabbit. If I have to say it, it is about the same size as a baby rabbit, and its body looks a bit crystal clear. Very beautiful. The Thunder Leopard roared and quickly attacked the Moonshadow Rabbit. However, the rabbit seemed to be frightened and did not run away. It just waited for the other party to come over. The Thunder Leopard was also quite fast, and it was close in a flash. But at this moment, the Moonshadow Rabbit moved. I'm going to. Su Luo couldn't help but exclaimed. This guy's speed is too fast, isn't it? It really moves like the wind. Moonshadow Rabbit wasn't frightened at all just now. I was thinking of teasing Thunder Leopard. As soon as the other party arrived, it took action immediately and opened up a distance of nearly 20 meters again. He even turned around and gave Thunder Leopard a provocative look. Ouch! A roar. Meng Jingran didn't know when he had arranged for the Fire Wolf to launch a sneak attack in the bushes. Seeing that the Fire Wolf was about to succeed, the wolf claws swept towards the Moonshadow rabbit. But the Moonshadow rabbit was not afraid at all, and it dug with its front paws the moment the wolf's claws struck. Escaped underground. It only took a second for this guy to successfully dig a hole and leave. Su Luo at the back couldn't help but applaud the little guy. So fierce. He treated the wolf and the leopard like monkeys. TSK, TSK. Look, not far ahead, the Moonshadow rabbit appeared again. This guy shook his head and looked at the Thunder Leopard and Fire Wolf behind him, clearly saying that you can't do it. Let someone else come. Big Bear, hurry up, the Moon Rabbit has appeared, hurry up. Grab it now. The battle was in full swing here, and Lu Zixin's desperate voice was heard. Su Luo turned his head and looked. I give up. This Earth Bear was sitting on the ground, holding honey in his hand and licking it comfortably, completely ignoring his owner. However, from its little eyes, Su Luo could clearly see what it was thinking at the moment. Is this master a fool? You want me, Big Bear, to catch something that even the Thunder Leopard can't catch? Do you want to tire the bear to death? I, Big Bear, never do meaningless things. Isn't it nice to just eat some honey quietly? Needless to say, Earth Bear must have been complaining in his heart. So Su Luo smiled. Seeing Lu Zixin so angry that her chest was shaking, he smiled insincerely on his dog face. Finally, more than an hour has passed. The Fire Wolf and Thunder Leopard were so tired that they turned into dogs, sticking out their tongues. Lying on the ground, unable to move at all, no matter how his master called him. And their owners, Mu Xiaoxi and Meng Jingran, both had sweat on their faces. Lu Zixin is even more miserable. I was so angry that the Earth Bear started crying before. Now my eyes are still red and my nose is twitching, so pitiful. There was also some sweat on Nanjiao's forehead. After all, she also helped to hunt the Moonshadow rabbit. Only, it just failed. What should I do? I can't catch it at all. Mu Xiaoxi was a little dejected. I just observed other students and found that they are similar to us, just as miserable. Meng Jingran said calmly. In that case, we are not so pitiful after all. Mu Xiaoxi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I don't know what to feel. Should I feel relieved or thankful? Wow, Luo, you are still laughing. You little heartless guy. Crybaby Lu Zixin seemed to have discovered something and pointed at Su Luo, looking a little unhappy. The three girls' eyes instantly focused on Su Luo's face. Then I realized that it was exactly as Lu Zixin said. At this moment, Su Luo was covering his mouth with his little paws, laughing quietly, his little body moving. Snicker. Su Luo can't help but smile. He lay comfortably on the stone and watched them try to catch the moon rabbit like monkeys. In the end, nothing was found. You can imagine the feeling of frustration. Although there was some element of gloating, Su Luo couldn't help thinking about it. However, what surprised him was, at this time, Nanjiao actually picked him up. Speak up. Chapter 22. Nanjiao is acting like a spoiled child. Su Luo attacks. Lolo, you must have a way, right? You can definitely catch the Moonshadow rabbit, right? Su Luo was held by Nanjiao, and his eyes met hers. Her soft, questioning words echoed in his ears. Well, there must be a way. Just buy an agility potion and stack up your speed. Simple and brutal. However, Su Luo didn't want to help so easily. After all, if there is one thing, there will be two. If it happens twice, there will be 3 or 4 times. What follows is an endless stream of troubles. He understands so well. So Su Luo kept silent. Silence is a response. Humph, he must be incapable of doing so. That's why he doesn't dare to get involved. Lu Zixin spoke up at this time, even using provocation. Although the Fire Wolf and Thunder Leopard are not good either, at least they participated in the hunt. But Luo didn't even have the courage to participate. He's really too timid. I don't like him anymore. After she said that, she turned her face away on purpose, trying to express, I look down on you. But his Taoism was too low and Su Luo saw through him at the first sight. When the Fire Wolf and Thunder Leopard heard this, they immediately bared their teeth. They are thinking in their hearts at this moment, thank you so much for your consideration. Why does this sound a little wrong? These petty provocations are useless in front of Su Luo. So, after he rolled his eyes at Lu Zixin, he didn't even yell. He still had his dog face drooping, pretending to be cute and silly. I, Su Luo, don't understand. Mu Xiaoxi and Meng Jingran looked at each other. To be honest, they also think that Su Luo has a real chance of succeeding. After all, he fully demonstrated his talent on the battlefield yesterday. But they don't know how to persuade him. This Su Luo is not their beast. So, they set their sights on Nanjiao. Lolo, please help us. If it's you, you can definitely do it, right? Moonshadow Rabbit is definitely not your opponent. As Nanjiao spoke, she gently grabbed Su Luo's two little paws and shook them. Just think of it as helping others. I know that you, Luo, are the best and most powerful. When she said this, Nanjiao couldn't help but blush. It makes her look even more dazzling and charming under the sun. Hiss. Su Luo is a little numb. I felt goosebumps, and all of a sudden, Mu Xiaoxi and the others looked at their good sisters with some surprise and astonishment. Good roommate. Nanjiao is actually acting like a spoiled brat. Is she acting like a spoiled brat? Oh my god. They had never seen this side of her before. If the other boys in the class saw this, they would probably be willing to sacrifice their lives for her, right? The lethality is too strong. However, the one who enjoyed this treatment was not them, but Su Luo, her own beast. Hiss. Su Luo was indeed numb. This was an undeniable fact. Please help me. Seeing that he didn't respond, Nanjiao asked again and shook his body again. The tone is still delicate. The tone is exactly the same as the one a girl uses when she's acting coquettishly to her boyfriend. Finally, she leaned over quietly and whispered something in Su Luo's ear. If you catch the Moonshadow Rabbit, I will agree to your morning request and kiss you secretly. Is that okay? As soon as I heard this promise, Su Luo wanted to get off Nanjiao immediately. But he thought about it carefully. How could a kiss be enough? You need at least two. So, Su Luo stretched out his two claws towards her. There was a little expression on his face that said, 2 kisses, or no deal. Okay. Nanjiao understood, nodded, and agreed. Damn it. Su Luo jumped up, broke free from her arms, and landed steadily. What's a mere little Moonshadow Rabbit? Nanjiao's kiss is worth 2,000 intimacy points. Su Luo felt full of strength. Because, when you wake up in the morning, Su Luo asked Nanjiao for a kiss again, just like he did last night. Whether he wanted to increase his intimacy value or do something else, only he knew. But he was rejected at that time. In Nanjiao's words at the time, Su Luo is a little bad boy. He can't be allowed to do whatever he wants. Not it. When Nanjiao made this promise, Su Luo became motivated. I didn't expect that this girl also learned the tricks of hunger marketing. Jiao, what did you say to him? Why do you suddenly seem so full of fighting spirit? Mu Xiaoxi, a spectator who didn't know the truth, asked a soul-searching question. Even Meng Jingran understood, let alone Lu Zixin. No, I just promised to give him something delicious. Nanjiao's face turned slightly red. Her delicate earlobes were smeared with red and pink, and her eyes were a little evasive. Of course, I can't tell them this directly. How embarrassing this is. She must be the first person who wants to tame beasts and receive kisses as rewards. So, you must not say it. Mu Xiaoxi and the other two looked at each other, all confused. Is it really that simple? On the other side, Su Luo has been very generous. He spent 2,000 intimacy points to buy 10 agility potions. This is simply crazy behavior. Ding, gain 20 points of agility. Ding, gain 18 points of agility. Ding, get. There are 10 bottles in total, and Su Luo has increased his agility by 300 points. I don't know if it is a profit or a loss. However, his agility has successfully reached 370 points. Far exceeds other values. Moreover, Su Luo also discovered a point. That is, the agility potion in the mall is grayed out and cannot be purchased. He didn't know why, and he didn't have time to care about this now. Ah, it's the Moonshadow Rabbit. It's here again. Lu Zixin suddenly pointed forward and spoke. Hey, where's Luo? Wasn't it still here just now? Mu Xiaoxi discovered that Su Luo had disappeared. Lolo is there. Meng Jingran pointed forward. He's so fast. Lu Zixin suddenly shouted. Su Luo in front of him staggered in fear. Damn it. So fast. Can Lu Zixin still speak properly? Who is so fast? However, Su Luo could feel that his speed was indeed fast, like a gust of wind. It has become a residual image. In the back, Fu Ningxue, who had been observing the place, was shocked. His mouth was slightly open, his face full of disbelief. What a speed. Isn't it too scary? Even scarier than yesterday. Much faster. This is definitely not the speed that a beastmaster at this stage can achieve. After all, among the same class, there are very few beast tamers that can surpass the Moonshadow Rabbit in speed. Otherwise, this Moonshadow Rabbit wouldn't be so difficult to deal with. Really, this little dog of Nanjiao is the descendant of the great beast. The bloodline is definitely extraordinary. It's confirmed. The Moonshadow Rabbit, which was 100 meters away, just reacted and was about to run away. But it was sadly discovered too late. It's too late, because Su Luo arrived in a flash, and the distance of 100 meters was nothing. He slapped Moon Rabbit on the head, knocking it unconscious. You can't resist. Just when Nanjiao and the others were so excited that they wanted to applaud and cheer for Su Luo, Su Luo moved again, because he saw traces of the Moonshadow rabbit appear again in front of him. Since he has helped, Su Luo might as well do his best. So, he attacked again without hesitation. Another slap. For these Moonshadow rabbits with extremely fast speed and poor defense, a slap from Su Luo is enough for them. 5 minutes later. 1, 2, 3. 20 Moonshadow rabbits in total. They are too strong. Mu Xiaoxi counted Su Luo's achievements and couldn't help but smack her lips. Even Ming Jingran, who was always calm, was speechless at this moment. They worked all morning but gained nothing. How miserable it can be. Look at Nanjiao's beast taming. It only takes 5 minutes. They achieved results they never dared to imagine. This is the difference. Lu Zixin was so excited looking at the white moon rabbits on the ground in front of her. Lolo is really amazing. I knew he's much more powerful than my stinky bear. They're not even on the same level. The earth bear in the back. Then I'll leave. The thunder leopard and the fire wolf lay on the ground in dismay, not even daring to bark anymore. Wipe. This gap, they themselves feel ashamed. And Nanjiao is now hugging Su Luo excitedly, her beautiful face full of smiles. Even her eyes were full of smiles, shining brightly. She also knew that her Luo could do it. Only, she never expected that he could do this. It's simply amazing. Su Luo, he feels that he has difficulty breathing now. But it's definitely not because of being tired, but because, cough cough. Nanjiao was so excited that she pushed him into her arms without realizing it. Moreover, it was squeezed right in front of them. Su Luo was bitten by a bear. Chapter 23 System Blind Box. Do it. Outside Tianlan City, lying forest, by the small river. Meng Jingran was using a knife to cut up the Moonshadow rabbit that she was going to eat soon. That little gesture made Su Luo, who was lying on the stone, feel that she was quite domineering. Nanjiao and Mu Xiaoxi were cooperating with her to clean up. They had already agreed to consume 6 in total to try their flavor. Each of the 4 girls in their dormitory got 1, and 2 were given to Su Luo, the great hero. Perfect distribution plan. As for the 3 fire wolves, given their failure, they did not succeed in the hunt. So punish them and sigh. As for the rest of the Moonshadow rabbits, they planned to sell them to the academy in exchange for resources or star coins. Originally, Mu Xiaoxi and the others thought that Su Luo had caught this thing. It should be left to Nanjiao to deal with alone. This is the correct thing to do. But Nanjiao said it. They agreed at the beginning that they would do the mission together, so they did it together. Don't differentiate. So, the Moonshadow rabbit was divided equally. Of course, Su Luo doesn't care. It's not anything important, just a few hard-to-catch rabbits. However, in the end, Nanjiao was no match for Mu Xiaoxi and the others. So the distribution plan became that she took the majority, and the other 3 took the minority. That's it. Seeing this scene, Su Luo felt that the relationship between her roommates was very good. There is no intrigue like in other girls' dormitories. Woo woo woo, rabbits are so cute. Why do we have to eat them? Poor bunny. By the river, Lu Zixin was drawing with a small stick. Draw a lot of circles and crosses. Although he said that the rabbit was pitiful, the smile on his face was brighter than anyone else's. Woman, so horrible. Su Luo sighed. Since rabbits are so cute, someone must not eat them when we roast them over the fire later. Meng Jingran raised his head at this time and said something. Finally cleaned up. No. Upon hearing this, Lu Zixin quickly shook his head and said anxiously, Bunny is not pitiful at all. Remember to add more cumin and chili powder, and make sure the rabbit head is roasted. After the girl finished speaking, she licked her lips, looking impatient. Su Luo was shocked. Sigma. LLL. At this time, Meng Jingran had already started to build a fire and roast. Su Luo, who was bored, suddenly remembered that his previous agility potion seemed to be in a gray state. He quickly clicked in to ask, System, what's going on? Why can't I buy it? Su Luo asked directly. Ding, the host's current physical strength and blood strength can only support this level of agility. The system responded, What if I want to continue to improve? It is recommended that the host improve his own level or increase the strength of his bloodline. Upgrade the level? After the system said this, Su Luo finally understood. In other words, his body at this stage can only support 370 points of agility. However, it is completely sufficient. Because Su Luo could see that his current speed was so fast that Mu Xiaoxi's Thunder Leopard could not catch up with it even if he rode a horse. You can tell from the fact that he can easily catch the Moonshadow rabbit. Even this ferocious beast that relied on speed to survive couldn't outrun him. From this we can see that Su Luo's current speed is already extremely exaggerated. However, it is only aimed at the ferocious beasts and beasts that he can see at present. The world is so big. Maybe there are even more powerful opponents he hasn't encountered yet. Therefore, be humble as a beast. System, let me see the purchase panel for bloodline abilities. Su Luo thought about it and spoke. The system is also very smart. When Su Luo saw it, he immediately exclaimed, "Oh my god! Expensive. Ridiculously expensive. But it's strong, and ridiculously strong." At least, the cheapest bloodline of a ferocious beast that Su Luo had seen required 10,000 intimacy points. For example, one of them is called the bloodline power of the shadow hunting wolf king. With this bloodline, one can hide in the dark and wait for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack and kill the opponent. Whenever the wolf clan faces this bloodline, a small part of their strength will be suppressed. Look again, the Void Saint Dragon bloodline, 200,000 intimacy value. With this bloodline, one can fly freely in the void and suppress the bloodlines of all beasts. When the power of blood comes out, all the beasts crawl on the ground and tremble. When it grows to a certain level, it can directly travel across space and travel thousands of miles in a blink of an eye. Ridiculously strong. This is totally unaffordable. Su Luo took a look at his pitiful intimacy value of 2098 and felt like crying, but had no tears. Not to mention that he has already spent 2,000. Even if he didn't spend any money, he couldn't afford it. Ding! The host can try the system Bloodline Blind Box. After hearing Su Luo's murmur, the system issued a prompt sound. Blind Box. You can still play this thing. Certainly. After the system finished speaking, it had already called up the Blind Box control panel. Su Luo has already seen it. The Bloodline Blind Box. 500 intimacy points each. This thing is just like a lottery. There is something inside, but we just don't know what it is. As soon as he saw it, Su Luo was indeed interested. Buy one. Su Luo waved his hand without hesitation. After all, he didn't like to hesitate. Ding! I got a Bloodline Blind Box. Do I need to open it? Open. Ding! Obtain the bloodline of the divine beast Alpaca Mud Horse. Phew! Su Luo spat out a mouthful of blood. Alpaca Mud Horse? A mythical beast? Also add double quotes. Damn, this blind box is really a blind box. Sure enough, the name was right, and he is indeed blind enough. Su Luo complained repeatedly. But I can't wait to check out the information about this bloodline power. Alpaca Mud Horse Bloodline. 1. The King of Horses, with the power of bloodline suppression on horse-like beasts. 2. It can feed itself by absorbing sunlight and continuously recovering the damage it has suffered. 3. The mud horse is as fast as the wind. Running on the grass will increase your agility by 15%. Oh wow. If you look at it this way, it's actually quite watchable. Especially the two things like absorbing sunlight to restore itself and being as fast as the wind. To be honest, Su Luo thinks there is something to it. Although, the latter has a hard rule that you need to run on the grass to get the bonus. But this 15% is already amazing. Think about it. When Su Luo's agility reaches 1,001 day, and if it increases by 15%, the scene is so beautiful. The higher the attribute points, the greater the bonus. It still smells very good. However, this is not what Su Luo likes the most. So he plans to buy another blind box and open it again to see. Go ahead and buy a blind box system. Ding! The Bloodline Blind Box host can only purchase twice in each stage. Are you sure? At this time, the system sounded a prompt sound. Oh no, this thing has limitations. However, when Su Luo thought that it only required 500 intimacy points, he understood. If you keep buying cheap things. If I give you the Void Saint Dragon bloodline just now, wouldn't the system be losing money? Really? You can never get the upper hand in front of capitalists. Keep buying. Su Luo did not hesitate and used his last chance. Chapter 24 Explosion. The Void devours the Chaos Beast bloodline. Ding! The purchase of the Bloodline Blind Box is successful. Open. Su Luo spoke directly. However, the system seems to be stuck at this time. After a while, the reminder sounded. Ding! Obtain the Void Devouring Chaos Beast bloodline. I'm going to. This name sounds very awesome. Su Luo took a quick look. Void Devouring Chaos Beast bloodline. The blood of all things can be devoured, and one can continuously grow and refine oneself, simplify things, achieve perfection, and look down upon all living things. When Su Luo was still checking the bloodline information, he didn't know that the system had been secretly complaining about it for countless times. Fuck, how did I randomly draw this bloodline? How is this possible? What kind of luck is this that can be so abnormal? I can't believe this. I made a lot of money. Oh my god. If Su Luo knew the system's complaints, he would definitely know how awesome this bloodline power is. However, just by reading the text introduction, Su Luo had already felt something. Devour everything. What this means is that as long as he continues to devour the power of blood, he can continue to strengthen his blood power. In the short term, this bloodline power does not bring much benefit. However, in the long run, this thing is simply against the will of heaven. As long as you keep growing, there's no need to talk about dragons or phoenixes. They are only fit to crawl under Su Luo's claws. The kind that shivers. After all, normally the blood power of an animal is extremely pure, and one can only possess one kind, not more than one. But Su Luo is different. He can integrate these powers and make them his own. There is no need to explain how awesome this is. He has seen his bright future. Use this bloodline. Su Luo quickly spoke. Ding, bloodline used successfully. Ding, obtain the void-devouring chaos beast bloodline. Su Luo checked his attributes and found that there was indeed an extra line of information about bloodline power. But that's not all. System, continue to use the power of the alpaca mud horse bloodline. Su Luo spoke again. The system didn't expect that he would know how to play this bloodline so quickly. I can only remind you again. Ding, you successfully gained the power of alpaca mud horse bloodline. Immediately afterwards, Su Luo saw that his bloodline power attribute had been updated. The blood power of the alpaca and mud horse has been completely integrated into the void-devouring chaos beast. Therefore, Su Luo now possesses the blood power of alpacas and mud horses. Smells so good. Su Luo showed a satisfied smile on his face. Coincidentally, this smile was seen by Nanjiao, who was walking over. The girl immediately hugged him in her arms. Lolo, have you thought of something? Why are you smiling so happily? Obviously, she saw the smile on Su Luo's face. So happy. Why is Su Luo unhappy? He was so happy that he got such a good thing with only 1,000 intimacy points. However, even if he is happy, he should not forget that Nanjiao still has a promise to fulfill. Thinking of this, Su Luo stretched out his paw, pointed at his dog face, and raised his eyebrows at her. The meaning is very clear, which is to ask Nanjiao to fulfill her promise. 2 kisses, not one less. Nanjiao naturally did not forget this matter. However, she glanced around and found that her classmates were gradually returning here. No matter if they were hunted or not, or if they hunted other ferocious beasts. Anyway, the number of people around us has gradually increased. So, the girl said with a slightly blushing face. There are too many people here now. Can we talk about it in the evening? Nanjiao said, grabbing its little paw and shaking it. I don't know whether the tone is acting coquettishly, or acting coquettishly. Anyway, when Su Luo heard it, he felt that it was a bit like this. But how could he accept it? Of course I don't accept it. This is clearly an unequal treaty. Besides, there is a certain buffer period for kissing on the face to increase intimacy points. If we kiss continuously tonight, it will definitely not be as good as kissing once now. The intimacy value we can get by kissing once at night is much higher. As such an intelligent beast, Su Luo naturally wants to maximize the intimacy value. Besides, who says you can't kiss after kissing now at night? So Su Luo quickly shook his head, wanting to refuse. However, at this time a young man came over and spoke. Nanjiao, I hunted 2 Moonshadow rabbits. Come over and eat rabbit meat with me. The teacher said that Moonshadow rabbit tastes very delicious. The person who came was a classmate named Huang Haifeng. He is usually very popular in the class and has a solid knowledge of various beast-taming theories. Moreover, because he is very active and sociable, Nanjiao also knows him. Huang Haifeng and his friends finally caught 2 Moonshadow rabbits today. As soon as he was caught, he came over to invite Nanjiao. Moreover, although it was clearly something that was accomplished by the team, he did not provide detailed explanations. On the one hand, he wanted to convey a message to Nanjiao. He caught the Mooney rabbit. He caught the prey that the teacher said was very difficult to hunt. This credit belongs to him. Nanjiao glanced at Huang Haifeng in front of her. Seeing the excited smile on his face, she pursed her lips and refused. No, I have something to eat, thank you. How is it the same? Hearing her refusal, Huang Haifeng spoke again. What I caught was a Moonshadow rabbit. Its meat is delicious and fresh, which is recorded in the classics. This is a rare opportunity. Let's not eat the dry food. Come eat with me. While saying this, Huang Haifeng also felt a little proud and complacent. He had heard others say it before. It is said that the people in Nanjiao's dormitory are also hunting Moonshadow rabbits. But they all failed, and I was very frustrated. Therefore, this is why he dared to muster up the courage to come here, and why he was a little proud. What you can't do, I, Huang Haifeng, have done. Hearing what he said, Nanjiao was also stunned. She was not stupid, so how could she not hear the arrogant tone in his voice? But what makes Huang Haifeng do that? Did he think she didn't know his way of speaking? It was clearly the result of a group of people's hard work, but he insisted on saying it, as if it was his alone. Nanjiao is very disgusted. So, when she was about to open her mouth to refuse again, she found that Su Luo in her arms was twisting his body uncomfortably. Immediately, "Woof woof woof, get out of my way." Su Luo barked at Huang Haifeng a few times. His intention was very obvious. Moreover, after barking, he also domineeringly used his paw to touch Nanjiao's face, signaled her not to look at Huang Haifeng and to ignore him. At the end, Su Luo did not forget to point to his own face, implying that she had not kissed him yet. This is the most important thing. This is what she should accomplish most right now. Seeing his domineering and humane side, Nanjiao also had a helpless smile on her face. However, a feeling suddenly arose in her heart. Is her Lolo jealous? Are you not allowing her to have contact with other boys? Nanjiao felt that her idea was a bit crazy and impractical. After all, Su Luo is a beastmaster. She is a human being. Thinking of this, her face turned red again. At this time, Su Luo, unaware that her heart was already so complicated, patted his face again. To be honest, he was really annoyed with this man, who disturbed his and Nanjiao's happy time. It really is. Chapter 25, Public Enemy of All Men. Suleiman. To be honest, Huang Haifeng himself was also confused by the barking of the little smart dog in Nanjiao's arms. What's more, what made him even more upset was, this damn little smart dog actually showed that it didn't want Nanjiao to have any contact with him? What's even more outrageous is, they, a human and a beast, were actually looking at each other lovingly in front of him? Looks very intimate. Moreover, the puppy was patting his face and pouting his lips. Does this mean you want to kiss? That look is as abominable as it can be. What made Huang Haifeng's mentality collapse even more was that Nanjiao at least looked at him just now, had a conversation with him. But now, I really haven't watched it. It's all because of that little smart dog. Huang Haifeng gritted his teeth and was about to continue speaking when a figure walked over to him. Hey Huang Haifeng, just go away. Lu Zixin came over at this time. Those 2 Moonshadow rabbits of yours weren't caught by you alone. How dare you come and invite us Yu? Besides, don't you see how strong we are? As the girl spoke, she lifted her foot, stepped on it, and pointed at a cage behind the stone in a very unladylike manner. Hiss! Huang Haifeng turned his head and immediately took a breath of cold air. Good job. There are more than 10 Moonshadow rabbits in this cage, lively and lively. And he was captured alive. How did you do that? Huang Haifeng was shocked. It took a lot of effort and an entire morning for the 4 people in their dormitory to catch 2 Moonshadow rabbits. Therefore, he was very clear about the difficulty during the period. But Nanjiao and the other 4, what they have gained, what they have achieved. You see, we are roasting a rabbit. Lu Zixin said, and pointed at Meng Jingran and Mu Xiaoxi who were roasting rabbit meat in the back. We're having this for lunch. Do you think we need yours? Huang Haifeng then noticed that the other person's strength was more than just overwhelming. He secretly blamed himself for being in a hurry and not seeing the situation clearly. Is this okay now? It's such a disgrace. Even someone as sociable as Huang Haifeng blushed at this moment. However, he still pretended to be well-mannered and said with a smile on his face, "It seems that I was too abrupt." Before he could finish his words, Huang Haifeng couldn't continue. His eyes were fixed on the direction of Nanjiao in front of him. Sigma, a degree to degree, komoji, ngo. He felt his heart twitch and his mind explode. Because Nanjiao in front of me is giving a gentle kiss at this moment. It landed on Su Luo's dog nose. After about 2 or 3 seconds, she straightened up, looked at him, and said something. Are you satisfied with this? Omega? Ding, kissed on the nose. Reward of 4,000 intimacy points. The system prompt sounded. Very satisfied. How could Su Luo not be satisfied? The system's reward this time alone is already the highest in history. It went straight to 4,000. It was a pleasant surprise. Could it be that kissing different parts of the body can produce different levels of intimacy? Su Luo couldn't help but look forward to it. However, now is not the time to dwell on these things. Since Nanjiao asked him, Su Luo naturally needed to respond. His response was simple. The dog-licking method. Su Luo went up and sucked. Slurp, slurp. Hee, don't do that. Haha, it's so itchy. After being licked twice, Nanjiao said she couldn't bear it anymore. Her face was too itchy and wet. Very uncomfortable. So, she quickly caught Su Luo who wanted to increase his intimacy value, do bad things. Huang Haifeng. The interaction between man and beast. Killing people is heartbreaking. Huang Haifeng is heartbroken. It's still broken into pieces and can't be glued together well. On the other hand, Lu Zixin was used to this scene and didn't think it was a big deal. Even feels sparse and normal. After all, if her Earth bear was this cute, she would interact like this too. It's a pity that the big stupid bear didn't have that luck. She looks so ugly. For someone like Lu Zixin, who believes beauty is justice, it is hard to say. At last, Huang Haifeng came from where he came from and went back to where he went. No way. If you don't leave now, the eggs will break. However, leaving doesn't mean Huang Haifeng will no longer hold a grudge against Su Luo. After all, in his heart, he did not have no chance to get close to Nanjiao this time. It's all because of that damned little spirit dog that's getting in the way. So Huang Haifeng was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He wanted to deal with Su Luo and had discussed it with his friends. Nanjiao's little dog seems to be quite powerful. Do we really want to deal with him? My roommate Zhang Shuiyan spoke up. We must deal with him. Huang Haifeng's eyes were still fixed in the direction of Nanjiao, and he saw that she was still interacting with Su Luo. Moreover, the smile on his face never stopped. This made him even more unhappy and indignant. Moreover, we have to do it without anyone noticing. When he said this, a fierce light flashed in Huang Haifeng's eyes. But Nanjiao and he are so often together. Do we have a chance? Another roommate who was a bit overweight, Chen Shan, spoke up. We've been in the wild for 3 days, and we haven't even finished the first day yet. What are you afraid of? Huang Haifeng spoke again. Besides, don't forget, there are probably many people here who want this little dog to die quickly. Yes, there must be a lot of people who want to stew dog meat. Du Xian, who had not spoken yet, spoke. He is thin and is the most well-informed person in the class. But he is not from Huang Haifeng's dormitory, but from another dormitory. You don't know? I heard it in other dormitories yesterday. Those boys who like Nanjiao have a lot of resentment towards this little smart dog. So, there must be a lot of people who are eager to stew dog meat. Hearing this, Huang Haifeng seemed to have thought of something again. In that case, as long as Nanjiao is not around, we can just deal with him. Even if they see us, it's okay. No, no, no. Du Xian shook his head again and said, we should gather a group of people with aspirations first. After all, if something does go wrong, there are people who can take the blame together. That's true. Huang Haifeng said this, his eyes turned. This matter must be considered carefully. Everyone nodded. On the other side, Su Luo, who had no idea that he had become the public enemy of all men, was still eating rabbit meat comfortably. Certainly, it was fed by Nanjiao. He enjoyed the feeding while listening to the system's notification that the intimacy value was increasing. It's simply the peak of animal life. I have to say, this Moonshadow rabbit tastes really good, but it has not been deified. It was also the first time that Su Luo had such a good appetite. However, the poor 3 fire-patterned wolves could only end up gnawing on the rabbit's head. Their owners are really cruel. They don't even bring any meat. This caused the 3 beasts to look at Su Luo with envy and jealousy. Damn, others are beast tamers. They are beast tamers. Others have human cushions, special people to feed them, and are carefully and meticulously arranged. Look at them again. Oh, why is the difference so huge? Can we still have fun? Oh my god. Stamp. They were all so angry that they were spitting out fragrance. Chapter 26. Covering the Sky and the Sun. The Emperor Flame, Divine Phoenix Bird. Afternoon time. Lying Forest River. The students of Tianlan Beast Taming Academy are resting quietly. Hunting Moonshadow rabbits in the morning did make them feel tired. The students, along with the beast masters, took a short break. Suddenly, Fu Ningxue, who was leaning against a big tree, suddenly opened her eyes. She seemed to have sensed something, and her eyes narrowed slightly. It's not just her, the other 2 men and 2 women who were traveling with her, and the 4 teachers were the same. At this moment, I opened my eyes. Be on guard. Don't summon your beasts yet, to avoid hostility. Fu Ningxue shouted coldly, speaking to the other 4 teachers. At the same time, she stood up suddenly. She looked around and found that no students had crossed the forest boundary and appeared on the riverbank. She then breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed a little. I have to say, this group of students sleep very soundly. In other words, they rarely go out into the wild, so they don't have any sense of vigilance. Still young. So, when Fu Ningxue snorted coldly, no one reacted. But it doesn't matter if no one reacts. There are animals that react. Su Luo, who was sleeping comfortably on Nanjiao's thighs, had now opened his eyes. He blinked and looked around. Just then he discovered that Fu Ningxue's eyes also fell on him. It's this woman again. Su Luo's scalp tingled. Looking again, the surprise in Fu Ningxue's eyes had diminished a lot, because she was certain that Su Luo was the descendant of a ferocious beast. So it's normal to think that he can react. On the contrary, if he couldn't react, Fu Ningxue would find it abnormal. In other words, Su Luo didn't know what she was thinking. If he knew, he would definitely slap her. Asshole. If you hadn't shouted at me, would I have woken up? He himself is a light sleeper. Teacher Fu Ningxue, something is wrong. One of the male teachers named Zhang Yuankong spoke up. I'm afraid this beast is not simple. Its momentum suddenly surged. As soon as he finished speaking, a sound similar to the chirping of a bird suddenly came from the sky. Crisp, loud, and distant. From far to near. It's like the sound of fairies. Falling into people's hearts, there is a bit of a soul-stirring tremor. Fu Ningxue and the other 5 teachers' faces changed drastically the moment they heard this voice. In an instant, it turned extremely pale. All the students present were awakened by the cry. They all looked at their fellow classmates at a loss. Did you hear that noise? I heard it, and I felt cold sweats coming out. What the hell is that sound? Fuck, I thought I was dreaming, but it turned out to be real. A student wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, I'm so scared. My heart is beating so fast. Damn it, my beautiful dream is ruined. The students were noisy, obviously frightened by the noise. Su Luo turned his head and glanced at Nanjiao. I noticed that her face was a little pale, and there was some cold sweat on her forehead. Not only her, but even Lu Zixin and Mu Xiaoxi next door had the same reaction. However, Su Luo himself didn't feel anything at all. I just think this chirping sound is very strange. And is it a little nice? Regardless of that, Su Luo quickly stretched out his claws and patted Nanjiao's slender hand to comfort her. The latter seemed to sense it as well and reached out to hold him in his arms. At this moment, with Su Luo by her side, she felt a lot more at ease. Although Su Luo in her arms was still just a little guy. Quick, run into the forest. Hurry up. At this time, Fu Ningxue suddenly opened her mouth and shouted. Because when she just tried to sense it. Finally, I know that this beast is not simple. Why? Because Fu Ningxue felt lonely. Logically speaking, with her cultivation level of all 4 meridians, it is impossible for her to feel lonely. If this happens, there can only be one possibility. The beast that came had already crushed her in terms of strength, completely. So, Fu Ningxue subconsciously asked her students to retreat back to the woods. However, this incident happened suddenly, and the students haven't reacted yet. By the time they reacted, it was too late. Because the sky in this area is dark. It's completely dark. The sky, which was sunny just now, was suddenly covered by clouds. But the culprit was not the thunder and lightning, nor the dark clouds. But, above the sky, there is a giant bird with feathers that look like they are bathed in fire. It looks elegant and noble, just like a phoenix, gracefully arriving. Su Luo was also stunned. Damn it! The huge span of this bird's wings when it spreads out is about 400 or 500 meters. As soon as it appeared, it took away the sunlight from Su Luo and the others. But this is not the scariest thing. The most terrifying thing is the terrifying momentum it exudes. And the scorching waves made the temperature on the scene rise sharply. The beasts of the students present all prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling in fear the moment it appeared. Without exception. Except for Su Luo, this ordinary little dog. This is the power of blood suppression. Being able to break through the species means that this giant bird is definitely not simple. Even the beast tamers are so unbearable. Some students were so scared that they sat down on the ground, their lips trembling. Fu Ningxue, who had just told the students to run quickly, didn't dare to speak again at this moment. They were afraid that the terrifying existence in the sky would discover them. Although it is a bit like trying to cover up one's own faults. But now, we can only hope that this will happen. After all, if this giant bird wants to attack them, no one here can resist it. At this time, Fu Ningxue was actually somewhat relieved. Fortunately, she gave the order at that time, asking the teachers not to summon their own beasts. Otherwise, the fierce beast above would surely be angry. Ding, the injured Emperor Flame Phoenix bird is found. The system gave Su Luo a prompt at this time. The injured Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird. This. The name is a bit arrogant. Su Luo gave his first impression in his heart. But immediately, the system sounded another prompt. Ding, there is an Emperor Flame Fire seed on the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird. The host can grab it. What? Su Luo was stunned. What fire? Why don't I remember it? He quickly asked in his heart. The system didn't say anything, and immediately Su Luo's mind contained more information about the fire. It turns out that in this world, there is something called elemental spirit seeds. For example, the Imperial Flame on the Imperial Flame Phoenix bird is a kind of elemental spirit seed. Because the strength of this thing is far beyond the level of ordinary flames. If the skills are used with spirit seeds, their strength will be much higher than ordinary skills. Specifically, it depends on the strength of this spirit seed. Moreover, The distinction between these elemental spirits is also very simple, with 4 levels: Earth level, Heaven level, Immortal level, God level. And the Imperial Flame in front of Su Luo is of the Earth level. But just like this, it is already very rare. Chapter 27. You are very brave. You cheat and scare people? This Emperor Flame Phoenix bird is already seriously injured and unable to display its strength. The host can snatch the Emperor Flame Fire Seed. At this time, the system sounded a prompt again. Injured? Are you sure? Su Luo glanced at the huge figure above. It was already overhead, but didn't move forward, as if it had discovered them. However, there is no sign of injury on the body of this Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird. Is this system a trap for the host? Very sure. This is the best time to obtain spirit seeds. The system answered again. On the other side, Fu Ningxue's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Even on the upturned nose, there were beads of sweat. This shows the tension in her heart. Now in her heart, she only hopes that this ferocious beast called Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird will leave here quickly. Moreover, she kept praying for this in her heart. But ideals and reality are always contradictory. Look, Fu Ningxue wants it to leave even more. The longer the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird doesn't leave. Not only did it not leave, its huge phoenix eyes suddenly fell on the center of the venue. Just a glance, a sidelong glance. The students and teachers present felt as if they had fallen into a vortex of fire. There is an inexplicable burning sensation all over the body. And inside, it felt like being hit by a hammer. So terrifying. At this moment, the scene was extremely quiet, except for the whimpering of the beasts in fear. Lolo. No. But the one who broke the silence was Nanjiao. Mu Xiaoxi and the others had already subconsciously cast their gazes in her direction. It turned out that Su Luo broke free from Nanjiao's embrace and suddenly jumped forward. Then, the figure quickly climbed onto a 5-meter-high rock. Finally, Su Luo did not forget to make a prohibitive gesture to Nanjiao, who wanted to move forward from behind. This also caused Nanjiao, who was still moving forward, to stop halfway. However, her eyes were filled with worry. She didn't know what Su Luo wanted to do. However, the one in front of him was a terrifying existence that she had only seen once in ancient books. Woof woof, you are hurt, right? Seeing that Nanjiao was obedient and did not come forward, Su Luo actually opened his mouth and barked twice towards the sky. This moment, Fu Ningxue is numb. Your sister. She wanted to swear? What does Nanjiao's little dog want to do? Are you crazy? Is this a provocation to the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird? This is a madman. Do you think you are brave? Although you are the descendant of a great beast. But if you don't grow up, it will only take a few minutes for others to beat you to death. How dare you provoke me? How dare you? Fu Ningxue began to complain madly in her heart. The students present had the same feeling as Fu Ningxue. They were afraid though. But deep down, he also thought that Nanjiao's little dog was crazy. The key point is that he was crazy enough to provoke the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird. But this might also harm them. If this terrifying giant bird gets angry and blasts them with its sacred fire, this entire forest won't be able to withstand it. When the time comes, we can just hug each other and die together. Everyone cursed Su Luo in their hearts. Call him a real dog. If they could speak, they would have already uttered sweet words, and their lips would be filled with honey. How do you know that? But just when everyone had different thoughts, the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird in the sky actually spoke human language. It's a woman's voice. Just like its chirping, clear, melodious, and distant. Even, some of them are soul-stirring. Moreover, while speaking, its gaze fell on Su Luo, who was on the stone. Fu Ningxue didn't find it very novel. After all, she had seen beings of this level before. But the students' eyes widened. They had only heard in historical records that ferocious beasts could speak human language. But when I heard it live, the feeling was really different. How much they wished that one day they could have someone like this around them. Woof! Of course I sensed it. Do I even need to ask? Su Luo looked into the distance, gazing at the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird in the sky. Not only was I not afraid, I was actually very brave. Hold your head high, chest out, butt and buttocks raised. However, what he said sounded like barking to other people, but the big bird could understand it. You? How can you sense it? The Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix looked Su Luo up and down with its phoenix eyes. There was a flash of doubt in his eyes. It doesn't believe it. I really don't believe it. If it had been before it got injured, the little guy would have been slapped to death by it. It's a pity that it's not possible now. The Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird was really injured. Moreover, he cannot use any strength. Because, once the power is used, the whole place will collapse. By then, it will be sensed by other beasts and will be in unexpected danger. Fu Ningxue finally understood. This little smart dog of Nanjiao seems to be communicating with the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird. Woof, oh, am I not worthy? After Su Luo finished saying this, there was actually a hint of fear and doubt in the eyes of the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird, because, at this moment, what it can clearly feel is the aura of the frail beast in front of it, whose species it couldn't even tell, suddenly changed. It becomes mysterious and unpredictable, like a fog that cannot be cleared. Make it scared. Moreover, this is the power of blood. The Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird could clearly sense. Only it can feel it. Looking again, Su Luo's heart was already beating like a drum. No way. Are you trying to trick me, system? I spent 1,000 intimacy points to buy this. What kind of temporary bloodline strength enhancer is this? Didn't they say that it would be extremely powerful and awesome after using it? Why hasn't it taken effect yet? That's right. Just now, Su Luo bought a bloodline power enhancer to be more stable. The purpose is to scare the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird. This is also what the system recommends. But this doesn't seem to work yet. The system didn't dare to speak at this time. Fortunately, the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird spoke at this time. What do you want? As if noticing the calm tone of its voice, the clever Su Luo knew that it must be taking effect. Woof, I want the Emperor Flame Seed. If you don't give it to me, don't even think about leaving here. Su Luo gritted his teeth and decided to be aggressive first. Woof, don't think I don't know that you can't use your power now. Woof, please think carefully about this. At this moment, Su Luo figured it out. If it's like this, then just use both scaring and cheating. Since everyone has come out now, we must get the spirit seeds. The brave ones will die of overeating, while the timid ones will die of starvation. Damn it, Su Luo. Chapter 28, The Emperor Flame Fire, is in hand. Are you scared? Are you threatening me? Above the sky, the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird spoke again. Its eyes fell on Su Luo, and a fierce light flashed in its eyes. Hesitant. As soon as it said this, everyone present heard it clearly. Nan Jiao, who was concerned about Su Luo, clenched her hands unconsciously, and her beautiful face turned a little paler. Fu Ningxue's face changed drastically, full of shock and disbelief. The reactions of all the students were like this. Sigma. Threaten. The Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird actually said that Nan Jiao's little dog was threatening it. Damn it. What kind of dog is this? How dare he be so brave? Threatening the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird. Others are terrifying beings above the 10th level. You can be turned into powder if you sneeze. You dare to threaten others? At this moment, everyone was speechless. Fu Ningxue was sweating profusely. My back is soaked. This, the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird, is it possible that he is angry? Then they are finished. At this moment, everyone present was only looking forward to one thing. Su Luo could shut up and recognize a grandson. Then, the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird disdained to argue with it and turned away. This is the perfect result. However, the reality is, woof. As Su Luo spoke, he took a big step forward with his little paw, his eyes still looking straight up at the sky. The tone is extremely firm. At this moment, no one could understand what Su Luo said, but they already felt what he was talking about. Yes, I am threatening you. So what? Everyone. Nan Jiao's heart also trembled. Her Lolo, how dare she? This. What kind of courage does it take to be so bold? She didn't know whether to cry or laugh. But the fear is real. The scene fell into a new round of silence. The Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird didn't speak, Su Luo didn't speak, and almost no one dared to say a word. However, they all decided in their hearts that Nan Jiao's little smart dog is finished. Dare to threaten the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird, and threaten it so firmly and without compromise. There is almost no relaxation. And now Wang Haifeng, who was in the crowd, had his eyes flickering. He looked at Su Luo for a while, then at the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird, and no one knew what he was thinking about. All right. After a moment, the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird suddenly spoke 2 words. These 2 words are profound, yet make everyone present feel incredible and unbelievable. All right. Did the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird compromise? Accepted Su Luo's threat? No way. However, the next moment, the action of the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird answered them. I saw its elegant and slender neck tilted upwards. A ball of fire appeared in the red bird's beak. Moreover, this fireball seems to have spirituality. It actually floated towards Su Luo below. It fell directly in front of him. Such a strange scene made everyone start thinking, what on earth is this fireball? Some of the top students' pupils suddenly dilated. Obviously, they guessed what it was. Among them is Huang Haifeng. Fu Ningxue, naturally there is no need to think about it. She covered her mouth, her eyes trembling, obviously the moment the fireball appeared. She knew what it was. Elemental Spirit Seed. Emperor Flame Seed. The Emperor Flame Fire Seed on the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird is of an estimable value. Just give it to Nanjiayo's little dog. Ding. Reminder. The host needs to consume 2,000 intimacy points to receive this fire. Otherwise, your body will be damaged. At this time, the system sounded a prompt in Su Luo's heart. Damn Emperor Flame Phoenix bird. Su Luo said, while he could see a hint of sinisterness in the eyes of this giant bird. It turned out that the giant bird was certain that Su Luo's body could not withstand the power of the fire. So, just give it to him. It wants to see how he died. Result. What it never expected was that Su Luo had a system. Consume intimacy value. After Su Luo said this in his heart, he grabbed the fire with his claws without hesitation. Then, under the slightly surprised gaze of the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird, he stuffed it into its mouth. Wow. Su Luo exploded. The moment he swallowed the Emperor Flame, his whole body was like being bathed in fire, and red flames emerged, burning brightly. The stone under my feet was burned until it was charred black. Not only that, this stone is gradually turning into ash. Turning into black and gray little by little. Very scary. Boom. There was another noise. The flames on Su Luo's body actually shot up into the sky. Go straight up 100 meters. Even the air was slightly deformed by the burning. Visible to the naked eye. Horrible temperature. Woof, ah. With a roar to the sky, Su Luo finally exploded. Comfortable. The flames on his body went out instantly. But at this moment, everyone was stunned, with different expressions on their faces. Even Nanjiayo is like this. Because Su Luo has changed. His originally white hair turned into a gradient color with a slight hint of reddish gold. Less cute and silly, but more handsome and cool. But the body shape hasn't changed much. It's just pure handsome. Above the sky, the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird glanced at him dimly, and no one knew what it was thinking. However, there was also deep surprise in its eyes. Before everyone had recovered from their shock, Su Luo made another move. He waved his claws towards the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird in the sky. Nothing said. However, everyone has already understood his claw language. The meaning is clearly saying, go away, get lost, you have nothing to do here. And the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird actually gave enough face. The moment Su Luo waved his hand, it actually flapped its wings and left. Really gone. In the eyes of the crowd, walking away. Moreover, looking at the speed, it seems to be a lot faster than before. This. Is the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird scared? Fu Ningxue couldn't help but have such a ridiculous thought in her mind. Of course. Otherwise, how could it fly so fast? This time, the look in Fu Ningxue's eyes when she looked at Su Luo changed even more dramatically. It seems that I still underestimated him. Fu Ningxue thought too much. The Emperor Flame Phoenix bird is not afraid. But I'm worried that if I stay here any longer, that little dog will make some unreasonable demands. What's more, there are enemies behind it. So, when Su Luo waved to let it leave, it quickly slipped away. But the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird had already said something to itself in its heart. She will be back. Chapter 29. Su Luo's Power. Go to the lake? What kind of breed is Nanjiayo's little dog? What kind of existence is it? How can it be so powerful? I don't know either. It's obviously a little spirit dog. Why would it dare to threaten the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird? That's right. That's a terrifying existence above level 10. How dare he threaten me? That's really brave. After the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird left, the students finally dared to start the discussion. Actually, forget about the threat. The worst that can happen is that he gets beaten up, but the key is that he succeeded. He got the spirit seed. That's right. The Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird is actually afraid of his threats. TSK, 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 TSK. It's really scary when you think about it. I don't understand. Anyway, I won't dare to mess with that little dog anymore. That guy can't be judged by common sense. Yes, you should stay away from him. Doesn't that mean Nanjiayo can't get close to me? I heard that little dog is very protective of its cubs. Damn. Is a woman more important, or her life more important? Is the lower body more important, or the lower half of life more important? An old driver analyzed. Besides, the right thing to do is to work hard to open the earth veins. Then you can go to the academy. That's right. The academy is just a small stepping stone. Everyone was talking about it. Huang Haifeng next to him was also listening. He originally wanted to gather a group of people with lofty ideals to deal with the little smart dog together. I didn't expect that plans cannot keep up with changes. After what happened this afternoon, who would dare to cause trouble for Nanjiayo the little dog? Thinking of this, Huang Haifeng gritted his teeth again. However, he began to become more active. Is it true that the more terrifying the beasts are, the more they fear threats? Otherwise, how could the little dog succeed? Could it be? This is an unspeakable secret among the fierce beasts. Some unspoken rules. Huang Haifeng's eyes lit up when he thought of this. It's like grasping the code of wealth. The other side. Lolo, you don't feel bad anywhere, do you? Nanjiao naturally knew that what Su Luo swallowed was the Emperor Flame Seed, the existence of Earth-level spirit species. How could his small body bear it? Su Luo shook his head and squinted his eyes slightly, really enjoying the feeling of Nanjiao's soft and tender little hands on him. Slippery, cool, and very comfortable. Especially because she was worried about him. She checked, touched, every part of his body without any hesitation. That's even more cool. What sounded in Su Luo's ears was the message of intimacy value +1. This is a spiritual enjoyment. What the body enjoys is a different kind of pleasure. As expected, it is more comfortable to be a beast. Don't worry, Yu. I think he can kill a few tigers now. How could anything happen to him? Lu Zixin came over and comforted her. That's right. Mu Xiaoxi also sat opposite Nanjiao, watching her stroking Su Luo, and said, moreover, this Emperor Flame Seed is a remarkable existence. With this, Luo can be said to have become a beast with attributes. Most importantly, the damage of ordinary fire-attributed beasts may not be as strong as his. This sentence was said by Ming Jingran. Okay, thank you. Seeing that everyone was comforting herself, Nanjiao also breathed a sigh of relief. However, his eyes never left Su Luo. This little guy is so comfortable that his eyes are squinting. He must really like me touching him like this, right? After relaxing her mind, such an idea suddenly arose in Nanjiao's mind. The thought that made her blush slightly. Fortunately, Mu Xiaoxi and the others didn't pay attention to this. Their current focus is actually on Su Luo. After all, he is amazing. Black intelligence. Very anthropomorphic and spiritual operation. Cross-level beast control and win the battle. Hunting the moon rabbit at an unpredictable speed. Besides, when facing the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird, all the beasts were crawling in fear, but he was alone, calm and composed. Showing off his damn courage and charm. And it is unimaginable to threaten the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird just to get the fire. Moreover, with such a body, he was able to bear the violent energy of the Emperor Flame Seed. After this series of actions, it would be hard for Su Luo not to attract their attention. It's a pity that he is Nanjiao's beast. They and Nanjiao are good friends, good roommates, and good sisters. Otherwise, we have to fight for it. However, there is one thing that all three of them understand very well. That is, at least from this moment on. Many people in their class probably don't dare to provoke Nanjiao. From the looks they wanted to see but didn't dare to, Mu Xiaoxi and the others already understood. This is because Su Luo's power has been quietly taking effect. If today's incident continues to ferment in the academy, I can't imagine. Because of what happened this afternoon, Fu Ningxue did not arrange any further activities for the students. Let them do their own activities. Everyone felt like they had survived a disaster, so we didn't go anywhere and just spent the whole afternoon bragging and chatting. However, there are also many people who decided to practice hard after seeing the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird. They all long for the day when they can ride on such a creature. Time flies. It will soon be evening. After eating and drinking his fill, Su Luo was lying on Nanjiao's lap, enjoying the leisure that was not appropriate for his age. His favorite action is lying down. Why don't you like lying down? There is no way Su Luo can proudly say that lying down is uncomfortable. It will suppress little Su Luo's growth. Moreover, lying on Nanjiao's long legs. Ahem, he can also be distracted. So, just lie down. You can also let yourself go. Sisters. Lu Zixin came back jogging, with an excited look on her face. I wonder if she found something interesting. I found the lake. She beeped softly. Real. Nanjiao and Mu Xiaoxi were the first to react. Of course, not far ahead. Besides, the lake water is very clear, very suitable for bathing. Lu Zixin said in a low voice. Finally, I looked around and found that no one was paying attention to this place. As soon as he heard the word, take a bath, Su Luo reacted and quickly opened his eyes. I'm going to. Is this anything coming? Sure enough, the next moment Mu Xiaoxi nodded. Let's go wash up together. I caught the Moonshadow rabbit today and sweated a lot. As she spoke, she looked at Nanjiao, then at Meng Jingran. I'm fine. Nanjiao quickly raised her hand to express her position. Me too. Lu Zixin hurriedly followed. Where's Jingjing? The three girls' eyes were all on her. Then go. Meng Jingran also gritted her teeth. For girls who love cleanliness have been decided to take a bath at the lake. And take Luo with you. I feel safer with him. This is what Mu Xiaoxi said. When Su Luo heard this, he silently gave her a thumbs up. Must like. Listen, This is what people say. This is ideological awakening, and this is a very spiritual expression. It's really not a poke. Su Luo smiled inwardly. Yes, I think so too. Lu Zixin added another sentence. I'm fine. Meng Jingren shrugged. After the three of them expressed their opinions, Nanjiao's was no longer important. Next, just set off. Walking along the lake. Chapter 30. Same beast, different fate. Blessing. At night, Lying Forest is quiet. I don't know if it's because the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird appeared in the afternoon. So it is particularly quiet tonight, without even the roar of any ferocious beasts. Even the chirping of insects is not much. Big Bear, you three can't go any further. Stay here, in front of a tree. Lu Zixin spoke to his Earth Bear. That's right, Thunder Panther, you too. Mu Xiaoxi added. Firewolf, you should stay here obediently. Meng Jingran said this while touching his own beast. The latter was also very smart. After raising his eyes and looking at his master, he lay down. It's quite cooperative. Lolo, why don't you stay here too? As Nanjiao said this, she wanted to put Su Luo on the soft grass. Oh my god, no. Su Luo suddenly felt uncomfortable. You promised to take a bath? I'm ready for everything. That's it. Are you going to deceive my pure, childish, and beautiful emotions like this? Su Luo is about to cry. However, at this time, a sound like the sound of nature had already sounded. I think Luo Luo is fine. He's so small and a cub, so he probably doesn't know much. This sentence was said by Lu Zixin. In an instant, Su Luo felt that this girl was much more pleasing to the eye. Although I usually do some stupid things without thinking. But at this time, Lu Zixin was undoubtedly very wise and farsighted. Su Luo was excited and praised her anger. This is not good. They are all here. Nanjiao said, glancing at the three Earth Bears. In fact, deep down in her heart, she was willing to take Su Luo with her. But what about Mu Xiaoxi, Meng Jingran, and others? They didn't nod. So how could Nanjiao have the nerve to make such a decision? Although she is a little simple-minded, she is definitely not ignorant of the ways of the world. It's okay. I think what Zixian said is correct. Let's take Luo Luo with us. Mu Xiaoxi said this and looked at Meng Jingran, obviously asking for her opinion. Not only was her eyes on Meng Jingran, even the Earth Bear, Thunder Leopard, and Su Luo are like this. As long as Meng Jingran nods, it means Su Luo has successfully entered the game. For a certain dog, that must be a very happy thing. However, for the Earth Bear and Thunder Leopard, that was definitely a critical hit. After all, they are all cubs, why? However, amid their expectant gazes, Meng Jingran, who usually spoke little, also nodded. Sure, I have no problem. As always, Meng Jingran never makes anyone feel uncomfortable. She was always the last to express her opinions, but they were always consistent with Nanjiao and the others. That's just her personality. Only, roar. The Earth Bear was unhappy and growled twice at his master. What I mean is, why? Why can he go while the three of them have to stay here? It's not fair. The Earth Bear cried, made a scene, and then tried to hang himself, then rolled around on the ground. However, Lu Zixin patted its body helplessly and said comfortingly, it's very dangerous in the forest. We need someone to guard and watch over it, so that we can feel at ease. Besides, you three are the most powerful here. If not you, who will guard the place? As she spoke, she smiled again, touched it, and continued. I believe you can stand guard, right? After we go back, I'll reward you with your favorite honey. Being flattered by his master, and with the promise of rewards, the Earth Bear was immediately satisfied. The bear showed an honest smile on his face, nodded repeatedly, and growled softly. Signal your master to go, the big bear will stand guard and make sure no one can get close. Unless, stepping on the big bear's corpse. As he spoke, the Earth Bear patted his chest muscles to show off his strength. Great. Lu Zixin then said something and turned around. Nanjiao and the others also followed her with smiles on their faces. This guy's IQ is hopeless. The fire wolf raised his eyelids and glanced at the Earth Bear, shaking his head repeatedly and complaining in his heart. Oh my god, brother bear, why did you agree to this? Have you forgotten how awesome that kid is? In the morning, those Moonshadow rabbits couldn't outrun him. At noon, he was still roaring at the terrifying bird. We were all scared to death at that time. Thunder Leopard realized it later and finally reacted and asked Earth Bear. It seems so. The Earth Bear scratched his big head. I was like, why do I always feel like something is wrong? Damn it, I got fooled again. After waking up, the Earth Bear beat his chest and stamped his feet, full of regret. But it's too late. Fire Wolf. Zixian, you were so mean just now, fooling your own Earth Bear like this. Nanjiao spoke up. Hee hee, it's always like this. I have to coax it. This is a routine. I think it's quite honest and much easier to coax than my thunder leopard. By the crescent-shaped lake, for people from the dormitory were playing with each other. They have already put their legs into the lake, feeling the temperature inside, and trying to adapt. These 8 long, beautiful legs are all white. To be honest, the 4 girls have different leg shapes. But Su Luo still likes Ninjayo, because her legs are straight and slender, and seem to have amazing elasticity. If I were to describe it, Su Luo felt that the word leg play was not enough. It should be said that legs can be used for fun for a lifetime. Su Luo lay on the shore pretending to be calm and composed. Its left eye was slightly narrowed, but its right eye was actually secretly observing. Seemingly not caring, but actually LSP. Okay, let's go downstairs, wash up and leave. Nanjiao spoke at this time. Yes, so that I won't be scolded again when the teacher comes to look for me later. Mu Xiaoxi also nodded. Well, let's hurry up. After Lu Zixin finished speaking, she was just as bold as her personality, and she started to undress in front of everyone. He didn't treat them as outsiders at all, nor did he treat Su Luo as a foreign beast. Hiss. TSK, TSK, TSK. Su Luo praised repeatedly. Although, when Lu Zixin last went down to the lake, she was still wearing thin underwear, just like a young lady in a bikini on the beach. However, Su Luo still intuitively felt it. This girl is really talented. She is in really good shape. Lives up to the reputation of baby face and big breasts. Ahem, praise. Next, it was Mu Xiaoxi. Meng Jingran. They entered the lake one after another. Su Luo opened his eyes wide, exclaiming, wow, repeatedly, and even felt as if a hot stream was about to rush out of his nose. Originally, he thought that Meng Jingran should still be the shyest and the last one to leave. Little did they know that Nanjiao was actually. This girl is the most shy one. She glanced at Su Luo, as if she felt his gaze. She pouted her lips slightly, put her hands on her clothes, and didn't know what she was thinking, and she didn't move for a long time. Yu, come down quickly. Yes, Jiao, it's so comfortable in here. Mu Xiaoxi and Lu Zixin were already shouting. Okay. Nanjiao responded and finally mustered up the courage. As if sensing something, Su Luo quickly turned his eyes in her direction. Unfortunately, Su Luo couldn't see it the next second. Immediately, a sweet fragrance came to my nose. Turned out to be. He was covered by the clothes that Nanjiao threw down, blocking his sight. But the moment that Su Luo couldn't see, Nanjiao raised her lips slightly in a meaningful arc and quickly submerged herself in the lake. Chapter 31. A glimpse of the lake. What is that? By the lake, on the branches of a big tree, a blind spot in the vision. A woman leaned against a tree, quietly observing Nanjiao and the other 3 playing and fighting by the lake. These girls are such a worry. Fu Ningxue exclaimed softly. Earlier, she had seen Nanjiao and the others leaving stealthily. So, I followed it all the way and came here. The purpose is to secretly protect their safety without disturbing them. Don't let anything unexpected happen. If it were a normal situation, Fu Ningxue would definitely grab them and give them a lecture and ask them to return to the camp quickly. But not this time. The reason, of course, was because of that petite figure lying by the lake. That's right. Fu Ningxue still wanted to observe Su Luo carefully. Lakeside, Su Luo beat his chest and stamped his feet. He never expected that Nanjiao would be so cunning as to cover his eyes with her clothes. As a result, he was unable to firmly imprint the charming moment when she undressed in his mind. Oh my god. Although, Su Luo should be satisfied now. After all, he was there, watching 4 girls playing in the water. Compared to the ones raised by the Earth Bear's stepmothers, they are much stronger. The treatment is simply not even on the same level. As if sensing it, Su Luo on the shore seemed a little discouraged. Nanjiao in the lake waved at him and said softly, Lolo, come down quickly. Come over here. Wipe. Su Luo never expected that this girl, Nanjiao, would dare to provoke him. Do you really think that Uncle Su Luosu is afraid to go into the lake and can't swim? He was just regretting missing the beautiful scenery. No. Must prove myself. Su Luo said this, and he already spread his legs and ran back. Hey, what is he going to do? Lu Zixin also noticed Su Luo's movements and asked in doubt. I don't know. Maybe he got angry because no one cared about him. Mu Xiaoxi casually said. No way. After hearing what she said, Nanjiao became a little nervous. Could it be that Lolo is really that stingy? Was she teasing him? He seems to have turned his head again. Meng Jingran said something at this time. Then, the 4 girls realized that Su Luo didn't run away in anger. He is running up. Sure enough, Su Luo quickly ran to the lakeside and leaped towards Nanjiao. Plop. The water mist he created splashed directly onto the faces of the 4 girls. Most of the hair on their faces was instantly wet. Not only that, Su Luo also quickly used the dog paddle method to come to Nanjiao's side. He hugged her. Yeah. At this time, Nanjiao exclaimed softly. Because Su Luo, the little bad boy, had already placed his little paws on her chest. Ding, physical contact, reward of 4,000 intimacy points. Ahem. Intimacy points are actually rewarded at this time. This is really a pleasant surprise. But Su Luo swore. He definitely didn't mean it. Doesn't this dog paw position require the paws to keep moving forward? As he moved forward quickly, this situation occurred. He really didn't mean it. Heaven and earth can testify. However, the sense of touch is truly astonishing. It's like it was placed on top of a cold pudding. The other side. Nanjiao's pretty face was already red. She grabbed his little paw and controlled his restlessness. Wow, Luo, you bad guy. You did this on purpose. My hair is wet. Lu Zixin complained. Jiao, you shouldn't tease him. He looks so excited. Mu Xiaoxi wiped the water off her face, but didn't complain. Only Ming Jingran found the highlight. Why can Luo swim? Normally speaking, beast tamers usually hate going into the water, but he was very excited and even swam. Yeah. Lu Zixin also discovered the key point at this time. Even Mu Xiaoxi had to admit that it was indeed, as Ming Jingran said. They originally planned to put Su Luo on the shore because of this thought. But I didn't expect that after Nanjiao's teasing, he actually came down. I don't know either. Nanjiao and Su Luo have had the longest contact time among the few people. However, I was only his master for more than 2 days. So it's really not clear. However, I gave him a bath and found that he had no problem and could tolerate the water. Nanjiao thought about it and said again. After she finished speaking, she glanced at Su Luo and found that his eyes were fixed on the front. Standing still, he seemed fascinated. Nanjiao followed his gaze. Finally, I realized that what he was paying attention to was her chest and collarbone. This little rascal. The shy Nanjiao quickly turned Su Luo around while no one was paying attention. Hiss. It would be better if this didn't turn. As he turned around, Su Luo saw heavy rocks and a delicate patch of white flowers. Above, there are water drops flowing slowly like raindrops. Beautiful, really delicious. 3 girls surrounded him. It was really a death sentence. Su Luo said he couldn't bear it. So cool. However, since he is so intelligent, it is normal for him to know how to swim by himself, right? Mu Xiaoxi said something at this time. Is that really the case? Meng Jingran pinched her chin. She didn't dare to confirm. Never mind. Ever since Luo's black intelligence was detected, he has always been so extraordinary. Lu Zixin slapped the water impatiently, and it started to tremble. It almost caught Su Luo's eyes. It's not the first or second time he has shocked us, right? Why bother with this? This girl is really generous. But it was exactly as she said. Okay, let's speed up and go back after washing up. Mu Xiaoxi also decided not to worry about it anymore. However, Fu Ningxue, who was sitting on a tree in the distance, could clearly hear their conversation with her strength as a 4-veined beast master. Black intelligence. Her pupils dilated slightly. Even so, Su Luo has already shown so many unique features. But when she heard this black spiritual intelligence, Fu Ningxue was still shocked. Because, as a teacher, she understands. Whether a beast has potential and how it will develop in the future is really closely related to its intelligence. Su Luo is already so extraordinary, and he also has black spiritual intelligence. I can't imagine. The beast that Nanjiao obtained is really amazing, right? After all, where did Su Luo come from? Fu Ningxue couldn't help but think of the life teacher in the animal pen. She decided to ask him after she returned. Wow, can Luo dive so well? In the lake, Lu Zixin has already found a bright spot. In fact, she was not the only one who discovered it. Nanjiao had noticed it a long time ago. From the beginning, Su Luo would dive into the lake with his whole body and stay there for a while. Then it reappeared on the lake's surface. This has been going back and forth several times. However, Nanjiao didn't think about what he was doing. I just think he's getting used to being in contact with water. But is Su Luo really that simple? It's true. At the beginning, Su Luo just wanted to see what kind of underwear Nanjiao was wearing. But the subsequent snorkeling was because he saw a light and shadow under the lake. Hazy, blurred azure light and shadow. And this light and shadow can also move. It has been floating in the bottom of the lake. Su Luo just wanted to confirm what this thing was. Just when he was about to go snorkeling again. Roar. There was a roar from the woods. Crash. The sound of lightning. And the inexplicable roar of beasts. Oh no, something went wrong. It sounds like a battle. Nanjiao was the first to react. Go check it out quickly. The 3 girls also heard that they were quarreling. Moreover, it came from the fire wolf. A group of people quickly ran to the shore. Su Luo, being held by Nanjiao, was also like this. It seems that there is no way to find out what is at the bottom of the lake for the time being. Chapter 32. The Emperor's Flame shows its power. Easy. Oh my god, I can't take it anymore. The Earth Bear cried out in pain. The whole bear was blown away and fell under a big tree. His body was covered with scars from the battle and dirt, and he looked a bit disheveled. In front of it were the Fire Wolf and Thunder Leopard, crouching down, staring ahead with their teeth bared. Opposite the two beasts was a gigantic tiger that was 4 or 5 times larger than them. It was wrapped in thorn armor, looking majestic and imposing. The silver armor on his body is as bright and white as light, and looks very metallic and powerful. Silver-armored, steel-armored tiger, a 4th-level advanced ferocious beast in adulthood. What a tough character. When they reach adulthood, they are like killing gods among the 4th-level ferocious beasts. The absolute overlord. Just now, when the 3 Earth Bears were lying on the ground bragging, they were ambushed by the silver-armored, steel-armored tiger. In the first encounter, Earth Bear had already withdrawn from the battle and the group chat. It is enough to see how ferocious this silver-armored, steel-armored tiger is. Roar. With a roar, the silver-armored steel tiger, feeling provoked, took action again. Its speed is not extremely fast, but its explosive power is indeed extremely strong. The Thunder Leopard leaped forward, but it was too late to dodge subconsciously, and was directly slapped away by a claw. There was almost no resistance. However, the Fire Wolf is obviously also a very good attacker. Taking advantage of this gap, it opened its mouth wide, and a ball of fire fell on the enemy. Although, the fire attribute has a certain suppression on the silver-armored steel tiger with steel attribute. However, the power of this fireball is still too small. When it falls on the opponent, all you can find is a black dot the size of a bowl. It seems that the other party has not suffered any substantial damage. However, this fire attack also completely angered the silver-armored, steel-armored tiger. The big guy pounced forward, and a silver light flashed from his claws. Boom. Shoo. 2 consecutive sounds. The Fire Wolf had been blown away. It fell on the ground nearby. There were deep bloodstains on its body, and the blood had directly dyed its hair red. Fire Wolf. Meng Jingran's voice rang out. She had already seen the battle. However, there is still some distance to reach the Fire Wolf. As soon as she ran here, she saw her Fire Wolf being bombarded by the enemy. She suddenly became angry. But this silver-armored, steel-armored tiger did not want to let go of the fire-patterned wolf, its opponent, who had provoked it. It pounced forward again, and its sharp claws attacked the Fire Wolf again. Moreover, the attack was directed at the throat. Once this claw falls, the Fire Wolf will probably be doomed. Meng Jingran's face changed. She was almost able to support her own beast, but there was still some distance. But, at this time, a golden light shot from behind. It hit the silver-armored, steel-armored tiger accurately, successfully knocked it back 2 meters. It was these 2 meters that saved the Fire Wolf from danger. Thank you, Jiao. Meng Jingran quickly opened her mouth to express her gratitude. Because, at the critical moment just now, it was Nanjiao who came to help. She formed a seal with her palm and attacked the silver-armored steel tiger from a distance. Successfully stopped its action. Fine. Nanjiao's face turned slightly pale. In that attack, just now, she really mobilized all her strength. Fortunately, the silver-armored steel tiger was stopped in time. Roar. However, this steel tiger is really the kind of person who will bite whoever attacks it. Just now, Nanjiao attacked it, and its hatred value was immediately transferred. He quickly bent his body, and this time ran towards Nanjiao. Be careful, Yu, it's coming towards you. Due to some irresistible reasons, Lu Zixin arrived and quickly spoke up to remind him. But there was no need for her to speak anymore. Nanjiao focused his eyes and formed seals with his hands again. A mysterious formation appeared in front of her. Boom! Shining golden light. Once again facing the silver-armored, steel-armored tiger, forcing this hateful big guy to stop again. To be honest, this was also the first time Su Luo saw an Jiao fight. I didn't expect that. This girl is the most capable among the 4. However, her attacks didn't seem to be very effective against this 4th-tier, silver-armored steel tiger. Let me take action. Su Luo thought about it, and his feet were no longer hesitant. This time, he did not purchase anything in the system, because Su Luo wanted to see what level the Emperor Flame Fire Seed he obtained today could reach. Also, can he display his alpaca and mud horse bloodline talent? The last one. Fu Ningxue originally wanted to step forward to help. However, when she saw Su Luo going into battle, she stopped. She wanted to see what he would do. Can you really defeat a 4th-level god of death? Swift as the wind. On the grass. At this moment, you can only see a shadow. In the dark, you can't even see clearly. Bang! A crisp sound. Before the silver-armored, steel-armored tiger could react, he already felt a slap on his armor. Light and weak. However, it had already discovered that a cute puppy face appeared in front of it. This damn guy, with the corner of his mouth curled up, was actually looking at it, provoking it. The silver-armored, steel-armored tiger became angry again, roaring and trying to pounce forward. But the next moment, Su Luo's figure had disappeared from the spot. Lolo, is he okay? Seeing Su Luo fighting, Nanjiao behind him couldn't help but worry. After all, the opponent is a fourth-level ferocious beast, the silver-armored, steel-armored tiger. And her Luo was just an ordinary, mediocre first-level little spirit dog. The most important thing is that he is just a cub. Don't worry you. I feel that Luo will definitely be fine. At this time, Lu Zixin came up and patted her shoulder to comfort her. She was breathing rapidly, her cheeks were red, and her chest was trembling. I guess this is the irresistible factor. The two haven't finished their conversation yet. There was a sudden boom from the silver-armored steel tiger in front. It exploded. In an instant, flames burst out everywhere. The blazing red-gold flames burned wantonly on the body of the silver-armored, steel-armored tiger. That's right. It is Su Luo's only skill. Flame Seed. Really, the only martial arts in the world that cannot be defeated is speed. With the ultimate terrifying speed blessing, the rate of vaccination is so fast. 12 beads in a row, completed in the blink of an eye. In addition, Su Luo was originally very petite, so the silver-armored steel tiger had no chance to react at all. I can't find the target even if I want to attack. Finally successfully detonated the flame seed. Ah! The howling of pain exploded in the forest. The big steel tiger was burned by the red-gold flames and kept rolling on the ground, trying to put out the flames on its body. But there is no way to put it out. In the end, all you can do is wail in pain. It's horrible. Su Luo was originally thinking, let's see what this emperor flame can achieve. The result was unexpectedly good. Roar. The painful silver-armored tiger suddenly jumped up and ran towards the lake. It seems that this guy knows very well that water is needed to put out the fire. I think his intelligence is definitely not low. Su Luo, who wanted to see the effect of the emperor flame, ran without hesitation and followed. Lolo, seeing that he chose to follow, Nanjiao immediately chose to follow him. Finally, she did not forget to turn around and shout to Meng Jingran and the others. First, check if your beasts are injured. I'm going to chase Luo, and we'll be back soon. As she spoke, she was already running forward. Lu Zixin thought about it and walked towards her earth bear. After all, she also saw that her big bear was injured. We can't just abandon it, can we? However, the one who suffered the most serious damage should be Meng Jingran's fire wolf. She didn't hesitate and went straight forward to check. The same goes for Mu Xiaoxi. Chapter 33. What the hell? Violent water elemental spirit. Su Luo was chasing in front. Nanjiao is following closely behind. Finally, after the sound of plop, Su Luo witnessed with his own eyes that the silver-armored, steel-armored tiger pounced into the lake. Moment. White mist rose, and the lake water evaporated. However, because the big steel tiger could not be seen, so Su Luo had no way of knowing whether the fire on it was extinguished. We can only rely on the evaporating water mist and vaguely guess, maybe not. Really, the next moment, the silver-armored tiger appeared, proving Su Luo's guess. When it rose from the lake, there was actually red-gold flames on its hair. Not completely destroyed. However, what you can see is that the fire is not that big anymore. The silver-armored, steel-armored tiger plunged into the water again. This imperial flame is indeed so terrifying. Su Luo pursed his lips and fell into a brief thought. Even with his mediocre strength now, the Emperor Flame Seed can have such power. It is conceivable that if I improve my strength in the future, that would simply burn the heaven and earth. No wonder the fusion of the imperial flames in the afternoon turned the stone into ashes. Really terrifying and extraordinary. Worth it. At this moment, Su Luo felt that he had been brave once and gained huge benefits. Although I have offended that Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird. Luo, are you okay? In the rear, Nanjiao finally arrived. There was no way. Su Luo's speed was as slow as if he had turned on an electric motor. He disappeared in a moment. How could she, a beastmaster who had only opened the yellow vein, catch up? Su Luo glanced at her and nodded, indicating that he was fine. Roar. At this time, an unclear roar was heard from the bottom of the lake. However, it can be heard that it is the voice of silver-armored steel tiger. Next second, this terrifying big steel tiger seemed to be equipped with a rocket. It flew up from the lake and crashed into the shore. Su Luo took a look. It was discovered that its fur had been burnt black. The majestic silver armor had long lost its former charm and looked extremely miserable. At this moment, he was lying on the ground like a dead dog. That is. At this time, Su Luo heard Nanjiao's soft call. He turned his head and looked over. A hazy blue mist rose from the bottom of the lake and floated on the surface of the lake. The moment it appeared, it was as blue as a drop of water. Immediately, it slowly turned into a humanoid elf with wings behind it. The moment you see it, a character from their era unconsciously emerged in Su Luo's mind. The elf in Pokemon Meloetta, the kind with wings. It's a water elemental spirit. Nanjiao exclaimed in surprise. When he heard her voice, Su Luo's mind unconsciously recalled the memory of this thing. After all, the system is still reliable, and I gave these to him. In this world, there exists a very strange creature called elemental elves. Essentially, this thing is like a vicious beast and can be tamed. However, due to their small number and difficulty in serving them, few people choose to tame elemental elves. In fact, the difference between them and the fierce beasts is, they are pure magicians, and the ferocious beasts are almighty warriors. And the one in front of Su Luo is the water elemental spirit. That was the light and shadow that he had been wondering what it was when he was at the bottom of the lake. Unexpectedly, this thing has now revealed itself. It was probably because the silver-armored, steel-armored tiger just now disturbed it. While Su Luo was still thinking, he discovered that the water elemental elf actually started to attack. This guy is accumulating strength. It seems he wants to attack him. Moreover, judging from the look in his eyes, the hatred value should be on him. A moment. Su Luo has already figured out what happened. It was estimated that this water elemental elf had also noticed him under the lake before. Then not long after, the silver-armored steel tiger went down to blow up the lake again. This elemental elf naturally thought that it was a good thing done by Su Luo. Here it comes, revenge. In order not to affect Nanjiao, Su Luo suddenly sprinted to the side. Really, this water elemental elf has full hatred towards Su Luo. He had been following behind him the whole time, and the azure energy in his hands suddenly blasted towards him. Nanjiao could see that power almost at a glance. This water elemental elf is probably already at the 3rd level. A 3rd level elemental spirit has the combat power of a 4th level. No, she wants to help Su Luo. As she thought about it, she was already chasing after the elemental spirit. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of bombardment continued to ring out in the forest. Water elemental elves are very violent. Chasing closely from behind, the attacking shells bombarded Su Luo again and again. Fortunately, he is very fast, and his petite body is very agile. Therefore, the water elemental spirit failed to hit Su Luo. But at the same time, his mind was not idle. He was buying strength potions from the system. He had already seen that he wanted to defeat the water elemental spirit behind him. What needs to be improved now is the strength attribute. After all, this guy is very fast and has wings so he can fly in the sky. It is impossible for his flame species to complete the 12 consecutive beads. There is no way to use the advantage of speed to attack it. Moreover, the frequency of use of this water elemental elf skill is also very high. Just like a magician who doesn't need to chant at all. A little scary. Su Luo needs to rely on absolute strength, find the right opportunity, and knock it down with one blow. I bought 5 bottles of strength potions at once. Ding, gained 15 points of strength. During a round of system prompts, Su Luo had completed the increase in strength. He took a look, 143 points, enough? With a graceful leap forward, Su Luo avoided the attack from the water elemental elf behind him. At this time, his eyes were fixed on the big tree in front of him. A plan has emerged in Su Luo's mind. Without hesitation, he quickly rushed towards the tree, hooking his claws tightly around the trunk like a nimble feline. Climb up the tree. The water elemental elf who had been chasing Su Luo thought that his chance had come. It rushed forward suddenly, and a deep blue light shone in its hands. Oh my god. Su Luo glanced at him and wondered if this guy had watched Naruto. Want to replicate the Rasengan? Such a violent magician. However, Su Luo was also waiting for this moment. After he climbed up the tree trunk, he suddenly exerted force with his claws and shot up. Because of the forward momentum, the water elemental elf had no time to break. It couldn't imagine that the little dog in front of it could operate like this. Directly using the tree, he did a backflip onto its back. Do you have to be so flirty? Do you want to show off your skills like this? Bang! Whatever idea the water elemental spirit looks like. Its azure blue body had been knocked off by Su Luo's heavy claws. Smash it towards the ground. But it's not over yet. Nanjiao, who followed closely, was now ready for the harvest battle. She formed seals with her hands again. The golden light shines. blast towards the water elemental elf above the ground. This damn guy just chased Su Luo so hard. She saw it all. So, how could Nanjiao show mercy to it? That's absolutely impossible, although it is a very rare and precious elemental elf. However, in her heart, Su Luo's importance to her is many times greater than that of the water elemental elf. Boom! Dust flying. The water elemental elf was accurately hit by Nanjiao, suffering continuous blows. Chapter 34. Is this the end? Being caught up. Lolo. As soon as Su Luo landed, Nanjiao came to his side. From the girl's tone, one can hear her worry and fear. Worried, of course, about something happening to Su Luo. I was afraid, of course, that something might happen to Su Luo. As Nanjiao spoke, she had already picked up Su Luo and was about to give him another round of physical examination. Someone originally wanted to resist and express his attitude. However, when he saw the sweat on her forehead and nose, he decided to give up. Just let Nanjiao's little hands touch him all over. No loss anyway. The most important thing is that this girl followed him all the way, and Su Luo could also feel her nervousness. Fortunately, you are not injured. After Nanjiao confirmed that everything was correct, she breathed a sigh of relief and a smile returned to her face. Have to say, at this moment, under the hazy moonlight, Nanjiao has a magical and tranquil beauty. This beauty made Su Luo couldn't help but stick out his tongue and lick it, licking her delicate nose. Inadvertently, he licked all her sweat. Ding, passive licking of nose. Increase intimacy value by 1000. Oh. Along with the system prompt sound, Nanjiao also let out a soft cry. Then, he quickly pressed him onto his knees. I'm afraid that this little bad guy Su Luo will do evil again. At the same time, her pretty face turned red with embarrassment and she rolled her eyes at him. Not to mention, she's quite cute, pure and charming. Salty. Su Luo already felt the taste of sweat. When he made this move, he himself was stunned. Damn it. Out of control. Are you licking Nanjiao's nose? This is my first lick. It's profound and significant. The first step in a long journey. You can't be so presumptuous in the future, understand? At this time, Nanjiao pretended to be angry and taught Su Luo. I am your master. How can you keep bullying me like this? Is this wrong? Did you hear that? You just have to behave. As she spoke, she couldn't help but shake Su Luo's little paw a few times to remind him. Su Luo nodded and blinked, indicating that he heard it. Nanjiao was satisfied and wanted to nod her head. But the next moment, her slender hands became wet again. It turned out that Su Luo had done evil again. Not only did he lick his nose, he also licked his hands. That's right. Su Luo heard it, but it went in one ear and out the other. Moreover, this girl even used her mistress's tricks to try to educate him. Although, there is some joking element in it. But how could Su Luo be such a good dog who would just keep doing his duty? He is famous for being mean and bad. Okay. Woof woof there. In order to divert Nanjiao's attention and stop her from worrying about this issue, Su Luo used his claws to point to the place where the water elemental elf was knocked down, indicated that she should go over and take a look. The smoke had cleared there. Nanjiao also understood what he meant, so she picked him up, and the man and the beast slowly moved towards there. Finally, I saw the water elemental spirit in the pit. No way. Su Luo was surprised. This water elemental spirit was beaten to death. There are several fragmented streams of azure blue liquid in the pit now. Looks a bit sticky. If Su Luo had not had any knowledge of this water elemental elf, he would definitely find it disgusting. This scene was also somewhat unexpected for Nanjiao. It seems like we just killed it like that. She gently placed her slender hand on her tender lips, frowned slightly, and thought carefully. Because of the special nature of water elemental elves, Nanjiao doesn't know much about them. However, one thing is certain. Nanjiao and Su Luo worked together to kill a very valuable beastmaster. It's no exaggeration. If this water elemental elf is sold at an auction house, it will be worth at least several million star coins. Because there are many rich people who like elemental elves. Only rich people have enough financial resources to support this thing. After all, in the early stages, elemental elves weren't very powerful. But later, that's the beastmaster in the form of a crushed beast. A very terrifying existence. Is he really dead? Su Luo looked at the elf at the bottom of the pit with confusion in his eyes. He felt a little weird. However, when I carefully searched my memory, I found nothing about this. Jiao, Yu, where are you? Faintly, Nanjiao could already hear the voices of Lu Zixin and the others. They must have been worried because they hadn't seen her for such a long time, so they came looking for her. Let's go, Lolo. After taking a look at the remains of the elemental elf, Nanjiao held him and stood up. Su Luo naturally had no objection and nodded. Immediately, he turned himself around and leaned forward, changed to a comfortable position and leaned back. As for where to lean, Su Luo doesn't want to tell you. Nan Jiao didn't think much about it and just hugged him and left. Less than a minute after the two left, the azure liquid in the pit actually started moving. Moreover, it is still slowly merging. Not long, the water elemental elf appeared in this pit. It turns out that it is not dead. Instead, it split apart and withstood Nan Jiao's attack. This is its unique way of self-defense. When facing danger, you can initiate self-split. When facing Nan Jiao's bombardment just now, the water elemental elf used it subconsciously. That's how the scene is now. Its body once again floated in the air. But what was surprising was that the azure mist outside the water elemental spirit had slowly receded. Instead, it transformed into a palm-sized elf with wings as thin as a cicada's wing and clear and beautiful facial features. It has pointed ears and a pointed chin, long azure blue hair, and is wearing a gauze skirt that looks like mist, the image of a little fairy elf. Apart from its size and wings, it looks almost indistinguishable from a real person. However, she is much more beautiful than the average human. At this moment, its gaze was looking in the direction where Su Luo and Nan Jiao left. Then, his mouth swelled into a big bun. There was a look of dissatisfaction on her pretty face. It was actually tricked by a beast tamer. And the calculation is clear. Hateful. Revenge. Such a thought arose in its heart. Immediately, it flapped its wings and floated in the direction where Su Luo left. Chapter 35. Want to attack by surprise. Chase. Finally, under the leadership of Nan Jiao, Su Luo returned to the camp. The reason why Fu Ningxue didn't follow them later was because she stayed with Lu Zixin and the others. It is precisely because of her existence. Therefore, the damage suffered by the fire wolf, earth bear, and thunder leopard did not continue to worsen. After all, as a teacher, Fu Ningxue must have many ways to treat beasts. Among them, the fire wolf should be the most miserable. The muscles were torn and the spleen was injured, and he couldn't fight freely for the rest of the day. Take good rest. The earth bear and thunder leopard are relatively okay. As for the silver-armored, steel-armored tiger, Fu Ningxue naturally drove her beastly beast and dragged it back to the camp. After all, some parts of these ferocious beasts can be used as medicine. It can be said that it is of great value. But the report was naturally attributed to Nan Jiao and the others, and Fu Ningxue just helped to drag it back. Fu Ningxue naturally gave them a lecture on their leaving the team without permission. But that's just enough. Su Luo, who was being trained with Nan Jiao and the others, didn't understand. Fu Ningxue said, "Let them say it. Why do you keep your eyes on him? Could it be that this beautiful teacher has such a unique vision? Such a picky taste? After his several consecutive heroic performances, is this woman about to bow down before his short legs? You don't even want to let this dog go." Snap. Su Luo was terrified when he thought about it carefully. I have to say, Su Luo thinks too much. However, Fu Ningxue wanted to catch him and study him carefully. That was true. It was late at night, and the students all went to rest. Boys of this era don't have so many concerns. They all sleep with their backs against a tree and their clothes on. Some people even sleep with their pets, using their fur to keep out the cold at night. However, as girls, Nan Jiao and the others are naturally more delicate, because they each prepared a sleeping bag. Lu Zixin was already wrapped in a sleeping bag, using the earth bear as a pillow, and was sleeping very comfortably. The same goes for Mu Xiaoxi. After surviving in the wild for a whole day, she was indeed tired. So soon after returning to the camp, he slept together with Lu Zixin. After all, her thunder leopard discharges electricity from time to time, which makes her uncomfortable. Nan Jiao glanced at the tree not far away. Meng Jingran was still looking after her fire wolf. She didn't say it though. However, Nan Jiao could still sense her worry about her beastmaster. Jingjing, when the fire wolf wakes up tomorrow, its wounds will be completely healed, don't worry. After thinking about it, Nan Jiao stepped forward and said something to comfort her. Su Luo lay on the sleeping bag, watching the conversation between the two of them, and didn't say anything. Although he didn't have many opportunities to spend time with Meng Jingran, he could feel it. Meng Jingran and Nan Jiao should be quite similar. They are all the type of girls who have goals and are persistent. However, Nan Jiao is more lively, outgoing, and pure. Meng Jingran, you need to be more reserved and have a deeper mind. The two girls can really chat with each other. It was just these simple words of comfort, but he continued on for more than 10 minutes. When Su Luo was about to close his eyes, Nan Jiao finally arrived. You must be sleepy, then let's take a break. After she finished speaking, she had already put Su Luo on the haystack on the side. Then, He crawled into the sleeping bag, leaving only his head exposed, and blinked at him twice. There was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. You can sleep like this tonight. Oh my. This girl is obviously provocative. She is very naughty tonight. This is not the first time. Su Luo immediately stood up, stretched out his legs, and crawled into her sleeping bag. No matter how Nan Jiao resisted, she had to tighten the opening of the sleeping bag. No one can stop him. Su Luo squeezed in. It's so rough, violent, and domineering. Okay, I'm just kidding. After watching Su Luo crawl into the sleeping bag, she gave her a spiritual little roll of the eyes. Nan Jiao covered her mouth and giggled. Su Luo's eye roll is so human. She was in a trance for a moment and felt that there was only one person in front of her. Stingy. Nan Jiao looked at his still slightly bulging mouth and couldn't help but smile again, saying angrily. However, as she said this, she also reached out and hugged Su Luo in her arms. Take a rest. You must be tired too. Su Luo couldn't feel whether he was tired or not. However, in this small, semi-enclosed space, the man and the beast slept in each other's arms. This feeling made him feel like he was injected with chicken blood, and he was a little excited. So comfortable. Just as Su Luo squinted his eyes, thinking about feeling the warm, soft environment. Suddenly, he felt two pieces of cold, soft touch pressing against his nose. Ding! Kiss the nose. Reward intimacy value 2,000. Hiss! Su Luo suddenly opened his eyes. He was kissed secretly. By this time, Nan Jiao had already left. However, due to the limited space, the man and the beast were face to face, only 10 centimeters apart. The girl still had a blush on her face. The eyes sparkled, as if there were stars in them. It looked so good. Facing Su Luo's puzzled gaze, Nan Jiao pursed her lips and said, Didn't I agree to kiss you twice at noon? Now we're even. After the girl finished speaking, she reached out and pinched Su Luo's face. Good night. TSK, TSK, TSK. Su Luo almost forgot about this. Fortunately, Nan Jiao is very aware and spiritual. Thinking of this, someone was very happy and squeezed into her arms again. After finding a perfect and comfortable position, he closed his eyes with peace of mind. I don't know how long it took. The camp of Nan Jiao and her friends was completely silent. The teachers also took a break. Some teachers who were on duty overnight could not bear it and dozed off in a state of half sleep and half wakefulness. Suddenly, a dim azure light appeared. It was the water elemental elf who wanted to catch up with Su Luo before. It's actually been here for a long time. However, it was so vigilant that it waited until late at night and only slipped out when it felt there was no danger anymore. Turn around. The water elemental spirit didn't even see the beast that plotted against it. It's like it just disappeared. But it was smart enough to notice that the human girl who attacked it seemed to be among this group of people. The water elemental spirit quietly approached, wanting to confirm whether it was. It's getting closer. Suddenly, a sharp claw stretched out from the sleeping bag. The water elemental elf suddenly retreated backwards. Luckily escaped. However, a petite figure had already jumped out of the sleeping bag. It's Su Luo. He was just sleeping comfortably when he suddenly heard the system's warning that there was danger. How can this be? Su Luo woke up immediately. So, the following scene appeared. Chapter 36 Suppression. Elemental Embryo Elf. Looking at the elf-like figure in front of him, Su Luo felt somewhat familiar. But he was still amazed at how pretty and cute this little guy was. TSK, TSK. Do creatures like elves really exist in this world? It has pointed ears and a pointed chin, and a pair of small wings behind its back. Elf and cute. There is also a hint of playfulness. Ding, an elemental embryo elf is found. Relevant information has been transmitted to the host's brain. At this time, a prompt sound came from the system. Some more knowledge suddenly appeared in Su Luo's mind. His eyes lit up, and in front, the elemental elf was already flapping its little wings and flying backwards. Su Luo took a look and found that Nan Jiao was sleeping soundly, so there should be no problem. He didn't worry about it anymore and chased after him. He moved very carefully just now to avoid waking up Nan Jiao. Fortunately, this girl was very tired today and slept soundly. The elemental elves did not choose to escape because they were afraid of Su Luo. But if we fight in that place, it will be too noisy and might end up attracting everyone's siege. By then, it will be in trouble. So, it was very smart and wanted to take Su Luo away and find a quiet area to have a good fight. However, the elemental elves think they are very smart and cunning. In fact, Su Luo knew and understood its little thoughts better. After all, he is not a fool. How could he not know that the other party wants to lead him away? But he is not afraid. Moreover, Su Luo is also very cunning. His speed is very fast. Running on the grass with the talent of an alpaca or mud horse is even more terrifying. However, in order not to disturb the students and teachers in the camp, he still cooperated very well with the elemental spirit, deliberately slowing down his pace and following behind it. Finally, after running for more than 10 minutes, the elemental elves brought Su Luo to the lake again. The little guy was finally satisfied. He floated in the air and turned to look at Su Luo. There was a smug smile on its little face. It seems to be saying, "Are you stupid? Look where this is." However, its provocation was immediately responded to, because a huge vortex of fire has already condensed around Su Luo. Released instantly, the long strip of red gold flame, like a ribbon, flew towards the elemental elves in the sky. The speed is very fast and urgent. It can be said that it was very sudden. The elemental elves didn't expect that Su Luo would be the type to just start fighting without saying a word. No manners at all. Without thinking too much, it immediately responded with its own water energy. Boom! There was a loud bang. The water element energy that the elemental elves hastily used was actually unable to completely resist Su Luo's red gold flames. On the contrary, it itself was affected by the aftermath of the collision in the sky. It became unstable and drifted backwards. But it's not over yet. The flames are still there, blowing towards it again. This little guy reacted quickly. He immediately turned his body and floated downwards subconsciously. But this is the moment Su Luo has been waiting for. He had already thought about it. The elemental spirit floated upwards, and at worst he could just use the fire vortex to chase it again. If it floats downwards, Su Luo attacked like lightning and jumped onto a stone in the blink of an eye. Taking advantage of the height of the boulder, he leaped high into the air. The claws went towards the elemental elves. No surprise. With Su Luo having planned almost everything, the elemental elves are doomed. Got hit hard. The huge force caused it to fall directly downwards. Almost subconsciously, it wanted to struggle to get up and take off into the air again, because it understands that the ground is very dangerous. But it's still too slow. Su Luo already knew what it was thinking. It had already been jumping continuously, leaping high up, directly facing the elemental elves. It was like a mountain pressing down on them. Don't be fooled by Su Luo's petite figure. However, that elemental elf was only the size of a palm. So, not surprisingly, it was pressed down by Su Luo. Aya, let me go quickly. Being crushed by a mountain. After the elemental elf fainted for a short time, he quickly recovered and struggled desperately. Want to escape from the suppression of a certain beast. Su Luo couldn't help but admire this little guy's ability to withstand blows, which was really strong. However, it has been suppressed. Impossible to escape. After all, Su Luo's power is not weak. Woof, don't make any noise, or I'll swallow you. Shut up. Su Luo threatened viciously. I don't know if it's because he is too fierce, or maybe it's because the elemental spirits are really scared. Anyway, the little guy became obedient and stopped struggling. Su Luo's goal was achieved. Only, he was still worried, so he stretched out his dog paw and pressed it on the elemental elf. Press it tightly. This little guy has the body of a girl, but there is no need to worry about it. After all, there is not much meat. So Su Luo is carefree. However, he did not scare the elves. This elemental embryo elf can indeed be swallowed. Moreover, it is a very nutritious food. Su Luo already knew the origin of this elemental embryo spirit from the system's knowledge. This thing is an embryo elf formed from the purest water element energy in the world after thousands of years of nurturing. The power of the water element is extremely pure, just as pure as that Talunsu. Simply put, it is the ancestor of the water elemental spirits. However, it is still in its early stages of development, so it's hard to tell how awesome it is. If Su Luo swallows this thing, it can directly form water element energy in his body. That way, he can have both powers at once. However, this is only for those who don't have a system. He, Su Luo, is the chosen beast. You can unlock attributes by spending intimacy points, so there is no need to do this. However, due to the special nature of this elemental embryo elf, it is very valuable. Many people want to have it. It was worth it. Su Luo spent 3,000 intimacy points in exchange for a fire vortex skill to deal with it. Grab it, it's totally worth it. But how to deal with it? Su Luo thought about it and looked at the elemental embryo elf under his claws. This is indeed a question that needs to be thought about. Chapter 37, Water Spirit Stone. Can he be a beastmaster? Where were you conceived from? Su Luo planned to understand the origin of this elemental embryo elf first before making any plans. However, the elemental elves ignored him. Instead, when faced with this question, he turned his head away, unwilling to look Su Luo in the eye. Good job. This little thing is very stubborn and still very unwilling to accept. I guess that when Su Luo ignored it just now, I had already adjusted my mentality. Not so scary anymore. So, it feels that it can do it again. Think of this. Su Luo stretched out his dog paws again and pinched its little face hard. He forced it to look directly at himself. Then, he said again in a vicious tone, "Hurry up and tell me, or I'll really swallow you up." As he spoke, he licked his tongue, opened his mouth, and made a gesture as if he was about to bite the elemental elf. However, the elemental elves showed their super strong psychological qualities at this time. He pursed his lips and refused to speak. However, Su Luo could still see fear in its tiny eyes. It seems that this little thing will not give in unless it is taught a lesson. Thinking of this, Su Luo directly stuck out his tongue. He licked its little face wantonly and domineeringly. However, his tongue was still too big for the elemental elves. So this little thing's small body can't bear it at all. My whole body was wet with Su Luo's saliva, the kind that's soaking wet. The elemental elves are all confused. After reacting, the first thing he did was let out a scream that pierced the sky. Aya, Aya, let me go. It started a new round of struggle, a very violent reaction. However, for Su Luo, it was in vain. Because the elemental spirit's power is too small and is now suppressed by his claws. Even if it wanted to cast any magic, it couldn't. Originally, the elemental spirits were able to use splitting to avoid Su Luo's suppression. However, this skill had already been used not long ago. It will take some time to recover. Hurry up and tell me. If you don't, I'll continue like this. It can be seen that the elemental elves still hate this kind of behavior very much. So Su Luo has already grasped its handle and intends to continue to control it. Little did they know, this little thing is really stubborn and refuses to say a word. Seeing how awesome it was, Su Luo licked its little face a few times. However, the elemental spirit was disgusted and still refused to respond. Even her big eyes, with tears in them, looked pitiful. She still gritted her teeth and pouted her lips, refusing to give in. He refused to submit to Su Luo, the big vicious dog. It is enough to see that its toughness is really 5 stars. It looks pitiful. However, it was impossible for Su Luo to talk to an elf about the issue of being soft-hearted or not. After all, this is the world and this era. The strong are respected. What's more important is that he knew this was the place where elemental elves were born. But there is a treasure. The level of intimidation Su Luo thought was far from enough. So, he just opened his mouth and held the elemental spirit in his mouth. This time, the little thing was really panicked and struggled desperately in its mouth. Su Luo swallowed it whole and held it in his mouth. Don't say it. It feels like taking a mouthful of ice water, so icy cold. It even feels a bit sweet. Quite comfortable. Su Luo felt it carefully. It was not until he noticed that the sound of the elemental elf struggle in his mouth had gradually subsided that he spit it out. Then, quickly press down with your claws. Wet. This little thing is like taking a bath. However, the amazing thing is that the clothes on it, which were made of unknown material, did not have much impact on it. Well, will you tell me? Don't tell me I'm going to do this again. As he spoke, he lowered his body again. This time, the elemental spirit was frightened and shook its little head. I say. But it doesn't want to happen again. How disgusting it feels to be inside someone else's mouth. Although the abominable guy in front of me doesn't have a foul mouth. However, it can't withstand this kind of torture. I'm convinced. I really am convinced. Hurry up and tell me. Seeing that it had given in, Su Luo did not continue to torture it. It's at the bottom of the lake. The elemental elf said quickly. It didn't lie. It was born from the water element at the bottom of the lake, and no one knows how many years it took to form. It has only been a little over a week since it came into this world. Unexpectedly, I met such a big vicious dog like Su Luo, swallowing and licking it. It's simply, when have the elemental elves ever encountered such a scene? Sure enough, Su Luo glanced at the lake and continued. It seems that your water spirit stone is still under the lake. He said one more sentence. The elemental did not answer. But from its little expression, Su Luo could guess that he was right. I'll give you the water spirit stone if you let me go. The elemental elf knew that this time it had fallen into the hands of the big evil dog in front of it. After all, it was new to the world, and this was really its first time to suffer a setback. Unexpectedly, the price to pay for this setback was too high. The water elemental spirit feels that it is no longer pure. Therefore, she had to discuss the terms with Su Luo quickly. Let you go. Su Luo looked it up and down and did not respond. Instead, I asked the system in my heart. System, is there any potion that can help me subdue this little guy and make him my little brother? For example, training to become a puppet. It would be even better if you took my potion and became devoted to me. There is no such medicine. The system's voice sounded. There is no such potion for elves, because they are creatures of very high intelligence. Afraid that Su Luo didn't understand, the system continued to prompt him. Is there any other solution? Su Luo asked again. But there is a way. The system continued to speak. You should know why in this world, the veins of contracted beasts are called spiritual veins, right? Faced with the system's prompt, Su Luo thought about it and nodded. Yes, it is because of the resonance between the human soul and the beast soul that formed the mark. That's why they are called spirit veins. Each person can only open 6 spirit veins at most. He has already been informed of this knowledge point by the system. So, do you understand what I mean? Hearing what the system said, Su Luo frowned. What's the meaning? Immediately, it seemed as if he had thought of something. Su Luo's eyes slightly opened. Are you saying that I can also open the spiritual veins of the Beastmaster? That's right. After a moment of silence, the system finally answered. Oh shit, this is a major discovery. Su Luo thought about it carefully and felt that there was nothing wrong with it. Isn't the human soul inside his body? This system is really a shit. If he hadn't asked today, Su Luo would have known the truth for who knows when. Chapter 38. Be my Su Luo's toy. I'll take it. Let me go. I already told you that the water spirit stone is yours. Let me go. Seeing that Su Luo didn't answer for so long, the elemental elf thought he was up to some bad idea and wanted to continue torturing and playing with it. So I quickly spoke again. Woof. Shut up. Little did they know that what the elemental spirits were greeted with was only Su Luo's vicious scolding. It was so scared that its little body trembled. In an instant, the little guy's big eyes were filled with tears. But she still pouted her lips stubbornly, trying hard not to let the tears flow out. It was really afraid of the big vicious dog in front of it. It has been bullied since the beginning. It's amazing. The elemental elf felt that his young heart had been ravaged countless times. When has it ever felt such great malice? It's all because of Su Luo. In fact, this also made Su Luo a little flustered. Damn it. In this life, and in the previous life, what he feared most was girls' tears. Although the water elemental elf is not a human, it is in human form. Looks like a human. Su Luo felt a little tingling on his scalp. Don't cry, hold back your tears. He quickly opened his mouth and said something fierce. Look, the water elemental spirit dared not disobey. I quickly swallowed my tears with grievance. However, that look is still pitiful, and I feel pity for her. The kind that makes people want to hold it in the palm of their hands and comfort it. Unfortunately, it was facing Su Luo. This dog pretends to be hard-hearted. He gritted his teeth and became immune. Without paying much attention to the elemental elves, Su Luo turned his attention back to the system. He was talking to the system about the Beastmaster situation. So how can I be disturbed by elemental elves? System, what should I do to be able to contract it like a Beastmaster? Su Luo asked quickly. The host can consume 4,000 intimacy points to open his first yellow vein. However, you can only contract a beast tamer. You do not have the combat ability of a beast tamer. These two sentences from the system were equivalent to telling Su Luo. He can only make a contract to taming beasts. He can't do anything else. However, this ability is enough for Su Luo. Just imagine, in the future when he fights with others, he can just summon his minions. He just lies down without doing anything. Isn't this frustrating? Just don't get too comfortable. So, Su Luo spoke quickly. Help me activate the yellow vein. I want to contract this elemental spirit. He glanced at his intimacy value of more than 5,000, which was completely enough. However, after spending 4,000, he was left with nothing but a poor dog. I have to start being a bootlicker again and increase my intimacy points. It's really too difficult. Life is not easy, Su Luo sighed. Ding, successfully spent 4,000 intimacy points. Successfully opened the yellow vein. Remind the host, the next time you want to open the Xianmai, you will need 20,000 intimacy points. Although it was just 2 simple reminders. But Su Luo already felt that there was an inexplicable power in him. A lot of knowledge also emerged in his mind. Next moment, Su Luo already knew what this Beastmaster meant. How did the contract with him come about? Very mysterious. However, after reacting, Su Luo couldn't help but complain about the system again. To activate the next mysterious vein, an intimacy value of 20,000 is required? It's really no different from robbery. However, now is obviously not the time to care about these things. Su Luo quickly turned his attention to the elemental spirit in front of him. The little guy panicked when he felt his slightly evil gaze again. What do you want to do? It asked in a panic and covered its body with its thick arms. That look was like a subconscious reaction when facing some pervert or wolf. Su Luo, I'm going to make a contract with you. Don't resist. He said something. When a beast master establishes a contract with a beast, the beast can essentially still resist. In this case, the difficulty of the contract will be greatly increased, and it is likely to fail. So, many beast masters capture beasts by beating them up first, and then beat them into submission. Su Luo was afraid that the elemental elf would resist too fiercely, so he told it in advance. Don't let it resist. Little did they know that this little thing didn't even know what a contract was. Contract? What is a contract? What's the meaning? The elemental elf looked at him blankly and asked. TSK, TSK. Seeing its reaction, Su Luo couldn't help but smack his lips. This little guy is truly the purest energy. There is nothing like this in its memory. Don't worry about it. Just don't resist the power I have in your body. As Su Luo spoke, he had already bitten his claws and touched the elemental elf's forehead. Just like the contract that Nanjiao gave him, I have already felt the soul of the elemental spirit. However, what Su Luo could feel was that this little thing still had some resistance. Don't resist, or I'll swallow you again. He quickly threatened. Although I felt that my soul was being invaded and there was a mysterious force attached to my body, I felt uncomfortable. But because of Su Luo's threat, the elemental elves dared not resist anymore. And Su Luo finally communicated with its soul. Contract. He whispered 2 words. A golden beam of light rises. Su Luo and the elemental spirits. The contract was successful. The elemental spirit also felt that there seemed to be a slight connection between itself and the vicious dog in front of it. What did you do to me? It asked nervously. I have successfully made a contract with you. From now on, you are mine. Beast, that's not right. This elemental spirit is neither human nor beast. Su Luo thought about it and said, You are my toy from now on. You are not allowed to leave my side. Do you hear me? Also, if we encounter any danger in the future, you must be the first to rush forward and help me resist. Got it. Su Luo educated him seriously. What? The elemental elves felt that these demands were excessive. What is it? It's his toy, and when he encounters danger, he will stand in front of him. This is too much, okay? However, the elemental elf felt a force inside its body that seemed to be hypnotizing its mind. Let it accept his request. Follow his instructions. No disobedience. Otherwise, it may be destroyed and wiped out. Disappear forever between heaven and earth. It was stunned. Also, from now on, when I say east, don't go west. When I tell you to climb a tree, don't fly. Got it. Su Luo talked to himself. Looking at the pitiful appearance of the elemental elf, he couldn't help but feel an evil desire to bully it. Simply because this little guy looks so fun. You were so stubborn before. Later, Su Luo realized that it was all because of ignorance and fearlessness. It's because he has never seen the evil and wickedness in this world that it is like this. Now it sees it. Met the big villain Su Luo. Did you hear that? Seeing that the elemental spirit didn't answer, Su Luo couldn't help but speak a little louder. Little did it know that this roar scared it again. After a long while, he nodded weakly. The big eyes looked at Su Luo pitifully. I understand. Su Luo then withdrew his dog paw with satisfaction and hummed. Immediately, he looked into the lake. Water Spirit Stone. Chapter 39, Scattered Tasks. Being targeted. Water Spirit Stone. In fact, it is the carrier bred by the water element embryo elf. To put it simply, it's the same principle as the placenta of mammals. However, this thing has a magical power. That is, after swallowing it, you will no longer be afraid of water and can move freely in the water. When the ferocious beast attacks you with water attribute skills, the damage you suffer will not be that great. This thing cannot allow Su Luo to possess water attribute abilities. However, it can increase his resistance when facing water attribute attacks. As for how much, Su Luo himself didn't know. Never tried. Anyway, when Su Luo found this at the bottom of the lake, he swallowed it without saying a word. Although this thing is called Water Spirit Stone, it feels very hard. But when you eat it, it softens quickly. Like gummy candy, it melts immediately in your mouth and is a bit sticky. The taste is still very good. At least Su Luo smacked his lips after eating it and wanted to eat more. The elemental elves watched their treasure being eaten by Su Luo. Of course I feel uncomfortable inside. However, now Su Luo has become a master from a serf. No matter how angry the elemental elf was, he could only pout and watch him eat up the Water Spirit Stone with grievance. It now knows why Su Luo said it is a toy. Because this damn guy sent it into a strange space with just a wave of his hand. No matter how hard it struggles, it can't get out. With another wave of the hand, it appeared again. It's totally irresistible. It's really like a toy that can be manipulated at will. After swallowing the Water Spirit Stone, Su Luo felt that it was getting late and prepared to go back. As for this little guy, the elemental elf, it is indeed small. However, the target can still be seen. In addition to its special nature, Su Luo did not dare to release it. What if someone notices it? Although Su Luo is not a coward. But now it's still in the process of development, so it's better to keep a low profile. In the end, Su Luo could only take it back into the beast control space amid the elemental spirits pleading. Anyway, it's better to let this little guy cool down for 2 days. Maybe it will be more obedient next time you take it out. When we returned to the camp, it was still dark. Su Luo took a quick look and found that Nan Jiao was squinting her eyes, as if she was still sleeping. The breathing is also quite even. He thought to himself, this girl must be really tired. She has slept for so long. I didn't even notice that he had already gone to bed and the sleeping bag was empty. Shaking his head, Su Luo quickly shook his body, and after making sure that his hair was dry, he slowly got into the sleeping bag. Hiss. Little did they know that Su Luo had just gotten into the sleeping bag. He felt his body being grabbed. As soon as he turned his head, Su Luo found that it was Nan Jiao's. She was looking at him with her eyes open. Su Luo felt his hair stand on end. Could it be that Nan Jiao has already woken up? She followed it all the way, just didn't expose it. At this moment, all kinds of thoughts flashed through Su Luo's mind. However, there has been no strong confirmation. Go to sleep. Nan Jiao didn't say anything, but instead held Su Luo tighter in her arms. Once again, he felt what warmth and softness meant. Never mind. Don't want to think about it anymore. Just see it. Su Luo is not the kind of person who would worry about these things. Anyway, it's nothing, just interacting with the elemental spirits. He thought about it, twisting his head and finding a comfortable position. I sniffed the faint, inexplicable fragrance and closed my eyes. Like him, Nan Jiao also narrowed her eyes. However, his hands kept gently patting Su Luo's body, coaxing him to sleep like a child. At the same time, a forest a few hundred miles away from Lying Forest. A giant black bird crawling on the ground opened its eyes. Its eyes are blood red, and it looks a little scary in the dark. I have finally recovered a little from my injuries. It spoke, a deep male voice. The breath of the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird. In which direction? It raised its eyes and took a look. The direction he was looking at was the direction of Lying Forest. Soon, a huge bird shadow appeared in the sky. It set off. The target is where the aura of the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird is. It's daybreak. On a giant tree, a middle-aged man was staring ahead. The location there is exactly the direction of Su Luo and his group's camp. What should we do? We can't find any chance at all. There's always a teacher with her, so she can't do anything. The one who spoke was a bald man. His name is Kai Chingo. He is Fu Yufei's brother, the man hired by Fu Haiyu to deal with Su Luo and Nan Jiao. The middle-aged man with him was called Bu Shiren. They are all beast masters with 4 spiritual veins, so their strength is beyond doubt. These 2 people made their fortunes by killing people and hunting. What they did was shameful. He is a notorious thief. After receiving the task from Fu Haiyu, they immediately arrived at Lying Forest. Today, we were already there before dawn. Unfortunately, I didn't find the opportunity. Don't worry, there will always be a time for us to disperse and leave, and that will be the best time for us to take action. Bu Shiren is calmer and unlike Kai Chingo, who is impatient. It is precisely because of this that their partnership is so wonderful. Hey, it seems their teacher has issued some tasks. Kai Chingo seemed to have discovered something and quickly pointed forward and spoke. It seems like they have formed their own teams and are preparing to leave, right? Bu Shiren naturally heard what he said. The students in front, under the teacher's instructions, have begun to disperse. It looks like he has received some kind of mission. And their goal, that is the most eye-catching beautiful girl in the crowd, holding a dog. So is she. Our chance has come. Bu Shiren said. Wow, I didn't expect Teacher Fu and the others would let us team up to go hunting together. Aren't we afraid of any accidents in this mission? Lu Zixin spoke as he walked. We are beast masters, and one day we will have to face a situation like this out in the wild alone. Nan Jiao, who was beside her, spoke up. Teacher Fu and the others probably want us to adapt quickly. Lu Zixin smiled at this time. You misunderstood. I'm not complaining, nor am I afraid. I felt an unprecedented excitement, as if I was set free. Nan Jiao. It turns out she was overthinking it. Haha. At this time, Lu Zixin smiled and patted the front, where the earth bear was walking with its big butt twisted. Said, Big Bear, today is your chance to show off. If you dare to hunt a beast lower than level 3 for me, I will starve you. When the earth bear heard this, he immediately roared twice to express his protest. Isn't this too hard for the bear? Damn, the big bear is just a 2nd level beast man, right? You wanted to challenge a higher level, and you wanted to succeed. Really not a bear. As if knowing that it was protesting, Lu Zixin spoke again. No protests. Look at Luo, a first-level warrior. How easily he beat the silver-armored, steel-armored tiger. Look at yourself again. I didn't ask you to surpass me. I just wanted you to prove yourself. As she spoke, she patted Earth Bear's butt again. I hate the way he doesn't fight. Nan Jiao next to her couldn't help but smile. The interaction between Lu Zixin and Earth Bear really makes them like a pair of enemies. Hearing his master's words, the Earth Bear resented and glanced in the direction of Su Luo. He was found comfortably in the arms of his mistress. The dog's head rests on the most comfortable, softest place, enjoying the tenderness that even big bears can enjoy. Moreover, looking at him like that, you can't tell how comfortable and happy he is. Full of enjoyment. The Earth Bear feels wronged. Look away quickly, out of sight, out of mind. Ho ho, then why don't you pick me up? The Earth Bear said to his master. Damn it. Its owner asked it to compete with that perverted little dog. Why doesn't she surpass her master? Even if the appearance is not as good as hers. At least the bear won. But the problem is, she didn't lift up the big bear and hold it in her arms. Make it comfortable too. So why do we ask it to surpass it? The Earth Bear felt uncomfortable. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Lu Zixin really didn't understand what Earth Bear said. So, she just rolled her eyes at it. But, it's just that Lu Zixin didn't understand, but Su Luo did. On his dog face, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Fortunately, he is small in size, which is an absolute advantage. Oh, as he said this, Su Luo reluctantly leaned back and rubbed his head. What sounded in my ears was the system's prompt tone. It is another kind of pleasure in the flesh, body, and spirit. Nan Jiao thought Su Luo was uncomfortable, so she lifted him up again. Moment. Su Luo felt like he was trapped in a valley between mountains and ravines. Oh, I really don't want to move. I don't want to advance anymore. How great is that? Asterisk. Little did he know that danger was quietly approaching him. Chapter 40. What a surprise. Leftover intimacy value. Ah, so annoying. By a stream, Lu Zixin's dissatisfied voice came. Why should we, as their owners, find food for them? Shouldn't the Beastmaster help us find food? Lu Zixin held the stick in his hand unhappily and kept hitting the stream. It's noon now. She and Nan Jiao should prepare some food. After all, filling your stomach is also a way of surviving in the wild. After discussion, the two decided to catch the spirit fish. This thing can nourish their spiritual veins and improve their cultivation. For the beast, it is also a very good tonic food. What a pity. The lazy Beastmaster, Earth Bear, refused to take action. Being forced into a corner, the master Lu Zixin took action personally. The result is that nothing was caught. Call out. With a slight sound, Nan Jiao succeeded again. She successfully picked up a spirit fish with the tree branch she made herself. This fish looks pretty plump. He finally succeeded. There were still some water beads on the girl's face, but she couldn't stop smiling. Su Luo, who was standing by, nodded repeatedly. Not bad. He just watched the whole thing. Those spirit fish were very fast and extremely difficult to hit. But the harvest of Nanjia Pomelo is still good, and we have caught 6. This girl's qualities are outstanding, and Su Luo also wants to give her a thumbs up. After all, compared to Lu Zixin who got nothing, she is so much stronger. Ah, you, how come you are so powerful? Don't you feel unhappy at all? Humph. Lu Zixin didn't understand. Isn't this what a Beastmaster needs to do? As she spoke, she glanced at the Earth Bear beside her. Look at that guy lying there with his arms and legs spread out, reaching into his crotch twice. She felt angry at the comfortable look on his face. Okay, don't worry too much. Nan Jiao smiled and looked back at Su Luo who was lying on the grass looking at her. Seeing that he didn't move and just kept looking at her obediently, she felt even happier and turned around and said, Zixin, go make a fire. I'll see if I can catch 2 more. She didn't feel unbalanced at all when she helped Su Luo get some food. On the contrary, I think this is what a Beastmaster should do. After all, the beasts will fight for you with their lives. Isn't it your duty to help them with their 3 meals a day and be a good poop shoveler? In this regard, her ideological awareness is much higher than Lu Zixin's. Okay, then I'll be responsible for making the fire. Lu Zixin thought about it and decided to do something where he could play a role. Forget about catching spirit fish, she is just not cut out for it. Nan Jiao continued with her work. On a giant tree not far away. Is the time about right? Kai Chingo looked at Nan Jiao and the other person in front of him and spoke. Wait a minute. Wait until they are full before setting off. Busher Renren is not as good as his name suggests, and he still has some conscience at this time. What if their female teacher comes back again? Kai Chingo said one more sentence. In fact, They had been following Nanjiao and the other person since they left the camp. Only, at that time, Fu Ningxue was always following and protecting them, so it was difficult for them to take action. Look, Fu Ningxue left not long ago. No. Bu Shiren shook his head and said, look, that teacher was following them just now, and they didn't encounter any ferocious beasts. If you want to complete the hunting mission, the teacher must leave. As he spoke, a gleam of wisdom flashed in his eyes. So, I guess the teacher only watched them for the morning, and then really let them move freely in the afternoon. We have plenty of opportunities. That seems to be the case. Kaichingo thought about it, and it seemed that this was indeed the case. So, he was a little more patient. Not far from the stream where Nanjiao and the others were, there was another person. It was Huang Haifeng who invited Nanjiao to eat Moonshadow rabbit that day. With him is Chun Shan, his roommate. The two of them had the same idea as Nanjiao and the others, thinking of catching some spirit fish to replenish their energy and fill their stomachs. Haifeng, are you sure Nanjiao and Lu Zixin really went in this direction? Chun Shan glanced at his companion and asked. He has no interest in Nanjiao, because this kind of woman is too beautiful and he can't grasp her. But he was deeply in love with Lu Zixin, a girl with a baby face and a beautiful appearance. This is also the reason why he chose to partner with Huang Haifeng. Can I still lie to you? Huang Haifeng, who was grilling fish, glanced at him and said, don't worry, we will probably meet them soon. Maybe they will be in danger, and we can come to their rescue. Then they all pledged their love to each other. When Shinshan said this, he seemed to have thought of something, and a lewd smile appeared on his face. My hands unconsciously clenched in the air. Then, the two wretched men just smiled at each other, making bursts of laughter that you and I both understood. The other side. You are so nice. My stinky bear is so lazy, and you are still willing to share the spiritual fish with it. Looking at the earth bear who was holding a fish and chewing it, Lu Zixin spoke again. It is absolutely impossible for the atmosphere to become dull when this girl is around, and Su Luo understands this. Lu Zixin is a chatterbox. It's okay, we just caught a little too much, and we can't finish it all. Nanjiao said this and carefully took 2 bites of the spirit fish in her hand. I have to say, this stuff tastes very good. So Su Luo also gave face. He just ate 2. Moreover, compared with the earth bear, his life is really not that comfortable. There are Nanjia pomelos specially fed. Lolo, do you want to eat more? Nanjiao noticed that Su Luo's eyes were still on her. So, she shook the grilled spirit fish in her hand and asked with a slight smile on her face. Just like a pet owner teasing his pet. To be honest, Su Luo has already eaten 2 large spirit fish. However, looking at his little eyes, Nanjiao was still worried that he had not eaten enough. In fact, Su Luo can eat it or not. But the key point is that Nanjiao ate half of this spirit fish. Therefore, Su Luo couldn't help but have a doubt in his heart. Can intimacy be increased by eating what the other person has eaten? Once this doubt arose, it was like a small hand scratching Su Luo's heart. He longed for answers. So, Su Luo nodded quickly, licked his lips, and indicated that he wanted to eat. As expected, seeing him like this, Nanjiao had no scruples at all and put the spirit fish next to its mouth. It was exactly where she had eaten. Su Luo quickly went up and took a bite. Ding! Contact with leftovers. Reward intimacy value 10,000. Wow. Su Luo was stunned. Chapter 41. 8 Beastmasters. Can't sit still. If there is a peak in the life of an animal, Su Luo would probably be like he is now. This intimate contact of eating saliva actually generated an intimacy value of 10,000. This is the highest reward he has received so far. Stunned. So Su Luo quickly took the second bite. Ding! Contact by eating leftovers. Reward of 1,000 intimacy points. Besides, Su Luo took a third bite. Not this time. It seems that the reward mechanism is being buffered. It's like the cooldown of a skill. It was like Su Luo had discovered a new world. So cool. More. Nanjiao saw that he only ate 3 bites and stopped, so she couldn't help but ask a question. Su Luo quickly shook his head and reached out to touch his belly. He intelligently told Nanjiao that he was full. Little did he know that his spiritual performance brought a sweet smile to Nanjiao's face. The girl reached out and touched his head and stroked his hair at the same time. So good. She sighed softly. Su Luo, the winky face. He never imagined that one day he would be described like this. Is he Su Luo good? Add 10 double quotes. It's good to have a full stomach and bad water. Lu Zixin, who was standing by, saw this scene, then looked at her own earth bear and shook her head secretly. Comparing yourself with others will only make you angry, let alone comparing beast tamers with other beast tamers. Ding. Eat each other's leftovers. get a 20,000 intimacy bonus. Ding. Eat each other's leftovers, get a 2,000 intimacy bonus. Ding. Eat each other's leftovers, get 1,000 intimacy points. After 3 consecutive prompts, Su Luo was completely confused. Because just now, Nan Jiao ate the spirit fish that Su Luo had left without any hesitation. Then, he received a system notification sound. This is what Su Luo has always known. If Nan Jiao takes the initiative to be intimate with him, the intimacy value he adds will be higher than if he takes the initiative to be a bootlicker. I just didn't expect that the system could be played like this. There is also a reward value mechanism for eating each other's leftovers. It's really amazing. However, what Su Luo didn't expect was, Nan Jiao didn't even dislike the things he had eaten, and ate them too. You must know, he is a beast tamer. To put it bluntly, it's the identity of a dog. In fact, what Su Luo didn't understand was Nan Jiao who grew up in this background. Why would she care about these things? Another thing is that in her heart, Su Luo is just like a child. So, she didn't think much about it. However, before she thought much about it, Su Luo started to daydream. TSK, TSK, TSK. It seems that I can develop in this direction in the future and increase my intimacy value. It's a little exciting just thinking about it. Roar. CRI. Suddenly, a roar of beasts sounded. Nan Jiao, who was eating grilled fish, couldn't help but feel alert and quickly stood up. Even Lu Zixin is the same. A noise. 3 ferocious beasts suddenly flew out from the sky above the forest ahead. A red-crowned swift bird with a silver body, a scarlet head, and a body length of more than 5 meters. The white-capped eagle is pitch black with white hair on its head and has a wingspan of more than 10 meters. 2 eagles, 1 bird, so powerful. They flapped their wings and flew towards Nan Jiao and the others. Not only that, there was also a sound of running in the forest. In the blink of an eye, 5 ferocious beasts appeared in the open space in the south. One of them was Su Luo's old friend. Adult silver-armored, steel-armored tiger. The rest. The whole body is covered in red hair, with bulging muscles, nearly 3 meters tall, and a flame King Kong with sharp teeth and claws. The adult form of the fire wolf has hair all over its body that looks like flames, and it looks very majestic. Next door to the earth bear is the thunder violent bear, which has dark purple hair and is nearly 2 meters tall. Also, there is a disgusting, 8-eyed, poisonous spider about 2 meters tall with black hair all over its body. All of a sudden, Nan Jiao, Lu Zixin, and the others were surrounded by these 8 ferocious beasts from the sky to the ground. How come so many ferocious beasts suddenly appeared all of a sudden? Lu Zixin was a little panicked. The 8 ferocious beasts stared at them with eager eyes. Each one of them looks very powerful and is definitely not something they can deal with at the moment. What's more, some even look classy. Just one look at it makes me want to give up struggling. Some of the beasts even had fierce eyes and drooling mouths, looking extremely disgusting and terrifying. This made Lu Zixin even more scared. She couldn't help but take a few steps back. However, the road behind was obviously blocked. Lu Zixin's question is also Su Luo's question. He didn't understand at first why these terrifying big guys suddenly appeared. He is already in the systems mall, ready to look for some items that can solve this crisis. However, Nan Jiao's performance at this time was much calmer. She held Su Luo in her arms, her brows slightly furrowed. He looked at these beasts from left to right for several times, and finally his eyes lit up, and he spoke. They are not wild beasts, they are contracted beasts. I'm afraid someone wants to deal with us. What? Lu Zixin was obviously also shocked by her remarks. She felt it carefully and found that it was really like that. Ordinary ferocious beasts have the wildness of living in the wild for a long time. This can be judged by the breath. On the contrary, the ferocious beasts in front of them looked quite fierce. But the feeling he gives people is the kind that only a beast tamer can give off. After all, there is a difference between domesticated and wild animals. TSK tisk tisk. As expected of a top student at Lanhan Beast Taming Academy, he's already been spotted. A voice sounded, and a man slowly walked out from behind the Flame King Kong. It's Kaichingo. Behind him, Bushurin was approaching slowly. They finally saw the opportunity and were ready to take action. Who are you? Nan Jiao took a small step back, her face still calm. However, only Su Luo could feel her slightly trembling hands. This girl, it would be a lie to say she wasn't afraid. I'm just holding on. After all, there were 8 beasts of different levels in front of her. There are also 2 beast masters with fierce looks and unfriendly eyes. Not it. Even Lu Zixin, who was usually carefree, hugged Nan Jiao's arm tightly at this moment. Seek a little comfort and warmth by her side. Feeling her trembling, Su Luo couldn't help but lick her slender hand with his tongue to comfort her. Heaven and earth can bear witness. Su Luo is not doing this for that little bit of intimacy. And Nan Jiao seemed to have sensed the same thing. She looked down at Su Luo in her arms and found that he was looking at her with a firm look in his eyes. It seemed like he was telling her to rest assured. It's going to be fine. At this moment, she felt inexplicably more confident. I also reached out and touched his hair. Tell me quickly, who are you and why are you targeting us? Nan Jiao spoke again. You have to know that we are from Lanhin Beast Taming Academy, and our teachers are nearby. TSK? Teacher? He ran away a long time ago. Kaiqing laughed twice and continued. But you are quite tough, little girl. I will tell you so that you can die with a clear mind. We are. Just as Kai Chingo was about to reveal his identity, he was stopped by Bu Shiren. Stop talking nonsense and deal with them quickly. Their target is Nanjiao and her beast. But since Lu Zixin is here, let's go together. Anyway, killing one is killing two is also killing. Chapter 42, Songming Black Flame Owl. Justice from heaven. Don't want. At this time, Nanjiao exclaimed. Because Su Luo had already broken free from her embrace and leaped forward alone. In just 3 or 2 steps, he had quickly jumped onto a huge rock. At this moment, Su Luo has already locked the interface and the bottle of amplification potion. 30,000 intimacy points, 10,000 times the power increase, can support 10 minutes. This is the most powerful medicine that Su Luo can currently buy. Fortunately, he had just eaten a few bites of Nanjiao's spirit fish, otherwise he would not have so much intimacy value. I wonder if I can defeat these 8 beasts after using it. But Su Luo had no choice but to fight. Not only that, he turned around and stopped Nanjiao, who wanted to move forward with just one look. Just like when facing the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird before. The latter didn't know why, but suddenly stopped. However, she still clenched her hands tightly together, her fingertips turned white, and her teeth were clenched. Her eyes were full of worry. This time, Nanjiao did not stand still like she did with the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird. She took 2 steps forward and came to the stone under Su Luo's feet. I want to fight with you. The girl's firm voice sounded. Su Luo turned his head to look at her and found that there was no doubt in her eyes. At this moment, his heart was slightly touched. Wow, this little thing is quite brave. The affection between the master and the beast is also touching. What a pity. Before Su Luo could speak, Kai Chingo spoke first. He looked at Su Luo and Nanjiao, who had determined eyes, and couldn't help but smile. I don't know whether the tone was sarcastic or admiring. Very brave indeed. Bu Shiren exclaimed in admiration for the courage of the little dog. As he said this, he took another look at the earth bear standing in front of his master. That bear is pretty good too, although it seems very unreliable along the way. Either I want to eat or I want to be lazy. However, in the face of danger, he still stood in front of his master. This is a good beast tamer. After all, the relationship between the beast tamer and the beast tamer master is inseparable. You are here while I am here. The beast tamer died, but there was no harm to the beast tamer. However, if the beast master dies, the beast will be gone. This is the meaning of their fighting and protecting their masters. It's true that the earth bear is lazy and timid. But, at the critical moment, it is still very clear. Lu Zixin gritted his teeth, took a few steps forward, and stood next to his earth bear. She also wants to fight with her companions. There is no chance of escape. The battle also looked hopeless. But at least there is still a little light. Stop talking nonsense and get started. At this time, Bu Shiren spoke impatiently to his beast. Crush them quickly. Yes, hurry up and do it. Kill. Kai Chingo also urged his beast master. Under their orders, the beast masters became restless. Almost instantly, a terrifying aura filled the stream. This area, countless elemental energies are gathering and colliding violently here. The battle seems to be about to break out. Su Luo is also ready to buy medicine. And not far away. Haifeng, what should we do? Do you need help? They are in danger. What Qinshan didn't expect was that he and Huang Haifeng would set off again after lunch. After walking a few steps, I really ran into Nanjiao, Lu Zixin, and the others. However, just as they were about to step forward to say hello, they saw those terrifying beasts appear. This also forced them to find a place to hide and observe. You're stupid. You want women over your life. Huang Haifeng shook his head and rolled his eyes at Qinshan. Are those something we can handle? Huang Haifeng's words are rough, but his point is true. Each of the 8 beasts seemed powerful enough to overwhelm them, not to mention together. So, Qinshan also hesitated for a few seconds. What if they really pledged their love to me? Qinshan said another sentence at this time. What the hell is this? Xiangsu, you must also live to enjoy it. Huang Haifeng shook his head and said, "There's no way to save you. Then we have to do something, right? Are we going to just watch our classmates get attacked in vain?" Although Chen Shanren is a bit vulgar and a typical LSP, he is still positive at heart. No one is as dark as Huang Haifeng. "Look," Huang Haifeng spoke again and said something shocking. "Do something. Help them collect the bodies." As he said this, he shook his head, angry at the other person for not fighting back. "Fuck, you're a dog." Chen Shan frowned and looked at him. He never expected that his roommate, who usually looked gentle and polite, could actually say such a thing. He really misjudged. "If you don't go to help me, get out of here." As Chen Shan spoke, he pushed Huang Haifeng away and prepared to move forward. But, at this moment, it's getting dark. Chen Shan stood still. In an instant, his back was soaked. That's right. Just like when the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird appeared. The sky was dark once again and was completely blocked out. Following closely, the air around them suddenly became extremely cold, sending chills down people's spines. A terrifying aura appeared. At this moment, everything around seemed to be in purgatory, covered by coldness. As soon as this momentum appeared, the 3 beasts in the sky, along with the 5 beasts on the ground, the momentum was completely suppressed. Not only that, the 5 ferocious beasts on the ground simply fell to the ground, shivering. The red-crowned swift bird and white-capped sharp-clawed eagle in the sky were so startled that they fell directly downwards. But it's too late. 3 cold black flames appeared and directly caught up with their huge bodies. In a flash, the 3 ferocious beasts were wrapped in it. When Su Luo looked up, he found that the 3 ferocious beasts had been killed instantly. Only some black ashes were left in the sky, floating downwards. Fear. Kai Chingo and Bu Shiren were also frightened. His face was pale and full of fear. Even, there is a little pain in the flesh. When they saw the huge black flame bird in the sky, they seemed to understand what was going on. Presumably, they had just let their beasts attack. Unexpectedly, this sudden momentum startled a giant black bird passing by. That is the Tsangming black flame owl. Therefore, the other party directly attacked their beasts. Moreover, it is the kind that can absolutely suppress and kill instantly. But this is not the end yet. The red eyes of Tsangming black flame owl glanced down. It saw the 5 ferocious beasts crawling on the ground, suppressed to the point of not daring to breathe. It was these guys who disturbed it. Thinking of this, another terrifying black flame burst out from the big mouth of Tsangming black flame owl and fell downwards. This huge fireball is moving very fast. There was a hint of strangeness in Su Luo's eyes. He quickly turned around and used all his strength to pounce on Nanjiao below. Boom! Black energy exploded like fireworks, with the aftermath of a storm. Fortunately, Su Luo reacted in time and pushed Nanjiao away. Under the remaining force, the man and the beast rolled forward for a long distance before they stopped. When Su Luo looked back again, it was discovered that the place where the 5 beasts were just now had turned into a black, barren land. There was a lot of blue and white frost condensed on it. There's a wisp of cold air. It looks very scary and horrifying. 5 beast masters, including the 2 beast masters. Just like that, it can be said that justice has been sent from heaven. This power is too terrifying. In an instant, everything turned to dust. There is no chance to resist. Kai Chingo and Bu Shiren never expected that they would be killed within a few minutes of appearing on the stage. Moreover, he was killed instantly by a passing ferocious beast. Yuzu, Lu Zixin, who was far away at the time, was not affected. So she hurried forward to check on Nanjiao and Su Luo. "I'm fine." Nanjiao gritted her teeth and sat up from the ground. It still hurts a bit from the fall, but she was wearing a long dress, and it was just a little torn, but she was not injured. This is also thanks to Su Luo's timely response. At this time, Su Luo had already taken 2 steps forward and jumped out. Although the matter of the Beastmaster has been over for the time being. But, I'm afraid this Tsangming black flame owl will not let them go easily. Chapter 43 System Emergency. Brainless Huang Haifeng. Facing the Tsangming black flame owl, Su Luo was not afraid at all and suddenly jumped out. Originally, he thought that this ferocious beast would be harmful to him, Nanjiao, and the others. In fact, Su Luo was ready to buy the amplification potion again. Only, to be honest, facing this Tsangming black flame owl, I still have no idea. After all, this huge eagle-like bird wrapped in black flames and full of ferocious aura killed many people and beasts in an instant. This strength is naturally beyond doubt. At this moment, Tsangming black flame owl's eyes also swept downwards. This is exactly the direction Su Luo and the others are heading. Nanjiao and Lu Zixin, who were standing behind them, felt as if their hearts were being squeezed hard. There is a cold feeling all over my body, rising from deep inside my heart. This is the feeling of being dominated in the face of absolute strength. Su Luo also gritted his teeth. As long as this Songming Black Flame Owl made any move, he would definitely attack, without hesitation. Only, the giant black eagle simply glanced at them, and then turned its gaze back to the front. Su Luo and the others were actually ignored like that. That's right, I was really ignored. Just now, when the Songming Black Flame Owl passed by, it thought that the rising momentum was directed at it. So, in a rage, he directly destroyed the team of Kai Chingo and Bu Shiren. There is no such thing as justice from heaven. It is purely to defend one's own dignity. But, asking it, that Songming Black Flame Owl, to kill 2 new Beastmasters and a low-level First-Order Beastmaster? To be honest, it disdains to do such a thing. If this gets out, how can it survive in the world of ferocious beasts? It's quite cheap. Su Luo. He never expected that the result would be like this. Songming Black Flame Owl actually ignored them and looked down on them. This is somewhat annoying. Su Luo was also very indignant. If he were a beast, he would have fought back long ago. But Nan Jiao and Lu Zixin are behind him. At this time, he must not be impulsive. And Songming Black Flame Owl had no intention of staying any longer at this time. It flapped its wings, bringing up a strong hurricane, and prepared to leave. But at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Wait, don't go. Stop right there. Nan Jiao, Lu Zixin, Su Luo. Sigma, huh? Who is this so brave? Everyone turned their heads and looked. It's Huang Haifeng. At this time, he actually ran forward and spoke to the Songming Black Flame Owl in the sky. Don't run. Chen Shan, who was standing behind, looked at his companion as if he had seen a ghost. Is this kid crazy? Just now when I asked him to help, he was so scared that he wanted to stay away from it. Now, what is this for? That giant eagle is clearly about to leave, okay? It's clearly about to end, okay? This idiot actually rushed forward and yelled, not letting anyone leave. Grass. Chen Shan wanted to swear so much. However, Huang Haifeng was really successful. Songming Black Flame Owl stopped and looked at him with his eagle eyes. The scarlet eyes were filled with a fierce and murderous light. In just a moment, Huang Haifeng felt a knot in his chest and a little uncomfortable. Su Luo on the side also didn't understand. Naturally, he recognized him. This person was the student who wanted to invite Nan Jiao to eat Moonshadow Rabbit. But, when did this idiot get here? What does he want to do? On the other side, Huang Haifeng spoke again. Leave the elemental spirit seeds in your body. He pointed at the Songming Black Flame Owl in the sky and spoke in a very imposing manner. Huang Haifeng has not forgotten how the little spirit dog threatened the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird and successfully obtained the Flame Spirit Seed. So he also wants to recreate it today? After all, Huang Haifeng has already determined in his heart that these ferocious beasts are afraid of threats. As for Su Luo, Nan Jiao, Lu Zixin, and others, when Huang Haifeng said this, it was like this. Duh. Chen Shan. Oh shit. This idiot, this guy is really a fool. Oh, Songming Black Flame Owl spoke. It's a man's voice. You want my elemental spirit seeds? Although not all fierce beasts have elemental spirit seeds, the Songming Black Flame Owl does have one. After all, the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird that it has been chasing has it. So how could it not have it? Yes, it's the elemental spirit seed in you. Huang Haifeng was excited and nodded repeatedly. He thought that this Songming Black Flame Owl was really threatened by him. Little did they know. The next moment, Huang Haifeng was stunned. Because, after Songming Black Flame Owl gave him a cold look, he suddenly spewed out a mouthful of black flame without saying a word. Urgent and fast. Under Huang Haifeng's horrified gaze, the black flame directly covered him. Then, just like what happened to them when Kai Cheng was defeated, Huang Haifeng was burned into black ash by the black flames. On the ground, frost condensed again. This Songming Black Flame Owl is really ferocious. Without saying anything extra, he just took action. Moreover, it is clean and neat. However, this time, Su Luo was somewhat interested in the fire of this Songming Black Flame Owl. Because there was cold frost on the ground. This seems to be a little different from his Imperial Flame. Why do you have the aura of the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird? Just as Su Luo's gaze was focused on the ball of ice in front of him, Songming Black Flame Owl spoke. A moment. Su Luo felt his scalp was a little cold. It was simply because the giant eagle's gaze fell on his petite body. Tell me, why is there the scent of that abominable guy? The somewhat violent voice of Songming Black Flame Owl sounded. Oh my god. At this moment, Su Luo seemed to understand. This giant eagle is going to find the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird. The wounds on that stupid bird were probably from fighting with it, right? Su Luo was not stupid, and he figured out the relationship between all these people in almost an instant. In the back, Nan Jiao seemed to realize that Su Luo was in danger. She wanted to move forward, but she found that her body just wouldn't obey her orders. Because she had been covered by the aura of Songming Black Flame Owl, and her body was unable to move. I even felt like collapsing to the ground, because the momentum released from the sky oppressed her. Behind him, Lu Zixin had already collapsed to the ground. Enough to prove it. Songming Black Flame Owl really had murderous intentions towards them. Because, at the beginning, its spiritual awareness did not cover this area. Naturally, he couldn't sense the familiar aura on Su Luo. That is the aura of the Emperor Flame, Divine Phoenix Bird. However, when it used its spiritual sense to cover this area, it felt it. To put it bluntly, Su Luo was harmed by that fool Huang Haifeng. If it weren't for him, Songming Black Flame Owl wouldn't have covered this place with his spiritual sense. Similarly, Su Luo himself also felt the giant eagle's murderous intent. But, almost at the same time, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding, warning, warning, emergency. Crisis occurs. Chapter 44, Devouring the Dark Flame Owl. Ding, the host is feeling the danger that cannot be resisted. Ding, the system will activate a special defense mechanism. This special defense mechanism will consume 30,000 intimacy points. The host cannot refuse. Su Luo was a little confused by the continuous system prompts. What other special defense mechanisms does this system have? That is to say, even if he spent 30,000 intimacy points to buy that amplification potion, he still couldn't kill that Songming Black Flame Owl. Otherwise, how could such a mechanism suddenly appear in the system? He must have felt the terror of this giant eagle, and it was an existence that he had no way of dealing with at the moment. However, Su Luo was also wronged. Damn it! How could he speak when Songming Black Flame Owl had suppressed him with his aura? He wanted to speak too. That's worse than not giving it a chance and saying it won't speak. You shouldn't bully people like this, right? If you don't tell me, you will die. Above the sky, Songming Black Flame Owl had completely lost his patience. I saw a black storm gathering in its big mouth. The terrifying black flame formed again. Rear. Nan Jiao's eyes narrowed. Her pupils filled with fear, and her heart felt as if it was being cut by a knife. Her mind relaxed, and she was no longer able to resist the pressure from Songming Black Flame Owl's aura, so she fell to the ground. Just now, she was still able to hold on with her willpower. However, when Su Luo was about to be attacked, she felt relieved. Her whole mind was on Su Luo, so much so that she collapsed. The black flame has been released. Nan Jiao didn't dare to open her eyes anymore. Lu Zixin in the back had already closed his eyes. Ding! Defense mechanism activated. At this moment, the host's body will be controlled by the system until the event is over. A system prompt sounded. Su Luo suddenly felt as if a terrifying energy was surging into his body. Roar! A deafening roar. From the bottom up, soaring into the sky. This moment, no one saw it. However, Su Luo's originally petite body emitted a terrifying red-gold light. His body grew bigger, thicker, and stronger. It expanded like a giant red-gold ball. It's as much as 20 or 30 meters. Black flames fell, unharmed. This moment, a flash of horror flashed across Songming Black Flame Owl's eyes. Because it felt the momentum rising into the sky. It comes from a kind of bloodline suppression force. The force that suppressed blood came from the void. The highest, the most supreme. At this moment, the sky and the earth changed color. Black flame and Su Luo's bodies collided. Such a huge momentum. The storm is sweeping. Nan Jiao and the others only felt a powerful energy that blew them and made them shake, so much that they couldn't even open their eyes. And at this time, the battle isn't over yet. Su Luo's body was still changing like a ball, and it remained in midair. The red gold hair on his body had changed at this moment, become like the starry sky, empty and ethereal. His whole body is emitting star-like light. What's even more terrifying is, Songming Black Flame Owl discovered that the sky was changing because of Su Luo's changes. It was still daytime. In the blink of an eye, it became night. And the stars are scattered throughout the shining night. Above the void, a tremendous momentum suddenly locked onto Songming Black Flame Owl. It felt as if it was being held tightly by an invisible hand. Panic and panic, rising from the heart of Songming Black Flame Owl. When has it ever felt such a threat from anything? That's totally impossible. But the inconspicuous little beast it had to deal with today taught him a lesson. Really learned a lesson. Cri. The dark flame owl struggled. The sharp cries echoed throughout the entire lying forest. Make the beast prostrate. It scares humans. Almost everyone noticed the difference in this area. Fu Ningxue, who was far away, rode her beast up into the air and saw this horrifying scene. The Tsangming black flame owl was struggling desperately, continuously spewing black flames towards the sky and the ground. Such a terrifying existence was actually struggling as if it had encountered some danger. How is it possible? Fu Ningxue was frightened. Although she was far away, she could still clearly see everything that was happening in the sky. Her mouth opened wide, her eyes full of disbelief. What kind of power could allow that ferocious beast to suppress the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird? Such fear, such panic and struggle. Fu Ningxue wants to know, but she didn't have the courage to go up. At the same time, Tianlan City. The defenders of the city closest to the lying forest also felt this terrifying call. They all thought something had happened and flew into the sky on their beasts. It was still quite a distance away, but they could clearly see that patch of sky. It was completely black. What's even more bizarre is that in this completely black sky, the stars are twinkling. The various lights are extremely dazzling. It makes people feel like they are above the starry sky. Moreover, they also saw the figure of the black giant eagle below. Captain, that's the Tsangming black flame owl, right? A guard looked at his captain and spoke in panic. They recognized this ghost thing and naturally knew how terrifying it was. If it wants to attack their city, it will be a brutal war. Although, beasts of this level generally wouldn't attack human cities so mindlessly. However, prevention is also necessary. That's right. Hurry up and inform the city lord and the elders. They might be in danger. Captain Lan Jinfei spoke directly. I'll go check it out. As he said this, he wanted to ride off on his own beast. Roar. But at this moment, a loud roar sounded. Like a roar in the void. It's so shocking. The beast under Lan Jinfei's crotch fell directly downwards, probably having been frightened by the noise. Suppressed. The roar above the void. Of course it came from Su Luo's area. It also comes from the defense mechanism of the Su Luo system. It was true that his body was controlled, but he also knew what was happening. The power of his blood. That is to say, the complete form of bloodline power of the void-devouring chaos beast was completely released. What is emptiness? That is the deep and unknown terrifying power coming from the void. It is the power that transcends everything. What does it mean to devour? Su Luo also completely understood. Because the Tsangming black flame owl, who was struggling madly and desperately, it was already being slowly pulled up into the sky. No, it should be said that it was sucked up. It was completely swallowed up by the void. Completely swallowed up. The sky also returned to brightness at this moment. It's as if nothing happened. Along with it, Su Luo's body also expanded and grew larger. We recovered together. At the same time, Su Luo felt a sense of weakness. A voice had already sounded in his mind. Ding, successfully devoured the Tsangming black flame owl. Wait for digestion. Chapter 45 Return. What a terrifying power. Lolo. A scream was heard. Nan Jiao stood up suddenly. What comes into view is a piece of Snow White. Also Mu Xiaoxi's pretty face. Jiao, you finally woke up. The moment Mu Xiaoxi saw Nan Jiao wake up, a smile appeared on her face. Xiaoxi, where's my Luo Luo? How is he? Is he okay? Nan Jiao vaguely remembered that the last moment she was conscious was when Su Luo was in danger. So, the first person she thought of the moment she regained consciousness was Su Luo. That's why she was so panicked. Don't worry, isn't he right next to you? Mu Xiaoxi said, pursing her lips. Only then did Nan Jiao notice that there was a red-gold puppy lying on the small bed next to her. His hair is smooth, and he doesn't have any scars. Lying there with his arms and legs spread out, the corners of his mouth curled up, with a faint, exclusive smirk on his face. I don't know what kind of beautiful dream I had. Isn't this Su Luo? Her Lolo. The moment she saw him, Nan Jiao felt her nose a little sour, but she also felt inexplicably at ease. Wow, you are so biased. At this time, a familiar voice came from behind, and Nan Jiao noticed that Lu Zixin was there too. She is in exactly the same situation as her. They were all wearing hospital gowns. As soon as you woke up, you thought of Luo Luo instead of me, your good comrade who has been through thick and thin with you. Wow. I have no love anymore. I feel sad and want to cry. I have no status anymore. As Lu Zixin spoke, she forced out 2 tears and pretended to look pitiful. Nan Jiao blushed and quickly changed the subject. I don't care about you. It's just, I don't know what happened. Aren't we supposed to be out in the wild? Weren't you facing the Tsangming black flame owl at that time? How come you are here all of a sudden? To be honest, Nan Jiao has a lot of questions in her mind right now. Finally woke up. Just when Mu Xiaoxi wanted to tell her what had happened, a voice came from outside the door. Everyone turned around and saw that it was Fu Ningxue. Teacher Fu. They hurriedly greeted each other. Fu Ningxue smiled and nodded, but a hint of fatigue was visible on her face. Jiao, Zixin, when you fainted that day, did you see any ferocious beast appear? Fu Ningxue asked. After the terrifying force disappeared that day, she rushed there as soon as possible. They found Nanjiao and Lu Zixin fainted in that area. Chen Shan, these students of hers. At that time, Fu Ningxue was so scared that her face turned pale. If anything happened to her students under her supervision, she would really be to blame. After all, she was the one who arranged the course. Moreover, the academy also explained that the Beast Tamer's field course must be taken step by step. Don't think about achieving success overnight. Fu Ningxue's arrangement was actually a very bold move. The idea is to let them adapt to the cruel survival in the wild as soon as possible. However, to a certain extent, it also disregards their safety. She needs to take responsibility and pressure. No. Nan Jiao thought hard and shook her head. Then she continued. That day, I found that the Tsangming Black Flame Owl was about to attack Luo, and then I wanted to help him, but I was powerless. Then, it was as if a storm was sweeping around me, surging with terrifying energy, and not long after, I passed out. She is telling the truth. The roars in her ears at that time were hurtful to her mind. So, not long after, Nanjiao fainted and no one knew what happened next. When I opened my eyes again, I was already here. And you? Fu Ningxue turned her gaze to Lu Zixin again. Me too. Lu Zixin nodded quickly. Not to mention what she saw, she couldn't even open her eyes. Why? Fu Ningxue sighed at this time and said, what you said to Chen Shan is almost the same. Fu Ningxue also questioned the only male witness. They all get the same answer. I can't see anything and can't see clearly. Fainted. Teacher Fu, what happened that day? Nan Jiao was curious and couldn't help but ask. That Songming Black Flame Owl was torn apart by some unknown force and disappeared into the darkness. Fu Ningxue thought about it and decided to tell them. At that time, the entire forest was filled with terrifying roars, as if they came from the sky. It's like it's coming from hell, so terrifying. Yes. At that time, Jingjing and I were fighting a ferocious beast, and it was frightened and fell flat on its face. Mu Xiaoxi also spoke at this time. The whole forest was as dark as night. We all thought something had happened. It was horrifying. The fear on Mu Xiaoxi's face was genuine. It was clear that something shocking had indeed happened in Lying Forest at that time. By the way, how did Huang Xiaofeng die? Fu Ningxue asked again at this time. He was murdered. Nan Jiao said this and told Fu Ningxue everything that happened that day, including the time when they were attacked by the Beast Tamer at the beginning. In fact, Fu Ningxue had already heard these things from Chen Shan once. It's just that I learned about it again from Nan Jiao. I found that there really isn't much difference. This shows that they are not lying. There is really no need to lie. Okay, you guys take a good rest. Don't worry about anything else. Fu Ningxue said, nodding her head and preparing to leave. But before leaving, her eyes fell on Su Luo. After taking a deep look, he turned and left. She felt that all this seemed to be related to Su Luo. But she had no evidence. Because, no matter what she says to others, no one could possibly believe that a small smart dog could kill that Songming Black Flame Owl. Moreover, it is such a terrifying and heart-chilling power. Who would believe that it came from a little whisker? Ridiculous, right? Besides, so what if it was Su Luo who did it? It's not like he did anything evil. As soon as Fu Ningxue left, Mu Xiaoxi spoke again. In fact, on that day, the guards and the mayor of Tianlan City all rushed over. Everyone thought something serious had happened, but they didn't expect to find you fainted there. Nan Jiao was also a little surprised. This matter has become such a big deal. Also, Jiao, you and Zixin have both been in a coma for 2 days, but luckily you were not seriously injured. It's just some minor internal injuries. You can be discharged from the hospital after 2 days of rest. Mu Xiaoxi was still recounting what happened that day. Su Luo, who was sitting beside the small bed, had actually woken up. However, he didn't open his eyes, just feeling the changes in his body. The system has just told him. Su Luo will not be able to use this kind of power within the next month. The system means to remind him. Be cautious during this period and don't do anything you are not sure of. Su Luo would naturally understand this. If such a terrifying power could be used every day, it would destroy the world. He just lies down every day and increases his intimacy with Nan Jiao. Also, that Songming Black Flame Owl had already been swallowed by Su Luo. As long as he squinted his eyes and tried to look inside his body, he would find a little black bird there. Looks exactly like Songming Black Flame Owl. That is the true meaning of the word chaos in the void-devouring chaos beast. The area inside Su Luo's body is the so-called chaotic area. It is specially reserved for digesting other ferocious beasts and eventually turning them into his strength. Moreover, the system told him, if you want to devour and digest the power of Songming Black Flame Owl, you need to continuously use intimacy points to digest it. After everything is digested, the power of the giant eagle will belong to Su Luo. At that time, he achieved a qualitative leap. However, these should be tasks that are long and arduous. While Su Luo was daydreaming, he felt himself being picked up. Following right on, a soft and tender feeling came over me. He opened his eyes slightly and found that it was Nan Jiao who picked him up. I knew you were awake. The girl had a smile on her face and reached out to stroke Su Luo's still weak body. She just saw that there was no smirk on Su Luo's lips. In fact, I had already guessed that he woke up, still tired. Looking at Su Luo's narrowed eyes, Nan Jiao hugged him and lay down again. Smelling the faint fragrance, Su Luo said nothing and just moved forward twice. Ding, physical contact. Get an intimacy value reward of 1,000. Ding, physical contact. Get intimacy value reward 500. I feel my neck is a little itchy. But Nan Jiao didn't say anything. Instead, she patted Su Luo's body and said softly, let's take a break. We can go back to the dorm tomorrow. Go to sleep. Then you must sleep. With a humanoid soft pillow, Su Luo's sleep quality has improved by at least 10 levels. So, he fell asleep again in Nan Jiao's arms. This time, the system consumed a huge amount of intimacy value. Moreover, forcibly increasing Su Luo's bloodline power under such circumstances is actually a burden for him. It is normal for him to feel weak. And Nan Jiao, as a beastmaster, seemed to sense his weakness. Just keep reaching out, stroking and touching his hair. There is tenderness in his eyes. Chapter 46. Someone from Fenglong Beastmaster Academy is coming. The appearance of Songming Black Flame Owl and the unknown force in Lying Forest is now a thing of the past. The guards of Tianlan City, under the orders of the city lord, investigated for several days but were unable to find out the cause. The students who discovered and rescued the student at that time gave consistent testimonies. I didn't even see what it was. So, this matter has come to nothing. However, Guard Captain Lan Jinfei still led his troops to strengthen the defense of the city. In particular, no matter what situation occurs, no matter how big or small, it must be reported in a timely manner. After all, many residents in the city felt the terrifying power at that time. At one point, people were in a panic, fearing that Tianlan City would really be attacked by a ferocious beast. Fortunately, it was a false alarm. This strengthened guard is naturally also to make the residents of Tianlan City feel more at ease. At the same time, Fu Haiyu from the Fu family has been a little worried these days. A few days ago, he hired 2 ruthless killers, Kai Qinggo and Bu Shiren, but these 2 disappeared after taking the money. According to the news, his sister's enemies are still alive and well. Although I heard that the incident with the Songming Black Flame Owl outside the city was related to it. However, Fu Haiyu didn't think much about it. After asking his men to search many times, but failing to contact Bu Shiren and Kai Qinggo, Fu Haiyu gave up. Fortunately, he only paid half of the deposit at that time. These 2 people are really unreliable. However, helping my sister to vent her anger is something I definitely need to do. After all, Fu Haiyu is also a typical sister-loving man. However, this will require further consideration later. To be honest, he wouldn't dare to commit a crime in the city. You know, Tianlan City is not the only one in power. Lanhan Beastmaster Academy. Girls' Dormatory. I'm finally back. Nan Jiao let out a sigh of relief, looking at the dormitory where she hadn't returned for several days, and felt a warm feeling in her heart. She ran all the way back with Su Luo curled up in her arms, not feeling tired at all. Yes, Lu Zixin next to him also spoke. I miss my big bed so much, Wo. After saying that, the girl pounced directly and fell on the sofa in front of her. Su Luo was embarrassed by this. He was also afraid that her breasts would be flattened. After all, she abused him so hard. Zhang, you guys are back. At this moment, Mu Xiaoxi suddenly jumped out from behind the side wall. Also involved is Meng Jingran. The 2 girls had mysterious smiles on their faces. Didn't you guys say you were going to class? Nan Jiao looked at the 2 of them who suddenly appeared and asked in confusion. Meng Jingran and Mu Xiaoxi had said before that they had important classes to attend today. So, there was no time to pick them up. They are not children anymore, so there is no problem for Nan Jiao and Lu Zixin. Let them go to class with peace of mind. But now, come and take a look. You'll know after you see it. Mu Xiaoxi said this and raised her eyebrows towards Nan Jiao and the others. Even Meng Jingran smiled, with a smile in her eyes. With doubt, Nan Jiao glanced at Lu Zixin before walking forward. The latter also quickly got up from the sofa and followed her. It turned out that everything Meng Jingran and Mu Xiaoxi said about attending classes was fake. These two people were in the dormitory, cooking a bunch of food, waiting for Nan Jiao and Lu Zixin to return. Look at the big table of food in the back garden: meat, fruits, and various vegetable snacks. To be honest, Nan Jiao was indeed touched. Even Su Luo in her arms was a little surprised. These two are quite thoughtful. Looking at Lu Zixin again, she had already run over, her eyes shining when she saw the pile of food. I am so touched. So you guys have been preparing this? Whoa. You don't know, my sense of taste has been out of balance these days. As the girl said this, she picked up a piece of meat on the table and ate it. Then a look of satisfaction. Jiao, come over here and eat together. Mu Xiaoxi waved quickly. Nan Jiao nodded and went there holding Su Luo. You and I have been away for the past few days. Has anything happened in the academy? Lu Zixin was eating while mumbling something incoherently. The earth bear lay quietly at her feet, licking the honey continuously, looking very happy. Nan Jiao ate her food with one hand and fed Su Luo meat with the other. The picture is extremely warm. Hearing this, she couldn't help but raise her head and glance at Mu Xiaoxi and the others. Obviously, she was also curious if anything special happened. Yes, Mu Xiaoxi nodded. Someone has come from Maple Blue City recently. They are from the Maple Blue Beastmaster Academy. Our teacher is going to pick them up today. Why are they here? Nan Jiao obviously also knew about Fenglan Beastmaster Academy, so she was very curious. I heard that he came here to exchange ideas and compete. Mu Xiaoxi spoke. There should be more than just competitions. Meng Jingran, who had been silent all this time, spoke. I heard that they still want to give us a warning before the Phoenix Beast Taming competition. Crush the spirit of our academy. Meng Jingran was obviously someone who knew a lot of inside information, so she continued to speak. After all, it seems that they have quite a few Beastmasters whose beasts are advanced 3rd level. Moreover, we are heading for the 4th level. I heard that the most powerful one is just one step away from opening his profound veins and contracting a 2nd beast. Wow, is that so exaggerated? It's only been a few days. Lu Zixin on the side spoke up. After all, how long have they officially become yellow vein beast tamers? Are the people at Fenglan Beastmaster Academy already so advanced? You know, they are all colleges of the same level, and the starting points of the students are almost the same. You're gifted. Meng Jingran gave a comment. However, this also means that our college will be a bit lively in the next period of time. She added at the end. To be honest, it is rare for someone to be about to break through the Xianmai in such a short period of time. That's really genius level. Nan Jiao is obviously very clear about this. Suddenly, while she was thinking about something, she felt the wetness on her slender hand. She looked down and found that it was Su Luo who was licking her hand. Some are wet and itchy. Seeing Nan Jiao's gaze, Su Luo pointed to the piece of meat on the table and then to his own stomach. Indicates that he is not full yet. Look, Nan Jiao directly picked up the piece of meat that she had just eaten half of and put it to Su Luo's mouth. In an instant, Su Luo's eyes lit up. Is this meat? Is this saliva? This is simply intimacy, okay? Su Luo, who had a great understanding of his own poverty, quickly ate it in one mouthful. Without hesitation. Ding, contact with leftovers. Reward intimacy value 10,000. This time, the system prompt sound was very crisp. There was nothing extra added. But these 10,000 are already very rare. The most important thing is, isn't there one more link? That's what Nan Jiao left over. This is a double intimacy value reward. Thinking of this, Su Luo devoured the food in his mouth quickly. Chapter 47. Fighting hard for intimacy. Inside the room. After eating and drinking her fill, Nan Jiao planned to go back to her room to rest. And Su Luo took a bite of the apple. Suddenly, he handed the fruit in his hand to Nan Jiao. The girl was obviously a little surprised, and then she asked, You don't want it anymore. She thought that Su Luo didn't want to eat it because he was not used to it, because it was his first time eating it. Little did she know that Su Luo just shook his head at her without barking. But he held the apple with his paws and put it towards Nan Jiao's mouth. Motioned for her to eat too. Do you mean to give me some to eat too? The kind-hearted Nan Jiao thinks that Su Luo is a smart little dog who likes to share. Seeing that she didn't eat it, I wanted to give her a bite too. Su Luo nodded quickly, indicating that this was what he meant. Okay. Nan Jiao thought about it, and then took a light bite on the other side of the apple that Su Luo had bitten. Oh my god. There's no way I can deal with Su Luo this time. This is a perfect avoidance. Why didn't he remember that he had this trick? No. How can this be? 20,000 intimacy points must be obtained. Thinking of this, Su Luo handed the apple to Nan Jiao again. Okay. I've already eaten. No more. You can eat it yourself. Feeling his extraordinary enthusiasm, Nanjiao quickly waved her hand to indicate that she didn't need it. However, Su Luo did not give up and continued to hand the apple to her. At this moment, he was extremely angry. Why did he have short legs? This is indeed convenient for Nanjiao to hold her, but it is too inconvenient for her to do other things. It seems that upgrading my class is inevitable. Seeing Su Luo was so enthusiastic and insisted on giving her food, Nanjiao also sighed slightly, thinking about taking another bite to cope with his enthusiasm. However, this time, Nanjiao just wanted to take another bite on top of the one she had already taken. But Su Luo refused to cooperate at all and kept giving her the place where he had bitten. This time, Nanjiao was confused. What is going on? Lolo, you've already eaten here. I'll just eat here. She quickly opened her mouth to indicate. However, at this time Su Luo shook his head firmly and refused. I want Nanjiao to eat the places he has eaten. And this girl also saw it. You want me to eat where you bit me? She asked. Su Luo nodded his head quickly. No. Nanjiao blushed a little. I don't know what she thought of that made her do this. Oh my god, I was rejected just like that. A straightforward rejection. Su Luo felt a little uncomfortable. So, he suddenly became depressed. Little did he know that Su Luo was so depressed and listless. When Nanjiao saw his state, she suddenly felt uncomfortable in her heart. She thought about it carefully and tried to put herself in Su Luo's shoes. Suddenly, a thought came to my mind. Could it be that Luo feels that I dislike him because I didn't bite the places he had eaten at the beginning? So, that's why he kept insisting that I bite the places he had eaten? Want to prove something? Nanjiao's mind is unusually active. It must be like this. He is such a smart and proud beastmaster. Moment. In Nanjiao's heart, she automatically helped Su Luo establish the image of a little smart dog with a strong self-esteem. Moreover, combined with what happened when she first met Su Luo, the more she thought about it, the more she felt that this was the case. She never expected that her unintentional behavior had hurt Su Luo's young heart. This moment, Nanjiao softened her heart. So, she quickly squatted down, reached out, and touched Su Luo's hair, and said, Okay, I'll eat it, okay? There is always light at the end of the tunnel. Su Luo quickly raised his head, his eyes shining. He really didn't think much about it just now. He was just feeling sad about the 20,000 intimacy points he lost. Sad. But now the plot seems to have reversed. As expected, at this time, Nanjiao had already taken the apple from his claws and took 2 big bites. Ding, contact with leftovers. Reward intimacy value 20,000. Ding, contact with leftovers. Reward intimacy value 5,000. 2 prompt sounds were heard in succession. Are you satisfied? At the same time, Nanjiao's voice rang in Su Luo's ears. The girl rolled her eyes at him and spoke helplessly. Very satisfied. This must be very satisfying, right? Su Luo nodded quickly, and this time he took the initiative to act as a licking dog, licking Nanjiao's white knees. Ding, skin contact, bonus intimacy value plus 10. Ding, skin contact, bonus intimacy value plus 8. A tasteless intimacy value, but better than nothing. Okay. Seeing the satisfaction and excitement on his face, Nanjiao smiled helplessly. Then, he reached out and grabbed his forearm, lifting him up from the ground. This made Su Luo feel embarrassed. You bastard. This pose is too sexy, right? Little Su Luo is waving in the wind. Nanjiao, are you sure you are serious? Su Luo's scalp really felt tingling, so it couldn't help but clamp its buttocks. However, this girl was still complaining to herself. I don't know if I owed you in my previous life. How can a beastmaster be so overbearing that he insists that his master eat what he has eaten? We have to sleep together every day, and I have to feed him by hand before he will eat. You still know how to ask for a kiss. When talking about this, Nanjiao's face turned red. But since there was no one around, she was much bolder. They dared to hold Su Luo in their arms and speak out their inner thoughts. Suddenly, Nanjiao wrinkled her nose at Su Luo and said fiercely, You can't be so overbearing in the future, understand? I am your master. Besides, those are things you can only do with your boyfriend. Speaking of this, her ears also blushed. To be honest, she never even thought about the word boyfriend. But she felt that she needed to let Su Luo know this fact. Su Luo knows. But will he care? In his heart, Nanjiao can only be his. If other people want to get involved, that's absolutely not allowed. Because Su Luo would immediately let him experience what it means to be a fierce dog and kill a small bird. Wow, did you hear that? Seeing that he was absent-minded, Nanjiao shook his body and asked again. In fact, she said so much because she wanted Su Luo to understand his position in her heart. I don't want him to feel that I despise him. Nanjiao is very smart and knows how to change the subject. However, Su Luo didn't have that idea at all. So, he struggled and broke free from Nan Jiao's hands. Not only that, after landing, Su Luo immediately jumped into Nan Jiao's arms. Little did he know that he was quite strong now. Therefore, Nan Jiao didn't react immediately and was knocked to the ground by him. Immediately, her pretty face became wet, numb, and itchy. Needless to say, these are all Su Luo's masterpieces. This guy responded to Nan Jiao with his dog-licking skills. I know what you said, but I just don't do it. In an instant, there were only a few words in the whole room. No. It's so itchy. That's too much, Lolo. It's all right. Oh, damn, it's all wet. Yeah. Chapter 48 discovered. Su Luo advances. Night. Nan Jiao sat by the window and practiced as usual. Su Luo was lying on the bed, staring at her quietly. I have to say, Su Luo has now fallen in love with this kind of life. At the beginning, he was very resistant to becoming a beast tamer or something like that. Now, he has become madly in love with this identity. This afternoon, I played with Nan Jiao all afternoon, being a licker for the whole afternoon. The final result was that the man and the beast were so tired that they just fell asleep in each other's arms on the floor. Sleep till dark. When Su Luo opened his eyes, he could even see Nan Jiao's peaceful and tranquil face. At that moment, he suddenly felt that such a day was also wonderful. In the evening, Nan Jiao personally helped him take a bath and blow-dry his hair. He barely had to move. Is this the treatment you get when you are a human being? Obviously not. The only regret is that this girl didn't take him with her when she took a bath. Su Luo has made up his mind. Men must take the initiative to fight for it. It's so embarrassing to always wait for girls to take the initiative. Putting away his messy thoughts, Su Luo quickly opened his system panel. After experiencing the incident with Songming Black Flame Owl, Su Luo has decided to improve his strength first. Otherwise, you will be stuck in a dilemma and have a lot of potential points with nowhere to use. That's what it means to bring it into the coffin. Su Luo checked his attribute panel. Host, Su Luo, Little Spirit Dog, First Level Low-Level Spirit Beast, Infant Stage. Bloodline Power, Void Devouring Chaos Beast, Alpaca Mud Horse Bloodline. Strength, 143. Agility, 370. Stamina, 61. Defense, 73. Skills, Flame Seed, Flame Vortex. Passive state, semi-immune to water attribute attacks, granted by the Water Spirit Stone. Current attribute, Fire. Intimacy value, 42660. Elemental Spirit Seed, Imperial Flame Seed. Strength, defense, and stamina are all still rubbish. This must be improved. Thinking of this, Su Luo spent his intimacy points without hesitation to buy potions with relevant properties. Then use it for a while. Finally, the strength, stamina, and defense have been improved to the maximum value that can be achieved at this stage. A total of 4,000 intimacy points were consumed. And when Su Luo was considering whether to upgrade this class to the next level, the system has given a prompt. The host can choose to digest and devour the Songming Black Flame Owl, and in that case, he will gain a boost in strength. Also, your rank will be upgraded. Oh, this rank can be upgraded. Su Luo was confused. That's right, and you can also get some preliminary unlocking skills, but I don't know what system it is. Su Luo didn't expect this. Can this thing be used like this? As if knowing what he was thinking, the system prompt sounded again. This is because the host has the ability to devour the chaos beast in the void, so it can be improved like this. This means that if Su Luo did not have this bloodline, such an improvement would not exist. He finally understood. Smells so good. Spend the least amount of intimacy to get the biggest boost. Su Luo immediately knew what this meant. Then how much intimacy is needed to digest this Songming Black Flame Owl? The first time you devour, you will need to consume 20,000 intimacy points. Su Luo took a look and realized that he still had more than 30,000 yuan, so he could do something about it. Swallow it. He spoke directly. Ding. Choose to devour the first stage of the Songming Black Flame Owl. Selection successful. Consumption of 20,000 intimacy points. Then, Su Luo didn't see anything else. However, what he could see was a countdown prompt on the upper left corner of the interface. Devouring the Songming Black Flame Owl is in progress. Remaining time, 9 hours 59 minutes and 45 seconds. In other words, it will take until tomorrow morning to complete the devouring. You still need to wait to see the results. At this time, Su Luo suddenly remembered that the elemental elves in his beast-controlling space seemed to have not appeared for a long time. How could he have forgotten this little guy? Feeling a bit bored, Su Luo quickly summoned the elemental spirits. As soon as this little guy came out, he wanted to shout out loud to express his dissatisfaction. Fortunately, Su Luo reacted very quickly and slapped it down with one slap. And cover its mouth tightly. He was also frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. I almost disturbed Nanjiao's practice. Su Luo glanced back and found that Nanjiao's back was still there, with no reaction. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Immediately, he took out his claws and made a gesture of silence to the elemental elves. And it was accompanied by his unique Su Luo-style fierce expression. It was obviously a threat to keep it quiet. The clever elemental elves naturally understood what Su Luo meant and nodded quickly, looking so pitiful. Only then did Su Luo let it go. However, the next moment, the elemental spirit was stunned again, because it was held in the mouth again. At this moment, it wanted to open its mouth and struggle. But think of the threat posed by this little vicious dog. And if he disagrees with something, he will swallow it into his mouth. The elemental spirit didn't dare to shout, and was carried out of the room obediently by Su Luo. For no other reason. Su Luo thought that this little guy had been locked up by him for so many days, and it was probably time to find something to eat for it. Fortunately, no one was in the living room at that time. Moreover, there are various snacks and fruits on the table. Su Luo quickly and cleverly took some, and went to the back garden, holding the elemental elf in his mouth. Eat something quickly, or I'll take you back in, and you won't have anything to eat. He spoke. When the elemental elves heard this, they panicked instantly. Ah, please don't take me in, okay? I will definitely listen to you, and not run around. As the little thing spoke, it immediately hugged Su Luo's legs and begged pitifully. I will really be obedient. You can do whatever you want to me. Just don't take me in. I don't like it in there. As he spoke, the elemental spirit raised his eyes and looked at Su Luo with sparkling eyes. Those deep blue eyes were filled with pleading. There were even some tears in her eyes. Anyone who sees it will feel soft-hearted and sympathetic towards it. It seems that the elemental elves really don't like the beast taming space. Su Luo had never been there, so he didn't understand the environment inside. However, he couldn't refuse to take it in, so Su Luo was so hard-hearted that he wanted to refuse. Lolo. But, at this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind Su Luo. Hiss. Su Luo turned back in horror. He discovered that Nanjiao was standing behind him, looking at him in surprise. Also, the elemental elf hugging his thigh. Wipe. I was careless. Su Luo originally thought that Nanjiao was practicing and must not have noticed him leaving the room. Little did they know, it was quite the opposite. Still discovered. What to do? Waiting online, very urgent. 5 minutes later. Nanjiao's room. The elemental elf was trying hard to get the apple that Su Luo had just eaten at noon. This little thing likes to eat crispy, sweet, and juicy food, so fruit becomes its first choice. And Su Luo. He squatted on the bed and looked at Nanjiao innocently. It's like a child who has done something wrong. However, this is just Nanjiao's own feeling. Su Luo was actually thinking about how to explain it. Lolo, is this your friend? Little did he know that Nanjiao just touched his head and asked. Woof, yes. Su Luo nodded quickly. Kind of. It should be an elemental embryo elf. It is very rare and precious. Nanjiao glanced at the elemental elves before slowly speaking. She had a solid theoretical knowledge of beast taming, so she naturally recognized what this elemental spirit in human form meant. If it's your friend, we can let it live here. Only, Nanjiao pursed her lips and continued. However, it's better not to expose it to other people, otherwise there will be trouble. Nanjiao knows very well the value of elemental embryo elves. Once it appears, it will inevitably cause a lot of people to fight for it. With her current strength, she is not able to protect it. What else can Su Luo say? I could only look at the elemental spirit, nodded, and agreed with Nanjiao's statement. This matter was temporarily resolved because of Nanjiao's understanding, and the elemental elves also joined Su Luo's team in this way. Exposed to Nanjiao's eyes. Late at night. Turn off the lights and take a break. What surprised Su Luo was, after a few days of mental torture in the beast taming space, I'm actually afraid of the dark. As soon as the lights were turned off, the little thing immediately crawled into Su Luo's arms and hugged him tightly. She was begging to sleep with him. Wipe. Of course, Su Luana was unwilling. A tiny thing with barely any flesh on it, not enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Still want to hold him while sleeping. Isn't it sweet for him to hold Nanjiao? Isn't it more comfortable to sleep with her in my arms than with a little elf girl? So Su Luo refused. Thus, such a strange scene appeared. Su Luo desperately burrowed into Nanjiao's arms, seeking warmth. The elemental elf was behind him, grabbing his hair tightly. Then she squeezed her small body into his hair. This made Su Luo confused. Could it be that this licking brought out feelings? Didn't the elemental elves fight and kill him before? It's absolutely amazing. Chapter 49, Level 3. Is this a change? The next day, A ray of sunlight shines in. Nan Jiao felt her nose was a little itchy and uncomfortable. I feel like sneezing. It was this feeling that made her slowly open her eyes. Oh, this moment. Nan Jiao's face suddenly showed surprise. Her pupils dilated slightly, and her lips opened slightly. What on earth happened to deserve this? That is, of course, about Su Luo. Turned out to be. Su Luo had completed the first stage of his devouring while he was sleeping. That's right. That means completing the first stage of devouring the Songming Black Flame Owl. There have been changes in him now. Luo Lolo. Nan Jiao gently shook Su Luo in her arms, trying to wake him up. I also want to confirm whether he is okay or not. As if he felt the call, Su Luo slowly opened his sleepy eyes. He didn't know what happened today, but he felt extremely tired all over. So don't want to get up. But after waking up, I felt full of energy. But what Su Luo didn't know was, it would have been fine if he didn't open his eyes, but as soon as he opened his eyes, Nan Jiao was stunned by his surprise again. Because heterochromia. Su Luo originally had a pair of dark brown eyes. At this moment, one of them has mutated and turned into red gold. It is exactly the same color as the imperial flame on his body. It looks a bit weird. Su Luo was a little confused. What did Nan Jiao do so early in the morning? The whole person looks dazed, as if he is frightened. Is this girl sick? Su Luo thought about it, stretched out his claws, and touched Nan Jiao's forehead. Huh, effortless. But Su Luo remembered that with his original body, he would have to use some strength to touch Nan Jiao. After all, he was famous for his short arms. But now it's so easy. Hiss. Why did the color of his paw hair change? Moreover, the nails seemed to be a lot sharper. While recalling his memories, Su Luo seemed to have noticed the reminder sound the system had sent him earlier. Ding, the first stage is completely devoured. Appearance changes. Ding, the host has successfully reached the third level of cultivation. The Emperor Flame Spark is upgraded to a minor grade, gaining the power of Black Flame. Obtain skills, Black Flame Claws. Obtain the Songming Eyes. Several system prompts. However, what caught Su Luo's attention most was the change in appearance. When he saw this information, Su Luo jumped up from the bed. Under Nan Jiao's gaze, he suddenly came to the floor-to-ceiling mirror in the room. Hiss. Damn it. Do you have to be so handsome, so cool? What should I do if those little girls see me in the future? You're gonna tear me to pieces. Su Luo couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. His size has indeed changed now. If we say that Su Luo was a small, smart dog the size of a Pomeranian before, now his size is not much different from that of an adult husky. However, body shape is not what Su Luo is most concerned about. What should be paid most attention to is his appearance. The hair on Su Luo's back changed from the previous light red-gold color to a gradient silver-black color. It starts from light at the head and gradually gets darker towards the tail, and the color depth varies from different angles. Very dazzling. The hair on the abdomen is a light reddish-gold color, not too dark, and looks like newly born fluff. The most important thing is the flaming red-gold hair on Su Luo's dog's forehead. It's simply the finishing touch. It gives his image a soul, and it suddenly feels alive. With those different colored eyes. Wow, that's amazing. Su Luo tried to bar his teeth. Only then did he realize that his own canine teeth had also become sharper. The red gold claws also became sharp. With such a powerful claw, Su Luo could probably rip the person open directly, right? It's creepy just looking at it. Try to turn your body. Su Luo even discovered the bright spot. As he walked, it seemed as if a buff was activated under his feet, with wisps of black afterimages. Upon closer inspection, I felt that it was somewhat similar to the black flame color on the surface of the Songming Black Flame Owl. It's just that others are very obvious, while his can only feel when he runs. But this is already pretty awesome. In the game now, Su Luo is definitely a little smart dog with skin. TSK, TSK. So handsome. Su Luo, who has gotten rid of the image of a cute dog, just wants to scream. I.e. don't shake. Just when Su Luo was immersed in his own gorgeous appearance, the elemental spirit actually emerged from the hair on its back. The little guy looked at Su Luo in the mirror with a confused look on his face. The little face looks confused. It is exactly the same as when Nan Jiao first started. Oh wow. How did you become like this? How did you become so beautiful? Is it a promotion? The elemental elf suddenly flew up from Su Luo's back and asked him 3 questions in a row. Under normal circumstances, Su Luo would not bother to pay attention to it. But he was in a good mood today, and looking at the elemental elf's surprised expression, he had to nod. Generally speaking, he has indeed moved up a social ladder. However, this improvement is only related to devouring. Lolo, how did you suddenly reach the 3rd level? Did you eat anything? Do you feel unwell? Nan Jiao also came over at this time, squatted beside Su Luo, and looked at him, because she just tried to feel it. I discovered that his class is still at the lower third level. Such a change happened overnight, which is simply against common sense. It's against the will of heaven, okay? What Nanjiao could probably imagine was that Su Luo might have swallowed something by mistake. So, the first thing she did was to reach out and touch Su Luo's body, and a golden power shone from her hand. Immediately, this force penetrated deep into Su Luo's body. Nanjiao was checking whether there was anything unusual on Su Luo's body. This is also her ability as a beast master. No. After a while, Nanjiao shook her head and murmured something. She could feel that everything inside Su Luo's body was functioning normally. But he improved so incredibly. I'm fine, don't worry. Although he knew that Nanjiao couldn't understand, Su Luo still called out to tell her. But when I opened my mouth, I found that I was no longer barking. It turned into, damn it. It really has a bit of a silly feeling, but the voice is much deeper and not so funny. As if she understood what Su Luo wanted to express, Nanjiao nodded. But his brows were still slightly furrowed. Obviously still worried. Seeing this, Su Luo hurried forward and wanted to rub her shoulders. Little did I know that my body had grown bigger and I couldn't adapt to it for a while. Moreover, the power in this hand has also become stronger. Look, he pushed Nanjiao to the ground with just one push. Looking at Su Luo himself, he followed the trend and fell forward. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and held on. But even so, a mysterious and ambiguous posture was formed with Nanjiao at the bottom and him at the top. Hiss! This is so terrible. Nanjiao's eyes widened and she was stunned. Su Luo was just thinking about turning into a bootlicker to ease the embarrassment. However, an even more socially deadly scene is about to happen. The door opened with a snap. Yu, there's some big gossip. Hurry up. I'm sorry. You guys continue. Lu Zixin was frightened by the scene inside and quickly closed the door and left. Su Luo, did you forget to close the door last night? Nanjiao. Elemental Spirit. Chapter 50. Beast Soul Armor. New thing. Lanhan Beastmaster Academy. Girls' Dormatory. Mu Xiaoxi, Meng Jingran, and Lu Zixin, whose face was slightly red, sat in different directions. However, their eyes were all focused on the front. Sitting there is Nanjiao. And there is Su Luo lying comfortably on Nanjiao's legs. Jiao, are you saying that Luo looked like this after waking up from a sleep? Mu Xiaoxi looked at Su Luo's current appearance. Not only was there surprise in her eyes, but her heart was also in turmoil. Yes, this is what it looks like when I wake up from a sleep. Nanjiao said this, and touched Su Luo's hair, and continued. I checked with the power of the star veins. There's nothing wrong with his body, but I don't know what the cause is. It is true that she knows a lot of theoretical knowledge, but it is all from classics. To be honest, as a trainer who had hardly ever been out in the wild, she really didn't understand this situation. Could there be a mutation? At this time, Meng Jingran, who had been looking at Su Luo for a long time, spoke. Mutation. When Nanjiao heard these two words, her eyes lit up. Why didn't she think of this? Jingran, are you saying that he might have undergone a mutation when he was advancing because of the Emperor Flame? Is that why it turned out like this? Nanjiao spoke. Yes, we can't rule out this possibility. Meng Jingran analyzed it calmly and said, though rare, cases of abnormalities occurring during the growth of a beast man do exist. Yes. Speaking of this, Lu Zixin beside him also nodded and said, my cousin has a beast that has undergone a mutation and is now super powerful. There is nothing wrong with his body. On the contrary, he is stronger than the average beast master. As she spoke, she glanced at Su Luo, who had become much more handsome now, pursed her lips, and said, besides, Luo has not only become more handsome, but he must have become much stronger. Okay. Hearing their words of comfort, Nanjiao felt a lot more relieved. In fact, what she was most worried about when Su Luo changed was whether it would cause any harm to his body. As for the rest, she could accept it. Yes, Jiao, if you are still worried, you can go to the library to look up some books. Regarding the mutation, Mu Xiaoxi also spoke at this time. I can go with you. Aren't you going to go to the Academy's battlefield? Upon hearing this, Lu Zixin spoke immediately. The battlefield of the Academy? What happened there? Nanjiao glanced at her. They are the people from Fenglan Beastmaster Academy. They challenged our academy to a duel, and I heard they beat quite a few people. Lu Zixin frowned and continued. Now they are even shouting that if anyone can defeat them, they can obtain the Beast Soul Armor. Beast Soul Armor? When hearing this, Nanjiao was also a little surprised. After all, this thing is really very precious and rare. And in Su Luo's mind, the system also provided information about this Beast Soul Armor. The so-called beast soul armor is a kind of defense mechanism acting on the beast. After putting on the beast tamer, you will have a certain degree of defensive capabilities. If activated during battle, ordinary beast tamers of the same level will not be able to break your defense. However, this thing also has durability. When the durability reaches a certain level, if it is not repaired, it will be ruined. Some beast soul armors even have built-in defensive skills. In a battle in the wild, it can be said to be a life-saving thing. The most important thing is, there are beast soul armors for animals, and there are also beast soul armors worn by humans. These are two different categories. However, the effect is almost the same. In fact, the beast soul armor of animals is much more valuable than that of humans. This is because these armors are refined and forged from the souls of high-level ferocious beasts. So very valuable. Ordinary beastmasters are not qualified to afford this. If the host obtains the beast soul armor, he can unlock the mall items. Suddenly, a sentence came into Su Luo's mind. He was not stupid and immediately understood what it meant. Before in the mall, Su Luo had never seen the existence of this beast soul armor. This means that you need to obtain this thing before you can unlock this category of items in the mall. This is not difficult to understand. Yes, although it is the lowest level beast soul armor, it is also very precious, right? Lu Zixin was obviously very aware of this situation. So, now on the battlefield, many people are trying to challenge. I was also told by someone else this morning. Having said that, Lu Zixin seemed to remember something and glanced at Nanjiao. Originally, I was thinking of going in and talking to you. I didn't expect you. This girl didn't finish her words, but her face turned red. Obviously, he was thinking of a scene that happened not long ago. I just happened to fall down at that time. Don't be silly. Nanjiao quickly explained herself. I know. Lu Zixin stuck out her tongue, indicating that she finally realized it. She was indeed stupid at that time and thought too much. How is that possible? After all, one is Nanjiao. One of them is Su Luo. People. Beast. Are you crazy? Lolo is still a child. Lu Zixin quickly blushed and felt ashamed for her improper thoughts. Little did they know that the conversation between the two people made Mu Xiaoxi and Meng Jingran look at each other in bewilderment. I don't understand at all. Finally, after discussion, the four people in the dormitory made a decision. Nanjiao and Mu Xiaoxi went to the library to look up some books to see if there were any statements about the mutation. Compared to the beast soul armor, what Nanjiao cared more about was what happened to Su Luo. Meng Jingran and Lu Zixin decided to go to the battlefield to see. Meng Jingran himself is very interested in this beast soul armor. I also want to challenge the other party and take this thing. Although Su Luo can unlock the mall by obtaining this beast soul armor. But of course he had to follow Nanjiao. Since the girl isn't going, there's no point for him to go. So, we can only wait and see if there will be another opportunity in the future. While Nanjiao was changing clothes in the bathroom, Su Luo quickly checked his skills. Black Flame Claw. Unstoppable, the sharp claws sweep forward, with a black flame corrosive effect. The description is very general. Su Luo was even more confused by the effect of the black flame corrosion. However, he quickly recalled the skill effect of the Tsangming Black Flame Owl. A mouthful of black flames directly corroded the opponent until nothing was left. Moreover, the ground is covered with black marks. Could this be the effect? This is just a guess. We can only know the truth through actual combat. After all, now in the house, Su Luo didn't dare to try it. Songming's different eyes. Intimidation, deterrence, and more effects are waiting to be explored by yourself. Su Luo felt that the introduction of this heterochromia was even more unreliable. Need to explore on your own. Does it mean that this thing is actually different from system skills? Or maybe this thing is actually pretty awesome. Even the system can't grasp it? Su Luo has many guesses. However, it seems that it can only be tested in actual combat. Chapter 51. Something happened. Change freely. Lanhin Beastmaster Academy. The most lively places so far today are probably the battlefield and the treatment room. One is that there are challenges from other academies, and the beast tamers are very enthusiastic. One reason is that many beasts were injured in the battle and were sent there. The library is relatively quiet. That is where Su Luo, Nanjiao, and Mu Xiaoxi are. Nanjiao was obviously very concerned about the mutation, so the books I looked for were all about this aspect. It's just that Su Luo can't speak, otherwise he would definitely remind her and tell her not to worry. He has abnormal development and cannot be judged by common sense. However, this girl is so concerned about his physiological and physical problems. Su Luo could only express his understanding and relief. However, the biggest problem he faces now is, my body has grown bigger and I can no longer be held in Nanjiao's arms. How frustrating. Just now, Su Luo walked all the way here by himself. Damn it. There is no appearance at all. So, while Nan Jiao and Mu Xiaoxi were concentrating on reading the classics, Su Luo quickly immersed himself in his system panel. He wanted to see if there was any skill that could make him bigger or smaller. After searching around, Su Luo couldn't find it because there were too many skills. So, he could only ask the system for help. System, is there any skill that can make me bigger or smaller? Su Luo asked in his mind. Which part do you want to make bigger or smaller? The system gave him a message at this time. Su Luo. Was he dirty? Why do I feel like there's something wrong with what the system said? Of course my body gets bigger and smaller. Where else do you want to go? In order to continue staying in Nan Jiao's arms, this skill is very important to Su Luo. I didn't expect it, it was you who thought of it. The system argued for itself. Then, there was silence for a moment before it sounded again. There is a skill that can do it. As he spoke, the information about this skill flashed in front of Su Luo. Changeable. You can control your own body, shrink it infinitely, and the largest size is the original body. Infinitely shrink? From these 4 short words, Su Luo felt 4 words, vigorous and energetic. Does that mean it's okay to turn into a mosquito? Then he can go wherever he wants? Even when Nan Jiao was changing clothes, he could sneak in from under the door. Oh shit. Too evil, comfortable. You must buy it. No matter whether you need to get this place or not. From the perspective of narrowing down, these skills must be arranged. Su Luo quickly took a look at the price. Wipe. 20,000 intimacy points. He is only 17,993 now, and he still needs more than 2,000. What's going on? No, I must get it. Su Luo thought about it, spread his feet, and slipped towards Nan Jiao. Nan Jiao, who was concentrating on reading the classics, suddenly felt a fluffy feeling on her legs. She happened to be wearing shorts today, so the feeling was very obvious. She looked down and saw that it was Su Luo's as expected. He was now blinking his heterochromatic eyes, looking at her. Not to mention, those strange eyes seemed to have a special charm. The more you look at it, the more you feel you will be drawn into it. Nan Jiao looked away, quickly bent down, and said in a low voice, "What's the matter? Are you hungry?" It was already afternoon, and she thought Su Luo was hungry. But all I got was a shake of my head. Su Luo indicated that he was not hungry. Immediately, he rubbed Nan Jiao's thighs with his dog paws twice and pointed at his face. Nan Jiao didn't react at first, but soon, she understood what Su Luo meant. Does this mean that he wants her to kiss him? Fainted. Nan Jiao looked around and found that the library was very quiet. But there are still people there. Moreover, the person sitting opposite her was Mu Xiaoxi. So, she rubbed Su Luo's head vigorously and taught him a lesson in a low voice. No, what kind of place is this? Besides, you are a big beast now, not a little kid anymore. How can you still ask for kisses every day? When she said this, a blush appeared on her face. The relationship between her and Su Luo should be the most special, right? What other beast master would ask for this every day? Other people's beast masters are always thinking about how to fight, how to work hard to improve yourself. When it comes time to reproduce, they all think about how to conquer their female counterparts. However, Su Luo has obviously gone astray. It seems that without Oscar-worthy acting skills, it will not work. Su Luo knew that once he grew up, there would be no benefits to be gained. So, he quickly pretended to look pitiful and lost. Those eyes were filled with tears. After he glanced at Nan Jiao leisurely, he noticed that her brows finally frowned slightly. Here comes the opportunity. Su Luo sighed quickly, put down his paw, and prepared to turn around and leave, leaving Nan Jiao with a lonely back. But his acting skills were successful and touched the other party immediately. Nan Jiao immediately grabbed him. Okay. The girl showed a look of helplessness on her face. It was the kind of helplessness that there was nothing you could do about Su Luo. She leaned over and gently left a kiss on Su Luo's forehead, in the flame-like hair. Ding! Kissed on the forehead. Reward of 2,000 intimacy points. The system sounded a prompt. Only 2,000. I'm going to. This is still a little short. However, at this time, Nan Jiao had already sat up straight. Su Luo couldn't even hit her on the face twice. Fortunately, there are still thighs. It just so happens that Nan Jiao is wearing shorts today. Su Luo didn't say anything and started to spit at him. Slippery. Don't mention it, it feels pretty good. The intimacy value is also obtained. Not much, just 20 points. Yeah. While he was calling out softly, Su Luo had already quickly slipped to the side. Only Nan Jiao, with a blushing face, was left behind. What's wrong? Mu Xiaoxi raised her eyes and looked at her strangely. Nothing, nothing. Nan Jiao quickly shook her head. The blush on her face lingered for a long time. The same wet feeling as on the inside of her thigh. Su Luo swore to God that he really didn't notice where he was licking at that time. After getting 20 intimacy points, he couldn't wait to buy the skill of changing freely in the system space. Ding! Purchase successful. 20,000 intimacy points consumed. Ding! Successfully learned the skill of changing freely. Su Luo took a secret look and found that Nan Jiao had returned to normal and was reading a book. His face was a little red, but at least it wasn't visible here. So, he slipped to the bookshelf in the back row and quietly used the transfiguration technique. Wow. Don't mention it. This thing is really useful. Su Luo easily returned to its previous size. I even tried to turn myself into an ant. That's totally fine. It's simply a magical skill. If only I could make a place bigger, it would become infinitely bigger. What a pity. I can only say it's worth the price. Just as Su Luo, with his shrunken body, returned to Nan Jiao and rubbed her ankle. The girl was shocked by his actions again. Su Luo was so big before, but now he is so small. What is going on? Even Mu Xiaoxi, who noticed this scene, looked in disbelief, until Su Luo performed a piece in front of them, returned to original size, and then returned to reduced size. Nan Jiao and Mu Xiaoxi finally accepted this fact. Only, Su Luo is very cunning. I didn't show that I could become very small. Keep one thing in mind. Only, even so, in Mu Xiaoxi's heart, Su Luo has become unfathomable. It's not just because of his sudden changes and enlargement, and also because of everything Su Luo had shown before. Nan Jiao naturally knew that Su Luo was different from others, but as his Beastmaster, she could only passively accept it. But Mu Xiaoxi is different. What she was more concerned about and wanted to know was why so many strange and weird things happened to Su Luo. But no matter what, now Su Luo has once again regained his freedom to sleep. He can sleep however he wants. I want to sleep in Nan Jiao's arms, on her legs, in any way. Anyway, just do whatever is comfortable for you. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Nan Jiao and Mu Xiaoxi were finally ready to leave the library. They have looked up information on mutations and know that this phenomenon is mostly caused by external influences. For example, what rare and exotic herbs you ate some weird beast's flesh and blood, received some attribute spirit seeds, etc. Many phenomena may indicate that the beast is undergoing mutations. However, it is also said in the classic books that as long as things develop in a good direction, there will be no problem. The Beastmaster only needs to observe the growth of the beasts carefully, that's all. No need to worry too much. Nan Jiao was relieved because of this. What a pity. When they returned to the dormitory, problems still arose. A classmate I met on the road said that Meng Jingran was injured in the battlefield. Moreover, Lu Zixin had a conflict with someone from the Fenglan Beast Taming Academy. This is quite a big deal. Now, many students in the academy have gone to watch the show. When Nan Jiao and Mu Xiaoxi heard this, they were shocked. I must definitely go and see. After all, it's their roommate's fault. So, Su Luo was carried by Nan Jiao and rushed to the battlefield. Chapter 52. You can't afford a sneak attack, you little trash. Lanhan Beastmaster Academy. On the battlefield, there are already quite a few people gathered here. A small number of students from Maple and Blue Beastmaster Academy, about 10 people, were staying in the center of the venue. 5 men and 5 women stood together, looking very united. Opposite them was, of course, Lu Zixin, who was extremely furious, his chest heaving with anger. And her Earth Bear? Beside them are Meng Jingran and Fire Wolf. However, there was an obvious trace of blood on the corner of Meng Jingran's mouth. Yes, I'm injured. The Fire Wolf hunched its body and stared at a white bear in front of it with fierce eyes. The look on his face looked as if he wanted to tear the other person apart. All around them, students from the Lanhan Beast Taming Academy were talking and pointing at them. Damn it, these people are so shameless. Our school won, but they refused to give us the beast soul armor. That's right, how shameless. It's fine if they don't give it to me, but that Thunder War Bear even sneak attacks others. It's really disgusting and abominable. That was intentional. I saw him winking at me. Damn it. Fuck, you little piece of trash. You're trying to sneak attack. You can't afford it. You don't have the strength. The students watching were making quite a lot of noise. Therefore, the students of Fenglan Beast Taming Academy also looked a little unhappy. Tell me, what do you want us to stop pestering us? The young man in black, who was the leader of the Fenglan Beast Taming Academy, spoke. The people they were facing were naturally Lu Zixin and Meng Jingran. He is the captain of the exchange students organized this time. His name is Mo Ruffling. He is still very prestigious in the team. Hey, you need to get one fact clear. Upon hearing this, Lu Zixin immediately got furious. What do you mean we want to tangle with you? Can you speak? This girl put her hands on her waist and shouted angrily. It was obviously your team member who lost. but you still commanded the Thunder Warbear to attack our quiet Fire Wolf. Not only that, where's the beast soul armor you promised? They didn't give us any. Lu Zixin's anger was not without reason. The young man standing next to Mo Rufeng is called Guijunkai. This guy has been arrogant on the battlefield all day. He clamored that he was the eldest son of the Guo family in Fenglan City. Whoever defeats him will obtain the beast soul armor. And why did Ming Jingran come to the battlefield in the first place? Of course, I came here for this prize. So, naturally, the two of them started fighting. The result is predictable. Guijunkai lost. At that time, the Thunder Warbears were all injured and fell to the ground, unable to get up. Guijunkai quickly stepped forward to treat its injuries. But at this time, the sneak attack happened. When the Fire Wolf was staggering and preparing to walk back to his master, the Thunder Warbear suddenly jumped up, want to attack from the rear. This scene was naturally seen by Meng Jingran. So, the first thing she did was to stand up and help the Fire Wolf resist the attack. That's why he was injured. The small pool of blood on the ground was exactly what she vomited. The situation was tense at that time, and Lu Zixin was about to lose her temper. The students from the Lanhan Beast Taming Academy surrounded Guijunkai in an instant. When dealing with outsiders, they always demonstrate their unity first. We can't bring shame to the school. This also prompted the people from Fenglan Beast Taming Academy, who were fighting with others nearby, to come and support quickly. This prevented Guijunkai from getting hurt. However, it has become what it is now. Captain, I didn't sneak attack her. Don't listen to her nonsense. It's just that Thunder Warbear couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to get back at him. Guijunkai quickly defended himself. In fact, he did tell the Thunder Warbear to launch a sneak attack on the Fire Wolf. However, the current situation cannot be acknowledged. Guijunkai was not stupid enough to let others confirm the accusation against him, so he quickly refuted it. Fart, you did it on purpose. Lu Zixin is not someone that easy to fool. Even though this girl usually seems carefree, she is very protective and alert at critical moments. At that time, she did see Guijunkai whispering in Thunder Bear's ear. That's why the injured polar bear suddenly attacked. Mo Rufeng lowered his eyes and glanced at the students of the Lanhan Beast Taming Academy and Guijunkai. After a moment of silence, he spoke. So how do you want to solve this matter? Hearing his captain's words, Guijunkai obviously wanted to speak. But Mo Rufeng just gave him a look and made him shut up. Take out the beast soul armor. This is our Jingjing's trophy. Lu Zixin spoke directly. This girl won't tolerate any loss. Also apologize and let us fight back. Mo Rufeng on the opposite side had a deep look in his eyes, and he took out a red jade-like token from somewhere. Opening his mouth. I can give you the beast soul armor, but I can't apologize or fight back. This is an unreasonable request. Besides, our team members said it wasn't intentional. If I ask you to fight back, doesn't that mean we are guilty? Mo Rufeng spoke clearly and shook the token in his hand as he spoke. This is indeed the beast soul armor. Bah! Lu Zixin was merciless, and a hint of anger appeared on her pretty face again. You are so shameless. Who are you trying to fool with this red beast soul armor? It was clearly agreed upon before. It was an orange beast soul armor. Yes. It's the orange beast soul armor. That guy has shown it off many times. That's right, I saw it all. The product is not what it said. You are so shameless. At this time, the righteous students of the Lanhan Beastmaster Academy stood up. This beast soul armor is divided into 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, blue, and purple. Among them, red is the lowest level and purple is the highest level. This red beast soul armor is worth some money. It's just 1 level lower than the orange one. However, don't underestimate this level. That's a world of difference. The most intuitive feeling is, if the red beast soul armor requires the condensed souls of 10 ferocious beasts to forge, then there will be hundreds of orange ones. If this red beast soul armor costs 1 million star coins, then this orange one would cost at least 5 or 6 million. You can imagine the gap and difference between them. But the most important thing is, when it was agreed that it would be orange, it should be this color. Faced with numerous doubts, Mo Rufeng remained calm. I think you should know the value of this beast soul armor. Besides, I believe Guijunkai was talking about the beast soul armor at that time, and he didn't say what color it was, right? As he spoke, he glanced at his teammates. Yes, I just said it was a beast soul armor. I didn't say what color it was. Guijunkai obviously understood what his captain meant and quickly responded. Don't be so arrogant. Shameless. Lu Zixin was so angry that his teeth were itching. She never expected that these people from Fenglan Beastmaster Academy would be so shameless. Can't afford to play, refuses to admit defeat after losing, and makes all kinds of excuses. It's so infuriating. Chapter 53, The Terrifying Black Flame Claws. If you still don't accept it, then we won't care. At this time, Unraveling spoke again. This guy seems to be trying to give in and handle this matter properly. In fact, he has always been biased towards his teammates. If we don't care, you won't even be able to get the red beast soul armor. You can report this to your teachers and see if they will take care of this. Also, if you want to take action, we will fight you to the end. Unraveling suddenly became tough at this time. What he said was obviously a provocation. All the students of Lanhan Beast Taming Academy present felt angry. Stupid, ready to make a move. Forget it, Zixin, red is red. When Lu Zixin wanted to say something, Meng Jingran spoke. Her face was a little pale, and there was sweat on her forehead. It was obvious that she was feeling very uncomfortable. Seeing this scene, Lu Zixin gritted his teeth and said to Unraveling and the others again. Since Jingjing of our family has said so, red is red. But you still have to apologize and return our blows. That's impossible. Unraveling was also very straightforward. Moreover, he threw the red token in his hand towards Lu Zixin. Bang! This beast soul armor fell directly to the ground. I gave it to you, but you didn't answer it properly. It's not my fault. Unraveling said, glanced at his teammates, and signaled them to leave. The group turned around and prepared to leave. The students of Lanhan Beast Taming Academy, who were so aggressive just now, are now in a difficult position to stop them. It's not right not to stop. Hateful. It's too bullying. But how could Lu Zixin bear it? This was obviously thrown on the ground on purpose so that they could pick it up. It's simply an insult. Just when she was about to ask her Earth Bear to step forward and stop the students from Maple Blue Beastmaster Academy from leaving, the Fire Wolf on the side couldn't bear it any longer. It suddenly pounced forward like a flash of lightning. Fire Wolf! Meng Jingran screamed. Boom! There was a loud bang. Unraveling had already turned around, and a silver light flashed in his hand. The talisman was generated and hit the Fire Wolf directly. The latter was blown to the ground, wailing. Not only that, Unraveling directly summoned his own beast. A flaming python. A sturdy body, sinister vertical pupils, and a bloody mouth spewing out hot breath. The scarlet scales, under the sunlight, even have a hint of coldness. Very scary and shocking. This is actually a 4th-level beast. As soon as it appeared, many people felt its aura and level. Oh my god, I know why their captain didn't fight anymore. It turns out his beastmaster has reached level 4. Rich people are different. This beast must have been trained in advance. That should be it. Otherwise, how could he have such strength right after the contract? He must have been trained since he was young. Damn it, I'm so jealous. Everyone was talking about it. As everyone knows, Yellow Vein Beastmasters have a shackle, which is that they cannot contract ferocious beasts above level 3. Otherwise, there will be backlash. This greatly limits the development of Beastmasters. However, in order to break through these shackles, some people will try every possible means to suppress the power of the ferocious beasts. Wait until your child's yellow veins are completely opened before letting him sign the contract. I guess Unraveling is like this. Hiss. At this moment, the fire python seemed to go crazy, spitting out its tongue and twisting its body rapidly. He actually went towards the fire wolf that was lying on the side. That speed, that explosive power, it's simply terrifying. This sudden scene caused an uproar in the audience. Meng Jingran's face suddenly changed, and she wanted to fly forward. But it's too late. Even when she was not injured, she couldn't catch up with the fire python, let alone now that she was injured. Seeing that the fire wolf was about to be attacked and torn apart, Lu Zixin also looked pale. Even if she asked Earth Bear to help now, it would be too late. After all, the Earth Bear is not a ferocious beast that wins by speed. Call out. At this critical moment, a red gold flame cut through the sky and flew over. A terrifying whirlpool of flames. The flame python is originally a fire-attributed beast, but the moment it saw the vortex of fire, it actually felt daunted and afraid. Almost subconsciously, the flame python retreated to the rear. How could it care about the fire wolf now? Shit, look, what is that? Amid the crowd's exclamations, a figure with black and gray phantom feet came flying towards them. It's here in a blink of an eye, faster than lightning. His target is the flame python. If this isn't Su Luo, then who is it? Seeing the enemy rushing towards him, a hint of surprise flashed in the fire python's vertical pupils. However, as a beast, it still has its own ferocity and wildness. Faced with the opponent's provocative behavior, it naturally cannot help but fight. So, the flame flood python also opened its mouth wide and rushed forward. I want to have a violent collision with the enemy. But it overthought. How could Su Luo possibly collide with it? This is really damaging to his image. Moreover, he just happened to have never tried out the effects of his black flame claws. Why not just use this dragon python to do an experiment? Thinking in his mind, Su Luo's actions were the same. With a change of mind, he had already moved away from the flame python. At the same time, there is a black light as dark as ink in the sharp claws. He swung fiercely at the flaming dragon. A black light suddenly appeared, bringing with it a fierce attack. Sizzle. One claw. Just one claw. Su Luo's body has landed perfectly. His cool appearance also caught everyone's attention. Hiss. The students present all took a deep breath. Not only those from the Lanhan Beastmaster Academy, or from Maple Blue Beastmaster Academy. There was surprise and shock in their eyes. The whole place was silent. It really happened suddenly. It's Lolo. Lu Zixing cried out in surprise, breaking the silence. Just now, she could guess that it was Su Luo, but he was just too fast. It's really hard to confirm. Now that I have landed, I can finally see clearly. However, before everyone could be amazed by Su Luo's stunning appearance, something even more shocking just happened. In the center of the venue, the flaming python that had just been so arrogant and terrifying. At this moment, its body actually cracked. It really cracked. For clearly visible claw marks appeared on its scales. Blood gushed out instantly like magma. In a blink of an eye, the ground turned red. What's even more terrifying is that the fire python seemed to have suffered some terrible blow. He suddenly fell to the ground, curled up, writhed, and roared. Very painful. Look, where it's wounded. It seems that some students have discovered something. Everyone looked over. The claw marks on the flame dragon python's body were now entwined with a faint black light. This black light has a terrifying corrosive effect, so the wound is festering step by step. The wound is getting bigger and bigger. Jingran, Zixin, Nan Jiao, and Mu Xiaoxi finally arrived. Chapter 54. Something is wrong. Attack again. Just before, on the way here, Nan Jiao saw from afar that the fire wolf was about to be attacked. So, she quickly let Su Luo attack first. I thought that since we were all living in the same dormitory, I would help if I could. Su Luo took action without saying a word. So the previous scene happened. However, no one expected that Su Luo almost killed the fire python with just one claw. Just one claw was enough to decide the winner. It's so terrifying. Even Su Luo himself was somewhat impressed by the effect of the black flame blade claw. So terrifying. Captain, you're a flaming dragon. At this time, Guijunkai gently pushed Mo Ruffling, who was still in a daze. She signaled to him, your beast control is already like this, why don't you do something? In fact, what he didn't know was, Mo Ruffling was still shocked by Su Luo's level. This aura is only that of a third-level beastmaster. How could he cause such damage to his flame dragon python with just one claw? How is that possible? At this moment, there was a hint of greed in Mo Ruffling's eyes. It was not until Guijunkai pushed him that he reacted and quickly ran towards his fire python. Want to try to treat it. However, the flame dragon python at this time was very disrespectful. While struggling violently, he even pushed Mo Ruffling, who was coming towards him. In an instant, his body was stained with blood. Looks so embarrassed. Where is the momentum from the beginning? Behave yourself. Mo Ruffling is not a person with a good temper. He pressed the snake's head hard, pinning the flame python to the ground, pinning it down. The beast that had been rolling and making a lot of noise finally calmed down a little. The students on the sidelines had already pointed fingers at Mo Ruffling. Look again. After Su Luo glanced at Mo Ruffling quietly, he walked to the side of the fire wolf and waved his claws at it. The meaning is clearly, if you have nothing to do, leave quickly and don't stay here. After conveying his meaning, Su Luo slowly walked to Nan Jiao's side. And this girl also squatted down and touched his hair, while demonstrating your ownership. Also telling Su Luo, you are awesome. This scene, the surrounding students exploded. Fuck, isn't Nan Jiao's beast a little spirit dog? What's going on? That's right. Did she change her beast? It's completely different. What kind of beast is this? It's so handsome. I want it too. This comes from the female beastmaster's persistence. Me too. I really want to hold him while sleeping. It must be very comfortable. This beast is so strong and powerful. I like it too. Everyone was talking about it. The boys expressed their surprise. The girls expressed their love. However, there are still some sober people who stand up. Aren't you curious about how Nan Jiao's third-level beastman was able to defeat a fourth-level beastman with just one claw? Now that you put it that way, it seems to be true. That's right, he's one level lower than me, but he's still so ferocious. Damn it. Now that you mention it, I like him even more. This immediately turned into a frenzy of discussion. Everyone is talking about Su Luo. On the contrary, the people from Fenglong Beast Taming Academy are no longer the focus. Mo Ruffling is no longer the focus. Team leader. Captain, what do we do now? Guijunkai and his group came to Mo Ruffling and asked him about his next step. After all, they did not expect such a situation to occur. It was almost nothing just now. But I didn't expect that Cheng Yaojin would appear halfway. It's amazing. That beast is really that girl's. Facing his teammates, Unraveling said something without thinking. It seems so. I heard those students were talking about this issue. Guo Junkai squatted down and said in a low voice. He could notice that his captain's eyes were always focused forward. He even seemed to have no intention of helping his fire python heal its wounds. Guo Junkai followed his gaze and looked over. He discovered that the direction Unraveling was looking at was exactly the direction where the Beastmaster and his master were. Is it because of that beautiful girl? This was the first thought that came to Guo Junkai's mind. After all, Nanjiao is really beautiful and outstanding. Even among the flowers, she is the most beautiful and eye-catching one. Not to mention Unraveling. Guo Junkai felt his heart was moved the moment he saw her. Isn't this much better than their female teammates? But Guo Junkai is overthinking. What Unraveling was looking at was actually Su Luo. There was a greedy look in his eyes. It's not aimed at people, but at animals. This scene was naturally noticed by Su Luo. Damn it, does this guy have any special fetish? He didn't even take care of his own beast, so why was he always looking at Su Luo? Even if he is a bit handsome, it shouldn't be that bad, right? Moreover, the desire in that guy's eyes gave Su Luo goosebumps. Isn't that what a man desires for a woman? Why, crazy. Su Luo's scalp is tingling. Find comfort quickly. So, he suddenly took this opportunity to move closer to Nanjiao's arms. To prove myself that I am not gay. Also tell Unraveling that this is his master. Roar. Just as the students were discussing, a loud roar of anger arose. A terrifying white tiger, nearly 3 meters tall, is coming. Its roar is ear-splitting, and it also tells others of its arrival early on. Saber-toothed tiger. This name immediately popped up in Su Luo's mind. A ferocious tiger-shaped beast with steel attributes. As for its class, he didn't know. However, the lowest level of the saber-toothed tiger's cub form is at level 4. And the saber-toothed tiger rushing towards this side is already an adult. The class is naturally not low. Moreover, Su Luo was alert at the first moment. This damn monster is coming for them. No, it should be said that it was directed at him. A fixed gaze. Su Luo immediately broke free from Nanjiao's embrace and went forward. Nanjiao subconsciously wanted to hold him back, but it was too late. Su Luo is too fast. Moreover, the response was even quicker. Therefore, Nanjiao could only watch Su Luo heading towards the terrifying saber-toothed tiger. This moment, Su Luo could also feel the terrifying aura of the beast on the opposite side. But the other party was rushing towards him. How could he not meet him? Retreating is not Su Luo's style. Besides, where can he retreat to? The target of the saber-toothed tiger is Su Luo. A light has already appeared in its silver claws. He had already begun to gather strength from a distance, thinking of giving a fatal blow to the third-level Beastmaster in front of him. It wants the other party to know. It can strike. But why do you fight back? With your status as a third-rank beast tamer? Are you worthy? This is what the saber-toothed tiger thinks. But, amidst everyone's astonishment, a strange red-gold light suddenly appeared on Su Luo's body. To be precise, it should be emitted from his strange eyes and then cover his entire body in an instant. That's right. When Su Luo was fully prepared to fight back, his eyes suddenly became extremely hot. Then, he was enveloped by the light. This moment, Su Luo's body seemed to be filled with endless terrifying power. He also yelled unconsciously. The black flame blade claw is charging again. Swing out. Here we come. Boom. Chapter 55 shocks everyone. The end. Boom. A deafening noise. The cyclone generated by the violent collision instantly swept across the center of the venue. In an instant, smoke and dust rose, and sand and stones flew. Those who were close to him had to raise their arms to resist the storm. But the next moment, something surprising happened. A figure flew out from the smoke and dust and fell to the ground nearby. The moment she saw this figure, Nanjiao felt relieved a little. Because the figure that was blown away was not Su Luo's, but it belongs to the saber-toothed and sharp-clawed tiger. The whole audience was shocked. All the students felt incredible and unbelievable. So shocked. Because, in their perception, Su Luo is a third-level beastmaster. Even if he could kill the fire python with one claw. But this is a saber-toothed and clawed tiger. In everyone's opinion, the one who was blown away in the end should be the third-level Su Luo. But the opposite is true. The one that was blown away was the saber-toothed and sharp-clawed tiger, the big guy that everyone had high hopes for. Fear. At this time, the smoke and dust had dissipated. Center of the field. Su Luo's figure was exposed to everyone's eyes. He stood proudly, his eyes staring straight at the saber-toothed and sharp-clawed tiger in front of him. There was a look of disdain in his eyes. This moment, Su Luo is the king on the battlefield. Yes, during this collision, the mountain can still remain motionless. He was still surrounded by golden light. Upon closer inspection, some of them looked like the light of stars at night. Something mysterious and ethereal. It immediately attracted the attention of the sidelines. The students present were even more shocked. Not only was Su Luo fine, but he was also standing there steadily and handsomely. Looking down ahead with pride, it formed a sharp contrast with the embarrassment of the saber-toothed tiger. So, how could everyone not be shocked? Don't you want to take a few breaths? Even Mo Ruffung, the owner of the fire python, had a slightly changed expression. But soon, his gaze became even hotter. To Su Luo, this beast tamer is simply against the will of heaven. This saber-toothed and clawed tiger is our teachers, right? At this time, Guo Junkai swallowed and said something. He obviously recognized the saber-toothed tiger. He is absolutely right. Not far away, a middle-aged man had the same look of shock on his face as the students. Moreover, the look of shock was no less than that of anyone else present. He is the teacher in Guo Junkai's mouth, Wang Zhongjian. He is also the teacher leading the team this time from Fenglan Beastmaster Academy. With him, there was a teacher, but he wasn't there. Roar. At this time, the scene changed again. The saber-toothed tiger roared, stood up from the ground, and rushed towards Su Luo again. How could it be possible for a low-level 6th-rank beast to be knocked away by such a weak beast? Although it was not seriously injured, the saber-toothed tiger still couldn't accept it. So it moved again. Want to save face. But reality doesn't give it a chance. Because, amidst the sound of a bird chirping, a figure had already descended from the sky. It's Fu Ningxue's. Su Luo recognized her at a glance. This beautiful teacher. And it's not just her. There is an old man above the sky. He was riding on a thunder dragon, staring quietly at the ground below. I don't know when it came. However, the dragon under his crotch is indeed eye-catching. Even though it was a Western dragon, it was enough to wow the students present. After all, they all knew what it meant to be a dragon's beast tamer. Power and strength. Su Luo didn't recognize the old man. But Nan Jiao and the others wouldn't be unfamiliar with him. This is the dean of their college, Long Zhening. When Wang Zhongjian saw the old man and Fu Ningxue, his expression changed slightly. In fact, he had been here a long time ago. Why did Mo Ruffing suddenly become so tough just now? It was because he saw Wang Zhongjian in the distance. He gave him instructions. So, Mo Ruffing took a tough approach. Even the saber-toothed and sharp-clawed tiger's attack just now was also due to Wang Zhongjian's order. He even had a prepared speech already in mind. The remarks after attacking Su Luo. I'll tell you when the time comes. I didn't expect it to be a student's beastmaster. I thought it belonged to a teacher. I was worried that the students in their academy would be hurt. So, he let the saber-toothed tiger attack in a desperate situation. But I didn't expect it. This attack failed, and the other party successfully installed it. What's even more depressing and embarrassing is that the dean and teachers are here. Wang Zhongjian's thoughts raced. As he hurried forward, he was also thinking of his words and explanations in his mind. Lolo, come back soon. Just as Su Luo was observing the flying dragon in the sky, Nan Jiao's voice rang in his ears. He turned his head and saw that she was waving at him, still maintaining the previous half-squatting posture. Damn it, why not a skirt? Su Luo thought about it. But he still took a step forward, restrained the light on his body, and ran towards Nan Jiao. Halfway, he did not forget to change into his small form and jumped into her arms. Say nothing. Rub it hard, and then say. And Nan Jiao, naturally, hugged Su Luo tightly. More important than ever, because she also felt the gazes of people around her. A gaze that seems to be longing, like possession. This moment, Nan Jiao is not stupid. She also believed that there were many people who wanted to snatch Su Luo away from her. So, she had to hold on tight. Little did they know. The scene of Su Luo becoming smaller also made Long Zhening in the sky slightly stunned. Immediately, his turbid eyes couldn't help but look at Su Luo a few times. This beast is quite interesting. Such thoughts emerged in Long Zhening's mind. And Su Luo, it feels so comfortable at this moment. Although, Nan Jiao, who was worried about him, almost hugged him until he couldn't breathe. But, it's so comfortable. There is no need to describe the comfort. Just imagine being enveloped by soft peaks and ravines. I can also smell the faint fragrance coming from it. This is absolutely amazing. Don't say anything, the peak of the beast life. I wouldn't exchange it for any amount of money, not even for the emperor. Su Luo quickly used his little paws to scratch around and find a more comfortable position. Finally, over mountains and across rivers. Su Luo could finally lean on Nanjiao's collarbone. At the same time, a ding-ding-ding reminder sound rang in his ears. Ding, deep touch, reward intimacy value 2,000. Ding, deep touch, reward intimacy value 5,000. Ding, deep contact, reward intimacy value 10,000. Su Luo didn't know what deep contact, deep touch was. Anyway, just increase the intimacy value. Chapter 56. I'm Su Luo, the favorite of the girls' dormitory. Lanhin Beastmaster Academy. Night, girls' dormitory. Lolo, come and eat some meat. Eat more, grow bigger, and protect us better. This is full of love from Lu Zixin. Lolo, have some fruit to replenish your vitamins and nutrients. You must have a balanced diet as a Beastmaster. This is the care from Mu Xiaoxi. Should I massage Luo's feet? Pat his back or something like that? This is a question from Meng Jingran. You're injured, so just take a good rest. It's not convenient to massage you now because you're eating. Lu Zixin replied. At the same time, she moved quickly and took out another piece of meat and put it to the mouth of the beast. Besides, with you here, she can definitely do it for me. Hearing her words, Nanjiao looked at Su Luo helplessly. This little guy is really the favorite of everyone in the dormitory now. She has become the darling of the dormitory. And look at Su Luo again. He leaned comfortably in front of Nanjiao, sitting like a master. So comfortable. I can also enjoy being fed by two girls. There's simply no one else like it. Imperial treatment. Who else could be the dormitory group's favorite, if not Su Luo? Look at the bear next to it, the leopard's envious eyes. Su Luo was too embarrassed to attack them. It's really a beast, it's so mad at the beast. Jiao, give this orange beast soul armor to Luo. On the other side, Meng Jingran spoke, holding an orange token in her hand. It's the beast soul armor. Moreover, it was an orange beast soul armor. On the battlefield this afternoon, after Fu Ningxue and Dean Long Jining appeared, the people from Fenglan Beast Taming Academy dared not say a word. Even without any negotiation, Guo Junkai obediently handed over the orange beast soul armor. Moreover, he sincerely apologized to Meng Jingran. As for what Lu Zixin said at the beginning about fighting back, that's not happening. However, Meng Jingran also obtained a soul-enhancing pill that could improve her cultivation. And some pills for healing are also another kind of comfort. So this matter just passed. The reason why Fenglan Beast Taming Academy backed down so quickly was, of course, because they were not in the right. After all, Mo Roofing's fire python did want to attack the fire wolf. Wang Zhongjin did indeed let his beast attack Su Luo. However, in the end, this guy made all kinds of excuses and changed the subject, saying that he didn't mean it. But an attack is an attack, and that's the fact. Therefore, Wang Zhongjin had no choice. Since he was not in the right, he could only make a small compensation. As a result, Su Luo and Nanjiao obtained a set of beast soul armor for humans to wear. It's orange too. In Wang Zhongjin's words at the time, it was a kind of compensation for disturbing Su Luo. At that time, Nanjiao was trying hard to obtain the beast soul armor, thinking of giving it to Su Luo. It's a pity that Wang Zhongjin didn't have anything for animals to wear, so he had to give up. Things have come to this point. Those who deserve compensation have been compensated, and those who deserve compensation have also been compensated. Naturally, it has come to an end. Nanjiao and the others are not stupid, so they naturally know that if they continue, both sides will be embarrassed. By then, more serious consequences may occur. So, stop it quickly and go back to the dormitory. What nonsense are you talking about? This is the spoils you worked so hard to obtain. Why are you giving it to me? Nanjiao shook her head and refused directly. It's my intention. Meng Jingran smiled, glanced at Su Luo, and said, Besides, Luo is so powerful now. I think he needs this thing more than Firewolf. Her sudden desire to give up the beast soul armor did not involve any other thoughts. I just feel that if it weren't for Su Luo's amazing performance this afternoon, forget about the beast soul armor, she might not even be able to get the elixir. Moreover, let's take a step back. In other words, the attack of Wang Zhongjin's saber-toothed tiger did not cause any harm to Su Luo. Otherwise, it would really be because of her. It is precisely because of this that Meng Jingran feels a little uneasy. This beast soul armor is a bit hot. The fire wolf, who was lying quietly on the side, glanced at his master but said nothing. No dissatisfaction was expressed. After all, if Su Luo had not appeared this afternoon, it would probably be lying in the treatment hospital seriously injured. If the opponent had been a little bolder, it might have been killed. Therefore, the fire wolf is very clear. It also supports its master's decision. But Nanjiao hasn't spoken yet. Su Luo in her arms was already shaking his head. indicate that you don't want. And Nanjiao also saw it. Meng Jingran also saw it. Look, Luo said he doesn't want it, so you should respect his opinion, right? Nanjiao simply carried Su Luo out. And Su Luo also cooperated very well, nodded repeatedly, and waved his claws. Indicates that it is really not necessary. All right. Only then did Meng Jingran take back the beast's soul armor. Why doesn't Su Luo want it? The reason is very simple. If he wants to wear something, he must wear the best. The system mall is already open. Moreover, there are both human and animal soul armors inside. The lowest level is the yellow level. If Su Luo wanted to buy it, he would definitely buy it in the mall. It's a little more expensive, but the quality is good. Besides, it was originally Meng Jingran's spoils of war, and he would not feel comfortable taking it. The most important thing is that Nanjiao will also feel uncomfortable. This is the key point. Seeing Su Luo cooperating with her like this, Nanjiao smiled and reached out to rub the flesh on his belly. Hiss. It would have been fine if he hadn't masturbated, but once he did, it really cost Su Luo his life. Think about it. How far is the stomach from little Su Luo? Although he has become smaller now, little Su Luo has also become smaller. It's still fully functional. Wipe. Su Luo quickly squeezed his buttocks and changed his position. By the way, he stretched out his claws and grabbed Nanjiao's sinful hand. Don't let her do evil anymore. Nanjiao was a little confused as to why Su Luo suddenly grabbed her hand. But she didn't think much about it. She just let him hold her hand and play with it. Yu, what did you gain from going to the library today? Lu Zixin spoke at this time. You know, Luo knocked away the teacher's 6th level saber-toothed claw tiger today. At this time, Meng Jingran next to him also spoke. Yes, Jiao, Luo must have attracted a lot of people's attention now. This is also the problem you may face next. Mu Xiaoxi also nodded beside him, indicating that this was correct. Chapter 57 Attract Attention. Various thoughts. Of course Nanjiao knew that what Lu Zixin and the others said was correct. Su Luo is really dazzling today. With just one claw, he killed the low-level 4th-order fire python. Then, in full view of everyone, he fought against the 6th-level saber-toothed tiger. You know, that's the teacher's beast. And Su Luo was just a beast tamed by one of her students. Not to mention the class. This point alone is already extremely unreasonable and outrageous. Lolo has already attracted a lot of people's attention. I know that. Nanjiao pursed her lips and said, Besides, I read some classics today. It says above that mutated beasts will have unusual features, such as challenging higher-level beasts. This is normal. She was not talking nonsense. It was indeed recorded in the classics. Because, in addition to the restraint of attributes, the battles between beast tamers also involve some other factors. There is also the suppressive power of blood, and so on. It's very complicated. Well, I don't think strength is a problem. Mu Xiaoxi spoke up. She recalled what happened before and continued. Besides, we should see it today. When Luo attacked the flame dragon python, there was no golden light shining from his body. And when he was fighting the saber-toothed and clawed tiger, there was indeed light on him. Mu Xiaoxi analyzed rationally. So, can we say that Luo became stronger because of this light? As soon as she finished this analysis, Su Luo couldn't help but look at her. This girl is really spiritual. He thinks so too. Moreover, Su Luo also believed that this should be one of the functions of Tsangming's special eyes. It can temporarily increase his strength. It was precisely because of this light that Su Luo's strength became so violent. I noticed that. Nanjiao also nodded. How could she not have any sense of what happened to Su Luo? That's absolutely impossible. So what we have to deal with now is actually to prevent others from coveting Luo. Is it right? Meng Jingran also spoke. You could say that. Mu Xiaoxi nodded. Speaking of this, Nanjiao couldn't help but glance at Su Luo in her arms. This little guy is so heartless. He's holding her hand and biting and licking it. So unhappy. Little did she know that her master was also very worried. She was worried that Su Luo was too dazzling and she couldn't protect him. And I will lose him. Oh, don't worry. Feeling that the atmosphere was a bit depressing, Lu Zixin spoke. The girl patted her chest and said loudly, No matter what, we will protect Luo. Because he's not only Yu's beast, he's also our dormitory's mascot. If anyone wants to take him away or hurt him, they must first ask me and my earth bear. As soon as she said this, she was not scared, but the earth bear next to her was scared. My master, please say less. Don't you think about the enemy they are facing? Am I qualified to go there? Of course, such words only exist in the earth bear's heart. Even if it wanted to speak it out, Lu Zixin wouldn't understand. But the desire to survive is very strong. Yes, we will help you too. Meng Jingran also spoke at this time. Today, Nanjiao and Su Luo both helped her. Of course, she couldn't forget this affection. Yes, me too. Mu Xiaoxi also nodded at this time and expressed her thoughts. Thank you. Looking at the determined expressions of her three roommates, it would be a lie for Nanjiao to say she wasn't moved. Sure enough, the emotions within the academy are purer. After all, everyone is like a piece of white paper that has not been contaminated. The dormitory is harmonious here. On the other side, in the dean's office of Lanhan Beast Taming Academy. Teacher Fu, what's going on? That student and her beast? The person who asked this question was naturally the dean, Long Zhining. After coming back today, he has actually been paying attention to Su Luo's affairs. However, I didn't bring it up at that time because I had to deal with the people from Fonlon Beast Taming Academy. Actually, I don't really know. Fu Ningxue gritted her teeth, obviously thinking about how to answer. She had already told the students who went out into the wild. Tell them not to spread the news about Su Luo and the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird. Moreover, in order to intimidate the students, Fu Ningxue also raised the position of the academy. The matter of the Emperor Flame Seed is a major secret of the academy. If this were known, the students present would definitely be held accountable. That's exactly why. Therefore, no one in the academy dared to bring up this matter. The students who had not experienced much were shocked, or at least did not dare to spread the news. As for whether he had said it in private, Fu Ningxue didn't know. It is also because of Fu Ningxue's escort. So it can be said that there is no difference between Nanjiao and Su Luo's lives. But after today, Su Luo is bound to cause discussion among the public again. I'm afraid that all the students in the academy are talking about Su Luo in the dormitory right now. And the matter of the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird is also very likely to be brought up for discussion. It seems that it can no longer be concealed. In response to this, Fu Ningxue also sighed slightly. Forget it, I'll just tell the dean everything. So, Fu Ningxue told Nanjiao why she didn't want the flame lion and instead contracted the little spirit dog Su Luo. I told the dean everything. Almost, it encompasses everything she knows. So this beast is the little spirit dog from that time. Has he undergone a mutation? After hearing all this, Long Zhining's old face was filled with shock and disbelief. I think it must be the little spirit dog. Even though it has changed a lot, the feeling on its body can't be wrong. Fu Ningxue nodded. She didn't even need to ask Nanjiao for confirmation to know. Because she knows her students. When I was at the first level, I defeated the third level green forest python. Now you are at level 3, and you are going to fight against a level 6 saber-toothed claw tiger? He also swallowed the Emperor Flame Seed, and he was able to withstand the terrifying energy of the Emperor Flame Seed. Long Zhining murmured. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. I think this change should also be caused by the Emperor Flame. Well, Fu Ningxue nodded. It should be. She didn't tell Long Zhining about her guess. She always thought that Su Luo must be the descendant of some ferocious beast. I just came to Nanjiao to gild myself. He will leave one day. However, these were just Fu Ningxue's personal speculations, so she naturally didn't tell Long Zhining. Oh right. Long Zhining raised his head at this time, glanced at Fu Ningxue, and said, Tomorrow I will go with you to find this student and learn more about him. She and her beast may be an important factor in the rise of our academy. Okay. Fu Ningxue didn't say much and agreed directly. Chapter 58, it's not her he's after. It's the Beastmaster. It was almost exactly what Fu Ningxue thought. Now, in the Lanhan Beastmaster Academy, all the dormitories are talking about Su Luo and Nanjiao. After all, although the Beast Taming Academy covers a large area, there are not actually that many people there. You know, there are more advanced institutions above the college. The topics they discussed were nothing more than 1. Why is Su Luo so strong? 2. Is he the little smart dog that was with Nanjiao back then? 3. Did Nanjiao change her beast? They had a crazy discussion on these 3 questions, to the extent that Su Luo is now well known in the Lanhan Beast Taming Academy. It has both a prestigious and vicious reputation. However, it's not just the students at Lanhan Beastmaster Academy who are discussing this. In fact, the people from Fonlon Beast Taming Academy were also discussing something. Teacher, are we being too cowardly today? Junkai is obviously still depressed. We apologized and paid compensation today, and we are the ones who suffered almost all the losses. He was indeed angry. His orange beast soul armor was gone just like that. It would be fake if I said I wasn't angry. Moreover, he was asked to bow 90 degrees to apologize. How could the spoiled Junkai accept this? He has never been treated like this at home, okay? But there is no way. This was Wang Zhongjian and Mo Rufing's request, and he had no choice but to carry it out. He himself was also unwilling. There's nothing I can do about it. Wang Zhongjian shrugged and said, I didn't expect their dean to come back so suddenly. When I came here to discuss this, I found out that their dean was not here, so you can play however you want. But this Long Jining is not someone who is easy to bully. Wang Zhongjin knew too well how terrifying this old man was. It can be said that if they hadn't taken the initiative to admit defeat today, the old man insisted on grabbing them and taking them back to Fenglan City overnight to get an explanation. The old man is just so tough. Nothing to say. Really. Mo Ruffeng, who knew some inside information, also spoke at this time. Because he spoke up, Guo Junkai didn't continue to dwell on this issue. In his heart, the weight of Mo Ruffeng's words is much heavier than Wang Zhongjian's. Although the latter is a teacher. Teacher Wang, I want to know where the dormitory of that female student is. Or rather, I want to find her. Is that okay? Mo Ruffeng spoke at this time. Oh, speaking of this, Wang Zhongjian suddenly had an ambiguous look on his face and glanced at Mo Ruffeng for a few times. Then he said, Ruffeng, are you interested in that girl? As he spoke, he recalled, she is indeed very beautiful. You have very good taste. Thinking of Nan Jiao's stunning appearance, Wang Zhongjian nodded repeatedly. There was a flicker of light in his eyes. I'll help you find out. Teacher Wang, please don't misunderstand. Mo Ruffeng spoke at this time. I'm not attracted to her. I'm attracted to her beastmaster. Compared with women, Mo Ruffeng is more concerned about the issue of taming beasts. After all, women would only affect the speed at which he could train his beasts. No need. Well, hearing what he said, Wang Zhongjin was also a little surprised. Don't worry, I will find out for you. Is there such a strange young man? He doesn't like women, but only targets beast men. Wang Zhongjin was confused. But I have to admit that the beast tamer is indeed very strange and outstanding. After thinking about it carefully, he began to understand a little. After Wang Zhongjian left the room, Guo Junkai couldn't help but speak. Brother Ruffeng, isn't it possible that the beast master behaved like that because he took medicine? He remembered that before, when they all got together and discussed why Su Luo was so awesome. Mo Ruffeng said that it was because of taking the elixir that there was a short-term increase in strength. There was nothing strange about it. Even Wang Zhongjin agreed with this statement. But now looking at Mo Ruffeng's performance, was he just saying it casually at that time? I didn't take any medicine. Guo Junkai is considered to be his more loyal fan. So Mo Ruffeng did not hide it and continued. The reason why Wang Zhongjin agreed with my statement was actually just for his own face. Do you think he doesn't know? Also, the reason I said this is because I want the other people in the team not to have any thoughts. That's amazing, Brother Ruffeng. Guo Junkai gave thumbs up repeatedly. So I must get that beast. As he spoke, he looked ahead, somewhat distantly. There are so many ups and downs outside, and all kinds of thoughts. Su Luo in the dormitory didn't think too much. The problem he faces now is, oh, can you please stop hugging me? As Su Luo said this, he shook his claws. It was obvious that he wanted to throw the elemental spirit off his front legs. No. Who told you to go out all day and leave me here all day? Woo. The elemental elves felt so aggrieved. Today it stays here alone. No one loves it. It wasn't until the evening that Su Luo and the others came back. Although, the environment of the room is much better than the beast taming space. But it still feels unhappy. So lonely. You are an adult now. You have to learn to face the wind and rain alone. Su Luo advised. What he heard in his ears was the sound of running water in the bathroom. He was extremely anxious. If the elemental spirit hadn't been holding onto his thighs, he would have shrunk down to explore. It's really abominable. However, he couldn't let this little thing know about his skill. Otherwise, Su Luo would have changed in front of her long ago. No, I don't want to listen. The elemental elf still held Su Luo's thigh tightly. At the same time, she raised her little face pitifully, looked at him, and said, You brought me here, so you must be responsible for me. You can't abandon me again, take me out. Today, the elemental elves also want to go out for a walk. But I just couldn't muster up the courage to run away. After all, before this, Su Luo had threatened it viciously. Tell it its own value and status in the human world. If you get caught, not only will you be locked up, you will also become food or a plaything, being trained and taught in various ways. So, the elemental spirits are really scared. I didn't dare to run out of the room, even if it's boring. In fact, Su Luo really didn't say anything nonsense. After all, this possibility really exists. Is it possible? Seeing that Su Luo did not answer, the elemental elf asked again. Looking at its watery blue eyes and the tears in them, Su Luo also softened his heart. After all, he is the owner of this little thing. It should indeed be held responsible. Chapter 59 Su Luo. Pain and Happiness. If you can promise me that you will listen to me outside in the future, I can consider taking you out. Sure. Upon hearing his words, the elemental elves danced with joy. Looks really excited. I will be very obedient and listen to you. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. After the little thing finished speaking, it finally stopped in front of Su Luo and just looked at him. Don't say that. It's really not cute. Well, I'll take you out later. Su Luo nodded, which was considered as his agreement. Very good. The elemental elves are excited. He was so excited that he came to Su Luo and hugged his dog face with his hands. Her whole body was pressed against his nose. Itchy, itchy. Soft and icy cool. Nice smell. Feeling a little uncomfortable, Su Luo stretched out his claws and pulled it off. The little thing was suddenly pressed down by his claws. Don't put it so close to my nose. It will be uncomfortable. Su Luo taught him fiercely. Got it. I won't do that again. The elemental elf said aggrievedly. Reach out again. This time she hugged his paws and didn't forget to pout her little mouth. He seemed a little dissatisfied, but didn't dare to say it out loud. It adds a lot of cuteness out of thin air. Su Luo's heart was also moved by what he saw. This little thing, not to mention that the more I look at it, the more I like it, the more I want to bully it. At this time, Su Luo suddenly noticed. What material is this little thing's clothes made of? Why does it feel so magical to the touch? Just like pudding. Also, isn't its body under the clothes structured like a human? Small but complete? So curious, why not take a look? Wipe. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Su Luo immediately gave himself a claw. Damn it. Beast, Su Luo. It's still a child. What kind of thinking does your brother-in-law have? Are you still human? Are you worthy of the ancestors of the Su family? However, Su Luo thought about it carefully and felt that he was not really a human being. Well, pa. At this moment, there was a slight sound and the bathroom door opened. After taking a bath, Nanjiao appeared in Su Luo's sight. Su Luo has read few books and doesn't know how to describe Nanjiao at this moment. The 4 words lotus emerging from the water are a bit pale and powerless. Wipe. The key point is that when she saw the pajamas this girl was wearing, she couldn't help but open her mouth slightly. Damn it. Nanjiao, can you please dress properly and go to bed? You are becoming more and more outrageous. On the first night, at least you were wearing long pants and a short-sleeved shirt. After all, he was wearing shorts and short-sleeved shirts. But what's with you wearing a nightgown tonight? Just forget it if you say you are wearing a nightgown. You're wearing a V-neck. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Look down on dogs. Su Luo was stunned and cracked. The other side. Nanjiao doesn't have as many ideas as he does, and she doesn't know that he has so many ideas. Girls have a lot of clothes, so it's normal to change them every day. It's just that I happened to get this nightgown today. Nanjiao had already walked over and picked up Su Luo. Along with it comes the little guy called the elemental elf. It was still held in Su Luo's own claws. It really fits what Su Luo said at the beginning. Be his toy. The elemental spirit is now like a doll, being carried. It looks like a toy, but the little guy didn't resist. It's late today, go to bed early. Nanjiao said this, putting the dazed Su Luo aside. She really likes Su Luo more and more after his advancement. After all, he not only became more handsome, but also retained a bit of his childhood cuteness. It's simply a girl killer. There is a reason why I love Nanjiao more and more. Just about to turn off the lights. Nanjiao couldn't help but look at Su Luo twice more. Why are you so blank? Are you hungry? She asked. This was the only possibility she could think of. Su Luo quickly shook his head. By the way, he also tilted his puppy head and smiled, which was considered a response. Little did they know. This head tilting move completely hit the soft spot in Nanjiao's heart. She is so cute. This girl actually lowered her head decisively and kissed Su Luo on the nose. It's so wet. Hee hee, I can't help it. Consider it a reward for you. After Nanjiao finished speaking, she stuck out her tongue embarrassedly, as if she had done something bad. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Ding! Kiss the nose. Reward intimacy value, 20,000. The system prompt sound rang in my ears. However, Su Luo no longer had the energy to pay attention. He just wants to say it now. It's so annoying. Nanjiao just leaned over. The beautiful scenery was instantly captured by Su Luo's eyes. He shuddered all over. Fortunately, I don't know if this girl is a habit or something else. There is no vacuum cleaner, so it's still a little bit off. Otherwise, Su Luo will have a bloody night. No peace. Go to bed early. Nanjiao said this and touched Su Luo's head. Then, he looked at the water elemental spirit and found that it was also blinking and looking at him. You too, little one. As she spoke, she touched the elemental elf's rosy pink face. It can be seen that Nanjiao is in a really good mood today. In other words, she was always in a good mood when facing Su Luo. The lights are off. Su Luo felt miserable. What he was thinking about tonight was either give up on increasing the intimacy value or just stay away from Nanjiao. A dog's life is short. But I don't know if I took the wrong medicine. Or does God just want to play tricks on Su Luo? Just as Su Luo had this thought, a pair of slender hands reached out from behind him. Nanjiao just hugged him like that. It's so fluffy and comfortable. The girl muttered to herself, lowered her head, and took a breath on Su Luo's neck. She felt that Su Luo was a little strange tonight. Normally, this little guy would want to rub against her. I wish the whole dog was hanging on her. Are you being reserved tonight? Is it because of the advancement? Has your personality become more stable? But Nanjiao doesn't care, because she was already used to sleeping with Su Luo, the fluffy little guy. So, you have to hug me. Su Luo felt like crying when he felt himself being hugged tightly. Nanjiao is comfortable, but I don't know how excited he was. The pitiful thing is that the dog can't do anything. Why? Su Luo now is really in pain and happiness. Chapter 60. Get up early in the morning and do some exercises to make you feel happy. The first ray of sunlight in the early morning shone on Nanjiao's face on time and accurately. Warm and a little comfortable. She couldn't help but slowly open her eyes. Open your eyes. What comes into view is Su Luo's cute dog face. The little guy was also facing her, sleeping soundly. It's a little cool, but also a little cute. There was even a hint of crystal at the corner of her mouth. Seeing this, Nanjiao unconsciously smiled. Isn't this little guy so cute when he's sleeping? It's so cute that it melts people's hearts. There is no longer the same surprise as yesterday's evolution. Now Nanjiao just thinks Su Luo is so cute that she can't help but want to hug him and kiss him. So, the girl couldn't help but support her face with one hand and stare at Su Luo quietly. Suddenly, Su Luo's body moved. Then, he scratched himself with his little claws. Nanjiao's gaze followed Su Luo's little paw. Hiss. A blush suddenly appeared on the girl's beautiful face. What is this little guy doing? He actually caught himself? When she thought of this, Nanjiao's face turned even redder. Like a ripe apple, she quickly looked away. She felt her little heart beating fast at this moment. Is it the feeling of heartbeat? No, it's a heart-pounding tension. Nanjiao can say responsibly that she has never thought about this question. Su Luo's gender problem. Because, in her cognition, her Lolo is still a child. Still a cub. But what we have to pay attention to is that Su Luo is indeed a man. No wonder this little guy is so thoughtful every day, wanting her to kiss him and begging for a hug. It must be because opposites attract. Even though he is a beast tamer, he still has a natural liking and affinity for the opposite sex. Besides, Su Luo's intelligence is almost that of a demon. Nanjiao finally understood. Suddenly, Su Luo moved again. He was still asleep, but he stretched out his claws and dug under his body. Then it was over. This time, Nanjiao did not follow his little paw down. But suddenly, a strange idea came to her mind. That is, she seemed to have seen nothing just now. I can't see anything clearly. Or, take another sneak peek. Wow, Nanjiao, how can you have such a perverted idea? The girl complained about herself in her heart, and quickly reached out her slender hand to touch her face. I found it was scalding hot. But, once this thought came to mind, it was like a cat's paw in Nanjiao's heart. Keep scratching and scratching. I feel so uncomfortable. How about taking a sneak peek? Nanjiao asked in her heart, trying to convince myself. Lolo is a beast, so it should be okay, right? Yes. Finally, Nanjiao convinced herself. She glanced down quietly from the corner of her eye, then quickly turned his head. I don't think you can see it clearly. The girl bit her nails and thought about it. I just think too much. This is nothing. Nanjiao, you are such a fool. Can't you be a little more simple? Finally, this girl mustered up her courage, turned his head, and took a look. This time, I see it clearly. This is nothing. Is it because you're still a cub? I feel like there's something inexplicably cute about it. Haha. This is Nanjiao's inner world at this moment. So rich. However, if Su Luo knew, he would probably cry. What? You said I was a little cub. Cute. Wow, what the hell? Should I laugh or cry? How can these two words be so insulting to people and dogs? What a pity. Su Luo didn't know. Early in the morning, there was a pair of eyes observing him. Cough, cough. Sudden, Su Luo moved again. He reached out and scratched his belly again. Nanjiao glanced at him, but didn't open her eyes yet. Is it because of the itch? Why did he scratch it so many times? Such thoughts arose in her mind. How about you help him catch it? As soon as this thought came out, it was like a cat's claw, scratching Nanjiao's heart. Isn't that bad? It's so close. Her face turned even redder. But soon, what are you thinking about, Nanjiao? Lolo is a beast master. He is a beast master. It's a beast. Besides, I think you've encountered this before when you were taking a shower? Then what are you afraid of? Nanjiao finally convinced herself. Then, she slowly stretched out her trembling, slender hand towards Su Luo's bottom. Cough, cough. The chest stretches out. Finally, I'm about to meet Su Luo. However, Nanjiao was stunned. Why? Because Su Luo had opened his eyes without knowing when. Looking at her without blinking. Nanjiao was stunned because she felt a little guilty about being a thief. Su Luo was confused because he couldn't understand the situation. Wipe. Oh my god. Damn it. What is going on? Su Luo looked down and saw Nanjiao's evil slender hand. Hiss. He was terrified when he thought about it. What's going on so early in the morning? What's the purpose of touching him? Learn from each other's strengths and overcome each other's weaknesses? Check for gaps and fill them. Bah, what are you thinking about, Su Luo? Damn it. Is Nanjiao that kind of person? Something must have gone wrong. Really? The next moment, Nanjiao began to explain. I saw you scratching yourself when you were sleeping, so I wanted to help you scratch it. As the girl spoke, she made up her mind and reached forward to scratch Su Luo's belly. I see, Su Luo said. Nanjiao is definitely not that kind of person. It is absolutely impossible for him to covet his little Su Luo. However, when he looked up, wow, what a beautiful view early in the morning. There was a patch of white underneath that V-neck nightgown. The twin peaks are magnificent. The snow-capped ravines are deep. Staggered. Hiss. It's killing the dog. Such excitement early in the morning. Looking down again. Be good. The nightgown has been lifted to the thighs. It's snow white again. Looming. It's a sin. Su Luo was excited. Without saying a word, he threw himself into Nanjiao's arms. One is that I don't want to be disturbed by these external factors. One, really wanted to get closer to her. You can brush up your intimacy value and get intimate with each other. Really, that's good. What's wrong? You're leaning into my arms so early in the morning. Nanjiao quickly hugged him and said, Last night, I was the one who took the initiative to hug you. This girl really holds a grudge. Chapter 61, I want your Beastmaster. Nanjiao may hold a grudge, but she still holds a grudge. But Su Luo didn't care about her grudge at all. It was night after all. He was afraid that he would be too excited and unable to sleep at night. What the hell am I afraid of in the morning? Just do it first. Thinking of this, Su Luo tried desperately to get into Nanjiao's arms like a child. The sound of rewarding intimacy points kept ringing in my mind. Ding, light contact, reward of 20 intimacy points. Ding, deep touch, reward intimacy value 500. Ding, the dog head is deeply arched, reward intimacy value 2000. Ding, the dog's paw is not honest and scratches and touches, and the intimacy value is rewarded with 5,000. Bite. You can't lick there. Little scoundrel. You can't lower your chin either, it will make it sore. Hee. Alright, my face is soaked. Hateful. Early in the morning, Lu Zixin was at the door of Nanjiao and heard such a voice. Her pretty face turned slightly red, and she quickly ran out to find her earth bear. That bear was alone and begging for food early in the morning. I'm so annoyed. But, compared with Lu Zixin, there is something even more uncomfortable. That's the elemental spirit. It woke up early in the morning and found itself sleeping on the cold ground. This morning, I was tortured by a man and a beast like this. The elemental elves are just a little naive and don't know that they are eating dog food. Otherwise, it will definitely ask. Then I leave? Since there are no classes on weekends, after playing in the morning, it's time to eat. After breakfast, Nanjiao was reading a book. Su Luo saw that what was written on it should be some complicated attack symbols of the Beastmaster. This girl should be taking advantage of the time when she is not in class to continue studying and enriching herself. That's good. The other people in the dormitory were also doing their own things. The same goes for Su Luo. He thought about this morning. It was a really pleasant morning. If nothing else, Su Luo had gained a lot of intimacy points this morning. He took a closer look and saw more than 60,000. I went. In the past, he thought the system was too stingy. Now that I think about it, he himself did not realize the true meaning. This intimacy value is enough to buy a decent-looking beast soul armor. Su Luo was lying in a Guyu style, screening on the system panel. Suddenly, his eyes accidentally looked at his lower face. Hiss. I thought about it inadvertently. Su Luo remembered. In the morning, when he opened his eyes, Nanjiao's eyes were clearly fixed on him. That's right. Wipe. Su Luo was terrified when he thought about it, and the more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. He suddenly realized it, but it was too late. Nanjiao was clearly observing him at that time. Damn it. Su Luo hates it. Isn't this embarrassing? Can this mini version of the little finger compare to the giant dragon with a spear? At this moment, Su Luo's heart was crying. He was very angry. This skill of shrinking. It's just scum. The dog's brilliant life was ruined in an instant. Sisters, this is a big deal. At this time, Lu Zixin's voice was heard at the door. Not long after, this girl rushed in. It's a big deal, sisters. In the living room, everyone's eyes were focused on her. What is it? Nan Jiao asked curiously. That, the captain from Maple Blue Beastmaster Academy yesterday. That guy called Gui Feng is here. Lu Zixin was a little out of breath because she was in such a hurry to come back and report. Speak in pauses. What's that guy doing here? Mu Xiaoxi frowned. Obviously, everyone in this dormitory is not very interested in the Maple and Blue Beastmaster Academy. It can also be said that we share the same hatred and a common enemy. I heard you're here to look for Yu. Lu Zixin told all the information he knew. When I ran back just now, he was almost there. I guess he will be here. Before she could finish her words, a voice came from the door. Mo Ruffling from Fenglong Beast Taming Academy wants to see you. Mo Ruffling from Fenglong Beast Taming Academy wants to see you. He shouted twice in a row, both loudly. Nan Jiao and others inside could hear it clearly. Even Su Luo couldn't help but take a look outside. He was familiar with this voice. Isn't this guy the one who looked like a gay yesterday and never took his eyes off him? What is he doing here? What? Should we take care of him? Lu Zixin asked. She didn't expect this guy to come so quickly. Nan Jiao is hesitating. Mo Ruffing over there spoke again. Nan Jiao, I have something to talk to you about. I know you are in there. Please come out and see. Mo Ruffling was like a tape recorder, saying the same sentence twice. I've been named, so I have no choice but to go out. Nan Jiao murmured something, then stood up and walked out. After Lu Zixin and the others looked at each other, they followed her one after another. Everyone in their dormitory is united. Su Luo also jumped off the sofa out of curiosity and followed. After all, Nan Jiao didn't take him out this time, so he could only take the initiative. What can I do for you? Looking at Mo Ruffling in front of her, Nan Jiao asked directly. He was accompanied by Wang Zhongjian and Gui Junkai. However, the four of them were no less powerful than them. As if sensing the rejection of Nan Jiao and the other three, Mo Ruffling smiled and said, Since it's like this, I won't hide anything and will be polite to you. As he spoke, he set his sights on Nan Jiao. This girl is indeed beautiful enough to make any man's heart beat fast and covet her, give rise to desire. However, he, Mo Ruffling, was obviously not among them. I want to buy your beast. As soon as he said this, Lu Zixin and the other two all had expressions of surprise on their faces. Only Nan Jiao herself seemed to know Mo Ruffing's purpose, and there was not much emotion on her face. If that's the case, then go away. Nan Jiao spoke up and rejected without hesitation. Beastmasters can indeed be bought and sold. As long as the host is willing to automatically terminate the contract and set the beast free, the effect of buying and selling can be achieved. However, there are exceptions. Some hosts will choose to sign a soul contract with the beast. Once this kind of contract is signed successfully, it will leave a mark on the souls of both the Beastmaster and the Beastmaster, unless both the Beast Tamer and the Beast Tamer are willing to release it. Otherwise, no matter which party wants to solve the problem, it will be impossible. This type of contract is a bit extreme. Moreover, this kind of soul contract can only be successfully concluded with the consent of both parties. It's a bit difficult. Without deep understanding and inner determination, it is impossible to sign a soul contract. The contract signed between Su Luo and Nan Jiao was an ordinary contract. As long as Nan Jiao is willing, she can untie it at any time. Because Nan Jiao would not sign this kind of soul contract. This is a form of contract that can only be learned after opening at least the third spiritual vein. Otherwise, we can only rely on external help from others. Chapter 62, He is irreplaceable. Su Luo also guessed that this bastard came here just to get him. Wipe. As expected. But is it possible? Putting aside the question of whether Nan Jiao is willing or not, how could Su Luo be with a loser like you? You wish. Su Luo couldn't help but complain a lot in his heart. However, when he heard Nan Jiao's decisive refusal, he still felt warm in his heart. This girl is pretty good. Really not considering it. Mo Ruffing obviously did not give up. As long as you agree to sell it to me, you can name any price you want. 1 million, 10 million, 100 million. I can satisfy you. I can give you everything. I wipe. Su Luo knew that a third-level Beastmaster might only cost about 1 million if sold. Precious and rare ones can indeed be sold for millions, tens of millions. However, he is just an ordinary little dog, such a cute beast. Mo Ruffing actually gave over 100 million. It's really unimaginable. My worth is so high. Su Luo licked his lips. Mu Xiaoxi and the other two were equally surprised. They know the price of taming beasts better than Su Luo. Therefore, I was even more surprised by Mo Roofing's offer. For ordinary people, this may be almost impossible to resist. But Nan Jiao is not an ordinary person. Or perhaps it could be said that Su Luo was irreplaceable in her heart. Impossible. No matter what price you offer, I don't want to negotiate with you. Nan Jiao said this and was ready to turn around, not intending to pay any attention to Mo Ruffing. Really, Mo Ruffing spoke again. Any elixir or treasure you want to find, I can help you find it. Our Mo family has this strength. When he said this, Su Luo clearly saw Nan Jiao's body tremble slightly. There seems to be something unknown here, but it was just a tremor. Nan Jiao still turned around firmly. She immediately saw Su Luo standing at the door, looking at her from afar. It was this sight that made her steps more resolute. You should know what your Beastmaster means. Mo Roofing's words continued. This guy obviously wants to play a psychological game with Nan Jiao. After all, this is someone else's territory. Having him by your side can actually not provide any assistance, but will also bring you countless dangers. On the contrary, you can't bring him any cultivation resources. You will only suppress his growth. I think if he wasn't by your side, he might have been more than just this, right? You can't give him anything, and you can't protect him. It has to be said that every word that Mo Ruffing said touched Nan Jiao's heart. Her figure finally stopped. Hey, can you shut your stinky mouth? Lu Zixin on the side finally couldn't help it and stood up. The beast is someone else's. How they want to deal with it and treat it as their business. It's none of your business. That's right, Jiao, don't listen to his nonsense. As long as you train him carefully, Luo will be able to grow up under your guidance. Mu Xiaoxi and Meng Jingran hurried forward to comfort her, fearing that Nan Jiao might waver in her thoughts. After all, they can see Su Luo's talent. Just sell it to this abominable person like Mo Ruffing. They all couldn't stand it. Just when Su Luo thought that Nan Jiao was hesitating and wavering, the girl suddenly turned around and looked straight at Mo Ruffing in front of her. In my heart, he is unique and cannot be replaced by anything. He is not an item that can be bought and sold casually. Nan Jiao's voice was extremely firm and even contained a hint of anger. Su Luo didn't need to look at her face to guess that this girl must be blushing with anger. Because you're an exchange student, I'm wasting so much time talking to you out of politeness. Now, you can get out of here. No mercy. It can be said that Nan Jiao didn't give Mo Ruffing any face at all. Yes, get out of here. Mu Xiaoxi also took a step forward. And Lu Zixin, just like the excited crowd, had an excited look on her face. All I can do is cheer them on. On the contrary, Meng Jingran was calmer. However, from her position, it can be seen that she is also on Nan Jiao's side. Are you sure you want to do this? Mo Roofing's expression also changed suddenly. I came to negotiate the price with you with sincerity. As he spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold light flashed in his pupils. Wu Junkai, who was standing behind, wanted to go forward and say a few words to help. However, thinking of his brother Roofing's warning, he shut up. You have to think carefully. Do you think you can protect yourself if you take this beast out into the wild? If anything goes wrong. Before Mo Ruffing finished his threat, a roar sounded. Su Luo couldn't help it. You bastard. It's fine if you're just engaging in psychological warfare, but now you even dare to threaten me. Most importantly, she was threatening Su Luo's heroine, a woman. How could he tolerate this? Su Luo immediately grew larger, and a whirlpool of powerful flames swung over. No mercy. This sudden attack also scared Mo Ruffing and the other two, and they hurried to resist. Among them, Wang Zhongjian reacted faster and immediately jumped to the next door. And Mo Ruffing could only make talismans with his hands to resist. But how could Su Luo let him off so easily? His entire body had already lunged forward. Ruffing, be careful. The exclamation came from Wang Zhongjian. Lolo, from Nanjia, because at this time, Su Luo had already surpassed her, and his not-so-big body jumped high. In the mid-air, it is extremely powerful. Black flame-sharp claws. A dark light swept out directly. Boom! With a loud bang, Wu Junkai fell to the ground. And Mo Ruffing had already been swept away, close to 10 meters away. Looks so embarrassed. The guy's clothes on his chest were even torn and blood was flowing everywhere. There is also a faint black light attached to it. It seems to have been eroded again. However, what made Su Luo speechless was, even in such a tragic situation, Mo Roofing's eyes were still full of excitement and excitement. Not only that, that face was full of desire. The look in his eyes when he looked at Su Luo became even more scorching. Oh shit. Isn't this abnormal? Masochist. Su Luo felt his scalp tingling. At this time, Nanjiao had already run to Su Luo and hugged him. Hold me tight. It seemed that she was really afraid that he would kill Mo Ruffling in a rage. How are you? Wang Zhongjian also hurried forward to check on Mo Ruffing's injuries. However, he was pushed away by the latter. Mo Ruffing stood up suddenly, not caring about the blood still gushing out of his wound, and looked at Su Luo with burning eyes. So hard. Amazing. I love it. Su Luo. Chapter 63 Domineering Dean. Get out. No matter what you say, I must get him today. In the open space in front of the dormitory, Mo Ruffing shouted. Combined with the blood on his chest, he looked quite hideous and terrifying. Is this guy crazy? This is the common idea of Su Luo and Nanjiao. Mo Ruffing's sudden madness also attracted a lot of students to watch. They had been curious from the beginning, but they just didn't find a reason. Now, everyone looked out from the windows and from upstairs and looked here. For a moment, Su Luo and the others once again became the focus of everyone's attention. Did I hear correctly? What did Mo Ruffing say about having to get him? Did he mean Nanjiao? He's a lunatic, going crazy when his love failed. A man like this looks so ungraceful. I guess that's it. He must have been rejected. He was so angry that he vomited blood. For a moment, everyone was talking about it. Most of them are girls. I'm going to lay my cards on the table. 100 million star coins plus some rare treasures. Mo Ruffing stretched out a finger in the direction of Nanjiao and Su Luo. There was indeed a look of madness on his face. Because, just now, he had used all his strength to resist Su Luo's attack. He also had a piece of ordinary, toy-like red beast soul armor on him. It was also inspired at that moment just now. But none of them could withstand Su Luo's attack. One can imagine how powerful Su Luo's blow was. How awesome. How outrageous. This also made Mo Ruffing more determined to get him. I told you it's absolutely impossible. This time, Nanjiao refused without any hesitation. She even touched Su Luo's body with her hands. I don't know whether he was comforting Su Luo or encouraging himself. You've thought it through. Mo Ruffing gritted his teeth and said, if you don't give in to me today, you will never be able to leave Tianlan City. Whether you want to live or die, it's up to you to choose. When Wang Zhongjian in the back heard this, his expression changed. Big brother, this is someone else's territory. Can't you be more low-key? Do you want me to die with you? So, he hurried forward and tried to grab Mo Ruffing, but was thrown away. Wang Zhongjian's face also turned bad. On the other hand, Nanjiao hugged the restless Su Luo tightly, preventing him from coming forward. She also knew that Mo Ruffing was a guy who deserved a beating and deserved to die. But this is in front of everyone. Therefore, she could only use her own strength to comfort Su Luo as much as possible. Don't let him act impulsively. Damn it, isn't Mo Ruffing too shameless? He destroys it if he can't get it. How disgusting. I originally thought he was handsome and had some feelings for him, but now I realize I was really blind. That's right, don't choose such an extreme man. I can kill you in a minute. Disgusting. Pervert. The girls were talking about it and criticizing Mo Ruffling. Whatever you say, I'm not afraid. Nanjiao's pretty face was also frosty, and she spoke in a cold tone. This was the first time Su Luo saw this girl angry. You know what? It looks pretty good and has a unique flavor. Mo Ruffing was about to say something at this time, but an uproar broke out beside him. Suddenly, a dragon roared from the sky. A giant two-winged dragon appeared. Wang Zhongjian recognized it at a glance. It was Long Zhining's beast. Damn it, he said, it's better to keep a low profile in other people's territory. Did the car flip over? The dean is here. This time, Long Zhining did not stay on the dragon's back. Instead, he and Fu Ningxue fell directly to the ground. Above the sky, the thunder dragon had not yet landed, but was still flapping its wings, causing a storm. Very deterrent. What happened? Fu Ningxue glanced in the direction of Nanjiao, then looked at Mo Ruffling, who looked somewhat embarrassed and hideous, and spoke. No one spoke at the scene. Even Mo Ruffing chose to remain silent for a moment, as if he was choosing his words. But the only restless person jumped out. Teacher Fu. That nasty guy across the street wants to buy our Yuyu's beast. Moreover, when Yuyu disagreed, he threatened her, saying that he would not let her leave the school. Let her fend for herself and think it over. Lu Zixin added fuel to the fire. His intention is very clear. He just wants to hurt us. Wang Zhongjian. This sharp-tongued girl. Mo Ruffling. I said this. They were both speechless. Sure enough, after Fu Ningxue finished speaking, before she could say anything else, Long Zhining next to her had already stood up. The old man's face was as gloomy as water, and his eyes were deep. Students of Lanhan Beastmaster Academy can go wherever they want. There is no place in this world that we cannot go. I'd like to try and see why you don't allow my students to leave this school." As he spoke, his eyes swept towards Wang Zhongjian, his sharp gaze piercing straight into the other's heart. This moment, Mr. Wang only felt that his heart was squeezed hard by a big hand. Wang Zhongjian felt very depressed. Damn it. He just knows that he has to take the blame for everything. Even if there is any harm, it will not fall on Mo Rufeng. After all, if a teacher does not teach strictly, he is lazy. Mo Rufeng's arrogance was naturally blamed on him. Therefore, Wang Zhongjian could only give in. He wiped his sweat. He is totally unpopular. Long Zhining spoke again. "Wang Zhongjian, I have a history with your dean, so I agreed to your exchange activity this time. But this doesn't mean you can act recklessly in my territory." Having said this, Long Zhining put his hands behind his back. He is intimidating without being angry, and his momentum bursts out instantly, sweeping this small area. At this moment, it was not only Wang Zhongjian who felt the invisible pressure of his aura. Mo Rufeng also felt it. He gritted his teeth and held on. Even Guo Junkai, who was slumped on the ground and hadn't gotten up yet, felt it. These three people were sweating profusely in an instant. "My back is all wet." There was cold sweat on his forehead. Even the muscles on his face and legs were trembling. It is the powerful pressure brought to them by the Beastmaster who has mastered the 6 meridians. This might only be 10% or 20% of the power. Otherwise, Wang Zhongjian believed that he would have fallen to his knees long ago. After all, he is not a person without vision. "Now get out of here. Get out of my academy," Long Zhining said as he waved his hand. A gust of wind hit the three of them. The pressure on the three of them was completely lifted. "Walk." Wang Zhongjian gritted his teeth and patted Mo Rufeng forward. The latter is not a fool either. "Naturally, I know that now is not the time to continue to fight hard. As long as the mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood." So, Mo Rufeng glanced at Su Luo again, decided to leave first. But what old man Long Zhining said next made him stunned. "Wait, let me assist you in the soul contract. In this way, there is no need to be on guard against the covetousness of villains." Su Luo and Nan Jiao, the man and the beast, looked at each other, and neither of them said anything yet. Mo Rufeng in front was stunned. Originally, he only needed to deal with Nan Jiao. However, once this soul contract is signed, it means that Nan Jiao will be dealt with. Even Su Luo has to deal with it. The most exciting thing is that once the contract is successfully signed, if anything happened to Nan Jiao, it would be a huge trauma for the Beastmaster. There is no way for a beast like this to renew its contract with its master, because its soul has been branded. Damn it. Mo Rufeng's face changed. However, Wang Zhongjian was quick-witted and quickly grabbed him and whispered, "Don't be impulsive. Everything can be reversed." After much pulling and tugging, Wang Zhongjian finally managed to pull Mo Rufeng away. "Why don't you just go away and wait for me to treat you to a meal?" Long Zhining's words were obviously directed at Guo Junkai. The poor guy didn't dare to talk nonsense. He quickly rolled and crawled to catch up with his team. How vigorous and high-spirited he was when he came. How miserable he was when he left. Chapter 64. Reaching a contract consensus. Mo Rufeng and the other two ran away in disgrace. Looking at their backs as they left completely, Long Zhining then turned his attention to Nan Jiao and the others. "Thank you, Dean Long." Nan Jiao quickly stood up and nodded at Long Zhining. She was not stupid, so she naturally realized that everything their dean had just done was to warn Mo Rufeng. By the way, warn him and stand up for her. So, this thank you is well deserved. Lu Zixin and the other two also hurried forward and shouted, "Hello, Dean." Although I rarely see Long Zhining, since I have seen him, I naturally have to ask him. Long Zhining nodded, looked at them, and smiled. Finally, his gaze settled on Nan Jiao, and he looked her over. He found that the girl was pretty good. She is humble and polite, neither servile nor overbearing, and she is beautiful. She is really very good. He thought for a moment and said, "Fine. You are a student of our Lanhan Beastmaster Academy. Don't say you haven't graduated or walked out of here. Even after graduation, you are still my student, Long Zhining, and I will stand by your side." The old man had a lot of reasons to say, but Su Luo didn't believe it. He is just saying nice things now, but if something really happens, I am afraid that he will run faster than anyone else. He has seen too many people like this. So, after Su Luo glanced at Long Zhining twice, he withdrew his gaze. However, he just withdrew his gaze, and Long Zhining instead focused his gaze on him. Looked at it carefully. What Long Zhining could feel was Su Luo's class power. But if you insist on talking about the power of his bloodline, the old man can't feel it at all. But what Long Zhining didn't expect was that the more he tried to feel it, the more he found that Su Luo was like a ball of fog, showing it before his eyes. No matter how I look at it, I can't see it clearly. Long Zhenning lived for most of his life as a beast tamer with all 6 meridians connected. This was the first time he encountered such a strange situation. So, it's no wonder that he is not surprised. He couldn't help but feel frightened. What kind of freak is this? Nanjiao, did you really meet this beast in the school's animal pen? Long Zhenning asked, although he had already known about Su Luo's origin in advance. But I still don't want to believe that such a magical beast can appear in the animal pen. 100 years, no, 1,000 years, right? At least, the Lanhan Beast Taming Academy has been in existence for almost 700 or 800 years and has never heard of such a situation. That's right. Nan Jiao nodded, bent down and touched Su Luo's hair, and continued. The first time I saw Luo was in the animal pen. He was being bullied at that time. Thinking of the time when she met Su Luo, Nan Jiao couldn't help but laugh. He was really stupid at that time. However, as a little puppy, he is also very stubborn. Su Luo himself also sighed. Damn it. If he had not met Nan Jiao and activated the system at that time, what would his dog life be like? Besides, Teacher Fu should have seen it later. Nan Jiao said this and glanced at Fu Ningxue beside her. The latter nodded, indicating that it was correct. Long Zhenning was silent for a moment and said, I probably also heard from your teacher Fu about what happened to you. I believe that after spending these days together, you should know that he is extraordinary, right? Nan Jiao nodded. Su Luo is indeed extraordinary. From the very beginning, when Lin Zai's Wind Wolf was knocked away, he has already shown his uniqueness. Nan Jiao is very clear about this. So, is there anything else special about him? With the idea of understanding the situation, Long Zhenning still wanted to ask more questions. As for Su Luo, with Nan Jiao combing his hair, he felt comfortable and didn't mind listening to the old man talk more. No more. Nan Jiao thought about it and shook her head. She still had some thoughts on this. After all, Su Luo is so special, and if you tell Dean Long that his intelligence is black, isn't that the end? It was estimated that Su Luo would be captured and studied soon. Therefore, Nan Jiao didn't dare to tell this matter. Lu Zixin and the other two naturally remained silent. All right. Long Zhenning didn't think much about it, nodded and spoke again. That soul contract, I wasn't kidding, just scare them. You should know his specialness. Turning the contract between you into a soul contract is a relatively safe decision. He glanced at Nan Jiao as he spoke, as if waiting for her choice. When Su Luo just heard these 4 words, the information about the soul contract emerged in his mind. After all, he is also a beastmaster. Soul contract, Nan Jiao murmured. Then, he turned his gaze to Su Luo. Coincidentally, Su Luo's eyes also met hers. Now he has grown up, less cute and more cool. The eyes of the man and the beast met. At this moment, the space seemed to freeze, and everything around seemed to cease to exist. In this small space, only Su Luo and Nan Jiao exist. The man and the beast, just staring at each other, had a spiritual connection. Suddenly, Nan Jiao smiled. She suddenly hugged Su Luo's dog head and shook her head gently, opening his mouth. Forget about the soul contract. I think this is good enough. Nan Jiao doesn't want a soul contract, because she felt that this was an unequal contract that bound Su Luo. This contract is good for her. But what about the excellent Su Luo? Obviously, it's unfair. He should have the right to choose. I wipe. Compared to some damn contract. The problem that Su Luo is worried about now is, why did this girl hug him when they had a disagreement? Just hug him? And forced his dog head on her chest. Damn. I'm almost suffocating, okay? Sigh, sigh. The system's sound of ding 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 rang in my ears. Su Luo is really in great pain. Fu Ningxue, who was standing aside, didn't seem surprised at all by Nan Jiao's choice. Instead, he looked at Su Luo a few times. Then, as if she had noticed something, her face turned slightly red and she turned her head away. Long Zhenning frowned slightly, still thinking about trying to persuade her further. But, at this time, Su Luo broke free from Nan Jiao's arms. He stretched out his paw, patted her slender hand, and nodded at her. There was a bit of determination in his eyes. At first, Nan Jiao didn't react and wondered what he meant. But the next moment, Su Luo's tongue was already licking her face. It happened twice in a row. Nan Jiao suddenly woke up. Luo, are you saying that you want to conclude a soul contract with me? Su Luo nodded firmly. But, do you understand this contract? She asked again. Su Luo still nodded firmly. By the way, he also grabbed Nan Jiao's slender hand and licked it to his mouth. Others may not understand Su Luo's action, but Nan Jiao is very clear. Because Su Luo licked the fingers, It was clearly the finger that Nan Jiao bit when they signed the ordinary contract. At this moment, she seemed to understand something. She smiled and suddenly looked at Long Zhenning. Dean, please help us conclude a soul contract, please. Chapter 65. The contract is concluded. Long Zhenning's guarantee. Inside the girls' dormitory, golden light shone, and complicated symbols continued to emerge from the ground. The ones covered were Su Luo and Nan Jiao. This moment, Su Luo felt as if a seed was forcefully planted in his soul. It felt a bit uncomfortable at first, but later, I slowly got used to it. A slight tremor. Tiny cyclones spread out from Su Luo and Nan Jiao's bodies. All right, Long Zhenning sighed and said, and Nan Jiao also opened her eyes at this time. She could clearly feel the mark on her soul, very clearly. A red-gold light spot belongs to Su Luo. The existence of this light spot represents that the bond between her and Su Luo always exists. Eternal life. Thank you, Dean. She spoke quickly. It's just a small matter. Long Zhenning waved his hand. This contract was indeed not a difficult task for him. Su Luo, who was standing by, also breathed a sigh of relief at this time. Finally got it done. But nothing seems to have changed. Su Luo shook his head to express his incomprehension. The reason why he made this soul contract with Nan Jiao, because he also felt that this was indeed a guarantee for her. Besides, when Nan Jiao was such a rubbish, she still chose him unwaveringly. How could he, Su Luo, not be a human being? Even if we take a step back, the systems are all bound to Nan Jiao. Without her, where would Su Luo go to make money? Increase intimacy value? Besides, this girl is his type. Just as Su Luo was daydreaming, his petite body was already in Nan Jiao's arms. Recently, this girl especially likes to hug him, and Su Luo has gotten used to it. Why? No way. He is handsome, but he has this problem. Why? And Long Zhenning spoke with some curiosity at this time. You, the Beastmaster, can also grow or shrink by yourself. It seems a bit magical. He had wanted to ask this question for a long time, but had been holding it in until now. I don't quite understand it either. It seems like this is one of his talents. Nan Jiao pursed her lips. In fact, she didn't understand why Su Luo was not like other Beastmasters. Growing up means growing up. He changes whenever he wants. Sure enough, he's gifted. Amazing. Long Zhenning flattered Su Luo calmly. By the way, I also try to please Nan Jiao. Oh right. The old man spoke again at this time. Nan Jiao, you should know about the upcoming Tianhuang beast taming competition, right? No. Nan Jiao nodded. Su Luo couldn't help but glance at Long Zhenning. Finally starting the topic? He knew that the old dean came here on his own initiative. There must be something wrong. The Phoenix Beast taming competition is called a competition, but it is actually a stepping stone for you to enter a higher-level institution. Almost every year, each of our colleges will participate in this competition and will be ranked. At this point, Long Zhenning looked towards Nan Jiao. You have the hope of participating in the Tianhuang beast taming competition this year and getting a good ranking. At this moment, Su Luo finally understood. So this is what the old man was thinking. Make use of Nan Jiao and him to improve the college's ranking, build its reputation, and better recruit students. I see. As soon as Long Zhenning finished speaking, Fu Ningxue next to him also walked over. That's right, Jiao. Although once we reach the Xianmai, we will have the opportunity to go to a higher institution. But it will be the school that chooses you. If you rank high in the Phoenix Beast taming competition, you can choose the school you want to attend. Nan Jiao knew about the Tianhuang beast taming competition, but she didn't expect there was such an unspoken rule. Not only did she not know, but Mu Xiaoxi and the other two beside her also didn't know. Therefore, the atmosphere in this dormitory is very mysterious. It would be a lie to say that I'm not tempted to go to a higher-level institution. That means better resources and more choices. Mu Xiaoxi and the other two were all moved. And Nan Jiao was obviously thinking, is it to proceed step by step? Or should I give it a try and participate in this Tianhuang beast taming competition? Those included there are all genius-level beastmasters. The competition is fierce. The most important thing is, in order to compete for the ranking, her Lolo will face a lot of dangers and difficulties. This is also the reason why Nan Jiao was a little hesitant. At this time, Long Zhenning knew that a strong dose of news was about to come. He spoke again. I can give you a place to participate. Moreover, I will assign you 2 teachers and allocate more resources to help you conduct in-depth battles in the wild, so that I can help you break through to the Xianmai as soon as possible and contract the second beast. Then the Phoenix Beast taming competition in 2 months will depend on you. Long Zhenning said, looking at them, and finally set his sights on Nan Jiao. How about you think about it carefully? The reason why he made the promise to Mu Xiaoxi and the other three was that he gave them places and resources for their training. Of course, it's because of Nanjiao. Because Long Jining felt that she was the key. Mu Xiaoxi and the other two didn't say anything, although they all wanted to try. However, the final decision lies with Nanjiao, and they will understand it. With such a good opportunity, why is this girl still hesitating? Su Luo frowned, patted Nanjiao's slender hand with his paw, and nodded at her. When Long Jining saw this scene, he was also moved. Although he doesn't understand, why does Nanjiao seem to always follow the wishes of her beastmaster? But he knew that Su Luo's nod proved that the matter was almost settled. After all, the soul contract was finally confirmed by Nanjiao because Su Luo nodded. This strange combination. It seems like the relationship between master and beast is reversed. Long Jining's heart was full of questions. Looking at Su Luo's eyes, Nanjiao also understood what he meant. It's just about letting her participate. Do not be afraid. I see. She nodded and looked up at Long Jining. Dean, I am willing to fight on behalf of our college. Good. Long Jining clapped his hands, feeling very pleased, and a smile appeared on his face. Then you guys get ready. I will arrange a teacher to take you out of the city tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. This old man was obviously a very anxious person, and he immediately finalized the itinerary. Finally, as if he had thought of something, Long Jining turned around and glanced at Nanjiao. That's right. You don't have to worry about being coveted by the Maple and Blue Beast Taming Academy in the wild. I will take care of it. Just focus on training and fighting. The old man promised domineeringly. Chapter 66. Take turns hugging. Street Challenge. You will be able to obtain a place to participate in the Tianhuang Beast Taming Competition. In addition, you can also obtain outdoor training resources assisted by teachers. This was a pleasant surprise for the other three people in Nanjiao's dormitory. After Long Jining and Fu Ningxue left, the chattering in their dormitory never stopped. And Nanjiao has now become the sole figure in the dormitory. She was like the moon surrounded by stars, and everyone's topic revolved around her. Even Ming Jingran, who usually doesn't talk much, spoke a lot more. This also made Nanjiao not very adaptable. To be honest, the chain reaction brought about by the sudden attention of Long Jining was something she didn't want to see. She didn't want the friendship between dormitories to be affected by these things. This seems very realistic. Fortunately, after everyone had a fuss, Lu Zixin suggested going out of the college to buy some things and make preparations. What if I go out of town tomorrow? This proposal has also won everyone's support. So, Nanjiao and the others left the academy. Wow, look at Luo. He is looking left and right, as if he is very curious. On the street, Lu Zixin seemed to have discovered something interesting and pointed at Su Luo in Nanjiao's arms. He should be more curious about the environment outside. Nanjiao naturally noticed this. Since Su Luo came to the street, he has been twisting and turning in her arms. She has feelings too. It should be. Mu Xiaoxi also nodded to show her approval. Yu, are you tired of holding him like this all the time? Lu Zixin spoke again at this time. Do you want me to give you a hug? To be honest, this girl said this purely out of kindness and didn't think much about it. May I? Nanjiao glanced at her. To be honest, Su Luo is not heavy, but he weighs a little more than 10 kilograms. In addition to the fact that he was moving around a lot, Nanjiao had walked such a long way and did feel a little tired. No problem. As Lu Zixin spoke, she had already extended her hand. WTF. Su Luo was confused. There was a big round ball in front of him. Is this going to kill the dog? Don't come over here. He cried out in his heart. But this cry is of no use. Su Luo was already in Lu Zixin's arms. A soft and tender feeling came, accompanied by a feeling of suffocation. One after another. There is also a faint scent of women. Hiss. Su Luo felt like he was going to die. This Lu Zixin lives up to her name of big breasts. It's really fatal. Zxin, this is not right. He will suffocate. Nanjiao seemed to notice it and quickly helped Su Luo adjust his position. By the way, I taught Lu Zixin how to hold Su Luo so that he would feel comfortable. Then, Su Luo was treated like a toy. After fiddling with it for a while, he finally found the right direction. Damn it. Su Luo leaned his back against Lu Zixin's chest, just like leaning against a Simmons mattress. That feeling is simply. He seems to be enjoying it. It seems I have learned how to hug him. Lu Zixin noticed the detail that Su Luo narrowed his eyes. Only Nanjiao seemed to have thought of something when she heard the word enjoy. Her face flushed slightly before she spoke. In fact, holding him is like holding a child. If you just hold him like a child, he will definitely feel comfortable. I know, don't worry. As Lu Zixin spoke, she was already walking ahead carelessly. The swaying and jumping feeling made Su Luo's whole body tense. The passers-by nearby cast strange and envious looks at Su Luo. This little guy is quite something, with 4 beautiful girls surrounding him. Moreover, being held in my arms like this. They really wished they could become that dog beast. A crowd of passers-by drooled with envy. And Su Luo really didn't feel very comfortable. It can be said that it is painful and happy. If he were given a choice, he would still like to be held by Nan Jiao. That way, he could rely on her with a clear conscience. By the way, when you are free, you can also lick her little hands and her little face. That's a wonderful life. However, thinking that Nan Jiao would also be tired after holding him, Su Luo could only understand. What the group wanted to buy this time were nothing more than food, utensils, and sleeping bags needed for living in the wild. Therefore, their goals are also very clear. As for Nan Jiao, at first she thought it was nothing that Lu Zixin was hugging Su Luo. But later, Mu Xiaoxi, Meng Jingran, and Lu Zixin were vying to hug him. She suddenly felt a little disappointed, especially when seeing that Su Luo seemed to be very happy and enjoying it. Nan Jiao felt even more disappointed. She didn't know why she had such a strange feeling. But at that moment, Nan Jiao suddenly felt that Su Luo seemed to be the same to everyone. I don't need her that much. Therefore, when she was buying things, she was always distracted and would unconsciously look in Su Luo's direction. Even she herself didn't understand what kind of emotion this was coming from. Anyway, Nan Jiao felt an inexplicable irritation in her heart. But Su Luo was wronged. How can he enjoy it? How can he adapt to it? It's fine if Lu Zixin holds him alone. Mu Xiaoxi and Meng Jingran took turns hugging her. These 3 people are not skilled at all. He always touches his little Su Luo accidentally. Sometimes, he would even press down his little Su Luo and pinch it. Lu Zixin, a stubborn girl, thought it was very funny and even played it with a smile. Wipe. Su Luo was impeached already. He suddenly felt sick. If Su Luo could speak, he would have cursed at me long ago. This is simply an insult to dogs. This made Su Luo very uncomfortable. Sure enough, only Nan Jiao is true love. This girl would never look back at Su Luo. Wrong. What about in the morning? Su Luo thought about it and felt terrified. He found that all women in the world are evil. Damn it. It's terrifying when you think about it. As the book says, women are more lustful than men. This statement is true. Hey, there seems to be a street challenge there. Shall we go check it out? Lu Zixin seemed to have discovered something and pointed forward. His face was full of joy and excitement. This street challenge is an occasional event in Tianlan City, and there will always be a lot of people watching. Even, where else can you find treasures? Therefore, Nan Jiao also became interested. Then let's go and have a look. Mu Xiaoxi and Meng Jingran had no objections either. The 4 of them walked towards the street challenge. Chapter 67 Lace, Soft Armor. Strength Challenge. Su Luo, who was held by Mu Xiaoxi, also understood what this street challenge was. In the center of the venue, a giant beast about 4 or 5 meters tall was sitting there, its eyes darting around. It has perfect muscle lines and is very sturdy. At first glance, it's a character that's not low in importance. This is a ferocious beast called the Earth-Splitting Ape. It is a ferocious beast with Earth attribute, famous for its violence and defense. The rules of this street challenge are also easy to understand. Just pay a certain amount of star coins, blast the Earth-Splitting Ape to a certain position, and then you can get different rewards. Beastmasters of different levels have different distance requirements. When Su Luo saw this challenge for the first time, he thought it was not that difficult. However, after watching others challenge it several times, he realized that it was really difficult. Although, this Earth-Splitting King Kong did not use any skills, it just sat on the ground. However, its weight is at least 3 or 4,000 kilograms. Some challengers actually succeeded in making it move. However, I still couldn't reach the moving distance, so the challenge failed. This is the boss's brilliance. Otherwise, everyone can succeed, and he will go bankrupt. This is similar to the circle challenges on the streets in Su Luo's world. Wow, look there. Lu Zixin seemed to have noticed something and suddenly pointed upwards. Su Luo looked over. Hanging on the wall is a piece of soft armor. To be precise, it is a lace-shaped vest. Different from ordinary soft armor. This armor is as thin as a cicada's wing. It looks like a lace gauze dress, with delicate and exquisite cloud patterns carved on it, which are looming and very beautiful. Su Luo tried to imagine what Nan Jiao would look like if she put it on. TSK, TSK, TSK. Absolutely beautiful. It looks better than wearing a V-neck, a Y-neck, or nothing at all. So, Su Luo turned his gaze to Nan Jiao. He discovered that the girl was also staring at the soft armor closely. There was light in his eyes, sparkling and sparkling. It seems that she likes it very much too. Su Luo is not stupid, he saw it at a glance. Uncle Boss. At this time, a voice came from the side. How much is your dress? Can I buy it? Su Luo turned his head and looked over. It turned out that it was a beautiful girl who was about the same age as Nan Jiao and the others who spoke. She is indeed pretty. At least Su Luo feels that her looks are a step above Lu Zixin and the others. Moreover, she has the temperament of a lady from a noble family. But there is an acquaintance living next door to this girl, Fu Yufei. He lowered his status in an instant. Su Luo has not forgotten this woman. Her green forest python was taught a lesson by him at that time. Did you go home crying at that time? Nan Jiao and the others also noticed Fu Yufei and the others, and their eyes showed surprise. They didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. No. The boss was a 2-meter tall bald man. He waved his hand fiercely and said, My ice cicada fairy thread robe is a treasure. It has extremely strong defense and is invulnerable to swords and spears. It is also the treasure of the store. I will not sell it. Unless you can complete my challenge 3 times in a row, it will be impossible for you to obtain the ice cicada fairy robe. We can offer double the price, right? The girl spoke again. I won't sell it to you even if you give me 10 times the price. This boss is also an honest man, and he refused directly. Hey, we are from the Fu family of Tianlan City. We are giving you face by buying your clothes. Fu Yufei was still as arrogant as ever and spoke without thinking. But her tactics that usually worked for Tianlan City merchants were ineffective this time. The big boss glared at her with his tiger eyes, frowned, and looked directly at her. At that moment, Su Luo could feel the murderous intent. Strong murderous aura. This boss is definitely not simple. I don't care whether you are from the Fu family of Tianlan City or any other family of Tianlan City. I, Lei Guang, have been in the martial arts world for so many years and have never been afraid of threats. The big boss said this and took a step forward. In an instant, his huge body blocked Fu Yufei like a small mountain. If you want to threaten me, get out of here. A thunderous sound exploded. Su Luo couldn't see the blind spot of his vision, and Fu Yufei was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground. If there weren't so many people watching, Su Luo estimated that Fu Yufei would be picked up and thrown away. After all, he believed that Lei Guang was definitely the man who could do this. I'm sorry, uncle. The girl quickly bowed and helped Fu Yufei apologize. I don't think Sister Fu meant it. I apologize to you on her behalf. As he spoke, he bowed again and again, with an apologetic look on his face. It can be said that he was full of sincerity. But what Su Luo could notice was, this girl was not afraid of Lei Guang's amazing momentum. Why is this? It would be nice if she was as sensible as a girl like you. Faced with the girl who apologized sincerely, Lei Guang felt embarrassed to continue to make things difficult for her. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the girl quickly helped Fu Yufei up from the ground. The latter really wanted to disappear right away. It would be best if you could dig a hole and crawl in immediately. After all, there were so many people watching. But she was really scared. This uncle's eyes can really kill people. At that moment, Fu Yufei felt as if her neck was strangled, and it was extremely uncomfortable. Every evildoer will receive his due punishment. Su Luo shook his head and gave his own evaluation. Fu Yufei stumbled again. Just as Su Luo was sighing, Fu Yufei's gaze suddenly changed again. It turned into resentment and anger. Because she saw Nan Jiao and other 4 people in the crowd. At this moment, Fu Yufei felt as if a knife was stabbed into her heart. It hurts. Before, she had already lost face in front of Nan Jiao and the others. It wasn't long before they saw me in such an embarrassing situation again. It's really more painful than killing Fu Yufei. What's even more hateful is, her brother said he would help her get revenge, but now there is no progress at all. Fu Yufei clenched her fists and was shaking with anger. And the girl next to her seemed to have noticed her gaze. Turning his eyes towards Su Luo. First look, she doesn't feel anything yet. I just think the 4 girls opposite are so beautiful. One of the girls was particularly eye-catching. But the next moment, her eyes suddenly fell on Su Luo. And Su Luo also made eye contact with her for the first time. He is my destined beastmaster? Suddenly, this thought came to the girl's mind. Even Su Luo didn't know about this thought. Chapter 68, 3 Challenges. Su Luo attacks. Su Luo was weird. Why is this girl looking at him? Moreover, the most important thing is the surprise and joy in her eyes. The mixture of these emotions seemed very strange to Su Luo. Does he know her? I don't know him at all. What's going on? Is it because he is too handsome? But he is still a puppy after all. If he was a handsome guy, it would be acceptable to be looked at like this. Su Luo was puzzled. As for Nan Jiao, it seems to be a girl's natural 6th sense. She seemed to sense that the girl's eyes were fixed on her Luo. Moreover, there seemed to be something in that look. An inexplicable sense of crisis suddenly emerged in my heart. This time, Nan Jiao took the initiative to come to Meng Jingran's side. Jingran, let me hold Luo Luo. Okay. Meng Jingran didn't think much about it and handed Su Luo to Nan Jiao. The latter took the opportunity to hug Su Luo tightly, as if declaring his sovereignty, and looked at the girl opposite. A moment. The two girls were about 10 meters apart, staring at each other from a distance. Su Luo seemed to understand. But he's a little weird. Is Nan Jiao so sensitive? He could feel that the girl was always looking at him. Thinking of this, Su Luo couldn't help but reach out and lick Nan Jiao's slender hand. He was afraid that if he didn't make any move, these two people would start fighting for him. Feeling the wetness on her hands, Nan Jiao knew without even looking that it was Su Luo who did it. She looked down at him and found that the little guy was licking her with such pleasure. He was almost putting her entire finger into his mouth. Seeing this scene, she couldn't help but smile slightly. I don't know why, but Nan Jiao suddenly grabbed Su Luo's face. Don't let him continue to do evil. But immediately, in public, she gently touched his dog's nose with her nose. Then they instantly distanced themselves from each other. Don't move around anymore. Be good, okay? Nan Jiao said this, rubbed Su Luo's dog head, and held him tighter in her arms. Along with it comes the system prompt sound. Ding, a more intimate touch, reward of 2,000 intimacy points. The reminder tone is no longer important. Su Luo was careless. He regretted it deeply. He should have struggled violently and slapped Nan Jiao in the face. How dare she tease and make fun of him? Damn it. Missed the best time. However, Su Luo calmed down and thought about it. This girl suddenly behaved like this. Maybe it was because of the girl opposite? It seems. Because of the appearance of Mo Ruffling, Nan Jiao now feels a sense of crisis. Moreover, it may also be due to a sense of protection among beautiful women. So, this girl must feel threatened. Otherwise, she wouldn't have suddenly done such a thing to Su Luo. After all, Nan Jiao has always been either emotionally agitated and out of control, or maybe he would take advantage of the time when no one is in the room to have such intimate behavior with Su Luo. Now it seems, hey, this girl is also jealous. Moreover, I have my own little thoughts. Although in Su Luo's opinion, it's a bit childish like a little girl, but invisibly, it adds a bit of silly cuteness. At least, Su Luo felt that he was valued more. This is very nice. Dog life is full of expectations. Originally, he thought this girl was weird. Now it seems that her appearance actually has a good and positive side. Su Luo's mood suddenly brightened up. It seems that he already has his own master. I saw the scene where Nan Jiao and Su Luo interacted. Gu Hanshi couldn't help but repeat these words silently in his heart. Little girl, if you want that dress, you can try the challenge. Do you need it? At this time, Lei Guang, the owner of the challenging stall, spoke up. That little girl who was frightened by him and fell down at the beginning was really annoying. However, he still had a good impression of this polite and pretty little girl, so he couldn't help but speak. Uncle, can you tell me what the challenge is? Gu Hanshi finally withdrew his gaze. Sure. Lei Guang smiled and stopped hiding his feelings. He directly took out a black stone from the luggage and belongings next to him. This is a stone that is as black as ink and emits a faint light. The moment it was placed on the ground, the soil on the ground actually sank a little bit downwards, to the extent visible to the naked eye. It is obvious that its weight is sufficient. At the same time, the shouts of the people around were immediately heard. Shit, it's the memory star meteorite. It seems to be this thing. This big guy actually took out this thing so casually. It seems that his strength is also terrifying. Everyone started discussing, and the thought of what this thing was automatically emerged in Su Luo's mind. Memory star meteorite is a kind of meteorite that comes from outer space. This meteorite has a magical function, which is that it can use the power of star veins to adjust the weight of the stone at will. In other words, if you want it to be 1,000 kilograms, it can be 1,000 kilograms. If you want it to be 3,000 kilograms, it can be 3,000 kilograms. Very convenient. But the prerequisite is that your star vein power is sufficient to enable it to adjust. Moreover, Su Luo knew about it. Many people would use this memory star meteorite to conduct weight-bearing training for their beasts. In order to enhance their physique and explosive power, it can be said that this thing is still very useful. Call out your beast, and I will let it challenge you with strength according to its level. Lei Guang spoke, and his way of challenging was still rough, violent, simple, and direct. Each time, I will increase the weight of the memory star meteorite until all 3 weight challenges are completed. As soon as Lei Guang finished speaking, passers-by around him began to point and talk. How can this be accomplished? The power is up to you. You can set it however you want. That's right, this boss is not kind at all. I just tried to challenge the Earth Shatter Ape to move him, but that didn't work, let alone challenge the memory meteorite. You can't say that. If it's a beast taming with pure strength, it can still be successful. I have tried to complete the challenge before. There were many questioning voices, but Lei Guang didn't feel embarrassed or awkward at all. Instead, he remained calm and composed. However, Gu Hanshi made a bitter face, sighed and said, "I'm sorry, uncle. I may not be able to carry out this strength challenge. My beast is not a power type. I know this very well." She was telling the truth. This is also the reason why she asked Lei Guang at the beginning if she could buy that lace soft armor. That's a shame. Lei Guang shrugged. Although he had a very good impression of this little girl. However, the rules he has set will not be broken because of anyone. Gu Hanshi's gaze slowly fell on the ice cicada fairy silk dress. It seems that this thing is just not meant for her. Ouch! At this moment, a soft cry was heard. While Nan Jiao was staring at the clothes in a daze, Su Luo had found the right moment, broke free from her arms, and leaped forward. Appeared in everyone's sight. He finally couldn't bear it anymore and decided to take action. Chapter 69. Lei Guang deliberately tested. Lolo. Nan Jiao also quickly came to Su Luo's side. She didn't know why he suddenly ran out. But out of concern, I followed as soon as possible. But Su Luo knew what he was doing. He had just secretly spent nearly 9,000 intimacy points. He also successfully increased his own strength to its current maximum value. That is 860 points. This is the maximum power he can achieve at his current third level of cultivation. As for why it costs so much money, the truth is that the price of strength potion became higher after he reached the upgrade stage. From 200 to 400. Fortunately, Su Luo's intimacy value is now much faster than at the beginning. I won't feel too sad. Ao, I want a challenge. Su Luo shouted at Lei Guang a few times. Then he stretched out his claws, pointed at the memory star meteorite, and then pointed at the ice cicada fairy clothes above. At first, the big boss was still a little confused. But fortunately, Nan Jiao is here. She can now say that she knows Su Luo very well. I can probably guess what he meant. Lolo, are you saying you want to challenge this? Nan Jiao frowned slightly. The weight of this thing is terrifying. She knew clearly that Su Luo's speed advantage was very strong, so he should not be a power-type beastmaster. Challenge this. To be honest, Nan Jiao was a little worried that he would be hit hard, because Su Luo has always been such a confident beastmaster. Yes. Su Luo nodded quickly and roared, indicating that he wanted a challenge. Gu Hanshi beside him had been looking at Su Luo, his eyes sparkling, and no one knew what he was thinking. However, we can know that. She was also very curious and surprised that Su Luo was going to take on this challenge. After all, he is so small. Before Nan Jiao could speak, Lei Guang spoke first. This little guy still looks very high-spirited. How about letting him give it a try? Haha. In fact, the moment he saw Su Luo, Lei Guang began to feel doubtful. He had been traveling across the continent for so many years and had encountered at least 8,000 kinds of ferocious beasts. However, he couldn't even tell what kind of ferocious beast this little guy was. The only thing we know is that he should be a dog. That's why he asked Su Luo to give it a try. It's because he wants to look more and observe more to see if there are any clues. May I? Nan Jiao glanced at Lei Guang. Will it affect your business, boss? No, let him come. Lei Guang said, stretched out his hand and patted the memory meteorite under his feet, and continued. However, this little fellow is only at level 3 and doesn't look like a powerful beastmaster. I'll adjust the weight. After all, this stone weighs 3,000 pounds now. As he spoke, he poured in the power of the star veins and adjusted the weight of the memory star meteorite. But Su Luo quickly stepped forward and pressed his hand with one claw. And she shook her head at him very spiritually. Who are you looking down on? Also adjust the weight. Su Luo simply rolled his eyes. Hey little guy, why don't you adjust the weight for me? This time, Lei Guang understood what he meant. But Su Luo really wanted to slap him in the face with his claws. Damn it. I have always been calling you little one, but you still call me little even though I am not little. Besides, are you big? Take it out and have a look. However, Lei Guang obviously did not understand his inner thoughts, and instead said, Think carefully, this thing weighs 3,000 pounds. Don't accuse me of tripping you up later. Su Luo pointed directly at the ice cicada fairy silk dress on top, and then pointed at himself. That little thing is self-evident. Even Gu Hanshi and the onlookers understood what he wanted to express this time. This little dog is interesting. Is he saying that the soft armor is his? I guess that's what he meant. He wants to accept the challenge of this soft armor. The little guy is quite brave. I have the courage, but I can't see myself clearly. Yes, a weight of 3,000 kilograms is almost an impossible task for a third-level beastmaster, right? Be more confident. Remove the word almost and the word bar. Everyone started talking. Among the onlookers, not one was optimistic about Su Luo. It is one thing to admire courage, but hard power cannot be surpassed. Even Fu Yufei kept shaking her head, secretly mocking Su Luo and Nan Jiao for overestimating their abilities. In fact, she didn't know at all that this was just Su Luo's own idea. I don't know what they are talking about. I just think Luo is okay. Lu Zixin pouted, slightly dissatisfied. There were so many voices questioning Su Luo all around her that made her feel very uncomfortable. At this time, even if Su Luo really can't do it, she has to say it's okay. I don't know why, but I suddenly had a feeling that Luo could. Mu Xiaoxi was a little surprised. Is this something that Meng Jingran, who has always been calm, could say? She thinks this girl is the most rational one among the four of them. Now you actually think that Lolo can succeed in the challenge? A little crazy. But Mu Xiaoxi didn't know why, but she felt her blood boiling and a little excited. Compared to them, Nan Jiao's thoughts were a little more complicated. She looked at the lace above, and then looked at Su Luo, who was determined to challenge this. In the midst of it, she actually had a feeling. Did Su Luo take on this challenge specifically for her? He knew she liked this and wanted to win it and give it to her? Just to make her happy? Why does this feel like what a boyfriend does to his girlfriend? Such thoughts could not be suppressed and rose up. Nan Jiao suddenly felt her pretty face getting hot, and she secretly complained about herself several times in her heart. Nan Jiao, what are you thinking about? Lolo is a beast master. Even if he really wants to give it to you, it's because he protects his master. He wants to make you happy. What on earth are you thinking about? Just when Nan Jiao was complaining about herself, Lei Guang also spoke. Little guy, do you want the ice cicada fairy clothes? Although he hated being told the truth, Su Luo still nodded. Haha, that's interesting. Lei Guang patted his chest and continued. Who do you want to give the gift to if you succeed in the challenge? Damn it, why are you talking so much nonsense? Su Luo was a little dissatisfied, but he still stretched out his claws and pointed in the direction of Nan Jiao. Oh, you're still an infatuated beastmaster. Haha. Lei Guang laughed out loud with his eyes flashing. The reason why he talked so much nonsense with Su Luo just now was that he wanted to test the intelligence of this beast. As a result, the other party answered questions fluently, just like a human. It seems that his intelligence is definitely not low. Chapter 70. Sorry. Too cautious. Hearing the words infatuated beast tamer, Su Luo was a little speechless. This guy really opens his mouth and dares to say anything. But little do people know. Nan Jiao, who was standing behind, blushed even more when she saw Su Luo admit it and heard what Lei Guang said. She even felt her little heart beating very fast for a moment. However, amidst this rapid heartbeat, she suddenly felt a sweet feeling rising in her heart. Because Su Luo admitted that he participated in this challenge because of her. Gu Hanshi next to him didn't react much, but his eyes were always on Su Luo. She was curious because she could not see any fear or subjugation on Su Luo's face. On the contrary, you can also see calmness and composure. Just because you are so infatuated, I will let you challenge me. I won't say how many times I challenge you. Lei Guang stood up all of a sudden, stepped on the memory star meteorite under his feet, and said, If you can move this 3,000 gene weight a little, take this soft armor. Hearing him say this, Su Luo narrowed his eyes slightly. From what Lei Guang had just done, he could guess that this guy was definitely a very methodical person. Even though the girl liked the soft armor so much, he didn't make an exception and asked her to challenge. But why is it different when it comes to Su Luo? Su Luo recalled the details just now. Suddenly I understood. This guy is testing me. The same goes for this strength challenge. Good job. Although he didn't know what his purpose was, Su Luo was not afraid. Not only was he not afraid, he even took a few steps back and tried to gather strength. Lei Guang also knew at this time that Su Luo was preparing to challenge. So he also moved 2 steps to the side. Oh, this little guy is serious. It looks impressive, but I can't predict where he'll end up. Don't say anything. I'll applaud him later to encourage his courage. The onlookers and the beast masters spoke up again. Only. Above the crowd, on a certain 3rd floor, there was a pair of eyes staring at Su Luo. Said he was watching Su Luo. In fact, his eyes also fell on Nan Jiao. The outside world is bustling with people, but Su Luo doesn't care about it, because he is currently communicating with the system. Although Su Luo's strength has been increased to the maximum that his body can currently withstand. But in front of everyone. Plus, these guys didn't believe he could do it. Su Luo felt that he should do it. And do your best. Therefore, he carefully searched the system again, spent 5,000 intimacy points, and bought a bottle of potion. Strength Enhancement Potion can instantly increase strength 500 times within 1 minute. No side effects. As soon as he took the potion, Su Luo felt full of strength, and his self-confidence came to him invisibly. Sure enough, it's better to be cautious. Lolo, come on. Just as Su Luo was feeling the power in his body, he heard Nanjiao's cry. It turned out to be this girl. Seeing him hesitating, she thought he was a little timid. So, I couldn't help but say something to encourage him. After taking a look at Nanjiao, who was cheering him on with her fists clenched, Su Luo nodded. It's totally fine to indicate. It's no big deal. Just then, the moment he turned his head, Su Luo's eyes met Guhanchi's again. She found that the girl was still looking at him. So, his name is Luo Luo? Guhanchi whispered softly. This was not the first time she had heard Nanjiao say these two words. However, she only dared to confirm it now. And in front, Su Luo has already moved. Quiet as a virgin, swift as a rabbit. Su Luo's speed is like a flash of lightning. Before everyone could see what was happening, his petite figure disappeared. Boom. In the blink of an eye, a dull sound was heard. In the eyes of everyone, the piece of memory star meteorite that Lei Guang said weighed 3,000 kilograms actually flew towards the wall behind. Suddenly, smoke and dust rose everywhere. And Su Luo's figure has appeared at the location where the meteorite was just remembered. Hiss. The whole audience was shocked. Everyone's expression changed at this moment. The only thing they could see was the wall that was still emitting smoke and dust. Also, although Su Luo is petite, she looks infinitely tall at this moment. No applause. At this moment, there was only silence in this place. If I have to describe one sound, it would be the sound of swallowing saliva due to excessive shock. Even Nanjiao, the person who knows Su Luo best. At this moment, she was also covering her mouth, her face full of disbelief. Those beautiful eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. The same is true for Lu Zixin and the others. The smoke cleared. The memory star meteorite once again appeared in everyone's sight. It has now been embedded into the thick wall. Moreover, it was embedded firmly in the body. There is not a single thing that sticks out. Lei Guang's throat also moved with difficulty. The shock in his heart was no less than that of anyone else present. Because no one knows better than him. The weight of this memory star meteorite is actually not 3,000 kilograms, but 4,000 kilograms. Before, Lei Guang thought that there was not much difference between 3,000 kilograms and 4,000 kilograms. Because the 3,000 gene Su Luo is certain, it is absolutely impossible to successfully challenge him. Isn't the principle the same for 3,000 pounds and 4,000 pounds? But the result was a hard slap in the face. Moreover, she slapped him hard. It's just that Su Luo didn't know, otherwise he would have really kicked him. Damn, you are a genius in logic. Pa pa pa. I don't know who suddenly applauded. Next comes the second one, then the third and fourth. Immediately, there was overwhelming applause. It resounded throughout the area. Then, there was a shout. The passionate voice is enough to overturn the whole sky. The people present at the scene were initially unconvinced and began to question. In the end, I was shocked, incredulous, and full of admiration. They have experienced a mental journey that is like a roller coaster. Up and down. It's impossible not to admire him. This is only a third-level young beast master. That's a stone weighing 3,000 pounds. Isn't it against the will of heaven? Everyone's enthusiasm made Nanjiao stop in her tracks. Now she is very excited, happy, and proud. I even wanted to hug Su Luo and give him a big kiss. But she wanted him to enjoy the applause and cheers from others alone. So she stopped. Su Luo looked at the memory meteorite embedded in the wall and the shocked faces of the people around him. What echoes in my ears is the passionate sound waves that are enough to overturn everything. He couldn't help but sigh slightly. How sorry I am. I'm being too cautious. This doesn't require a 500-fold increase. I think 10 times is enough. Oh, be careful. Chapter 71 God-Level Comprehension Ability. Love it. This beast is indeed not simple. Lei Guang pursed his lips, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Su Luo also changed. Immediately, he seemed to have thought of something. Perhaps there is a mutation? As soon as this thought came out, Lei Guang's eyes lit up. At this time, the cheers and shouts around had gradually weakened. However, the faces of the onlookers were still filled with excitement and excitement. After all, Su Luo's performance is truly something you've never seen before. The only person whose emotions were different from others was Fu Yufei. There was indeed shock in the woman's eyes, but more of it was jealousy and resentment. Very complicated. Compared to her, Guhanchi was much calmer. Just now, she just applauded and blessed Su Luo with a smile on her face. Ah, give it to me. Seeing that the crazy energy had passed, Su Luo quickly walked to Lei Guang and patted him with his paw. By the way, he pointed to the eye cicada fairy silk soft armor above. The meaning is obvious. As promised, my reward, hurry up and take it down. Even if Lei Guang was a fool, he could see it. He smiled generously and said, "You are quite impatient. Don't worry, I, Lei Guang, will keep my word." As he said this, he turned around and waved his hand. An invisible force has already enveloped the soft armor. With another wave of his hand, the ice cicada fairy clothes floated into his hands. "How are you going to take it? With your mouth?" This guy, even now he is like this, he is still testing him. Su Luo was also speechless about this. So it stood up very smartly and snatched the soft armor from Lei Guang's hand with one claw. Then he quickly ran towards Nanjiao. Fuck, this beast has become a spirit. Is it that smart? Can it imitate humans and move? Yes, it looks very smart. It's definitely possible. I want to have him for myself. How about asking later if it's for sale? Many beast masters felt curious. But some people think it's nothing. It's not a big deal. My bear can walk like this too. We just need to teach it and train it. Yes, my wolf will bow to me when he wants food. Compared with other beast masters, Su Luo's action once again shocked Lei Guang. In fact, it was more shocking than blowing away the memory star meteorite. Because Lei Guang understood very well what this beast control meant. Intelligence. His spiritual intelligence is at least purple, and it might even be black. This thought emerged in Lei Guang's mind. The later the beast taming progresses, the more the beast taming's high intelligence will be evident. Lei Guang, the beast master with all 6 meridians, knows this better than anyone else. Therefore, the shock in his heart was even greater. Who on earth is this little girl? How could she have such a terrifying beast master by her side? Lei Guang's heart was in turmoil and waves were surging. He inexplicably developed a strong interest in Nanjiao and Su Luo. On the other side, Su Luo had already come to Nanjiao's feet with the ice cicada fairy clothes in his hand, and raised it towards her. The girl also understood and squatted in front of him. Looking at Su Luo again, he couldn't wait any longer and stuffed the clothes into her arms very impatiently. Little did they know, Su Luo has not yet adapted to this newly increased power. One careless move, too much force. Damn it! Su Luo directly pressed his soft armor and claws on Nanjiao's chest. Or is it like the memory star meteorite, the kind that is embedded all at once? Hiss. Su Luo froze. Ding, awesome deep intimate contact, reward intimacy value 30,000. The system directly gave a prompt. This is a quick payback. But now the question is. Su Luo was so confused that he felt numb. How should he face Nanjiao? But the next moment, he no longer had to worry. Because Nanjiao suddenly hugged him in her arms. This is not over yet. The girl even looked around. She breathed a sigh of relief when she realized the looks from people around her were normal. She was really scared to death by Su Luo just now. Where on earth did this little guy press? There are usually few people, so it's fine in the room. But how could he treat her like this in public? The more this girl thought about it, the redder her face became, as if she was crying blood. It's all red behind my ears. While in Su Luo's arms, the system prompt sound rang in his ears. Ding, deep contact, reward intimacy value 10,000. Ding, deep contact, reward intimacy value 5,000. As the reminder sounded in his ears, Su Luo smelled the faint, unique scent of a woman. Is this too much? He attacked first, that's right. But this girl pushed him into the ravine. What does that mean? This is a sneak attack without any moral principles. Even if you want to thank him, you don't need to do this, right? Is he, Su Luo, so superficial? Oh my god, it smells so good. Su Luo quickly rubbed his head. He wanted to feel the amazing hornworm feeling first. How about tongue kiss through clothes? Suddenly, this thought came to his mind. But the next moment, Nanjiao had already hugged him in front of her. She seemed to realize that she was too excited and accidentally used too much force. Maybe Su Luo was crushed. I hope he is okay. However, when she saw that he seemed to be enjoying himself, Nanjiao became suspicious again. Maybe it wasn't pressed? And Su Luo, at this time, had something on his mind. He thought Nanjiao was holding him up because of the rub he gave her. She wants accountability. So it seems like he did something bad. For this reason, Su Luo quickly stretched out his claws. He first pointed to the soft armor in Nanjiao's arms, and then pointed to his own head. He indicated that the soft armor was specially given to her by him. He did this to divert the girl's attention. Little did he know that Nanjiao's next sentence would leave Su Luo stunned. Stunned. I'm at a loss. You mean, you want me to wear it for you to see? Nanjiao pursed her lips, and her beautiful face was all flushed. Those star-like eyes are extremely moist. She swore that she was really guessing what he meant according to Su Luo's usual style. Normally, when I give something to you, shouldn't I point it at myself first? However, Su Luo first pointed at the soft armor, and then pointed at his own. So, Nanjiao had to think more. I also tried my best to guess what he meant. Su Luo. Where is he, and who is he? Why can Nanjiao say this? Degree. Su Luo was stunned, but vaguely, there seems to be a little bit of anticipation. Damn, I'm a little excited. He really loves Nanjiao's god-level comprehension ability. Love it so much. It happened so fast, in just a moment. No one around me felt anything was wrong. In their hearts, they just envied Su Luo for having such a beautiful mistress. I just wish I could replace him. But, in the blind spot of their vision that they can't see, they had no idea how many things had happened that they could not imagine. In the inner world that they cannot see, I don't know how many ups and downs there are, how turbulent it is. And all this, they all belong to Su Luo and Nanjiao. This is a man and a beast. Chapter 72 Guhanshi is like a mist. To be honest, Su Luo never expected Nanjiao's god-level comprehension ability. But, now that the other party has said so, can Su Luo refuse? Can I refuse? Of course that's not possible. So, he nodded vigorously and indicated. That's right, that's what I mean. Nice, you finally understand me. Seeing him nodding so hastily, Nanjiao showed a hint of helplessness on her face. But then, she seemed to have thought of something and felt like playing something. The corners of her mouth curled up, as if in teasing, and she wrinkled her nose at Su Luo. No. I won't wear it for you to see. You little rascal, I made you anxious, hee. After Nanjiao finished speaking, she stuck out her tongue. Obviously, she was also not used to saying such things in such a situation. But there is no way. She really wanted to see Su Luo's anxious look. So, for some unknown reason, I just did it. Dig a groove. How dare this girl tease him? This is the opposite. This is not being able to tell the difference between the big and small kings, not knowing who is the master. Well, Su Luo was unhappy and immediately struggled. However, Nanjiao hugged him with a smile. Su Luo was angry because he didn't get what he wanted. I can only use my dog-licking skills on Nanjiao. If Muxiaoxi and the others hadn't come forward to congratulate them at this time, then they, one man and one beast, must stage a social death drama. However, seeing this harmonious and happy scene, Guhanchi's eyes were leisurely and no one knew what he was thinking. As time goes by, the storm will eventually subside a little. So, after Nanjiao happily put away the ice cicada fairy silk clothes that Su Luo gave her, she found her boss Lei Guang again. No matter what this girl says, she has to pay the star coin fee for the challenge to the boss. However, Lei Guang refused to accept anything. Not only did he refuse to accept it, he even patted his chest and said so. What Lei Guang said was as good as a spit. What you say is what you say. He had said before that it was enough for Su Luo to succeed in the challenge, and he didn't say that he would charge any money. Therefore, he would never accept Nanjiao's star coins. After a round of pushing and shoving, Nanjiao was helpless and could not resist at all. In the end, I could only thank Lei Guang and prepare to say goodbye and leave. Just as the four of them were about to leave, a number of beast masters came up. Their ideas are very simple, divided into two types. One is that it is directed at Su Luo. They asked Nanjiao if this beast could be sold. One is that it is aimed at Nanjiao and Su Luo. Most of these people are very cost-conscious. They think both humans and animals need it. However, now that we have humans, are we still afraid of the absence of beasts? Therefore, many people came forward to show their courtesy and said they wanted to invite Nanjiao and the others to dinner. He even threatened that he could choose any hotel in Tianlan City. But none of them succeeded. The reason is simple. Nanjiao said directly that she would never sell Su Luo. Moreover, they have already signed a soul contract, so these beast masters should forget about it. It is absolutely impossible to sell it. And also, forget about the issue of eating. They wouldn't consider eating with anyone. Also, they are students of Land and Beast Taming Academy. This identity was also announced directly. Most of these beast masters come from self-taught backgrounds. As soon as they heard that they were students of Land and Beast Taming Academy, they immediately stopped. Those who harbor evil intentions dare not reveal them for fear of being discovered. Su Luo knew the reason. Because in this era, there are differences between orthodox beast masters and heretical beast masters. People like Nanjiao are orthodox beast masters from the academic school. Most of this category are protected by the academy and have better training resources. And the heretic beast master. They are the beast masters who rely on their own efforts to fight their way out of the siege step by step in the wild. Most of this category are independent wanderers. They were unwilling to come into conflict with the orthodox beast masters of the academy and the city, fearing trouble. However, in the wild they are typical murderers and robbers. Like Kai Chingo and Bushuren before, these two are representatives of heretical beast masters. earn star coins through robbery and looting to purchase cultivation resources. After dealing with the surrounding beast tamers, Nan Jiao and the others prepared to leave. However, they discovered that Fu Yufei was standing not far in front of them. Also, Gu Hanqi. Fu Yufei's face was clearly filled with dissatisfaction and dissatisfaction. If it weren't for Gu Hanqi, she would have left long ago. At the same time, she didn't understand why she should stay. Could it be that Gu Hanqi also knows Nan Jiao? It doesn't exist. Or maybe she also wants to buy that little dog. Fu Yufei had known for a long time that the little smart dog beside Nan Jiao had changed. This is also the reason why she was not surprised before. After all, although she is not in the college, there are still many spies in the college. Fu Yufei was lost in thought. On the other side, Gu Hanqi had already walked straight forward. Nan Jiao didn't move either. She held Su Luo and watched her walk towards here step by step. Lu Zixin and the others didn't know what had happened. However, seeing that Nan Jiao had stopped, they naturally waited there as well. Sister, my name is Gu Hanqi, can I get to know you? The girl said this in a crisp voice and stopped in front of Nan Jiao. There was a faint smile on his face. Su Luo could feel a sense of intimacy from her. This may have something to do with her upbringing. However, deep down, Gu Hanqi actually has a more cold and aloof feeling. A cool feeling engraved in the bones. Su Luo had seen countless women, kings, and his eyes were so sharp that he could tell at a glance. Why? Nan Jiao glanced at her. She did not forget that Gu Hanqi had been staring at Su Luo before, although there was not as strong desire in her eyes as in the others. But there is still some vaguely. Because, Gu Hanqi said, glanced at Su Luo, and then continued. Because there are some things about him that you must want to know. As she spoke, she pointed at Su Luo with her slender finger. Su Luo, underscore? What the hell? About him? Su Luo didn't understand what Gu Hanqi was talking about. But it must be said that she did arouse Nan Jiao's curiosity. The girl held Su Luo tighter in her arms. Are you sure it's about him? She asked. Sure. Gu Hanqi nodded very firmly. Oh well. My name is Nan Jiao. Nan Jiao said this, and also introduced her own name. Let's go eat together? We can talk while we eat. Gu Hanqi said this, pointing to a restaurant not far away. I glanced at Nan Jiao and Mu Xiaoxi and the others beside her. In fact, there are only two things she focuses on. Su Luo. Nanjia Pomelo. Others, just being polite. Nan Jiao turned her head and looked at her roommates and found that they had no objections and all nodded in agreement. So, she just made the decision directly. Can. Then let's go. Gu Hanqi said this and turned around to move forward. Sister Hanqi, I won't go to eat with this group of people. That's a self-depreciation behavior. If you insist on going with them, then I'm leaving. When Fu Yufei saw that Gu Hanqi wanted to invite Nan Jiao and the others to dinner, what could she do? This is simply stepping on her tail and rubbing salt into her wounds. How could she tolerate this? So, she jumped out immediately. Fu Yufei's words were obviously very targeted. Therefore, Nan Jiao and the others' expressions also changed. Lu Zixin was even ready to refute. Little did they know. Gu Hanqi spoke first. If you don't want it, just leave. I don't think they're very willing to have dinner with you. The girl's tone was extremely calm, as if she was talking about an extremely ordinary matter. But what she said was simply murderous. Su Luo was stunned. Not to mention Nan Jiao and the others. Isn't this Gu Hanqi with Fu Yufei? How did he stand above their camp? I don't understand. Chapter 73. Attention, all parties. Danger lurks on every side. You? What did you say? Fu Yufei thought she had heard it wrong. She was in disbelief and dumbfounded. Gu Hanqi actually let her go. You're letting me go? Are you sure? Fu Yufei spoke. She seemed to have heard some huge joke. Yes, go ahead. However, Gu Hanqi looked at her and was very direct and straightforward. Get out of here. She said these three words calmly, neither heavy nor light. However, it miraculously carried an irresistible power. Su Luo, Nan Jiao, Lu Zixin, and the other two. They really didn't understand this operation. How disliked is Fu Yufei? Didn't Gu Hanqi just help her apologize to her boss Lei Guang? Why did the style of painting suddenly change? There are many questions in everyone's mind. But at this time, Gu Hanqi had already turned around again. Let's go. She put on a faint smile again and walked straight ahead. Nan Jiao and the others were stunned for a moment, then followed. During the whole process, Fu Yufei was so angry that she was shaking all over. But, miraculously, she didn't say a word. Just watching Nan Jiao and the others leave. Su Luo looked at Gu Hanqi's back, and he really felt that he could no longer understand this girl. Just like a two-faced girl. In the back, Lei Guang had actually been watching Nan Jiao, Su Luo, and the others. When he saw Su Luo and the others leave, he quietly released one of his beasts. It is the 9 netherhorn sky ant that is good at tracking. This 9 netherhorn sky ant is also magical. It fell on the ground, as if it had become invisible. No one can see its existence. Only Lei Guang, the master, can see it. It glowed with a purple glow and disappeared in an instant like lightning. The 9 netherhorn sky ant's hidden state is undoubtedly the most suitable for tracking. Lei Guang was very relieved. The other side, Fu Yufei stayed where she was, trembling all over. People around her looked at her strangely. Among them, there were some people who obviously knew her and knew that she was from the Fu family. However, precisely because I know her, this look is even more interesting. Real. If someone else treated her like this, Fu Yufei would definitely be furious. However, only Gu Hanqi didn't dare. Because her father had repeatedly told Fu Yufei not to offend Gu Hanqi. And she also vaguely knew some things about Gu Hanqi's family. It is precisely because of this that even though Fu Yufei was told to get out, she still dared not say a word. So humble. Yufei. A voice sounded. Fu Yufei turned around suddenly. Brother. She cried out in surprise, but then she looked aggrieved. Who else could this person behind her be but her good brother Fu Haiyu? Fu Yufei would only show this expression in front of her family. Okay, it's okay. Fu Haiyu smiled, put his arm around her shoulders, and said, My eldest brother was upstairs just now and saw everything. He didn't lie. Just now upstairs, he saw everything that happened here clearly. From Fu Yufei being frightened by Lei Guang at the beginning, to Su Luo successfully challenging and shocking everyone. In the end, Gu Hanqi told his sister to get out. Fu Haiyu saw all of this clearly. As for why he didn't come out, there are many reasons. Gu Hanqi is one. Su Luo's amazing performance at that time was also. Nanjiu is one too. Then why don't you come out to help me? As expected, when Fu Yufei heard this, she felt uncomfortable and struggled to run away. Obviously angry. However, Fu Haiyu still understood his sister and quickly hugged her shoulders tightly. Listen to me first. He quickly explained. I'm not coming out. Isn't it to help you observe carefully and think of ways to take revenge on your enemies? The girl holding the beast just now is the one you want to take revenge on, right? When Fu Yufei heard this, she became unhappy again. Brother, haven't you seen the portrait I drew of you? Fu Haiyu. This is embarrassing. When Fu Yufei gave him the portrait, he didn't even look at it and gave it directly to Kai Qinggo. Fortunately, he had a quick mind and reacted quickly. This portrait is so beautiful. The real person is much uglier, so I have to confirm it. Really? When Fu Yufei heard this, a smile appeared on her face again. Yes, it's this stinky woman. That's her. Brother, you must find a way to help me get revenge this time. Fu Yufei said this, shaking her eldest brother's arm again and acting coquettishly. Finally, he looked in the direction of Lei Guang not far away and whispered, And that stinky guy too, he was just mean to me. Don't worry, I will definitely help you avenge your grudge. Fu Haiyu patted his chest and promised. She is in the city right now. I can't do anything to her because the city lord has been paying close attention to the order in the city recently. But once she leaves Tianlan City, I can guarantee that she will have no chance of survival. His chest was thumping. But in reality, one's heart is not what one says. Ever since I saw Nanjiao's beauty and Su Luo's perversion, Fu Haiyu doesn't want to kill her anymore. On the contrary, he wanted to get her. The kind that you get completely from the flesh, body, and soul. No matter what, use any means. As for revenge, it was just to keep my sister safe. Fu Yufei was also easy to coax. She was so confused by her elder brother's two vague promises that she couldn't tell east from west. And what about that guy? As she spoke, she pursed her lips. And Gu Hanqi, she just did that to me too. Thinking of this, Fu Yufei gritted her teeth again, still feeling indignant. Gu Hanqi can't do anything. Fu Haiyu just shook his head. We can't afford to offend her. But as for that guy, it's fine. If he dares to harm my sister, I will make sure he dies without a complete corpse. As he spoke, he glanced in Lei Guang's direction from the corner of his eye. Well, okay then. Although there is no way to teach Gu Hanqi a lesson. But Fu Yufei was already very satisfied with the other promise she got from her elder brother. Okay, let's go eat. And by the way, tell me more about you and your enemy. So I can help you get revenge. Fu Haiyu patted his sister's shoulder. Okay. Fu Yufei didn't suspect anything, but was very happy, and her steps became lighter. The two siblings walked further and further away, arm in arm. However, what they don't know is, behind them, a pair of eyes were always staring at them. You want me to be killed without a complete body? You want revenge on me? Do you really think that I, Lei Guang, am a soft persimmon that can be easily squeezed? Lei Guang's eyes flickered. His face was as gloomy as water, and his eyes were full of cold light. Then I will strike first. After a while, he let out a breath. Chapter 74, Tianji Valley Gu Family. True or false? Outside Tianlong City, somewhere by a river in the wild, the 11 members of the impoverished Maple and Blue Beast Taming Academy are staying here at the moment. Among them, there are 10 students and 1 teacher. They were really kicked out. What Long Jining said was really as true as his words. If I tell them to get out, they will pack up and leave immediately. It was so embarrassing that they couldn't stay in Tianlong City any longer, so they had to leave the city directly. Teacher Wang, how is it going? Wang Zhongjian came closer and closer in a hurry. The moment he saw him, Mo suddenly became alert and couldn't help but ask. It has been confirmed. It has indeed been changed to a sole contract. Wang Zhongjian took the water from the student and drank 2 big gulps. Just now he was naturally helping to investigate the matter of Nan Jiao's contract. This is also what Mo requested. Originally Wang Zhongjian was unwilling. Because of this guy's family, he does have considerable influence in Fengwan City. So, he could only do it for him. Asshole. When Mo heard this, he punched the stone beside him angrily. Moment. His fist was bleeding. The wound on the chest that had been sutured was torn again, and bright red flowed out from the bandage. Wujun Kai. I said. He really couldn't have realized before that his brother Ruffing actually had masochism. Especially when he was attacked by the Beastmaster before, his first reaction was not anger, but excitement and joy. Damn it. Wujun Kai is terrified when he thinks about it. He decided that he could not share a tent with Mo Ruffing tonight no matter what. He was afraid that when he woke up, his pants would be stripped off and the chrysanthemums and flowers would bloom all over the mountain. That's it. I must get this beast. Mo Ruffing stood up at this time, with an almost crazy look on his face. The students around were also a little frightened. Even Wang Zhongjian was also a little afraid of him. This Mo Ruffing, I'm afraid he's a pervert. Wipe. He complained several times in his mind. Send a message immediately and ask the family to send someone over. At this time, Mo Ruffing turned around and said something to the air. Wang Zhongjian, Wujun Kai. Everyone present felt a chill on their backs. Sigma, hurry up. Not getting any response, Mo Ruffing urged again. No. Finally, a response came from this deserted place. Only then did Wang Zhongjian realize it. It turns out that this young master has always had bodyguards around him. It's just that he didn't show his face. Damn it. Then why do we need him to run errands? The more Wang Zhongjian thought about it, the more unhappy he became. The other side. A hotel box in Tianlong City. There are 4 people in Nan Jiao's dormitory, plus Gu Hanqi. The 5 people in this group are already somewhat familiar with each other. At least, Lu Zixin and the others introduced themselves, and they had a brief conversation with each other. Moreover, they had already enjoyed a dinner together. Originally, as soon as Nan Jiao entered the box, she couldn't wait to ask Gu Hanqi. What exactly was she talking about regarding Su Luo? But the answer is, let's finish the meal first, and then talk about the follow-up matters. Gu Hanqi's habit seems to be like this. I always do things in an orderly and step-by-step manner. Even, she doesn't like to talk while eating. But, I would look at Su Luo occasionally. Because Nan Jiao was feeding him. The latter had an expression full of enjoyment. He didn't feel constrained at all by the presence of an outsider like her. It is Nan Jiao and Su Luo, this man and beast, who are so compatible. That's why Gu Hanqi looked at him so many times. But no one knew what she was thinking. Now can you tell me why? What on earth do you want to tell me about Luo? After the meal, Nan Jiao couldn't help but ask again. Mu Xiaoxi and the other 2 were very smart. They chose to stay in a corner not far away and sip tea. Give space to Nan Jiao and Gu Hanqi. Allow them enough private space. I am from the Gu family of Tianji Valley. Gu Hanqi suddenly said. Tianji Valley? Gu family. To be honest, Su Luo, who was in Nan Jiao's arms, was really confused. After all, he knows a lot about this world. However, the system did not tell him about the various forces. So he was very confused. However, Nan Jiao obviously knew about Tianji Valley. There was a look of surprise on her face, and she spoke. Are you from Tianji Valley? Then why are you here? Don't people from Tianji Valley usually stay away from the world? Nan Jiao asked 3 questions in a row. She had actually heard of this Tianji Valley. Not only had she heard of them, it could be said that these 3 words were well known in the world of Beastmasters. Rumor has it that the Beastmaster in Tianji Valley never comes out into the world. Moreover, they have a special ability. That is, you can see the future. As for how she could see the future, Nan Jiao didn't know. Because it's just a rumor. You are right. People from Tianji Valley generally do not come out into the world. Gu Hanqi spoke. But, I should be an exception. Nan Jiao didn't say anything. She knew the other party hadn't finished speaking yet. Because our ancestor saw him in my future. Guhanchi said this and pointed her slender finger at Su Luo. What's the meaning? Upon hearing this, Nanjiao immediately hugged Su Luo tightly like a swan protecting its calf. And the clever Su Luo seemed to have guessed something from Guhanchi's words. Did Guhanchi see Su Luo in his future? What this means is that the people in Tianji Valley can peek into the future and the secrets of heaven. There's something. Did you really sign a soul contract with him? Guhanchi did not directly answer Nanjiao's question, but asked a question about something else. It's true, no joke. Then history has changed. At this time, Guhanchi glanced at Nanjiao and Su Luo leisurely and said something vague. Damn it. Su Luo just couldn't speak. Otherwise, he would have to scold Guhanchi a few words. Can you talk without panting? Can you finish it all at once? It's really annoying to hear people keep saying half and half left all day long. In fact, I should have come to Tianlan City a long time ago, but I was delayed due to something. Finally, Guhanchi stopped panting and began to narrate normally. Chapter 75 Style. Reject Guhanchi's touch. It turns out that Guhanchi should have arrived in Tianlan City 2 weeks ago, because their ancestor had already told her that the beast that her Xianmai could contract was in Tianlan City. Moreover, from the memory fragments, what Guhanchi saw was Su Luo. She saw both the Su Luo as a little smart dog and the current Su Luo. Moreover, Su Luo was indeed with her at that time and was her beastly master. But, on the way here, due to some accidents, Guhanchi did not arrive at Tianlan City on time. This delayed it for quite a while. It was also due to the unexpected delay that the future was discovered to be deviated. Su Luo was contracted by Nanjiao. She missed the best opportunity. Or in other words, at that time, Su Luo, a little smart dog, appeared in the animal pen of Lanhin Beastmaster Academy in a daze. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be in that place. After all, the animal pen had never had such low-level spirit beasts for students to choose from. This is probably the case. And the smart Su Luo also summed up several points. One is, what exactly was the reason for Guhanchi's delay? One is, if Guhanchi said so, was he really her destined beast tamer? One is, Guhanchi is so young, but he is already a beastmaster with his Xianmai opened? This is a bit awesome. To be honest, every word she said sounded a bit mysterious to Su Luo's ears. After all, peeking into the future, these 4 words themselves sound magical enough. Even though you say that, he is my beast now. After hearing what Guhanchi said, Nanjiao didn't know what she wanted to express. So, she asserted her sovereignty early on. The fact that Su Luo is hers. No one can take it away. Since you have signed a soul contract, it proves that the bond between you is very strong. Guhanchi said, glancing at Su Luo who was lying comfortably on Nanjiao's legs. Then he continued, I won't ask you for it, because it's my own problem that led to this result. After hearing her words, Nanjiao relaxed a little. It's not that she doesn't believe in Su Luo, or that she doesn't have confidence in herself, but the opponent is too powerful. The people of Tianji Valley. But there is one thing I still want to tell you. Guhanchi spoke again. What? Feeling that she suddenly became serious, Nanjiao couldn't help but become serious too. Practice well, the heaven ranking and earth ranking will be opened soon. By then, the world will become even more chaotic. The heaven ranking and the earth ranking? Nanjiao had never heard of these 2 words, let alone Su Luo. You'll know soon enough. Guhanchi kept it a secret. But he will appear on it. So as the master, you must practice hard to keep up with him. That's where the conversation ends. Even Nanjiao still has many doubts. However, Guhanchi has already kept silent. A group of people are standing at the hotel entrance, preparing to say goodbye. Sister, can I touch him? When they separated, Guhanchi suddenly asked a question. Nanjiao is a kind person, so naturally she would not refuse to satisfy such a request. So she nodded. Can? Guhanchi hesitated for a moment, but still stretched out his hand, wanting to touch Su Luo. But the latter was very disrespectful. He dodged directly and crashed into Nanjiao's arms. He successfully bumped into the soft and tender body, and also avoided Guhanchi's hand. This reaction also made Guhanchi stunned. Finally, she sighed slightly and withdrew her slender hand. It seems that he doesn't want to, so forget it. As she spoke, she nodded politely to Nanjiao and the others, then turned and left. I can't tell whether I'm lost or not. And Su Luo, of course, was unwilling. Although the other person is a beautiful woman. But can anyone touch him just because they want to? How cheap is that? He, Su Luo, wants to be the dog that others can't get. Thinking of this, Su Luo couldn't help but move closer to Nanjiao's arms. What he didn't know was, it was this evasive action of his that caught Nanjiao's eye, causing the girl to feel strange. Even the look in her eyes when she looked at him couldn't help but soften a little. Lanhin Beastmaster Academy. Girls' Dormatory. Okay, don't cry. Su Luo glanced helplessly at the elemental elf, who was crying loudly. Today he forgot about this little guy again. Didn't take it out. As soon as Su Luo came back, it launched a strong moral condemnation against him. Until Nanjiao helped Su Luo take a bath and blow-dried his hair. This elemental elf still refused to give up. Still crying. Wu, you're a big liar, a big bad guy. You clearly said you would take me out. The elemental spirit sobbed nonstop. That is, it is of the water element. If it was any other element, Su Luo would have to dissect it and study it. See why there is so much water? Can't you stop crying? We'll be able to go out soon. We may go out into the wild in the next 2 days. I'll take you out then. Su Luo said comfortingly. Really? Sure enough, upon hearing the possibility of going out into the wild, the elemental elves immediately became excited. If you keep crying it will be fake, but if you stop crying it will be real. Su Luo is quite good at coaxing children. So, he spoke half jokingly and half threateningly. As expected, after hearing what he said, the elemental elves stopped crying. Not only did she look at him aggrievedly, she also wiped her tears and sniffed obediently. Su Luo felt like a bad guy. An inexplicable feeling of guilt surged in my heart. Okay, come here, Su Luo said, pulling it over with his claws, and then holding it down. You seem so nervous today. You must not have had enough rest. Go to sleep. The elemental elves thought it was another additional condition that prevented them from going out. It didn't dare to refute anything at the moment, so it quickly nodded and closed its eyes. That pitiful appearance made Su Luo feel ashamed. Why, had he done something worse than an animal to it? What Su Luo didn't know was, his invisible indifference was already a big step forward on his path to becoming a beastmaster. A historic step. Look, how obedient the elemental spirits are now. This will be Su Luo's best combat pet that can hit whatever he wants in the future. But that's a matter for later. Now Su Luo is checking his intimacy value. Before he knew it, he had already gained more than 90,000 intimacy points. Before, Su Luo was still a pauper. I never expected that we have already stepped onto the path to becoming moderately prosperous. Sure enough, the effort and reward are proportional. We should work harder to get more benefits. Su Luo secretly encouraged himself. Next, he wanted to see if there was any beast soul armor that was suitable for him, so that he could buy it to show off. After all, when you go out into the wild, you should get something to protect yourself. However, at this time, Su Luo looked towards the direction of the bathroom again. Nanjiao is inside. It seems that, in addition to buying beast soul armor, there are other things that can be operated. Such thoughts floated in Su Luo's mind. Chapter 76. Consider it a reward for you. Su Luo was just thinking, should he become smaller so that he could do something better? By the way, explore the aesthetics of the human body and the like. But, the next moment, a light, pop, sound interrupted Su Luo's thoughts. It was the sound of the bathroom door opening. Su Luo turned his head sharply and looked over. Oh my god. Damn it. Gulp. The sound of Su Luo swallowing saliva. It wasn't that he wanted to swallow his saliva, but the enemy's firepower was too fierce. It's really fierce. Nanjiao, at this moment, is wearing a pair of shorts. Nothing special, nothing special. To be honest, it's those long legs that are a bit dazzling, making people unable to take their eyes away. But, what else could she be wearing if not the ice cicada fairy silk dress? The snow-white lace soft armor that is designed to be a tight-fitting garment is now worn on Nanjiao's body. It outlines her perfect figure. It made her already curvy figure even more sexy and alluring. Especially the looming lace design. Su Luo could see the snow-white skin under her soft armor at a glance. Nanjiao is definitely the type who looks thin when dressed and has voluptuous figures when undressed. Only Su Luo, who had been in contact with her for such a long time, knew clearly how proud her bust was. Although, there is someone of Lu Zixin's level in the dormitory. However, Nanjiao is not much inferior. Now, Su Luo couldn't help but admire Lei Guang. Where on earth did he find such a soft armor? Wonderful. The designer of this soft armor is so talented. It is definitely worthy of cultivation by our male compatriots. But, the only thing that is a bit disappointing is why the materials are not more transparent. Why can't the design be bolder and more advanced? It's already made into lace. Can we not be so thick-skinned? A little less fabric. What's wrong with it? The most annoying thing is, why must the key points be covered up? Aren't beautiful things meant for Su Luo to enjoy alone? A certain dog was muttering and complaining crazily in his heart. But, no matter what Su Luo thinks, at this moment, the icy fairy dress matches the blush on Nanjiao's face. The expression is really captured. What does pure desire mean? That's called sexiness and sensuality are combined with the unique playfulness and purity of a girl. The girlish feeling is mixed with the sexiness, sensuality, and charm that only mature women have. The collision of these two styles is really amazing. She is more than 100 times more beautiful than any of the stars and supermodels he had seen on TV before. It's really amazing. I ask, which man can resist such a nanjiao? Su Luo can only say that he loves it. Love it so much. Just when he was about to step forward excitedly to study the ice cicada fairy silk cloth carefully, Nanjiao seemed to have seen through his intentions. Moment. The girl actually winked at him mischievously, raised the corners of her mouth, revealed a wicked smile, and stuck out her tongue. Then she turned around and quickly closed the door, disappeared from Su Luo's sight in the blink of an eye. All in one go. Let Su Luo be the only beast left, disheveled in the wind. It hasn't even started yet, and it's already over. Damn it. He was so excited that his blood rushed. However, I didn't expect that this excitement was in vain. Sighed slightly. Fortunately, Su Luo is not a beast who doesn't know how to be satisfied. He was already very surprised that Nanjiao was willing to wear this soft armor to show him. Only, how is he going to sleep tonight? Has anyone considered his feelings? Oh my god. Wipe. The dog really has no human rights. He is tired. Not long. The bathroom door opened again. Nanjiao appeared. The girl still had a faint blush on her face. However, the clothes he was wearing had changed into normal shorts and short-sleeved shirts. Simple, but still good-looking. She walked slowly towards Su Luo with a sweet smile. Still in a daze. The girl said this while pouting her lips slightly, as if she was a little proud. I am so proud of my charm that Su Luo is like this. After such a long time, I still haven't recovered. But shouldn't she be wondering why she feels so proud? Su Luo is a beast tamer. To put it bluntly, it's just a dog. However, Nanjiao didn't have this awareness. Not only that, she also leaned down gently and said to Su Luo with lively eyes, "Just now, I just regarded it as a reward for you." Award? Su Luo is confused. Did he do anything? However, Nanjiao answered his question the next moment. If you dare to let her touch you tonight, you'll be in trouble. You will. I've completely lost myself. The girl showed him her silver teeth and threatened him in a fierce and aggressive manner. In the end, she actually used her own head to bump against Su Luo's dog head. Ding, forehead close contact, reward closeness value 2000. The system sounded a prompt. Su Luo. This. How come Nanjiao suddenly became so cute and playful? It's a bit unreasonable. At which stage did Su Luo open up her Ren and do meridians? Actually, Nanjiao said this with a bit of a joking element. After all, she was willing to let Gu Hanqi touch Su Luo. However, what she didn't expect was that Su Luo actually chose to refuse. At that moment, Nanjiao felt inexplicably moved. She felt that this was a way for Su Luo to express his attitude. He doesn't want to be intimate with other people. I just want to be intimate with her. This is Nanjiao's interpretation of Su Luo's actions at that time. This girl moved me immediately. In other words, Su Luo didn't know. If he knew, he would have to use a few ellipses to speak for himself. He really didn't think that much at that time. He simply felt that he had to be a bit classy. How could Gu Hanqi touch him so casually? But it was also from that time that Nanjiao decided to reward Su Luo well. And the best reward is nothing more than fulfilling his little wish. Didn't he want to see her wearing that ice cicada fairy silk dress? So, after a fierce ideological battle, Nanjiao decided to wear it in front of him. Finally, there was tonight's scene. Su Luo, Sigma. He didn't understand it until now. TSK. It's indeed a woman. He didn't even know that a choice he made would have such a huge impact on the trend. Fortunately, he is smart. Compared to a pat on the head and a feast for the eyes, Su Luo will definitely choose the latter. You are so fucking smart, Su Luo. Why is there someone as smart as you in this world? Beast. He quickly gave himself a lot of likes and cheers. Okay, I'm going to pack my luggage in case I have to leave unexpectedly tomorrow. Seeing Su Luo suddenly realize something, Nanjiao suddenly covered her mouth and smiled. Then he reached out and rubbed Su Luo's head, and the look of doting was clearly visible in his eyes. Good. Su Luo could clearly feel that since Gu Hanqi appeared, the intimacy between him and Nanjiao had invisibly increased. Or say, this girl is starting to get nervous. She knows how much she loves him, and she's getting jealous. Well, not bad. After Su Luo's analysis, he really wanted to find Gu Hanqi and say thank you to her. Thank you so much for her support. Nice. Chapter 77 Extracting Bloodline Talent again. Nanjiao was already packing clothes and various items and utensils. Su Luo withdrew his gaze from her beautiful back. At this time, the elemental elf had fallen asleep long ago because he had been crying for so long. Su Luo picked up the little guy and put it on the cabinet, then grabbed a piece of rag to cover it. Then, he began to concentrate on studying the attribute panel. Because he had just gained another 2,000 intimacy points, Su Luo's intimacy value had already exceeded the 100,000 level. A major historic breakthrough. Just when he was thinking about whether or not to buy a beast soul armor, the system suddenly sounded a prompt. Ding! The host's second and third stage bloodline talent system blind boxes are available for purchase. Excuse me, do you need to buy it? Oh yes. Only then did Su Luo remember that he still had the system bloodline blind box. I should be able to buy 4, right system? Su Luo asked in his heart. That's right. The system responds directly. The reason why it reminded Su Luo that he could buy this system blind box was actually for his own good. Compared with the beast soul armor, what he should improve is his own strength. As for the void-devouring chaos beast bloodline, constantly improving the bloodline will undoubtedly bring Su Luo the greatest benefit. As a system, it has an obligation to remind Su Luo of this. Then buy it first. Su Luo spoke to the system. Is it a one-time purchase? No. Su Luo quickly shook his head. 1 draw can bring miracles, but 10 draws can ruin your life. How can I buy them together? You have to come one by one. Based on his understanding of games like blind boxes, Su Luo made his own choice. Ding! Consume 1,000 intimacy points to purchase a second stage bloodline blind box. The system was not ambiguous and gave a prompt directly. Su Luo remembered that when he bought the system blind box before, he used 500 intimacy points. I didn't expect that after spending 1,000 this time, the system silently raised the price. What a cunning guy. After complaining in his heart for a while, Su Luo still spoke. Open. Ding, activation successful. I failed to gain bloodline power, but I received 5,000 intimacy points as compensation. Su Luo, can you still play it like this, system? Su Luo immediately slammed the table and stood up, bullying a dog. It was promised that there would be a bloodline blind box, but it turned out to be an intimacy value compensation? Asshole. Su Luo had reason to suspect that the system was deliberately tricking him. After all, he said the classic words, a single draw can create a miracle, but 10 draws in a row can ruin your life. Little did they know. The scene of Su Luo's dog patting the bed with its paws was also accidentally seen by Nanjiao, who was packing up. She thought Su Luo was playing tricks again and didn't think much about it. On the contrary, she thought he was a little too cute. Unable to help it, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. An unconscious smile. Then, he continued to pack his clothes. The system will not make mistakes. Faced with the doubts, the system gave a cold answer. I bought all the bloodline blind boxes. Su Luo got angry and waved his hand. Ding! The purchase of the second and third stage bloodline blind boxes is successful. Ding! The total intimacy cost is 4,000. 3 bloodline blind boxes opened successfully. Ding! Obtain Xiantian Thick Earth Turtle Bloodline X2. Ding! Obtain the bloodline of the Shadow Ghost Wolf King. Su Luo was a little surprised. System, can you still draw out the same bloodline power? There are such outrageous operations. This is where he was surprised. Reasonable. However, what I got was the cold, prompt tone of the system. After complaining in his mind again, Su Luo didn't argue anything. After all, compared to the bloodline powers in the system store, this one is indeed much cheaper. Cheap things naturally have their shortcomings. He quickly checked the description of this bloodline power. Xiantian Thick Earth Turtle Bloodline. 1. Blessed by the Earth element, the Earth attribute attack is reduced by 3%. 2. If you stay in place for a period of time, your defense will increase by 20%. 3. Innate defense is enhanced, with a 3% defense bonus at any time. The blood power of this Xiantian Thick Earth Turtle is just barely passable at a glance. But if you look closely, it's actually a bit tasteless. Because there are too few blessings. Su Luo looked at the other one again. Bloodline of Shadow Ghost Wolf King. 1. Good at attacking, the damage of attacks from behind is increased by 50%, and the claw attack skill is prone to critical damage. 2. Ghost Bloodline. Light body, able to change body color, hide itself, and not be discovered. This Shadow Ghost Wolf King bloodline is quite interesting. Su Luo remembered that he had seen the bloodline of the Shadow Hunting Wolf King in the system mall before. The function of this bloodline is to become invisible in the dark. That's the only feature. However, the bloodline of the Shadow Ghost Wolf King is somewhat different. The introduction of this bloodline power should still be more like a chameleon. Can change itself to a great extent according to the environment. Moreover, there are features of critical damage and sneak attack damage. It can be said that it is very good. However, because Su Luo had previously exploded and drawn the void-devouring chaos beast. So he wasn't too surprised by this thing. But as luck would have it, the system prompt came again. Ding! The host can spend a certain amount of intimacy value to perform blood fusion. Blood fusion? Su Luo was attracted at once. That's right. It is to fuse the extracted blood to obtain the upgraded version of blood. In this way, there is a way to deal with the number X2 extracted. The system has become considerate again. Su Luo didn't expect that there was such a way to play, and he immediately became interested. Can these three bloodlines be fused together? Okay da. How much intimacy is required? Instead of using it like this, Su Luo might as well take a gamble. This is his style. The same blood fusion requires 10,000 intimacy points, but mixed requires 20,000. Damn it. This fusion is not cheap. It can be said that if no good stuff appeared, Su Luo would have suffered a huge loss. But if you try hard, the bicycle can be turned into a motorcycle. Su Luo thought about it, then gritted his teeth and said, merge them all together. Ding, spend 20,000 intimacy points. Fusion begins. This blood fusion will take 10 hours. Please wait patiently. If the host does not want to wait, he can spend intimacy points to increase. Get lost. Upon hearing that the system was trying to trick him into accelerating his intimacy value, Su Luo spoke up unceremoniously. Directly interrupted the system prompt sound. For Su Luo, intimacy is his flesh and blood. The system wants his flesh and blood. How can this be possible? Of course we have to fight back bravely. When he was done extracting blood power, Su Luo was planning to take a look at the beast's soul armor. But at this moment, out of the corner of his eye, he accidentally glanced at Nanjiao, who was packing clothes. Hiss. What the hell are you looking at? Beast soul armor. Su Luo moved immediately. Chapter 78, you will always be by my side, right? Hey Lolo, what are you doing? Inside the room, Nanjiao exclaimed in surprise. She was packing her clothes when Su Luo suddenly made a great leap and landed directly next to her. It scared her. That's it. This little guy actually put one paw on her clothes. Originally, it would have been fine if they were just ordinary clothes. But, is that ordinary clothing? Nanjiao is too embarrassed to talk about Su Luo. That is clearly a girl's underwear. That's right, Su Luo's dog paw was placed on the belly band that Nanjiao occasionally wore. He just realized that this girl actually had such a hobby. I also like to wear a small belly band. Various sexy belly bands. Isn't this just the same as those girls who like to wear JK uniforms? It's all a kind of clothing fetish. Moreover, what Su Luo did not expect was that Nanjiao had quite a few small belly bands. This girl was obviously struggling over whether or not to take this thing out into the wild. So I hesitated for a while. Just in time, Su Luo saw it. So, he rushed down quickly, wanting to lend a helping hand. Nonsense. When Su Luo was hugged by Nanjiao, he always felt a sense of obstruction from wearing ordinary underwear and clothes. To be honest, it's not very comfortable. However, once you put on this little belly band, the texture is completely different. Let's not even talk about whether he can see this problem. Su Luo just imagined that he could be hugged by Nanjiao wearing this. He was already excited and thrilled enough in his heart. Happiness is something you need to fight for yourself. Su Luo has always believed this sentence. So he took the initiative to stand up and fight for it. You want me to take this? Nanjiao seemed to understand Su Luo's meaning and tried to ask a question. Su Luo nodded quickly, indicating that it was correct. Unexpectedly, Nanjiao pouted and picked him up. At the same time, she patted Su Luo's but with her slender hands like she was patting a child. Little rascal, what do you think about every day? Not serious. It's inconvenient to carry this thing when you go out into the wild. Nanjiao said this and held Su Luo in her arms, preventing him from continuing to look at these shameful things. Then, she quickly cleaned up. Su Luo pretended to be aggrieved and let out a howl, then burrowed into Nanjiao's arms. He thought about it carefully and realized that he was a little too impatient. The intention is too obvious. Oh, I was careless. This kind of private matter is a sensitive topic for any girl. Never mind. At worst, when I have the chance in the future, I can just let Nanjiao wear it in front of me. Su Luo comforted himself in this way and finally felt relieved. However, what he didn't know was, after being teased by him like this, Nanjiao felt embarrassed at first. I really don't want to take this thing into the wild. But I don't know why. When she was almost done packing, she somehow put this thing into her backpack. Then, her face couldn't help but turn slightly red. There is a feeling of being slightly drunk. However, Su Luo couldn't see it. At night, after turning off the lights, the man and the beast lay on the bed as usual. Okay, go to bed. Taking advantage of the faint moonlight, Nanjiao saw Su Luo's bright, heterochromatic eyes. So, She couldn't help but stretch out her slender hand, patted his body gently, and spoke. Su Luo licked his lips, indicating that he understood. Then, he very honestly leaned towards Nanjiao's arms. Like a child. Nanjiao said this, but the smile on her face continued. Even though he was being called a child, how could Su Luo still endure it? Of course, launch your own attack. So he immediately stuck out his tongue, licked it upwards, and landed on her neck. It landed on her chin. Ding, light licking contact, reward of 2,000 intimacy value. Ding, licking contact, reward intimacy value 1,500. The system gave 2 prompts, indicating that Su Luo's intimacy value was successful. However, when he was about to continue, Nanjiao had already reached out and pinched his dog face. That's right, I really pinched his dog face. This girl's beautiful face has a faint blush under the moonlight. She already started to speak coquettishly. Okay, just 2 licks will do. After a while it became wet again. It felt weird and uncomfortable. Hearing her say this, Su Luo could only give up. There is no way, the life of a dog licker is not easy. But, because Nanjiao pinched his dog face. So now the man and the beast are looking at each other. Don't say it, in the dark, under the hazy moonlight. Su Luo felt that Nanjiao's beauty had reached another level. He could even feel his dog's heart beating wildly. It's really lethal. But, this kind of beauty will make you want to hold her in your arms. Then, love her, cherish her, and cherish her. It is a kind of beauty that people cannot bear to destroy or desecrate, rather than simply wanting to occupy or possess something. The beauty to be plundered. There is a difference. This is how Su Luo felt inside. So at this moment, he became quiet and stopped brushing up his intimacy points. However, in Nanjiao's heart, there is another feeling. She looked straight into Su Luo's heterochromatic eyes and thought they were very beautiful. However, after looking for a long time, Nanjiao seemed to see in a trance that the person lying in her arms was not a beast, but one person, a man, a handsome man who is almost evil, with a faint smirk on the corner of his mouth. That moment, Nanjiao blushed again. Su Luo was blushing so much that he was a little confused. What happened? This girl blushed when she looked at the other person? What's happening? Su Luo is so confused. Could it be that he is so handsome that Nanjiao can't tell the difference between a man and an animal? Hiss. This is a bit scary. At this time, Nanjiao squinted her eyes hard and opened them again. This time, everything was normal. Su Luo returned to his beast form. He is still the cute and handsome one. You'll always be by my side, right? Nanjiao suddenly asked this question, which sounded a bit hypocritical. However, at this moment, what Su Luo saw was the sparkling light in her eyes. Is that the prelude to tears? Could it be that this girl was reminded of something by the scene she saw, or was thinking of something? That's why you suddenly feel so emotional. I didn't expect that. Nanjiao is also a female classmate with a story. Su Luo was touched and quickly leaned into her arms, then stuck out his tongue. Prepare to lick it and comfort Nanjiao. But damn. Ding, intimate contact between tongue and lips. Get an intimacy value reward of 50,000. Su Luo swears. He definitely didn't mean it. He just stuck out his dog tongue, but Nanjiao just happened to look down. Then, as we all know, animals have longer tongues. So, by accident, he licked Nanjiao's lips with his tongue. He himself was stunned. This is a big deal. However, the intimacy value is really good. It smells so good that Su Luo even wants to lick it. A hint of surprise also flashed across Nanjiao's pretty face. But after being stunned, this girl seemed to have convinced herself. She reached out and rubbed Su Luo's head vigorously and said, "Is this your response to me?" Su Luo, who seemed to have done something wrong, quickly nodded his head. Indicate that it is correct. Well, I'll take that as your promise. You must always stay by my side from now on. Nanjiao said this, not knowing whether she was trying to hide her shyness or her surprise. Anyway, I suddenly hugged Su Luo's neck and didn't look at him. Go to sleep. After a moment, her soft voice rang in Su Luo's ears. The girl even rubbed Su Luo's head with her own head. Like a child. Knowing that Nanjiao was a little sentimental and abnormal tonight, Su Luo didn't get too upset. But she didn't need to say anything. He had already closed his eyes in such a comfortable environment. He originally thought that he would be very excited and even unable to sleep all night. But he overthought. Chapter 79 Mysterious Leguang. Done. Su Luo and Nanjiao were sleeping comfortably outside the Lanhan Beastmaster Academy. This night is destined to be restless. Even, something happened. In a late-night tavern, a man with a body as strong as an iron tower was drinking alone. Wasn't this the Leguang that Su Luo and the others met in the afternoon? Is this what they talked about? Lei Guang suddenly murmured in a low voice. In the eyes of outsiders, this big man looked like a drunkard, talking to himself. In fact, in Lei Guang's own vision, what was in front of him was the 9 netherhorn sky ant. This seemingly small little fellow nodded very smartly and made a series of AS sounds. That little girl turned out to be from Tianji Valley. No wonder the Xianmai has been opened. Interesting. Lei Guang shook his head and took another big gulp of wine. What about that other little girl? She is indeed a student of Lanhin Beast Taming Academy, right? The 9 netherhorn sky ant nodded, indicating that it was correct. Okay. A loud shout. Lei Guang drank the last sip of wine and stood up. Come on, I'll take you to do something interesting tonight. As he spoke, his tower-like body was already moving forward. The owner of the pub didn't dare to stop it. He even looked at Lei Guanyuan's departing figure with some fear. Only when he could no longer be seen did the tavern owner pat his chest and go forward to clear the table. The Fu family is one of the top 5 families in Tianlong City. The Fu family's house is naturally not too small, but if the yard is too big, it will easily attract thieves or people with bad intentions. Therefore, different groups of guards would patrol the Fu family's residence almost every night. At this time, it's already late at night. A figure like an iron tower appeared at the gate of the Fu family's residence. Lei Guang looked at the height of the wall, and a hint of contempt appeared at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, his tall figure suddenly floated up and crossed the nearly 3-meter-high wall in an instant. Then, he landed easily in the Fu family's mansion. There happened to be a team of guards patrolling here. What was even more coincidental was that Lei Guang's figure appeared in front of them. Judging from the visual angle, the guards should have seen the presence of this big man. But when Lei Guang appeared here, the guards seemed to have not seen him. Collectively blind. There was such a tall figure in front of them, but they didn't react at all. Lei Guang didn't even look at them and just walked straight forward. Just like that, they passed by the patrolling guards of the Fu family. Guard A. Did you feel a gust of cold wind just now? Guard B. It seems so. He wasn't sure. Guard C. Don't worry about it. Let's finish our patrol and have a drink first. As he spoke, he was already walking in another direction. Everyone followed, including guards A and B who felt the cold wind. This gloomy wind is naturally Lei Guang. For some reason, he felt like he was in an empty house in the Fu family mansion. This is not the first or second time I have encountered patrol teams, but every time they are blind and cannot see. And Lei Guang finally arrived at his destination. He stopped in front of a room. He could feel that the person sleeping inside was the foul-mouthed and vicious girl from Noon. Lei Guang has always been a vengeful person. Originally, the Fu family's siblings wanted to find someone to deal with him, and he already wanted revenge. But what Lei Guang never expected was that the other party's actions were still very fast. Not long ago, Lei Guang encountered an assassination attempt. But the other party certainly didn't expect that Lei Guang was not an ordinary street performer. So, a group of 8 people came to assassinate him, but he killed them all. Moreover, there wasn't even any body residue left. Lei Guang is indeed a ruthless person. And now, he is about to deal with Fu Yufei. After all, in Lei Guang's opinion, this woman is the culprit of everything. Moreover, ugly people are more likely to cause trouble. Naturally, he would not let such a vicious girl go. Just think of it as doing justice for the heavens. Without hesitation, Lei Guang opened the door and came to the only bed in the room. The person lying on it was Fu Yufei. The woman looked quite peaceful when she was sleeping. It was a little different from her usual savage and vicious look. But Lei Guang is not a soft-hearted person. He raised his big hand. There was a purple-black aura shining on it. Without any hesitation, Lei Guang pressed his big hand on Fu Yufei's head. 10 minutes later, the main entrance of the Fu family residence. A figure suddenly fell from the sky. It was the Lei Guang from before. He adheres to the principle of returning to where you came from. After finishing everything, I came back here and then walked away slowly. Little did they know, behind Lei Guang, there was another pair of eyes falling on him. Her eyes were somewhat cold, but nothing was said. Not long after Lei Guang left, she slowly turned around and walked into the Fu family's courtyard. No words all night. The next day, ding, bloodline power has been integrated. Ding, do you need to use bloodline power? The system's prompt sounded in Su Luo's mind. Chapter 80 Use bloodline. Change again. Su Luo was sleeping comfortably in a soft environment. But the continuous notification sounds from the system woke him up. As soon as he opened his eyes. Damn it. No wonder it's so soft and comfortable. When did he become so restless when sleeping? He actually rested his head on Nanjiao's chest. And Su Luo also noticed that there was a little wet mark on her pajamas on her chest. If it's not his saliva, then what is it? That small area of wetness revealed Su Luo's sin. No wonder he slept so comfortably last night. I see. There are human pillows. Su Luo sighed slightly. Although he was reluctant to feel this way, he quickly laid down to the side, so that Nanjiao won't find out the bad things he has done when he wakes up. That's too hard to explain. Fortunately, the girl is still closing her eyes and sleeping very peacefully. After taking a few glances, Su Luo Duo withdrew his gaze and immersed himself in the system panel again. He wanted to see what the blood power would look like after being fused. Mysterious heaven threatening Earth God Shadow Turtle bloodline. The dragon turtle lineage was once the king that dominated the earth. Its black armor is so hard that even the ancestral dragon has to give it some respect. 1. Stand firm and be unbreakable, with a 500% bonus to defense in non-combat state. 2. Black turtle shield. In combat, defense is increased by 100%. 3. Affinity with earth element. Any earth attribute skill can be transformed into a group attack skill. The attack power of earth attribute skills is increased by 20%, and defense skills are increased by 50%. 4. The figure changes, and the color of the body can change with the scenery while moving quickly. When you stop in place, you can enter a short-term invisible state and cannot be discovered. Su Luo didn't expect that this bloodline power was indeed strengthened after the fusion. It can even be said that it is an epic level enhancement. Especially the first point, Su Luo in non-combat state has a 500% defense bonus. In other words, he is not afraid of sneak attacks from ferocious beasts of the same level at all. He might not even be afraid of ferocious beasts of higher levels. And the earth elemental affinity. This is also perverted. What this means is that Su Luo just needs to buy a skill of the earth element and use it. Then, this skill can be evolved into a group attack skill. Moreover, there is an attack bonus. Wipe. It's simply perverted. Su Luo was horrified when he thought about it carefully. Especially the last setting that allows temporary invisibility. It's so cool. Su Luo didn't know what to say. If I have to say it, it can only be described in 4 words. This system is awesome. Use the power of blood. Su Luo spoke without hesitation. Ding. Usage successful. Ding. The power of the Xiantian Divine Shadow Turtle bloodline has been successfully integrated into the void-devouring Chaos Beast bloodline. The power of blood remains unchanged. Attention, the host is undergoing subtle changes in appearance. The system gave several prompts in succession, especially the last one, which frightened Su Luo so much that he jumped off the bed. Is this another appearance change? He couldn't wait to look in the mirror to see what he looked like. Ding, bloodline transformation is in progress. As soon as the system prompt sounded, Su Luo's figure became bigger again, straight back to his normal size. Immediately, Su Luo has grown bigger. The body became bigger, like the size of a calf. Then, he was enveloped by a yellowish-brown light. It seems like the evolution mode in anime now. Su Luo is changing. His claws became wider, thicker, and more powerful. The hair on his body has become longer and is no longer the pure silver-black color it was at the beginning. Instead, the tips of the hair turned into a light, earthy gold color. From a distance, it looks like it is covered with a layer of golden light, which is a bit dazzling. Moreover, his originally thin and sturdy body has become much more solid. High emotional intelligence, solid. Low EQ fat. However, this kind of fat should be called strong. Even his tail has become longer and more flowing. Su Luo tried to move his tail, and it was very powerful. If I were whipped by his tail, I would probably cry. A simple analogy is, if we say that Su Luo used to be like a sturdy and handsome husky, so now he is a Tibetan Mastiff and a lion in the coat of a husky. Looks very domineering. Just move slightly, and the power will be released silently. Su Luo knew that this should be related to the temperament of the Xiantian Dundee Divine Shadow Turtle. He became more domineering, calmer, and more profound, just when Su Luo thought that this was the end of the change. But it seems like it's not over yet. Unexpectedly, lines like tortoise shells appeared on his body. These lines, like scales, cover its hair little by little, until the whole body. Wipe. Why does it look like a unicorn covered with tortoise shell? Su Luo couldn't help but complain. Because to be honest, it's kind of ugly. Luo Lolo you. Just as Su Luo was looking at his appearance, Ninjayo's voice came. Su Luo turned his head and found that the girl had woken up. With eyes open, looking at him. Those slightly sleepy eyes were full of surprise and astonishment. When Nanjiao woke up, Su Luo had changed again, and she was surprised. Even the elemental elves nearby, who were awakened by Su Luo's noise, were equally surprised. Why has this bad guy changed again? The elemental elf had a big question in his little head. There was no time to explain. Su Luo quickly looked at the mirror. At this time, he discovered that the tortoise shells had gradually disappeared. It turns out that it wasn't a change in appearance. It is just the black armor defense mechanism of the Shantian threatening divine shadow turtle. It acted on Su Luo and produced an effect, which is the legendary buff. When this time comes, the buff disappears by itself, and Su Luo's defense increased invisibly. But this is not the most amazing thing. The most amazing thing is that Su Luo felt like his feet were rooted to the ground. Very solid. He felt that the air around him was filled with a faint earth element. They were all slowly coming towards him. It's really magical. Half an hour later. No way, Luo has changed again. Lu Zixin looked at Su Luo now and screamed. Not only her, but also Meng Jingran and Mu Xiaoxi. Both of them looked surprised. Su Luo changes every few days. They are surprised. This is simply abnormal development, isn't it? Although, the level did not change this time. But the appearance has indeed changed. Chapter 81 Female Hooligans. They all want to ride Su Luo. Yes, when I woke up, he had changed again. Ninjayo spoke. In fact, she wanted to say, I was also confused at that time and couldn't understand the situation at all. After all, she really noticed Su Luo's changes as soon as she opened her eyes. To the point that now she felt like she hadn't recovered yet. Su Luo didn't think there was anything wrong. On the contrary, he is quite satisfied with his current image. Awesome, you are much more domineering now than before, Luo. Lu Zixin sighed. After saying that, she couldn't help but reach out and touch Su Luo's hair. It seems like he is praising him. The hair is so soft, as if covered with a layer of golden light, so beautiful. It's 100 times, no, 1,000 times better looking than my stinky bear. The girl exclaimed in praise again. Obviously, compared to the previous Su Luo, she prefers her current image. Because this is the domineering image and temperament that a beast tamer should have. The earth bear lying nearby was also shot, and could only look at his master helplessly. All rolled eyes. At this moment, it just wants to say one thing. Lu Zixin, are you polite? Indeed, it has become more majestic and powerful, like a lion, quite ferocious. Meng Jingran also sighed. Su Luo was originally the lowest-ranking beastmaster in the dormitory. Now, it is undergoing abnormal development. Looking at her fire wolf again, apart from being a little bigger, the changes are not obvious. Meng Jingran couldn't wait to get out of the city and start combat training. This is the fastest way to improve your beast taming. This can be ridden soon. At this time, Mu Xiaoxi suddenly said, this sentence is like a bolt from the blue. Hiss. Right. It's not just Nanjiao and the others. Even Su Luo couldn't help but look at Mu Xiaoxi. Sigma, Mu Xiaoxi actually wanted to ride him. Oh my god. Are you polite? Yeah. Lu Zixin also pinched her chin and looked at Su Luo carefully. Given Luo's current size, you will soon be able to ride him outside for a walk. It will be more convenient if you are traveling in the wild. This girl seemed to have discovered a new world, with light in her eyes. Right, Yuzu? That should be it. Nanjiao glanced at Su Luo, and after a moment of silence, she responded. To be honest, Mu Xiaoxi didn't say it because she really didn't expect this. Su Luo's body size is now the same as a calf. If it's a little bigger, it can be ridden. Thinking of this, Nanjiao couldn't help but feel a little excited. What does it feel like to ride a Su Luo? In the vagueness, she felt a little shy, a little expectant and nervous. And Su Luo finally understood the meaning of riding. Wipe. It turned out that he was riding him like a horse. He thought it was that kind of riding. It scared him, it really was. Su Luo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But at the same time, I secretly complained to myself. Su Luo. Oh Su Luo, how can your thoughts be so impure? Which one do you want to ride? Wow. I can go out riding on the beast. It will be so impressive. Lu Zixin should be the most excited. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, she grabbed Ninjiao's arm and said, Yu, are we good sisters? Are we good friends, good roommates? This girl asked 3 questions in a row. What happened? Nanjiao felt a little weak after being suddenly attacked by her. Woo. After Luo can ride, can you let me ride too? I want to ride him so badly. Besides, riding on him must be very comfortable and cool. Nanjiao. I see. She thought Lu Zixin wanted to say something. And Su Luo is simply ashamed. Damn Lu Zixin. Can you speak properly? Can't you not make it so ambiguous and suggestive? What do you mean I really want to ride him? It feels great and comfortable to ride on him, right? See if this is human language. If Lu Zixin could understand the animal language, Su Luo would have had to talk to her for a long time. This girl really is. Yeah, I want to ride it too. What made Su Luo even more embarrassed was that Mu Xiaoxi also spoke at this time. My Thunder Panther is so thin, it must be uncomfortable to ride. Besides, it will take quite some time for it to grow up. Mu Xiaoxi analyzed spiritually. The way Lolo is developing, he might be able to ride soon. When the time comes, can I ride him too? He's so strong and big. It must be comfortable to ride. Su Luo. I want to try riding him too. Meng Jingran, who was always reserved, also spoke at this time. I'm just a fan of the appearance. I think Luo Luo will enjoy riding. After she said this, her face couldn't help but blush. She seemed very embarrassed to let everyone know that she is a face lover. Then, something happened that made Su Luo completely collapse. In this dormitory, there are 4 girls including Nanjiao. They were actually discussing how to ride Su Luo when he grows up a little bit. Should I buy him a condom or something? After all, with a saddle on your back, riding should be much more comfortable and safer. Also, should I buy a rope to tie it up? If there was a rope, he would probably be more obedient. By tying him up, they would feel more at ease riding him. All these remarks fell into Su Luo's ears. The more he listened, the more frightened he became. Damn it, these are a group of female hooligans. I was actually thinking about how to ride him and how to ride him comfortably. Ride in various postures. Damn it. Su Luo blushed when he heard this, but they were still unaware and were chatting happily. He really admired them. He was very dissatisfied, so he quickly used his shrinking skill. The body, which was originally as big as a calf, suddenly became smaller. Nanjiao was also the first person to notice Su Luo's changes. A smile suddenly appeared on her face, a smile that even Su Luo didn't understand. But the next moment he understood. Wow, this is so cute. Round and chubby. I really want to play with him. Lu Zixin was the first to call out. Su Luo was so scared that he quickly looked at the glass door. Just one glance, and he was stunned. Now that he has shrunk, he looks like a chubby Alaska. Looks very solid. But if you look closely, it actually looks like a doll. Very pretty and cute. This cuteness is mixed with a little bit of coolness. No bragging. Su Luo felt that if he showed this image to others, a bunch of girls would definitely rush forward to touch him and play with him. There must be a lot of people watching. Hiss. When Su Luo thought of the word play, his scalp suddenly went numb. The female hooligans in this dormitory, don't they want to play with him too? Su Luo quickly glanced at Mu Xiaoxi and the others. He discovered, except that there was normal love in Nanjiao's eyes. In the eyes of others, Su Luo only saw 2 words. Toy. He, Su Luo, is their toy? And Mu Xiaoxi and the others have already extended their hands. Don't come over here. Su Luo panicked, turned around, and ran away. Later, Lu Zixin took the lead, followed by Mu Xiaoxi and Meng Jingran, and the 3 of them started chasing Su Luo, leaving behind the Nanjiao Pomelo in disarray in the wind. Chapter 82. Leaving the city again. Message dialogue. Evening. The exit of Tianlan City. Su Luo was held by Nanjiao and was already waiting here. His sturdier physique did not dislike Nanjiao at all. On the contrary, Su Luo felt that she liked stroking him even more. Along the way, Nanjiao rubbed his back many more times than usual. The main reason is that Su Luo is so chubby now, which is really funny. And Su Luo himself. I'm used to it. He had been tortured by 3 female hooligans in the dormitory for an entire afternoon. So, I'm used to it. As for the other 3 people touching and digging, Nanjiao is just a rub, it's really nothing. And the reason why Su Luo and the others came to the exit of the city. Of course, it's because they are going to leave the city tonight. I originally heard that we were going to leave the city even earlier, but it seemed that there was something going on at Fu Ningxiue's home, so it was delayed. Look, Nanjiao and the others are waiting for her now. Among them, there is a female teacher named Zhang Jinghan. Zhang Jinghan is also a teacher in the school. She is also a beast master with all 4 meridians opened, so her strength is quite good. The key is, I am also familiar with Nanjiao and the others. However, when he saw her, Su Luo was speechless. Damn it. He felt that his yin and yang were completely out of balance. All of them are women. Teacher Zhang, do you know what happened to Teacher Fu's family? The gossipy Lu Zixin is already ready to make a move. After all, they have been waiting here for half an hour, and Fu Ningxue hasn't come yet. You know, their teacher Fu has always been a punctual person. Zhang Jinghan seemed to really know something. She frowned and thought for a while before speaking. I can tell you a little bit, just in case you say something you shouldn't. As she spoke, she glanced at Nanjiao and the others and lowered her voice. Fu Yufei from our school, your teacher Fu's cousin, died in the early hours of the morning. What? Lu Zixin exclaimed in surprise. Not only was she surprised, Nanjiao and the others also looked at each other after hearing the news. You can see the surprise in each other's eyes. The same goes for Su Luo. That hateful woman is gone just like that? Is this justice from heaven? Or is it that God has his own way and no one can escape it? This is what happens when you do too many bad things. Fu Yufei is dead. We saw her yesterday. Lu Zixin spoke again. The girl was so startled that she also frightened teacher Zhang, who quickly made a gesture to keep quiet. Don't make such a fuss. Very few people know about this. Zhang Jinghan shook her head at them and said in a low voice, I'm also afraid that you will talk about her in front of teacher Fu, so I'm giving you a heads up. Anyway, some teachers in the school, including the dean, already know about this. Teacher Zhang, do you know how she died? Nan Jiao thought about it and finally asked. To be honest, Fu Yufei has never gotten along with them. However, I didn't expect that I had just met him yesterday and he was gone today. This is too sad. I heard that someone must have sneaked into the Fu family's house and killed him. He died peacefully, as if he was asleep. No one found him in the morning. He was not discovered until noon. The head of the Fu family is very angry now and has ordered that the murderer must be found. So your teacher Fu really needs to take care of something. Zhang Jinghan told her what she knew. Killed by someone. Su Luo thought about it carefully and felt that it was not impossible. With Fu Yufei's personality, it's no surprise that she would offend people. Inexplicably, and without knowing why, a figure suddenly appeared in Su Luo's mind. Lei Guang, who is over 2 meters tall. It seems that Fu Yufei also offended him yesterday. Besides, that uncle seems quite mysterious. At least, that's how Su Luo felt. But it shouldn't be necessary, right? For such a small matter, would you break into someone else's house and kill someone? Just as Su Luo's thoughts were racing, he noticed a figure walking towards him from a distance. It's Fu Ningxue. This beautiful teacher looks a little tired. It seems that this incident still affected her. Nan Jiao and the others also quickly restrained the expressions on their faces. When Fu Ningxue arrived, everyone shouted, Teacher Fu. The latter nodded and indicated that he was ready to leave the city. They didn't say much and quickly followed behind him, leaving the city in a group. As it was already late, it was already dark. It is definitely very unsafe to be active in the forest. So under the leadership of Fu Ningxue, the group prepared to find a place first, set up camp, and have a sleep. When camping in the wild, people usually choose an open area or one near a stream or river. Today, Nan Jiao and the others are no exception. While they were setting up the tent, Su Luo slipped to the stream alone and planned to drink some water. This also made Fu Ningxue, who had originally not paid much attention to him, look at him again. She was not stupid, so she saw it at a glance. Su Luo must have noticed the change in his appearance again. How long has it been? Fu Ningxue was shocked again. In fact, I was so shocked that even the sadness of Fu Yufei's death was diluted a lot. This. Su Luo didn't know either. But at this moment he was faced with a new problem. That was the ant in front of him, emitting a faint purple light. What on earth do you do? Why are you following us? Su Luo looked at it and spoke. There was a rare look of vigilance on his dog-like face. Su Luo saw this ant after leaving the city. This guy was following them all the time. But the strange thing is that Su Luo found that Nan Jiao and the others couldn't see it. Because he had tried to remind Nan Jiao to look in the direction of the ants. The girl asked him what he wanted her to see. From now on, Su Luo understood they couldn't see it. Only he can see it. Fortunately, the ants were not aggressive towards them and did not want to hurt them. Moreover, Su Luo also learned its name from the system's information. 9 Netherhorn Sky Ant. So, while Nan Jiao and the others were doing their own things, Su Luo came over to talk to them. Moreover, this was the ant's purpose. He could see that. My master wants to find you. The 9 Netherhorn Sky Ant cried. Yeah, but Su Luo could understand what it meant. Your master is looking for me? Who is your master? Su Luo is weird. In this world, besides Nan Jiao and the others, has he ever met anyone else? It doesn't exist. He is a beast tamer. Lei Guang, you've met him. He has something to discuss with you. The 9 Netherhorn Sky Ant said, shaking its antennae, and said, someone is coming. In the early morning, I will come to see you again. After saying this, it turned around and left quickly. Because Nan Jiao had already walked over at this time. Conversation is no longer convenient. Chapter 83. Damn it. He's tricked me again. There's a bonfire in front of me, good friends around me, and I can chat with them. This is the kind of outdoor life I want. Hee hee, it's so comfortable. Beside the tree, Lu Zixin let out a loud sigh. This girl is the chatterbox in the dormitory. It is almost impossible to keep quiet with her around. But she forgot that they were being watched by Fu Ningxue. At night, remember not to speak loudly in the forest, as this can easily attract ferocious beasts. Fu Ningxue lowered her voice and gave him a lecture. Okay, I was wrong. Lu Zixin quickly stuck out her tongue, admitting her mistake faster than Su Luo could run. Nan Jiao and the other two quickly nodded to indicate that they understood. But now, Su Luo doesn't care about these things at all. He was still wondering why Lei Guang was looking for him. Does this rough guy still want to kidnap him? Is this the Hongmen banquet? Do you want to go? Su Luo had a bunch of question marks in his mind. At this time, Fu Ningxue spoke again. Our target city this time is Dylan City. Starting tomorrow, Teacher Zhang and I will escort you in secret. Unless you are in life-threatening danger, we will not take action. Fu Ningxue finished speaking and paused before continuing. What this means is that you will rely on your own abilities to cross this forest filled with ferocious beasts and head to Dylan City. Remember, if you want to participate in the Phoenix Beast Taming Contest, this is just the beginning. When Fu Ningxue said this, one could see a hint of surprise on Nanjiao and the others' faces. Originally, Nanjiao thought that this time in the wild was just a field combat training. I didn't expect that I would have to cross the forest to reach Dylan City. This level of difficulty is extremely high for a yellow vein trainer. After all, in the forest, you may encounter all kinds of dangers. Even the level of ferocious beasts is uncertain. This is very dangerous. Aren't you the ones leading us forward, Teacher Fu? When Lu Zixin heard that they were going to work together to cross the forest, she lost her initial excitement. Even his face looks miserable. She is not stupid. Of course she knows the difficulties. If we keep you with us, you won't be able to grow at all. Fu Ningxue shook her head and continued. So, we will still protect you tonight, and from now on you will have to rely on yourselves. Yes, this is a good opportunity for you to train. Come on. Zhang Jinghan also stood up and encouraged them. Little did they know, their conversation was heard by a figure on a big tree not far away. So we're going to separate tomorrow? Then our test tonight was in vain. The figure whispered. It was at this moment that the howling of wolves suddenly sounded in the forest. You're here so soon? The voice muttered again, then turned around and quickly disappeared from the spot. Ouch! Wolves howled everywhere. Judging from the sound, this is definitely not just one wolf, but a pack of wolves. They came from all directions, even accompanied by hurried footsteps. Nan Jiao and the others naturally heard it as well, and they couldn't help but feel nervous. Fu Ningxue frowned and said immediately, It's a pack of wolves. Summon the beasts, we may have to fight. As she spoke, she waved her hand and summoned out her 3-meter-tall fire lizard. Although Fu Ningxue is a 4-veined beastmaster. However, the most taboo thing in the forest is, not knowing the situation, they all summoned their own beasts. Such sudden appearance of momentum would likely attract even more terrifying existences. That's it. Refer to Kai Qinggo and Bushuren at that time. They made exactly this kind of mistake. Zhang Jinghan on the side also quickly summoned out his own beast and prepared for the battle. Mu Xiaoxi and the other two followed suit. It wasn't the first time they faced a battle in the wild, but they were still a little scared and nervous when being attacked by a pack of wolves. However, he still has the qualities that a beastmaster should have. And Su Luo also broke free from Nan Jiao's arms. It returned to its normal size in an instant. While shaking my body, I also felt a hint of excitement and excitement. Nan Jiao was a little confused by what she saw. Why was her Lolo so excited even though she knew there were enemies? Shouldn't we be vigilant? Look at Mu Xiaoxi and her fellow thunder leopards. They are all crawling on the ground, with alert expressions on their faces. Just like the earth bear who always likes to be lazy, he is the same at this moment. Only Su Luo is the most abnormal. Of course Su Luo was excited. Damn it. He just spent 2,000 intimacy points today to buy a rock stab skill. I was worried that there were no enemies and I couldn't try out the effects. Well, tonight is finally here. The enemy is coming. He can finally try out the effects. So, no wonder he was excited. Careful. It's a low-level 3rd-order Silver Moon Wolf pack. Fu Ningxue's voice rang out, and she had already seen a pack of white wolves flashing silver light in the forest. It is a low-level 3rd-order Silver Moon Wolf. After discovering that it was them, Fu Ningxue breathed a sigh of relief. Because it is not difficult to deal with, it is acceptable. Lolo, be careful. Suddenly, Nan Jiao let out a soft cry. Fu Ningxue also turned her head and looked over. It turned out that it was Su Luo who launched the attack first. He rushed forward with a terrifying momentum. Fu Ningxue was also stunned by what she saw. Without even seeing how many wolves were ahead, Nan Jiao was too reckless in her beast control. But the next moment, Fu Ningxue was stunned. Or rather, she wasn't the only one stunned. Including Nan Jiao and the others. All the beast masters present were stunned. Special mention should be made of the earth bear, thunder leopard, and fire wolf. Their shock was no less than that of their master. Because in front of him, a hint of khaki light emerged from Su Luo's body. This is all normal. After all, it's the prelude to using a skill. Who doesn't know how to do it? Moreover, Su Luo has already angered the Silver Moon Wolves. They jumped high, all with their bloody mouths wide open, wanting to attack Su Luo, the kind that would tear him apart completely. There were more than 10 silver moon wolves, and the momentum was enormous. But the next moment, the ground suddenly shook. The shocking scene finally took place. Suddenly, rock-like spikes sprouted out from the ground like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, with an unstoppable momentum. Soar into the sky. Puff, puff. How could those silver moon wolves, who had jumped high and completely lost their balance, possibly resist? All of them were pierced through by the stab. Some even had their brains shattered all over the ground. How miserable. So bloody. It was this scene that shocked Fu Ningxue and the others. What the hell? Killing a tier 3 silver moon wolf in one strike. And that's it. Still a group attack. Oh my god. Is it really that outrageous? Fu Ningxue looked at Su Luo. She found that there was still a hint of innocence on his face. At that moment, Fu Ningxue felt that it was disdain and the confidence that looked down on everything. Su Luo knew very well that he could kill these silver moon wolves in seconds. So I attacked directly. No matter how many there are, they will definitely die if I attack them in groups. What confidence and dominance this is. Fu Ningxue's heart was even more shocked, and her eyes trembled even more violently. But Su Luo was really wronged. Damn. He simply wanted to test the strength of this skills group attack and the strength of the mysterious heaven-threatening divine shadow turtle bloodline. I didn't expect that. The effect is amazing. This is clearly a single attack skill, but it turned into a group attack. That's fine, but this 20% bonus to Earth attribute skills is so incredible. Kill this group of silver moon wolves instantly. No resistance at all. However, Su Luo thought about it carefully and understood. This is because the silver moon wolf itself is a high attack type of ferocious beast, and its defense is not strong. It's not surprising that they were directly defeated by Su Luo's unexpected attack. Why? Su Luo sighed. When he saw the shocked looks on Fu Ningxue and the others' faces, he knew that he had accidentally shown off again. Damn it. He was obviously not that cautious this time, and did not buy any potions to enhance his power. But it's still so perverted. He doesn't want to either. It's really annoying. Su Luo shook his head and quickly turned back into his little self. Then he ran towards Nanjiao happily. The latter also quickly squatted down and hugged him. After all, Su Luo is already a popular person. Once I use this skill tonight, my status will rise sharply. The most popular of all the popular things. If I don't hold Nanjiao tighter, what if she runs away? The Thunder Leopard, Fire Wolf, and Earth Bear looked at each other. They all saw what was in each other's eyes. Damn it, I got tricked by that guy again. That's right, and you pretended to be so successful. You're so strong. It's over. We have no status in the future. Life is not easy for animals, Xiong sighed. The three beasts began their spiritual communication. Chapter 84 Fu Ningxue. At this late hour of the night, everyone was thinking of just eating some dry food and getting through the night simply. But, because of the appearance of the silver moon wolf, this means there are a lot more ingredients. As far as Su Luo knew, the meat of the ferocious beasts of this era actually tasted very good. The higher the level of the beast, the more delicious its meat. Moreover, it has the function of nourishing the human body, enhancing strength in all aspects and so on. It is a rare ingredient. It is also an excellent diet that beast tamers will not miss. Therefore, there are many beast tamers in this continent whose secondary job is to be chefs. Facing the corpse of the silver moon wolf, Mu Xiaoxi and the others were moved. Even though they are a group of girls, they are very proactive. Thinking of having a big meal, everyone immediately began to work together to prepare 2 silver moon wolves to eat. Fu Ningxue and Zhang Jinghan have already started to clean up the mess. After all, the smell of blood is particularly likely to attract ferocious beasts. Therefore, those unwanted bodies were either separated, or you could use earth-attributed beasts to sink them into the ground. Anyway, you can't stay on the ground, so as not to attract ferocious beasts. This is another survival skill in the wild. So Nanjiao and the others naturally took notes. With meat, everyone sat together to grill, and the atmosphere suddenly became lively. Hee, I am really smart. I prepared these things. As Lu Zixin spoke, he took out a bunch of condiments from his backpack. Cumin, chili powder, salt, spicy powder, etc. These are all seasonings used for barbecue. Fu Ningxue also felt a headache when seeing this. It seems that Lu Zixin is a really stupid girl who doesn't use her brain. Now we are out in the wild. Are we here for vacation? And you still go out with these things on your back. I really admire her. It was not until Fu Ningxue ate the first piece of Silver Moon Wolf's barbecue that she changed her opinion of Lu Zixin. In the face of Jinxiang's warning, she was defeated after all. At this time, Fu Ningxue noticed it. After Nanjiao got the barbecue, her first reaction was not to eat it herself, but to feed it to Su Luo. She felt a little bit out of place. until she took a look at the fire wolf and thunder leopard lying on the side, gnawing on the raw meat of the silver moon wolf. I finally understand where the dissonance lies. Jiao, why do you feed your beast cooked meat? Fu Ningxue spoke. If you feed them raw meat, they will remain as aggressive as they should be, and it's good for their teeth, too. I think you should know this knowledge, right? Beast masters are different from humans. They need to fight and taste blood. Raw meat is undoubtedly the best choice to maintain their ferocity. It will make them a lot wilder in battle. And it is also excellent for their dental care. Therefore, no one would feed the beasts cooked meat. These are all knowledge from books. Nanjiao must know them. She is an excellent student. Teacher Fu, I know this. Nanjiao nodded, glanced at Fu Ningxue, then touched Su Luo's head and said, but Luo has not eaten raw meat since he reached the first level. At the time I thought he might be too young and didn't like it, but now that he's grown up and still likes it, I can only go along with him. Otherwise he won't eat. Fu Ningxue knew that Su Luo was special, but I didn't expect him to be so special. I have never eaten raw meat since I was a child. I want to eat cooked meat. Is there any ferocious beast that has this hobby? Fu Ningxue thought about it carefully. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Transfiguration. Yes, only the fierce beasts that know how to transform know how to pursue. Know how to pursue your appetite. And cooked food undoubtedly tastes better. But, in this world, the most ferocious beasts that can transform are all absolute overlords. Could it be that Nanjiao's beast is actually a descendant of that level? The more Fu Ningxue thought about it, the more frightened she became. It seemed that she had underestimated Su Luo. Su Luo, who was eating, glanced at Fu Ningxue with some dissatisfaction. This woman really is. He's just eating cooked meat. What's the fuss? At this moment, Nanjiao put another piece of cooked meat next to his mouth. Su Luo didn't even look at it. He just bit it and swallowed it. Ding! Contact with leftovers. Reward intimacy value 10,000. I said. Su Luo looked up at Nanjiao in disbelief. Did she eat that piece of meat just now? But this girl obviously didn't understand what Su Luo's eyes meant. Looking at him in a daze. Have you ever eaten barbecue? Here you go. Su Luo quickly snatched the piece of meat from Nanjiao's hand and started eating it. A series of prompt sounds rang in my ears, and I couldn't tell you how delicious the food was. Seeing him eating Nanjiao so happily, she couldn't help but blush. This is what she has eaten. She just wanted to give Su Luo a small piece to eat, so that he could try what the silver moon wolf's back muscles tasted like. I didn't expect it to be robbed. Su Luo is eating so deliciously. This made her unable to help but think about Su Luo's little look just now. There. Is it desire? Is it because she had eaten this piece of meat before that Su Luo ate it so happily? Such thoughts suddenly emerged in Nanjiao's mind. But immediately, she shook her head and complained about herself in her heart. How can you think like that? Her Lolo is still a child. What does he know? It must be because I'm still hungry. Nanjiao quickly patted her face and told herself not to think too much. Fortunately, at this time, Fu Ningxue spoke again. By the way, Jiao, when did your beast change again? This morning when I woke up. Nanjiao didn't hide anything and said it directly. He's been evolving like this every other day, and I can't figure out his species. It's going to be very hard for him in the future. Fu Ningxue suddenly said another sentence. What's wrong? Nanjiao is also a little curious now. Even Mu Xiaoxi and the others looked over here. Obviously, they also want to know why they feel uncomfortable. It's just a question of breeding. All beasts have estrus periods. You guys shouldn't be unaware of that, right? Fu Ningxue spoke up. After the 4th stage, you will begin to enter adulthood, and then you may slowly face this problem. The earth bear, thunder leopard and fire wolf may be easier to match, but your Luo. As she spoke, she looked at Su Luo and found that his eyes were also on her. Su Luo couldn't help but keep his eyes on her. This Ningxue is enough for tonight. First we talked about his meat-eating problem, and now we are talking about his breeding problem. I am worthy of your sister. I am worthy of you. Wrong. Her sister is dead. Su Luo quickly said poo. But if he is allowed to breed, won't he have to face a little bitch and a dog? Damn. Is this a topic that people can discuss? Fu Ningxue, damn it. Chapter 85, Terrifying Women. Come on, knife me. It seems that as long as they are of the same kind, it will be fine, right? At this time, Lu Zixin spoke. Don't we just need to breed with the same species? For example, my earth bear, I just need to find a bear to breed with. Meng Jingran and Mu Xiaoxi also nodded in agreement. That's right. Fu Ningxue nodded and continued. However, in order to keep the blood pure, you should find a mate of the same species, so that you can maintain the power of your blood. To be honest, I was wrong at first. Jiao's beast-controlling bloodline should be very powerful. Jiao glanced at Su Luo at this time. To be honest, she really hadn't thought about this issue. However, what their teacher Fu said is right. As long as it is a beast, it will have estrus and heat periods. This is a normal phenomenon. Have a look. Even the three beasts beside them, the earth bear, the fire wolf, and the thunder leopard. When they heard this topic, they all showed an expression of longing. Obviously, they all know this. This is their nature and primitive desire, which needs to be respected. That's right. Before the owner Nanjiao could speak, Lu Zixin expressed his opinion again. However, Luo doesn't know what kind of beast he is, but I can see that his side branch is a dog. Then if we just find a little female dog, it should be fine, right? Oh shit. Lu Zixin, damn it. The problem that Su Luo was most worried about came true, and he was terrified when he thought about it carefully. Would he really face such a problem? By then, Nanjiao wouldn't really find him some little bitch or dog, would she? That would be the end of it. Wipe. But I guess he wouldn't look down on canine beasts of ordinary bloodline. Fu Ningxue glanced at Su Luo at this time and spoke. His bloodline power is so strong. How could he possibly look down on an ordinary bitch or dog? To be honest, Fu Ningxue didn't believe it. That's easy. When the time comes, we will help Yu and Luoduo find some ferocious canine beasts. It would be better to get a dozen or 20 of them and let Luo choose his concubine like that. He will definitely have no problem. Lu Zixin spoke again at this time. Su Luo, Mu Xiaoxi, Meng Jingran, and both teachers Fu Ningxue were speechless after hearing this. And Su Luo, son of a bitch. He really wanted to cover Lu Zixin's mouth. Use anything, any method. I just don't want her to continue talking. Nanjiao was also ashamed after hearing what Lu Zixin said. I find it a little funny, but also have some indescribable feeling. For a moment, I didn't know how to answer. At this time, teacher Zhang Jinghan, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. Actually, there is another way. All of a sudden, everyone's eyes were on her. Even Su Luo is. All because of curiosity. That's the legendary sword. Su Luo. Sigma, huh? Damn it. It would be strange if Su Luo didn't understand this knife. In his previous life, he also took his husky to have his testicles removed. This Zhang Jinghan has such a vicious mind. Many years later, Su Luo recalled the scene tonight and said with lingering fear, I was still very panicked at that time, and even the little Luo under my crotch felt cold. Fu Ningxue was also stunned and looked at Su Luo. I found that his eyes were not friendly anymore. She didn't dare say that. Only Zhang Jinghan, who knows nothing, dares to say this. You have to know that the one in front of her is the descendant of a very ferocious beast. Aren't you afraid of his revenge in the future by saying this? Fu Ningxue is not stupid. Castration seems like a good option. If you cut it off and cure it forever, you won't think about messy things and can concentrate on cultivation. At this time, Lu Zixin said, it was precisely because of her words that Dadi Xiongju and Hua, who were lying next to Guyu, suddenly tensed up and sat up. He looked at his master in panic. Are you polite? Lu Zixin, you said you were going to cut me off right in front of me? Can you take me back to the beast taming space first? Wipe. Earth Bear cursed in his heart. The Thunder Panther next to it smiled smugly and gave it a look, obviously expressing sympathy. Yes, I heard from some beast masters that their beasts are also stabbed, so that they can concentrate more on training. I wonder if I, the Thunder Leopard, should do the same then. Mu Xiaoxi spoke up and joined in the discussion of this topic. As soon as she said this, the Thunder Leopard behind her suddenly felt a chill in his crotch. In front, it was gloating over the Earth Bear's misfortune. Unexpectedly, this retribution fell on its head so soon. Thunder Leopard panicked. Next, the Fire Wolf also panicked, because it found that its owner was also involved in the discussion of this topic. Although she did not express her wishes clearly, Fire Wolf still felt a little nervous. After all, this is a question related to its happiness in the second half of its life. Who wants to be a eunuch? Beastmasters also have dignity, okay? And Su Luo felt it even more strongly. These women are so fucking scary. During the day, we discussed how to ride him and how to make him more comfortable. Now at night, they are actually discussing giving him a knife. Discussing who in the city should we find to strike a blow more quickly and comfortably without any sequelae, or to resist. Also, there are various benefits after a knife. You bastard. Little Lolo was so depressed after hearing this. Women really have the most vicious hearts. The ancients were not deceiving me, Su Luo. Women are such horrible creatures. Fortunately, Nanjiao was listening the whole time and did not express her own opinion. But Su Luo is not stupid. How can he not express his attitude at this time? So, he quickly brought out his acting skills that had won him an Oscar for more than 20 years. It whimpered and kept scratching Nanjiao with its little paws. He raised his eyes and looked at her pitifully. Moreover, he kept getting into her arms, expressing his fear and panic. This strong desire to survive immediately touched Nanjiao. Even Lu Zixin and the others stopped and looked at Su Luo. It seems that Luo is unwilling. Lu Zixin said, "Nonsense, do I need to say this? Would you be willing to be castrated?" Su Luo complained in his heart, but he continued to act. He put his claws on the clothes on Nanjiao's chest and ripped them, then looked up at her. Sure enough, the girl softened her heart all of a sudden. She hugged Su Luo and said, "Don't worry, I won't treat you like this, silly. We were just joking." As she spoke, she rubbed Su Luo's round face, smiled, and her eyes were gentle. With her assurance, Su Luo finally breathed a sigh of relief. He doesn't believe anyone. But Nanjiao actually said it, so he must believe it. So, Su Luo stretched out his paws contentedly and hugged her waist. It was like he was trying to please her, or acting like a spoiled child, or even more like he was taking advantage of her, rubbing her belly. Looking at Su Luo acting coquettishly, Nanjiao's smile became even more intense. The three earth bears next to them also breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be just a joke. It makes them so nervous. But immediately, Lu Zixin's words caused the earth bear to fall into the abyss again. "I'm serious, I really have this idea. My big bear is too lazy. If a knife can make it concentrate more on training, I think it's worth it." Earth bear, Sigma. LLL. Its expression changed instantly. "Are you human? Lu Zixin, are you polite? Others said it was a joke, but you still want to cut me." And at this time, the fire wolf and thunder leopard could only attack the earth bear. The sympathetic look of Brother Xiong, "Take care of yourself." What Lu Zixin didn't know was that after she said this, the earth bear's temperament changed drastically. Of course, this is a later story. Chapter 86, Lei Guang's Purpose. Transaction. It was late at night, and everything was quiet all around. Suddenly, a noise came. It's so small that it can almost be ignored. "Remember, when I'm not around, you have to help me look after her and protect her, got it?" Su Luo said viciously to the elemental elf. The she he was referring to was naturally Nanjiao. After all, he was going to follow the 9 netherhorn sky and out now. "Woo, are you going somewhere fun? Why don't you take me with you?" There was a hint of dissatisfaction in the elemental elf's eyes. It has stayed in Nanjiao's backpack for the whole day today and has not come out to breathe. Where does all this nonsense come from? Su Luo brought out his chauvinism. His face turned serious, and he said, "If you don't obey me, I will take you back." No. Sure enough, when the elemental elves heard this, they panicked. She quickly opened her arms and hugged Su Luo's thighs, looking very pitiful. "Then you go in obediently and pretend to be sleeping." Su Luo pointed towards the tent. "Yeah, okay." The elemental spirit then obediently looked back every few steps and flew in. After finishing all this, Su Luo looked back and saw the 9 netherhorn sky and emitting a purple glow not far away. The latter understood what he meant and quickly turned around to lead the way. The 9 netherhorn sky and is not fast. It might also be trying to accommodate Su Luo, so it deliberately slowed down. After running in the jungle for a while, Su Luo finally met Lei Guang under its leadership. He was under a waterfall, drinking wine loudly, looking so cool. When he felt the footsteps, he glanced over sideways. Su Luo didn't know why this guy was looking for him, but he must have some confidence to be able to come here. The worst that can happen if you can't win, you can just run away and try your best to increase your speed. It can be said that Su Luo has already prepared a plan B in advance. "Have you ever tested your intelligence?" Lei Guang suddenly said. However, before Su Luo could answer, he answered first. "Your intelligence must be quite high. At least it's all black. You can communicate with my 9 netherhorn sky ant. It can convey your meaning to me." Lei Guang said one more sentence. The meaning is very clear, which is to let Su Luo communicate with him through the 9 netherhorn sky ant. "Why did you bring me here? What's the purpose?" Su Luo was straightforward and directly asked about the doubts in his mind. "I'm curious, what kind of ferocious beast are you descended from? Why do I see a fog in you?" Lei Guang glanced at Su Luo and continued. "Besides, you should have changed again." "What? You don't need to know." Su Luo was still very tough and gave his answer directly. "Oh, the little guy is quite brave." Lei Guang was not angry. Instead, he smiled and took 2 more gulps of wine. "Your master is called Nanjiao? What do you want to do?" When Su Luo heard Lei Guang mention this name, he immediately got angry and stared at him with a gleam in his eyes. If there is anyone in this world who has a weak spot in Su Luo's heart, it must be Nanjiao. This needs no explanation. You don't need to get excited. I don't want to hurt her. Lei Guang has been in this world for so many years. What kind of people has he not seen? So, I soon understood Su Luo's idea. Moreover, He also got the answer from the other party's reaction. I want to make a deal with you. Lei Guang spoke at this time. I'm nearby and I know of a group that has bad intentions towards you and your master. They are ready to ambush you. As he spoke, he glanced at Su Luo and saw that he was frowning. Originally, I didn't know if it was targeting you, but if your master's name is this, then it is. I can help you get rid of them, but you have to agree to make a deal with me. Seeing that Su Luo was still hesitating, Lei Guang seemed to understand what he was thinking and spoke again. I know you're wondering if you can handle them. Lei Guang seemed to have mastered everything and saw through Su Luo's thoughts. But I can clearly tell you that there are almost 20 people in their group. Among them, more than 10 are beast masters with 4 meridians or above. You can't handle it. None of you can handle it. After Lei Guang finished speaking, there was a calm and confident look on his face. He was already certain that he had grasped Su Luo's psychology. But then he noticed the way Su Luo looked at him. Doesn't that look like looking at a fool? Wrong. It's like looking at the eyes of a fool directing and acting in his own drama. Lei Guang, Sigma. What the hell? However, the next moment Su Luo answered him. You think too much. Su Luo curled his lips and continued. I'm not even weighing whether I can handle them. I'm thinking about how to deal with them and get rid of them. Because I have too many methods. Lei Guang has always been trying to lead him by the nose. How could Su Luo not know that? But he is an ordinary human. No. Is he an ordinary beast? Obviously not. Lei Guang. Stop showing off. He didn't believe it. The beast master in front of me is just being stubborn. He is a 3rd-level beast master. So how can he say that he is thinking of some method to deal with the opponent? If you don't believe me, do you dare to expose their location? Su Luo directly used the method of provoking the opponent. What am I afraid of? Lei Guang is just the kind of person who falls for this. Besides, if I give you the position, but you can't do it, aren't you still asking me to cooperate with you? What's that? Come on then. Su Luo is also very straightforward. Give me the position, I'll handle it myself. You don't need to do anything during the whole process. If I can't do it, I'll ask you to do it. Then we'll make this deal. How about that? Make a deal. Lei Guang is also a generous person. He made the decision directly. After all, he had already determined in his heart that Su Luo would never be able to solve this matter alone. The other party is not simple. So, the PY transaction between one man and one beast has been concluded. And Su Luo also closed his eyes slightly, with a cold light flashing. He wanted to see who wanted to deal with him and Nanjiao. Although Su Luo already had some guesses in his mind. Chapter 87I, Su Luo, will never show mercy. Now that you've had enough to eat and drink, go to bed early. A voice was heard by the lake. Belongs to a burly middle-aged man. Because there is also a waterfall, the sound does not seem abrupt at all in the night. There were 7 or 8 men in front of him. Everyone got together to drink. Several of them have already fallen down drunk. Yes, we have big things to do tomorrow. One of the men next to him stood up, staggering. Apparently, he drank a lot. By the way, Captain, has Master Mo agreed to our request? At this time, a thin and wretched man suddenly patted his captain on the shoulder and asked, Those girls tomorrow? How should we deal with them? Speaking of this, the captain also showed a lewd smile on his face and said, Don't worry, I've asked for instructions. Master Mo said that as long as we have the beast master and his master, you can do whatever you want with the other girls. Fuck, this is so cool. Hearing this, the thin man rubbed his hands, his face full of impatience. He seemed to have already seen the happy life tomorrow. He stood up and said to the others, I'm telling you guys, I came back from looking out today, and you guys don't know? Those girls are so pretty. Also, 2 of them had amazing bodies. I couldn't help myself and almost wanted to tear off their clothes. After drinking, this thin guy obviously dared to say anything. The drunken talk completely exposed the desires in his heart. I don't care. Anyway, the one with the biggest bear is mine. I want to enjoy it first. Okay, I'll give it to you. I don't like big ones. I like small ones. I like the satisfaction of holding them in one hand. Another drunk rushed to answer. You know nothing. You look young. The thin guy shook his head, his face full of anger. At our age, who doesn't like big ones? Big ones are more comfortable to play with. I think so too. Yes, the thin guy is right. Everyone quickly spoke up to agree. Then, there was a lewd laugh that you and I both understood. All right, don't disturb Master Mo's rest. At this time, their captain waved his hand. Leave 2 to keep watch, and the others can rest. We'll work tomorrow. After saying that, he staggered towards the tent. The men behind, hurry up and follow, go back. Not far from them, Su Luo and Lei Guang were hiding in the grass. To be honest, those foul words fell into Su Luo's ears, and he really wanted to rush up and tear these guys to pieces. although he is not a serious person and is a bit naughty. However, all of this is based on the premise that everyone is willing. But these beasts are obviously not like that. Moreover, it doesn't look like this is the first time they have done this. You said it so effortlessly. It's really disgusting. So, in Su Luo's eyes, this group of people were already dead. As for the mastermind behind the scenes, he also knew it. Is there any need to explain what young Master Mo is? If not Unraveling, who else could it be? This guy is really a thief with evil intentions. I was still thinking about attacking him. Then don't blame him. Su Luo is already in the system store, looking for things that can be used. Lei Guang, who was standing next to him, didn't say anything and just kept looking at Su Luo. For him, these guys were easy to deal with just a little effort. But Su Luo said he could handle it. Moreover, he said it so confidently. Lei Guang wanted to see what method he used. 1,000-year-old ice toad poison. Su Luo saw this at a glance in the system store. This is a highly toxic poison. And as mentioned in the introduction, this is also a smoke-type poison, which will freeze and cause death if inhaled. What's even more cruel is that after this person turns into ice and dies, when it melts, it will turn into a pool of blood, completely become nothing. The effect is very perverted. If there is anything that can kill people without them even noticing, it is this thing. However, the only drawback is that this thing requires a certain period of time to develop. That's just 15 minutes. Su Luo took a look at the tent they lived in and immediately decided to use this one. In a relatively closed environment, and after drinking alcohol, wasn't that the time for their death? Su Luo looked at the price. This bottle of 1,000-year ice toad poison requires 10,000 intimacy points. In other words, there are 5 tents here, so at least 5 bottles are needed. Now that he has a full 160,000 intimacy value, he doesn't feel bad. Grit your teeth. Su Luo decided to buy this. Moreover, with the blood power of his Xiantian Tongdi Divine Shadow Turtle, he can also become invisible for a short period of time. There is no better solution than this. It's simply killing people without being seen. Now all you have to do is wait patiently. Another half hour has passed. Lei Guang is a little impatient. He didn't understand what Su Luo was waiting for without moving. Just when he was about to speak, suddenly I found that Su Luo moved. His body suddenly became smaller. It became as big as a thumb. Then, he moved very quickly towards the tent in front. In the darkness, Lei Guang couldn't find his target. Logically speaking, even if Su Luo became smaller, he would not be unable to see him. He is a beast tamer with all 6 meridians. Even in the dark, you can see clearly hundreds of meters away, just like in the daytime. But it's so magical. He just couldn't see Su Luo's figure. At least, it is completely invisible to the naked eye. Only through his own spiritual consciousness can Lei Guang locate Su Luo's position. He was extremely shocked. What kind of power is this? It becomes smaller just like that and disappears without a trace, just like that? Moreover, it happened right under Lei Guang's nose. At this moment, his heart was shaking violently. He finally understood where Su Luo's confidence came from. His own power. After learning how to use it freely, Su Luo felt like a fish in water. Of the 5 tents, 4 are full. Moreover, as far as Su Luo knew, none of them had been seen before, and they were not students. It can be seen that this group of people should have been specially hired by Unraveling to deal with them. In the last tent, Unraveling was the only one there. This guy was sleeping so peacefully that he didn't seem to realize that an accident was about to happen to him. Original. This guy isn't going to die. But Su Luo could no longer forgive him for what he did today. Although Su Luo is a modern man, I have never experienced a murder scene before. But when others forced him like this, when his life was threatened, the only thing we can do is to show our attitude and muster up the courage to resist. He, Su Luo, is definitely not a soft-hearted person. He will never let go of any grudge. So he did not hesitate. Finally, the 2 people at the door who were watching, as well as some beast masters who were lying down and sleeping. Su Luo will definitely not let that person go. As for beast taming, he doesn't need to care. What's the point of taming beasts if all the people are gone? Could it be that these beasts still know how to cause trouble for them? However, unlike the people in their tent, Su Luo used a different kind of poison on the people at the door. The 2 drunks were already lying on the ground, completely unable to resist. Su Luo succeeded easily. Actually, just now, Su Luo discovered that there was someone in a tent who did not participate in drinking. This group of people still have some tricks up their sleeves in the wild. Afraid of encountering ferocious beasts or something like that. Then there will be someone to fight. However, they met Su Luo. This beast never plays by the rules. Therefore, what awaits them is still death. After doing all this, Su Luo told Lei Guang, just tell him not to go into the tent for a while and not to worry about this place. Then he slipped away. It's getting late. He should go back to Nanjiao to sleep. What if this girl finds out he's not around and starts worrying again? Therefore, Su Luo is eager to return home. Looking at his quickly leaving back, Lei Guang did not try to stop him. Instead, he looked into the tent. He won't go in, but he was also curious about what would happen. So, he wants to wait and see. On the other side, Su Luo was running towards his camp at full speed. When he returned to the camp, he still needed to avoid the detection of Fu Ningxue's beastman. Fortunately, the skill of becoming smaller is extremely useful. Su Luo easily got rid of it and successfully returned to the tent. Nanjiao really didn't wake up and was sleeping very soundly. The elemental elf next to her was also sleeping with her legs spread out. Her skirt was almost exposed, and she wasn't even aware of it. However, there is nothing good about this little thing. Su Luo was too lazy to use a magnifying glass to look. So he pushed it aside, lay down and squeezed into Nanjiao's arms. This is his happy harbor. Chapter 88 Exposed. Elemental Spirits. When the sky is gray, Lei Guang, who was sleeping against a tree, opened his eyes first. He just fell asleep while waiting. The first thing Su Luo did when he woke up was to turn his head and look at the tent not far away. It's so quiet. There are only the sounds of insects and birds around. Lei Guang licked his lips, stood up, and walked towards the tent. Hiss! He couldn't help but gasp. What did he see? The two big men at the door who were watching were already dead. At this moment, there were only 2 pools of blood on the grass, indicating their presence. It's a bit scary. Even someone as knowledgeable as Lei Guang couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. He swallowed and continued to walk into the tent. Degree. It's cold inside the tent. On the ground, icy blood water flows. There was a terrible stench in the air. They all smell like corpses. Fortunately, Lei Guang had experienced these smells before, so he didn't react too violently at first. He frowned, glanced at the scene in the tent, and murmured, 1,000-year-old ice toad poison. This little fellow actually has such a treasure in his hand, and he even knows how to use it. Amazing. Lei Guang's face was full of surprise and disbelief. This is the first time he has done this. If someone who is familiar with Lei Guang saw the surprised expression on his face, they would definitely think that the world has gone crazy. Would Lei Guang still have a look of surprise on his face? Is there anything else that would surprise him? Go incredible? But the fact is, no one can see it. The reason why Lei Guang was like this was entirely because of Su Luo and the 1,000-year-old ice toad poison. This poison is extremely precious and hard to find treasure. Su Luo has some, and it seems like quite a lot. At least Lei Guang knew that to create such a big scene, Su Luo must have used a lot of dosage. That beast master is indeed very mysterious. After visiting several tents in a row, Lei Guang was sure that Su Luo had really wiped them out. Not one was spared. What made Lei Guang feel even more distressed and a waste of resources was, there seemed to be only one person in one of the tents, and Su Luo had also used the same dose of 1,000-year ice toad poison. Damn it! How could that guy waste it like this? Lei Guang was really gritting his teeth. After all, this thing is something he can't get even if he wants it. Only a tiny bit as small as a finger can be extracted from the body of a 1,000-year-old ice toad beast. There are at least 10,000-year-old ice toads in Su Luo's tent. If we calculate based on the market price of a 1,000-year-old ice toad of 1 million star coins, that would be tens of millions of star coins. Oh shit. Lei Guang couldn't help but utter sweet words. So inhumane. He naturally didn't know. Su Luo didn't know the value of this thing at all. After all, for him, it's just about intimacy. Although this guy has dealt with them all, if someone comes to investigate, they will definitely find something. No, we have to help him destroy the body. After Lei Guang looked around, he made up his mind secretly. Now he no longer considered any terms of trade with Su Luo. All he could think about was how to clean up his mess. Someone here wants to help clean up the mess. On the other side, Su Luo was still in a gentle dream. Everyone wake up. Get ready to start your journey. Following Fu Ningxue's shout, Su Luo felt Nanjiao rustling in the quilt. This girl got up. Immediately, Su Luo felt his face being pinched again. Then, there was a frantic and vigorous kneading and pinching. It's like being rolled into a ball. He had to open his eyes. What caught my eye was Nanjiao's smiling face. It's a smirk. Okay, this girl did it on purpose. After waking up, she didn't forget to torture him and wake him up at the same time. But, is Su Luo the kind of person who would just accept everything that comes his way? This girl actually dared to sneak attack him when he was not prepared, so he should be prepared to be counterattacked. Look, Su Luo jumped forward with a dog leap, but he used too much force and knocked Nanjiao down. The latter was obviously also startled, with a hint of surprise on her pretty face. She didn't expect Su Luo to react so quickly and decisively. just pushed her down. But this is not over yet. Su Luo directly used his dog-licking skills and licked Ninjayo under him. The latter just twisted his neck, thinking about dodging. Ding! Lick the neck for close contact. Reward intimacy value 5,000. Su Luo succeeded, but the one who got offended was the neck. If this attack succeeds, then he will definitely attack again. So he stuck out his tongue again. This time, maybe it's because of tickling. Nanjiao laughed like a silver bell and shrank her neck. It would be better if it didn't shrink. If you shrink, you're doomed. Su Luo's tongue fell directly on Nanjiao's earlobe. Hiss! The soft, tender, and elastic feeling of the tongue made Su Luo stunned. Immediately, the system prompt sound rang in his ears. Ding! Unusual intimate contact. Reward of 20,000 intimacy points. Well, it seemed like Su Luo had unlocked some knowledge. I vaguely seem to have realized something. The earlobe can be said to be the most sensitive part of the human body, whether male or female. But, for girls, it is a forbidden area that cannot be touched. After all, this is too intimate and ambiguous. Only a boyfriend or husband can treat someone like that, right? However, Su Luo just accidentally. Life is not easy for animals, Lolo sighed. He would definitely be blamed by Nanjiao for doing this suddenly. So, at that moment, Su Luo was also a little panicked. And Nanjiao's pretty face instantly flushed. The eyes were filled with moisture, like water. It seems like water can drip out. She glanced at Su Luo, who seemed to be a little timid, as if he knew he had done something wrong. He didn't dare look at her. With a slight sigh, Nanjiao sat up and hugged him. Comforting. Okay, I don't blame you. Really? Don't be so naughty next time. You are not allowed to lick me just because you disagree with me. The girl pouted her lips and said with a little dissatisfaction. It's so early in the morning, my saliva stinks. I need to go rinse my mouth quickly. As she said that, she poked Su Luo's fat face again. It's so fleshy and so fun. Maybe she thought it was too cute, so she rubbed it with her own face. Hearing that she didn't blame him, Su Luo was relieved. However, he has always been a person who presses for more. This time, Nanjiao didn't blame him, but that means next time. Can we go one step further? Su Luo let out a laugh that only he could understand and struggled to get into Nanjiao's arms. It's no use to act like a spoiled child. I have to. Nanjiao thought that Su Luo was unwilling to clean up, so he was acting like a spoiled child. I was just about to say something to him. But at this time the door of the tent was opened. Fu Ningxue's figure appeared. Hurry up and get up, everyone else get up. Before she could finish her words, she was attracted by the azure figure beside her. Elemental spirits. Moreover, it is an elemental embryo elf. There was a flash of shock in Fu Ningxue's eyes, and Su Luo seemed to have realized something at the first moment. He quickly leaped over and pressed the water elemental spirit directly under his body. But it's too late. Everything was seen. You can see it from Fu Ningxue's eyes. The water elemental elf is exposed. Damn, doesn't this teacher even knock before coming in? Even if the door was a piece of cloth, you could still shout, right? Asshole. Su Luo cursed in his heart. Chapter 89. He is my master. AA. In the woods, a deep blue figure floated among them, and excited shouts kept coming out of its mouth. Very rhythmic, like singing. If it's not the water elemental elf, then who is it? 10 minutes ago, Nanjiao and his group had already had breakfast and moved on. Because the water elemental elf had been discovered by Fu Ningxue, Su Luo simply laid his cards on the table. Let this little thing out. No, this is what happened now. The little guy was very happy, singing all the way and floating along, never stopping, flying carelessly in front of the team. The little wings trembled. Su Luo, who was in Nanjiao's arms, shook his head when he saw this scene. This elemental elf has completely liberated its nature. Yu, how did you find this little guy? He's so cute. Lu Zixin's eyes have never left it since the elemental elf first appeared. No way. Girls have absolutely no resistance to this cute and beautiful creature. Mu Xiaoxi and Meng Jingran also looked over here. They also want to know the answer. On a tree not far away, a figure was also listening. She also wanted to know the answer. It was Fu Ningxue. Originally, she planned to stay farther away and observe Nanjiao and the others. However, the appearance of the elemental elves made her change her mind. After all, it would be fine if it were just elemental elves. But this is an elemental embryo elf. The ancestor of the elemental elves. No wonder Fu Ningxue was shocked. Could this be the beast behind Nanjiao? It must be Luo's friend. Nanjiao spoke. Before, it came back from the wild with Luo. I just discovered its existence not long ago. Because of its special nature, and because we don't know when it will leave, I didn't tell you. Nanjiao said this. looking at the three people in the dormitory with a slightly apologetic look. She did conceal the fact that the elementals existed, but it is also because of its particularity. Knowing doesn't mean it's a good thing. Brought it back from the wild last time. When Fu Ningxue heard this, a hint of doubt appeared in her eyes. Did they ever take action on their own at that time? Also, the elemental embryo elves are very intelligent. How could they just come back with others so easily? But when Fu Ningxue saw that it was Su Luo, she suddenly felt that it seemed understandable. The power of blood, perhaps it created some kind of affinity? Let the elemental elves come back with them? This bloodline power is so strong. So that's how it is. Lu Zixin nodded. Then he said, well, it's okay. You know it now, but it's nothing. We won't blame you. Right? As she spoke, she glanced at Meng Jingran and Mu Xiaoxi beside her. The two of them nodded to indicate that it was correct. Who doesn't have some secrets? This is really nothing. They themselves also have a lot of things that they haven't told Nanjiao. But Lu Zixin spoke again at this time. I didn't expect that Luo is so capable that he even knows how to seduce little girls, hee. This girl said something at the right time. Su Luo. Damn it. Is this called kidnapping a little girl? Can I conquer you with just one slap? Also, can this be considered a little girl? At most, it's an elf. Su Luo didn't want to explain anything. So Shou sighed, shook his head, twisted his position, and lay more comfortably in Nan Jiao's arms. Continue to live a lazy life. So Jiao, are you planning on the second Beastmaster to subdue this elemental spirit? Meng Jingran spoke at this time. She should be the person here who best understands the value of elemental elves. After all, this is not a small fighting force. That's right. Mu Xiaoxi also joined the group chat at this time. As for the skills used, the damage of the elemental spirits is simply explosive. There is someone in my family who also uses a fire elemental spirit as a beastmaster, but he is not an elemental embryo spirit. But the damage is still terrible. You can imagine how bad this little guy is. What she meant was that the development potential of this elemental embryo elf was huge. I haven't thought about this. Nanjiao shook her head. She had indeed never thought about taming the elemental spirits. After all, she hasn't opened her Xianmai yet. Not only her, but even Lu Zixin didn't expect this. At the beginning, she liked the water elemental elf purely because of its appearance. In the back, Fu Ningxue was anxious. Why not conquer? This is simply a heaven-defying help, okay? Ouch. Nanjiao, you are really annoying. However, at this time, the water elemental elf in front seemed to have heard their conversation and flew over. The little thing waved its arms desperately, pointed at Su Luo, then pointed at itself, and explained with gesticulations. Everyone was confused and had no idea what it was trying to express. But only Su Luo knows best. You mean, Luo is your good friend, and you don't want to be conquered? Mu Xiaoxi tried to guess what it meant. The elemental spirit shook his head, then nodded. Immediately, he explained it again in a yai voice. Finally, he couldn't help it anymore, and flew directly in front of Su Luo, hugging his thighs. You mean, Luo is your thigh? Should you hold it tighter? Lu Zixin spoke very quickly and said directly. After saying this, he seemed a little proud, as if he felt that his guess must be correct. Su Luo. Lu Zixin, can we pay attention to the development of the brain? Stop paying attention to the bear's development? Nanjiao. The elemental spirit shook his head again. Isn't that right? Lu Zixin was a little disappointed. She actually guessed wrong. She felt that she had guessed it 100% correctly. This time, no one really could guess what this little guy meant. One inconvenience is that I cannot communicate directly with the spirit beast. You mean, you don't want to be conquered? At this time, Nanjiao seemed to have thought of something and spoke. She combined what Mu Xiaoxi had said before and began to guess. Sure enough, this time the elemental elf nodded, with a smile on his face. Moreover, she flew up and looked at Nanjiao excitedly, obviously wanting her to continue guessing. You guessed it right. The unhappiness just now had already gone behind her mind, and Lu Zixin suddenly became energetic again. Nanjiao's thoughts were racing as she tried to think about the elemental elf's performance just now, and she said another sentence. Are you trying to say that Luo is your master and you don't want to be conquered by others? When she said this, even Su Luo couldn't help but look up at her. Nanjiao is great. She actually guessed what the elemental elves wanted to express. This girl is getting smarter and smarter. The elemental spirit nodded vigorously, very happy, because someone finally guessed its thoughts. It was so happy that it slipped directly to Su Luo's thighs and hugged him. The little face rubbed. TSK. Seeing this scene, Su Luo was also slightly embarrassed. Does this mean that this little guy has been tamed, trained and educated by him? Now you are so obedient and like to cling to him so much. Sure enough, the charm is irresistible. Oh, Su Luo sighed. Little did they know that Fu Ningxue, who was sitting on a tree not far away, was horrified. Su Luo, do you mean to start recruiting soldiers and building your own beast-taming army now? Is he finally taking action? Sure enough, the king is the king, and it won't work if he doesn't have a few workers under him. Fu Ningxue was so surprised that she was shocked. Chapter 90. Earth Bear. Injured before the mission begins. I didn't expect that Luo has the ability to subdue elemental elves and become their master and big brother. In the forest, the group continued to move forward. Lu Zixin couldn't help but sigh. Thinking about my Earth Bear, I am really in tears. Lu Zixin. Mu Xiaoxi glanced ahead and said, you know what? I feel like Earth Bear is particularly active today. You see, it always walks in front of the team. As she spoke, she pointed. Yes, I discovered this too. Ninjayo also nodded. Normally, it was the fire wolf or thunder leopard that led the way. But today the opposite is true. The Earth Bear rushed ahead. Little did they know. Hearing everyone's discussion, the Earth Bear in front of him trembled slightly. Finally, has anyone finally discovered it? Are you willing to give the big bear a little attention? I am touched. It must be fake. Lu Zixin said it this time. The Earth Bear trembled violently, and the corners of his mouth that had just been grinning froze in an instant. This is being. Have you been discovered? Life is not easy for animals. Xiong needs to perform. There is nothing Earth Bear can do. Ever since Lu Zixin said last night that she wanted to cut it off, it had no choice but to be more active. Otherwise, I'm afraid this girl is serious and will really give it a knife. So, does Big Bear still want to live a happy life in the future? So that I can play happily with the beautiful Mother Bear in the future. There is nothing the Earth Bear can do. As he was speaking, Su Luo and Nanjiao's arms suddenly moved and looked forward. Nanjiao seemed to have discovered his abnormality. It seems like a ferocious beast is coming. Luo has reacted. She quickly spoke. Maybe it's because of strength. The thunder leopard and fire wolf in front didn't seem to have much of an impact. Woo-woo. A roar. A small wild boar with pink fur and a round body first appeared 100 meters away. This little guy is about the size of an ordinary piglet. However, the sharp fangs in front of it tell everyone that it is not just a little cutie. It is a very ferocious beast. It's the angry smoothie pig. Mu Xiaoxi cried out in surprise, obviously recognizing the ferocious beast. But not only her, Nanjiao and the others also noticed it. This is a ferocious beast that looks small but is actually very powerful. Because of their size, people often misunderstand them as being bad and weak. But its strength is actually that of a third-order advanced ferocious beast. It is a very ferocious carnivorous beast with a very hot temper that likes to actively attack people. Moreover, this angry sweet pig is also famous because its meat tastes great. Therefore, they are often hunted by many people in the wild. Su Luo obviously knew that the strength of this angry fragrant pig should not be underestimated. Just when he was about to say whether or not to let the elemental elves take action, the beasts had already moved. But it's not the fire wolf or thunder leopard in front, but Earth Bear. Roar, brothers, move away, let me do it. Let me smash it. Fuck it. Finally, I have a chance to show my talent. The Earth Bear roared and growled. It was already twisting its huge body, with a look of excitement and agitation on its face, running forward. That momentum is so astonishing. That courage is simply irresistible. No way. Such a little guy seems to exist just for the purpose of showing off his skills as an Earth Bear. If it doesn't take action now, when will it take action? It must perform well in front of Lu Zixin to let her know its strength and courage. Let's see if she will continue to nag at me. The Earth Bear had exactly this thought in mind, so it attacked immediately. But it didn't know that the people and beasts behind it. Su Luo. He was so shocked that he was completely speechless. Nanjiao. Mu Xiaoxi, Meng Jingran. Fire wolf, thunder leopard. This guy is so brave. Is he going to die? On everyone's face. The expressions on every beast's face are very interesting. Only Lu Zixin's face suddenly changed, and she was extremely shocked. Sigma, Because, boom, as the distance got closer, flames began to burn on the body of the angry Squidward. Moreover, the flame rose rapidly, reaching more than 1 meter high, enveloping it. It was now like a fireball, and was flying towards the Earth Bear at a high speed. Obviously, feeling provoked, the angry squid also attacked. Show your true abilities. At this moment, the Earth Bear seemed to have realized it. Wipe, how can this be a little pig? This is simply the big bear's pig grandfather. His feet slipped, and the Earth Bear turned around and wanted to leave. But There is no chance anymore. Even at this time, no one could help him in time. Because the angry fireball is coming. Boom! Flames everywhere. Explode. The earth bear, which weighed a full 200 kilograms, was blown away and crashed into a nearby tree. The big tree that the bear could barely hold on to suddenly broke apart. This is enough to prove that the power of this attack is very strong. The earth bear looked like it was burnt all over, with its hair all burnt black. Not only that, in some places, the skin and flesh were even burned through, which looked bloody and scary. And it rolled on the ground, wailing in pain. Apparently, this attack had an extraordinary effect on it. Damn it, Big Bear, are you okay? Lu Zixin shouted, formed seals with his hands, and rushed forward to help. Although she usually likes to complain about the earth bear, she still feels sad when she sees it getting hurt. After all, they are his own beasts. Watch it grow up step by step and become your own little beast. How could there be no emotion? Thunder Leopard, Fire Wolf, go help. Mu Xiaoxi and Ming Jingran also quickly sent their beasts to help the earth bear. After all, the angry pig's attack doesn't seem to be over yet. Su Luo, who had originally planned to lie down and rest, also broke free from Nan Jiao's arms at this time. He didn't want to go up and help the earth bears, because he also knew that fighting was the best way to improve them. If he keeps taking action, he will actually suppress their growth. But if the opponent is more than one angry piglet, Su Luo will have to take action. He also has to ensure the safety of Nan Jiao and the others. Suddenly, at this moment, there were chaotic footsteps coming from all directions. More and more angry pigs are appearing. They are not very big, but Su Luo roughly estimated the number and found that there were at least 40 or 50 of them. It's a big battle. Chapter 91. The elemental elves are very violent. To be honest, Nan Jiao and her friends were not expecting that they would be attacked by 40 or 50 angry pigs early in the morning. This is already a large-scale attack. Not to mention Nan Jiao and the others. Even Fu Ningxue, who had been following them, was stunned. Are you so unlucky to be attacked by 40 or 50 third-level high-level ferocious beasts? This is just the beginning. What should we do, Mr. Fu? Should we help? Zhang Jinghan also quietly came to her side and asked. Yesterday's Silver Moon Wolf was only a low-level third-order wolf. It was at night, and it was relatively large. Nan Jiao's beast control was able to hit it accurately. But isn't today's angry fragrant pig a bit difficult to deal with? As teachers, they are ordered to protect students in secret, so naturally they cannot let them encounter life-threatening situations. The attack of this angry fragrant pig has obviously caused life-threatening consequences for Nan Jiao and the others. So, she had to ask Fu Ningxue for her opinion. The latter also frowned, obviously in endless entanglement. But in the end, Fu Ningxue gritted her teeth and said, "Don't take action yet. Wait and see how the situation develops." Boom boom. Before Fu Ningxue could finish her words, a deafening roar sounded from the front. Immediately afterwards, the wailing sound of the angry, fragrant pig was heard. The war has already begun. But was this sound made by Su Luo? Was the angry squid attacked by Su Luo? Otherwise, why would they scream so miserably? Fu Ningxue and Zhang Jinghan, both teachers, looked over. Then he was stunned. Because it wasn't Su Luo who caused this commotion, but it was that azure blue figure. It's an elemental elf. Ay. The little thing's excited cry rang in Su Luo's ears. It made him stunned for several seconds. Elemental elves, very fierce. Time goes back to 1 minute ago. When everyone was actively preparing for the battle, a blue figure suddenly rushed out from behind. Nan Jiao and the others thought that the elemental elves just wanted to help fight. But the next moment, the little thing had already made its move. In its tiny, slender hands, terrifying water element energy suddenly condensed. A huge azure ball of light appeared above its head. Moreover, the violent and surging power of the water element shocked Nan Jiao and the others. As we all know, the water element itself is friendly. But why is the power of water in the hands of the elemental elves so violent? That degree is even more violent than the lightning attribute. It's so terrifying. Therefore, Nan Jiao and the others were attracted by the actions of the water elemental spirit at the first moment. At that time, Su Luo had only one thought in his mind. Damn it, does this little guy want to use the spirit bomb? This posture is very standard. Next moment, the huge water ball in the elemental elf's hand has been pushed out. Immediately, with a deafening bang, some angry pigs running in the front were blown away, like flowers scattering from heaven. There was even a slightly scary depression left on the ground. All of this demonstrates the horror and power of the elemental spirit's bombardment this time. It was because of this scene that Fu Ningxue and Zhang Jinghan were stunned. This Isn't it too strong? Su Luo never expected this. This little thing, which he usually pressed to the ground, kneaded and bullied at will, and did whatever he told it to do, turned out to be so ferocious. TSK, TSK, TSK. Not bad, not bad. Su Luo just sat down and gave the elemental elf a thumbs up. Xin, go check on your earth bear. Leave this place to us. Nan Jiao reacted at this time and asked Lu Zixin to check the injuries of the earth bear first. The girl didn't hesitate and ran forward again. If it weren't for the large number of angry pigs that appeared just now, causing her to stop where she was, she should have appeared next to the earth bear a long time ago. The battle begins again. Although the elemental elf shocked everyone with one attack. However, those angry fragrant pigs are not ferocious beasts that will easily surrender and be defeated. After struggling for a while, they ran forward again. Just like their names, they are very popular. And Su Luo had to stand up again and prepare to fight. This time, the elemental elves will be the main attacker, and he will just have to defend with Nan Jiao. As long as he protects this girl from getting hurt, he will have completed his mission. Looking at the fire wolf and thunder leopard, these two beasts were stationed in front of the earth bear. Don't let any angry pigs get close. They are also fighting with all their might. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, bang. Roar. Ah. Such voices kept ringing. And in the distance that no one knows, a figure like an iron tower was standing there watching the battle here. His eyes were like an eagle's. Even though he was hundreds of meters away and there were so many trees, he could still see clearly what was happening. If this isn't Lei Guang, then who else could it be? I didn't expect that there is an elemental embryo elf beside him. This little guy is a good thing. Lei Guang pinched his unshaven chin and said something secretly. It's all in vain. He patted his chest again and sighed. I originally wanted to let the angry smoothie pig create some trouble for them so that I could create a scene of justice coming down from the sky. Now it seems that I underestimated this guy's fighting ability. That's right. The reason why this angry fragrant pig attacked so abnormally was naturally because of Lei Guang. It was he who instigated these ferocious beasts, hoping to create some trouble for Su Luo. Then, he descended from the sky and wiped out this trouble. By the way, I chatted with him for a few minutes. Although he knew that those two teachers existed. But it's not a big deal. But now it seems that there is no chance. Lei Guang shook his head and felt it was a pity. However, from another perspective, he once again discovered the good things around Su Luo. Elemental elves. How many secrets does this guy have? Chapter 92, Earth Bear Transformation. Encounter. By the river in the forest, Nan Jiao and the others were cleaning the blood and mud off their hands. It's not because they were injured, but because they were inevitably splashed during the battle. Moreover, they had just carried the corpses of many angry pigs all the way here, so their bodies were naturally covered in blood. Su Luo lay on a stone, watching Nan Jiao cleaning quietly. Even when this girl was cleaning the stains on her body, she looked so beautiful with such carefulness. The few beads of sweat on her forehead added a touch of natural beauty. Nice profile, so beautiful. Therefore, it was understandable that Su Luo took a few more glances. The battle just now was really thanks to the elemental elves. Mu Xiaoxi spoke as she wiped her face with water. Yes, the suppression of the water attribute on the fire attribute is really strong. Meng Jingran recalled the battle just now and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. But maybe only elemental elves can do this. I'm afraid the skills of other water-attributed beasts are not as terrifying as this. In the battle just now, most of the angry pigs were badly beaten by the water elemental elves. This little thing is originally a third-level spiritual beast, and its skill strength is comparable to that of a fourth-level intermediate. It may even surpass. Moreover, with the ability to fly, it is simply a way to suppress the angry pig. The most important thing is, over the past few days, the elemental spirits have been suppressing their power and have nowhere to vent. Now we are finally out in the wild. Su Luo finally let it perform. Then it will naturally transform into a great demon king-level existence. That's for sure. Mu Xiaoxi said. Jingran, have you forgotten that the elemental elf used a group attack skill? How could a normal third-level beast use a skill of this level? 2. Meng Jingran thought of the terrifying big ball of water energy and nodded in agreement. Really, talent is still very important for beast tamers. Just like the elemental elves, they are much more powerful than others from birth. Meng Jingran sighed slightly. Suddenly, she was looking forward to her second beast. Zixin, how is your earth bear? Nan Jiao patted her face and looked at Lu Zixin, who was not far away. This girl didn't say a word at the beginning. It's rare to see her so depressed. Oh, when asked, Lu Zixin also sighed and turned back and said, I'm injured, and it's a bit serious. I should rest for a while. I probably won't be able to fight for several days. As the girl spoke, there were some tears in her big eyes. Su Luo saw it at a glance. Although this girl complained about the earth bear, it can be seen that she still cares about it very much. There is no doubt about this. That's okay. You just need to take good care of it. The most important thing is to heal its wounds. Nan Jiao then spoke again to comfort him. Earth bear can't fight. If it encounters danger, we can fight for it. It's okay. Don't worry. Yes, healing your wounds is the most important thing. Mu Xiaoxi also spoke. She said as she glanced at her Thunder Panther. I was also slightly injured, but it's okay. Hey, I'll trouble you guys next. Lu Zixin sighed again and nodded, indicating that this was the only way. But then, she reached out and patted the earth bear in front of her, saying with a hint of blame. But who let this guy show off? Just let him die in pain. He deserves to be hurt. It won't be afraid unless it suffers physical pain. It's usually so lazy to practice. You can't see your opponent's class clearly at the critical moment. How impulsive. You deserve it. This girl keeps chattering. Also, this guy must think that other people's sweet pigs are small and easy to bully. I've been slapped in the face now, haha. Lu Zixin once again started her favorite complaining mode. But, this time, the earth bear did not make any dissatisfied roars. On the contrary, there was a soft light flashing in its eyes as it lay on the ground looking at its master. All along the way, including Lu Zixin's efforts in treating its injuries just now, the earth bear felt all of this. Its owner is actually just hard-mouthed but soft-hearted. Every day, he said he would urge it to practice and fight. However, it has never been truly forced to do it or to implement it. Every day, he tells it not to eat honey anymore, saying that it is bad to eat too much of it and that it is too expensive. But every time I would secretly say to it, you are only allowed to eat a little bit more. Little did they know. These little bits become billions of bits in a day. Even, I blamed it for being injured, saying it deserved it. However, his hands have been using their remaining little energy to relieve its pain. Earth bear is not stupid. It feels all of this. So, this time when Lu Zixin complained about it, it said nothing and didn't complain. Because, this is indeed its own reason. Underestimate the enemy. I didn't figure out the horror of the angry piglet right away. Perhaps no one has noticed the change in Earth Bear's mood. However, Su Luo, the beast, felt it. He looked down and saw the elemental elf lying in front of him, sleeping comfortably. I feel complicated inside. The little guy was very tired because he fought so hard. So much so that he fell asleep right in front of Su Luo. With a slight sigh, Su Luo gently held the elemental elf in his mouth. I planned to move it to a more comfortable environment and let it have a good sleep. Looking at his back as he suddenly left, Nanjiao was also curious. So I followed. Lolo, do you want to help it find a good place to sleep? The girl looked at Su Luo fiddling with the haystack, as if she understood something. The latter also nodded to indicate that it was correct. Silly. Nanjiao reached out and patted him. You can tell me. As she spoke, she turned around, fiddled with her backpack, and took out a thick coat. After folding it, carefully transfer the elemental spirit into it. Just right. This little thing sleeps in it, just like sleeping in a small bed. It looks very comfortable. It even shrank back in comfort. Some are cute in a silly and cute way. Is that all right? Nanjiao glanced at Su Luo. The latter nodded with satisfaction. Damn it. Just now, I was thinking out of habit, thinking of finding a haystack for the elemental elf to sleep. However, he forgot that Nanjiao existed. This girl is really clever and deft. Put it in your backpack like this, and you'll feel at ease. Nanjiao said as she placed the elemental spirit on the outer layer of the backpack. Just right, perfect fit. Su Luo even doubted whether it had been measured. I didn't expect you to be so caring and take care of others. After finishing everything, Nanjiao picked up Su Luo again. No way. Su Luo is now chubby, and it is comfortable to hug him. And his body wasn't hot. It was even a little cool, very comfortable. The most important thing is that Nanjiao seems to have discovered another side of Su Luo, loving and caring. This was a surprise for her. As for a certain beast, isn't this the best time to increase your intimacy points? Just when Su Luo was about to attack and get intimate with Nanjiao, a shout was heard not far away. Hello? Can you sell us some of those angry pig carcasses? Su Luo and Nanjiao turned their heads towards the direction of the voice almost immediately. Not far away, there were 3 men and 1 woman standing. They were wearing the same style of clothes. The one who spoke and asked was the leading young man among them. He had a smile on his face, and he looked pretty good. He was looking at Nanjiao and the others. No. In Su Luo's eyes, the person he was looking at should be Nanjiao. Chapter 93, Academy Student? Domineering Su Luo. Just as Su Luo thought, Feng Haoyu was looking at Nanjiao. He and his teammates passed by here. Just as they saw a river, Feng Haoyu suggested stopping to eat something and rest before continuing on their journey. Little did they know. Suddenly, there was an unexpected gain. Feng Haoyu really wants to give a thumbs up for his choice. When I saw Ninjayo, he only saw the other person's profile from a distance. But just a side profile was enough to make Feng Haoyu stunned by her beauty. He immediately came over with his teammates. At this time, Nanjiao was interacting with her own beast. That gentle, smiling look instantly hit the soft spot in Feng Haoyu's heart. Just a moment. He decided that this girl was the one. He wants to pursue her and possess her. Therefore, any purchase of the angry smoothie pig is just a reason and excuse. It was just an excuse Feng Haoyu made up to get close to them. But it's very embarrassing. When Feng Haoyu said this in what he thought was a polite and gentlemanly manner, no one answered him. Mu Xiaoxi and Meng Jingran were still washing their faces by the river, and Nan Jiao just glanced at him. Lu Zixin, who is usually the most active, is still worried about the injury of her earth bear. Therefore, Feng Haoyu's appearance was very abrupt to them. At first, no one answered. Feng Haoyu was stunned for a moment, and then he felt the awkwardness of the atmosphere. But fortunately, he was not a man who had never seen the world. After pursing his lips, he took another step forward. Maybe that's a bit abrupt. Please allow me to introduce myself first. I am a student from the Tianhuang Beast Taming School. My name is Feng Haoyu. When talking about the words Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy, Feng Haoyu obviously became more confident. He straightened his back, then a smile appeared on his face again, and he continued. We are a group of 4 people, all from the same place, and we just want to eat something and take a rest. I just happen to see that you have angry, smelly pigs, so can I exchange them for something or buy them? Although Feng Haoyu's words seemed to be directed at Nan Jiao and the other 3. But in fact, Su Luo could see clearly who his eyes were mostly on. This guy is Sima Zhao's intention. Su Luo knows it all. Moreover, when he mentioned the Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy, Su Luo saw a flash of surprise in Nan Jiao's eyes. The same situation happened to Mu Xiaoxi and the others. Su Luo didn't know whether the Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy was awesome or not. However, he still knew the word institution of learning. Isn't this the Beast Taming Academy, a place for higher-level training? And at this time, because Nan Jiao's position was closer to them, she should have stood up and answered. But how could Su Luo give her this opportunity? In other words, how could he give Feng Haoyu and Nan Jiao a chance to communicate? So he immediately used his claws and sat on her legs with his whole body, preventing her from standing up. Not only that, he also stretched out his claws and gently pressed them on Nan Jiao's lips. Don't talk to her. By the way, he shook his head at her, indicating no. That's serious look. With this set of continuous actions, the meaning is extremely clear. Su Luo just wouldn't allow Nan Jiao to talk to him. I don't want her to pay attention to Feng Haoyu. I don't want her to get up. This girl also realized. So, she looked at Su Luo with some amusement, wondering why he suddenly became like this. However, seeing that he was like this, Nan Jiao naturally let him do what he wanted and didn't say anything. But after Su Luo's actions, Feng Haoyu's expression changed slightly. This beast is very hostile to him. Besides, wasn't this damned little bastard trying to embarrass him on purpose? At this time, Meng Jingran seemed to see Nan Jiao's dilemma. She thought about it, then stood up and took a look at the angry, fragrant pig they brought out. There are 7 in total. Because they were not too big, they brought a little more. They also know that this thing tastes good. How would you like to exchange? Meng Jingran spoke. Her tone was calm, without much ripples, just like her personality. However, this sudden sentence made Feng Haoyu stunned again. Not only him, but also the students around him are the same. Their expressions also changed slightly, as if they found Meng Jingran's words incredible. And what formed their thoughts and reactions like this? Of course it was because, when they reported themselves as students of the Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy, they would receive a lot of flattery from people. No matter how bad the situation is, the other party's attitude will be much better. Moreover, they have indeed been treated like this along the way. After all, the Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy still has power in the beast taming world. Who among their students dares to be rude? But, on these beast masters who seem to have not even left the academy yet and are still considered newcomers, they didn't get such treatment. So, Feng Haoyu was stunned for a moment. He didn't believe it anymore and said something else. We are from the Tianhuang Beast Taming School. I know. Meng Jingran nodded. Her eyebrows slightly frowned. I know you are from the Tianhuang Beast Taming School. Your name is Feng Haoyu, right? How would you like to exchange? Feng Haoyu. The 3 students next to him. Su Luo next to her laughed like a pig and snuggled into Nan Jiao's arms, squeezing them. He didn't want the other party to see his ruthless ridicule. Meng Jingran is still awesome. Just one sentence directly slapped the other party in the face, causing Feng Haoyu's face to change drastically, and he was speechless. So awesome. Su Luo raised his paw and gave Ming Jingran crazy thumbs up. So strong. Seeing him like this, Nanjiao shook her head helplessly and combed his hair. Her Lolo is so human. I can understand the emotions between humans so clearly. No wonder he didn't speak to her just now. Nanjiao thought of this, and suddenly, an idea came to her mind. Could it be that Luo is jealous? Are you not letting her speak because you're jealous? You don't want her to talk to other boys? Is he so domineering? Nanjiao was stunned. She seemed to feel vaguely that this was the case. But it's a bit ridiculous. Because Su Luo is a beastmaster. How could that be? Even if he is very intelligent, the person he falls in love with can only be someone of the same kind, right? The more Nanjiao thought about it, the more she felt that she was overthinking, thinking in a distorted and complicated way. Tell me now, how would you like to exchange? But no matter what school you are from, just do what you have to do. Seeing that the other party did not answer, Meng Jingran asked again. Finally, don't forget to remind you. She is not stupid, so she knows. Feng Haoyu kept saying where he came from and what it meant. It's obvious that he wants to use the power behind him to put pressure on them. Or maybe, I want them to flatter me, to envy me. But, Feng Haoyu thinks too much. What Meng Jingran hates most in her life is people who bully others by taking advantage of their power. Therefore, Feng Haoyu was destined to fail because of her. This is also why Su Luo laughed like a pig. This idiot. He wants to flirt with a girl without even considering her personality. You don't even know how to read people's expressions. But no matter what Su Luo thinks, Feng Haoyu's mentality is indeed a bit broken because of Meng Jingran. Chapter 94. You are so smart. Finally, Feng Haoyu from the Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy successfully spent 100,000 star coins in exchange for 2 fragrant pigs. This person is very smart, but also stupid and has a lot of money. Meng Jingran has already said that it is not worth that much money, and giving 50,000 star coins is already a lot. But Feng Haoyu doesn't want to, because the Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy had not been able to intimidate them before. So he figured it out. I must show my financial strength in front of these girls. So he waved his hand and directly said that a fragrant pig would cost 50,000 star coins. Young Master Feng wants it. So, while Meng Jingran looked at him like an idiot, this guy handed over the star coins. Then he carried the body of the angry squidgy pig and walked away happily. When I left, I was very happy and peaceful. But not far from Su Luo and the others. They were planning to roast them and eat them. Meng Jingran also said that the star coins they exchanged for would be used as the common expenses for their trip and would come from here. Su Luo saw how money was exchanged in this era. It turns out that everyone has something called an ID card. That is what you will need when you go out of town. That thing also has the function of saving and transferring money, which is very convenient. 100,000 star coins, easily transferred to your account. Boss Feng, this doesn't seem like your style, does it? Next to Feng Haoyu, a young man in black with a flat head spoke. His name is Zhang Luo-san, a lackey who likes to flatter Feng Haoyu on a daily basis. You would normally ask if you can have dinner with them. Why did you bring us here today and bake it yourself? So if you're stupid, then you're stupid. You deserve to be single. Feng Haoyu had already put the humiliation he suffered at the hands of Meng Jingran behind him. He spoke to Zhang Luo-san with a look of disappointment, his face full of anger at his lack of fighting spirit. Zhang Luo-san. The sentence, "you deserve to be single," really made him confused. If it were someone else, forget it. But, Feng Haoyu, aren't you a single guy yourself? You still have the nerve? Wipe. Zhang Luo-san cursed in his heart, but he kept a smile on his face, like a humble man. At this time, Feng Haoyu continued to speak. Ask them both, can you succeed in chasing a girl overnight? Can you be impatient and get your hands on the hot tofu? We must do it step by step, and eat away at their hearts bit by bit. As he spoke, he pointed at a man and a woman next to him. They are a couple. The man is called Wang Tao. The woman's name is Guan Fian. Yes, Wang Tao nodded and analyzed. If you just want to poop on the bed, it's okay if you're impatient. But the 4 girls on the opposite side must be of a cooler disposition and more self-respecting. This kind of thing won't be easy to master. As he spoke, Wang Tao did not forget to flatter him. So, Boss Feng really understands women's hearts and knows how to play hard to get. Great. It's really high. That's amazing. Guan Fian next to him also said at the right time. Look, Feng Haoyu was all smiles, pinched his chin, and said, yes, that's what I thought. That's why I didn't ask if we could have dinner together, but chose to stay close. As he spoke, he glanced at Nanjiao again and said, I've made a plan. If they don't continue to move forward today, we'll stay here. I believe that in such a dangerous forest, with their strength, they will definitely run into troubles that they can't solve. Having said that, Feng Haoyu showed a smile on his face. Then I can suddenly appear, give them help, and capture their hearts at the same time, and act like a hero saving the beauty. Haha. He couldn't help but smile. Obviously, he had already imagined the beautiful plot that was to follow. Hi. Zhang Luosen quickly spoke at this time. A hero saves a beauty, and the beauty has no way to repay him except to pledge herself to him. Boss Feng is indeed a genius. You have already thought about things so far ahead, unlike me who is so short-sighted and only cares about the immediate benefits. How it turns out that you can't compare yourself to others. As he said this, he sighed heavily again. This flattery was just right. Feng Haoyu was very happy, even satisfied. He reached out and patted Zhang Luosan's shoulder vigorously, saying, "Follow me. There are still many things you can learn. Take your time and learn well, young man." As he said this, he patted him hard. Yes. Zhang Luosan nodded quickly. But in his heart, he had already greeted Feng Haoyu's ancestors for 18 generations. Damn it. It seems like he doesn't understand these things. Who is stupid or knows better? Zhang Luosan is very clear about this. The girl's words just now choked Feng Haoyu to the point where he was speechless. Why is that? Isn't it because he likes to show off in front of others? He always mentions the Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy, fearing that others don't know about it. Not only that, Zhang Luosan was also very clear. That girl just now was clearly looking at Feng Haoyu like he was a fool, but he still gave her money so happily. Zhang Luosan sees through these things, but doesn't say anything. But I know very well in my heart. However, for the sake of cultivation resources, Zhang Luosan had no choice but to endure it. Okay, go and take care of these two fragrant pigs. Feng Haoyu patted his head again and said, "Okay, boss Feng." Zhang Luosan smiled and went to deal with it quickly. A spy war drama is staged here, full of inner drama. As for Nanjiao, Lolo, is it delicious? What this girl is holding in her hand is, of course, a pig's trotter. There's not much meat in it, but it's roasted to a crispy crisp. You know what? It tastes really good. At least, Su Luo felt it. Maybe it's because it was fed with Nanjiao, so it tastes even more delicious. So, Su Luo nodded, indicating that it tasted good. A smile finally appeared on Nanjiao's face. She felt that the best time of the day was sharing food with Su Luo. Especially when she feeds him, the satisfaction on his face makes Nanjiao feel happy from the bottom of her heart. Maybe this is the ultimate secret of being a pet owner. Yu, I feel like if Luo wasn't a beastmaster, you two would be like a couple, inseparable. Lu Zixin, who had been worried about the earth bear for the entire morning, finally regained some energy during dinner. Look, this girl just opened her mouth and said it. Especially when you feed him, that little look in his eyes and that little satisfaction. I don't even know if your future boyfriend can handle it. That's my pleasure. Nanjiao replied and continued feeding. Then he spoke again. Besides, I haven't even thought about having a boyfriend. Chapter 95. Here's a chance to show off. Nanjiao didn't say anything nonsense. She really hadn't thought about the topic of boyfriend. Moreover, judging from her life trajectory since childhood, it's not like she wasn't pursued by anyone. But she just doesn't like. It can also be said that I have never met someone who made my heart beat faster at first sight. Hearing that this was the topic they were talking about, Su Luo couldn't help but look up at Nanjiao. He found that this girl was always looking at him. But you will definitely face this problem, right? Even a pig's trotter couldn't shut Lu Zixin's mouth, and the girl kept going. Look, that person from the Tianhuang Beast Taming School over there has already looked at us countless times. Also, I noticed that his eyes have been on you many times. I can say with confidence that he must like you, and that's why he came up to chat with you. Then I don't like him either. Nanjiao shook her head, feeling somewhat resistant to Feng Haoyu. This Feng Haoyu is from the Tianhuang Beast Taming School. The school is indeed good, but he is a bit stupid. Meng Jingran also joined the group chat at this time. And they're so pretentious. Mu Xiaoxi also interjected. This also surprised Su Luo, who was standing by. Not bad. The girls are very united, and their eyes are all looking at the same thing. That guy is really smart, okay. Su Luo had seen through him a long time ago. After all, he had dated countless men in his previous life. People like Li Bai, Kai Dai, Cheng Yaojin, and the like are all his toys. So, the moment Feng Haoyu came out, Su Luo already knew what kind of person this guy was. Oh, it seems that we all have the same vision. Lu Zixin also smiled and whispered. I also think he's a little silly. But I'm not discussing him. I'm discussing my future boyfriend. Haven't you ever thought about that? No. Mu Xiaoxi shook her head. Me too. Meng Jingran followed closely behind. Then, she used her ultimate move. What's the use of a boyfriend? He will only affect my speed in controlling beasts. Besides, anything a boyfriend can do, a beastmaster can do too. Hiss. As soon as Ming Jingran said this, several eyes turned to her. Among them, there are Su Luos and fire wolves. Jingjing, aren't your words too fierce? Lu Zixin's face turned slightly red, and no one knew what she was thinking about. Not only her, but also Nan Jiao and Mu Xiaoxi. And Su Luo's gaze seemed even more ambiguous. I can't tell. Meng Jingren has such a habit. The understanding of this sentence is, what is the use of a boyfriend? Cucumber is enough. If your boyfriend can do it, so can a cucumber. Anyway, this is how Su Luo understood it. The fire wolf remained silent, glanced at its master, and continued to work hard on the piece of meat below. What are you looking at? Meng Jingran looked at her 3 roommates in confusion. You do not know? Mu Xiaoxi asked. You don't understand? Nan Jiao raised the corner of her mouth slightly and asked playfully. And Lu Zixin had a sly smile on her face. This shows that this girl knows the most. I really don't know. Is there anything wrong with what I said? Meng Jingran thought about it carefully. Let me remind you. What a boyfriend can do, a beastmaster can do too. As Lu Zixin spoke, she secretly covered her mouth and smiled. Meng Jingran savored it carefully. Suddenly, a blush appeared on the cold face. You bunch of perverts. She finally understood. What are you thinking? I don't mean that at all. I mean fight, protect me. Meng Jingran, please explain quickly. But the more you explain, the worse it gets. It's rare that our Jingjing would actually be shy. Lu Zixin quickly joked. Even Nan Jiao and Mu Xiaoxi covered their mouths and laughed. So does Su Luo. Damn it. What a harmonious and wonderful atmosphere. So enviable. Really, Su Luo was right. It was indeed the envy of others. Feng Haoyu looked at the smiles on Nan Jiao and the others' faces, and suddenly felt that the fragrant pig in his hand was no longer fragrant. On the contrary, my mouth is full of bitterness. But one thing is that his heart is beating like crazy. After all, beautiful women are a feast for the eyes. If I laugh like this again, it's like having a full meal. Feng Haoyu is drunk, staring intently at Nan Jiao and the others. At this moment, he was begging everyone in his heart, wishing that God would give him an opportunity right away, so that he can express himself. So awesome. Show your boyfriend power. It's dusk. Because the Earth Bear was injured, Nan Jiao and the others decided to stay here for one night. Wait until tomorrow, and then look at the map and continue moving forward. But now, they are facing a new problem. What to do, sisters? Lu Zixin took a look and saw Feng Haoyu and the other 3 who were also setting up their tents and preparing to stay, and said, I see a few of them are staying tonight too. Will we be in danger? They decided to stay, without telling anyone. However, after watching them set up their tents, Feng Haoyu also shamelessly set up a tent not far away. Lu Zixin could see Sima Zhao's intention clearly. There's nothing we can do. Let's be careful. Nan Jiao obviously noticed this as well and frowned slightly. Yes. Mu Xiaoxi also spoke at this time. When surviving in the wild, you will inevitably face various situations, big and small. We are just getting started. We haven't even entered the forest yet, so be careful. Meng Jingran also took a look and nodded. Yes. We can't just let them camp not far away. This kind of situation will definitely happen in the future, so be careful. Okay. Lu Zixin pouted, obviously a little unhappy. But since everyone said so, there was nothing she could do. You can't just rush over and tell them to go away, right? Isn't this just asking for trouble? Besides, since they said they are from the Tianhuang beast taming school, there is no need to be too scared. We just have to keep an eye out. Mu Xiaoxi analyzed again. Su Luo, who was in Nan Jiao's arms, looked at her from afar, his eyes full of dissatisfaction. These guys did this on purpose? And Feng Haoyu was also a little excited at this moment, because he found that Nan Jiao and the others had looked here several times in a row. Could it be that they have already felt the charm of his personality? Can we go one step further? Feng Haoyu was even happier, and was just about to think about whether he should go up and invite someone to have dinner together. Suddenly, roar! A loud roar was heard. It's a wild, ferocious beast. You can tell by the sound. When Nan Jiao and the others heard the voice, they became alert. But, after hearing this voice, Feng Haoyu's face was filled with ecstasy. Fuck! Is it finally coming? He had prayed so hard for the opportunity to perform. Did God finally hear his cry? Feng Haoyu felt excited. Even my whole body was shaking. Chapter 96. I won't give you a chance at all. Drama Queen. Roar. A loud roar sounded. A beast covered in green scales, with sharp claws and exposed fangs. A huge tiger about 2 meters tall appeared at the edge of the forest. This guy is so strong and powerful that his fierce aura almost hits you in the face. Its gaze fell on Su Luo and the others. Obviously, they were discovered. The fire wolf and thunder leopard were on alert immediately, looking warily at the big guy that appeared at the edge of the forest. It's the green spirit vine tiger of the wood attribute. Nan Jiao recognized the name of this ferocious beast immediately. Strength is advanced level 4. It's a bit dangerous. Meng Jingran also frowned slightly and said, "That's right." Nan Jiao nodded. It was unknown whether it was because of fear or some other reason, but she held Su Luo tighter in her arms. The latter glanced at her. He noticed that there was no fear in the girl's eyes, so she was probably not afraid. Instead, you should worry about whether he will get hurt because of this. Su Luo seemed to understand. No wonder I subconsciously hugged him in my arms. This girl is still worried about him even after this. Su Luo's heart softened, and he couldn't help but lick Nan Jiao's slender hand with his tongue. The latter also felt it and hugged him tighter. This time, Su Luo didn't dare to move his tongue anymore. I was afraid that Nan Jiao would hug me tighter later. Then he was completely strangled to death by the bear. I was also lucky enough to be the first-time traveler to be strangled to death by breasts. Be careful. As he was speaking, another loud shout was heard. Not long after, Feng Haoyu appeared. Beside him, there was also a similar silver-armored war tiger. It was the ferocious beast that Su Luo had fought with before, the silver-armored saber-toothed tiger. Judging from the posture of the big guy, it should be of a much higher level than what Su Luo had faced before. Don't worry. Feng Haoyu patted his chest at this time and said, "With Feng Haoyu here, this beast will never hurt a hair of yours. I promise. This is like patting your chest until it makes a loud noise while having a big smile on your face." After waiting for a whole day, the chance finally comes. God really helps Feng Haoyu. Therefore, until he is not excited, and happy. As if Feng Haoyu felt the gazes of Nan Jiao and the others on him, his back became much stronger. His eyes fixed, and he continued to look forward, but the words in his mouth continued. "Don't worry, I won't get hurt. This 4th-level advanced green spirit vine tiger is definitely not my opponent." In the back, Wang Tao and others did not step forward, but watched Feng Hao and Yu Xiu's operations from a distance. Zhang Luosen shook his head secretly. "You bastard. This line is so stupid. Do you think you can impress women with this? You still dare to tell him to learn from you?" Zhang Luosen secretly complained. At this moment, Su Luo also had the same idea as Zhang Luosen. "Damn it. I, Su Luo's woman, can protect myself. Do I still need you?" Roar. I was just daydreaming. The green spirit vine tiger in front roared and moved. This guy is very ferocious, but no matter who the opponent is, he doesn't know whether he can defeat him. In the world of ferocious beasts, there is only killing and only killing. And this also fully demonstrates that this guy is not very smart. Otherwise, he would definitely turn around and run away. "Here I come. Watch me." Looking at the aggressive green spirit vine tiger, Feng Haoyu's mouth was almost stretched to his ears. He seemed to have seen the perfect ending of a hero saving a beauty and a beautiful woman sacrificing herself for herself. When he thought of Nan Jiao's beautiful face and figure, he felt a surge of heat in his heart. Feng Haoyu took a sudden step forward. At this moment, he believed that his figure must be infinitely tall in their hearts. Maybe behind him, there are already all admiring eyes. Just when he was about to let the silver-armored saber-toothed tiger beside him rush forward and tear the opponent to pieces. Swish, swish, swish. Boom. A long strip of red-gold flame appeared. Its speed is like the wind, but its power is greater than thunder. The scorching temperature burned the air to the point of deforming it. Visible to the naked eye? It's amazing. In the blink of an eye, the vortex of flames flew towards the green spirit peony tiger. This huge tiger seemed to have sensed the terror of the red-gold flames, and its intelligence suddenly increased. It turned around and tried to escape, but it was too late. The green spirit vine tiger had been completely engulfed by the vortex of flames, enveloping. The flames exploded. In the blink of an eye, bursts of burnt aroma emanated from the place. Feng Haoyu's body suddenly froze. His whole body was shaking violently, and the smile on his face froze instantly. Grass. Who stole his limelight? This was the moment he had waited so long for. The chosen one. But this is not over yet. At this moment, there was a sudden vibration under the ground. Boom. Puff. Two sounds in succession. Under the ground, sharp stone pillars rose up and directly pierced through the flame-wrapped body of the green spirit muscat tiger. The fact was nailed in midair. So terrifying. 2 hits to kill. Mu Xiaoxi and the others were stunned. Their eyes fell on Su Luo, who did all this. Even the owner, Nan Jiao, had his mouth slightly open. Just now, Su Luo broke free from her embrace and attacked like this. Before she even had time to say anything, the skill had already been released. But isn't this attack power too terrifying? Killing a 4th level advanced green spirit tiger with 2 strikes. Her Lolo is still level 3. Although his performance has always been amazing. But this is too exaggerated. This is not the Silver Moon Wolf level. The ferocious beasts are 1 level apart, but the difference is huge. Nan Jiao herself was also stunned. Behind, Zhang Luosan and others were also shocked. The mouth is wide open, enough to fit a beast egg. However, this was not enough to express the shock in their hearts. That beastmaster, that petite figure, how could it be possible? How can it be so strong? Their hearts are pounding. But, of course, they don't know. In order to attack before Feng Haoyu and not give this hateful guy a chance to show off, Su Luo spent 5,000 intimacy points. He bought a potion that enhanced his skills by 300%. However, this potion can only work on one skill. In other words, his potion will enhance the effect of this skill in a short period of time. The opponent is a green spirit vine tiger with a wood attribute, so Su Luo must have chosen to strengthen the flame vortex. What's more, he already had the Emperor Flame. Look, it's directly facing the green spirit male tiger. The effect is simply outstanding, explosive. If Su Luo didn't want the effect to be more shocking, he would have saved the rock spike skill. Look, the effect is very good. Looking at Feng Haoyu's stiff back, Su Luo revealed an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. You little brat, you still want to fight with your grandpa Su Luo? I won't even give you a chance. Who is it? Feng Haoyu was angry, and he roared loudly. This is the opportunity he has been waiting for. It was destroyed by someone else. How could he not be angry? How could he not be furious? Who the hell is he? Feng Haoyu suddenly turned around and shouted towards the back. Fuck, what the hell? Export of national quintessence. Even the silver-armored saber-toothed tiger seemed to sense the anger of its master and bared its fangs. However, behind them, there was only a petite figure, and Feng Haoyu was really so angry that he was stunned. He was full of hostility, and his eyes were fierce. He didn't even consider that Su Luo was so small. Was it unreasonable for him to kill the green spirit muscat tiger in 2 hits? Was it really his problem? Instead, he shouted directly at Su Luo. Is it you, you bastard, who robbed me? Shut up. Before Feng Haoyu could finish his words, a delicate shout came from the side. If not Nanjiao, who else could it be? Su Luo killed the green spirit Muji tiger in 2 strikes, all for the sake of protecting them. But this Feng Haoyu turned around and yelled at him when they didn't agree on something. How could Nanjiao bear it? She immediately started to scold Feng Haoyu. The latter was stunned for a moment. Immediately, a basin of cold water was poured down on him, and he seemed to sober up instantly. He never expected this. The only words that Nanjiao exchanged were these 2 very unique words. At this time, Nanjiao had already walked to Su Luo's side, bent down, and picked him up. It's already this late. If Su Luo doesn't act for a while, when will he start acting? In order to completely kill Feng Haoyu's spirit, Su Luo immediately pretended to be pitiful. That look clearly said, I fought so hard just to protect everyone. This guy is actually mean to me. Woo woo Lolo feels so wronged. Then, he did not forget to stretch out his claws, hug Nanjiao's neck, and squeeze his whole body into her arms. While feeling that soft embrace, he also acted out the grievances in his heart to the fullest. Nanjiao's heart softened all of a sudden. She hugged him tightly and patted his back gently to comfort him. After all, in her heart, Su Luo is just a little cub. Although he is usually a bit smart, a bit naughty and domineering. But he is still a little beast that was born not long ago, not a big beast. Also, Su Luo's acting skills immediately won everyone's sympathy. Lu Zixin, who was usually the most enthusiastic, jumped out and scolded Feng Haoyu. You're still hesitating in the battle against the beast. If I didn't know you were pretending, I would have thought the beast was your actor. Bah, you dare to be mean to our Luo Luo? You are not even as good as a hair of Luo Luo. After the girl finished speaking, she walked to Nanjiao's side and reached out to touch Su Luo, comforting him. Just, please stay away from us. Mu Xiaoxi also stood up at this time. Although Meng Jingran didn't say anything, her eyes were still cold. Feng Haoyu. What the hell? He never expected this. This should be his moment to gain favor and show off. How come the script developed like this? I am so screwed. Feng Haoyu's mentality exploded. The kind that explodes. However, I felt the disgust of the 4 people and the cold resistance in their eyes. Feng Haoyu still ran away with his beast in shame. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Feng Haoyu was clear that now was not the time to confront them head-on. So, he chose to retreat in order to advance. And Su Luo, with his face buried in Nan Jiao's neck, secretly had a wicked smile on his face at this moment. Humph. When it comes to an actor's self-cultivation, Su Luo has never been better than anyone else. This is the difference between king and bronze. He, Su Luo, is the king. And Feng Haoyu, well, let's not talk about it. Chapter 97. The analysis is as fierce as a tiger. After the sun goes down, next to a waterfall by a lake in Line Forest, a fiery red lizard dragon descended from the sky and landed on the waterfall. On the back of the giant dragon stood an old man. There was also a beautiful girl who looked to be around 18 or 19 years old. Grandpa Shen, are you sure my brother is here? The beautiful girl asked. Her name is Mo Xinyue, and she is Mo Roofing's sister. She came here, of course, to look for her brother. It's right here. I can't have remembered it wrong. No need to look around. Elder Shen nodded, a gleam of light flickering in his cloudy eyes. He looks quite old, but full of energy. So, how could I remember the wrong location? If Mo Xinyue hadn't been suspicious, he wouldn't have taken her around for so many rounds. That day, I served as the young master's bodyguard and followed him out. When we finally separated, it was indeed here. During this trip to Lanhan City, he was the guard who hid beside Mo Ruffung, protecting him and conveying messages on his behalf. He was also the mysterious man who spoke to the air that day. Could it be that my brother has left? Mo Xinyue glanced down. There was no trace of a camp on the grass. However, Mr. Shin also said that his brother did set up a tent here. This is totally against common sense. Logically speaking, if they really set up camp here, how could there be no trace of it? No, Mo Xinyue suspected that Mr. Shun had remembered it wrong, so they went to look for several places. But still nothing was found. I ended up wasting an entire afternoon and ended up coming back here. Impossible. Mr. Shun waved his hand. When I left to look for the young lady that day, the young master told me to go and come back quickly, and he would be waiting here. So it's impossible to leave. He is very sure. He even lightly kicked the fiery red dragon below with his foot. The giant beast immediately fell downwards. What about those people from Fonlon Beast Taming Academy? It's impossible that they all disappeared. Mo Xinyue spoke again. I suspect my brother may have succeeded and returned to Fonlon City first. But the reason for the long journey is that we haven't reached home yet. She tried to analyze Mo Roofing's mental journey. Mr. Shin nodded, but did not answer. Instead, he was carefully examining the grass below. I was thinking about whether I could find any clues. Damn it, I really didn't find anything. No trace left. After hesitating for a while, Mr. Shin couldn't help but sigh. Forget it, let's go back to Fonlon City first. I should have gone back a long time ago. Mo Xinyue, who was on the back of the giant dragon, pursed her lips, with a little dissatisfaction on her face. I really don't like this wild environment at all. There's not even a place to take a shower. Hearing her complaints, Mr. Shin also sighed secretly in his heart. Today's young generation of beastmasters are so spoiled. In their time, let alone taking a bath, it was common for them to be covered in blood for 10 days or half a month. Taking a woolen bath, how can it be so comfortable? The giant dragon flapped its wings and flew away, disappearing into the sky in an instant. These two people just left like this. The other side, by the river, Feng Haoyu and the other three were sitting together. They were already shocked by Su Luo's amazing performance. The aftermath of the shock had also passed. The topic they are talking about at the moment. No, it should be said that the group was comforting Feng Haoyu, who was brutally murdered. Boss Feng, when pursuing a girl, you must not be afraid of being rejected or become discouraged. Wang Tao said with saliva flying. Think about it. The fruits of hard work are the sweetest. Keep a calm mind. That's right. Guan Fian next to him quickly nodded, indicating that she agreed with what her boyfriend said. Yes, Boss Feng, Wang Tao is right. The flatterer Zhang Luosen started to show off his skills. When chasing a girl, don't think about doing it all at once. That's all fake. When pursuing a girl, you should proceed step by step, cater to her preferences, and wait until she is attracted to you. Then play hard to get, keep a distance. Then in the end, she will be unable to stop and will be completely dependent on you. He was spitting all over the place, and everything he said was nonsense, without any thought at all. But Zhang Luosan's words fell into Feng Haoyu's ears. When he thought about it carefully, he found that it made a lot of sense. That's interesting. Please continue to talk about it. He pointed at Zhang Luosan and motioned him to continue. What the hell is that true? Zhang Luosan was stunned, and immediately he started to complain in his heart. I was just bragging, big boss. I just said a few words to flatter you. Why are you asking me to continue? Are you stupid, or am I stupid? I have never been so speechless in my life. Although he was complaining, Zhang Luosan's mind was still racing as he thought about how to respond. First of all, image, boss Feng. Think about the image you just showed. Wasn't it a bit too dumb? Zhang Luosan mustered up his courage and still spoke. What do you mean? Feng Haoyu frowned when he was told he was too stupid, but still asked patiently. Boss Feng, think about it. Was that big girl just now complaining that you like to dawdle too much? Feng Haoyu thought about it and nodded. The girl did say that when she scolded him. That's right. How can a man take so long to do something? Zhang Luosan slapped his thigh and continued to analyze with great enthusiasm. When that green spirit vine tiger appeared just now, you talked too much nonsense and gave people a bad impression. Think about it. If you hadn't hesitated at that time and had gone straight in with murderous intent, immediately kill the green spirit Mu Tenghu and push the plot to a climax. Are they all shocked? Are you all shouting that Boss Feng is so handsome? Zhang Luosan's speech was so cadenced, just like an ancient storyteller. Wang Tao beside him was full of admiration. He is indeed the man who has earned the title of King of Flattery in the Academy. Awesome. Yes, yes, yes. You are quite right. There was a flash in Feng Haoyu's eyes, and it was obvious that Zhang Luosan's words touched his heart. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that there was nothing wrong with it. It was indeed the case. At that time, he was indeed too dull and stupid, and talked too much nonsense. If we go straight to the heart of the matter and reach the climax, the effect will indeed be much better. Keep talking, continue to help me analyze it. Feng Haoyu pointed at Zhang Luosan and spoke again. This time, he was really moved. As the grandson of the elder of the Tianhuang Beast Taming School, he is not someone who has never touched a woman. It can be said that where he lives, a bunch of girls surround him. So now suddenly a beautiful girl appears who he likes. Moreover, the other party was not the type to flatter him, so Feng Haoyu suddenly felt fresh and even fell for him. I feel like my heart is being tickled. He is such a jerk. He was tired of those who surrounded him and tried to please him, and he didn't want them anymore. And Nan Jiao, compared with those rotten fish and shrimp in Tianhuang City, she is simply like a stream of clear spring. So, the more she resisted him, the more Feng Haoyu wanted to get her. It's just so cheap. Chapter 98. Offer advice. Always being watched. Zhang Luosan was somewhat speechless. He made this analysis just to fool Feng Haoyu. But unexpectedly, this guy even asked him to continue. I am really speechless. Zhang Luosan racked his brains and thought about it, and finally thought of something, and spoke again. Another thing is to cater to their preferences. If you want to pursue a girl, you must know what she likes and what interests her before you can make a move, right? That's called giving someone what they like. Feng Haoyu thought about it, and felt that it made sense. That's right. But I don't even know her. I've never spoken to her, and I don't know what she likes. How can I please her? Well, Zhang Luosan thought about it carefully, and it seemed to be true. This thing hasn't even started yet, and it's already over. How can we talk about pleasing others? So he turned his gaze towards Nanjiao and the others. The scene I happened to see was that she was gently feeding her beast with a gentle smile on her face. The interaction between this man and this beast is simply warm and friendly. Zhang Luosan even saw the beast's little claws scratching around. Obviously, it has landed in a relatively private and confidential place. For example, chest, waist, inner thigh, side, etc. But his master was totally unaware of anything. They were still interacting in a friendly manner, and their big smiling eyes were full of tenderness. One can even see a hint of pampering and indulgence. Moment. People are worse than dogs. These 4 words appeared in Zhang Luosan's mind. At this time, Feng Haoyu also followed Zhang Luosan's gaze and looked over. Fuck. He instantly uttered a Chinese quintessence. In Feng Haoyu's opinion, Nan Jiao will be his in the future. Now I'm being taken advantage of by a dog. How could he tolerate this? He immediately took out a long stick from behind his butt and wanted to step forward, but was stopped. Boss Feng, here comes someone who pleases you. Zhang Luosan spoke. Seeing the confusion in Feng Haoyu's eyes, he continued speaking. Look, she treats her beast so well. Isn't this her hobby? Wouldn't this just give him what he wants? His 2 consecutive sentences instantly made Feng Haoyu's mind active again. Keep talking. Isn't there a saying that goes, love the house and love the dog? Zhang Luosan started talking nonsense. Then, if you want to succeed in your pursuit of her, you must be kind to her beast master. Besides, this is one of her favorites. Only if you treat her beast well will she look at you differently, and maybe you can get in touch with her. Zhang Luosan's words fell into Feng Haoyu's ears, and it was like an enlightenment. He thought about it carefully. Why did the beautiful girl scold him and curse him before? Isn't it because he roared at the beast? As soon as he roared at the beast, the girls immediately rolled their eyes at him. Some even stood up and scolded him directly. Feng Haoyu thought about it, and felt that it was really like this. This beast tamer may play a very important role in this team. Yes. At this time, Wang Tao spoke. I think Brother Zhang is right. That beast may look cute, but its strength is absolutely amazing. We can tell from the fact that it just killed the green spirit vine tiger with its direct attack. So, because of this, he must have a very high status in the team. Yes, he must be the group's favorite, so if you want to get close to them, you must be nice to that beast master. Guan Fian also spoke up. Group pet? What does that mean? This was obviously the first time Feng Haoyu heard this term. It means the most favored person or thing in the team. That's what we girls call it. Guan Fian quickly explained. Okay, let's do it. Feng Haoyu made the decision immediately. Besides, you have to be thick-skinned to chase a girl. Guan Fian couldn't help but say a few more words. That's right. I was able to pursue Yan Yan because I was thick-skinned. Wang Tao said something cheesy at this time. Then how can I get in touch with them again? I can't just come up with an excuse or reason, right? Feng Haoyu seemed to have opened up all his meridians at once, and his thinking became much more flexible. I've already embarrassed myself once before, so I have to behave myself this time. Zhang Luosin frowned. He really hadn't expected this. I have a solution. Wang Tao seemed to have thought of something and spoke. The other side. In the forest by the river. Teacher Fu, we can go and rest now. It looks like they won't have any problems tonight. Zhang Jinghan spoke. She and Fu Ningxue had been waiting here before, and they knew that Feng Haoyu and others had stayed here to set up camp. I'm a little confused. Why did the green spirit vine tiger suddenly appear? Fu Ningxue said something at this time. Although, it is not surprising that ferocious beasts appear in the forest. However, the appearance of the green spirit vine tiger was somewhat abrupt. So, she was afraid that something bad would happen. It should be a coincidence, right? Zhang Jinghan thought about it and said, perhaps this ferocious beast just wanted to come to the river to drink some water? Fu Ningxue was silent for a moment and then withdrew her gaze. Maybe it really is. Let's take a break. Otherwise we won't have the energy to follow them tomorrow. As Fu Ningxue spoke, she turned around and prepared to leave. But at this time, Zhang Jinghan suddenly spoke. By the way, Teacher Fu, Nan Jiao's beast, do you think it really has some powerful bloodline power? After watching the whole day, Su Luo's performance was average. But tonight, the scene of killing the green spirit tiger in seconds was still very shocking. So, she also became curious. I think so. I'm not sure. Fu Ningxue didn't seem to want to talk too much about this topic, so she jumped off the tree. Of course she couldn't say it. She had already discovered that Su Luo was a beast tamer with bloodline power. Moreover, it is very likely that he is the descendant of a ferocious beast that can transform. Apart from talking to the dean, Fu Ningxue had never discussed these things with anyone else. After all, there are many fierce beasts in this era, but fierce beasts with powerful bloodline power. They are all above level 10. Those beings and their descendants are able to inherit the power of bloodline. This is the difference between a fierce beast and a great fierce beast. In other words, the earth bear and the fire wolf only have bloodline, but not the power of bloodline. Only the descendants of ferocious beasts have the power of blood. Only then can you challenge higher levels and crush your peers. Actually, I'm also curious about what bloodline this little guy is from. Fu Ningxue didn't know that there was a pair of eyes watching them from behind. He heard everything they said. It's Lei Guang, and the green spirit vine tiger is also his masterpiece. Otherwise, how could a tiger run over there and die? That's Lei Guang bringing dinner to Su Luo. I just didn't expect it to be solved so easily. Do you want to make things more difficult for him? Lei Guang was thinking. Chapter 99. Something is happening. It's dangerous. Night. Everything is quiet. The forest was completely quiet except for the occasional chirping of insects. Not even two roars from the beast. Inside Ninjayo's tent, there was a rustling sound. It wasn't that Su Luo was taking advantage of her, because he was already sleeping soundly. It's Nanja Pomelo. She frowned slightly and woke up from her sleep. My lower abdomen churned and I felt uncomfortable. Let her know that those few days in her month are coming. Logically speaking, this is not a big problem for a beastmaster's physique. Nanjiao usually doesn't feel very uncomfortable. But I don't know if it's because I was out in the wild that I felt particularly uncomfortable this time. There was even a slight pain. Nanjiao reluctantly glanced at the sleeping Su Luo. He was lying on his back with his arms and legs spread out, still looking cute and silly. Looking at his cute face sleeping, Nanjiao seemed to feel a little relieved. But the pain can be relieved, but we have to find a place to change something. Otherwise, what if it leaks out? Originally, it was not impossible to change inside the tent. However, if Su Luo was around, she would feel something was strange. And I'm also afraid that he will wake up suddenly, which would be so embarrassing. While I was daydreaming, another wave of pain came. This time, it was much more violent. Nan Jiao felt that she couldn't take it anymore. She needed to find a place to squat and relieve herself. So, she took her things and prepared to sneak out. As soon as the door of the tent was opened, a gust of cold wind blew over. You know what? It really does feel a bit gloomy. It was pitch black outside, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. From time to time, there were humming sounds and insect chirping sounds. Even though she was a beastmaster, she still felt a little scared in such an environment. After gritting her teeth, Nan Jiao decided to get up and go out. To be honest, in such an environment, we are definitely facing unknown dangers. And there is fear deep in my heart. If she were an ordinary girl, she would choose to wake up her friends and set off together. But Nan Jiao didn't have such an idea at all. She was afraid of disturbing Mu Xiaoxi and the others. So, I decided to go alone. Little did they know. As soon as Nan Jiao came out of her tent, she saw Lu Zixin lying outside her tent. Rather than saying that she was lying outside her tent, it would be more accurate to say that she was actually lying next to the Earth Bear. It turned out that the girl was still worried about the Earth Bear's injury. Look, she recovered her strength in the middle of the night and sneaked out to help the Earth Bear heal its injuries. Then, because she was too tired from transferring energy, she fell asleep. So he lay outside the tent, in the arms of the Earth Bear. And this scene also shows Su Luo's own advantages. With his small size, he can sleep with Nan Jiao in the tent. So comfortable. But a large animal like the ground bear can only sleep outside the tent. How miserable. Feeling the strong wind outside, Nan Jiao thought about it and decided to move Lu Zixin into the tent. So, she reluctantly took action. During this time, the Earth Bear seemed to wake up as well, and it glanced at Nan Jiao. The latter made a gesture to silence it, then pointed at Lu Zixin, and then pointed inside the tent. The meaning is very clear. This time, Earth Bear understood what Nan Jiao meant, and nodded. Then, under the gaze of the Earth Bear, Nan Jiao carried the sleeping Lu Zixin into the tent. This girl sleeps really soundly. Just like that, there is no reaction at all. Still sleeping soundly. Nan Jiao wiped the sweat from her forehead caused by the pain, and made a gesture to Earth Bear to keep quiet. But this time, it was not because of Lu Zixin, but because of herself. Her figure was already walking into the jungle. Looking at Nan Jiao's leaving figure, there was a hint of doubt in Earth Bear's eyes. It was curious about where she was going so late. However, it did not react at first, but turned around and looked at the owner in the tent. After watching for an unknown amount of time, a hint of determination flashed across the Earth Bear's eyes. This injury has made Earth Bear see many things clearly. I also know who cares about me the most. The big bear has already sworn in his heart that he must fight hard and improve himself. Let its owner feel proud and honored of its existence. Just like, it's impossible to tell what breed of Lolo it is. It, the Earth Bear, also wants to be a group pet. We must become stronger too. Damn it. Be brave and don't be afraid of difficulties. Damn it. Sudden. The Earth Bear, who was secretly encouraging himself in his heart, seemed to have thought of something. He glanced in the direction Nan Jiao left. Another look at her tent. What if something unexpected happens to her at this late hour? Should I tell that guy? Big Bear got caught up in self-confusion. I don't know how much time has passed. In the bush, Nan Jiao looked a little pale. This time, the relatives came at a really bad time, and it was weird enough. Nan Jiao knew that it might be related to her upcoming breakthrough to the Xianmai. Although, the Beast Tamer and the Beast Tamer are trained separately. However, there will still be a certain feedback between the two, especially with the crazy improvement of the beast control. This kind of repaying one's kindness is even more obvious. Su Luo has been improving all the time, which actually also led to the improvement of the yellow vein power in Nan Jiao's body. Invisibly, the star vein power in her body was already feeling a little restless. This is what it feels like to be on the verge of a breakthrough. It just so happens that the restless power of the star veins has encountered this damn time again. This immediately led to the situation we are experiencing tonight. Fortunately, after squatting for so long, Nan Jiao's legs were a little numb, but it was much better. She gritted her teeth, prepared to get up and go back to the tent. But at this moment, there was a rustling sound coming from the bushes. Nan Jiao suddenly became alert. She immediately chose to squat down, frowning slightly. However, my five senses were already mobilizing frantically, trying to determine the source of the sound. Rustle. Another sound. Nan Jiao's pupils suddenly dilated. It's terrifying, because what appeared in front of her was a huge python hovering on a tree. The vertical pupils of the dragon python were glowing with a faint light. It stared at Nan Jiao closely, its tongue slightly sticking out. It seemed that he had already treated her as prey. Bloodthirsty python. A fifth-order low-level beast with no attributes. This ferocious beast is just like a piece of trash among the 5th-level beasts. But at this moment, in front of Nanjiao, it is like a mountain. Because, with her current strength, without Su Luo, it would be difficult for her to deal with a 3rd-level Beastmaster. But this is not her reason. But almost all Beastmasters have this reason. Otherwise, why do Beastmasters in this world need to use beasts to tame beasts? I can handle it myself. Why should I tame beasts? I can just go up and pin the beast down and deal a lot of damage. Therefore, the main reason for the beast taming is that the beast tamer's body is too weak. The power is not strong either. Before the 6 meridians were fully developed, Beastmasters were nothing compared to other Beastmasters. Nanjiao now understood why the bloodthirsty python came to her in the middle of the night. Because this kind of ferocious beast has no attributes, but because of its characteristics, they are very sensitive to the taste of blood. And Nanjiao, ahem, those who understand will understand. Besides, she might have stepped into someone else's territory. As he was speaking, the bloodthirsty python moved. It is as quiet as a virgin and moves as fast as a rabbit. Its terrifying explosive power is instantly manifested. The bloodthirsty python opened its mouth wide and rushed towards its prey. Nanjiao knew that she was no match for him, but she did not surrender. Instead, she rolled on the ground and avoided the attack of the bloodthirsty python. Not only that, she quickly formed a talisman in her hand, and the attack of the Beastmaster blasted forward in an instant. Bang! A sound. The bloodthirsty dragon python took the attack hard, but it is a 5th-level ferocious beast. How could Nanjiao's attack have any significant effect on it? Instead, it aroused the ferocity of the bloodthirsty dragon and python. The beast twisted its huge body once again and bit its prey. This time, facing the bloody mouth, Nanjiao did not choose to run away, but stopped where she was. The bloodthirsty dragon python's attack was about to fall. Sudden, Nanjiao is moving. Her eyes focused, golden light flashed in her hands, and the talisman was formed. Raise your hand. Boom! The violent energy slammed heavily into the bloodthirsty dragon python's mouth. The latter let out a painful roar and quickly retreated to the rear. Looking again, the bloodthirsty dragon python's mouth was already dripping with blood. The snake's fangs were all broken off. A bit miserable. That's right. Nanjiao must have been frightened or something, and that's why she didn't dodge. Instead, what she thought of was to attack the enemy's weakest point. This is the only hope. Moreover, she had to wait for the best time to attack so that the enemy could not dodge and she could achieve the best effect. So, she didn't move, waiting for the opportunity to come. I took a gamble, by the way. She also won the bet successfully. She concentrated almost all the power of the star veins and blasted out, seriously injuring the bloodthirsty python. This is really not easy. Taking advantage of the moment when the bloodthirsty python was injured and screaming, Nanjiao did not hesitate and quickly stood up and prepared to leave. If she doesn't leave now, she will be doomed once the bloodthirsty dragon python recovers. However, she just stood up and then stopped again in an instant, and her body trembled. Because, in front of her, a bloodthirsty python appeared again. This one was even bigger than the one she had just injured. It seems. This is a male and a female. Nanjiao pursed her lips, still thinking frantically what to do next. But this male bloodthirsty dragon python obviously has a very bad temper. Or maybe it was because it saw its wife being seriously injured that its vicious nature was completely revealed. So, without further ado, the male bloodthirsty dragon python had already swung its tail horizontally, attacking like thunder. Boom! The enemy attacks very quickly. Nanjiao immediately used talismans to resist. But due to his strength, he was still swept away and landed on the grass beside him. Before she could congratulate herself on her quick reaction, the bloodthirsty python's attack came again. A silver light flashed from the tongue of this big guy, and he was actually using a skill. Moreover, looking at its explosive power and posture, Nanjiao could already tell that she could not avoid this attack. Even if I used the talisman to resist, it would be too late. So, almost subconsciously, Nanjiao closed her eyes, as if waiting for judgment, waiting for the attack to fall. Chapter 100. Su Luo arrives. The bond deepens. Boom! Bang! 2 loud noises rang out. Nanjiao felt a surge of energy coming towards her. However, the pain that I imagined did not come. She wasn't knocked out. With a heart full of doubts, Nanjiao opened her eyes. A figure as big as a calf appeared in front of her. He had his back to her. The silver-black hair with a slight golden hue shines brightly under the moonlight and is very obvious. At this moment, he was extremely powerful, like a divine soldier descending from the sky. It shook Nanjiao's heart. Just the sight of his back made her feel completely safe. If this isn't her Lolo, then who is it? A moment. Nan Jiao felt that her heart was filled with surprise and shock. Su Luo, aren't you sleeping? How did he find this place? She had doubts in her heart. However, this doubt was not even 1% of the emotion she felt in her heart. When she was in the most danger, Su Luo appeared. You can imagine the feeling. For any girl, it is a huge shock. Even though Su Luo is a beast, that feeling of impact still exists. And now, in Su Luo's heart, he was madly complaining about the earth bear. That damn guy actually just told him the news that Nan Jiao had entered the forest. If he hadn't been so fast and accurately found Nan Jiao, she would have been injured. That's right. At the moment when the male bloodthirsty python was about to attack Nan Jiao, Su Luo appeared. With one collision, the enemy will be directly knocked away. Look, the male bloodthirsty python is now falling on a big tree, looking a little embarrassed. No hesitation. Su Luo's body moved again. The target, of course, is the two bloodthirsty pythons in front. These two beasts actually wanted to hurt Nan Jiao. How could he let them go? Without using any amplifying potion, this time Su Luo's heart was filled with only anger. Therefore, what awaits these two bloodthirsty pythons can only be Su Luo's thundering attack. These two guys are only a little bit impressive physically. Without any attributes, how could he be an opponent? Besides, Su Luo is not an ordinary beast. He is a beast tamer who truly possesses the power of his own bloodline. This time, it seemed that because of Su Luo's anger, Song Ming's eyes moved again. At that moment, all his attributes were enhanced. The golden light emanated from Su Luo again. He was like a killing god, charging, killing, tearing. Without any hesitation, amid the roar and wailing sounds, the battle finally came to an end. Nan Jiao was stunned. These two level 5 ferocious beasts were dealt with by Su Luo in just a few moves. He is only level 3. Beating the 4th level was no problem, she knew that. But now, facing two 5th level bloodthirsty pythons, it is so easy? Dare you look a little more difficult? Nan Jiao sniffed, clearly still in shock. She is now very curious about what the limit of her Lolo is. The golden light disappeared. Su Luo felt that the power was not as violent as before. He landed gently in front of Nan Jiao and found that the girl was staring blankly at the direction where he had just fought, with her mouth slightly open. A little dazed. Under the moonlight, those eyes sparkled, and they looked quite beautiful. The same goes for that pretty face. The more Su Luo looked at it, the happier he became. He couldn't help himself and stuck out his tongue to lick it. But I didn't expect it. Because his body is still growing, everything about Su Luo is huge. Even the tongue is big and long. So, he just used his tongue to cover almost half of Nan Jiao's face. And half of his lip. Su Luo's scalp went numb. Damn, I forgot about this. He has grown bigger. Careless. Nan Jiao's face also became wet. A prompt sound rang directly in Su Luo's mind. Ding, close facial contact, reward of 5,000 intimacy points. Ding, close lip contact, reward of 10,000 intimacy points. At the same time, Nan Jiao also came back to her senses in the wetness. Su Luo was originally wondering if this girl would blame him, but he was stunned the next moment. Because Nan Jiao didn't blame him for the sudden lick. Instead, she embraced him like a swallow throwing itself into his arms. All of a sudden, Su Luo was hugged tightly around the neck. The next moment, he even felt her body trembling slightly. At this moment, Su Luo seemed to understand something. Although, he didn't know why Nan Jiao ran into the wild alone. However, when she faced that crisis just now, she must have been scared. Even as a beastmaster, he would still be afraid when facing a crisis. This is a human instinctive reaction. So, Nan Jiao was naturally very scared. However, she was just trying her best to hold on and continue fighting. As soon as Su Luo arrived, the battle was over. When she came to her senses, all her strong defenses were instantly removed. That's why she hugged him in fear. Su Luo felt all of this. So he also sat down, stretched out his claws, and hugged Nan Jiao's delicate body. He held her tightly in his arms. Although not human. However, Su Luo still did this. From another perspective, Su Luo is not a human, but his furry body is very comfortable to hug. At least, that's how Nan Jiao felt. So, she also tightened her arms, buried his head in Su Luo's chest and hair. The man and the beast hugged each other in this quiet environment. Not far away, there were two remains of dragon pythons. To be honest, it's a bit bloody, but there is a different kind of beauty. I don't know how much time has passed. Su Luo had been holding Nan Jiao for quite some time, but the girl still didn't let him go. Curious, Su Luo took a quick look and realized that Nan Jiao had fallen asleep without him noticing. She held him like this and fell asleep comfortably, just like a child holding his toy. I don't know how safe it feels. This scene is undoubtedly heartwarming. Looking at her in his arms, Su Luo couldn't help but smile. This girl really trusts him. Oh, Su Luo sighed slightly, stretched out his furry paw, and touched her forehead. He found that there was a little sweat on it. No wonder she fell asleep. The battle tonight must have consumed quite a bit of energy. Su Luo pursed his lips. It seems he wanted to help Nan Jiao improve her strength. Otherwise, what if a situation like today happens again? No matter what, she should be given some defensive protective gear to wear. We can't let her get hurt. Thinking of this, Su Luo seemed to remember something. He suddenly stretched out his fingernails and hooked open the collar of Nan Jiao's shirt. Then, without any hesitation, I took a look inside. See it clearly. Snow white. Solid and round. Ahem. This girl is not obedient at all. The ice cicada fairy clothes was not even put on. Su Luo frowned. No, I must talk to her properly. After making up his mind, Su Luo did not hesitate. He stood up directly on the spot and placed Nan Jiao steadily on his forelimbs. Then, walked slowly towards the tent. Although it is a bit inconvenient. But isn't it easy for him to carry a baby like a princess? I walked slowly, just because I was afraid of waking her up. Little did they know. In the distance, Lei Guang was still observing Su Luo. You can actually walk upright. Not bad. That's great. The big man took a sip of wine and muttered a few words. Chapter 101 Luo Luo. Did you go robbing? Nan Jiao felt like she was dreaming. In the dream, she was held by her Luo Luo and walked back from a very far place. Period. She seemed to try to open her eyes several times. But I feel so tired. I was never able to fully open my eyes. However, in the dim moonlight, what she vaguely saw seemed to be Lolo's hairy dog face. But, twice, she seemed to see a handsome face with a rather enchanting appearance. There was a hint of evil smile on the corner of his mouth, and he looked at him softly. He is laughing, smiling in a naughty way. But that naughty smile makes people's heart beat fast and blush. Nan Jiao tried hard to open her eyes and see him clearly. However, each time, my eyes can only be narrowed into a slit. Suddenly, Nan Jiao seemed to see him lower his head. That handsome face is getting closer and closer. The hot breath exhaled from the nose also fell on her pretty face all of a sudden. Is he going to kiss her? She felt her heart beating violently at this moment. A cool feeling came over me. Hiss. Nan Jiao suddenly opened her eyes. What comes into view, if not the sky blue interior of the tent? And that cool feeling on her lips. Nan Jiao reached out and grabbed it and took a look. Well, that's obviously Su Luo's feet. Thinking of little Luo Luo's self-awareness and facing the wall. That's right. What fell on Nan Jiao's lips was Su Luo's feet. It was just a dream. Where are these handsome young men? Nan Jiao secretly complained about herself and reached out to grab Su Luo's feet. Memory recall. She clearly remembered that she was in danger last night, and Su Luo defeated the two bloodthirsty pythons like a divine soldier descending from the sky. Rescue her. Then, she seemed to suddenly break down emotionally and rushed over to hug Su Luo tightly. At last, there is no end. Nan Jiao knew that she seemed to have fallen asleep later. That means it was Lolo who brought her back from outside. So how did he do it? Nan Jiao thought carefully about Su Luo's various magical performances. I think it's not impossible that he wants to bring her back. Maybe he has his own way. So she stopped worrying about it. On the contrary, for some reason, she suddenly grabbed Su Luo's feet and gave him a small kiss. It's a thank you to him. Little did they know. This kiss woke Su Luo up directly. Ding, being kissed on the feet. Reward of 20,000 intimacy points. The system's prompt sounded in his mind. Su Luo had to wake up. He sat up straight. It also scared Nan Jiao. The girl also sat up all of a sudden. She is not stupid. Su Luo suddenly reacted so strongly, which meant he must have known what she had done. So, she couldn't help but blush. It's really your uncle's. Su Luo also couldn't understand why Nan Jiao suddenly kissed his feet so early in the morning. Could it be that she also has a foot fetish? Wonderful. This is very much like him. Perhaps we can focus on cultivating it? However, since he was awake, Su Luo didn't say anything. He suddenly seemed to remember something, whimpered towards Nan Jiao, and patted his back. But he found that the one he slapped was the elemental elf. The little guy was sleeping among the items he had chosen, drooling. So cute, there is really a lot of water. Su Luo ruthlessly slapped it away with one claw. Then he pointed to the small pile of things. Then he pointed to Jinan Jiao. These, are they for me? Nan Jiao seemed to understand what he meant. Su Luo nodded. That's right. This is what he chose for Nan Jiao in the system mall after staying up late last night. It is also what she can use so far. That was a total of 130,000 intimacy points. It has almost emptied Su Luo's family fortune. Now, With the intimacy value he just gained, he only has 40,000 intimacy points left. But there is no way. The revelation given to Su Luo last night was to help Nanjiao improve protective measures to ensure her safety. What's that saying that this proves? Only by ensuring sustainable development can we continue to develop. If Nanjiao's personal safety is not guaranteed, who will take advantage of him and increase his intimacy points? To be honest, Su Luo still has a long-term vision, although he has always been stingy and reluctant to improve his own strength. But I really wasn't stingy at all towards Nanjiao. A lot of generosity. After all, he believes that he should love his own woman. In his heart, Nanjiao is already his. The only problem now is, Lolo, did you go rob somewhere? Nanjiao's exclamation sounded. It woke up the elemental elves all of a sudden. The little thing looked at the man and the beast in front of it in confusion. The beast was still relatively normal, picking up its own feet. But people, Nanjiao's face was full of surprise. Her beautiful eyes widened even more. Lu Zixin, who was outside the tent, didn't hear clearly what Nanjiao was calling. But when she heard the scream, she rushed in immediately. Yu, what happened? Her first reaction was that Nanjiao was in danger. But, green beast soul armor? Lu Zixin immediately recognized what the token with a faint light green glow was. Moreover, she also saw that it was a piece of beast soul armor worn by a human. Two consecutive exclamations also attracted Mu Xiaoxi and Meng Jingran. The two of them were washing up outside. Lu Zixin and Nanjiao were startled. They thought something had happened. They all came here at once. This small tent was instantly filled with 4 girls. Well, Su Luo didn't expect this either. Originally, he was thinking of keeping a low profile. But how can you be so low-key at this moment? Everyone saw it. Yu, where did you get these things? Lu Zixin couldn't help but ask. Yes. Lolo gave it to me early in the morning. I don't know. Nanjiao was no less surprised than them. So she didn't make excuses at the first moment, but told them directly. No hiding. Lolo gave it to you. Mu Xiaoxi couldn't help but be surprised. Right? Nanjiao nodded again, but her eyes did not leave the pile of things. Meng Jingran didn't say anything, but from her eyes, one could feel the unrest in her heart. After all, that small pile of things are the best defensive gear currently available. Wow. Lu Zixin couldn't help but admire. Beast soul armor, elixirs for cultivation, talismans for beastmasters, and a lightning dagger for attack. Did Luo rob the auction house last night? How come these things suddenly appear? The girl's eyes lit up, and she looked like a little money grubber, counting Su Luo's small pile of fine products. Not only Lu Zixin suspected Su Luo of robbing the auction house. Even Nanjiao has such thoughts. But she knew what happened last night. Su Luo saved her. How could there be time to rob an auction house? Thinking too much. But what's going on with these things? Chapter 102. These are all good treasures. It's already early in the morning. Why don't they quickly pack up, have breakfast, and get on the road? What are they doing? Behind a big tree, Fu Ningxue frowned slightly and murmured. She had just clearly seen Lu Zixin and the other 3 girls run into Nanjiao's tent one after another. Why haven't they set out yet so early in the morning and are all huddled in one tent? What are they doing? Are they planning to chat while eating melon seeds? With doubts in her heart, Fu Ningxue couldn't help but mutter a few words. She naturally didn't know that inside the tent, there was a completely different scene. The green beast soul armor. This should be the most valuable. Lu Zixin's voice sounded. This girl is helping Nanjiao take inventory. Yes. Mu Xiaoxi took a look at the dark green token and spoke. The green beast soul armor is the highest level of protective gear that our yellow vein beastmasters can use so far. Moreover, its value should be worth tens of millions of star coins. Mu Xiaoxi didn't say these tens of millions randomly. She and her family have participated in many auctions, so they naturally know the value of this thing. If this green beast soul armor is put up for auction, the price will explode. After all, this thing can save your life at a critical moment. In the eyes of the rich, money is nothing compared to life. What's more important is that even if it is so valuable, no one will sell it. Su Luo was a little surprised. He didn't expect this thing to be so valuable. No wonder the intimacy value is almost 90,000. However, he learned from the system that this was the only color of Nanjiao available at the moment. No matter how high it goes, she can't drive it. Tens of millions of star coins. How terrifying. Lu Zixin licked her tender lips, then stuffed the token into Nanjiao's hand and said with a smile. Yu, this is such a valuable item. I'd better return it to you quickly so that you can activate it. The girl didn't forget to stick out her tongue after she finished speaking. But from the look on Su Luo's face, it was clear that she was not frightened by the value of this thing. This fully demonstrates that Lu Zixin's family background should be good. Not only her, Mu Xiaoxi, Meng Jingran, and the others were all shocked, and then they calmed down. But the envy in his eyes remained unchanged. From this we can see that they still envy Nan Jiao for having this armor. Nan Jiao held the green token in her hand, and she felt a little complicated. She had never been to an auction, but she had a rough idea of the value of this thing. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said the sentence at the beginning. Lolo, are you going somewhere to rob? For a moment, an idea really came to Nan Jiao's mind. That is, could it be that Su Luo really went somewhere to kill people and rob? After all, it is normal for someone to die in this forest. But the next moment, Nan Jiao threw this thought out of her mind. She believed him. He would not do these things. Not really. Unless someone provokes him, he won't provoke others. So, how could it be murder and robbery? Nan Jiao was daydreaming when she suddenly discovered that there was a furry claw on her slender hand. It's Su Luo. He was staring at Nan Jiao and nodded at her, his eyes full of determination. It was precisely because of his determined look that the doubts in Nan Jiao's heart seemed to be dispelled all at once. Why does she care about these things? Isn't it enough as long as we believe that he is good? No matter what, she is willing to accompany him and face all of this, even if it means falling into hell. So what? Without hesitation, Nan Jiao placed her index finger to her lips. Then bite it gently. A drop of blood fell on the token of the beast's soul armor. The dark green light becomes brighter. Immediately, a piece of armor with a light green glow fell invisibly on Nan Jiao's body. This beast's soul armor has completely merged with Nan Jiao. As long as she uses the power of the star veins, she can activate the defense. I'm so jealous. Lu Zixin expressed her feelings at the right time. The girl pursed her lips and said, there is another weapon here. It's also a green-level lightning dagger. Lu Zixin said, and handed the dagger to Nan Jiao. This is a dagger with only a pitch-black handle. And from the faint green light shining on it, you can see its level. The reason why it is called the Thunder Dagger is because this thing itself has the attribute of thunder. When using it, you only need to infuse the power of the star veins, and the lightning attribute of the dagger will shoot out immediately. It plays a role of defense and killing. Su Luo knew that this thing was somewhat similar to a laser rod. Moreover, this thing is good for self-defense, and it is not very rare in itself. Otherwise, how could Lu Zixin recognize it so quickly? But there is no way. This is the best weapon Su Luo can choose in the mall. The others are too expensive to afford. Moreover, with Nan Jiao's current strength, it is not necessary. However, when purchasing weapons, Su Luo did learn a new piece of knowledge. That is the level of this weapon, which is the same as the level of the beast's soul armor. Look at the color. Finally, I got this pill bottle. I want to know what's inside. Lu Zixin said, glancing at the exquisite little porcelain bottle on the ground. A hint of curiosity and urgency also appeared on Mu Xiaoxi and Meng Jingran's faces. Obviously, after seeing the beast's soul armor and the lightning dagger, they all became very curious about this thing. I think this thing can't be too bad. Su Luo, who was standing aside, lay on the ground with a bit of disinterest, watching them. He just couldn't figure it out. Do girls like to procrastinate? Can't you just be more direct and do it in one go? Does it have to be so full of foreplay? Su Luo shook his head, helpless. Nan Jiao also put down the lightning dagger in her hand and picked up this thing. Since everyone was curious, she opened it and took a look. When the porcelain bottle was opened, there was nothing strange. There isn't even the so-called elixir fragrance. Lu Zixin couldn't even wait, but he squinted his eyes and glanced at the mouth of the bottle. But I don't see the reason. Instead, it was Mu Xiaoxi who said something. Isn't this the pregnancy pill? The soul-preserving pill was a type of pill that could increase the energy and level of a beastmaster. That is to say, at the very beginning, it was one of the pills that Zhang Hating extorted from Nan Jiao in order to save Su Luo. This thing is also of great value, but compared with the beast's soul armor, it is far inferior. Therefore, a look of disappointment also appeared on Mu Xiaoxi and the others' faces. Originally, they were all looking forward to seeing what kind of miraculous elixir it was. However, the reality is harsh. Before they could think further, Nan Jiao had already poured out the pill. In an instant, Mu Xiaoxi and the other two seemed to be frightened. They all looked surprised and stared at the golden pill in Nan Jiao's hand. In this moment, the entire tent was filled with a strong scent of elixir. Nan Jiao knew that this elixir would definitely not be simple, because she knew that the pregnancy elixir would definitely have a fragrance. That's why she poured this thing out. This is not an ordinary pregnancy pill. Meng Jingran spoke at this time. This is the Star Soul Pregnant Spirit Pill. Hearing these 5 words, Lu Zixin and Mu Xiaoxi's faces also changed. Even Nan Jiao was stunned. She'd heard of this stuff. Su Luo raised his eyebrows. This Meng Jingren is pretty good. He said the name of the elixir right away. There's something. Are you sure it's the Xingpa pregnant spirit pill? Mu Xiaoxi asked again. That's for sure. Meng Jingren nodded. I have had the honor of seeing this thing before, and I have also smelled its fragrance, so I can't be wrong. Moreover, judging from the smell of this elixir, it is very likely to be of top quality. As she spoke, her eyes were already looking at Nan Jiao. Jiao, take it quickly. The medicinal properties of this thing will evaporate in the air. It would be a waste if we don't take it now. Hearing her words, Nan Jiao did not hesitate and swallowed the pill immediately. The pill melted immediately upon entering the mouth and went down the throat. In an instant, Nan Jiao felt a warm current flowing into her body. Comfortable. She felt as if she was soaking in a hot spring, very comfortable. I feel warm all over. In the blink of an eye, her pretty face turned red. If there weren't so many people present, she would probably have been unable to hold back and moan. But even so, she couldn't help but moan softly. It's so destructive. The girls present all express their understanding. Anyone who knows about this pill will say that they understand that this reaction is normal. However, Su Luo was shocked. Damn it. This sudden whisper might be enough to kill him. This doesn't take his feelings into consideration. We should also consider Xiao Luolua's feelings. What a bastard. Su Luo secretly complained in his heart. He silently stuck out his butt and rubbed it twice. Ahem. In fact, the so-called Star Soul Pregnant Soul Pill is a pill with a higher degree of enhancement based on the Pregnant Soul Pill. After taking this thing, it is like tempering the body, completely tempering the star vein power of the Beast Master. Moreover, this effect is gradual. After the effect of the medicine has completely evaporated, the Beast Master's star vein power will become even stronger and richer. The power released will be stronger. Moreover, it is estimated that after Nan Jiao uses it, her mysterious meridians will soon be opened. It is an absolutely god-level medicine. Yu, how do you feel? Is it as comfortable as the rumors say, with a sense of pleasure? Lu Zixin really keeps bringing up the issue. The words he said were truly ruthless and vicious. When Su Luo heard this, he was also slightly speechless. It's okay. Nan Jiao's pretty face turned red, all the way to her ears. She didn't know why, but she looked in Su Luo's direction a little embarrassedly. It seemed as if she was concerned about the soft moan she had just made, which was made in front of him. She felt a little shy. I don't know where it came from. After all, the target is Su Luo. Then let's take a look at this last spell. This will conclude our treasure hunt. This girl, Lu Zixin, really likes to join in the fun. If she didn't see the last one, she would probably feel uncomfortable all day. Finally, the final talisman spell revealed its true face. Star Moon Shield, a green-level instantaneous spell? These are all things Jiao can use right now. Mu Xiaoxi glanced at the name on the magic book and spoke. To be honest, she had never heard of this magic called Star Moon Shield. I don't know what the effect will be. It's a defensive spell with obscure inscriptions. It looks like it should be very powerful. Meng Jingren spoke at this time. But, Luo, are you afraid that Jiao will get hurt? Otherwise, why would he give you things that are mostly defense-enhancing? As she spoke, she looked towards Nan Jiao. Yeah. This time, Lu Zixin also discovered the highlight. Afraid of me. Hurt. Originally, Nan Jiao hadn't thought about this. However, after they said this, she couldn't help but look at Su Luo. When she found him, she happened to look at her. This man and this beast, oblivious to the surroundings, began a spiritual communion. Chapter 103. If you can speak, say more. What the hell? Where am I? In the woods, a big man lay on the grass, muttering something. If not Lei Guang, who else could it be? He looked up at the sun in the sky. Damn it, it's already noon. Lei Guang, who reeked of alcohol, sat up suddenly. He patted his head and thought about what happened last night. Last night, Lei Guang was staring at Su Luo's direction from a distance, drinking alone. It's easy to get drunk if you drink this kind of wine alone. In a daze, Lei Guang seemed to see Nan Jiao sneaking into the forest alone. However, he didn't care. After all, in his heart, the only beast he cared about was Su Luo. So, Lei Guang continued to drink and observe. Not long after, Lei Guang saw that the earth bear twisted its butt and went into the tent where Su Luo was. Then after a burst of howling inside, he saw Su Luo grow bigger and stronger and walked away. So he quickly followed. I just happened to see the scene of Su Luo fighting with the bloodthirsty python. That's right. Lei Guang slapped his head. I remember when that guy was fighting. His eyes lit up, and he went up with golden light all over his body. Moreover, it was easy for him to deal with a 5th-level beast. His strength has obviously increased, and his aura is different. His eyes flickered. He was quite drunk at the time, but he still remembered many things. Is there something strange about this heterochromia? Is that the source of his power? Lei Guang thought about it carefully, just like he was facing an exam. He thought for a long time but couldn't figure it out. Grandma's legs. He patted his head. Why am I thinking so much? Don't I still have to test him? That green spirit vine tiger didn't even become a stumbling block for him. It seems he needs to find a more powerful beast. Lei Guang gritted his teeth. He had long forgotten what nonsense he had said before he passed out drunk last night. He also didn't remember how Su Luo left at the last moment. Also, did the guy notice he was being followed? Lei Guang glanced at his location. Don't mention it. There is really a risk of exposure. Damn, drinking will cause trouble. Lei Guang secretly cursed himself. He was concentrating on observing Su Luo's battle to see if he could find any clues. Last night was the best time, but I got drunk and missed it. Lei Guang slapped his head several times, feeling a little annoyed. But he stood up quickly. Prepare to continue today's exploration. The other side. Nan Jiao and others have started their journey again. This time, it was still the elemental elves floating excitedly in front of the team. The three earth bears followed closely behind. And Su Luo naturally has his own exclusive position, in Nan Jiao's arms. So, something like this happened last night? It was so thrilling. Fortunately, Luo arrived in time. Lu Zixin exclaimed in surprise. Even Ming Jing and Mu Xiaoxi had surprise on their faces. Because just now, Nan Jiao told them what happened to her last night. And Su Luo finally found out why Nan Jiao ran out in the middle of the night. Damn it. It turns out it was because of the girl's period that came in those few days. No wonder. With the doubts in his mind resolved, Su Luo felt a little relieved. But it's late at night. Doesn't that bloodthirsty dragon python rest? Why would it suddenly attack? Mu Xiaoxi seemed to have thought of something and said. Nan Jiao blushed and didn't say anything. Su Luo was also a little strange. Why did this girl blush suddenly? He didn't touch her anywhere. The claws are also in good shape. It's probably because of that reason. Ming Jingren suddenly spoke. When girls have their period, the smell of blood is strong, which is a source of sensitivity to those ferocious beasts. Especially the bloodthirsty dragon python. The word bloodthirsty is because they are most sensitive to the smell of blood. That's right. When it was brought up, Nan Jiao admitted it with a blushing face. Ming Jingran's idea coincided with hers. I see. Lu Zixin and Mu Xiaoxi both nodded, and Su Luo's knowledge suddenly increased. As expected of you, woman. You know all this. As he was speaking, Su Luo seemed to have thought of something. Wasn't his nose also very sensitive? Thinking of this, he was thinking about taking a breath to see if there was any smell of blood. But the opportunity has been missed. Because, the next moment, Nan Jiao seemed to have already anticipated that Su Luo would be like this. I reached out and covered his nose in advance. So, he sucked the loneliness. Su Luo looked up and found that Nan Jiao's face was flushed and her eyes were looking at him. Moreover, the girl pouted at him and shook her head, indicating that it was not allowed. Obviously, she guessed he would do this. Woohoo. At this moment, there was a telepathic connection between the man and the beast, and they thought of the same thing. Su Luo exclaimed, Great. It seems that after last night, he and Nan Jiao have become more compatible. The bond has also deepened. Then I finally figured out why Luo suddenly gave Yu a bunch of things. It's because after what happened last night, he was afraid that if he wasn't by Yu's side, what would happen if Yu was attacked again? So, I can only give her something to protect herself. Lu Zixin analyzed it thoroughly. After analyzing this, Su Luo almost wanted to give her a thumbs up. Woo, what kind of gods and beasts are these? How romantic. Okay. I'm so jealous. Lu Zixin said as she wiped the corners of her eyes. Although I said I was touched, I didn't shed a single tear. I was just doing it to be funny. This girl's acting skills are almost equal to Su Luo's. However, Su Luo still wanted to say something to her. If you can speak, say more. He doesn't mind at all if others praise him even more highly. When you think about it this way, it seems quite reasonable. Ming Jingren also nodded. Only Nan Jiao herself was feeling extremely emotional at this moment. I was touched, delighted, and a little overwhelmed. Such complicated feelings. It's all because of Su Luo in her arms. It's not just reasonable, it's absolutely reasonable. Lu Zixin came to assist again at this time. Think about it. Luo won a piece of ice cicada fairy silk cloth for Yu back then. That's also a piece of soft armor that can resist external knife wounds. It's also protective gear. From this, it can be seen how afraid he is that Yu will get hurt. Woo. I'm so envious. When I think of my stinky bear, I feel jealous again. Lu Zixin's words made the earth bear in front of him stagger and almost fall. Life is not easy, Xiong sighs. The earth bear shook his head secretly. This continuous bombardment of words. To be honest, in Nan Jiao's heart, It was impossible not to fully realize how good Su Luo was to her. Lu Zixin has already made a very thorough analysis. However, when he heard the name Bing Chanzai Luyi, Su Luo suddenly became excited again. Damn it. He almost forgot this. Su Luo quickly pulled his claws out of Nan Jiao's arms and grabbed the collar of her clothes. Pointed inside. Then, he gestured the shape of the vest's soft armor. There was doubt in his eyes. Are you asking me why I'm not wearing that soft armor? Nan Jiao asked tentatively. Su Luo didn't think much about it at the first time, but nodded quickly. Little did they know. This is the beginning, it's over. How do you know I'm not wearing anything? Nan Jiao suddenly asked him a question, with confusion in her eyes. Su Luo. He almost forgot about this. He couldn't tell Nan Jiao that I accidentally pulled your clothes off and took a look at you while you were sleeping last night. Can you see it clearly? It's over. Su Luo was instantly overwhelmed. But he could have sworn that he just pulled open his collar and took a look. Besides, it's not like she's naked, it's just like looking at a bikini. He, Su Luo, is a serious man. What a gentleman. What a great dog. Chapter 104. It seems that we can push the envelope now? Hello. Can you please stop following us? Get lost, please. Lu Zixin shouted in dissatisfaction to the back. From the moment they started moving, the 4 people from the Tian Wang Beast Taming Academy had been following behind them. Although there was a relatively long distance between them, she was still unhappy. These guys are clearly following them. I hate it so much. So, Lu Zixin finally couldn't help but explode. There's nothing we can do. Zhang Luo-san, who was walking in front, was pushed out. He pursed his lips and shouted. We are going to Dillon City, so we have to go this way. You guys are going to Dillon City? Lu Zixin frowned. Fu Ningxue said that the destination of their group of 4 was also Dillon City. This group of hateful guys are also going to Dillon City. Is it such a coincidence? Of course it's no coincidence. Going to Dillon City and the like was a last-minute decision made by Feng Haoyu and his friends. The most important thing is that this morning, Guanfian accidentally overheard the conversation between Lu Zixin and Mu Xiaoxi. At that time, Lu Zixin almost used a loudspeaker to tell them that they were going to Dillon City. After hearing the news, Guanfian directly told Feng Haoyu to take credit for it. The latter naturally promised to reward her well. Therefore, they temporarily decided to change their destination and go to Dillon City. That's right. We are going to Dillon City. The map says we should go this way. What do you mean we are following you? Seeing that Lu Zixin hesitated, Zhang Luosan quickly opened his mouth and said another sentence. There are many ways to Dillon City. Why do you want to go this way? Because this road is safe. Zhang Luosan said casually. But he didn't expect that he was actually right. This road was planned by Fu Ningxue for Nan Jiao and the others. It is said that the ferocious beasts they encounter along the way will not be higher than level 5, and they can all be dealt with by working together. Therefore, this road is naturally a relatively safe route. This is not. Zhang Luosan also said this. Lu Zixin naturally thought that they also had the same route plan and didn't think much about it. So, the girl was too lazy to care about them. The group decided to take a break. It's so quiet today. I didn't even encounter any ferocious beasts. What's going on? Meng Jing took a sip of water, but his eyes glanced around several times. I don't know. Maybe he was scared by our lineup? Or because of them? As Lu Zixin spoke, he glanced at the 4 people from the Tian Wang Beast Taming Academy. They all summoned their own beasts. That invisible aura may have scared away many low-level ferocious beasts. This is also very possible. After all, ferocious beasts are very sensitive creatures. What bad luck. Lu Zixin complained a few words. Meanwhile, Nan Jiao and Su Luo were discussing the topic. How did you know? The man and the beast communicated for a long time, but they couldn't make any conclusion. Mainly, Su Luo adopted an evasive attitude. And Nan Jiao is not very active either. However, there is always a faint atmosphere of ambiguity lingering around the man and the beast. Over at the Tian Wang Beast Taming Academy, how is it? Have you finished the things I asked you to do? Feng Haoyu lowered his voice and asked Wang Tao. Don't worry, there will be no problem at all. My earth flame rat will do the job, so you can rest assured. Wang Tao smiled, with a somewhat obscene expression on his face. That's good. Feng Haoyu's eyes flashed, and he nodded with satisfaction. Out of the corner of my eye, I couldn't help but glance to the other side. That was exactly the direction where Nan Jiao and the others were. Just last night, Wang Tao had come up with a brilliant idea for Feng Haoyu. It will be convenient for him to continue to perform in front of Nan Jiao and the others, and then successfully gain their trust. The method is very simple. That is, using the beast-attracting powder. Just as the name suggests. The beast-attracting powder is just like its name suggests. The effect is so straightforward. specially used to attract attacks from ferocious beasts. Wang Tao had just ordered his earth flame rat, a beast that could burrow underground. Let it sprinkle the animal-attracting powder around Nanjiao and the others. Now, they just have to wait. Waiting for the beast to attack Nanjiao and the others. Then, Feng Haoyu paid tribute to last night's plot and rushed out shouting. This time Feng Haoyu has already made up his mind. He definitely won't dawdle. He wanted to go straight in, hit the target, and push them to orgasm in an instant. He wanted to make sure that the beast tamer from yesterday would not have any chance to take action today. Today, Feng Haoyu must act like a king and receive their applause. And worshipful eyes. To be honest, in Zhang Luosan's eyes at first, this strategy was really bad and low level. He even asked, what should we do if we attract a ferocious beast that we cannot deal with? Little did they know that Feng Haoyu, who was very smart, already had a way to deal with it. That is to let Guan Fian's beast control, which is good at speed, attract the ferocious beasts that can be dealt with. It is best to be the kind that lives in groups and moves around together. After all, quantity is not the main consideration. But we must highlight one person that he can deal with, but the female beast masters on the opposite side cannot. After all, Feng Haoyu could still tell the level of their beast masters. Now, all he needs to do is wait. You spoil Luo Luo too much. You even soak his dry food in milk before eating it. Not really. When the group was taking a break and eating some dry food, Lu Zixin seemed to have discovered something interesting. Nanjiao fed Su Luo a piece of non-bread and soaked it in milk before feeding it to him. That's fine. I have to feed it with my own hands, hold it in my arms, and use various postures to feed it. If Lolo were a man, they would probably be fed with so much dog food. This relationship simply goes beyond the relationship between the beast tamer and the beast tamer itself. Too good. Su Luo licked the milk in Nanjiao's hand and gave Lu Zixin a look that said, "What's it to you?" He originally thought that this girl was very spiritual and worth cultivating. Looking at it now, it's nothing more than that. What's wrong with Su Luo just having an upset stomach and liking to eat free meals? He wouldn't eat it even if I gave it to him directly, so I had to feed him this way. Nanjiao spoke up, still patiently carrying out the actions at hand. He looked so focused that he didn't even notice the drop of sweat about to slide down the tip of his nose. At this time, Mu Xiaoxi next to her couldn't help but make a joke. Zixin, have you forgotten that Luo Luo gave Jiao so many things? What's wrong with being nice to him? Yes. When Lu Zixin heard this, he immediately slapped his thigh. Damn it, my brain is broken. I almost forgot about this. If my big bear could do this to me, I would give my life to it. Whoa. After she finished speaking, she had already withdrawn her gaze and focused on her dry food. Little did she know that after she said this, the earth bear next to her couldn't help but glance at her. There was a thoughtful look in those eyes. That's right, Lu Zixin, you are very aware. You know that you only have the bear, not the brain. Su Luo complained in his heart. Suddenly, his eyes fell on Nanjiao's pretty face with her chin slightly lowered. The girl fed him food so carefully that she didn't even notice that there was sweat on her face. However, her beautiful face, which looked slightly red due to the heat, was a little dazzling in Su Luo's eyes. Originally, Su Luo would have just stretched out his claws to help Nanjiao wipe the sweat off the tip of her nose. It's not difficult. But, at this moment, he seemed to be possessed by a demon. Unexpectedly, he stretched out his tongue and licked the sweat off the tip of Nanjiao's nose. Su Luo was very careful and didn't make a second move. He just looked at her. But the system prompt sound has already come. Ding! Lick the sensitive parts and get a bonus of 5,000 intimacy points. Nanjiao was also stunned and blinked her big eyes and looked at him. The man and the beast looked at each other again. Today, I don't know how many times this has happened. Nanjiao's cheeks turned visibly red. However, the girl didn't say anything and continued to tear the non in her hand obediently. No response. Not resisting. Su Luo was stunned. Something is wrong. If it were in the past, Nanjiao would have to stop his next move and control his forelimbs. However, today was unprecedented. There was no. Su Luo's heart moved. Mustering up a little courage, he stretched out his tongue and licked it again. This time, Su Luo's tongue fell directly on Nanjiao's chin. However, because he used the skill of continuous licking, as a result, he lost control and became overly excited and licked Nanjiao's lips with his tongue. This time, it's not like the last time. There was only half of the lip. But it's complete. Ding! Deep licking behavior. Reward intimacy value 50,000. Su Luo was so stunned that he didn't even pay attention to the system's prompts. He didn't control it well. Damn it. Also, is this considered a French kiss? Su Luo felt his heart beating. Nanjiao was also stunned at first. She obviously didn't expect Su Luo to be so bold. This is in broad daylight. There are people around. Also, is this her first kiss? Thinking of these two words, her face turned even redder and her heart beat almost as fast as Su Luo's. Just when the ambiguous atmosphere between the man and the beast was brewing. "I am Master, run. There is a ferocious beast coming." At this time, the elemental spirit that had just run away suddenly appeared. He suddenly appeared in front of Su Luo, shouting and yelling. Chapter 105, Get out of the way. Watch me. Hey, that figure. In the forest, Zhang Luosen seemed to have discovered something extraordinary. His eyes lit up. In fact, not only him, Feng Haoyu also discovered it. That spirit-like beast. Is it a water elemental embryo elf? Don't underestimate Feng Haoyu. He is usually very smart. However, the students who graduated from this institution are really quite knowledgeable. He recognized at a glance that the beast floating in front of Nanjiao was the elemental embryo elf. No way, the water elemental embryo elf is so awesome. Wang Tao was also shocked. He couldn't help but take a few more glances. The little humanoid and elf-like creature was dancing. Yes, it is indeed an elemental embryo elf, and its value is extremely high. Zhang Luosen said something at this time. His eyes were full of surprise. They didn't notice the existence of elemental elves along the way. So they were all very surprised and shocked by the sudden appearance of this little thing. I didn't expect that they have such good things around them. Feng Haoyu's eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. The silver-armored saber-toothed tiger behind him seemed to sense something and suddenly stood up. Looking forward. Master, there are ferocious beasts coming. There are a lot of them. They're all coming this way. The elemental elves danced towards Su Luo and spoke words that only he could understand. A lot of ferocious beasts are coming. Su Luo was immersed in the land of tenderness and did not react immediately. He waited a moment before asking. Yes, you are not in a hurry. The elemental elf put her hands on her slender waist and suddenly landed in front of Su Luo, even leaning forward to look at him. This is really the case where the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is. Nanjiao seemed to have guessed what they were talking about, so she didn't say anything. He blinked and looked at the inexplicably cute elemental elf. Only Lu Zixin and the other two looked at the interaction between Su Luo and the other two beasts with some curiosity. Are the languages of these beasts interchangeable? This is the doubt in their hearts. What the hell is going on? Su Luo glanced at the three firewolf beasts and said, "Look at them. If they don't fight, they'll get fat. They deserve a good beating." The elemental elf also glanced at the three beasts, and after careful consideration, it seemed that what his master said made sense. What's the point of taming beasts if they don't fight? Okay, then let them take a beating. The little thing said this and didn't care anymore. Instead, it flew and landed on the side. Firewolf, Earth Bear, Thunder Leopard. These three beasts dare not speak out, but be angry. The key is that no one can beat. The three beasts together can't beat one person. Dare to say shit. But they have not forgotten how fierce the water elemental elves are. I haven't forgotten Su Luo's ferocity either. On this side, Su Luo said that he didn't care. But I have been communicating with the system silently in my heart, intending to improve myself. After all, Su Luo didn't know how strong the ferocious beast was. However, if it is really as the elemental elves said, the group of ferocious beasts are coming, there is no point in running. He could only take Ninjayo with him. How could he take four girls with him? This is obviously unrealistic. So, instead of panicking, it is better to improve yourself and stay calm. Besides, fighting is indeed good for the Earth Bears. He was not talking nonsense. Su Luo remembered that last time he had only increased his strength to the maximum that his current class could bear. This time, let's just raise the other three attributes to the maximum at once. If he encounters a 5th or 6th level ferocious beast like this, he believes he can still fight it. Roar! When Su Luo was concentrating on improving himself, a beast roared suddenly. It shakes the forest, terrifying people. Soon, footsteps were heard. It wasn't very messy, so Su Luo judged it was just a beast. It's a little different from what the elemental elves said. He had doubts in his mind, and as he was thinking, a figure appeared. A giant lizard nearly 2 meters tall, with dark green scales all over its body. It was very fast, and was not affected by its huge size at all. Dust rises behind. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived less than 10 meters in front of Su Luo and the others. Its vertical pupils were scarlet, telling everyone of its fury. The scimitar-like fangs in the mouth are extremely sharp and emit a cold light. Green forest lizard. Nanjiao had already stood up holding Su Luo, and her voice was clearly filled with vigilance. Lu Zixin and the other two had the same reaction and all assumed fighting stances. This is a low-level 5th-order ferocious beast, and the system has already told Su Luo all its information. Up ahead, the three Earth Bears are also on alert. The beast and the fierce beast had not yet started fighting. They were both testing each other. It was precisely because of the presence of these three beasts that the green forest lizard did not move forward immediately. Instead, he stared with his vertical pupils and kept observing. Roar! Suddenly, as if stimulated by something, the green forest lizard roared suddenly, shaking all over, and was in great pain. It was because of this pain that its originally red eyes turned bright red. At that moment, what Su Luo could feel was that the aura of this green forest lizard had increased. Why is this happening? Just as he began to wonder, a voice rang out. Get out of the way. Finally, there was a chance to show off. How could Feng Haoyu let it go? He rushed out shouting, and he brought his own silver-armored saber-toothed tiger. At this moment, he no longer cared whether this green forest lizard was a ferocious beast that Guan Fian had helped to lure over. What he cared about was that this low-level 5th-order green forest lizard could never be a match for his 5th-order advanced beastmaster. He can finally hold his head high and show himself. This time, Feng Haoyu had no doubts and bravely moved forward, like a divine soldier descending from the sky, with the momentum of never looking back. He swore that he would never procrastinate again. Get out of the way. Watch me. Silver-armored saber-toothed tiger, you and I will fight it together. He roared, and had already passed Nanjiao and his group, bringing his own beast, forming seals with his hands, and rushed forward. Su Luo was also stunned. How could he suddenly become so brave? However, an unexpected scene appeared. The green forest lizard did not retreat but advanced instead, showing no fear at all, and its speed exploded in an instant. Its huge lizard tail swung horizontally forward. Go to hell, you beast. Feng Haoyu hasn't finished speaking yet. Boom! There was a loud bang. What was clearly visible was that the bodies of Feng Haoyu and the silver-armored saber-toothed tiger were blown away like kites with broken strings. Then it crashed heavily and awkwardly onto a giant tree not far away. Feng Haoyu is even more miserable. The beast that fell down sat on him, and he didn't know whether he was dead or alive. It's very miserable anyway. Moment. Su Luo, Nan Jiao's 4 daughters, Wang Tao and Zhang Luosan, who were not far away. Everyone in the audience was stunned by this sudden change. Then, there was silence. Chapter 106, A Big Fight. Thundering Apes. This green forest lizard can actually blow away a 5th-level advanced silver-armored saber-toothed tiger and a beastmaster with one strike. In the distance, Zhang Jinghan, who was secretly observing the situation here, couldn't help but sigh. Not only her, Fu Ningxue also couldn't figure it out. Logically speaking, this green forest lizard is not a very powerful beast. How is it possible to throw the silver-armored saber-toothed tiger away with just one strike? This is very unreasonable, okay? No matter how weak the silver-armored saber-toothed tiger is, it won't be blown away in one encounter. Fu Ningxue couldn't figure it out either. I just felt that the green forest lizard exuded a sense of weirdness. Lei Guang, who knew why all this happened, leaned against the tree leisurely. What a fool. Lei Guang shook his head and sighed. That's a ferocious beast that has eaten my violent powder. How can it be dealt with so easily? That guy still won't take action. He stared at Su Luo, seeing that he had no intention of taking action. Whoa, whoa. As he was observing, Lei Guang suddenly heard a burst of crying sounds in his ears, very loud. From far to near. It's becoming clearer. He had an idea in his mind and used his hands and feet. In a blink of an eye, I climbed up to the top of this nearly 20-meter-high tree. The other side. Su Luo was completely speechless about this clever Feng Haoyu. Su Luo knew with his toes that he was just trying to show off again. Moreover, I still want to cut the Gordian knot. But he never expected that this green forest lizard did not play according to common sense and directly shattered his dream. To be honest, it's a bit too cruel. Su Luo knew that it was very uncomfortable to try to show off, but end up being fucked. Therefore, he could only mourn for Feng Haoyu for 0.01 seconds. Roar! As he was speaking, the green forest lizard moved again. It kicked the ground with its limbs, raised dust, and flew forward quickly towards the nearest Earth Bear. After these few days of training, Earth Bear is no longer the boy he used to be. Its eyes focused and it kicked with its front feet. It seems that he is a bit petty. It's a feeling that cannot be underestimated. And then, the result is, it still couldn't withstand the attack from the green forest lizard and was fiercely slapped away by its claws. Be brave and prove yourself. With a scream, the Earth Bear crashed onto the yellow mud ground on the side, rolling over in pain. Fire Wolf, Thunder Leopard. Su Luo understood its words. However, they understood. After all, Even a fifth-order advanced silver-armored saber-toothed tiger couldn't withstand a blow from a green forest lizard. How could a second-level advanced earth bear possibly withstand it? The earth bear knew the outcome, but still took a brave step forward. To be honest, just for its control of momentum and courage, Su Luo should give it a thumbs up. Progress, earth bear. Things are developing too fast. By the time Lu Zixin and the others reacted and raised their talismans to prepare for battle, another round of sobbing could be heard all around them. A woo. Before the surprise on everyone's faces subsided, purple figures suddenly fell from the sky. In a flash, this area is surrounded, including Zhang Luosan and Wang Tao too. The ferocious beast in front is about the same height as a human and looks not much different from the apes in Su Luo's modern society. However, their fur is purple. Looking from a distance, it seemed as if there were a few flashes of electricity passing through his body. The fangs in their mouths were pointed and sharp, and they were sticking out, which was scary to look at. It's the thundering apes. When Nan Jiao said this, she had already put Su Luo on the ground. Get ready for a battle stance. Mu Xiaoxi and the other two also had slightly changed expressions. They are not afraid of fighting. However, this kind of group, surrounded battle. It would be strange if you weren't afraid. They were surrounded by this group of ferocious beasts, and fighting was inevitable. Nan Jiao understands very well. So, she let Su Luo go. Looking at these nearly 40 or 50 thunder-roaring apes, Zhang Luosan and Wang Tao's faces also changed. It goes without saying that being suddenly attacked by such a group of creatures must be due to the effect of the animal-attracting powder. Otherwise, it really wouldn't have happened. This thundering ape is a low-level fourth-order ferocious beast. The class is not very high. However, they are violent creatures that can compete with fourth-order high-level ferocious beasts. It is a notorious beast among the fourth level. It's purely because of the violent thunder energy in them. Besides, their population activity habits. At the same time, this is also a fierce beast with a strong revengefulness. Anyway, it is a ferocious beast that many beastmasters don't want to see. At this moment, Su Luo had no choice but to take action. Its body suddenly grew bigger. Only, this time, he didn't plan to use any amplification potions. After all, the price of the amplification potion in the system becomes higher every time it is used. When you really need to use it, you're doomed if you don't have enough intimacy. So, save as much as you can. He also wants to see where his limits are. Su Luo pulled the elemental elf, signaling it to prepare for battle. What to do? Not far away, Zhang Jinghan spoke. Should we go up and help? Isn't it possible for them to handle so many thunder explosion apes? Out of concern, she couldn't help but look at Fu Ningxue and ask for her opinion. 40 or 54th order low-level ferocious beasts are not very difficult to deal with for their teacher. However, it's hard to say about the students in front. After all, they are all new beast masters who have just become beast masters. Just wait and see. Fu Ningxue gritted her teeth. Although she also felt that this should be the biggest crisis that Nan Jiao and the others had encountered so far. But there is no way. If a beast master wants to become stronger and break through himself, he needs to face scenes like this. Besides, there is Nan Jiao's beastmaster here. That guy always gives people a very reliable feeling. So no big problem. Because of this, Fu Ningxue wanted to continue observing. Not only did she want to observe, even Lei Guang also perked up and wanted to take a look. I want to make some judgment about Su Luo through fighting. As we are talking, the battle has already begun. The thunder explosion ape launched an attack. These guys, like thunderballs, rushed towards Nan Jiao, Lu Zixin, Meng Jingran, and Mu Xiaoxi. He actually ignored the fire wolves and other beasts in front of him. Even the green forest lizard was ignored. Wang Tao, who was standing by, also changed his expression. He seemed to have guessed vaguely that his ground flame rat should have scattered the animal-attracting powder around several girls. Otherwise, this thundering ape will not ignore the beasts and directly attack humans. Under a big tree nearby, Feng Haoyu, who had recovered from his shock, saw this scene. He suddenly shuddered and chose to lie down again. Damn it! With so many thunder exploding apes, how can we kill them? Just pretend to be dead. At the same time, he did not forget to hold down his silver-armored saber-toothed tiger. Keep it from getting up and exposing him. Chapter 107. Thundering Ape King. Fight! A woo. The roar of the thundering ape began. Nearly a dozen voices jumped down from the tree and headed towards Nan Jiao and the others. Their goal is very clear. Even if the fire wolf and thunder leopard return to defend at this time, it would be too late. The four girls have already raised the talismans in their hands, ready to fight back. The four of them had almost the same expression on their faces, solemn. They don't think this is a very relaxing thing. But compared to them, Su Luo is much calmer. He silently calculated the speed of these thunder explosion apes. In his mind, he was calculating the timing to release the rock spike. The hissing sound is getting closer. Su Luo could already vaguely feel the violent lightning energy around his body. The thundering exploding ape is approaching. The time is now. Roar. Su Luo also roared and moved his body suddenly, standing in front of Nanjiao and the other three. This moment, his eyes narrowed. The golden light on his body was shining brightly. The khaki energy suddenly rises. The earth shakes. In an instant, a large number of ground spikes appeared on the ground. They soar into the sky with unstoppable force. The terrifying earth element energy swept across the area ahead. Puff fuss. Su Luo calculated the timing well, and it really worked. The thundering ape came with great force, but it did not expect that a large number of spikes would suddenly appear on the ground. A moment. The bodies of these beasts were pierced directly. Some of their brains exploded. Some had their arms, thighs, and stomachs pierced. And some, the sharp thorns pierced directly from the anus and flowers to the forehead. Horrible. But, after all, these thunder explosion apes are top-level 4th-tier beasts, and their reaction abilities are not weak either. Not it. The number of them killed by Su Luo in batches was no more than 7 or 8. Most of them hid away. However, this scene also shocked Zhang Luosan and Wang Tao. This attack seems to be even stronger than what they saw last night. This beast. Can such a terrifying group skill be released at only the 3rd level? How is that possible? At such a close distance, Su Luo's sudden explosive output really surprised them. But it was during this period of hesitation that they were attacked. The thunder explosion ape taught them deeply what it meant to not look around during a battle. Little thing, keep an eye on them. Su Luo roared, and his body flew out. He felt like his whole body was filled with raging energy. There was a burst of burning heat emanating from his heterochromatic eyes. The elemental did not answer, but he had already landed obediently beside Nanjiao and the others. It's smart, so it must know why its owner asked it to stay. The battle has already begun. Really, after Su Luo emitted a golden light, his combat power increased sharply. Lei Guang looked at Su Luo, who was like a killing god in front of him, muttering something in his mouth. This is how he remembers last night. Now that it's broad daylight, this feeling seems much more intuitive. Those black things on his feet seem a little familiar. Lei Guang noticed that when Su Luo was fighting, there was a dark glow under his feet. These were not obvious when he was young, but became very obvious as his body grew bigger, especially in broad daylight. Suddenly, Su Luo in front swung his black claws at a thunder explosion ape. Black flame sharp claws. The power of corrosion. Does this black light have the power of corrosion? Lei Guang's eyes trembled. No, it's not black man. It's black flame. Summoning black flame owl. As if he had thought of something, Lei Guang uttered 5 words. At the same time, the shock in his eyes became even stronger. He had heard about it before in Lanhan City. A summoning black flame owl had appeared nearby, and this big guy seemed to be dragged into the sky by some terrifying force. From now on, disappeared completely. The day Lei Guang first arrived in Lanhan City, he found it very strange to hear such a thing. What other force could have pulled Sungming Black Flame Owl in? This is a fairy tale. That big guy is not weak. Lei Guang dared to say that there was no such force around Lying Forest that could harm it. However, when everyone in Lanhan City was discussing this, their opinions were almost the same. Lei Guang had to doubt the authenticity of this matter. And he was also the first person to link the black light on Su Luo's body with the Sungming Black Flame Owl. Just saying. Su Luo in front suddenly used a vortex of fire. The red-gold flames swept across, wrapped the 2 thunder exploding monkeys in it. The 2 beasts were burned so hard that they kept howling. Is this a flame spirit seed? The last time, when Su Luo successfully eliminated the green spirit peony tiger, Lei Guang noticed that the color of the flame was wrong. It is completely different from the flames of ordinary fire attribute skills. It's just that the last observation time was too short and I couldn't see clearly. This time, when Su Luo was fighting seriously, Lei Guang finally saw everything clearly. Also confirmed. What a vicious vision he has. I recognized it immediately. It was the flame of the fire spirit seed. I can use fire attribute skills, and I can also use earth attribute skills. This beast. Lei Guang pursed his lips, and a long-lost shock rose in his heart. He seemed to have some guesses vaguely. However, I'm not sure. Lolo, be careful behind you. At this moment, Nanjiao suddenly cried out. Bang! Su Luo just reacted. His body had been knocked away, smashed towards a big tree. However, he immediately used the rebound of the tree deftly and nimbly to land steadily. Such a cool figure. Damn, I was ambushed. Su Luo turned his head and looked at the nearly 4-meter-tall giant in front of him. It was it that attacked him. Thundering Ape King. The beast's bulging muscles show its extraordinariness. The violent thunder power surrounding it is also telling everyone. In this area, it is the king. Every population has its own boss. The Thundering Ape King is the leader of their group of apes. A fifth-order low-level ferocious beast. Originally, it did not want to participate in these battles. However, when he saw his subordinates being defeated one by one and dying at the hands of the enemy, it finally couldn't bear it anymore. Take action against Su Luo. Roar. The Thundering Ape King was as violent as its name and rushed towards Su Luo without saying a word. With a body 4 meters tall, he looked like a little giant, very scary. Nanjiao really wants to help Su Luo. However, she still faces a battle on her own side. The 4 of them need to work together to fight the thunder-exploding ape in order to be able to match it. This is all thanks to the lightning dagger that Su Luo gave to Nanjiao in the morning. This thing has become the main output tool. Therefore, they are not in danger for the moment, because there is an equally aggressive little elemental elf assisting in the battle. There are also thunder leopards, fire wolves, and injured earth bears. It can be said that every person and every beast is fighting with all their heart and soul. He doesn't care whether he is strong enough to match the ape group. Let's talk about it later. Even the green forest lizard that was originally planning to cause trouble for Su Luo and the others was now drawn into the battle. It's so pitiful and innocent. Originally, its purpose was the same as that of the thunder-exploding ape. Both were targeting Su Luo and the others. As a result, when the fight broke out, the other side didn't distinguish between friend and foe and just attacked them one by one. There is nothing much to say about the green forest lizard. It can only be passive combat. This place has become a battlefield of chaos. Chapter 108 Peace After the War. Luo Luo's Transformation Theory. At dusk, by a shallow lake. We're finally here. A voice sounded. If it's not Lu Zixin's, then whose else could it be? The girl collapsed directly on the grass and didn't want to move at all. There were dirty marks on her face and her clothes were covered in mud, and she looked a little disheveled. In fact, it's not just her. Nanjiao, Mu Xiaoxi, and Ming Jingran were all like this. So when they arrived at their destination, they were all the same as Lu Zixin. Lie directly on the grass. I don't want to move at all. Not only that, the fire wolf, earth bear, and thunder leopard all had bloodstains of varying sizes on their bodies. There was even some charred black on the exploded hair. It looks like it has been ravaged, a bit miserable. However, upon closer inspection, one can still see a hint of satisfaction on their faces. Compared with them, Su Luo, who was walking in front, was so cool. Following him in style is the elemental elf riding on his back. This little thing grabbed Su Luo's hair and rode him. It was so comfortable. If this happened under normal circumstances, Su Luo would have swept it away with a slap. However, when I think about how this little guy fought diligently today and protected Nanjiao and the others, Su Luo didn't use force against it. The little guy was obviously very satisfied, singing and laughing along the way. Apparently, it loves riding its owner. Just before, the battle between Nanjiao and the others and the Thunder Explosion Ape Group finally ended with everyone working together. In fact, it mainly depends on Su Luo's explosive performance and output. And the Thundering Ape King finally saw that the situation was not good and also slipped away. He came in full force and looked so miserable when he left. At that time, Su Luo did not choose to chase, for fear that the other party would make a feint to the east and attack in the west. So, everyone no longer cared about the corpses of the Thundering Apes and chose to evacuate immediately. After all, blood will attract new ferocious beasts. Fu Ningxue had told them about this many times. Besides, so many Thunder Explosion Apes died, the smell of blood was even stronger. The right thing to do is to leave quickly. The one who gained the most from this battle was not Su Luo, but the 3 Earth Bear beasts. After this battle, they have probably improved a lot. After all, compared to any previous time, they fought with all their might today. I can't imagine that one day I will be able to fight a group of Thunder Explosion Apes. That's crazy. Seeing that no one was talking, Lu Zixin couldn't help but sigh. Yes. Mu Xiaoxi also nodded. I feel like my star vein power has been exhausted. It was Luo Luo who gave us the courage. Ming Jingren glanced at Su Luo, who was lying on the grass not far away, and said, her star vein power is also exhausted. Otherwise, how can we have the confidence to fight? Speaking of Su Luo, Nanjiao couldn't help but look in his direction. I found him looking around, as if he was investigating something. That's right. Without Luo Luo, we might have been wiped out. Lu Zixin exhaled lightly. Then she seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, Lolo just now is just full of boyfriend power, especially when he stood in front of us. At that moment, I felt my heart tremble and goosebumps all over my body. I'm so touched. I even want him to be my boyfriend. Su Luo, who was observing the surrounding environment not far away, froze. Damn it. Has he finally been targeted? Is this girl Lu Zixin going to say something again about her big breasts and not being able to think straight? Haha. Mu Xiaoxi suddenly smiled at this time. Then go find it. I think Luo Luo will be too happy to wait for it. As she spoke, she sat up suddenly, her eyes fixed in one direction. If it's not Lu Zixin's breasts, then what is it? The meaning in that look is self-evident. You have such big breasts, maybe Lolo will like it? Lu Zixin immediately understood this suggestive look. Her face turned red, and she sat up and gently pushed Mu Xiaoxi. You were so bad, Mu Xiaoxi. I didn't expect you to be such a person. After this battle, they were obviously much more relaxed. Even Mu Xiaoxi started joking. Although I have such thoughts, I still have a clear mind. After Lu Zixin finished speaking, he hugged Nan Jiao's arm and said with a sly smile. Besides, Luo Luo belongs to Yu. Even if she really wants to find him as her boyfriend, he should be her first choice. It's not my turn yet. By the way, Yu is Luo Luo. Lu Zixin said this and whispered something into Nan Jiao's ear. I don't know what he said, but the latter's face turned red instantly. What are you thinking about, Lu Zixin? She said coquettishly. I glanced at Su Luo in front of me again. No, he doesn't like it. Su Luo, what don't I like? Can anyone tell me? You girls have been single for too long, so everything you see looks pretty. Ming Jing'an looked at them with a smile on her lips. Obviously, she was in a good mood too. Lolo is a beast master. No, I think what ZXIN said is right this time. Mu Xiaoxi stood up and spoke at this time. Haven't you heard that some fierce beasts can transform? Maybe with Jiao's training, Luo Luo could really go in that direction. When it transforms into a human, won't it be the same as my boyfriend? She expressed her inner thoughts and cognition. Well, it seems so. After transforming, can I do anything? That's the same as having a boyfriend. Lu Zixin quickly clapped her hands to show her approval. By then, what will happen between humans and animals? I think it's a little exciting, isn't it? I don't know what this girl is so excited about. Her face is red. Clearly just watching the fun and not minding the trouble. Su Luo's scalp tingled after hearing these vicious words. Although, he also found it somewhat exciting. And Nan Jiao seems to have never thought about this aspect. When I heard the word transformation, I actually looked in Su Luo's direction. Can her Lolo really change shape? What would she do if he could really transform? Could it really be like what Lu Zixin said? For a moment, Nan Jiao felt a little complicated. I'm thinking about this question. The problem with Su Luo's transformation, purely because of the feelings she felt between herself and Su Luo. It's getting more and more complicated. It's the relationship between the beast tamer and the beast master. It also seems like there is something mixed in between. It's hard to explain. I heard that the bloodlines of the fierce beasts that can transform are all very powerful. Ming Jing'an spoke up. That's right. Lu Zixin spoke again. Except for the little spirit dog at the beginning, even the dean can't tell the bloodline of Luo Luo. Plus, with his strong performance, maybe he will be able to transform in the future. Twitter. The four girls actually started a discussion about whether Su Luo could transform and whether he could be her boyfriend. Among them, Nan Jiao exists as a listener. I only respond occasionally. And Su Luo was a little speechless. However, he is really observing his surroundings now. Even, being alert. He learned from the system that the Thundering Ape King was a very violent beast that would take revenge for any slight. This was suddenly gone and it is likely to come back. And, for some reason, when Su Luo came to the shallow lake, he suddenly felt uncomfortable. This is a warning from the bottom of my heart. It's an uncomfortable sense of crisis. Chapter 109. Mysterious Veins Open. Su Luo guards. In the forest. Fuck. It's all because of that damn green forest lizard. If it hadn't been pestering us, we wouldn't have lost them. Feng Haoyu's cursing voice came. Earlier today, Su Luo defeated the thundering exploding ape king and covered the retreat of Nan Jiao and the other four. This scene was naturally seen by Feng Haoyu. This guy was originally lying on the ground pretending to be dead, but he instantly woke up after seeing this. Only. When he wanted to catch up with Nan Jiao and the others, he found himself entangled by a green forest lizard. Not only that, even Wang Tao and Zhang Luosan were fighting with the remaining thunder-exploding apes. What's even more infuriating is that Guan Fian, who had gone out to drive away the ferocious beast, has returned. However, she also returned with the ferocious beasts that were driven over. After seeing this scene, Feng Haoyu finally understood. It turns out that those thunder explosion apes came here on their own. Fuck it. So, they began a hard battle. We fought until dark. I was chased for a long, long way before I finally got rid of those ferocious beasts. As a result, he was not only injured, but also lost track of Nanjiayo and the others. This is also the reason why Feng Haoyu beat his chest and cursed. Don't worry, Boss Feng. Zhang Luosen spoke to comfort her at this time. We now know their destination is Dillon City. We should be able to meet them as long as we go there. That's right. Wang Tao also nodded beside him. His body was covered with battle scars and he looked very disheveled. It can only be like this. Feng Haoyu gritted his teeth and sat down on the ground. But how come that beast master is so strong? It seems to be only level 3? Can you feel it? It is indeed a 3rd level beast, but it is ridiculously strong. I think it will have no problem fighting the Thundering Ape King. During the battle today, Zhang Luo-san was actually also paying attention to the ferocious beast that looked like both a dog and a wolf. Level 3 is so awesome. What will happen in the future? Feng Haoyu frowned. He was actually very clear about the combat power of the Thundering Ape King. He was only at the intermediate level of the 5th rank. If you perform exceptionally well, it's possible to reach the advanced level. Damn it, it's just as weird as that green forest lizard. He thought again of the big lizard that had thrown him away with its tail and felt his face burning. Today is so fucking embarrassing. Instead of trying to show off, I ended up making such a big fool of myself. I felt like I was going to die socially. Fortunately, at the last moment, Thunder Explosion Ape came to the rescue. Otherwise, Feng Haoyu wouldn't know where to put his face. Thinking of this, he cursed in his heart again. He had never thought about it. It seemed that he had never had good luck since he met Nanjiayo and the others. That Beastmaster's bloodline might not be simple. Also, the elemental spirits around that girl and her beast. Her identity. When Zhang Luosen said this, his eyes looked at Feng Haoyu, as if hinting at something. You mean, her identity is not simple either? The latter seemed to have suddenly escaped from the realm of great intelligence and understood what he wanted to say. Zhang Luosen nodded. It's really possible. Wang Tao also added a sentence at this time. This explains why they were so cold to us after knowing that we were from the Tian Wang Beast Taming School. This means that among them, there must be someone with a powerful background. Wang Tao's words also made Feng Haoyu frown. Obviously thinking and weighing things. After a while, he finally spoke. Never mind, let's go to Dillon City first. Yes, actually going to Dillon City is also a good option. Zhang Luosen seemed to have thought of something and continued. I heard that there will be a large auction in Dillon City in a few days. We can go and take a look. Auction. Upon hearing this, Feng Haoyu's eyes obviously lit up. That's good. Next stop, we'll go straight to Dillon City. Feng Haoyu said this, stood up and waved his arm, deciding their next path. Night. Because of the battle today. Therefore, Lu Zixin, Mu Xiaoxi, and Ming Jing were already very tired. He went into his tent early and started practicing. In their words, if you practice now, the effect will be best. It is also the best way to relieve fatigue. In today's battle, they had used up all their star vein power, so practicing was a good opportunity to replenish it. By the way, I will strengthen my own realm and strive to open my own profound veins as soon as possible. This is also the reason why the Beast Master has to come out to fight. Although it is dangerous in the wild, I have to keep fighting and keep activating the power of the star veins. For a Beast Master, this itself is a boost in strength. Not only these 3 people gained strength through this battle. Even the Thunder Leopard, Fire Wolf, and Earth Bear benefited greatly from the battle. Among them, according to Su Luo's observation, the Earth Bear is the one whose realm is loose. It is already at the advanced 2nd level, but Su Luo feels that it has already made progress towards the 3rd level. Looking at its crouching state tonight, it must be in the shock before the advancement. If successful, what we will see tomorrow will be a 3rd level Earth Bear. And at this moment Su Luo himself. He was lying by the lake with Nanjiayo, looking at the stars. He also didn't know why this girl couldn't sleep late at night. I also want to hold him out to see the stars. Look at the little elemental elf. He must be sleeping so happily in the tent right now. However, Su Luo does not envy it. After all, he had a human cushion and could lie on Nanjiayo's smooth and slippery thighs to look at the stars. Isn't it a pleasure? But, isn't this girl a little too quiet tonight? It's a bit too quiet. If Nanjiayo hadn't been holding him on her lap, he would have thought that the girl was asleep. Feeling confused, Su Luo turned his head and looked. Hiss. Only then did he notice that Nanjiayo had narrowed her eyes without him noticing. Moreover, above her head, there are tiny stars gathering at this moment. It feels like a sci-fi blockbuster. The light of the stars in the sky seemed to be floating towards her head at this moment. Then, it completely poured into her body. Nanjiayo is about to open her 2nd mysterious vein. Su Luo, who is also a beast master, can tell her current condition at a glance. No wonder she ran out with him in her arms tonight. It turned out that she wanted to absorb the power of the stars and the sky in a spacious open-air environment. But I didn't expect that she would break through just by sitting there. It should be because of the Xingpa Yunling pill, plus the battle at noon. Su Luo was naturally happy that Nan Jiao was able to make a breakthrough. He carefully tried to break free from her arms. Because the Xianmai breakthrough is being opened, it cannot be disturbed. So Su Luo can't stay in her arms anymore. Not only that, he also has to protect Nan Jiao and let her break through safely. Can't be influenced. This girl is really something. She didn't even tell me in advance about such a big breakthrough. Fortunately, Su Luo has the skill to become smaller. Without alarming Nan Jiao, he easily escaped from her arms. Then, step aside and wait for her breakthrough to complete. Chapter 110 is coming. Lei Guang was shocked. Su Luo has returned to his original size. Because I have to protect Nan Jiao, I don't know if there will be any danger or whether I should fight. So he made preparations first just in case. After observing Nan Jiao carefully, Su Luo found that she was normal and there was nothing special about her. So he calmed down and decided to improve himself. Because, after today's battle, Su Luo already knew it. He is almost invincible in one-on-one fights, and he can crush anyone with his cool. However, the team fight is still a little lacking. This may have a lot to do with his group attack skills. If he could have an elemental spirit seed with earth attribute, his attack power would increase dramatically. What a pity. As for fire attribute group attack skills, Su Luo can choose to purchase them. However, without the blessing of the blood power of the Xiantian Tongdi Divine Shadow Turtle, the effect is much worse. Without thinking too much, Su Luo first checked the properties on his system panel. Host: Su Luo, Little Spirit Dog, Mutated Level 3 Spirit Beast, Infant Stage. Bloodline Power: Void Devouring Chaos Beast. Strength: 860. Agility: 855. Stamina: 870. Defense: 880. Skills: Flame Seed, Flame Vortex, Black Flame Claw, Changeable, Rock Thrust. Special Passive Skill: Songming's Different Eyes. Passive State: Semi-immune to water attribute attacks granted by the Water Spirit Stone. Current Attribute: Fire, Emperor Flame Fire. Intimacy Value: 77520. So far, Su Luo has already improved all the attributes to the maximum value that can be achieved at the 3rd level. This is noon, just upgraded. Su Luo spent more than 30,000 intimacy points. Su Luo also noticed that among the bloodline power, there was only one void-devouring chaos beast. This bloodline power should be the strongest. So it also includes the blood of the alpaca and the mud horse, and the blood of the Xiantian Tongdi Divine Shadow Turtle. Su Luo had some guesses in his mind, but his eyes had already glanced at another point. That's the attribute column. Even though he has the skills of Earth Element, he still does not have the attributes of Earth Element. From this we can know that he must possess the Elemental Spirit Seed in order to unlock the Earth attribute. However, Su Luo has paid attention to the Elemental Spirit Seeds. It's so damn expensive. The starting intimacy value is 200,000. Originally, if he didn't help Nan Jiao to improve, he might be able to buy it now. But no buts. Thinking of this, Su Luo remembered that he still had some of the power of Songming Black Flame Alta Digest. He closed his eyes and looked inward at the small black bird in his abdomen. I found that this guy was still in the chaos, floating quietly. System: what conditions do I need to continue to the next stage of devouring? Su Luo couldn't help but ask. 200,000 intimacy points, start the 2nd stage of devouring. However, you must reach the 5th level before your body and mind can withstand the power of the next level. The system came up with 2 sentences directly. In other words, if Su Luo wants to improve, he can only do so in terms of beast soul armor and skills, or advance directly to the next stage. This is possible. Su Luo took a look and found that the 4th level advanced potion would cost 40,000 intimacy points. He could accept this. But now Nan Jiao is in the process of improvement, and Su Luo is worried that there might be some unexpected events during his own advancement. So I plan to buy it tomorrow. He was just about to focus his attention on the skill column when he suddenly heard a noise in his ears. Not very clear. But Su Luo is a beast. His hearing is so sensitive. He could confirm that he had heard it correctly. However, Su Luo did not move. Not knowing what it was, he planned to use static to break dynamics. But in his heart, Su Luo has been silently preparing. He planned to buy some amplification potions from the system, just in case. If a ferocious beast really attacks, he must kill it perfectly. We can't let it affect Nan Jiao. In the distance, Fu Ningxue and the other 2 female teachers had long stopped guarding in secret and went to rest. Only the persistent Lei Guang is still observing in secret. Hey, the Thundering Ape King from this afternoon is finally here. Lei Guang didn't drink today for fear of causing trouble. Moreover, with his cultivation level, he already knew what the ferocious beast hiding in the dark was. The Thundering Ape King, this vicious beast that is vindictive and knows how to attack by surprise. That little girl is in the process of opening her Xianmai. If she is attacked by surprise, it might affect the opening of her Xianmai. Do you want some help? Lei Guang rubbed the stubble on his chin and thought. Today, he had already seen the battle between Thundering Ape King and Su Luo. It can be said that they are evenly matched. Although this Thundering Ape King is a low-level 5th-order ferocious beast. However, among its peers, it can be said to be almost crushing them. Moreover, how could a ferocious beast that could be crowned as a king be simple? Its combat capability and the skills it possesses are comparable to those of a 5th-order advanced ferocious beast. Very fierce. Otherwise, Su Luo wouldn't have just watched it run away. After all, this thing can't be taken down in a short time, so it's better to let it go. Lei Guang is hesitating. However, in the moment he hesitated and thought, the Thundering Ape King had already launched an attack on Su Luo. It had been hiding behind Su Luo, approaching cautiously. With a body that is almost 4 meters tall, it didn't make much noise in the forest. Little did they know. In fact, Su Luo is waiting for its arrival. Just as the thunder roared, the Ape King's body turned into thunder and leaped high into the air. When its huge palm ignited with lightning and blasted towards its prey, Su Luo moved. He twisted his body instantly, and his sharp claws like black flames swept towards the Thundering Ape King in front of him. A black claw shadow that was even bigger than the Thundering Ape King's body appeared. The power is overwhelming. A look of horror appeared in the eyes of the Thundering Ape King. It's terror and fear. It felt the horror of the black claw shadow. It is the fear from the depths of the soul. It felt even more like a threat of death. It wants to escape. However, the body was in midair, with no support. How could he escape? The first reaction of the Thundering Ape King was to prop up his arms, trying to block and defend against this terrifying attack. But it's in sight. A strange and evil smile appeared on the face of its enemy. It's like looking at a dead object. Puff. Crisp. Clean. Powerful. Far away. Lei Guang's pupils suddenly dilated, and the muscles on his face trembled suddenly. It's like seeing a ghost. No, it should be said that it was more surprising than seeing a ghost. Why? Because, after being hit by Su Luo, the body of the huge Thundering Ape King was actually split into two. Fell on the ground. It's so fucking bad, it's over. Not even a drop of blood was shed. So terrifying. It was because of this scene. Even Lei Guang, a veteran with extensive experience and knowledge, was shocked. Chapter 111, here it comes again. The terrifying black shadow. 1,000-fold skill enhancement potion. Su Luo spent 10,000 intimacy points, and he was not vague at all. After all, if a fight breaks out, it will likely affect Nanjiao. So, Su Luo made up his mind and dealt with this thing with one strike. Anyway, he also thought that it would come for revenge. However, the effect of the black flame claws, which was amplified 1,000 times, was simply terrifyingly good. The Thundering Ape King was directly split into two. There was no chance to even scream. The system's product is really awesome. Looking at the huge body in front of him, Su Luo didn't know what to do. It wasn't until he saw the lake nearby that an idea came to his mind. Just throw it down. Su Luo pursed his lips. Anyway, the water in this lake is extremely turbid. Even Lu Zixin and the others did not dare to take a bath here tonight for this reason. This indirectly caused Su Luo to miss the opportunity to watch them bathe. Thinking of this, Su Luo did not hesitate. He endured the stench and picked up the corpse, preparing to throw it into the lake. But at this time, the system actually sounded a prompt. Ding, I suggest that the host take out the beast's spirit before discarding the body. Spirit, that's right. This is a kind of spirit that can only be condensed in the body of the fierce beast leader of the group. You can also understand it as the power of faith. The system gave a direct answer. What does this thing do? Spirit can be used to make medicine and elixirs, and can be bought and sold. But more importantly, it can increase the power of your same attribute. The system said this and gave Su Luo an example. For example, this fierce beast with thunder attribute, its spirit can make your thunder attribute more powerful. After it explained it this way, Su Luo finally understood. It turns out that you can play like this. But then he seemed to have thought of something and said, then my elemental spirit seed, can it also enhance the power of my attributes? Isn't this overlapping? Su Luo knew that elemental spirit seeds could also make skills more powerful. But doesn't this spiritual soul overlap with the power of the elemental spirit seeds? Little did he know that the system gave him a direct reply. Host, not everyone can obtain attribute spirit seeds. As soon as these words were heard, Su Luo understood. He is a full man and doesn't know the hunger of a hungry man. It's true that he has attribute spirit seeds, but that doesn't mean every beast in this era has them. What if some beasts don't have it? Isn't it true that I can only rely on this thing to improve my strength? Thinking of this, Su Luo felt a little ashamed. And then the system said another sentence. Moreover, even if you have attribute spirit seeds, this thing can help you increase your power based on the increase in attribute spirit seeds. The two are not in conflict. Okay, Su Luo finally understood. Is this spirit located in the head? He asked again. Yes. After getting the answer, Su Luo did not hesitate. While the black flame claw was still amplifying his power, he struck the thundering ape king in the head. Moment. The top of this big guy's head was blown off. A dark purple crystal core appeared in front of Su Luo. It's as sparkling as crystal and very beautiful. Su Luo knew without the system telling him that this thing was the so-called soul. So he stretched out his claws and took it out. So cold. There is not a trace of blood on it, which is amazing. Su Luo looked at it several times before deciding to put it away. However, he once again faced new problems. That is, he has no pockets. System, can I store something with you? He asked. After a long silence, the system finally answered. Theoretically, yes, but to open 20 inventory slots, you need 10,000 intimacy points. Fuck, you might as well go rob. Su Luo complained. It's better to go and rob. Su Luo, why are you nagging me so much about a kiss? Just when Su Luo was feeling pained, the system said something again. All right. He lost. My God, it was arranged clearly. Indeed, it's just a matter of a kiss from Nanjiao. Ahem. Without the master around, he actually knew how to collect spirits. What a high IQ. Lei Guang shook his head. It is a new thing that Su Luo can take souls. But Lei Guang obviously had not yet recovered from the shock he had just suffered. He was still immersed in the climax just now. After all, at noon, Su Luo was evenly matched with the thundering ape king. As a result, at night, he killed her with one claw. The contrast at that moment really shocked Lei Guang greatly. So no matter what Su Luo does now, he feels that he is awesome and very powerful. It's amazing. Even Su Luo was dealing with the corpse of the thundering ape king when Lei Guang saw him. He couldn't help but shook his head and murmured, too strong, too smart. He even knew that the smell of blood would attract attacks from ferocious beasts, and he knew how to use water sources to block the smell. By the way, I also disposed of the body without letting those girls know. I kept a low profile. TSK, TSK, TSK. The big man was muttering to himself under the tree, and his face was filled with admiration at some point. In other words, Su Luo didn't know. Otherwise, I have to give Lei Guang a question mark face. Here, Su Luo had already completely sunk the body of the thundering ape king into the lake. He deeply understood the pain of being without hands. It's really not convenient to hold this damn thing in your mouth. Fortunately, Su Luo is not a beast with obsessive-compulsive disorder. Just as he sighed twice and was about to turn around and leave the lake to return to Nanjiao, there was actually a circle of small ripples on the calm surface of the lake. This also made Su Luo's body suddenly stop. His eyes swept across the lake. Is it because the thundering ape king's body hasn't completely sunk? Su Luo frowned. But the next moment, ripples appeared on the lake again. Moreover, it was much more violent than the previous small circle. Immediately afterwards, bubbles seemed to appear from under the bottom of the lake. There's something under the lake. Su Luo made a judgment almost immediately. Call out. In fact, he doesn't need to judge. Because a black shadow suddenly jumped up from the bottom of the lake. Then it just floated above the lake, watching Su Luo quietly. What the hell? This was Su Luo's first reaction. Because in front of him was a dark figure that looked like a human shadow. However, what is strange is that above this black shadow, there is a pair of pale eyes. His facial features were unclear, but he had a pair of white eyes. Moreover, these eyes are staring at Su Luo. Very weird. Even the temperature around seemed to have dropped by several degrees. To be honest, when this thing first appeared, Su Luo was really scared. If he hadn't often watched Sadako and Kayako in the past, he would have turned around and left by now. But he knew that this was not a ghost. Because the system notification sound has come. Ding, an unusual beast was found. A mother and son ghost. Chapter 112. You are on the first floor. I am on the 5th floor. To be honest, this was the first time that Su Luo received such a prompt from the system. After all, it was rare for the system to proactively alert him when he encountered ferocious beasts. Moreover, what does unusual ferocious beast mean? There is no class. But immediately, the system transmitted the information of this mother and son ghost into Su Luo's mind. There is actually such a ferocious beast in this world. Su Luo swallowed his saliva. The so-called mother and son ghost sisters are a special kind of ferocious beasts that are different from ordinary ferocious beasts and extremely ferocious beasts. This thing is like a ghost in Su Luo's world. It is the result of human obsession. However, in this world, they are defined as ferocious beasts. Moreover, the fighting power of this mother and son Gui Shu has always been a mystery. Some are strong, some are weak. Even the system can't judge its strength, to the extent that Su Luo is a bit passive. After all, he had just used the skill-enhancing potion not long ago, and the effect had worn off. It is also possible to purchase and use it again. The only question is, which skill did you strengthen? Which skill is suitable to deal with it? Su Luo obviously has no conclusion. But Su Luo thought about the rear. Nanjiao was still being promoted, so he had no reason to hesitate. He planned to buy more amplification potions if this damn thing dared to attack. Just get it done. Why did the mother and son ghosts suddenly appear? Wasn't it because Su Luo threw the thundering ape king's body into the lake, disturbing it? So how could it not attack? Next moment, the mother and child ghosts floating above the center of the lake moved. It flashed and disappeared to its original place. When it appeared again, it was already above the sky. It is more than 10 meters above the lake. A terrifying black smoke instantly filled the area around its body. In this dark night, Su Luo can still see clearly. There is no sound at all. But this momentum alone is enough to make people dare not underestimate it. The dark shadows of the mother and son ghosts suddenly became fierce and ferocious in the sky, growing bigger and bigger. Like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, she went from being the size of an ordinary woman to being as huge as the thunder-exploding ape king. The monstrous evil spirit is visible to the naked eye. It is so terrifying. Su Luo knew it was going to attack. This is the sign of accumulating power. He did not hesitate and slightly bent his body forward, ready to attack at any time. By the way, I was also paying attention to the system's mall. Be prepared to buy potions at any time and kill the opponent. But just when the mother and son Gui Shu were preparing to attack, a golden light suddenly shot out from the woods in the distance. The speed is amazing. Cut through the sky, as bright as day in this dark night, like a falling meteor. Call out, caught off guard. This golden light, in front of Su Luo, directly shot through the bodies of the mother and son Gui Shu. But what surprised Su Luo was yet to come. This mother and son ghost girl, it's like ice meeting fire. It actually melted. That's right. That golden light was like a raging fire that ignited it. Before the mother and son Gui Shu had a chance to show themselves, they slowly melted away in front of Su Luo. Not even a scream or a wail could be uttered. It's completely over. Obviously, the golden light is a powerful force that it cannot resist at all. The effect is outstanding. Who is it? Su Luo reacted immediately and looked towards the direction where the golden light came from. At the same time, he was also wary of his heart. The first thing Su Luo saw was only a pitch-black forest. But soon, a tall figure slowly walked out. If it's not Lei Guang, then who is it? Are you not surprised at all by my presence? Coming in front of Su Luo, Lei Guang spread his hands and asked him. He took out the 9 netherhorn sky ant again, obviously wanting to communicate with Su Luo. Not surprised, Su Luo glanced at him, then looked in the direction of Nanjiao, motioning him to be quiet. Why? Lei Guang suddenly felt uncomfortable. Originally, he thought that Su Luo would be extremely surprised by his appearance. I was even stunned by the shock. Little did he know that the other party just glanced at him and rolled his eyes at him without any interest. Lei Guang's mentality was completely broken. Why? You think I don't know you've been following us all this time? Su Luo looked at Lei Guang as if he was a fool. The green spirit vine tiger appeared because of you, right? And today's green forest lizard. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he continued. Although I don't know whether the thundering apes appeared because of you, I am sure about these 2 ferocious beasts. It's because of you. Su Luo is not bragging. Lei Guang was following him, and he always knew this. Although he couldn't sense it, he could guess it. Since he failed to make a successful deal with Lei Guang, would this guy give up so easily? He doesn't believe it. Also, the appearance of the green spirit vine tiger was too abrupt. That green forest lizard is a bit too strong. Even Feng Haoyu, who is so smart, couldn't resist it. Su Luo didn't say anything about these strange places, but he knew them very well in his heart. After all, if he really wanted to tell someone, he didn't know who to talk to. Listening to Su Luo's voice that sounded like a judgment, Lei Guang felt slightly ashamed. Grandma's legs. He always thought that he was on the 5th floor and Su Luo was on the 1st floor. Now I finally know. It turns out that he is the one who is on the 1st level. Su Luo had already seen it clearly on the 5th floor. I look at you like a fool. It seems that none of his tricks could deceive others. Lei Guang secretly complained in his heart. Is it necessary to be so smart and so amazing? But he said it. You think too much. I didn't. I was just passing by. I saw this mother and son ghost girl, and I felt itchy. As he spoke, he picked his nose guiltily. Damn it. Thinking about Lei Guang's life. When has he ever felt so aggrieved? Moreover, it was on the body of a beastmaster cub. It's really annoying. What level of strength do those mother and son ghosts have? Su Luo didn't dwell on this question, but changed the subject and asked. The strength of level 8 or 9, average. Lei Guang, who was still immersed in his own world, replied casually. You should know what is under this lake, right? Su Luo suddenly said something. You're not. Upon hearing this, Lei Guang got furious. It's fine if I help you kill this mother and son ghost, but you also want me to help you get the eggs out from below? Fuck, that's outrageous. If you don't go, don't follow me anymore. Su Luo said this while turning around. Finally, don't forget to say one thing. Also, no need to talk about any deal or anything like that. Lei Guang. Wipe. He was actually caught. Still being controlled by a beast. Damn. So annoying. Life is not easy, Lei Guang sighed. He looked towards the turbid lake water. Chapter 113. Fierce Beast Egg. As soon as you come up, the mother and son ghosts are a special kind of ferocious beast. The reason why it is special is that this thing loves to steal and collect eggs. Stealing the beast's eggs. Therefore, this mother and son ghost girl are also called by many people the ball-stealing devil. Moreover, after stealing them, this mother and son ghost like to use their own power to feed these ferocious beast eggs. The reason why the lake water is turbid is because the mother and son Gui Shu deliberately used a trick to conceal their identity. It is to cover up the eggs under the lake. Avoid being discovered and robbed. At least, that's how Su Luo understood it. Moreover, it is rumored that the beasts that hatch from the eggs fed by the mother and son Gui Shu are usually very powerful. For the same kind of ferocious beasts, the ones hatched from eggs that have been offered sacrifices are definitely stronger. Moreover, the strength also depends on how much energy the mother and son Gui Shu had poured into the egg before they died. Precisely because of this, many people have actually been looking for the mother and son ghosts, this unusual ferocious beast, just to get the eggs in their hands. However, due to their rarity, even if the price on the market is very high, they are generally hard to come by. When Su Luo learned about the special nature of this mother and son ghost from the system, he was also stunned. He also didn't expect that there were such strange beasts in this world. This hobby is a little perverted. Use your own strength to support other people's children. TSK, TSK, TSK. Think about the plot that can only appear in horror stories. Here for you. Just as Su Luo was lying on the ground, looking at Nanjiao quietly, Lei Guang's voice came to his ears. Moreover, the big man was also very careful and spoke much more quietly. Soon, an egg was placed in front of Su Luo. So ugly. Damn it. The egg is about 20 to 30 centimeters high, but the eggshell is pitch black. It's not smooth at all, and there are some small bumps. Besides, it's really not because it's dirty. It's just because that's how it looks. There is only one egg below. It looks like it has been irrigated with a lot of energy by the mother and son ghosts. Just leave it there. It's of no use to me. Lei Guang said this and stretched his muscles. Asshole. For a long time, he was the only one who ordered others to do things, but today he was ordered by others. Lei Guang hopes that no one else will know about this. Otherwise, how could he hold his head high in front of people who knew him? Does Lei Guang have any shame at all? Got it. Su Luo didn't say much, but stretched out his claws and touched the egg. It's icy cold. There was no sign of life inside. Very magical. Remember, Lei Guang spoke again at this time. I will have an identity now, so I can always follow you. Don't wait until the time comes to find an excuse, saying that I've been following you and will do this and that to you. As the big man spoke, he turned around. Just as straightforward as when he came. He was just as decisive when he left. Just let him be followed. Su Luo doesn't care. Anyway, Lei Guang doesn't look like he would harm him. Although I don't know the reason. But, maybe this guy can be used in the future? Su Luo's thoughts were racing, and now he wanted to ask the system what kind of egg this was. But the answer I got was, the system doesn't know either. It is said that the power of the mother and son Gui Shu interfered with the egg, causing it to mutate. No one knows what will come out of it. What else can Su Luo say about this? I can only stay by your side for now. Anyway, Nanjiao is almost at the second level. If that doesn't work, he can do it himself. He is also a beast master. The next morning, Nanjiao, who was sitting cross-legged, exhaled lightly. She broke through. She already clearly felt that she was now a Xianmai beast tamer. The kind that can contract a second beast at any time. Taking advantage of the morning sun, Nanjiao slowly opened her eyes. What comes into view is the green grass. Also, Su Luo's handsome and cold face, like a wolf or a dog. He was lying on the grass, his eyes fixed in her direction. When Su Luo saw Nanjiao wake up, his eyes moved. It's been a whole night, and it's finally come to this. She finally succeeded in breaking through and woke up. Su Luo, *. Nanjiao. In an instant, the memory came back. Nanjiao recalled what happened last night when she was in a state of meditation and breakthrough. Last night, she was holding Lolo on her lap, watching the stars connecting into lines 1 by 1, 2 by 2, 3 by 3. Just when she was in the mood to tease her Lolo. The violent power of star veins is coming. Nanjiao was confused, to the point that, before she even had time to react, she was promoted just sitting there. When I opened my eyes the next day, I saw Su Luo. Nanjiao quickly understood what happened last night. Su Luo must have discovered that she had advanced and couldn't be disturbed, so he simply grew bigger and guarded her. I kept my eyes open all night, guarding her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to look into his eyes the moment she opened them. Suddenly, Nanjiao felt touched. Su Luo didn't sleep all night for her. It's just because I'm worried about her and afraid that something might happen to her. So, when this touching emotion came over her, Nanjiao moved. She took 2 steps forward, hugged Su Luo's furry neck, and buried her head in his hair. "Thank you for your hard work, Lolo," the girl whispered in his ear. At this moment, Su Luo felt that it was worth it. A big hug and 5,000 intimacy points. But, the next moment, something unexpected happened to Su Luo. Nanjiao let him go. The man and the beast looked at each other again. Nanjiao's face is a little red. Why? Immediately, Su Luo's eyes widened. Because Nanjiao actually hugged his dog face and then gently moved his head forward. Muah. With a slight sound, Su Luo felt something cold on his dog's mouth. It was as if 2 pieces of cold pudding had fallen on it. Ding! The master actively kissed us. Intimate parts. Reward intimacy value 88,888. Damn it. Su Luo, he was kissed forcefully. Even though it was just a light kiss. Like a dragonfly skimming the water. But it was so real. Thank you. Nanjiao's face turned slightly red, but she uttered 3 words softly. She was truly touched. When girls are touched, they do things that even surprise themselves. Before Su Luo could respond, Nanjiao hugged him tightly again and gently rubbed his fur. One man and one beast. The emotions and bond between them seemed to have been sublimated a lot more this morning. And in Su Luo's heart at this moment. It's really turbulent. I was kissed forcibly. Emma, it feels so good. But it's useless, damn. Why didn't I stick out my tongue just now? Asshole. The intimacy value is 88,888. Isn't it 188,000 if I stick out my tongue? Oh my god, I missed the best opportunity. Fuck you. He was complaining madly in his heart. Su Luo regretted not sticking out his tongue. Chapter 114, Can you stop paying so much attention to my eggs? A strange scene is happening by the lake. For beautiful girls are gathered together, with various expressions on their faces. There are doubts, curiosity, confusion, fun, and novelty. They seem to be discussing something. Lolo's eggs. Eggs, they are so strange. Lu Zixin's voice came, and as she spoke, she gently reached out and poked. It's hard, and round. It feels so fun. Su Luo. Today, it is another day when Lu Zixin takes the lead in opening remarks. However, this time, Su Luo felt a chill in his crotch. Damn it. Lu Zixin, can you please use your brain before you speak? Can you please not show your chest? What is Luo's egg? This is clearly not my egg. Pooh. This is my egg, but it is not my egg. Su Luo was speechless. This girl just kept saying these lewd words every day? There is no one else. They were clearly watching the black egg that Su Luo got. But he's talking nonsense. Oh. Su Luo sighed. He felt that he was originally a serious person. Now it's getting more and more off track. Yes. It's just that Luo's eggs seem a little ugly. Mu Xiaoxi spoke up at this time. Su Luo. Is intelligence contagious? Lolo, can I rub your balls? Meng Jingran actually looked at Su Luo and spoke, as if she was still asking for his opinion. Su Luo. He already got the answer to the question. Helplessly, Su Luo could only nod and signal you to rub it. After getting the answer, Meng Jingran didn't hesitate. She reached out her hand and touched the black egg hard. Rub it. Don't underestimate this action. This is actually Meng Jingran feeling the life force inside the egg. See if this is a dead egg or a live egg. This is an important step in determining whether a ferocious beast egg can be hatched normally. How's it going, Jingran? Is there any breath of life in Luo's egg? Nan Jiao looked at Meng Jingran, who had a strange look on her face, and couldn't help but ask. Su Luo exhaled lightly. Finally something relatively normal. Fortunately, it was Nanjie. She really did not let him down and did not go with the flow. Have no idea. Meng Jingran frowned slightly and said, Jiao, you can also try and see if there is any breath of life in it. Among these people, Nan Jiao now has the highest cultivation level, so it was normal for Meng Jingran to suggest that she rub it. Okay. The girl nodded, and then suddenly said, Then Luo, let me rub your balls too. As she spoke, she glanced at Su Luo. For some reason, her face suddenly felt an imperceptible blush. Su Luo miscalculated. He just said that Nan Jiao was the most normal one. Now it seems that it was too early to say that. This girl has been led astray by Lu Zixin. There was a faint golden light coming out of Nan Jiao's hands, and her hands had already fallen on the darkness. She felt it quietly. A cold feeling came over me. Soon. It's a frightening feeling. Nan Jiao's pupils dilated slightly. She felt a terrifying aura from the egg. But I didn't feel the breath of life. How about it? Meng Jingran and the other two all cast anxious glances at her. I don't feel the breath of life. Nan Jiao shook her head. Really? Lu Zixin was the first to call out. Lolo's eggs are dead. There's nothing inside. Then it's useless, right? It can be used, but not used. Su Luo. He is no longer able to complain. Anyway, I don't feel the breath of life. I don't know why. Nan Jiao frowned slightly and spoke. Maybe you guys give it a try? No breath of life means that the egg cannot be hatched, so this egg is meaningless. Okay, let me try rubbing it. I can't wait to rub Luo's balls. Lu Zixin didn't think anything of it and just opened her mouth. Mu Xiaoxi on the side also added a sentence. Then hurry up. I want to play too after you finish playing. Don't worry. Luo's eggs can't escape. How dare he not let us play with them? As Lu Zixin spoke, she had already stretched out her hand. Su Luo. There's no hope. Just like that, after the two of them finished rubbing the eggs, they both shook their heads with a look of disappointment on their faces. I don't feel it. Me too. None of the four people felt any breath of life. In their hearts, the egg had almost declared dead. Lolo, how did you find it? Nan Jiao asked a crucial question at this time. Su Luo stretched out his claws, gestured to the lake, and then gestured to himself. You found it in the lake? Nan Jiao tried to understand his words. Su Luo nodded, agreeing with this statement. Otherwise, he didn't know how to explain it. What happened last night was too complicated. Okay. Nan Jiao nodded. What should I do? This egg is useless. Lu Zixin raised the question. How about we eat Luo's eggs? Anyway, nothing can be hatched. Su Luo. Damn you, Lu Zixin. It's fine if you rub my balls, but now you want to eat them? Are you still human? How could Su Luo easily let her do such a heartless thing? He rushed forward, hugged his balls, and shook his head. Signal no. It's so ugly that it doesn't necessarily taste good. Why don't you give it to us? Hee, you stingy guy. Lu Zixin pursed her little lips. However, she was just teasing Su Luo and didn't really want to eat his balls. After all, she wasn't so hungry that she would do anything to get what she wanted. Not even an egg was left behind. They just don't know, but Su Luo knows the specialness of this egg. So how can we feed them? Isn't that a fool? Lolo, are you going to take it with you? Nan Jiao looked at Su Luo and asked. The latter nodded. Then I'll help you carry it. As the girl spoke, she reached out and stroked Su Luo's head. This way, you can also cultivate your patience and sense of responsibility. But you have to be prepared, it may not hatch. Nan Jiao thought Su Luo didn't know that eggs without life breath could not be hatched. But he couldn't bear to part with the egg. So, in order to comfort him, the girl could only help him carry the egg. I don't want to disappoint him. Okay. Su Luo quickly responded. Thus, the fate of the egg was decided. Chapter 115, are you ready? Early in the morning, after the incident with Su Luodan and the eggs, everyone started to move forward again. This time, it didn't go very smoothly. At the beginning, we were attacked by many ferocious beasts. However, their ranks are not high, they are all at level 3. Su Luo and the elemental elves did not take any action, leaving the operation to the fire wolf, earth bear, and thunder leopard. Among them, the earth bear has been upgraded to the lower level of the 3rd stage. Breakthrough from the 2nd level to the 3rd level. It looks like just a breakthrough of a small class, but in fact it is a big leap. This is also the reason why Lu Zixin was so excited early in the morning and said a lot of things. A cause for celebration. The fire wolf and the thunder leopard, these two beasts should be at a bottleneck. If you continue to fight and accumulate upgrade experience, a breakthrough is only a matter of time. Therefore, facing such class struggles, Su Luo had no interest in participating and just left it to them. Instead, he continued to lie on his soft, supple VIP position, enjoying the enviable treatment. Time flows. In a blink of an eye, it was already afternoon. Thanks to the efforts of Nan Jiao and her group, they finally reached the edge of Lying Forest. At this moment, they were facing a wide yellow river. The river was turbulent, and there were no boats to catch spirit fish or stay here, because the river feels like it's about to burst its banks every minute. An extremely huge tree, hundreds of meters tall, stood on both sides of the river. It has become a unique, crude, and strange bridge, connecting the two sides of the river. This length is shocking enough. At least Su Luo was shocked by the tree bridge when he saw it for the first time. As a modern person, he has never seen this thing. Moreover, the top of the tree bridge is sunken deep into the mud. The surrounding area is overgrown with weeds and has a lot of mud and rocks, which makes it look very old and historical. It can be seen from this that this strange bridge has always existed as a tool for communication between the two sides of the Taiwan Strait. It's been a long time. Moreover, Su Luo also saw that there was a stone tablet erected on the bridge. There was a danger symbol painted on it. Below are 4 blood-red characters. The Shadow Forest. Nan Jiao and her group of 4 stopped here. Sisters, after this, we will enter the Juing Forest. We are deep in the forest. Lu Zixin glanced at the map in a serious manner and said. However, Su Luo couldn't bear to see Nan Jiao staying in her arms. Can you, a serious girl, understand this map? With this thought, Su Luo couldn't help but glance at Lu Zixin. Only then did he realize that the map in Lu Zixin's hand was actually upside down. All right. Su Luo realized it. I understand it completely. That's right. Juing Forest. I heard it's quite dangerous. Meng Jingran looked ahead at the towering trees rising from the ground, unable to see the darkness inside. I couldn't help but say something. It's very dangerous. Mu Xiaoxi also nodded in agreement. Everyone in the Lanhin Beast Taming Academy knows the vicious reputation of the Juing Forest. There are too many uncertainties here. Moreover, there are not only ferocious beasts here. I heard that there are still many mercenary beast masters with malicious intentions. They specialize in killing people and robbing here, doing all kinds of evil. Therefore, this Juing Forest is in danger from beasts. But the people inside are even more dangerous. After entering, we must not disperse. In case something happens and we can't take care of each other. Nan Jiao also said something at this time. Besides, that place and Juing Forest are 2 completely different worlds. We must be careful. What she said was not without reason. Juing Forest is close to Tianlan City, and the place they had passed before can only be regarded as the edge of the wilderness, and the danger level is not high. But we have finally started to go deeper into the Juing Forest. The danger is several times higher. Anyway, be careful no matter what happens, and pay more attention. Meng Jingren seemed to have thought of something at this time, and spoke again. And after we enter here, we have to have someone take turns to watch over us at night. We can't continue to sleep together like this. That's right. Mu Xiaoxi also agreed. Then we will distribute it then. Nan Jiao also indicated that it was no problem for someone to keep watch. Then let's not wait any longer, sisters. As Lu Zixin spoke, he stepped onto the tree bridge. He waved his arm with great vigor and pride and shouted. Juing Forest, are you ready? I'm going to penetrate you deeply. Su Luo. Nan Jiao's 3 daughters. The reason why Su Luo was speechless was definitely because of Lu Zixin's vicious words. Your uncle, are you ready? I'm going to penetrate you deeply? Is this something you, a girl, can say? I, Su Luo, blush for you. Why is this egg so imaginative? Su Luo found that every word this girl said was a golden sentence among golden sentences. There wasn't a single word that he couldn't think wrongly about. It's really amazing. Finally, we've come here. Behind her, Fu Ningxue pursed her lips slightly, her eyes flickering. I was a little surprised too. Zhang Jinghan spoke at this time. I originally thought that they might not even be able to get out of Lying Forest, but I didn't expect that they had already come here. On the side, although Fu Ningxue didn't say anything, the surprise in her heart was no less than Zhang Jinghan, because she knew the current strength of Nan Jiao and the others, and how difficult it would be for them to survive in the wild. However, after all the bumps and bruises, or it could be said that they got here without any major incidents, and she was also surprised. Although Fu Ningxue knew that all this might be inseparable from Nan Jiao's beast control. However, since it is her beast, it should be counted as part of her performance on this journey. Moreover, what surprised Fu Ningxue today was not the black egg that Su Luo obtained. Instead, Nan Jiao was promoted and directly entered the ranks of Xiamai beast tamers. She didn't know that this was because of the Xingpa Yunling pill. I just feel that all this happened too fast. She herself was not mentally prepared. However, she didn't have time to run out and congratulate Nan Jiao. We can only wait until we reach Dylan City. Next, we have to watch them more carefully. There are too many unknown dangers in Juying Forest. Fu Ningxue said something at this time. Yeah, okay. Zhang Jing'an nodded, but didn't say anything. Ahead, Nan Jiao and his group were already walking on this wooden bridge. Be careful, when we cross the bridge, we may be attacked by water-attributed beasts. Ming Jingren said something at this time. Nan Jiao, who was walking in front of the team, nodded. It is something everyone knows that there are ferocious beasts with water attributes under the water. Moreover, the distance between the wooden bridge and the river is not very high. Therefore, they are still very likely to be attacked. It is best to be careful. This distance of seemingly several hundred meters is not easy to walk. Chapter 116 Danger. Even crossing the bridge is difficult. Don't worry, our luck shouldn't be that bad. Lu Zixin's voice rang out. We will surely be able to cross the river safely and then set up camp to rest. Before the girl finished saying the word, rest, the surging yellow river suddenly surged. She was so scared that she shut up immediately. Not only her, but even Nan Jiao, who was walking in front, stopped and bent down. Zixin, don't be so loud. Ming Jingren made a gesture to keep quiet. The volume could easily allow the beast in the water to sense their presence, which was very dangerous. It is better to cross the river quietly. Lu Zixin also knew that she was too excited. Ever since the earth bear broke through, her heart has been as happy as honey, so she is a little excited today. So, Lu Zixin, realizing her mistake, quickly apologized and indicated that she would not do it again. At this time, Su Luo also began to observe the surrounding environment. This tree bridge is only about 7 or 8 meters wide. Moreover, there are many wet marks and green moss on the bridge. This shows that the water is constantly spreading up. To be honest, it's not a wise choice if a fight breaks out here. Not only is it easy to fall into the water, it is also likely to cause damage to the tree bridge. The four of us were quiet for a while, and we felt that there was no more sound of waves and the river was calmer. Only then did they start moving forward again. But at this moment, the originally calm river water suddenly surged again. Careful! Ming Jing and shouted softly and pulled Mu Xiaoxi in front of her. The two girls fell down instantly. She had just finished speaking. A gray-yellow shark-like beast with bumps all over its body jumped out of the water. The place it pounced towards was clearly where Mu Xiaoxi was. In other words, without Ming Jingran's sudden pull and pounce, Mu Xiaoxi would have been knocked into the river. That would be dangerous. You didn't. Nan Jiao just turned around and noticed something strange behind her. She was about to ask them if they had any problems. But, no chance at all. The same lumpy shark leaped out and came towards her. The momentum was fierce, the mouth was wide open, and the stench was overwhelming. Fortunately, this girl reacted quickly. Holding Su Luo, he lay back flat and dodged the attack. Big Bear, be careful. Lu Zixin is usually careless, but at this moment he is the luckiest one and the one who reacts quickly. She took 2 steps forward and pushed her earth bear to the ground. Of course, she had a reason for doing this. This is a rodent river shark. Be careful. We all have to crawl forward. Nan Jiao's voice came, and she had already immediately understood the species of this ferocious beast. And measures were taken quickly. Rodent river shark. A 4th-order intermediate ferocious beast that lives in rivers. However, you must not underestimate it just because it is a 4th-level ferocious beast. These things come in groups, are extremely powerful, and are absolute killers in the river. Normally, a 5th-level beast would definitely not be its opponent in the river. Moreover, this thing is best at attacking like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Many animal tamers who do not understand their habits are easily attacked by these creatures when crossing rivers in the wild. Therefore, this rodent river shark can be said to be a notorious ferocious beast. But this thing has a fatal weakness. It cannot leave water. Moreover, they only know how to attack by jumping and attacking the beast master. But if you lie down, they will become very smart. This is also the reason why Lu Zixin asked her earth bear to lie down, and Nan Jiao asked them to walk on their stomachs. The fire wolf and the thunder leopard, although the 2 beasts did not have any orders from their masters, they also cleverly lay down. At this moment, the river water was boiling, and dozens or even hundreds of toothed river sharks kept jumping out of the river. Then it fell to the other side of the bridge. The group of sharks kept repeating the same action. In front of Su Luo, a shark leaping over the bridge scene really took place. The distant roar spread throughout the area. It echoed on the tree bridge, sounding a bit scary and horrifying. And The mist brought by the rodent river shark also fell on Su Luo and Nanjiao. Even Mu Xiaoxi and the other two in the back were not spared. Fortunately, these rodent sharks are very smart. They have the explosive power to leap upward, but do not know how to control their bodies when they fall. So, apart from getting a little wet, Su Luo and the others did not encounter any major obstacles or difficulties. However, Nanjiao surprised Su Luo a little. Everyone had to walk on their stomachs, and they looked extremely embarrassed. But this girl was still reluctant to let him go and let him go. Instead, she hugged him tightly to her chest and moved forward little by little while crawling. Wouldn't it be easier for her to handle it if she let him go? Look at Lu Zixin, he has already left his earth bear behind and surpassed it. But Su Luo didn't say anything. This also shows that Nanjiao cares about him in her heart. I want to protect him. This feeling is so nice. The only bad thing is that it greatly slows down the progress. Bang! As he was thinking, Su Luo suddenly felt a tremor on the tree bridge. There were even more bang 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 sounds coming from below. It seemed as if there was something underneath the river, crashing and attacking the tree bridge with great force. However, because of the presence of the rodent river sharks, no one can be distracted to take care of this. Bang! There was another loud noise. This time, the tree bridge actually shook violently. Soon, a surprising scene happened. This huge tree bridge that looked extremely solid actually had a crack visible to the naked eye. Moreover, as luck would have it, he was just in front of Su Luo and the others. Only Lu Zixin passed, Nanjiao and the other two have not passed yet. The situation was once very critical. Danger strikes again. If this bridge continues to be rammed by the ferocious beasts under the river, it might really crack, and that would be the end of it. Therefore, at this moment, Nanjiao also made a prompt decision and shouted to Mu Xiaoxi and the others. No time to crawl, run. When she finished saying this, she had already stood up and trotted forward. Mu Xiaoxi and Ming Jing and looked at each other, gritted their teeth, stood up suddenly, and rushed forward. If you stand up, you will inevitably face the attack of the rodent river shark. What's more, it was Nanjiao who took the lead. So, she soon found herself in a dangerous predicament. Two rodent river sharks jumped towards Nanjiao at the same time from both sides of the bridge. They opened their mouths wide, ready to knock her into the river. Boom boom. But they overlooked the existence of another little guy. That's the elemental elf. This little guy blew them away with two water element energy cannons. Why hasn't Su Luo taken any action yet? Isn't it because my younger brothers didn't take any action? The younger brother didn't make a move, so how could he, as the elder brother, just stand up so casually? Giving the elemental elf a look of gratitude, Nanjiao ran towards the other side without stopping. Chapter 117, A Near Miss. Before the tranquility? I have to say, it was really thrilling for Nanjiao and his companions to cross this several hundred-meter-long tree bridge. But fortunately, the rodent river shark is also a very smart creature. They jumped around and attacked each other like this, but not only did they not gain any benefit, they ended up taking away their teammates. Several times, the rodent sharks collided with each other and fell onto the tree bridge. It once became a stumbling block to traffic. And every time this happened, Su Luo would feel fortunate in his heart. Fortunately, these guys are not big. Otherwise, they would have blocked the road. However, this is also thanks to this tree bridge. Although this big guy showed some signs of cracking just now, fortunately he recovered very well later. This situation did not occur again. Finally, under the cover of the elemental elves, Nanjiao hugged Su Luo and jumped hard. Finally landed safely on the other side. Hurry up. Xiaoxi, Jingjing, Lu Zixin, who reached the shore first, jumped around frantically and waved at the two sisters behind her. Su Luo accidentally glanced at her and was stunned for a moment. Wipe. Is it really that exciting? Because of the rodent shark, Lu Zixin's upper body was already half wet. The sky blue short-sleeved dress was now tightly attached to her body. But that's all. I am speechless because this girl's clothes are made of a material that is relatively light transmissive. So this creates an exciting explosion curve. It fell clearly in front of Su Luo's eyes. What's even more sinister is that Lu Zixin is still jumping around. Follow her rhythm and swing. Ahem, even Su Luo, as a dog, blushed. What a curve. Su Luo felt as if his heart was hit hard by a hammer. Damn it. In broad daylight, can't you pay attention to your image? Can't you consider this dog? Su Luo quickly turned his head away, muttering, Don't look at what's indecent, don't listen to what's indecent, don't say what's indecent. But this turn. Sigma. What the hell? Su Luo shouted directly, What a sin. Nanjiao is even more ruthless. This girl was wearing a long sun protection jacket. This stuff is inherently thin and supple. Now that's good. It becomes thinner and softer after contacting water. It's just like sticking it on your body. So at this moment, what fell in front of Su Luo was a curve that made him feel hot. The kind that makes you unable to look away. And after Su Luo's bold verification, the shape of Nan Jiayo's clothes was in his mind, and he had its own 3D structure diagram. Ahem, this girl isn't wearing the ice cicada fairy thread clothes. It's really abominable. Lu Zixin's side is terrible, and Nan Jiayo's side is even more terrible. After Su Luo's heart skipped a beat, he hugged Nan Jiayo's neck. Then he put his body in front of her. He saw all the beautiful scenery that should be seen. What happens next must not be allowed to happen to other people or other animals. Su Luo is a very chauvinistic and domineering beast. So he quickly blocked it. Nan Jiayo, because she was still worried about Ming Jing and Mu Xiaoxi, did not notice Su Luo's abnormality. Fortunately, with the help of the elemental elves who returned, Mu Xiaoxi and Ming Jing and finally landed successfully on the shore. The four of them crossed the tree bridge safely without any danger. How could this happen? In the back, Fu Ningxue's voice was filled with confusion and doubt. That's right. Zhang Jing'an also opened her mouth. The creature under the tree bridge just now is clearly an 8th level shark jaw dragon. I thought they were in danger, but it just disappeared like that. Nan Jiayo and the others were crossing the river, but they just couldn't see clearly. But Fu Ningxue and Zhang Jing'an saw it clearly. The long body with a head almost as big as a shark just appeared under the tree bridge. It is the 8th level ferocious beast, the shark jaw dragon. It was precisely because of this huge guy's powerful attack that cracks appeared on the tree bridge. As long as that guy hits it a few more times, this tree bridge will definitely collapse. This is beyond doubt. At that time, Fu Ningxue and Zhang Jing'an were still secretly questioning. Why were Nan Jiayo and the others so unlucky that they ran into this terrifying guy as soon as they stepped onto the bridge? She even wanted to step forward to help, but the final result was that the shark jaw dragon became silent. The tree bridge is fine. Nan Jiayo and the others crossed the bridge safely. Fu Ningxue and the others didn't know, but there was one person who definitely knew. That is Lei Guang. Because it was he who did it. Oh. No more wine. Lei Guang leaned against the tree and sighed. I wanted to accompany you all the way, but it seems I have to go first and go to Dillon City to get some wine. This time, I'll help you for the last time. The big man slapped his head, making a series of pa-pa-pa sounds. Immediately, he stood up and shook his body. It's at this moment. In front of Lei Guang, where there was nothing originally, a black and purple crack suddenly appeared. Immediately afterwards, the crack was completely torn open. A dark cave with a faint glow appeared. Do your best, little guy. Lei Guang glanced in the direction of Misty Forest, shook his head and said something. Then, he turned around and stepped into the black hole of space. The figure disappeared in an instant. In this area, apart from the strong smell of alcohol, there was almost no trace of his presence. The outskirts of Misty Forest. Nan Jiayo and the other three had already changed their clothes and were sitting together again, warming themselves around the fire. Su Luo lay quietly on the side, with an elemental elf riding on his back. Seeing that the little guy fought so hard today, Su Luo let it ride for a while. Just don't resist. Phew, that was really dangerous just now. Ming Jingran was the first to speak and sigh, which was rare. Yeah, I thought the tree bridge was going to crack. I was scared to death. As Lu Zixin spoke, he patted his chest, obviously still feeling frightened. Seeing this scene, Su Luo turned his head helplessly. Out of sight, out of mind. Whenever this girl disagrees with something, she either pats the bear or shakes her breasts. She doesn't care about her image at all. He is really scared. Being with this group of women, he is really going to suffocate to death sooner or later. Moreover, even if Su Luo wanted to pay tribute to Tai Yutian, he would be powerless to do anything. My body won't allow it. Conditions do not allow. He's still a cub. This fully demonstrates the importance of having a flying beast. Mu Xiaoxi spoke at this time. If I had a flying beast, crossing the river today wouldn't be so thrilling. Yeah. Lu Zixin's eyes lit up, then dimmed again. However, if you don't have a flying beast of level 5 or above, you can't ride it. We still need to cultivate flying beasts. The thought of this is really exciting. However, when Lu Zixin thought about cultivating it to the 5th level, he felt a headache. She felt that it was very laborious to train the earth bear. You can directly contract a 5th level one, right? Then you can ride it, right? Mu Xiaoxi then said. Although, it is better to directly contract with the 5th level than to choose to contract with the cubs. The potential is too low. But many people have come this way. They contract one first to make the transition. I'll change it when I become stronger. Yes, this method is indeed used by many people, especially those beast masters who are not from the academy, they often do this. Ming Jingren also nodded to show her agreement. Many of our academic students seem to be following suit now. As she spoke, she did not forget to look in the direction of Nan Jiao. Jiao, you are the only beast master among us who can contract a second beast. Would you like to consider this? Yeah. At this time, Lu Zixin also set his sights on Nan Jiao. Even Mu Xiaoxi is the same. Jingjing, if you hadn't mentioned it, I almost forgot that Yu can now contract a second beast. Should we help look for her in this Juing Forest? This girl is obviously a warm-hearted person who loves to join in the fun. When someone mentioned that there was someone around who could contract a beast tamer, she was the first to jump out and offer to help find one. She was so excited that it was as if she herself was going to contract a beast tamer. Su Luo, who was used to her being startled, was extremely calm. However, when it comes to the second beast master, Su Luo still looked at Nan Jiao, wanting to hear what she had to say. Actually, I haven't thought about what kind of contract the second beast tamer will have. She looked at Mu Xiaoxi and the other two and said slowly, if it's a 5th-level beast that can fly, then it would be a good choice. However, I might still prefer to train the cubs. It is well known that cubs have greater potential. Moreover, in Nan Jiao's heart, she might be afraid that after she has trained a ferocious beast for a long time, she would not be willing to give it up. It would be better to find the best one from the beginning and cultivate it yourself. A cub is fine too. We can look for one. Mu Xiaoxi spoke. However, the issue of attribute matching must be considered. After all, there may be group battles after we enter the academy. Yes. Ming Jingren also nodded. Even if you don't consider team battles, you still have to consider the attribute matching of your own beasts. I think it's better not to have a single attribute. It would be best if all attributes were present. Yes. I also think it's better to have a variety of attributes. Some people have a single attribute, which I think is difficult to control. Lu Zixin also spoke at the right time. Listening to them worrying about the contract issue for the second beast, Nan Jiao smiled. The four of them started discussing the second beast master. Su Luo, who was watching from the side, also shook his head repeatedly. Sure enough, this is the nature of little girls. After just a few words, everyone became excited and the climax came. In a blink of an eye, everyone was talking at once, and there was no calm at all. In fact, Su Luo also has ideas about Nan Jiao's second beast master. It's very simple. He doesn't have high requirements. It can only be a female. That's it. If it was a male, Su Luo would definitely beat it to death. It is absolutely impossible to give her a public contract. It's that simple. Little did they know. Nan Jiao was chatting animatedly. At this moment, a pair of eyes were looking at them. Chapter 118 Su Luo's Talent for Languages. Scar 7, a Beastmaster with 3 meridians opened. My teammate is Fathead 5, who is also a 3-pulse beast tamer. The highest level beast that the two of them possessed was a low-level level 6 battle axe boar. These two men have been concentrating on fighting in the wild for 30 years. They never go to the city to hang out and rarely communicate with others. However, these two people are also notorious in Juing Forest. Because they have been active on the edge of Juing Forest for many years, making a living by robbing the property of new beast masters. Many beast masters who had just started training had suffered at their hands. In order to save his life, he had to hand over his money to these two people. Over time, Scarface 7 and Fathead 5 became notorious in this Juing Forest. Those who know them call them the Fat and Thin Devils. Because Fathead 5 is really thin. Scarface is really fat. These two people found prey again today. For girls. This time, the prey was discovered by Fathead 5 by accident. However, after his observation, he found that the fighting ability of these 4 girls was very poor. 3 of them are yellow vein beast tamers, and 1 is a black vein beast tamer. Moreover, the highest level of their beast is only level 3. However, these are not the reasons why Fathead 5 is tempted. The reason he was attracted to her was these 4 juicy cabbages. If you see it in the wild, who wouldn't want to give it a try? Fathead 5 was excited on the spot. To put it bluntly, even a ferocious beast could see these 4 people. That's a delicious meal, right? But what made Fathead 5 even more excited was the azure figure riding on the beast that looked like a big dog. Elemental elves. After all, Fathead 5 was once a student at the academy. It's just that, in the end, it went astray. However, he could tell at a glance that it was an elemental elf. This thing is valuable. Must do. Murder and robbery. If not for the happiness of the second half of your life, then for the happiness of the second half of your life. After observing everything, Fathead 5 immediately went back to discuss it with Scarface 7. The two of them have similar interests and are sure to hit it off immediately. Therefore, they immediately decided to take action tonight without any further delay. Otherwise, these 4 people would be targeted by others. Otherwise, they would miss it perfectly. The edge of Juing Forest. Inside a tent. Lolo. Nan Jiao's soft voice sounded inside the tent. Su Luo, who was lying on the ground, turned his head and looked over. His beautiful eyes were full of confusion. What's going on? It's time to go to bed. Say goodnight to me. Nan Jiao seemed to be in a good mood tonight, and even raised her eyebrows at Su Luo teasingly. Some are a little playful. However, this added bit of cuteness also piqued Su Luo's interest. Ah, good night. He howled a few words, which Nan Jiao couldn't understand at all. Little did she know, the girl shook her green fingers, pouted her lips, and said, No, no, Su Luo. Omega? He didn't understand what Nan Jiao wanted to express at once. Listen to me and learn how to speak. Nan Jiao spoke again at this time. Night. Come, learn from me late. Su Luo understood. He is a modern man. How could he not understand? In the past, Su Luo often watched Douyin, where there were videos of pet owners teaching their pets to speak human language. Although, what the pet said doesn't sound quite like it. But, it's really quite interesting. Nan Jiao probably just had an idea. She actually wanted to train him like this? TSK, TSK, TSK. Should I cooperate? Hurry up and tell me. Nan Jiao was really in a playful mood and reached out to pinch Su Luo's round face. Then, she immediately held him in her arms and let him lie flat on her legs. If you can tell me, I will kiss you. As if knowing that Su Luo would not do anything that would not benefit him, Nan Jiao suddenly threw out her trump card. She tapped Su Luo's nose with her fingertips and spoke. Damn, that's fine. Kissing, intimacy value of 88,000. A kiss on the cheek or nose costs 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. This thing is really worth it. But Nan Jiao didn't say where to kiss. Is Su Luo the kind of beast that can be fooled so easily? He stretched out his paw and pointed at his mouth. You mean kiss here? Nan Jiao said this and reached out to pinch his mouth. Su Luo nodded quickly. Nonsense, 88,000. No. Nan Jiao quickly shook her head. In the morning, I was so moved that I kissed Su Luo on the mouth excitedly. Afterwards, Nan Jiao thought about it and found it a little unbelievable. She thought she must be crazy. Otherwise, how could he do such a thing? So, when Su Luo brought it up again, she quickly refused. We must never allow such a tendency to arise. What if Su Luo makes the same request in the future? Thinking of this, Nan Jiao blushed. Ah, here. Su Luo was not in a hurry. He pointed at his nose and made a scissors hand gesture. Eat food step by step, pick up girls step by step. He understands this principle. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been single for so many years. 2 kisses on the nose? The tacit understanding between Nan Jiao and him is now beyond words. Su Luo nodded quickly, indicating that it was correct. Okay. The girl thought about it and agreed. But we have to make it clear to me that it's good night. Su Luo patted his chest carelessly, signaling for them to come over. Night. Nan Jiao spoke. Su Luo read it together. Puff. Nan Jiao covered her mouth and laughed. Not at all. When the girl laughed, she didn't forget to say something. Su Luo also knew that it didn't look like that. After all, the vocal organs of humans are different from those of animals. But this is not a problem at all. In the past, Su Luo just had no motivation to study. Now that he is talking, a great way to increase intimacy. Why doesn't he take advantage of it? Maybe the next kiss won't be a dream anymore. Besides, beasts have to have dreams. What if they come true? Let's play. Thinking of this, Su Luo pondered for a moment and then spoke again. This time, Nan Jiao raised her eyebrows. It's a bit interesting. Although it's not quite like it yet, Su Luo's is already quite interesting. Wanan. Just as he was thinking, Su Luo spoke again. This time, even he himself was a little stunned. Wipe. He Su Luo is simply a genius. Is this little talent for languages so strong? It actually has that flavor. Moreover, it sounds almost certain. Chapter 119, I predicted your prediction. Wanan. As soon as the 2 words Su Luo came out, even Nan Jiao reached out and pinched his mouth in surprise. Lolo, why are you so powerful when you only said it 3 times? Are you human? The girl said this, still not believing it, and reached out to touch Su Luo's teeth. I looked it up and down, but didn't find anything unusual. Even inside the throat, there was nothing unusual. Ding, deep contact, reward intimacy value, 20,000. Immediately, along with the system prompt sound, something unusual happened. Su Luo immediately sucked Nan Jiao's finger. The girl obviously didn't react at first, but the next moment, she came back to her senses. He moved his fingers and pulled them, but found no movement. Su Luo was holding it very tightly. Let go. The girl rubbed Su Luo's round face hard, and he gently spit out her finger. Let you insert it into my mouth at will. Humph. Su Luo said in his heart. Nan Jiao looked at her fingers, which were wet. She glanced at Su Luo with a hint of dissatisfaction. Then he wiped it on himself without any disgust. Okay, tell me one more word, and we'll take a break. Seeing that it was getting late, Su Luo still had things to do, so he did not hesitate. Have fun. Although he still spoke in a puppy-like voice, and no one spoke as clearly as him. But this time, Su Luo really came the closest to it. Look, a smile immediately appeared on Nanjiao's face. Good boy. As soon as these words fell, Su Luo found himself being picked up again. Ding, nose kiss, reward of 20,000 intimacy points. Ding, continuous contact, reward 10,000. With 2 smacks, Nanjiao's kiss had already landed. This girl was very decisive now. She didn't give Su Luo any chance and came twice directly. This also made the beast feel comfortable. It's true. The beast masters of this era and the shit scoopers of his era all have the same principles. It's just that in the former case, Su Luo was taking advantage of the situation. The latter is to get food rewards for speaking. One is active and the other is passive. Good night, Lolo. Without noticing Su Luo's little thoughts, Nanjiao had already hugged him and lay down. It's late at night. Su Luo was sleeping soundly in Nanjiao's arms. I have to travel at such an intense pace every day, and I haven't seen all my relatives yet. So Nanjiao must be very tired. The girl was breathing evenly. I guess she couldn't feel anything Su Luo did to her at this time. But Su Luo is not only a beast, but also a beast. Besides, he has more important things to accomplish. System, if I spend 40,000 intimacy points to upgrade now, how long will it take? Ding! Upgrading is different from devouring evolution. The intimacy value is in place, and it will be upgraded immediately. The system gave a direct prompt. You mean I just need to spend the intimacy points? I can level up directly without any delays or accidents. The cautious Su Luo asked again. Right. Then give me a promotion. Ding! The host has spent 40,000 intimacy points and has been upgraded to the 4th level. Ding! Attributes are improved. After 2 consecutive beeps, Su Luo didn't feel any change. I didn't even see any light. That's it. With doubts, Su Luo checked his own attributes. Sure enough, the 3rd level has become the 4th level. Moreover, the strength attributes have also been slightly improved. It's already 900 points. If you want to continue to improve, you must use attribute enhancers. Su Luo did not hesitate and immediately chose to continue to upgrade to the maximum stage. Finally, after spending more than 40,000 intimacy points again, he successfully raised the attributes of strength to the maximum value. Now, Su Luo's attributes are Host, Su Luo, Little Spirit Dog, a mutated 4th level spirit beast, advancing from infancy to maturity. Bloodline power, Void Devouring Chaos Beast. Strength, 1,555. Agility, 1,540. Stamina, 1890. Defense, 1,660. In addition to the improved attributes, there is also an extra line of words. From childhood to maturity. In other words, Su Luo at level 5 should be at the mature stage. Adulthood? Thinking about it, Su Luo was a little excited. However, to upgrade to level 5, 60,000 intimacy points are required. Although Su Luo still has 100,000 intimacy points, it is not worth it. Let's talk about it later. The elemental elf was sleeping comfortably when he suddenly felt a wet spot on his face. At first, it thought it was dreaming and fell into the lake. That's why it was like this. However, as the wet feeling spread, it suddenly opened its eyes. Who else could it be if not its owner, Su Luo? Some bush outside the tent. How is it? Is it almost time to act? Scar 7 and Fat 5, these two are plotting. It should be about the same. Fathead 5 nodded, then pointed to a tent in front and said, That's the tent of the Xianmai beast tamer. She's the prettiest girl among the 4. That little face, that little figure. I get all hot and humid just thinking about it. As he spoke, he licked his lips. So what? Should we start with her and knock her out with something? Scarface made a suggestion at this time. It is definitely necessary to knock her out. Fathead 5 pinched his chin. Then he said, But, to be honest, I can't tell what stage that elemental spirit is in. It was too far away at that time. As he spoke, he shook his thin face again and said, I'm just worried about the elemental spirits. I don't really care about that stinky dog. It looks like he's just good-looking but useless. A person who only knows how to act cute and wait for death. The dog that Fathead 5 was referring to was naturally Su Luo. After all, in his opinion, these beautiful beasts that he happened to be unable to recognize were all ornamental animals. It's of no use. Are you worried that the elementals will be very alert? Scar 7 asked. That's right. Fathead 5 did not deny it. That's easy, can't we just increase the dosage? Scar 7 licked his lips and said, The drugs I bought this time are so powerful that even if an elemental elf came, it wouldn't be able to withstand it. Don't worry. Did you change the medicine? Fathead 5 glanced at him. Hee, of course. Scar 7 showed a look that said, you understand, I understand, and everyone understands. Fuck. Fathead 5 cried out in surprise, then immediately covered his mouth and looked around cautiously. No way. You want to use drugs, see? What else? Any questions? Scar 7 glanced at his companions. Great. Fathead 5 shouted. He clapped his hands in approval. Chapter 120. Strike first. Be ruthless. Scar 7 and Fat 5. These two wretched fellows were twisting their buttocks and plotting in the bushes. Little did they know, but one gaze was always on them. Very small eyes. It comes from Su Luo. Earlier, when Nanjiao and the others were chatting in the forest, making silver bell-like laughter. Suddenly, a reminder sound rang in Su Luo's heart. Ding, ding, ding. Remind the host to feel the hatred and murderous intent. Ding, danger alert. The system beeped twice in a row, which made Su Luo furious. This was the first time such a situation happened to Su Luo. He found it incredible. I didn't expect the system to have such a reminder function. However, it was precisely because of the system's prompt that Su Luo discovered something wrong. But he didn't know why. Su Luo is naturally cautious. Didn't he improve himself and run out after playing the goodnight game with Nanjiao? Originally, Su Luo just shrunk his body to the size of an ant and planned to walk around to see if there was anything unusual around. After all, in Lu Zixin's words, their vigil will start from tomorrow, so they should all have a good rest today. In other words, there is still no one on guard today. Unexpectedly, Su Luo originally planned to take a walk and look around. But we did find something unusual. He also heard clearly the conversation between Scar 7 and Fathead 5. This damn fat guy actually wanted to use medicine on Nanjiao. Could Su Luo tolerate this? Such words were extremely disrespectful to his ears. Must fuck him. Moreover, Su Luo also thought of a perfect solution. These two people were afraid that the noise from taming the beasts would be too loud and would alert the earth bears and other beasts. Therefore, they did not summon their own beasts immediately, just relying on the frail bodies of their beast masters. Su Luo was confident that with a strength-enhancing potion, he could let them know why the flowers were so red. All right, get ready. Fathead 5 spoke at this time. They should have completely rested, and so should the beast masters. Yeah, okay. Scar 7 also nodded and was about to stand up. Crouching forward, he felt his way forward. But Su Luo at the back suddenly swelled up and moved instantly, like a tiger descending from the mountain, with extraordinary power. Scar 7 and Fathead 5 had just stood up when they felt a chill on their backs. It was as if he was locked in by some astonishing aura. After all, the two of them were three-veined beastmasters, so their reactions were naturally much quicker. They reacted immediately and wanted to roll forward. But they underestimated Su Luo. Or perhaps, they simply hadn't thought through how terrifyingly powerful the beast that was attacking them from behind was. Boom! There was a loud noise. It belongs to Fathead 5. His entire frail body was blown away like a kite with a broken string. It fell directly on a big tree nearby. A pig-slaughtering wailing sound arose. Su Luo's terrifying force directly shattered his spine. The pale bones were exposed, and the ground was instantly stained with blood. How scary. How miserable. What the hell? Scar 7 looked at the silver-black figure behind him with horror on his face and exclaimed. Su Luo was a little surprised. He had just planned to deal with them one by one with his claws. I just didn't expect that Scarface looked like a ball, but he was surprisingly agile. Avoided his attack. But how could Su Luo let him off so easily? His strength-enhancing potion only lasts for 1 minute. Thinking of this, Su Luo said nothing and once again chose to bully forward. This time, the one who will be taking action is naturally Scarface 7. His figure suddenly grew at an incredibly fast speed. The strength and speed of the fourth stage are simply terrifying. Just a rush forward, and the 5-meter distance was reached in an instant. Scar 7 obviously didn't expect that Su Luo, who was only a 4th-level beastmaster, could be so terrifyingly fast. Now, he no longer has the chance to summon his own beast. After all, summoning the beast still requires time buffer. Therefore, all Scar 7 could think of was to make seals with his hands and try to use defensive spells to resist. But Su Luo's strength was increased 1,000 times. In the face of absolute power, what is defense? That's made of paper. Pa pa pa. The sounds of bones breaking rang out one after another. Scar 7 was now unavoidable under Su Luo's claws. The defensive rock and earth shield technique was directly shattered by Su Luo. Not only that, Su Luo's claws stepped heavily on his chest. The bone broke instantly. This is not the end. Su Luo used his claws again, sweeping Scar 7 away directly, showing no mercy at all. Scar 7 smashed onto the ground, creating 7 or 8 holes before he finally stopped. The huge noise of the battle had already woken up Mu Xiaoxi and the others. They all poked their heads out of the tent and looked outside. There seemed to be confusion and doubt on his face. Lolo, not only them, Nanjiao also woke up immediately. She also stuck her head out and looked outside with the elemental spirit. That's Su Luo, who was as majestic as a god of death. Besides, those two bloody-looking Fathead 5 and Scar 7. Confusion can be seen on the faces of these 4 girls. Really, they had no idea at all. How could a fight suddenly break out while they were sleeping soundly? 10 minutes later, Su Luo has returned to his childhood self, lying peacefully in Nanjiao's arms. A harmless and well-behaved look. These 2 people are covered in poison and some incomprehensible powder medicine. And rope weapons. Meng Jingran took stock and said, "No need to say more." Mu Xiaoxi looked at Fathead 5 and Scar 7, who were dying but not yet completely dead, and said, "These 2 people should be the fat and thin evil spirits in the rumors." Fat and thin duo. Nanjiao had never heard of this name before, so she looked at her in confusion. "Cici, what does the fat and thin twins mean?" Lu Zixin obviously didn't understand either. But Su Luo saw it clearly. When Mu Xiaoxi said these 2 words, Fathead 5 and Scar 7, who were still alive, the 2 men's blood-stained faces showed signs of uneasiness. Obviously, Mu Xiaoxi was right. They are the fat and thin duo. Although Su Luo didn't know what these fat and thin evil spirits were. However, it's also good that he is ruthless and decisive. These 2 are 3-veined beastmasters. That is, the earth-veined beast tamer. If the 2 of them summon their beasts, it would be equivalent to Su Luo having to face 6 opponents. Maybe what Nanjiao and the others encountered at that time was real danger. But now, Su Luo, with his ruthlessness and decisiveness, has nipped this dangerous tendency in the bud. However, it is also good that there is a system. Because of it, Su Luo was able to come out and take a look. This also made him secretly cautious. There are too many dangers in this forest. You can't expect this system to give you prompts sometimes, and not sometimes. I'm afraid Su Luo needs to take a look in the system mall. See if there are any skills that can be improved in this area. He can sense if there are any enemies around him. Next, Su Luo plans to improve this. Chapter 121 Small World News. Another look? That's what I heard from other beast masters. Mu Xiaoxi spoke. I heard that at the edge of Jueying Forest, there is a fat man who is as big as a ball, and a thin man who is as big as a bamboo pole. These 2 people make a living by robbing, pillaging, killing, and stealing. Many new beast masters who enter Jueying Forest will fall into their vicious hands. Having said that, Mu Xiaoxi turned her gaze towards the 2 smart people, fatty and thin, and continued. Because they have done so many evil things, they are somewhat famous, so among the rumors, the Beastmaster gave them a name. The fat and thin duo. After saying that, Mu Xiaoxi glared fiercely at Fathead 5 and Scar 7 in front of her. So these 2 are bad bastards. Lu Zixin understood what he said, and she crossed her arms and crossed her waist, instantly filled with anger. Some places moved with the rhythm. The most damning thing is that Su Luo couldn't help but take a look. What a sin. That's right. Mu Xiaoxi nodded. It should be like this. So, it was Luo who protected us. Nanjiao glanced at Su Luo in her arms. The little guy was sticking out his tongue in a cute and adorable manner, looking well-behaved and harmless. However, she did not forget the majestic and domineering moment he just had. Also, when did he reach the 4th level? Nanjiao didn't even feel anything. What she remembered was that she clearly slept with Su Luo in her arms. It must be Luo who discovered their evil intentions and protected us in time. It's really all thanks to him. Meng Jingran also spoke at this time. As she looked at those potions, poisons, and weapon ropes, she finally understood what they were used for. It's terrifying when you think about it. If Su Luo hadn't discovered it tonight and seriously injured these 2 people, aren't they going to be tied up by these 2 people? Drug-induced unconsciousness. Then, Meng Jingran didn't dare to imagine what was happening next. It's definitely not going to end well. So what do we do now? Although Lu Zixin was angry, it was the first time she encountered such a thing, so she asked her sisters for their opinions. The bones of these 2 people are broken, and the bleeding cannot be stopped. It is only a matter of time before they die. Mu Xiaoxi said something. Why not just leave it there and wait for the ferocious beasts to smell the blood and eat it? She made a suggestion. No. Meng Jingran stood up at this time. She just thought about it carefully and was terrified. So how could we let such a villain go? So what if they are on the verge of death? If they were attacked tonight, would the two of them sympathize with them? Obviously, it's impossible. The power of a beast master is the ability to restore himself. If we just leave them here, what if the beast doesn't come and they survive instead of dying? Meng Jingran said something. Yes, Jingran is right. Nan Jiao also agreed with her. She is kind and loving, yes. That depends on who it is for. If you are a good person, put yourself in his shoes. However, to be honest, Nan Jiao is also very resistant to this kind of villain in her heart. Then let's dig a hole and bury them. Lu Zixin, with her hands on her waist, spoke. This girl's voice was already filled with murderous intent as soon as she spoke. Anyway, these two are also evil people who have killed many people. We are just doing justice for the people. Yes, it's a just thing to do. As Lu Zixin spoke, he showed his evil little canine teeth. He stared at Fathead 5 and Scar 7, who were not completely dead yet. Seeing this, both of them were also shocked. In fact, Su Luo also agreed with Meng Jingran's statement. The beast tamer has the ability to heal. If we just leave them alone, what if they survive? Although Su Luo is a modern person, he has read a lot of novels. He knew very well that if you don't uproot the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze. So his suggestion was also a hit. Then let's bury it. What do you think? Seeing that Lu Zixin said this, Mu Xiaoxi once again asked for everyone's opinions. I agree. Meng Jingran raised her hand. 2 votes. The muscles on Scar 7 and Fathead 5's faces trembled slightly. I agree too. At this time, Nan Jiao also expressed her opinion. Ah, great. Su Luo also raised his little paw, followed Nan Jiao's suggestion, and gave her a thumbs up. That cute little look made her happy again, the joy of love. And she couldn't help but hug Su Luo tightly. 3 votes. The muscles on Fathead 5 and Scar 7's faces trembled. My heart trembled too. This is going to end. Are these peerless heroes going to die here today? At this time, the scheming Fathead 5 seemed to have thought of something and struggled to open his mouth. Suddenly, large mouthfuls of blood flowed out. The scene was bloody. But Fathead 5 couldn't care less about that, and quickly spoke with great pain. No, don't bury me. I have news that can be exchanged. Don't bury me. Fathead uttered a few words incoherently. Although the pronunciation was not clear, Nan Jiao and the others could understand it in such an environment. Information? What news? Mu Xiaoxi couldn't help but ask. Little senior sister. Fathead 5 mumbled 3 words. Junior sister? You're still thinking about a woman at this time? There is absolutely no hope. Lu Zixin gritted his teeth and couldn't help but kick a stone next to him. Little did we know that this stone seemed to have a spirit and moved straight forward. One hit the handle of a knife. This long sword is even more intelligent, and its movement is very cool, and it actually goes towards Fatty 5. Puff! The long knife went straight through Fathead 5's throat, thoroughly pierced its throat. The latter rolled his eyes and fell to the ground, dead. Now it's time to enjoy the feast. Su Luo, Nan Jiao, Elemental Elves, Mu Xiaoxi, Meng Jingran, Sigma, LLL, Lu Zixin herself, Sigma, I didn't do anything. The Earth Bear, Fire Wolf, and Thunder Leopard in the back, Seeing Fathead 5's miserable death, Scarface 7 was completely shocked. A strong smell of urine came over him, and he was so scared that he became incontinent. This woman, even though she looks childish and harmless, if there is a disagreement, he will really kill people with his knife. So horrible. Scared to death. Miserable Fathead 5. He could never have imagined until his death that this would be the way he died. Moreover, he died under the long sword he had snatched. I don't know how much blood this knife is stained with. It really is like the saying goes, sooner or later you will pay for what you have done. I really. Lu Zixin was in a panic, as if he wanted to explain something. However, when she saw everyone's unexpected looks at her and gave her a thumbs up, this girl doesn't know what to say again. Oh, forget it. She comforted herself in her heart and didn't explain. Small world. There is news about a small world in Jueying Forest. Scar 7, who had a strong desire to survive, suddenly spoke at this time. Moreover, this time he didn't dare to say anything about Junior Sister anymore. After seeing what happened to Fathead 5, he also clearly realized how terrifying these women are. Small world. Nan Jiao heard his words clearly, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Not only her, Mu Xiaoxi and the other two were also like this. At this time, the system very considerately conveyed the news of this small world to Su Luo's mind. It turns out that the so-called small world is a special space that exists in this world. This special space will appear at an uncertain place and time. No one can find it, and one can only encounter it by luck. In Su Luo's understanding, the small world is like a small copy in the game. I heard that as long as you enter here, you will get treasures, good contracted beasts, and various unknown inheritances. Anyway, it's a very awesome place. However, opportunities are often accompanied by dangers. There are many dangers in this small world. So, when Nan Jiao and the others heard the 3 words small world, they were also surprised. After all, this place is hard to come by. There is a small world in Juing Forest. I can take you there. Let me go. Scarface had a very strong desire to survive, and he spoke again at this time. Only, Meng Jingran said directly at this time. It must be fake. If there really is a small world in Juing Forest, there is no way they would not go in. Although it may be dangerous in there, if we get some opportunities, wouldn't it be like soaring to the sky? She analyzed it. Yes. I also think it was this guy who said this on purpose to disturb our minds and make us let him go. Lu Zixin also stood up and spoke. To be honest, it's normal for them not to believe it. Su Luo doesn't believe it. If there really is a small world in this Juing Forest, how could these 2 people not go in? Isn't that? You see a woman you like in the wild. She looked at you with seductive eyes, and she lay down like a big letter and hooked her finger at you. The meaning is self-evident. The 2 of them are about to get married, and they can smile and laugh at each other anytime. But you replied, I can't do that, and then turned and left. I wonder, is this possible? It's impossible? However, Scar 7 and the others are in this situation now, so it's no wonder Meng Jingran doesn't believe it. I also think it's unlikely, forget it. Nan Jiao shook her head. She had lost interest in the news about the small world. Leave it to you, Zixin. Mu Xiaoxi also turned around at this time and said something to express her position. Come on, Zixin. Meng Jingran simply turned around. Lu Zixin. Who am I and where am I? What are you talking about? She was really a little confused. Lu Zixin was definitely confused. However, Scar 7 was also panicking. This group of people don't want any news about the small world. He was just about to speak and continue to fight for it. But when he opened his mouth, he was already spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. The blood almost choked him to death. How could he say anything? Well, after taking a look at the somewhat confused Lu Zixin, Nan Jiao couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Thank you for your hard work. As the girl spoke, she also quietly slipped away with Su Luo in her arms. Keep up with the pace of Meng Jingran and others. Wow, you guys aren't. Damn it. Whoa, you just know how to bully me. Lu Zixin understood and realized what her sisters meant. This is to let her deal with Scar 7. Anyway, I killed one. One more won't make a difference. On the other side, when the Earth Bear was quietly preparing to slip away, Big Bear, if you dare to run away, I will take you and kill you with a knife right away. Lu Zixin's angry words rang in the ears of the Earth Bear. The sisters can give up her. But how dare the Stinky Bear not help? She absolutely cut it. Facing the sympathetic looks from the Fire Wolf and Thunder Leopard, the Earth Bear, Chrysanthemum, and Flowers tightened, their buttocks stuck out, and they turned around helplessly. Damn it. Having a master like Lu Zixin is a recipe for disaster. There's nothing I can do. For the sake of happiness in the second half of his life, Earth Bear was forced to open for business. It's so unfair. Here, Lu Zixin is handling the necessary matters. On Su Luo's side, what he didn't know was, from the moment he started fighting, he was being watched by a pair of eyes. He was stared at by a pair of eyes, just like his, emitting different colors of light in the darkness. And that was clearly a look full of curiosity and appreciation. It just quietly fell on Su Luo. Chapter 122, The Mutated Red Gold War Bear. The Shadow Forest. Teacher Fu, do you think we need to go up and give them some psychological counseling? In the early morning, they knew about what happened to Fathead 5 and Scar 7. After all, it was such a loud noise, and they are not deaf. In this Juing Forest, they can't be as far away as they were in the Lying Forest before. Therefore, they naturally knew that it was time to have a feast after these 2 men were killed. Witnessed it with my own eyes too. After hearing her words, Fu Ningxue was obviously silent for a while, and then she slowly said, forget it. They always have to go through scenes like this. Besides, when you and I were their age, didn't we do things like this? Zhang Jinghan. She really hasn't done any of these things. After all, she has been hanging out in the wild with the team all the time. The reason why I chose to be a teacher in the academy now is that I don't like fighting and killing in the wild. Fu Ningxue naturally didn't know about these things. Okay, thinking of this, Zhang Jinghan nodded and said nothing more. Wow, I didn't expect that. My hands, as slender as white jade, are stained with blood. It's too difficult. Lu Zixin never stopped crying or nagging along the way. Su Luo was annoyed by hearing this. This girl really is. If Su Luo hadn't known that this was her first time doing such a thing, he would have yelled at her long ago. Shi Zixin, Meng Jingran, who was walking beside Lu Zixin, quickly grabbed her arm to stop her from continuing. Because a ferocious beast has appeared in front. Red Gold War Bear, 4th Order low-level combat power. Nanjiao spoke at this time. She obviously recognized this Red Gold War Bear and its supposed class. The big bear with golden hair was currently sitting under a tree in front of the grass. With his back to them, no one knew what he was doing. What to do? Lu Zixin also lowered his voice at this time. Should we deal with it together, or roar? But even if she lowered her voice, the Red Gold War Bear still heard it. The big guy stood up all of a sudden, turned around, and faced them. Hiss, it was just that small just now, but now it's so big. It's big when you say it's big, but you can't tell. Lu Zixin couldn't help but exclaimed. Su Luo, you bastard. Is he thinking in the wrong way? Why does it feel a little bit abnormal? This is a mutant Red Gold War Bear. Nanjiao, who was holding Su Luo, spoke. That's right. A normal 4th level Red Gold War Bear wouldn't be this huge. Meng Jingran was also analyzing at the side at this time. Moreover, scales have already appeared on the belly of this Red Gold War Bear, which means it has begun to mutate. A normal Red Gold War Bear can only have hair. How could it have scales? Roar. As they were speaking, the Red Gold War Bear in front of them roared in their direction, as if giving them a warning. Warn them not to step into its territory. What should I do, Jiao? Mu Xiaoxi turned and looked in the direction of Nanjiao. Although this Red Gold War Bear may not be your most ideal second beast, but since it is a mutated ferocious beast, its future potential is limitless. Besides, this Red Gold War Bear has not yet fully entered adulthood, so it is a good idea to sign a contract at this time. Mu Xiaoxi was not wrong. It is impossible for ordinary people not to sign a contract with this mutated Red Gold War Bear when they see it. After all, everyone in the beast-taming world knows that the potential of a contracted mutated beast is immeasurable. This thing is just like opening a blind box. Those who exploded will make a lot of money. You won't lose blood if you don't explode. That's why Mu Xiaoxi made such a suggestion. Nanjiao was obviously also weighing and thinking, and did not speak at the first moment. As I was saying, the Red Gold War Bear in front obviously doesn't have such a good temper. It just slapped its chest and saluted the gorilla. Then he suddenly leaned forward and headed towards the Earth Bear at the front of the team, coming with great force and with clear goal. The Earth Bear didn't know who he had offended. It feels like the whole world is against it, including its owner. #. This time, the Earth Bear did not fear the battle. Although I know that there is a whole level gap between my class and the other party. However, the Earth Bear now is no longer the boy who would turn around and run away when he saw the enemy. So, it went straight up to meet. The result is, my big bear will come back. That's right. With a loud roar, the Earth Bear was actually slapped away. He was actually shot away. Why do you say that? Because this Earth Bear, even if it was defeated by the Red Gold War Bear in a normal battle, wouldn't be so vulnerable. However, Lu Zixin's Earth Bear flew out sideways. What does this tell us? What an amazing power. The power of this Red Gold War Bear must have mutated. Meng Jingran's eyes lit up, and she expressed her own judgment. If the power of the Red Gold War Bear had not undergone a mutation, such horrific consequences would never have occurred. However, the violent Red Gold War Bear's attack has not yet ended. After sweeping the Earth Bear away, it took another step and walked towards the Fire Wolf. But at this time, the Fire Wolf and the Thunder Leopard seemed to have a PY transaction, and the two beasts actually exchanged glances with each other. Then, accelerate rapidly. It seems that they want to work together to subdue this Red Gold War Bear. But facing two enemies, the Red Gold War Bear was not afraid. Instead, it stopped and looked at them carefully, waiting for something. Very calm. Whoosh. The Thunder Leopard attacked, its body leaped forward, and its heavy claws carrying the power of thunder swept forward. Its attack came from behind, obviously intending to launch a surprise attack. Completely stun the opponent. However, the Red Gold War Bear seemed to have been prepared, and its body quickly lit up with a flash of light. Immediately, a pale golden phantom armor shield visible to the naked eye wrapped around its back. Clang! A crisp sound. The Thunder Leopard's claw landed on the newly grown carapace of the Red Gold War Bear. This heavy blow was blocked just like that. Nanjiao and the others all showed a hint of surprise on their faces. However, what surprised them even more was yet to come. Because, at this time, the Fire Wolf's attack has also arrived. From its big mouth, it spewed out a ball of fire bigger than 2 basketballs, heading straight for the Red Gold War Bear. Bang! Little did they know. The red gold war bear did not dodge and counterattacked, sweeping its golden heavy claws over the flame ball, neutralizing the attack. Chapter 123. Su Luo is targeted? What a strong fighting spirit. Meng Jingran couldn't help but exclaimed at this time. From defense to attack, every move of this red gold war bear is eye-catching. It's not just her. Even Mu Xiaoxi and Lu Zixin felt the same way. Even Ninjayo thinks so. Most of the ferocious beasts in the wild are just ferocious and wild. Before becoming beast masters, they were definitely not able to display this kind of combat talent. But this red gold war bear showed it. Moreover, he seemed to be able to fight two people at once with ease. This is a powerful fighting talent. A ferocious beast with this kind of fighting talent would be coveted by many people even if it hadn't mutated. Not to mention that it has mutated. Yu, I think we can catch it and study it. This red gold war bear is so strong. I'm so moved. At this time, Lu Zixin ran over, hugged Ninjayo's shoulders and said, "But let this girl talk." She was still rubbing around. It's okay if she rubs against me. She also rubbed Su Luo's feet. In an instant, Suleiman felt as if his feet were stuck in a pudding cake. That feeling, that little taste. QQ bouncy. It is indeed very strong, and the combat awareness in all aspects is very strong. Nanjiao couldn't stand her anymore and spoke quickly. If it really has great potential as the second Beastmaster, Before she could finish her words, Su Luo had already struggled out of her arms, and his body instantly grew larger, headed towards the red gold war bear. The fire wolf and thunder leopard were too slow, and Su Luo couldn't help it. Furthermore, Nanjiao actually became interested in this stinky bear, so he had to take a closer look. It looks like Luo wants to help you catch it. Lu Zixin was so excited that she almost moved a small stool and ate melon seeds to cheer for Su Luo. The elemental elf on the side saw his master coming forward and didn't say anything. Instead, she pouted her lips and gently landed on the black egg on top of Nanjiao's backpack. It's tired of flying and wants to sit for a while. There is no better place than on this black egg. However, the moment the elemental spirit sat down, it was as if it felt the egg vibrate slightly. Something shook its little butt, and it was so scared that it jumped up and returned to the sky. And Nanjiao also noticed this scene. However, the elemental elves had already flown into the sky, while Su Luo was fighting in front. She didn't pay much attention to it, and continued to pay attention to the battle. Only the elemental elves touched their little butts. It looked at the black egg with some surprise. Could it be that it felt wrong just now? Its little face was full of questions. The elemental spirit planned to find a time to talk to his master about this anomaly. And ahead, Su Luo moved quickly and headed towards the red gold war bear. Also level 4. Boom! One claw. Before Su Luo could even use any skills, the 2-meter-tall body of the red gold war bear had already retreated to the rear. It's terrifyingly powerful. However, Su Luo's power is even more terrifying. After defeating his opponent with a single blow, Su Luo of course did not retreat, but attacked instead. So, without any hesitation, he rushed forward again. The speed was as fast as thunder and arrived in the blink of an eye. The red gold war bear simply didn't have the time to activate its armor skills like it did against the thunder leopard. The next moment, it was blown away. Retreat again. At this time, Su Luo stepped forward again. A strike of the black flame sharp claw swept out directly. The red gold war bear is still retreating. How could it have time to defend? In the end, it was smashed hard onto a big tree nearby. The wailing continues. How embarrassing. This guy who just faced the earth bear, fire wolf, and thunder leopard was still so arrogant. Now, he has already bowed down at Su Luo's feet. Moreover, he defeated me with ease. There is none of the arrogance as before. I just don't know if you are convinced. Just now I thought this red gold war bear was strong, but I didn't expect Luo to be even stronger. It's so scary. Lu Zixin opened her mouth slightly, her eyes full of excitement, just like Su Luo was hers. Meng Jingran and Mu Xiaoxi looked at each other in rare tacit understanding without saying anything. Only Nanjiao didn't feel too surprised, because she was used to the shocks Su Luo gave her. Although, she didn't know now how powerful Su Luo was at the 4th level. She could already fight against many levels of ferocious beasts. However, every time Su Luo fought, she couldn't help but worry. I was worried that he might get hurt or something unexpected might happen. That's the difference between her mood and others. However, what Su Luo didn't know was that there was a pair of eyes behind him, watching the battle he had just had, from beginning to end. Moreover, the curiosity in its eyes became even stronger. Even Fu Ningxue and Zhang Jinghan behind them didn't notice its existence. This red gold war bear is obviously good. If Nanjiao chooses to sign a contract with it, It would be really good. Zhang Jinghan, who had been observing from behind, spoke. This mutated red gold war bear is a hot commodity everywhere, but I don't know if she will want it. Fu Ningxue looked at Nan Jiao and the others in front of her and suddenly said something. Will you want it? Zhang Jinghan obviously didn't understand what Fu Ningxue meant. Could it be that she would refuse such an opportunity? She really didn't know Nan Jiao. After all, she was not her student. There's nothing strange about this. She is a person with her own judgment and persistence. Fu Ningxue spoke up. She had not forgotten that when Nan Jiao was so determined to choose the little dog. The results now show that she made the right choice. There are no ifs or supposes in this world. Therefore, Fu Ningxue naturally wouldn't say it. What would have happened if Nan Jiao had chosen the flame lion instead of the spirit dog? After all, those are just illusions. The result now is actually happening. Nan Jiao is right. People should have their own persistence. What seems good at the time may not necessarily be the best for you in the future. People should be firm in their choices and break through themselves. Maybe you will take off. But ahead. How about it? Yu, do you want to contract it? Lu Zixin asked as he looked at the red gold war bear that was completely subdued by Su Luo's claw and fell to the ground, not daring to resist. Mu Xiaoxi and Meng Jingran also looked at Nan Jiao. Although they said at the beginning that they were going to help Nan Jiao find a flying beast. But now the problem is, I encountered a mutant. If Meng Jingran and Mu Xiaoxi could make a contract, they would choose it without hesitation. Because this red gold war bear is full of talent. This is of course on the premise of not competing with Su Luo. After all, the latter is a big pervert. Chapter 124 Impossible. Su Luo's possessiveness. This is a male bear. At this time, Lu Zixin suddenly said something. I thought it was a female bear. If it was a female bear, it could mate with my big bear. What a pity. Just when everyone was paying attention to whether Nan Jiao wanted to contract this red gold war bear. Lu Zixin, this talented girl, is actually focusing on finding a partner for her earth bear. Meng Jingran and Mu Xiaoxi were both embarrassed. When the earth bear heard these words, he was also startled. Originally, it thought that its owner had given up on its happy life for the rest of its life. It was afraid that it would be taken away and stabbed. But now the plot has turned around. I am touched. However, when Su Luo heard these words, their meaning immediately changed. Male. Wipe. He had almost forgotten about this. Originally, he just thought that the fighting ability of this red gold war bear was quite good and was a little interested in it. So I thought I'd catch him and observe him. Now, Su Luo glanced at the crotch of the red gold war bear. It's too shameful to watch. Such a big guy, but he is so tiny. But it is undoubtedly public. A cold light flashed in Su Luo's eyes. He seemed to have imagined the scene where this stinky bear would rub against Nan Jiao's chest in the future. *Omega-people. Can Su Luo tolerate this? Without saying anything, he immediately showed his claws. Puff. The crisp sound of something being pierced. Accompanied by Lu Zixin's soft cry. The body of the red gold war bear collapsed in an instant. The throat was pierced and he died. This red gold war bear would never think of this until it died. I don't know what kind of beast this is, but it has no moral principles. Make a sneak attack. I gave it a claw straight away. Dead. Meng Jingran licked her lips and spoke. Well, it seems. Mu Xiaoxi also replied, feeling a little regretful. Even Nan Jiao's face showed a hint of surprise. Obviously, she didn't expect that Su Luo would suddenly take the life of the red gold war bear. All this happened so fast that they couldn't react. Not to mention stopping it. After doing all this, Su Luo suddenly shrank back to his childhood self and jumped towards Nan Jiao. When he got to her side, he didn't forget to rub her trouser legs and stretched out his little paws towards her, opening them. He looks so harmless and as if he knows nothing. The meaning is obviously very clear. It is nothing more than, I really don't know how I killed the red gold war bear. I am innocent. I want a hug and comfort from Nan Jiao. How could Nan Jiao not see it? After all, the tacit understanding between the man and the beast is already very high. She let out a light breath and picked up the cute Su Luo. Then she put him in her arms, without any disdain for the fact that he had just finished a battle and was still covered in dust. And Su Luo struggled to get into Nan Jiao's arms, pretending to push her twice. Eat some tofu, and your life will be happy. This is the life that belongs to him, Su Luo. How could you bother a stinky bear? If he wasn't worried that when he wasn't with Nan Jiao sometimes, the girl would lose some fighting power and get hurt. There was no way Su Luo would let her contract another beast. This is Su Luo's possessiveness. Overbearing, and like a storm, it came violently. No way. Although Su Luo is a male chauvinist, it seems that there is no way to make a contract. At this time, Nan Jiao also stood up holding Su Luo. She had actually been struggling with this. Now, Su Luo helped her make the choice. Of course, she couldn't blame him for killing the red gold war bear. After all, in Nan Jiao's heart, Su Luo is the most important. Lolo is too ruthless, ugh. What a waste. Lu Zixin said something. She didn't think much about it, but instead felt that Su Luo couldn't control himself and accidentally killed the red gold war bear. After all, it's too strong and the power is hard to control. On the contrary, Meng Jingran and Mu Xiaoxi also couldn't figure it out. But it still feels a little weird. Is there any problem in a certain link? Otherwise, why would Lolo stop fighting and then suddenly kill the red gold war bear? This is obviously unreasonable. However, even if I feel sorry for this good seedling, the red gold war bear, they still have to keep moving forward. The number of ferocious beasts in Juying Forest is more than twice that of Lion Forest. Along the way, Nan Jiao and her friends encountered ferocious beasts from time to time. If you can fight, try to fight. Those who couldn't fight simply bypassed them and chose to sneak away. As a result, their entire day's itinerary today was just going around in circles. This was probably a distance of less than 5 kilometers, but it was already a terrifying journey. You know, they are still on the edge of the forest. If we continue to go deeper, the danger inside is really unimaginable. But the harvest is still huge. In the forest, I encountered some herbs that are rarely seen and quite expensive. The 4 of them accepted it with a smile. Moreover, they agreed to share the money from the sale. The 3 beasts, the earth bear, the thunder leopard, and the fire wolf, have been in a state of combat all the time. Mobilize their enthusiasm at all times. This is undoubtedly a huge battle gain for them. This is something that is not available in the college. What's more, the most comfortable thing is that if you can't win, Su Luo will always show up to suppress you. Avoided a lot of dangers. Not only that, Nan Jiao and her companions had encountered a few rare beasts with good talents and potential in the Juying Forest. Just when Nan Jiao was hesitating whether to choose the contract, a puff sound was heard from the other side, or there will be a click sound. Without exception, these ferocious beasts, which Meng Jingran and Mu Xiaoxi thought had good talent and potential, all died under Su Luo's claws. Nan Jiao hadn't even had time to consider, not to mention deciding. There is also a colorful firebird of prey. This is a rare fire-attributed bird-like beast with huge development and potential. That is what Nan Jiao and the others have always said, that when an adult, the embryo of a beastmaster can ride a flying beast. But he was still killed. To be honest, Meng Jingran and the others could not have imagined that this colorful firebird of prey would be killed. After all, it was rare for Nan Jiao to show an expression that indicated she wanted a contract. Su Luo is a beast that usually dotes on her, but this time he did the opposite. Kill the opponent directly, without blinking an eye. If it weren't for Meng Jingran and Mu Xiaoxi who clearly understood Su Luo's tactical position, I'm afraid they would have already said that Su Luo was going too far. I clearly told him not to kill, but he still killed. Chapter 125. Lu Zixin also had a flash of inspiration. What was the reason for killing the 5-colored firebird? Does Su Luo need to explain? This colorful firebird of prey looks gorgeous, and its feathers are also extremely colorful. It is a little bit beautiful, yes, but it turned out to be a male bird. Wipe. Can Su Luo tolerate this? Can you kill him right now? Beat it to death. He even imagined in his mind a 3D image of Nan Jiao hugging the little bird intimately. This male bird is still rubbing against her. Su Luo didn't dare to think about what would happen next. My head starts buzzing when I think of him. So he just killed him directly. As for, how can we tell that this colorful firebird of prey is a male? This is all thanks to the system. Because I heard that the female ones are not so coquettish and vigorous. Feathers wouldn't be this bright. It looks so good purely to attract the female flamingo. Just like only male peacocks can spread their tails, but female peacocks cannot. Same principle. So Su Luo killed him. Lolo is not normal today. He just kills people and even doesn't let go of the colorful firebird. Lu Zixin just sat down under the tree and spoke. The group of 4 traveled until dusk and finally decided to stop. However, this time they did not find the river, nor were they able to get out of the forest. We can only set up camp on the spot. Although it is easy to encounter danger in the forest, we can only be cautious. After all, someone will be on guard tonight. Maybe it has advanced and is not used to its own strength. Nan Jiao said this, touched Su Luo's hair, and found a reason for him. The latter lay comfortably in her arms, squinting his eyes, looking very happy. Mountains of gold and silver are not as good as his flesh and mountains. This is truly a priceless VIP seat. Do you think it's because Luo doesn't like others competing with him for his affection? Mu Xiaoxi sat on a dead tree trunk, tapped her lips with her fingertips, and analyzed. It's not impossible. Meng Jingren nodded. Competing for favor? Lu Zixin's eyes lit up, and she suddenly became interested. And the more she thought about it, the more she felt that this was the case. It seems to be true. Those ferocious beasts that Luo attacked were almost all talented and had decent potential. It seems that. At this point, Lu Zixin clapped his hands and said with a smile, I never thought that Luo is such a jealous person. He was afraid that other beasts would compete for his favor, so he killed them all. Does he mean to not give Yu the contract for the second beast? In fact, the possibility that Meng Jingran and the others mentioned had already appeared in Nan Jiao's mind. But she didn't say it. Su Luo's obvious intention was that he didn't want to contract the second beastmaster for her. She could still feel it. Since this topic has been brought up, Nan Jiao shook Su Luo's body and asked, Lolo, is that what they said? You really don't want me to contract a second beast? The girl looked at him with a hint of inquiry in her eyes. There is also a touch of softness. She seemed to see and feel Su Luo's fear that other beasts would compete for his favor, and his little anxiety that she would no longer be nice to him. This is where her empathy lies. I think it's because of this reason too. That's why she has a gentle look. Nan Jiao naturally didn't know that Su Luo just didn't want to let her contract a male beast. When asked, Su Luo could only raise his eyes and look at her. First he shook his head, then nodded, and then shook his head again. How should he explain the issue of not being allowed to contract a male ferocious beast? The problem of not being able to speak is very annoying. Su Luo also sighed silently. Isn't it because of this reason? Seeing his reaction, Mu Xiaoxi said. But, at this time, something unexpected happened to Su Luo. Do you think this is the reason? Lu Zixin spoke. Is it because it's all public reasons? Why? Meng Jingran and Mu Xiaoxi looked at her. Nan Jiao also looked at her. The same goes for the three fire wolves. Even Su Luo looked at Lu Zixin at this moment. Oh shit, your uncle. Su Luo was really surprised. Is this a topic that Lu Zixin can talk about? Is this the reason she could analyze? I can't believe it. Could it be that she will get rid of the saying that big breasts mean no brains from now on? Yes, think about it. Lu Zixin continued to speak at this time. At noon today, the red gold war bear didn't need to die, but I said it was a male. And then, it was gone. After she said this, Nan Jiao and the other two thought about it and found that it seemed to be true. Also, are all the people we meet next going to be male? Even the colorful firebird is like this. There is only one smart monkey, a female, with good talent. But you said she is too naughty and you don't want her. The girl became more and more excited as she talked. He has completely transformed into the second generation of Sherlock Holmes. Analyzing with saliva flying. And it survived and escaped, right? Think about it. Is this the plot? Nan Jiao and the other two thought about it carefully. I found that it seems to be really like this. On the side, Su Luo couldn't help but want to give Lu Zixin a thumbs up. He glanced at her chest. It doesn't feel small, it feels bigger. It seems that Lu Zixin also has moments of inspiration. Even though her big breasts took away most of her brain nutrients, she finally had an orgasm today. It's not easy. Lolo, is this the case? At this time, Nan Jiao shook Su Luo's little paw and asked. This time, for some unknown reason, her face suddenly had a blush. Su Luo saw it clearly. He could only nod and admit it. Wow, did I guess right? I am indeed a genius beauty. Ha! Lu Zixin was so excited that she was dancing with pride. She was almost about to perform a dance on the spot. Su Luo. Damn, feelings are all guessed and guessed. He thought Lu Zixin had really figured it out. I was careless. It seems that Jiao can only focus on being a female beastmaster in the future. Mu Xiaoxi gave her own evaluation. Yes. Meng Jingran also echoed. Carrying a highly intelligent beast around will cause all sorts of problems. So, it's not that they are incomprehensible. After all, they have heard in real life that some beastmasters tame beasts in this way. All kinds of personalities, weird. Chapter 126. The Little Pony Appears. Because today, we have encountered ferocious beasts along the way. So Nan Jiao and the others don't have to worry about not having meat for dinner. Jingjing, give me more cumin chili powder. I can't eat without it. Meng Jing ran. She felt like she had become the chef of the team. Moreover, he is Lu Zixin's personal chef. Look, Nan Jiao and the others are doing it themselves, having enough food and clothing. Only Lu Zixin opened her mouth wide, like a bird waiting to be fed. Meng Jingran was both angry and amused. The other side. Master, I feel this black egg moving. The elemental spirit sat on Su Luo's paw and told him what he had seen and heard earlier. Moved? What do you mean? Su Luo said, glancing at the black egg beside him. Today, I sat on it and felt it vibrate my buttocks. The elemental elf said this and gestured in a baby voice, showing how it was vibrated. Of course, it was through Su Luo's claws. Is it about to hatch? Su Luo frowned and used his other paw to dig at the black egg. It's cold and I still feel nothing. Why don't you give him a shock so he can enjoy it too? Not far away. Nan Jiao saw the interaction between the two animals, but didn't think anything of it. On the contrary, I think it is a very loving and warm scene. She couldn't help but reveal a smile. But immediately, Nan Jiao seemed to have seen something. The smile on his face turned into surprise. And Su Luo also jumped up immediately, his body instantly growing larger. Turn around and land, staring ahead. This commotion obviously startled Meng Jingran and the other two. Their eyes also looked over here at once. Ding, the Lioli pony is found. The system prompt sounded. That's right. In front of Su Luo at this moment was a cute and beautiful pony that looked a little bit unbelievable. It is neither tall nor big, and is even smaller than the normal-sized Su Luo. However, it is completely white, like ice crystals. The hair is so white, soft and smooth that people can't help but want to touch it. Moreover, this beast is spotless, and its entire body is made of colored glaze. You can vaguely see its blood vessels. There was even a faint colorful light on his body. Looking from different directions, it seems to have different colors. Very magical. Moreover, it also has heterochromia. The eyes are so big, like gemstones. One is icy blue, the other is scarlet red. A little mysterious, a little dreamy. But it adds a bit of coolness to this snow-white pony. But this is not what Su Luo is most concerned about. What Su Luo was most concerned about were the small, fleshy wings on both sides of its back. Although it is very small, it is only the size of 2 palms of an adult. Adorable, even a little silly. However, it looks like this pony should be able to fly. No way. I'm not dreaming, am I? Meng Jingran, who was always calm and composed, became no longer calm at this moment. She pursed her lips, her eyes full of surprise and shock. Even when the meat in her hand was almost burnt, she still felt nothing. You are not mistaken. Mu Xiaoxi also stood up and looked at the white figure in front of her. Only Lu Zixin racked his brains to think about what kind of ferocious beast this was. How can it be so beautiful? But she just couldn't remember it. It is true that you only regret not having enough books when you need them. Lu Zixin was very angry. Why don't you read a few more classics? The glazed pony is a fierce beast that can evolve. Nan Jiao then slowly opened her mouth and said. The surprise and shock in her eyes were certainly no less than those of her sisters, because she knew the value and rarity of the ferocious beast in front of her. After being influenced by the system, Su Luo also understood. This is a ferocious beast that can evolve. What is evolution? As everyone knows, the beast tamers in this world can generally only grow. After advancement, the appearance and body shape will change to a certain extent, but the name remains unchanged. Even if the Earth Bear reaches the 10th level, it is still called the Earth Bear. This will never change, unless it can break through the barrier of the 10th level. But this Lioli pony is different. That's a real ferocious beast that can evolve. Moreover, not only the name changes with evolution, but the power is also superimposed. This has to do with its own bloodline power. It can be said that the rarity of the Lioli foal is even higher than that of the elemental embryo elves. After all, Nanjiao and the others had seen records about it in ancient books. However, in the past 100 years, no one in the beast tamer field has been heard of riding it in public. You know, this is a proud race. Although it can carry people on its back, it can also fly. But I don't like being ridden, I don't like being conquered. Just like their skin color, they don't want to be stained by dust and black ash. The kind that would rather die than surrender. So, even if someone encountered the fully evolved form of the Lioli pony and defeated it, but it is still difficult to contract it. This is a race that is unwilling to surrender. Unless they are willing to surrender. Su Luo didn't understand it either. Why would such a ferocious beast with ice attributes appear in this Juing forest? This place is so hot. It's definitely not a place where ice-attributed beasts would stay. What made him even more confused was that this little Lioli pony ran out, and her eyes were always on him. Why is this? Su Luo, heh? Chapter 127, Little Pony. Su Luo took a fancy to it, because I couldn't feel the breath of the glass pony before. So when it arrived, Su Luo's first reaction was naturally to grow bigger and fight against it. So much so that there was a scene where he overreacted. Only, now it seemed to Su Luo that this little glass pony had no intention of hurting them at all. So much so that the system didn't even prompt. Anyway, the system is too unreliable. Su Luo planned to see tonight if there were any skills similar to danger warning. We need to arrange it quickly. But now, Su Luo has to face what this Lioli pony wants to do. This ferocious beast should live in a place with glaciers everywhere. Meng Jingran looked at the Lioli pony in front of her and spoke. Besides, the temperature here is not suitable for its survival. How did it get here? Could it be that there is an owner? The north and south are tens of thousands of kilometers apart, and she really can't figure out how this ice-attributed beast got here. It would be fine if it was an adult, but this is obviously in childhood. Perhaps there really is a small world in this forest? Ninjayo then spoke. Her words also made Meng Jingran and Mu Xiaoxi's eyes light up. As for Lu Zixin, she was even more confused. What's going on with Guan Shaoshi world? However, before Ninjayo could open her mouth to explain the reason, the Lioli pony in front had already moved. The icy guy took a step forward and looked at Su Luo with cold eyes. Su Luo. He had no idea what the other party wanted to do. But, just at this moment, the Lioli pony moved again. Moreover, he was attacking Su Luo. Its figure flashed, and it was already coming towards Su Luo. A white afterimage, invisible to the naked eye. Su Luo didn't expect the other party to be so decisive and attack as soon as he said so. And the attack arrived in the blink of an eye. Almost subconsciously, Su Luo rolled on the ground and barely avoided the foal's iron hooves. But don't think that's the end. Feeling a chill coming from behind, Su Luo's peripheral vision had already caught the attack from behind. This little Lioli pony starts fighting as soon as he disagrees with something. But Su Luo is not a vegetarian. A vortex of flames was thrown directly to the back. Moment. The energy of ice and fire collided and exploded in the air. Su Luo gained the advantage because of the attribute suppression and the flame of the Emperor Flame. But what surprised him was that this was the only advantage. He is the Emperor's flame seed and has the main bloodline of the void-devouring chaos beast. No way. Su Luo couldn't believe it. But what he could know was this. This little pony's bloodline is very pure and its abilities are terrifying. While he was hesitating, the Lioli pony came towards Su Luo again. And at this time, Su Luo also started to think. This little pony looks fair and tender and very beautiful. The key is that it seems to be very powerful. Such a ferocious beast is worthy of him or Nanjiao. Look if this guy is a man or a woman. After Su Luo made up his mind, he smiled as he faced the aggressive Lioli pony. Weird smile, evil smile, devilish smile. Anyway, he has bad intentions. Here it comes. Su Luo cried out in his heart, twisted his body, and dodged the attack of the Lioli pony. The claws also swept forward suddenly. No strength increase. However, Su Luo's power is already the greatest within the 4th level. In the face of such absolute power, how could the little Lioli pony possibly resist? It was slapped away by Su Luo. The snow-white body fell onto a big tree nearby. A bit embarrassing and miserable. Meng Jingran and the others felt heartbroken when seeing this. This little guy is so pretty and cute. Didn't Luo hesitate at all when he made the move? This is how they feel at the moment. However, Su Luo really didn't have any thoughts of showing mercy. So what if I'm beautiful? If you attack him proactively, you should be beaten back. However, he was a little surprised that the little glass pony still looked spotless. It was such an intense battle, but it wasn't even covered in mud? Is this the power of its bloodline? With such thoughts in his mind, Su Luo did not hesitate and continued to move forward. Speed has always been Su Luo's fighting philosophy. So, how can he let his opponent catch his breath? Su Luo moved forward again, and in an instant he was beside the Lioli pony. The claws want to slap it down again. Ice wall. An ice wall stood in front of Su Luo. In such a short period of time, this little glass pony actually used the ice wall defense. It is indeed not simple. But, facing such defensive skills, Su Luo also has his own way of breaking them. Strength. If one attack fails, he'll use another. After 3 consecutive strikes, the ice wall was successfully shattered. The ice instantly fell on the body of the Lioli pony. However, there was no trace of fear in its strange eyes. But his body was swept away by Su Luo again. He jumped directly into the bushes nearby and lost his sight all of a sudden. Nanjiao and the others can't see it anymore. But this did not hinder Su Luo's pursuit. He immediately jumped forward and finally saw the body of the Lioli pony behind the bushes. The little guy is lying on the ground and hasn't struggled yet. Obviously, it was a little stunned by Su Luo's continuous beatings. Because I want to contract it, I need to identify whether it is male or female. So Su Luo did not take any ruthless action at the first moment. At least, he didn't attack directly with his claws. Otherwise, the Lioli foal's injuries might have been even more serious. Looking at the Lioli pony lying on the ground, Su Luo did not hesitate this time and pounced on it. Then, he used his huge body to press the other person down. To Su Luo's surprise, the Lioli pony did not struggle violently. At this moment, it seemed a little tamer. He raised his eyes and looked at Su Luo for a few seconds. But Su Luo at this time, he actually did something utterly unscrupulous. He was so impatient that he stretched out his claws and grabbed the lily pony's hind legs. Then I looked down at it. Perfect, beautiful. It's a filly, the gender is correct. Su Luo muttered a few words in animal language, and he didn't think there was anything wrong with it, so he nodded. Don't forget to take a second look. Look like you're still unsatisfied? Bang! But soon, what awaited him was the angry iron hoof of the lily pony. Su Luo was kicked in the face. This time, the pain made him shudder. It was during this gap that the lily pony suddenly turned into a white phantom and ran away. Moreover, the speed is faster than any previous time. Su Luo was also confused by what he saw. He almost subconsciously wanted to give chase. However, thinking that Nan Jiao and the others were still in this dangerous forest, he hesitated again. But Su Luo had a vague feeling that they would meet again. Chapter 128 Decision. Looking for a small world? I didn't expect that a beast like the glazed pony would appear in this Juing forest. To be honest, when Fu Ningxue saw the Liuli foal, she was even more shocked than Nan Jiao and the others, because she understood better than them the difficulty of encountering this ferocious beast. Also, the status it represents. In the eyes of many beast masters, it is a pure and holy existence. Someone has been searching for it for more than 10 years in the glaciers and mountains in the extremely cold land, just to make a pilgrimage and see the race of this glass pony. But they all failed. Little did they know that what other beast masters dreamed of was Nan Jiao and other newly minted beast masters actually experienced it themselves. It's unbelievable. It was also the first time that Fu Ningxue saw the Liuli foal. Before, she had only seen pictures and descriptions in ancient books. Today, I saw the original form for the first time. Therefore, she was naturally shocked in her heart. The same as her is another teacher named Zhang Jinghan. Her heart was also in turmoil. Teacher Zhang, how about you stay here for a while I look around to see if it's safe? Fu Ningxue spoke at this time. She became interested and wanted to look for the glass pony again. Who knows, it may not have gone far away. Well, Zhang Jinghan obviously hesitated for a moment, but still spoke. All right. Trouble. Fu Ningxue nodded, and soon disappeared into the forest. Only, what Fu Ningxue didn't expect was that Zhang Jinghan was not a person who would keep quiet and have no scheming. She also understood what Fu Ningxue was going to do. Look for the Liuli pony. Thinking of this, Zhang Jinghan gritted her teeth and glanced in the direction of Nan Jiao and the others. The group of people looked very happy. There shouldn't be any accidents, right? Zhang Jinghan pursed her lips and hesitated for a moment. After a while, she finally chose to turn around resolutely. If Fu Ningxue is so irresponsible, then why is she still fussing about so much? Let's find the Liuli pony first. What a waste. Luo couldn't even catch that Liuli pony. Lu Zixin's voice rang out in the forest. Nan Jiao and the others already knew that the foal had run away. That's normal. Nan Jiao reached out and touched Su Luo's hair in her arms and said, this Liuli pony is originally a fierce beast with both ice and wind attributes. Speed is its advantage, so it's normal for it to run away. That's right. Meng Jingran on the side also nodded in agreement. The Liuli pony is a rare dual attribute beast. After all, it can fly after evolving. It is somewhat different from other ferocious beasts that have wings and can fly. Speaking of this, Su Luo also understood. Because in this world, most of the ferocious beasts with wings can fly, but they are not necessarily all of wind attribute. There is another situation, that is, the ferocious beasts have wind attributes, but not all of them can fly. And the Liuli pony should be the more special one. It has wind attribute and can fly after evolving. And judging from the speed at which the Liuli pony escaped at the end, it was already running at full speed. This little guy may not have used his full strength before, but when I was running away, I definitely used all my strength. Although, Su Luo didn't know why it ran away. Wouldn't it be uncomfortable to sit down and have a good talk with him? Running around. Oh, I don't understand. Su Luo shook his head. Okay. Lu Zixin looked like she had learned something. Then, she seemed to remember something, looked at Nan Jiao and said, by the way, Yuzu, what do you mean when you say there might really be a small world inside this forest? Is there any inevitable connection between this small world and the Liuli pony? This was the question in her heart, and she never got an answer. Su Luo also looked at Nan Jiao with some curiosity. Obviously, he didn't quite understand this either. He didn't know either. Did they discuss this? I remember the classics recorded that where a small world appears, the space will be more chaotic. Nan Jiao thought about it for a moment and finally spoke. Then, it would be easy to open up other spatial entrances, causing the ferocious beasts in the south to go to the north, and the beasts in the north to come to the south. Yes, I've heard of that too. Mu Xiaoxi expressed her approval. She certainly knew this. However, Nanjiao had not finished speaking yet. Another possibility is that this little Lioli pony might have escaped from the small world. As soon as she said this, Meng Jingran and Mu Xiaoxi's eyes lit up. Really? They had never thought about this before. Su Luo also secretly gave Nanjiao a thumbs up in his heart. This girl's thinking is still very flexible. At least she is not rigid and knows how to adapt. Indeed, both possibilities are possible. So, there really could be a small world in this forest? Meng Jingran spoke at this time. To be honest, she was very interested in this little world. It's still possible. Nanjiao nodded. Wow. At this time, Lu Zixin seemed to have thought of something. Then I killed that guy for nothing. He didn't say anything nonsense. Did they wrongly accuse them? Su Luo. He's already dead. Why is he still being wrongly accused? Then should we try to find out whether this little world exists here? Mu Xiaoxi made a suggestion at this time. I feel like I can charge. Lu Zixin was the first to come out and second the motion. This girl is totally fearless, carefree, and likes to join in the fun. I think I can give it a try. When Meng Jingran said this, he also looked at Nanjiao. The three of them were now waiting for her opinion. After all, but they understand that Nanjiao is now the main fighting force of the team. You know, Su Luo is so fierce. Sure. Nanjiao met their gaze and nodded. Obviously, she is also very interested in exploration and finding small worlds. Then it's settled. Mu Xiaoxi was also excited and suddenly took out a map. Let me see. Where should we start looking? As she spoke, she had already spread out the map. Hey, isn't this where the lake is? Meng Jingran seemed to have discovered something at this time and pointed to a mark on the map. Yeah, it doesn't seem too far from where we are now. Why didn't you go there then? Mu Xiaoxi took a look and said, it really seems to be a lake. Why? Why don't we go over and set up camp when it's so close to us? Oh my. Ha ha. Lu Zixin jumped out and pointed at the punctuation marks on the map in a panic, trying to cover up something. However, what awaited her were only the suspicious looks of Mu Xiaoxi and the other two. Woo, I was wrong. Lu Zixin was instantly defeated and admitted his mistake. Chapter 129, The True Meaning of This Blood Power. Night. In the sky somewhere unknown. A huge bird shadow flew across the sky. I finally smelled it. It's a familiar smell. A voice came out from the bird's mouth. Damn you. How dare you threaten me and take away my Emperor Flame? See if I will let you go this time. That's right. This giant bird. It is the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird. It was also the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird that had recovered from its injuries. When she was injured, one thing that always bothered her was that day he was threatened by a first-level beast pet by the river, and the Emperor Flame Fire was taken away. Moreover, it happened in full view of everyone. This matter has been fermenting in the heart of the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird. The more she thought about it, the more indignant she became. The more I think about it, the more I can't forget it. She has secretly sworn that after her injuries heal, she will let that little thing know how powerful she is. Look, the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird is here, coming with the seeds of hatred. She finally smelled the scent of the Imperial Flame. Got it, the exact location of that damn guy. At that moment, the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird did not hesitate. Spread your wings wide and fly away. In the Juying Forest. Su Luo sighed slightly. This woman is trouble. Before, the map was always held by Lu Zixin, so they thought there was no lake nearby and chose to camp where they were. Just then, when Mu Xiaoxi took out the map and wanted to see where to start exploring the small world, she discovered a nearby lake. So Lu Zixin quickly admitted his mistake and apologized. But he still couldn't withstand the whipping of Mu Xiaoxi and the others. Lu Zixin is too unreliable. I won't let her get the map anymore. This was a unanimous decision. In Su Luo's opinion, this move was extremely wise, because he had seen through everything. They are naive and believe in Lu Zixin's sense of direction. She was sold out by herself and couldn't find her way home. Su Luo had seen Lu Zixin holding an upside-down map and pointing at things. So he understands so well. Only, after learning that there was a lake nearby, the group of women couldn't sit still. No matter what, I have to go take a shower. If you say so, just wash it. Can you please not say it out loud? There's no way Su Luo can get through? Why can't I get through? Because Nanjiao isn't going. Naturally, Su Luo had to stay and guard her. As for why she didn't go, isn't it because girls always have those few days in a month? My relatives have only been here for 2 or 3 days, and they still haven't had enough fun. Should I go take a bath in the lake at this time? That's fatal behavior, okay? Originally, out of concern for their safety, Nanjiao wanted to take Su Luo with her. However, they were rejected by Mu Xiaoxi and the other 3. In their words, it was late at night, and the ferocious beasts were all asleep. So how could there be any danger? Let Nanjiao rest assured. It is enough to bring the 3 beasts of Fire Wolf. Nanjiao naturally knew what they were thinking and did not force them. After all, sometimes you still need to believe in their power. I can't always rely on her and Su Luo's protection. If they continue like this, they will not be able to grow. So, Nanjiao agreed to the idea of the 3 of them going together. Respect their choice. And Su Luo, after taking a look at Nanjiao, who was beginning to practice meditation, didn't say anything. He was immersed in his system panel in a blink of an eye. He did not forget to find a skill as soon as possible, preferably one that could warn of danger. But at this time, Su Luo seemed to have thought of something. He is at level 4. Does the 4th level mean that I can draw the system bloodline blind box? But Su Luo has always had a question in his mind that he wants an answer to. System, I have too many bloodlines. Will it be too complicated? He asked. This is a question that has always been in Su Luo's mind. After all, he now possesses the bloodline of the void-devouring chaos beast. What divine beast? Alpaca mud horse bloodline. Shintian divine shadow turtle bloodline. Several bloodlines are mixed. In the end, I'm afraid that a bastard will be born? I thought you wouldn't ask this question. At this time, the system replied slowly. Oh, feelings, I should have asked earlier. Su Luo didn't understand. Aren't you curious about the purpose of your void-devouring chaos beast bloodline? The system said something at this time. Su Luo thought about it carefully and seemed to feel that, is this really the case? It seemed that he never quite understood the role of this void-devouring chaos beast. What does it do? The void-devouring chaos beast is an ancient and mysterious existence above the starry sky. The system spoke. Perhaps you cannot feel its power now. That is because you are still too weak. Just like devouring the dark ocean black flame owl, this is the power of bloodline. But at this point, the system paused and hesitated. But this is just the tip of the iceberg. The power of the void-devouring chaos beast lies in the fact that it can completely blend the blood you devour into one that belongs to you. Hearing this, Su Luo's eyes lit up. Completely blended into his own bloodline? Isn't it just like the demon refining pot in the myth, which fuses the monsters together to create a new monster? Su Luo understood this very quickly. This way he doesn't have to worry about his bloodline being too messy. In the end, everything will come back to the same place anyway. Then when will my bloodline power be able to merge into one? He was beginning to look forward to it now. After the 10th level, the system gave an answer. After the 10th level, all your blood will be blended into your own. That will be the beginning. 10th level, fusion of all bloodlines. Su Luo really began to look forward to it more and more. That proves that he is not a bastard. Then system, draw the bloodline blind box for me. Su Luo waved his claws and spoke directly. I have a plan, are you interested? The system's negotiating tone sounded. What plan? Su Luo was curious. The system took the initiative to contact him to discuss the solution. This is the first time for a young lady to get into a bridal sedan. Upgrade the blind box to draw one. Spend the same money, but the quality can be relatively improved. And there will be no time-consuming situation. Are you sure you want to upgrade? Why did Su Luo feel a little unconvinced? 2 chances turned into 1. He felt a bit of a loss. We can guarantee that the quality will never be lower than 20,000 intimacy points. The system responded at this time. Okay then. Su Luo could only agree. After all, he always felt that the system was manipulating his lottery draw. Even if he doesn't agree, what if he finds time? Otherwise, if there is another rubbish bloodline, it will be boring. Chapter 130. Oh no. What's going on? Ding. The blind box bloodline was successfully drawn. Ding. Obtain the bloodline of the Ice Soul Phantom Fairy Tale Fox. 2 system prompts sounded in succession. The power of fox blood. Su Luo was also a little surprised and quickly checked the introduction of this bloodline. Ice Soul Phantom Fairy Tale Fox bloodline. 1. Damn charm and temperament blessing. Charm is greatly improved. Temperament becomes more mysterious and attractive. 2. The fairy-tailed fox's vigilance is enhanced. If it encounters a dangerous aura within 100 meters, it will feel and be alert. 3. Ice attribute affinity. Ice attribute attacks weakened by 10%. Ice attribute skills strengthened by 20%. Not afraid of cold weather. When seeing this first explanation, Su Luo was still confused. This fox is really useless. Increase the charm value? He, Su Luo, is handsome and has a first-class temperament. Does he still need to add these things? This is an international joke, right? Su Luo simply shook his head, expressing his disgust and saying it was useless. When he saw the second item, his eyes lit up. Oh my god, isn't this exactly the skill he is looking for? Now it has directly transformed into bloodline power? If you can sense danger within 100 meters, it's still okay. Fragrant. Su Luo was very satisfied with this. But the last one, it's useless. Not afraid of the cold. With all his fur on his body, why would he be afraid of the cold? Also, isn't the attack bonus of this attribute skill too little? It's a pity that Su Luo thinks this name is awesome. It must be a powerful bloodline. But this is a little disappointing. However, for the sake of the second ability, Su Luo still chose to use it. After all, this blind box only costs 2,000, so the talent is pretty good. Ding, usage successful. Blood merges into the body. Takes 60 seconds. Su Luo could see that a timing panel appeared in front of him, counting down. However, there was no light on him, and no BGM or buff was seen. He didn't feel any changes. So peaceful. Ding, the blood has been successfully integrated into the body. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the bloodline of the Ice Soul Phantom Fairy Tale Fox. The system gave 2 prompts, indicating that the blood had already been integrated into the body. It's a pity that Su Luo still didn't feel anything. He even stretched out his paw to take a look, and the hair didn't change. It's almost like nothing. However, Su Luo suddenly noticed the gaze of the elemental spirit in front of him. The little thing just looked at him with its mouth slightly open, and no one knew what it was thinking. But there was curiosity and surprise in his eyes. Su Luo even saw a hint of shyness on the elemental elf's face. This little guy, why is his face a little red? What the hell? Luo Lolo. Nanjiao's surprised voice suddenly sounded. Su Luo turned his head and looked over immediately. He discovered that this girl's gaze seemed to be not much different from that of an elemental elf. That look, that little look. It was as if he wanted to jerk him off hard and possess him completely, whether in soul, body, or flesh. This made Su Luo's scalp tingle slightly. He seemed to know what was going on. But the next moment, he could no longer run away and was grabbed by Nanjiao in her arms. Then I held and rubbed it for several times. I was rubbed hard. Lolo you. Why do I feel like you've suddenly become much more beautiful? Nanjiao's voice sounded, somewhat excited. The temperament seems to have changed as well. Am I seeing things? Su Luo. So he was ugly before. Oh, I really want to rub your cheek. Never mind. As Nanjiao said this, she actually hugged Su Luo like this and rubbed her pretty face against his. Ding, passive face rubbing behavior occurs. Reward intimacy value 1000. Ding, passive face rubbing behavior occurs. Reward intimacy value 800. The system prompt sounded. Soft, soft, so comfortable. Nanjiao said this and put Su Luo on her lap again, letting him face her. The man and the beast once again looked into each other's eyes. Su Luo was confused and let himself be manipulated. Little did they know that Nanjiao seemed to be possessed by a demon at this moment. Looking at him like this, the more I look at him, the happier I am. She suddenly changed her usual reserved attitude, leaned down, and kissed Su Luo's nose. Ding, nose kissing contact obtained. Intimacy value reward 20,000. Su Luo, docketing. This. What happened? Su Luo's computer really crashed, and it seemed like he didn't respond for a while. However, an even more unexpected scene appeared. Nanjiao's face turned slightly red, and she slowly approached him. Their eyes were looking at each other at this moment. The distance between the man and the beast was getting closer and closer. The mouth is getting closer and closer. It was just like the feeling when Su Luo teased his cat in his previous life and pretended to kiss it. This is how he and she are now. They really kissed. Nanjiao actually took the initiative to kiss him again. Or the mouth. Ding, deep and intimate contact. Gain intimacy value 88,888. The voice of the system came to his ears, and Su Luo clearly felt the cold touch. It's quite comfortable. I don't know why, but I suddenly want to kiss you. At this time, Nanjiao looked at Su Luo and sighed. Her face was still rosy, and under the moonlight, she looked quite charming. Tonight, Nanjiao really saw a ghost. She couldn't fully enter the state of cultivation. When she opened her eyes, she saw Su Luo sitting there in a daze. That's fine. To her surprise, she found that Su Luo's temperament seemed to have changed. His appearance hasn't changed, but the more Nanjiao looks at him, the more handsome and cute he seems. Moreover, the feeling he gave her was different from before. Looking at him, she couldn't help but feel fond of him, although it existed before. But at this moment, it seemed as if it was about to overflow and could not be suppressed at all. I just want to have some close contact with him. I still can't resist the turmoil in my heart. That's why Nanjiao did this series of things. And Su Luo is still smart. He already knew what was going on. The reason why Nanjiao is in this situation. That must be because of the bloodline that Su Luo just obtained. Ice Soul Phantom Fairy Tale Fox bloodline. isn't the first item of this bloodline to enhance charm and temperament. Originally, Su Luo thought it would not have any effect, but now I see that I underestimated it. It's more than just effective. The effect is simply too good. That is a weakened version of drug C. Damn it. It is indeed the blood power that can only appear in a fox. Su Luo finally understood what was going on with Su Daji. He was a beast, but after he had the blood of a fox, Nanjiao suddenly became like this. What's more, she is a beautiful vixen. That effect must be awesome. Nanjiao's current reaction is enough to prove it. After all, she hugged him, kissed him, stroked him, and nibbled him. Thinking of this, Su Luo didn't know why, but a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. This wicked smile fell into Nanjiao's eyes, and suddenly it seemed to be magnified. It made her feel a strange, killing power. Her face was a little hot. Suddenly, she felt that the more she looked at Lolo in her arms, the more handsome he became. Is this normal? She felt like she was really poisoned. I can't help wanting to get close to him. Da-da-da. Just when Su Luo felt that Nanjiao was going to kiss him again, a voice sounded in his ears. It was this sound that woke up Su Luo and Nanjiao. They turned their heads and looked over almost at the same time. Glass pony. This little guy appeared again. It looked at Su Luo and Nanjiao with a dim gaze. This one is a man and this one is a beast. It seems like it gives people the feeling of being caught and fucked on the bed. The little glass pony that has gone away and returned. Su Luo didn't expect that the little guy would come back so soon. He naturally didn't know that the little Lioli pony had come to find him in the first place, because there is a kind of aura about him that attracts it. Even Lioli pony himself couldn't understand the reason. It's just that Su Luo, this bastard, knocked people away several times. That's fine. He even looked at some untouchable parts of others without a care in the world. The Lioli pony ran away in shame and anger. After all, animals also have dignity. What's more, it is a beast that represents holiness and purity. However, after running away, it thought about it carefully and decided to come back. However, when I came back, I saw Su Luo and Nanjiao being intimate. This fell into the eyes of Lioli Pony, and it felt a little strange. But I can't tell what's strange about it. It even discovered that the beast in front of it seemed to have changed compared to before. It seemed to like the smell of him even more. At this time, Su Luo also gently broke free from Nanjiao's arms, standing opposite the Lioli Pony. Not long ago, I was run away by it. This time, Su Luo will not let it run away again. Chapter 131. What a surprise. Domain skills. Nanjiao didn't expect that the little glass pony would come back. Moreover, it appeared again in such a short time. This really surprised her. Could it be that it came here to seek revenge? Or rather, have you found something to rely on? Lolo, be careful. Out of concern, Nanjiao still spoke up and gave a reminder. Su Luo looked back at her and indicated that there was no problem. Then, the body becomes bigger again. He glanced in the direction of the elemental elf and found that the little guy was sitting on the black egg. Su Luo winked at it, suggesting that if anything happened later, it should protect Nanjiao. The latter didn't know whether she understood what he meant or not. She pouted and nodded blankly. The little feet were shaking restlessly, obviously enjoying the feeling of sitting on the black egg. Why are you coming back again? Su Luo spoke to the Lioli pony. He just wanted to ask and didn't think that this seemingly aloof little mare would answer him. But what was surprising was that the Lioli pony actually spoke at this time. I'm going to beat you. A cold and childish voice sounded. To Nanjiao's ears, it sounded like wind chimes, very crisp and pleasant. But to Su Luo's ears, it sounded like the voice of a little girl about 13 or 14 years old. The milk is tender, yet has a hint of coolness. It is indeed very nice to listen to, and has a unique sense of contrast. Su Luo, defeat me. You may have forgotten how I treated you just now. What he was talking about was, of course, the thing that had been suppressing Lioli little pony from fighting. But it fell into the ears of the little glass pony. No one knew what it was thinking about, but a faint blush appeared on its face and body. Just now, I didn't use my full strength. I just wanted to test you. Su Luo. He looked it up and down, feeling it. The current strength of this Lioli pony is only at the middle stage of the 4th level. Even if it bursts out all its strength, wouldn't it be in vain? Su Luo just didn't believe it. Is there any beast of the same level that can fight against him? That doesn't exist, okay. He is the beast chosen by the system. If I beat you, you will come with me. While Su Luo was thinking, the little Lioli pony opposite him spoke again. I'll go with you. Su Luo showed a look of surprise. He finally understood. It turned out that this little glass pony was coming for him. Otherwise, why would he run away once and come back again? Could it be that it was unhappy with him? Su Luo's thoughts raced, and he asked, why do you want me to go with you? You are not planning anything bad to me, are you? He looked it up and down with suspicion. The little Yuli pony felt a little awkward, and he quickly said, "You'll know when you lose anyway." So confident, Su Luo couldn't help but frowned. From the previous battle, he could feel that the Yuli pony would not be his opponent. But now this guy is suddenly so confident. To be honest, for a cautious person like Su Luo, he couldn't help but think too much. Could it be that this little glass pony still has some hidden cards that he hasn't played yet? Nan Jiao, who was standing by, couldn't understand animal language, so she could only look at Su Luo's expression and try to guess what they were saying. Have no choice. If Su Luo had said that to her, she would still understand what he meant. However, she simply could not comprehend how to communicate with other beasts. Unless you are a beast tamer who has mastered the 6 meridians, then she would know what Su Luo meant by what he was saying now. This is really a long process. Okay, if you can beat me, I'll go with you. Su Luo spoke again. But if you lose, you'll just stay by my side and be my beast master. As soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly rushed forward. Even Lioli the little pony was startled by him. This is unethical. You start attacking right after a disagreement. What a bastard. The Lioli pony did not hesitate, and suddenly a strong and fiery sky blue light emerged from its body. The surrounding temperature suddenly turned freezing cold. Even the trees nearby were covered with frost. This small area seemed to be in a world of ice and snow in an instant. Su Luo was also a little surprised. This skill? There seems to be something. But it's not over yet. During the time when Su Luo hesitated, an ice wall appeared around him. In the blink of an eye, he was already truly enveloped in an environment of ice and snow. Su Luo turned his head and looked. Where is the trace of Nan Jiao and the others? He is now in the same space with the Liuli pony. Inside, apart from the coldness, there are only ice walls everywhere. Even the sky above our heads is not spared. This is field skills. Su Luo, who had played a lot of games in his previous life, immediately understood what had happened. The glazed pony has clearly created a realm of his own. It wanted to use this icy and snowy area to suppress Su Luo. As he was speaking, a cold light appeared again in front of him. The Liuli pony has launched an attack. Hundreds of sharp ice spikes were blasting towards Su Luo like arrows. Such a huge momentum. It also made him finally believe that this little glass pony was worth something. He must have the confidence to come over and say he would defeat him. At that moment, Su Luo did not hesitate. Facing the sharp ice that was approaching in the blink of an eye, he did not choose to dodge, but took the initiative to meet it. The scarlet gold flames transformed into a vortex shape and blasted directly towards the sharp ice in front. Suddenly, the collision of fire and ice turned into cold rays in the air and floated down. Nice. However, Su Luo had no time to watch, because the Liuli pony's attack had come again. This time, the sharp ice no longer came from in front of Su Luo, but it comes from all directions. There is no way for him to avoid it. This little guy really doesn't care about his life when he attacks. Su Luo gritted his teeth and did not hesitate anymore. When catching a thief, catch the leader first. When shooting a person, shoot the horse first. In this strange space, don't worry about other things for now. Just quickly deal with the glass pony. Thinking of this, Su Luo hurriedly bought a potion that increased all attributes by 10 times from the system space. He had no other intentions. He just wanted to end the battle quickly. Don't waste time. Just after drinking the potion, the sharp ice attack has arrived. But at the same time, Su Luo's pupils suddenly widened. In an instant, a strong red-gold flame shone from his body. Boom! It is the power of the Emperor's flame. The sharp ice met the flame and was once again suppressed. For a moment, he was completely melted before he could even get close to Su Luo. Chapter 132. I didn't expect it. I'm also a beastmaster. This scene also surprised the little Liuli pony on the opposite side. Logically speaking, the temperature in this absolute ice area is almost minus 100 degrees Celsius. Terribly low temperature. It is difficult to resist for any beast, especially Su Luo, a beast with fire attribute. That means that even the power of the fire element in the body cannot be condensed. After all, this is its world. But he doesn't seem to be affected at all. This was something that Liuli pony had not expected. It was also something that took it by surprise. It naturally didn't know what would happen if it used this domain skill against Su Luo before. It is indeed possible to control Su Luo. However, not long ago, Su Luo had already obtained the bloodline power of the Ice Soul Phantom fairy-tailed fox. One of them is not being afraid of cold weather. So, right now, he really doesn't have any other feelings at all. There is not much difference from normal temperature. Of course, you can still gather your own strength. With the amplification blessing, Su Luo did not waste any time and moved forward among the sharp ice that kept shooting towards him. Keep getting closer to the Lily pony. The speed can be as fast as lightning. The opponent was also slightly stunned. Much faster than before. How is this done? This is how Lily pony feels at this moment. Facing Su Luo, who was like a fireball, it subconsciously wanted to retreat backwards and keep a distance from him. At the same time, behind it, ice walls continued to rise, trying to stop Su Luo from moving forward. But he was like a killing god, not caring about the ice walls at all and rushing straight towards them. Push forward all the way. The sound of ice crystals breaking and roaring along the way. Finally, with the help of Su Luo, he rushed forward madly. He finally caught up with the Lily pony and came behind it. One can clearly see a hint of fear and uneasiness in the eyes of this little guy. But without any mercy in his heart, Su Luo directly slapped her with his claws. The latter flew out directly. Moreover, this tenfold increase in power is obviously too much for the Lily pony to bear. After all, it has never been a ferocious beast with a strong physical body. So, for a moment, it was unable to recover. Without hesitation, Su Luo was very decisive this time and rushed forward again. Another heavy hammer blow. Boom! The little glass pony fell heavily onto the ice. The ground was directly sunken. It's horrible. With the precedent of it escaping, Su Luo pounced forward directly this time and pinned it down like a mountain. No matter how the other party struggled, he didn't move at all. Moreover, his sharp claws suddenly landed on the throat of the Lily pony. You lose. Su Luo spoke with a slightly threatening tone. It seemed that if it moved again, his claws would pierce its throat. Still cruel. He was holding her down tightly, and threatening words were ringing in her ears. This time, the Lily pony gave up struggling. It twisted its neck and glanced at Su Luo. Why aren't you afraid of the cold? This is a problem that it has never been able to figure out. Normally, many beasts are in its absolute territory, and they can't even fight normally, let alone release skills. However, Su Luo was not like that at all. Are you not afraid of the cold? Is it cold here? Su Luo asked two questions directly. Lily little pony. Do you dare to let other beastmasters come in and give it a try? It really wants to say this. However, I swallowed the words when they came to my lips. Okay, keep your promise and be my beastmaster. Without paying attention to anything else, Su Luo spoke. Ever since Lily pony showed off this field skill, he wanted it even more. After all, this is a powerful helper. What kind of beast tamer am I? I can't be a human beast tamer. The little Lily pony said directly, with obvious resistance in his voice. You clearly promised me just now. Su Luo frowned, and suddenly felt unhappy. I haven't promised you yet, have I? A childish voice sounded, clearly carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. Well, Su Luo thought about it carefully, and it seemed to be true. As soon as he finished speaking, he was ready to attack. However, the Lily pony has not yet agreed. Damn it. Mistake. Su Luo secretly complained about himself. I don't care. You can't get rid of me anyway. As he spoke, he pressed the Lily pony hard again to express his attitude. I can stay with you. The Lily pony spoke, but for some reason, he didn't dare to look at Su Luo. But I won't become someone else's beastmaster. That's impossible. The little guy's tone was fierce, and more or less firm. Really? Su Luo asked. Improper. A very decisive answer, with no room for negotiation at all. The Lily pony even turned its head to look at him, its eyes full of determination. What about being my beastmaster? He originally wanted to train this little guy to be a fighting force beside Nanjiao. But the way it resisted was obvious that it couldn't do it. Your beast. The glass pony looked at him with some confusion before speaking. There was a look of doubt in those beautiful eyes. He is obviously a beast tamer himself. He also wanted it to be his beast. Is this reasonable? What the hell? However, Su Luo's next move told her whether it was reasonable or not. He suddenly scratched his claws, and a golden light appeared. Su Luo's claws gently landed on its head. Moment. A soul contract power surged in my heart. The little Lily pony really felt the power of the contract. The power of the contract from Su Luo is trying to communicate with it and leave a mark on its soul. The Lily pony was stunned. It is not as innocent as the elemental spirits, so it naturally understands the origin of this power. How could he? Don't move. Su Luo's voice came. Don't resist. The key to the contract is the successful communication of souls between the Beastmaster and the beast. And accept each other. During this process, Su Luo's soul needs to enter the body of the glass pony. Now, Su Luo has reached a critical moment. So, he couldn't help but speak again, trying to guide. I'm ready to go in. Are you ready to accept me? After hearing these two sentences, the little Lily pony became much docile. It didn't struggle. Let Su Luo leave a mark in his body and soul. Chapter 133, Distress. Breakthrough. In the forest. The lake is just ahead, right? Lu Zixin just opened his mouth and said something. However, what greeted her were the carefree gazes of Meng Jingran and Mu Xiaoxi. The girl immediately covered her mouth. She knew, of course, that if it hadn't been for her mistake, they would have already finished their shower and were lying comfortably in the tent. According to the map, we should be almost there, just ahead. Seeing her like this, Mu Xiaoxi sighed, shook her head, and said, they were just pretending. How could they really blame Lu Zixin? After all, they will encounter all kinds of situations in their lives. This is one of them. Although Lu Zixin is usually a little unreliable and careless. However, she is still kind-hearted and very loyal. This is an indisputable fact. That's good, that's good. At this time, Lu Zixin took the initiative to step forward and hugged Mu Xiaoxi and Meng Jingran's hands on the left and right. He said with a smile, what a pity. Yu was unable to come during this special period. I always feel like I'm losing a lot of my sense of security when she and Luo are not around. It's a bit dangerous. I hope nothing will happen. Before Lu Zixin could finish her words, Meng Jingran and Mu Xiaoxi covered her mouth from the left and right. All I could make was a sound. At the same time, Meng Jingran and the other person looked at each other, and a look of surprise and fear flashed across their faces. As for why, there should be no need to explain, right? This girl Lu Zixin's mouth looks like it has been blessed. Last time, she said a few words, and as a result, they encountered danger on the tree bridge. There are already quite a few examples like this. So how dare they let Lu Zixin speak? But, just when they were still trying to stop Lu Zixin from speaking, the fire wolf and thunder leopard in front stopped. Even the earth bear stopped where it was after taking 2 more steps. Immediately, the 3 beasts all showed signs of vigilance. The body instantly showed a fighting state ready to go. This is the innate keen perception of the ferocious beast. They have already sensed the approach of danger. Also felt the presence of the enemy. At this moment, Meng Jingran and Mu Xiaoxi could only let go of Lu Zixin's mouth. The latter. Is it really that weird? Lu Zixin herself was speechless. As soon as she mentioned danger, danger really came? She also said that she would reach the level of a divine vein beast tamer within 2 days. How come she didn't achieve it? It's so bullying. Lu Zixin's body was shaking. But it's definitely not because I was angry, but it's because of the danger that appears ahead. Level 5 Intermediate, Bloodthirsty Wolf. A word slowly uttered from Meng Jingran's mouth. Because what appeared in front of them was a 2-meter-tall, gray-brown wolf-like beast. His tongue was exposed, his eyes were fierce, his saliva was flowing, and he looked very ferocious. No, it's the bloodthirsty wolves. Mu Xiaoxi spoke, her tone becoming more serious. As soon as she finished speaking, a group of bloodthirsty wolves gradually walked out from the bushes in the night. There are 7 in total. A small group of bloodthirsty wolves. This is also the reason why Lu Zixin was afraid. The 3 of them were surrounded by wolves without realizing it. Moreover, these damn guys. Each of them looks very strong and powerful, and they are drooling. The way he looked at them was filled with the desire to tear them into pieces and swallow them. They have already become the prey of this bloodthirsty wolf. Meng Jingran and the other 2 quickly stood back to back, forming a fighting posture. Roar! A roar sounded. One of the bloodthirsty wolves that was nearby couldn't bear it any longer and launched the attack first. Moreover, the target was not the beast, but Meng Jingran and the other 2. A flash of lightning exploded. The figure of Thunder Leopard has appeared in time. It rushed hard towards the bloodthirsty wolf that wanted to attack its master. The bodies of a wolf and a leopard fell to the side. Then, they started biting each other fiercely. It was this incident that officially kicked off the battle. The other 6 bloodthirsty wolves all joined in the battle. They had clear division of labor, some attacked the beasts, and some went straight to the beastmaster. This is a 5th-level intermediate bloodthirsty wolf. Their only shortcoming is that they are ferocious beasts without any attributes. There is no way to use the power of elemental skills. However, in terms of speed and physical strength, they are not inferior at all. ZXIN. Mu Xiaoxi yelled, but it was too late. Lu Zixin, who was entangled with a bloodthirsty wolf, was blasted away. How embarrassing. A yellow vein beastmaster is only strong enough to fight a 3rd-level beast at best. How could they possibly withstand this 5th-level beast? So, after just 2 encounters, Lu Zixin was blown away. The bloodthirsty wolf didn't let her go even after knocking her away. It rushed forward once again and was about to bite her. In severe pain, Lu Zixin's face turned pale and his facial features were tightly twisted together. She also wanted to struggle to her feet and fight back. But Under the severe pain, it was difficult to even stand up or straighten my back. The bloodthirsty wolf's big, bloody mouth was approaching in the blink of an eye. Meng Jingran and Mu Xiaoxi, who saw the scene not far away, also changed their expressions. They also want to come forward to help, but they are also like clay Buddhas crossing the river, unable to save themselves. How could the bloodthirsty wolf in front let them pass? Roar! Just when Lu Zixin felt that he had lost all hope, a deafening roar rang out. It's the Earth Bear. This guy was followed by a bloodthirsty wolf, covered in blood. But the Earth Bear's indomitable momentum and the effort it showed as it ran towards Lu Zixin moved everyone. However, the attack of the bloodthirsty wolf was already imminent. The Earth Bear itself is not a beast that is known for its speed. It was impossible for it to arrive before the bloodthirsty wolf attacked Lu Zixin. Therefore, its owner is likely to suffer a heavy blow. Unless a miracle happens. The Earth Bear seemed to know that he couldn't catch up. It was anxious and frantically urged the earth elemental power in its body. Suddenly, it glowed with a fiery, earthy yellow light, illuminating the entire forest. Boom! A loud bang. In front of Lu Zixin, a huge stone wall suddenly rose up, blocking her way. It's so abrupt. Bang! The bloodthirsty wolf that wanted to attack Lu Zixin was unable to break for a moment and fell heavily on the stone wall. The collision made it dizzy and swollen. At this critical moment, the Earth Bear finally broke through himself. Learned the skill. Successfully rescued his master. Not far away, Meng Jingran and Mu Xiaoxi also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there are Earth Bears. Lu Zixin did not die at the wolf's claws. But their current crisis is far from over. Chapter 134 The Glazed Pony Joins. Lolo, you mean? Will it follow us from now on? Nan Jiao glanced at Su Luo, then glanced at the Lioli pony not far behind him. This happened quite quickly. Earlier, Nan Jiao saw with her own eyes the Lioli pony pulling Su Luo into its own territory. Presumably, the two beasts had already engaged in a fierce battle inside. There is no need to question this. At that time, she was very worried whether Su Luo would suffer any harm in there. After all, she still understands this type of skills in the field. For the ferocious beast that releases this skill, the world within the domain is only beneficial to itself. Otherwise, it won't release domain skills. But the result surprised Nan Jiao a little. The two beasts, Su Luo and Lioli Pony, came out of the territory soon after. And everything seems to be fine. However, she felt as if some changes had taken place invisibly. I can't tell what it is. Nan Jiao was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when Su Luo came up to her and started giving her orders. Want to express what you mean? She also guessed for a long time. I finally guessed it. Su Luo nodded, indicating that it was correct. From now on, the Lioli pony will stay with them. After all, this little guy has now become Su Luo's beast. There is no doubt about this. It cost Su Luo 40,000 intimacy points to open the second Xianmai beast taming space. Too expensive. However, fortunately, it is worth it to have a powerful helper like Lioli Pony. However, this little guy still needs Su Luo to spend some time to train and teach him. Now it is not very obedient. All right. Seeing Su Luo nod, Nan Jiao could only accept the situation. Although what she didn't know was how her Lolo conquered this little pony. Let it follow him willingly. Nan Jiao didn't understand this. Moreover, she vaguely felt that this little glass pony seemed to be hostile to her. Is it because it doesn't like human beast masters? I.e., welcome to join us. You are also the master's beast, right? The elemental elves should be the most excited to see the new members joining. The little creature floated in front of the Lioli pony and started chirping. Normally, the only person it can communicate with is Su Luo. After all, they didn't have much to talk about with the three rough guys, the fire wolf, the earth bear, and the thunder leopard. Besides, those three are all males, so there is even less topic to talk about. Well, Lioli little pony is different. It is pretty and cute, the kind that elemental elves will fall in love with at first sight. The most important thing is that it is female. The two beasts have something to talk about. The elemental elves are very aware of this. The Lioli pony looked at the elemental spirit in front of him, then glanced in Su Luo's direction and nodded. It is usually a ferocious beast with a rather cold temperament. Their tribes do not like to live in groups, so they are even less adept at contact between animals. However, thinking that they would still be together in the future, the Lioli pony could only nod and respond politely. As for becoming a beast master, the little Lioli pony still hasn't recovered from it yet. How does a beast tamer become a beast tamer? Why is he so special? Can you still defend it? Moreover, he is now its master. Lioli pony feels that there is a lot of information in this. It takes some time to digest. That's great. The elemental spirit flew around happily at this time, wanting to land on the back of the Liuli pony. However, the latter obviously saw through its intention and quickly dodged. But how could the elemental elves give up like this? This little thing is the kind of person who is fearless. If there is anyone who is really scared, it is only Su Luo. He is the only one who can completely subdue it, except for all people and all beasts. Compared to him, Liuli Pony is obviously no match. They are all imperial beasts. Why would it be afraid? The elemental spirits simply can't find any reason to be afraid. So, it went to find the other party again. Fortunately, the Liuli Pony didn't want to have a conflict with it, so he quickly took a step and dodged. However, the more it did this, the more the elemental spirit became dissatisfied and the more it wanted to sit on its back. As a result, the two beasts couldn't keep quiet at all while chasing each other. Su Luo was speechless. As expected, they're all cubs. So childish. Can't you be more mature like him? After Su Luo finished thinking, he made a gesture towards Nanjiao as if he wanted to hug her. The meaning is very obvious. Hurry and hug me. How could Nanjiao not know his intentions? She didn't even hesitate. She just squatted down and held him in her arms. She didn't want to delve into the details of why the Liuli Pony followed them. Compared with these, having Su Luo by her side is enough. Also, it was enough that he still loved sticking to her. Thinking of this, Nanjiao couldn't help but rub her face against Su Luo's. The latter's body stiffened, a little excited. No way. Does this I-Soul Phantom Fairy Tale Fox still have some staying power? Thinking of this, Su Luo became a little excited and couldn't help but move his feet a little, wanting to grab Nanjiao's shoulders. But unexpectedly, this move is the end of it. Su Luo felt that his right hind foot had fallen directly into an unknown ditch. It just happens. He was stuck in deep trouble. Can't bear to take it away. Ding, deep intimate contact. Reward intimacy value, 20,000. Hiss, even though there's cloth between us. But Su Luo could still feel the mystery and grandeur there. Don't mention it, it's quite exciting and comfortable. Nanjiao also felt Su Luo's feet that had nowhere to go. She quickly reached out and grabbed it, but her face turned red. On this side, there is an awkward and slightly ambiguous atmosphere. On the other side of the glazed pony and the elemental elf, the two beasts were chasing each other happily. However, Mu Xiaoxi, Meng Jingran, and Lu Zixin were faced with a completely different situation. Chapter 135, Revenge is Coming. Run. In the forest, a figure slowly moves forward under the hazy moonlight. In front of her, there was a crystal white pony. If this isn't Nanjiao and Liuli the little pony, then who else could this be? About 20 minutes ago, after waiting for a long time and not seeing Mu Xiaoxi and the others come back, Nanjiao began to feel uneasy. So, she told Su Luo about her decision to set out and look for them. Su Luo thought about it carefully and found that Mu Xiaoxi and the other two had been gone for a long time. Maybe you might really be in danger. So, he nodded quickly and signaled to go out and look for. So, Nanjiao carried a simple luggage, took Su Luo's black egg, and set off. Master, there seemed to be traces of a battle ahead. The elemental elves came hurriedly and brought the necessary news as soon as they opened their mouths. In the end, it didn't get to sit on the back of the Liuli pony as it wished. Not only that, it was also sent out by its owner to gather information. The elemental elves felt that they were wronged. Shouldn't such a cute little elf be held in the palm of your hand? But I was treated like an errand boy. But there is no way. Who made it so that its owner is Su Luo? In its heart, its master is a vicious and evil villain. That is really a bad beast that was locked up in a small dark room for no reason. So, it had to obey orders. Front. Su Luo turned around and poked Nanjiao with his claws. Signal her to follow the elemental elves. The latter nodded, obviously understanding what he meant. Without hesitation, the elemental elf flapped its wings and flew forward quickly. Nanjiao didn't hesitate and quickly followed. 5 minutes later, under the guidance of the elemental elves, Nanjiao finally arrived at a place. When she first arrived here, she already saw that something was wrong. Trees break. There are several deep pits. The broken earth wall. What a mess. These are obviously traces of battle. There has been a battle here, earth attribute. There are also burn marks of lightning and fire attributes. Nanjiao immediately made a judgment. These are traces of Mu Xiaoxi and the others' battle. In fact, Su Luo also saw it without her saying anything. He struggled out of Nanjiao's arms. His body quickly leaped forward and grew bigger. Suddenly, I came to a pool of water. It's blood. A strong smell of blood. I don't know whether it belonged to Mu Xiaoxi and the others, or to the attacking beast. Su Luo also had an ominous premonition in his heart. He did not hesitate and ran towards the smell. Nan Jiao quickly followed his pace. Run all the way. Su Luo followed the smell of blood and came to the lake. I was shocked by the scene in front of me. On the edge of the lake, there was a strange opening in black and purple that kept flashing with thunder. It just appeared out of nowhere. Yes, it's the entrance to the small world. Nan Jiao, who was following behind Su Luo, finally caught up with his pace and spoke in surprise. Entrance to a small world. Su Luo didn't expect that he would encounter what Nan Jiao and the others had been talking about tonight by the lake. What a coincidence. Moreover, at the entrance of this small world, Su Luo also saw bloodstains. Could it be that Mu Xiaoxi and the others have already entered this small world? Such thoughts surged in Su Luo's mind. But immediately, his eyes changed and his heart was startled. No, it's a feeling of danger. Su Luo felt a chill in his heart, and the hair on his body seemed to explode. The warning of the Ice Soul Phantom Fairy Tale Fox is coming. As expected, just as he was feeling a sense of danger, 5 bloodthirsty wolves suddenly rushed out from the other side of the forest. Their target is very clear. They are coming for Su Luo and the others. Only, they ignored a figure. That was the little Yuli pony that had been following Su Luo not far away and had been alert from beginning to end. How could it let them approach Su Luo so easily? The ice is spreading. The bloodthirsty wolf felt his feet slip while running, and when he moved again, his movements were blocked. This solid ice, which came from nowhere, spread directly to their feet. Don't let them move forward any further. At this time, Su Luo also saw the opportunity clearly. He didn't hesitate and directly stabbed with a rock. The stone spikes beneath the ground instantly pierced the 5 bloodthirsty wolves. It can be said that Su Luo and his little mare have a perfect match. One control, one output. But what surprised Su Luo was that these 5 bloodthirsty wolves were obviously dead. But the uneasy feeling lingering in his heart never dissipated. Why is that? Lolo, be careful. Suddenly, Nan Jiao's voice sounded. By the time Su Luo reacted, he found that he had been pushed out by Nan Jiao. Boom! Where Su Luo had just been, a fire suddenly exploded. It was completely reduced to a scorched earth. The powerful thrust caused him and Nan Jiao to fly a long distance before they landed. Fortunately, Su Luo reacted immediately and hugged her in his arms. He used his own body to withstand the aftermath of the explosion. This way, neither the man nor the beast would be hurt. Master, look up at the sky. The elemental spirit's voice sounded, and Su Luo subconsciously looked up at the sky. The next moment, he was stunned. There was a rare hint of emotion and surprise in his eyes. Wipe. Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird. She just showed up like that. This big guy was in the sky, looking at him with a dim gaze. Those eyes can emit flames. Damn it. Su Luo said, why can't I understand the source of this danger warning? So that's why. With this thing appearing, given his current strength, there is no point in giving a warning. When people are unlucky, even drinking water will get stuck in their teeth. Once something happens, it never stops, one after another. But at this point, it was no longer a matter of complaining that the system had not told him earlier. Su Luo took a look at the entrance to this small world, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He quickly opened his mouth and shouted to his beast, "Run in there." As he said this, Su Luo had already moved. At this time, he no longer cared about the behavior of humans and animals. He hugged Nan Jiao directly in front of her surprised gaze. To be exact, he should have hugged her like a princess and then ran towards the entrance to the small world. No time to explain. There was no time to explain my intentions to Nan Jiao. Su Luo only knew that if he wanted to escape the pursuit of the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird, entering this little world might be a solution. The Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird seemed to have seen through his intentions, and hundreds of huge fireballs suddenly appeared in the sky. It seemed that it was about to fall downwards. This horrifying scene made Su Luo step on his maximum speed, and he rushed into the entrance of the small world, holding Nan Jiao. Behind him were the elemental elves and the glass pony. They followed closely behind Su Luo, rushed into this small world together. Chapter 136, Small World? Where's this? The Shadow Forest. The previous camp of Nan Jiao and his group. The tent and other things are still there. There were also some luggage that Mu Xiaoxi and the others had not had time to pack. Where are they? Fu Ningxue frowned slightly, her pretty face full of confusion. She looked at Zhang Jinghan in front of her and asked. As soon as she came back here, she saw Zhang Jinghan looking around at a loss. Wandering. Nan Jiao and the others have disappeared. Some luggage and other things were placed here. I don't know. I didn't see them when I first came back. Zhang Jinghan was flustered and did not dare to meet Fu Ningxue's gaze. Then I was just about to go out to look for them, and you came back. She didn't lie. It was just a coincidence. When she just came back here and didn't see Nanjiao and the others, Zhang Jinghan felt a little panicked. After all, this is something that Dean Long Zhening has repeatedly instructed us to do. You have to keep an eye on them. What happened? Now, the person is gone. When you came back? Fu Ningxue frowned, as if she had heard something. Didn't I ask you to watch over them? Did you leave halfway? Knowing that she could no longer hide it, Zhang Jinghan nodded. I feel a little uncomfortable in my stomach, so. Stop talking, go find them right away, and make sure nothing happens to them. Fu Ningxue knew that now was not the time to hold anyone accountable. The most important thing was to find Nanjiao and the others. She was just about to summon her flying beast to soar into the sky. But the next moment she stopped. Because, through the faint trees, the sky ahead can be clearly seen, dyed red. A terrifying force of oppression swept over. A terrifying aura. Fu Ningxue felt it. Zhang Jinghan also felt it. This is the terrifying aura that only a fierce beast can emit. So, they all stopped what they were doing at once. This terrifying pressure and overwhelming momentum were naturally emitted by the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird. Just when Su Luo and his group completely disappeared at the entrance of the small world, hundreds of fireballs in the sky disappeared in an instant. The red sea of fire also calmed down. But the next moment, above the sky, the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird, which was big enough to cover a large forest and block out the sun, actually shrunk in size. Then, it was enveloped by crimson light. It is the transformation power of the ferocious beast. The Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird, enveloped in the light, slowly transformed into a tall and slim woman. She was wearing a fiery red dress and sitting on the ground. But it is extremely light and does not seem to be dragging. The red vertical hair falls to the waist. She has an extremely graceful figure, and just looking at her from the back is enough to make people fall in love with her. Can't see the face clearly, because on her face, she was wearing a mask that looked like a phoenix feather crown. So charming. They actually chose to jump into the small world. Isn't that like catching a turtle in a jar? The Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird spoke. It's the voice of a mature lady. Just now, she could have used her own level of suppression power to keep Su Luo. However, she did not choose to do that, but let him go. It's because she also wants to go into this small world and take a look. By the way, she would play a good game of cat and mouse with this guy who dared to threaten her. I am coming. After taking 2 looks at the entrance to the small world, the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird did not hesitate any longer and walked in, completely immersed in the space gate of this small world. As her figure disappeared, the entrance to this small world also disappeared. It was completely different from when Su Luo and the others disappeared before. 15 minutes later, Fu Ningxue and Zhang Jinghan appeared in this area. They both acted cautiously, because they knew very well that the terrifying force of oppression came from above this area. As for what kind of fierce beast it is, and what level of existence it is, that is not something Fu Ningxue and the others can snoop on. There are traces of fighting in here. Fu Ningxue looked at the burnt marks on the ground and the corpses of the bloodthirsty wolves, and spoke. Nanjiao and the others have stayed here before. As she spoke, she looked around and finally turned her gaze towards the calm lake. She knew that what girls loved most was cleanliness. It is definitely possible that something unexpected happened when I came here to take a shower. Moreover, judging from the traces of the wolves being killed at the scene, it was Nanjiao's beastmaster who used a skill. After all, the bloodthirsty wolf was pierced through the body by the rock spikes. Fu Ningxue is very familiar with this. Undoubtedly, she was 100% sure that Nanjiao and the others had definitely been here. The aura just now might be related to them. So what should we do now? Should we continue looking for them? Zhang Jinghan was also undecided for a moment. Although Nanjiao died right under their noses, Fu Ningxue was also responsible for this. But the main reason was because she promised to watch them and then walked away. Zhang Jinghan can still make this clear. This is also the reason why she is upset now. You go back to the camp and send out the beasts to look for it. I will lead the beasts to continue searching in the forest below. Fu Ningxue said this and pointed deeper into the forest. Okay. Zhang Jinghan didn't dare to say anything more and quickly turned around and left. After Fu Ningxue stayed still for a while, she summoned her beast and continued to walk deeper into the forest. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of noise echoed in my ears. Su Luo opened his eyes in a daze. Ding! Enter the small world of thunder. The system prompt sounded. Su Luo suddenly remembered that he had entered the small world with Nanjiao in his arms. Then, he felt his whole body being torn apart by an unknown force. Struggling in pain. When I opened my eyes again, it was like this. Without having time to look around, Su Luo quickly looked around. Where is Nanjiao? She wasn't with him. They were hugging each other tightly before, so why did they separate after coming here? Su Luo couldn't help but feel impatient. However, he still forced himself to calm down first. Also, the elemental spirits are not here either. Glass pony. Su Luo saw it. The little guy also fainted and was lying not far from him. His snow-white body was very obvious. When he saw it, Su Luo felt relieved a little. This means that the elemental spirits are probably also by Nanjiao's side. Then his main goal now is to find her. So before that, Su Luo felt that he should take a look at what kind of world this is. Chapter 137. Surprise. You can actually fly? Small world of thunder. The surrounding scorched earth mountains. It feels like seeing thousands of miles away. In this place, there is no green anywhere as far as the eye can see. It's all black soil. Moreover, the sky was pitch black, like the end of the world, terrifying and appalling. What is even more terrifying is that thunder keeps exploding in the sky, as if to shatter the darkness. It makes my scalp tingle. Su Luo only observed for a few seconds when several lightning bolts as big as bowls struck the mountain in front of him. Moment. The boulders fell and clouds of dust rose up. The thunder here is really thick and powerful. If you get hit by them accidentally, you'll probably be dead. Su Luo did not delay any longer, but quickly got up and walked towards the Liuli pony on the side. If he wanted to find Nanjiao and the elemental elves, he had to wake up this little guy first. After shaking the Liuli pony's body and face several times, Su Luo found that its eyes were still closed and it was unable to wake up. But he had felt it, and it was still alive. He glanced at the Liuli pony's closed eyes. Covered with those long eyelashes, the little guy is still a little cute. Su Luo glanced around and found that there was no water at all. Trying to use water to wake it up obviously doesn't work. You can't use urine, right? Then grab the bamboo shoots. Suddenly, Su Luo's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something. It's not easy without water. There is saliva. Damn it. Isn't he a beast now? Licking a horse shouldn't be a big deal, right? Thinking of this, Su Luo did not hesitate any longer and stretched out his tongue to lick the face of the Liuli pony, and licked it. The level of seriousness and speed was definitely much more than when he was dealing with Nanjiao. After all, the foal is a horse and doesn't need to be treated so gently. However, to be honest, Su Luo still felt quite comfortable. After all, the foal's body felt cold, just like a popsicle. The important thing is that this little guy is very clean and has no psychological burden. If time wasn't urgent, Su Luo would have felt that he was a little too excited. As expected, under Su Luo's strong tongue, the Liuli pony finally responded. Its body trembled, and it slowly opened its eyes. What caught my eye was Su Luo's big tongue. The Liuli pony was stunned. Just at the moment when it was in a daze, Su Luo bit it with his tongue again. It's all wet. Liuli pony felt that his face was covered with water stains. But it was clearly saliva, because it saw it with its own eyes. Are you awake? Seeing it wake up, Su Luo finally stopped his actions. After all, he wasn't that perverted, nor did he have any bad habits. If you continue to speak so insultingly, it's going too far. Ahem. You, what are you doing to me? The little Liuli pony's crystal clear skin was lightly blushed, and she asked shyly. When it opened its eyes, it saw Su Luo treating it like this. If it were an ordinary beast, it would be fine. They are not very intelligent and do not have such strong feelings. But Liuli pony is different. Its racial bloodline has determined that it is not an ordinary beast. So, its first reaction is shyness. To wake you up, of course. Su Luo spoke carelessly. He didn't feel anything at all. Isn't this normal? Just a lick. Hurry up and get up. We still have to go find them. We don't have time to waste here. He urged. Okay. The Liuli pony didn't think twice and struggled to stand up. Boom. At this time, another flash of lightning appeared. A bolt of lightning struck the mountain in front of Su Luo. At this moment, the Liuli pony shrank slightly. A little scared? It's just that Su Luo didn't look at it and didn't notice it. After gritting his teeth, the Liuli pony stood up again. The thunder is getting more and more intense. We must find them quickly. Besides, I don't know if there are any ferocious beasts in this damn place. Before Su Luo finished speaking, a bird chirped from behind the mountain wall. Cri. A giant eagle wrapped in the power of thunder appeared beside him. It has black feathers, and its eyes are sharp and fierce. The giant claw was like an iron hook, emitting a cold light in the air. With a wingspan of 4 meters, he looks like a fierce character. Golden Hook Thunder Eagle. A 5th-level advanced ferocious beast. The moment I saw Su Luo and Liuli the pony, the big guy didn't hesitate at all, and a bolt of lightning swept down. A thick and strong lightning struck, and Su Luo reacted quickly to knock the Liuli pony away. The two beasts fell to the side together and barely managed to avoid the lightning. But the Golden Hook Thunder Eagle obviously didn't want to give them time to react, so it flapped its wings and chose to dive. The giant claw with a cold glow was about to fall. Let's get this done quickly. Su Luo threw down a sentence, and his body suddenly leaped to the side, throwing a vortex of fire over. The red-gold flames are extremely powerful. The Golden Hook Thunder Eagle was forced to change direction, but it overlooked the fact that it had an opponent. The power of ice spreads in the sky. The temperature in the sky suddenly dropped, and a blizzard suddenly began to fall. The wings of the Golden Hook Thunder Eagle were actually covered with frost, which greatly weakened its flying power. And Su Luo was very decisive at this time and chose the flame vortex again. Direct hit. The Golden Hook Thunder Eagle capsized in the Ingo ditch, and the hair on its wings was burned to a charred black, emitting a bitter and smelly smell. And its body, at this moment, fell downwards. Su Luo has decided not to give it a chance to resist, so he rushed forward. Then jump high? A strike of the black flame sharp claw swept across the eagle's chest. Blood gushed out instantly. The Golden Hook Thunder Eagle fell heavily to the ground. However, the wait is not over yet. Sharp streaks of ice suddenly fell from the sky. Puff! One by one, they were inserted into the body of the Golden Hook Thunder Eagle. Perfect attack. With the almost seamless and perfect cooperation between Su Luo and Lioli Pony, the ferocious beast was defeated. It seems that there are still ferocious beasts here. Su Luo frowned, then stretched out his claws and dug at the corpse under his feet. It's normal to have ferocious beasts in a place like this. The Lioli Pony also came over and spoke. It glanced at Su Luo and could still see the word anxiety on his handsome dog face. It's not stupid, so it naturally knows the reason. Let's go find them. It spoke again. Although flying in a place like this is dangerous, it's still better to be able to fly if you want to find someone. We can find them faster, too. Su Luo pursed his lips and planned to check the flying skills in his system panel. Although he had seen it, this thing was very expensive. But maybe there are other alternative solutions? Flight. The Lioli Pony murmured at this time, and suddenly looked up at the lightning flashing in the sky. There was a hint of fear in its eyes. But then it looked at Su Luo again, as if it felt his inner anxiety. Think about it. The Lioli Pony concealed the fear in his eyes, which turned into determination in an instant. It gritted its teeth and said, I can fly. What? Su Luo looked up at it in disbelief. Did he hear it right? Can the Lioli Pony fly now? Doesn't it require adulthood? He remembered that this was how it was introduced in the system. Only after reaching adulthood can the Lioli Pony develop the ability to fly. Why is that? I can fly. After the glazed pony finished speaking, a snow-white light emanated from its entire body, looking extremely holy. The small fleshy wings on both sides of its back grew up in an instant. Puff, puff, puff. It kept beating the air, making bursts of noise. In Su Luo's eyes, the wings of the Lioli Pony actually grew bigger and opened. The wingspan is more than 2 meters. Now it is like a proud Pegasus, flapping its wings and leaping forward. The Lioli Pony stepped hard and actually took off, circling above Su Luo's head. Of course, this little guy actually already had such ability. Su Luo was stunned, but it seems not so familiar. The flight was a bit bumpy and not very smooth. At least that's how Su Luo felt. Somewhat weird. After demonstrating that he could really fly, the Lioli Pony finally landed in front of Su Luo. Well, do you believe it? Not bad, really good. Su Luo quickly praised him. The latter was also a little proud and raised his little head like a proud little girl. When it was flying in the air just now, its heart was also pounding. Not because it's afraid of flying. Rather, because it is afraid of lightning. Fortunately, I finally overcame some of it. Can I ride it? Su Luo asked at this time. After a moment of silence, the Lioli Pony finally responded softly. To be honest, it is a horse, but it really doesn't like being ridden. Its resistance can be seen when the elemental elf wants to ride it. However, the situation is urgent now, and Lioli Pony doesn't want to think too much. Okay. After getting the promise, Su Luo did not hesitate. He suddenly leaped like a fierce dog and came from behind, raised his paws high, and lay on the back of the Lioli Pony. The latter was not prepared at all and didn't understand why he had to go up like this. Another thing was that Su Luo's strength was too great, causing the Lioli Pony to fall to the ground all of a sudden. Su Luo. Damn it. He just wanted to get on from behind and show off his skills, so he shrunk his body and rode on top perfectly. But ideals are full and reality is skinny. This is so embarrassing. Put the pony down. What a sin. The key is this posture. It's over. Oh no, this is unspeakable. Lioli Little Pony. It never expected that Su Luo would play such a trick. Its horse face turned red. It feels weird. Chapter 138, Shock. Black egg struck by lightning. No matter how bumpy the road ahead is. But it would be nice to walk twice more. Look, after some embarrassing attempts, Su Luo finally set off riding on the Lioli pony. He shrank down to the size of a human, clinging to its body, skin, and hair. Just galloping in the sky. Lioli, the little pony, might not be used to having a beast on his back at first. But I gradually got used to it later. Flying is no problem at all. To be honest, Su Luo was still somewhat addicted to the pleasure of riding the glass pony and galloping across the sky. Therefore, he decided that he really needed to work on his flying skills. Let's see if he can fly in the future. After all, he had tried flying with two beasts at once, so he wanted to try the feeling of flying solo. Maybe when the Lioli pony grows up, he can also ask Ninjayo to come along and try out the feeling of flying. It should be pretty good and warm. Su Luo thought about it, and was actually a little bit looking forward to it. While Su Luo was daydreaming, he suddenly felt the pony under his crotch trembling a little. And just in front, a thunder sounded. The reaction was almost simultaneous. Moreover, according to Su Luo's observation, this situation should have happened many times. After all, he was shocked by the Lioli pony several times and almost fell down. Are you afraid of lightning? Su Luo asked at this time. The Lioli pony didn't answer immediately, but after a while, he still responded softly. Don't worry. Su Luo stretched out his paw, patted its back maturely, and said, even if this thunder strikes, it will only hit me and will not hurt you. Just fly, I promise you won't get hurt. Flying in such an environment, even Su Luo himself felt a little creepy. It is normal for a foal to be afraid. No. The Lioli pony nodded, flapped its wings once again, and flew forward. Speed up the search. I don't know if it's because of Su Luo's promise. It flies much more steadily than before. When I encounter thunder and lightning, I am no longer afraid, and my body does not tremble violently. It's also the small world of thunder. I don't know where. The classic voice of the elemental spirits sounded. Its tiny arms kept shaking its master's owner, trying to wake her up. Just as Su Luo thought, Nanjiao and the elemental elf were together, one man and one beast. Moreover, the elemental elves have been awake for some time. Nanjiao hasn't woken up yet, and the little guy is getting anxious. It wants to find its owner quickly. But I know I can't let go of the human in front of me. After all, she is someone its owner cares about. Therefore, the elemental spirits have been stationed here. Hua. Finally, I couldn't bear it anymore. A small water ball condensed in the elemental elf's hand and fell on Nanjiao's face. The cool stimulation made her open her eyes suddenly. This is... Nanjiao looked at the sky in front of her, the lightning flashing continuously. She was also stunned. The body shook and felt painful, as if the bones had been hit. But her first reaction was to touch her side. Only. It's empty, nothing there. Lolo. The girl suddenly looked around. She found herself lying on a patch of black soil, which was scorching hot underneath. However, Su Luo's figure disappeared. There's nothing around. There isn't even a patch of green grass. Even the Lioli pony that came in with them was not seen. Elemental spirits, have you seen them? With a panic in her heart, Nanjiao couldn't help but grab the elemental elf in front of her and said anxiously, I don't know. The elemental elf quickly shook his head to express his ignorance. At the same time, he also tried to break free from Nanjiao's control. I'm sorry. As if she knew that she was too impatient and hurt the elemental elf, Nanjiao quickly apologized. Fortunately, this little thing is also considerate, afraid of Su Luo. So when Nanjiao treated it like this, its reaction was not very intense. On the contrary, it made a bitter face, flapped its wings, and flew back into the air. This is a small world. Does it belong to the world of thunder? Nanjiao doesn't have a system, but she is full of knowledge. So, I soon came up with my own guesses. No, we have to start looking for it quickly. Lolo, Lu Zixin, and the others might be in here too. Thinking of Su Luo, Nanjiao seemed to be suddenly excited and quickly got up from the ground. I just want to move forward. Aya, look over there. The elemental elf suddenly stood in front of her and pointed behind her, signaling her to look back. Nanjiao looked back and was also frightened, because in the back, the black eggs and backpack she had been carrying were now scattered on the ground. There is nothing in the backpack. The key is the black egg. The eggshell on its surface is actually cracked. Although it has been determined that this black egg is a dead egg. However, this thing is something Su Luo has always cherished, so Nanjiao naturally loves it as well. She hurried forward to check out the black egg. Yeah. As soon as she touched the surface of the eggshell, Nanjiao let out a soft cry and retracted her hand. Looking again, a faint black mark appeared on her fingertips. This black egg actually has electricity. Why did it suddenly become so weird? Nan Jiao's heart was also full of doubts. She looked up at the sky. There were flashes of lightning and roars in the sky. But what does this black egg have to do with it? Could it be that this thing can conduct electricity? Nan Jiao thought about it and decided to wrap the black egg in the clothes in her backpack and take it with her. It cracked though, but we can't just abandon it like this, can we? This is something Su Luo cherishes. But Haydn didn't give me any chance. The next moment, it started rolling right in front of Nan Jiao. It really rolls. It rolled to the side very cleverly. It's like being alive. Boom. At this time, there was a sound of thunder in the sky. Nan Jiao's heart was shaken, and she immediately rolled to the side. Immediately, a bolt of lightning struck down heavily. The place where it hit was exactly where Nan Jiao had just been, but she had no time to rejoice. The second strike of lightning from the sky came. Only, this time its target is not Nanja Pomelo, but a black egg. Boom! Nan Jiao didn't have time to react before Haydn was hit by lightning. Suddenly, gravel is flying. The dust is rising. Nan Jiao seemed to be grabbed violently. The black egg that she cherished so much was struck by lightning right in front of her. And that level of thunder, I'm afraid. The black eggs have all turned to ashes, right? A sense of guilt rose from the bottom of Nan Jiao's heart. Chapter 139, Thunder Absorption. Eagle's Attack. Before Nan Jiao's guilt could gather, the dust has cleared. She suddenly realized that the black egg was okay. It was not reduced to ashes, but remained in place. But there seems to be an extra crack on the eggshell. Nan Jiao let out a sigh of relief. If it was just one more crack, that would be better. She quickly got up from the ground and wanted to move forward to hug Haydn. However, at this moment, the elemental elves suddenly blocked her way. She kept shouting, "Ah," and not letting her move forward. Boom! At the same time, another bolt of lightning struck from the sky. It hit the black egg again. Nan Jiao finally understood why the elemental elves stopped her. It seems that she was so happy that Haydn was fine that she forgot about the danger. She had just felt a little relieved, but now her mood became heavy again because of this thunder. However, the heavier things are still to come. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Above the sky, lightning flashes continuously. Thunder continued to fall. Every time it hit the black egg accurately. Each time it becomes more ferocious, terrifying, and violent than the last. Nan Jiao was stunned. This is totally a lightning rod. Specially designed to be struck by lightning, right? Moreover, it was not enough to chop once, but he chopped many times in a row. So fierce every time. Even if Nan Jiao really wanted to protect it, she couldn't find a chance. In other words, the thunder didn't even give her a chance. Cri. Just as she was wondering why Haydn suddenly became like this, she heard a terrifying bird cry. Nan Jiao suddenly became alert. She and the elemental spirit looked back almost at the same time. Next moment, both the man and the beast were stunned. Because, behind them, a dense group of giant eagles had appeared without anyone noticing. There are hundreds of them. If Su Luo were here, he should be able to see that this was the golden hook thunder eagle that had attacked him. Only, different from the one he encountered before. There are hundreds of them densely packed here. Like a dark cloud. The murderous aura is overwhelming. Almost instantly, the few hairs on Nan Jiao's body stood up. For no other reason. It's purely a sense of alertness to danger. And a sense of fear. With her current strength, Nan Jiao is capable of dealing with this golden hook thunder eagle. Even if she can't fly, she has the confidence to defeat it. But when they come in a group, when there were hundreds of them, just looking at them made people despair. You're hitting it with a hammer. You can't beat them at all, okay? So, there is no way she wouldn't be afraid. However, while she was afraid, she also immediately reacted to fight. The green light on her body flashed, and the beast's soul armor had been activated by her. Cri. The irritable golden hook thunder eagle has a temper just like its attributes. The ones in front couldn't help themselves and blasted towards Nan Jiao and the elemental elves with a bolt of lightning. It was as powerful as thunder. However, Nan Jiao's reaction was not slow either. She took advantage of her light body and dodged the thunder repeatedly. Not to mention the elemental elves. It is so small, so it is a small target. Moreover, it has wings, so it is not easy for the thunder to hit it. Only, the attack of this golden hook thunder eagle has just begun. How could they just let it go like this? Look, 10 consecutive thunderbolts are falling. Nan Jiao and the elemental elves below can only defend and escape passively. Not to mention any counterattack. Boom! While running, Nan Jiao caught a glimpse of a thick, strong lightning in front of her. How could she care about what was ahead when she was running away and hiding? No, He was blown aside by the aftermath of the lightning. It hit the edge of a stone. But even so, the attacks from the Golden Hook Thunder Eagle in the sky still continued. What awaited Nanjiao was the next lightning strike. But she had already been prepared, and green light immediately lit up on her body. This beast's soul armor was like an afterimage of armor, and it instantly wrapped her up inside. Boom! Thunder strikes. Fine. As expected of a green beast soul armor, the defensive power is good enough. Nanjiao was not hurt. I just felt a slight vibration in my body. However, what made her feel a little desperate was that the Golden Hook Thunder Eagle seemed to have realized something at this moment. They actually know how to concentrate their strength and attack one point. Not it. Dozens of thunder forces have begun to condense in the sky. Such a huge momentum. The wind around was whistling loudly. A lot of encouragement for this momentum. Moreover, Nanjiao could feel that this power was enveloping her. Even if you run, you can't escape. Not far away, the elemental elves were also panicking. That's its master's master. How will it report if it fails? If something really happened to Nanjiao, it couldn't imagine how its owner would treat it. Thinking of this, the elemental spirit did not hesitate and wanted to rush to Nanjiao's side to protect her. But it's too late. CRI. CRI re. The cry of an irritable eagle was heard, and the violent force of thunder was already falling downwards. The goal is very clear. It's that figure. Are you desperate? Nanjiao is also desperate. However, she is definitely not someone who will just accept her fate. She stood up at the first possible moment, looking straight at the sky, with no fear on her face. At this moment, she desperately urged the power of the star veins in her body. His whole body was shining with golden light, like a saint. The green armor on her body became more solid. She has to choose to dodge at the last moment when the lightning is about to strike. This is her only chance to survive. A fixed gaze. The time is now. Nanjiao gritted her teeth. She subconsciously leaped forward. However, an accident happened. Or say, what she did was unnecessary. Because at this moment, she had always been worried about Haydn, and she didn't know what he had eaten, or if he had taken a shot of chicken blood. It suddenly flew up from the ground and appeared in the sky. Boom, boom. Moment. The power of thunder coming from the group of Golden Hook Thunder Eagles, along with the terrifying thunder that crashed down from the sky. All of it poured into Haydn's body. It was like a hungry bird, madly devouring the power of thunder. It is also because of it that Nanjiao is safe and sound. She stared blankly at the black eggs suspended in the sky. What's going on? What does this mean? Eggs, can they fly? Can he even fly up and help her offset the lightning? Just when Nanjiao was puzzled, the power of thunder in the sky disappeared. Everything was absorbed into the black egg, and it was still safe and sound. In fact, upon closer inspection, it seems that the eggshell has become much shinier. It looks more vibrant. It's still floating. It's so unreasonable. No logic required. It was in the form of an egg, floating in the air. Chapter 140 Black Egg shows his power. Moonshadow comes. Boom. There was a loud bang. A fourth-level advanced Thunder Wolf was knocked away and hit a rock on the side. The one who did all this was a girl and her leopard-shaped beast. It was Moonshadow and her thunder leopard. Her body was covered in mud and dirt. Upon closer inspection, there were streaks of blood on the skin, along with some traces of blood. I don't know whether it belongs to the ferocious beast or herself. Looking at the thunder leopard, it also looks miserable. His body was covered in blood, with many wounds of varying sizes. The hair was blown up, and there were burn marks all over it. In the forest before, after fighting with the bloodthirsty wolf, Moonshadow and the other two finally found a chance to escape. However, the wolves were chasing them from behind. The three of them had no choice but to flee towards the lake. They originally planned to jump into the lake to avoid being chased by the bloodthirsty wolf. But I found the entrance to the small world by the lake. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. Being forced into this situation, Moonshadow and the other two had no choice but to jump into this small world all at once. Then, when she opened her eyes, she found herself in a world full of thunder. Looking at Lu Zixin and Meng Jingran again, they had disappeared. Afterwards, Moonshadow was attacked by the Thunder Wolf again. Moreover, we were attacked by them one after another. The only thing to be thankful for is that they don't come all at once. Instead, they came one by one, just like the Calabash brothers saving their grandfather. So with the combined efforts of Thunder Leopard and Moonshadow, they finally resolved the crises before them time and time again, very reluctantly and tragically. Suddenly, Moonshadow seemed to have noticed something. I looked up at the sky halfway up the mountain. There were actually many eagle-shaped beasts gathered. Moreover, the roar of thunder can be heard faintly. It seems like a battle has taken place. Could it be Lu Zixin and the others? An idea came to Mu Xiaoxi's mind. No, I have to go check it out. She gritted her teeth. There are indeed quite a few ferocious beasts in the sky, and they look extremely dangerous. However, if she didn't go up and take a look, Mu Xiaoxi would feel even more uneasy. What if it really is Lu Zixin and the others? Let's be careful and try to see. Mu Xiaoxi said this, bending down and touching her thunder leopard. Roar. The latter had many wounds on his body, but he still nodded, indicating that it was okay. Above the sky, that group of golden hook thunder eagles could never have imagined that the terrifying thunder power they had gathered had actually been absorbed. Moreover, it was absorbed by an egg. When have they ever encountered such a situation? It's just weird, okay? However, these beasts are not very intelligent. They will just think that the energy used is not large enough. After all, not all the golden hook thunder eagles used their skills together just now. CRI re. CRI re. The crazy cries resounded throughout the sky. It makes people tremble with fear and dread. These golden hook thunder eagles are obviously communicating to use more powerful force to attack. The power of thunder once again gathered in the sky. This time, all the golden hook thunder eagles used their strength together. Thunder flashes in the sky. The black sky was illuminated as bright as day. Such a scene also made Nanjiao below feel a sense of horror from the bottom of her heart. Not to mention her, even the elemental elves had their faces twisted together. Are these big guys crazy? If all of their energy were released at once, the mountains below might be flattened. However, the golden hook thunder eagle didn't even think about it, because their attack has already landed. Boom! Crackle! In an instant, hundreds of thunder forces blasted towards Nanjiao and the others. Earth-shaking. But the black egg in front remains motionless, or it was quietly suspended in the sky. The power of thunder that was falling down, when it was about to pass over its body, strangely went in its direction. The black egg once again became a lightning rod, drawing all the power of thunder to itself. The sound of sizzling continued to ring. The black egg was like a greedy child, constantly sucking and licking this terrifying thunder power, until the power of thunder is gone. Above the sky, a brief peace was restored once again. The faces of the golden hook thunder eagles all changed. What kind of weird thing is this? Thunder and lightning can't do anything with it. Fear. Nanjiao opened her little mouth. The shock in her heart was even greater than that of the group of golden hook thunder eagles. After all, as a beastmaster, she understood the frenzy of the lightning element very well. Many times, beasts with thunder attributes are at the top of the food chain and are like dominant beings. However, this black egg was struck by lightning in this way, but was not hurt at all. Not only that, the surface of the eggshell seems to be a lot brighter. This is amazing. But the more amazing things are yet to come. Ring, ring. Crisp sound. It was emitted by the black egg. It spoke. Ring, ring, ring. There was another clear shout, very pleasant to the ear. Nanjiao is not sure what it wants to express. However, you can hear the excitement in its voice. Could it be? This black egg is about to hatch. As soon as this thought came to mind, the power of thunder suddenly began to appear around the black egg in the air. Lightning kept gathering around it. Immediately, the power of thunder became more and more violent. Haydn, are you going to attack back with the power of thunder? This thought emerged in Nanjiao's mind. However, the next moment, Haydn confirmed it to her. It was really like that. Boom. Before, how much thunder power had the black egg been subjected to? At this moment, how much thunder power has gathered in the sky? Moreover, it looks even more violent. The group of golden hook thunder eagles seemed to sense it, and they moved, trying to flee in all directions. But there is no chance anymore. The power of thunder enveloped them, and the terrifying force burst out in an instant. The sky and the earth changed color. The sky seemed to be torn apart. Screams continued to fill the area. The golden hook thunder eagles will suffer the backlash, depending on how they use their power. It was hard to imagine that they were also good at controlling lightning, but at this moment, they were being attacked by lightning. Tortured. Tortured. Jiao. Just as Nanjiao was shocked by Haydn's display of power, a voice rang out. She turned her head and looked with surprise. Xiaoxi. Unexpectedly, the two sisters met in such a situation. Mu Xiaoxi didn't expect that the person she saw when she came here was actually Nanjiao. At this moment, she felt as if she was relieved. She hurried forward. Now, the lightning in the sky has dissipated. The golden hook thunder eagle with the lightning attribute was taught a lesson by its own attribute. Many golden hook thunder eagles are now falling downwards. Their entire bodies felt numb, and many of their feathers were burnt black. Some even had their skin torn and blood flowing. It was horrifying to look at. But there are still some who are struggling in the sky and are unwilling to accept their fate. Most of them were aroused by their inner anger and wanted revenge. What just happened? The Golden Hook Thunder Eagle was attacked by the thunder power of the Black Egg. Mu Xiaoxi naturally saw this scene. She was also shocked. However, what she couldn't understand was why this Black Egg was like this. Besides, I don't seem to see Lolo next to Nanjiao. I don't know either. Luo's black eggs are good, weird. After thinking about it, I still can't find a reasonable adjective. Nanjiao can only be described as weird. Careful. As soon as Nanjiao finished speaking, her figure suddenly flew forward. Without any hesitation. Because, after releasing the power of thunder, the black egg in the air suddenly lost its power. At this moment, it is falling downwards. Although its previous performance was amazing, it cannot be judged by common sense. But Nanjiao was subconsciously afraid that it would break, so she rushed up immediately. She didn't care whether the black egg had the power of lightning or not. She pounced and caught it steadily in her hand. She herself slid for a long distance before finally stopping. If Su Luo were here, he would definitely be heartbroken seeing this scene. Damn it, what if this gets flattened? Will he be able to play happily in the place where Su Luo sleeps in the future? Jiao, be careful. But before Nanjiao could be glad that Haiden was not struck by lightning, Mu Xiaoxi's scream rang in her ears. Turn out to be. The Golden Hook Thunder Eagle in the sky saw the black egg falling and knew that it was doomed and had become weak. If you don't take revenge now, when will you wait? These beasts still have some brains. Look, it swooped down directly, stretched out its claws, and found Nanjiao. Call out. A water arrow shot out from the side, forcing a Golden Hook Thunder Eagle to retreat. It's an elemental elf. This little guy hasn't forgotten what his master often tells him to do. However, there are far more than one Golden Hook Thunder Eagle. Although they were injured, there were still more than 20 of them sparsely scattered in the sky. At this moment, everyone launched an attack. Nanjiao had just left the battle and immediately became infected with hatred. Bang! The Thunder Leopard knocked a Golden Hook Thunder Eagle away. It also received an order from its master and stepped forward to help. There are many wounds of varying sizes on the Thunder Leopard's body now. However, after the previous battle, its ferocity was completely aroused. As long as you fight to the death, keep fighting. This is their mission to tame beasts. So, at this moment, the Thunder Leopard transformed into the Thunder God of War. It constantly used its body and claws to attack the beasts that swooped down and wanted to hurt Nanjiao and Mu Xiaoxi. Chapter 141. Coming again. Conjecture of the Small World. Puff. The edge flashed. The lightning dagger in Nanjiao's hand directly pierced through the throat of a Golden Hook Lightning War Eagle. The spurting blood instantly fell on her body. Looks a bit seductive, but she couldn't care about these things at this time. Continuing forward, he faced the attack of another ferocious beast. The Golden Hook Thunder Eagle had obviously suffered considerable damage after being attacked by the thunder power of the Black Egg. Therefore, when their fighting power is greatly reduced, Nanjiao and the others must fight their way out. Otherwise, when these guys come back, they will be in danger. Therefore, she did not hesitate at all when she raised her knife and swung it. Mu Xiaoxi, who was standing next to him, was also a little surprised. She always thought that Nanjiao was a person with a soft personality and would definitely hesitate when facing a battle with a ferocious beast. But she was wrong. Nanjiao fought much more decisively than the others. No way. This is the way to survive in this world. You can have good intentions, but you must also be ruthless. Thinking of this, Mu Xiaoxi also endured the pain and threw herself back into the battle. These Golden Hook Thunder Eagles are just the spent force of their own accord, fighting purely out of savagery. So, she was still able to deal with it. With the cooperation of the 2 men and 2 beasts, some of the more than 20 Golden Hook Thunder Eagles ran away, and some were actually killed. The sky suddenly became much clearer. Only occasionally there was thunder and lightning. Phew, I'm so tired. Mu Xiaoxi leaned against a black stone, her chest heaving up and down as she gasped for breath. Nanjiao also retracted her lightning dagger and sat next to her. Jiao, did Luo separate from you when he came in? Mu Xiaoxi thought of the question she had always wanted to ask. Ever since Nanjiao had Su Luo, the man and the beast have almost never been separated. So she couldn't help but ask. Yes, when I came in here, there were only elemental spirits around me. Nanjiao said this and glanced at the black egg next to him. And elemental elves. The black egg returned to its previous appearance, without any signs of cracks, as if it had been repaired. It's amazing. Same here. Zixin and Jingran were also separated from me. I didn't see them when I woke up. Looks like I have to go find Luo and the others. Nanjiao said something. It's a bit hopeless. Mu Xiaoxi said as she glanced at the endless mountains ahead. We don't know how big this little world is. If we keep walking like this, we don't know when we will be able to get out. Not to mention finding them. What she said does make sense. After all, the thunder leopard cannot be ridden now, and it would be really hopeless if they had to rely on their feet alone. So, this is the pain of low-level beast masters. For those who are high-level, they can ride a flying beast, so traveling is a piece of cake, right? When it comes to them, it is a hopeless thing. This is a small elemental world. Nanjiao spoke at this time. Elemental small world. Mu Xiaoxi obviously didn't quite understand what she meant. That's right. Nanjiao nodded. She actually wanted to say it just now. But there's no one around, and the fight is still going on. Who can I talk to? Now that Mu Xiaoxi is here, she can express her own ideas. I have seen records of various small worlds in ancient books, and this type of small world is one of them. Nanjiao said, looking at the lightning flashing in the sky, and continued. This small elemental world looks very big, but it's actually not that big. Also, I heard that once the time comes, we may enter the next elemental world. The next elemental world? Mu Xiaoxi was really confused after hearing this and couldn't react at first. That is to say, this small world belongs to the power of thunder, and the fierce beasts in it all have thunder attributes. As time goes by, we may reach another world of elemental energy, fire, or water. Nanjiao gave the following example. Mu Xiaoxi understood a lot now. You mean, there are many small worlds like this? That's right. Nanjiao nodded. Moreover, Luo, Zxian, Jing Ran, and the others might be in small worlds with other attributes. Can it still be like this? Mu Xiaoxi touched her dirty nose. This is the first time I've heard something like this. I also saw it in the classics. Nanjiao explained. She was indeed not lying. The situation in this small world was exactly the same as what she had seen in the classics. In other words, this small world is actually divided into many pieces. They just happen to fall into the area of thunder attribute. In other aspects, there are fire attributes, steel attributes, water attributes, etc. A small world with several attributes. So what do we do now? After thinking for a while, Mu Xiaoxi asked, should we go look for them later, or wait to enter the next attribute world? Go find it. Nanjiao answered without hesitation. Because you don't know when you will enter the next small world of attributes. Besides, this place is so dangerous. It's safer to be with more people. Okay. Mu Xiaoxi thought about it, and felt that this was true. If I don't go look for him, what if something unexpected happens? Cri. Just as they were resting and talking, the sound of crying was heard again from the sky. Moreover, it made exactly the same sound as the previous Golden Hook Thunder Eagle. Almost subconsciously, Nanjiao and Mu Xiaoxi looked in the direction of the sound. Not only them. The same goes for elemental elves and thunder leopards. Above the sky, a giant eagle appeared. Its size is much larger than the previous Golden Hook Thunder Hawk. It should be about twice as much. The spread wings were 7 or 8 meters wide. Its eyes are sharp and pierce straight into the heart. Even from a distance of several hundred meters, Nanjiao could already feel its terror and power. Golden Hook Thunder Eagle King. Mu Xiaoxi pursed her lips and said the name. That's right. The one who came was the boss of Golden Hook Thunder Eagle. Golden Hook Thunder Eagle King. This little brother is not good enough. The big brother must take action. In the world of fierce beasts, it is like this. The races are just fighting for each other's breath. Level 6, Advanced Strength. Nanjiao also said something. This should be the most terrifying beast they have encountered so far. Of course, apart from the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird and the like. Chapter 142, Su Luo is here. Fuck you. Boom. A flash of lightning. Nanjiao fell to the side fiercely. The place where she was just now has now turned into a scorched earth. The rubble crumbles. This Golden Hook Thunder Eagle King is really ferocious. They start fighting right away, and they get into a fight as soon as they disagree with each other, without any mercy. Moreover, judging from its appearance, it would not be very pleasant to use thunder attacks. He also swooped down and used his powerful hooks to try to cause harm to Nanjiao and Mu Xiaoxi. Under the attack of the Golden Hook Thunder Eagle King, Nanjiao and the other person could only flee desperately. There is no chance to fight back at all. In other words, they are not qualified to fight back at all. Even Nanjiao, the Xianmai beast tamer, couldn't do anything about it, let alone Mu Xiaoxi. The situation took a turn for the worse. The situation, which was very good just now, suddenly became ugly. Bang! The giant claws of the Golden Hook Thunder Eagle fiercely grabbed onto Nanjiao's body. Fortunately, the beast soul armor on her body immediately activated its defensive function, successfully blocked this fierce and powerful attack. But even so, Nanjiao still fell heavily forward under the huge force. Boom! The azure water column fell directly on the body of the Golden Hook Thunder Eagle King. It's the attack of elemental elves. However, this attack did not receive a response from the Golden Hook Thunder Eagle King. Its hatred value seems to be locked on Nanjiao. Little mare, hurry up! Su Luo's urgent voice came. Above the sky, a white figure was galloping. It's Su Luo and Lioli the pony. After flying in the sky for a long time, he finally felt that he was about to gain something. Because Su Luo saw from afar the huge eagle shadow that kept flashing in front of him and attacking downwards. Although I don't know if it's humans and giant eagles fighting. But Su Luo still couldn't help urging the Lioli pony under his crotch to go faster. The Lioli pony obviously noticed what Su Luo called it. A filly? Little wooden horse? It can't tell the difference. However, it knew that now was not the time to dwell on these things. Instead, it flapped its wings violently and flew forward. In fact, the little Lioli pony was also very tired. After all, he had been flying for so long. But there is no way. Who made the beast on its back anxious? It can only grit its teeth and persevere. As his sight got closer, Su Luo finally saw clearly who was on the top of the mountain. Mu Xiaoxi, Nanjia Pomelo. It was them. What made Su Luo even more angry was the Golden Hook Thunder Eagle King seemed to be crazy, attacking Nanjiao desperately. However, this girl is also very competitive. The strength is obviously not equal. But she actually took advantage of the giant eagle's mistake and used the lightning dagger to slash the opponent's body, leaving scars. The wings of the Golden Hook Thunder Eagle King were instantly stained red with blood. And this invisible force also further stimulates its wildness. Its attack became more fierce and brutal. It even ignored the attacks from the Thunder Leopard and Elemental Elves. I just want to get Nanjiao. Quick! Su Luo patted the Lioli pony under his crotch and continued to urge it. There was already a hint of impatience in his voice. The Lioli pony did not dare to delay, and with silver light flashing on its body, it quickly urged its strength. Bang! Resist with the lightning dagger. Nanjiao once again blocked the attack of the Golden Hook Thunder Eagle King. But she herself also fell heavily on a stone. A trace of blood could not help but flow out from the corner of his mouth. For a beastmaster of her level, she had done well enough. Even when fighting against a monster of the same level as the Golden Hook Thunder Eagle King, he was able to deal with it for so long. Look, Mu Xiaoxi had already lost her ability to fight after being hit by the Golden Hook Thunder Eagle King. He was leaning against a rock, gasping for breath. It's not her fault. But the beast's attack was like a sledgehammer hitting her. Very scary. You know, Mu Xiaoxi was wearing yellow beast soul armor. Although it is one level lower than Nanjiao, it is also very good. This is the situation. She still has this feeling after being attacked. One can imagine how terrifying this Golden Hook Thunder Eagle King is. Ferocious beasts of the same level are no match for it. Because it is the king of this class. Jiao, stand up quickly. Mu Xiaoxi's screams echoed halfway up the mountain. Her face was extremely pale. Because Nanjiao is in danger. After the Golden Hook Thunder Eagle King severely injured her, he still wanted to take advantage of the victory to pursue and completely wipe her out. Not it. The beast was flapping its wings, its claws like iron hooks carrying the power of thunder that penetrated everything. It went towards Nanjiao. Unstoppable. Even the fast elemental elves and thunder leopards can't stop them. Nanjiao struggled to stand up and defend herself. But it's no use. Whether she is defending or attacking now, as long as her strength cannot break through the Golden Hook Thunder Eagle, the only fate she will face is death. It can be said that the outcome has been decided, the winner has been determined, and there is no hope in struggling. Nanjiao seemed to smell the breath of death. But this time she didn't close her eyes. But open your eyes. Because she remembered that the last time she was attacked by a bloodthirsty python, it was Su Luo who saved her from death. She closed her eyes that time, so she didn't see the scene of him descending from the sky like a god. Therefore, I missed a lot of things. Although he won't appear again this time. Miracles will never happen again. But Nanjiao wanted to see more of this world. At least, take another look. The edge is coming. The storm brought by the giant claws of the Golden Hook Thunder Eagle King was so severe that it hurt her face. But not far away. Mu Xiaoxi suddenly opened her mouth wide. It was like seeing something incredible, unbelievable. Her face was full of shock. Soon, this shock suddenly turned into ecstasy. It was like a desperate person who suddenly grabbed a life-saving straw. I see hope. I can't help but feel like tears welling up in my eyes. Ah! A roar came from the sky. Sounds better than thunder and bells. Soul shaking. Even the indomitable Golden Hook Thunder Eagle King's huge body trembled violently. But when this roar fell into Nanjiao's ears, she felt it was extremely familiar. She looked up. A familiar figure appeared. Oh, fuck you. Chapter 143. Is it about to hatch? Who else could it be if not Su Luo, who appeared in the sky? He had arrived not long ago and jumped off the back of the Lioli pony. His chest was filled with anger. I wish I could tear this golden hook thunder eagle king into pieces. Therefore, Su Luo did not hesitate and directly bought the potion that could increase his skills 1,000 times. It directly affects the black flame sharp claws. As Su Luo fell, his body instantly grew larger, and his entire body was wrapped in a red-gold light, like a flying god of war shining with golden light. Go straight down. So powerful. A black afterimage emerged from his claws and instantly grew larger. The black claw shadow is about 20 to 30 meters in size. The shadow of the giant claw swept towards the golden hook thunder eagle king, who was in a state of bewilderment. No sound. As if nothing happened. The golden hook thunder eagle king just paused in midair, still maintaining the posture of wanting to attack Nanjiao. At this time, Su Luo's body had already fallen to the ground. Unbiased, just right. He landed in front of Nanjiao, and with a light leap, he was directly in front of her. He straightened his body, and suddenly pressed himself against the rock, giving her a wall bang. Then, the big furry claws covered her eyes, covering her eyes that were full of joy and surprise. Crash. And the golden hook thunder eagle that was still in an attacking posture just now, its entire body disintegrated in an instant. Right. It really just fell apart. I don't know how many pieces it was cut into. It fell directly to the ground with a crash. Brains, intestines, organs, minced meat, scattered all over the ground. The blood was flowing like a stream. The smell of blood filled the air. It's horrible. Mu Xiaoxi, who was not far away, couldn't help but retching on the spot. Showed some respect. She finally understood why Su Luo covered Nanjiao's eyes the first thing he did when he landed on the ground. Because, too bloody and brutal. She now had no time to think about the fact that Su Luo had killed the golden hook thunder eagle king in an instant. I can only keep retching. Seeing this scene, the Beastmaster Thunder Leopard couldn't help but turn his head away. I have seen bloody and brutal. I have never seen anything so bloody and brutal. Really? Even the beasts can't bear it. 10 minutes later, the group has already moved their position. After all, a place that is too bloody is not suitable for talking. Su Luo did not become smaller, but always maintained his large size. Mu Xiaoxi recovered. She looked at the Lioli pony, then at Su Luo, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. It seems that a lot of things must have happened after they left. This little Lioli pony is with Su Luo. Let's look at the Nanjiao Pomelo. At this time, her and Su Luo's roles seem to have been reversed. Su Luo had always been the one holding her. But now, she was hugging Su Luo's neck tightly. It has been like this since the beginning, ever since Su Luo appeared. It seemed as if she was afraid that he would suddenly disappear. The degree of force used surprised Su Luo. It seems that this girl was quite frightened just now. Otherwise, this situation wouldn't have happened, right? However, in Nanjiao's heart, she knows it better than anyone else. Just when she was sure that she was doomed, Su Luo appeared again and saved her. To be honest, no one can imagine how such a scene could happen to them. There will be vibrations. Moreover, this is the second time that Nanjiao has been treated like this. At that moment, Nanjiao's heart was shaken so strongly, because such an unreal scene happened to her. Therefore, she felt touched, surprised, shocked, and gentle. An inexplicable feeling mixed with various complex emotions. If you say, this is a romantic idol drama of youth. If Su Luo is the male lead in an idol drama and she is the female lead. The two of them had already embraced and kissed passionately, okay. Even more awesome, he might even roll over my sheets. There is no need to fall to this point. But, who made Su Luo the male lead of the fantasy drama? Still a male beast. This is very uncomfortable. Only. This can also be seen from the detail that Nanjiao hugged Su Luo tightly. I don't know how much this girl depends on him now. I feel it is the only thing I can rely on. Suddenly, Su Luo patted Nanjiao on the shoulder, signaling her to let go of him first. Although the latter was somewhat reluctant, he still let him go temporarily. At this time, Su Luo handed over the healing potion he bought from the system mall. It is specially used for humans to treat internal injuries. This potion is not cheap. One bottle costs 5,000 intimacy points. However, the system says the effect is awesome. You want me to drink this? Nanjiao seemed to understand what he meant. Su Luo nodded. Then he handed another bottle to Mu Xiaoxi. According to his observation, both of them should have suffered internal injuries. After all, he was being beaten back and forth by the golden hook thunder eagle. I have one too? Mu Xiaoxi was a little surprised. Seeing Su Luo nodded, She reached out and took it. To be honest, Moonshadow had been keeping an eye on Su Luo, and she really had no idea where he got the potion from. She just saw him rummaging around and pulling out 2 bottles of potion. It's like a magic trick. Nanjiao naturally knew that Su Luo would not harm her. So she didn't hesitate and drank it directly. The moment she swallowed the medicine, a hint of surprise flashed across her eyes. So comfortable. A warm feeling. She felt as if she was wrapped in a hot spring and was warm all over. The pain in my body is gone. It's really amazing. Xiaoxi, you should try it too. It's very effective. Okay. After taking a look at the bottle of light yellow medicine, Xiaoxi pursed her lips, tilted her head back, and drank it. The moment she drank it, she was also surprised. It's more than just the injury that feels better. Even the star vein power in the body felt full. Even if she were to fight again now, it would be no problem. Master, this black egg looks like it's about to hatch. Just after Nanjiao and the others took the healing potion, the voice of the elemental elves rang in Su Luo's ears again. He turned his head and looked over. Only then did he realize that the black egg he had just put aside now had several cracks on the eggshell. Moreover, the egg body was shaking slightly. Obviously, it is the prelude to hatching. Is it going to hatch? Nanjiao seemed to have noticed this detail as well and couldn't help but say something. She had felt before that the black egg was about to hatch. But after releasing the power of thunder, it became silent again. Plus, she was constantly fighting and being attacked, so she didn't continue to pay attention to Haydn. Now it seems that her idea at that time was correct. This black egg, it's really about to hatch. Chapter 144. It's hatched. It's a baby dragon. In the small world of thunder, Su Luo and his group squatted on the ground. Their eyes were always looking in the same direction. That's the black egg in the middle. Crack. A crisp sound rang out. There were tiny cracks in the surface of the black egg. Su Luo swallowed, feeling a little excited. After all, it was his first time to witness the birth of a life in this way. If it was a chick or a duck, it would be okay. But precisely because it is not the case, he feels excited and expectant in his heart. Not only him, but even Nanjiao, her mood at the moment was the same as Su Luo's. After all, it was also her first time to witness the birth of a new life. Crack. Another soft sound. Then, several more sounds followed. The eggshell suddenly broke into pieces. It was cracked indeed, but the little guy inside had yet to reveal its true face. If Su Luo hadn't known that he shouldn't touch the eggshell at this time, he would have helped long ago. Fortunately, as everyone and the beast held their breath, the eggshell above was finally completely opened. What opened the hole was a small, tender, pink and purple hand that felt fleshy. You can clearly see the 5 fingers, but they don't feel like human beings. Not to mention, it's pretty cute. Ring. A slight sound is the cry of life inside the eggshell. Immediately afterwards, a little head was suddenly exposed to the eyes of all people and animals. Her face is round, and there are 2 small bulging lumps on both sides of her forehead. Its eyes were like inky black gemstones, emitting tiny bits of light. Looks very good. It was blinking its eyes and looking around, as if it was observing Su Luo and the others. No feeling of fear at all. Whisper. With a soft hum, the little guy flew out completely. Soar into the sky. There were even some flashes of lightning on its body. It's quite a big deal. And Su Luo also saw its image clearly at once. It should be about 20 to 30 centimeters tall, with pink and purple all over, except for the belly, which is light yellow. It has a long, thin tail of the same color, which is fleshy and looks very funny. It has wings on its back, and its image is very similar to what Su Luo saw in his previous life, the image of a Western young dragon. Or rather, it's just a baby dragon. But this little guy has already flown to the side. Su Luo quickly followed. Hiss. It turned out that the little guy went in the corpse of the golden hook thunder eagle. Moreover, it doesn't mind blood or dirt at all, just pointing with 2 little hands. A gem-like purple stone fell into its hands. Su Luo just remembered. Soul. It is something that only the king-level ferocious beast in the race can produce. Su Luo had obtained one before. It was obtained from the Thundering Ape King. Crackle, crackle. As he was speaking, the little dragon had already put the soul into his mouth and began chewing it desperately. Looks very delicious. Nanjiao and Moonshadow, who were standing by, were also slightly stunned. They looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Not long after, this thunder-attributed spirit soul fell into the little guy's stomach. However, it seemed like it was not full yet and looked around. When he was sure that there was no food left, he frowned bitterly. Su Luo also laughed at the aggrieved look. "Ah, come here." Su Luo shouted in its direction and waved. The little guy seemed to have heard it and looked in his direction. Su Luo pointed at the spirit at his feet, signaling it to come over. That was the soul of the thunder-exploding ape. which he had been keeping in the system space. Now, it can finally be used. This little dragon is not afraid at all. Su Luo asked it to come, and it really came flapping its wings. Or, it really wanted to eat that soul. Crunch, crunch. Another round of sweeping, the little dragon easily solved this spirit. Only then did it pat its belly in satisfaction, a rare look of contentment on its face. It seems that its appetite is just like this. Little did he know that Su Luo paid a heavy price for his assertion. But that's a matter for later. Ring, ring. The little dragon seemed to be very fond of Su Luo, who gave it food. It flew over and landed on his back. It was obvious that he wanted to ride on Su Luo. Su Luo couldn't bear it. He shook himself, turned around, and grabbed the little guy in his hand. Ring, ring. The little guy seemed to really dislike the feeling of being held in Su Luo's hand. It has been struggling, trying to break free from the clutches. However, how could Su Luo give away what he had obtained? Naturally, I wouldn't let go. Not only did he not let go, he also did not forget to threaten it like he was threatening an elemental spirit. Hurry, stop struggling, or I'll eat you. As he said this, he did not forget to pretend to be extremely fierce and hateful. But this little dragon is obviously not afraid. It still struggles. How can this be? Su Luo just didn't believe that he couldn't conquer a newly born ferocious beast. As the saying goes, a good son is born under the stick. Su Luo no longer uses corporal punishment. After all, it is outdated. So, he couldn't help but stick out his tongue and lick the little dragon hard, trying to scare it. At the first moment, the little guy was really scared, because it didn't move. But the next moment, it began to struggle again. While struggling, she stretched out her little hand towards Su Luo. Is it that the threat is not strong enough? We must intensify our efforts and educate them severely? Thinking of this, Su Luo used his dog-licking skills continuously. Just attack this little dragon. Then, he was confused. Damn it. The style of painting is wrong, right? Why does this little guy seem to get more excited the more he licks his tongue? It even took the initiative to extend its face to Su Luo, as if it was afraid that he would not treat it in the same way. Su Luo was speechless after seeing this. This little thing isn't masochistic. He has seen people being beaten into submission and people being frightened into submission. I have also seen people being trained and taught to obey. But I have never seen anyone being convinced by the tongue. Not only Su Luo felt ashamed, even Nan Jiao and Mu Xiaoxi were a little speechless. They also felt that this style of painting was really weird. How can one be happier the more insults are leveled? Isn't it uncomfortable to feel wet? Doesn't saliva smell bad? I can't figure it out. At least, Nan Jiao and the others were really confused. But it was precisely because of what Su Luo did. So this little dragon accidentally became closer to him. This is very strange. What is chapter 145? Not a fierce beast. In the small world of thunder, Su Luo lay on the ground speechlessly. He is still the same size now and has not turned back into his childhood, because he was hugged and leaned on by Nan Jiao. The elemental spirit also sat on his head. The little dragon that I just met was even weirder. It kept holding on to his forelimbs and refused to let go. Just like relying on a mother. This made Su Luo extremely regretful. Why didn't he think carefully before he attacked the other person? Is this okay now? I was blackmailed. It's not okay to be irresponsible. So miserable. Su Luo is just an ordinary little smart dog and really cannot bear so much love. What should I do if there are more beasts around me in the future? TT. Fortunately, the Lioli pony did not go along with them. So Su Luo felt a little more relaxed. If it came over to ride on him, he really couldn't bear it. Jiao, what should we do next? Should we wait or keep moving forward? The person who asked this question was naturally Mu Xiaoxi. Speaking of this, Nan Jiao also looked at Su Luo. Lolo, when you were flying all the way here just now, did you see anyone else? Su Luo shook his head. Damn the others. This damn place looks big, but it's actually just average. He had just flown to the edge and didn't see anyone else. I just met Nan Jiao and the others. No. Nan Jiao pursed her lips and then said, so did you fly to a lot of places just now? Did you ever reach the edge of this world? Yo, does this girl know that this small world has an edge? Su Luo was a little surprised. He naturally didn't know what Nan Jiao had said to Mu Xiaoxi before. Understanding of this small world. That's why he felt surprised. Su Luo nodded, indicating that he had been to many places and even to the edge of this world. Did you see any other exits? Nan Jiao asked again. This small elemental world should have exits at the ends of all four sides. If not, we can only wait for time to pass and then be sent to the next elemental world. Su Luo shook his head, indicating that he really didn't see it. He only went to a marginal area and looked around, and indeed did not see any place resembling the entrance to the small world. Then we can only wait. Ninjayo sighed. She obviously knows this little world of elements very well. All right. Mu Xiaoxi nodded. Immediately, she turned her gaze to the little dragon holding Su Luo's forelimbs and said, "What kind of ferocious beast is this little fellow? It looks like this, so it should be a dragon, right?" To be honest, she was indeed curious. I don't know either. Maybe we'll have to wait until it grows up a bit to find out. After all, there are still many branches of the dragon race. As Nanjiao spoke, she couldn't help but look at the little dragon twice more. 2. Mu Xiaoxi nodded, and then seemed to have thought of something, and said, "Jiao, then you can contract it. This fierce dragon beast is a great help. Think about it, isn't that what our dean does?" Mu Xiaoxi was obviously very excited when she talked about this. With the dragon beast, almost no one in Tianlan City dares to challenge him. Even if the city lord sees this, he has to be courteous and polite. Contract it. Nanjiao glanced at the little dragon. Will it agree to the contract if it is pestering Su Luo so much? Obviously not possible, right? Do we have to beat it and tame it? I remember the terrifying power this little guy had when he was still a black egg. Compared with its current cuteness, it is indeed a huge contrast. Ah, good idea. Let's contract it quickly. When Su Luo heard the question raised by Mu Xiaoxi, he agreed immediately. He quickly handed the little guy towards Nanjiao, meaning that she should come and sign the contract quickly. He can't bear it anymore. If he was a little more normal, Su Luo could still tolerate it following him. However, this little dragon is obviously abnormal. The little dragon didn't know why everyone's eyes were on it, and it just stared at them blankly. "Lolo, you want me to contract it too?" Nanjiao seemed to understand Su Luo's meaning. The latter nodded sharply. "Hurry up. This is a little pervert who gets more excited the more he speaks. He just couldn't bear it. My tongue is licking until bubbles appear." Without saying a word, a golden light flashed in Nanjiao's hand, trying to establish a contractual relationship with the little dragon. But the next moment Su Luo saw it, and there was a hint of surprise in her eyes. No, it was just lightly frowned. Nanjiao looked at the little dragon twice before shaking her head and saying, "I can't sense it. I can't make a contract." "What? How is that possible?" Mu Xiaoxi obviously didn't quite believe it. Even if it is a dragon clan, it is not impossible for a beastmaster to make a contract. After all, many people from big families try to have their offspring contract with the dragon beasts. Good planning for the family's future. Most of them are Shen Vein beast tamers or D Vein beast tamers. This is because cultivating relationships with the dragon clan from an early age is beneficial to the development of beast tamers and beast tamers. There are many examples like this. So, it is impossible that the contract cannot be concluded. But Nanjiao said she couldn't sense it. What's going on? Su Luo was also a little surprised. I can't sense the soul of this little guy, and I can't communicate with it. Can't sense the soul? Mu Xiaoxi was even more confused. However, a bright light suddenly flashed in Nanjiao's eyes. She spoke at once. Perhaps this little thing is not a ferocious beast at all. Not a ferocious beast? Nanjiao's words made Su Luo even more confused. This little guy looks like a ferocious beast. How could he not be a ferocious beast? What else could it be? It could be a beast spirit. Beast spirit. Is it possible? Mu Xiaoxi was also surprised. I couldn't help but look at the little dragon a few more times. My eyes were full of shock. At the same time, the system prompt sound rang in Su Luo's mind. Ding! Obtain knowledge related to animal spirits. Soon. It seemed as if there was something extra in his brain out of nowhere. It is the knowledge of the beast spirit. In this world, there are ferocious beasts. There is also something called a beast spirit. What is the purpose of the existence of animal spirits? Of course, it is to serve the beast tamer in battle. As for how to serve, we have to talk about the beast soul armor. Beast spirit is a kind of soul that can attach itself to beast soul armor. With their presence, this beast soul armor is like being alive. You can continuously upgrade yourself. Even if it is a lowest grade beast soul armor, with a soul, it can be slowly upgraded to the highest level. However, this is a beast soul armor that is only suitable for beast taming battles. It is not suitable for human use. This means that if Su Luo is with this little dragon, they will be able to merge in the future. Let's fight together. Oh shit. Su Luo instantly realized the meaning of the beast spirit. Chapter 146. He's coming. Su Luo has unlocked new knowledge. I didn't expect there is such a thing. Moreover, it is said that these beast spirits and ferocious beasts were all born from eggs. It is usually not visible. You will only know it when the contract is signed. If it really is a beast spirit, then Luo has really found a treasure. Mu Xiaoxi licked her lips, with a hint of envy in her eyes. She was also very clear about the value of this beast spirit. To describe it in one sentence, priceless, can be encountered but not sought after. This is something that you can't buy no matter how much money you have. Because animal spirits are actually hatched in eggs just like ferocious beasts. However, one gave birth to a ferocious beast, and the other gave birth to a beast spirit. It can be said that they are born from the same mother, but they are two different things. There may only be one such thing among tens of thousands of ferocious beast eggs. Or rather, there is no. So, Su Luo really picked up a treasure. Because this is the beast spirit of the dragon clan. God knows how great its potential is. How terrifying is the upgraded beast soul armor. It is even possible that the armor will take shape in the end, merge with Su Luo, and transform into a physical form. This thing is so precious. I was surprised too. I didn't expect it to be like this. Nan Jiao said this and reached out to touch Su Luo's hair. This beast spirit was tailor-made for him. It was perfect for him. With it, he is like a tiger with wings. In fact, Nan Jiao was already planning to prepare a beast soul armor for Su Luo and let the little dragon cling to it. In fact, the process of attachment is very simple, just a drop of blood. As long as the young dragon does not resist, the entire ritual can be completed. Moreover, Nan Jiao also knows that it is precisely because it is still young and easy to fool that it is the easiest to succeed. When I grow up, I will have a lot of autonomy. Then, this little guy is not easy to fool. It is extremely difficult to make it merge with the beast soul armor obediently. Roar. At this moment, a dull roar sounded. Su Luo thought that there was another ferocious beast attacking and was about to attack. Only then did I realize that it wasn't a ferocious beast at all. Instead, it was the thunder leopard who had been lying next to him, healing his wounds. This guy was glowing with a faint purple light. The thunder leopard is about to advance. Nan Jiao immediately figured out what was going on. Yes. Mu Xiaoxi nodded, with a hint of excitement on her face. After waiting for so long, Thunder Leopard finally advanced. How could she not be excited? It turned out that Thunder Leopard's experience storage was full, and it was time to move on to the next stage. Su Luo also sighed. It seems that Mu Xiaoxi has experienced quite a few battles in this small world of thunder. Although he didn't see it, the battle was real. I don't know what happened to Lu Zixin, that big-breasted and brainless girl. And there is Meng Jingran. Roar. A low war. Thunder Leopard suddenly stood up from the ground. In a burst of purple light, everything was restored. The wounds on my body have healed. The hair becomes smoother and shinier. The body size has also become a little bigger, and it looks more agile and powerful. It scanned the surroundings with its piercing eyes, looking very imposing. However, when its eyes fell on Su Luo, it quickly turned away with some disappointment. Damn it, this is the boss. Thunder Leopard can clearly tell who is the big brother and who is the little brother. Although it is true that they are all at the 4th level now. However, a level 4 opponent can easily defeat a level 6 opponent. But it can't do that. Great, Thunder Panther. Mu Xiaoxi couldn't hold back her excitement and went forward to hug her beast. After all, every advancement is not easy. She was happy for Thunder Panther. On the side, Nan Jiao also looked at the man and the beast with satisfaction. However, before Mu Xiaoxi and the others could finish being happy, there was a sudden tremor on the ground. It was like an earthquake. The shaking was very strong. Moreover, it was the kind of climax that came all of a sudden. He didn't even take into account the buffer of foreplay. It came so fiercely. This elemental world is about to collapse. While Nan Jiao was speaking, she also hugged Su Luo tightly and refused to let go. She's not the only one. Even the elemental elves and the little dragon that he had just met not long ago were now pulling at Su Luo's hair. I don't care if he's in pain. The Lioli pony was quite reserved and didn't make any movements. But he also stood up and took a defensive stance. Obviously, it is also resisting. Boom. An amazing scene happened. The continuous black soil mountains in the distance seemed to be crushed by some terrifying force in an instant. It collapsed directly and turned into ashes. Everything returned to the soil and floated in the air. It turned into a black gray. Su Luo felt that the land beneath their feet was the same. He even felt the same as when he first entered the small world. They were being torn apart madly by some force. There was a pain in my brain, and I couldn't resist. Then, completely fallen. Lost consciousness again. Small world. Inside the small world of fire. The sky was red. It seemed as if it was on fire, and all I could see was a sea of fire. The air is filled with rolling heat waves. Unlike the small world of thunder, there are no continuous mountains here. But the plains. At a glance, the plain is dry and cracked. Under the ground, you can even see some magma spewing out. Very scary. A tall figure is standing on a huge rock at this moment. She was dressed in red and had an eye-catching figure. Compared with the current environment, it seems very harmonious and fitting. There is no sense of disobedience. There were many dead bodies lying beside her. It was those fire beasts who didn't know how to live or die and wanted to provoke it. She killed them all easily. No effort. She is none other than the Emperor Flame, Divine Phoenix Bird. It has been quite some time since I came into this small world of fire. She didn't even move anywhere. Because she could clearly feel that her own strength was not enough to tear this space apart. Entering into the next space. And the beast she wanted to find was not here. This made the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird very unhappy. But the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird knew that the reason why it couldn't tear the space apart was not because of the strength of her power. It was because she herself was not a fierce beast with spatial attributes. If she had the power of space and was good at this, she would have run away long ago. But she knew it very well. As long as you wait for a certain period of time, this elemental world will collapse on its own. Then it will be a new cycle until she meets him. Or get out completely. Sudden. It's as if I felt something. The Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird suddenly looked into the distance. After a moment, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Is it finally here? She whispered softly. Chapter 147 Transformation. The Earth Bear becomes a demon. Small world of Earth. A bear was staggering forward. On its back, there was also a human beastmaster. Judging from her figure, she should be a girl, and she was injured. Moreover, he was seriously injured. It is the combination of Earth Bear and Lu Zixin. Not long ago, Lu Zixin and Earth Bear landed in the small Earth world. They were a miserable pair. Soon after waking up and taking 2 steps, he was surrounded by 20 or 35th level high-level ferocious beasts. Just thinking about that feeling makes my scalp tingle. Normally, the Earth Bear would be unable to defeat a 5th-order high-level ferocious beast. After all, it's only level 3. What's more, the current situation is that he is facing 20 or 30 of them. How to fight then? Hit it with a hammer? However, in order to protect his master, the Earth Bear naturally fought hard. The result is predictable. After a bloody battle, it was defeated not long after. Several ferocious beasts were tearing at its flesh. The Earth Bear still clearly remembers that the last look it gave its master was a look of despair. Big Bear, it's really not working anymore. The opponent's firepower is too fierce. Xiong can't withstand it. And then, it just fell down. However, before it fell down, it seemed to hear Lu Zixin's heart-wrenching cry. Also, there was the dazzling golden light that suddenly burst out from her body. That was an explosion of terrifying power. This is a power that Lu Zixin would never be able to unleash. However, Earth Bear no longer knew what was happening. It fell into a deep sleep. When it opened its eyes again, the Earth Bear found that it was not dead. All around, there were corpses of ferocious beasts. They died miserably and were unrecognizable. Minced meat, offal, and intestines were scattered all over the floor. Obviously, it was caused by the sudden explosion of some terrifying force. The 20 or 30 ferocious beasts that surrounded it and Lu Zixin were all killed. The strong smell of blood stimulated the Earth Bear little by little. It suddenly remembered, where is its master? Thinking of this, the Earth Bear did not hesitate any longer and quickly searched for traces of his master. Finally, the dying Lu Zixin was found under a pile of ferocious beast corpses. Her originally fair skin cracked and was covered with blood streaks. Dried blood streaks. Her body seemed to be suddenly penetrated by some horrible energy. She couldn't bear it at all, and her body seemed to burst all of a sudden. That's why these cracks appeared. Lu Zixin's breath was weak, as if she would die at any time. This scared the Earth Bear. It quickly stretched out its claws, wanting to touch its owner. But I was afraid that the claws would hurt her. So, it could only stick out its tongue, like a little smart dog licking its owner. It was the first time for the big bear to carefully lick his owner's face. It doesn't dare to be as unscrupulous as the little smart dog, which just goes wherever it likes. It only dared to lick Lu Zixin's face cautiously. Finally, it was as if I sensed the Earth Bear's cry. At that time, Lu Zixin actually opened his eyes. Only, she glanced at the Earth Bear, who was fine. After putting on a difficult smile, fainted again. The breath became even weaker. The kind that could die at any time. See this scene. Earth Bear broke down in tears. Damn, what is brave and not afraid of difficulties? The sayings that men don't shed tears easily and male beasts bleed but don't shed tears have long been thrown away by it. The Earth Bear just wants to vent his emotions now. Of course it knows this. Lu Zixin must have used some forbidden power to protect it, then slaughtered these damn beasts. That's why she is now in a state of half-death. What is the source of all this? Isn't it because it's weak? If it were like that little smart dog, it would kill gods and Buddhas. With just a wave of his hand, He could easily kill a 5th or 6th level ferocious beast. Does such a thing still exist? Would Lu Zixin put herself in such danger to protect it? Although, she was also doing it for her own survival, not all for the Earth Bear. But, is it because she saw the Earth Bear being torn apart that she burst out with such desperate power? The Earth Bear is very clear about this. The bear is crying. However, not long after the tears fell, the Earth Bear's gaze suddenly became firm. Now is not the time to waste time lamenting and feeling sorry for yourself. To find its owner's other teammates. That way, maybe she still has a chance of survival. They will definitely find a way, right? Thinking of this, Earth Bear carried Lu Zixin on his back without saying a word. Then, he suddenly walked forward. So, that's why there is this scene where the Earth Bear carries Lu Zixin on his back. Roar! Suddenly, a ferocious beast jumped out from behind the rock nearby. A low-level 5th-order rock lizard. A large lizard covered in rock scales. The body is more than 1 meter long, almost 2 meters. There was a fierce light in his eyes, and he looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. Its sharp teeth seemed to be able to pierce through rocks easily, and they are shining brightly. The appearance of this obstacle made the Earth Bear look alert. But immediately, this look of vigilance turned into a look of anger. Now, it needs to race against time for its master. But this damn guy actually dared to block the road. Can the Earth Bear endure this? It gently shook Lu Zixin off its back and put her aside, then stared at the rock lizard in front of it. This moment, no matter whether the opponent is level 5 or any other level, there was no trace of fear in the eyes of a 3rd-level Earth Bear. On the contrary, there is an unyielding will to fight. Roar! Moved. As a beast that is good at defense, the Earth Bear actually chose to attack. The dust is rising. Its fat claws swept directly towards the rock lizard. The latter was also confused. I didn't expect that a level 3 guy would dare to be so fierce to it. Is this bullying the rock lizard because it can't lift the knife or something? The level has no deterrent effect at all. However, this did not affect the rock lizard's counterattack at all. It swept its tail and hit the Earth Bear's palm heavily. The latter was no match for the rock lizard in terms of strength, and was knocked off balance and fell heavily to the ground. The rock lizard succeeded in its first strike, and without hesitation, it chose to attack again. It opened its mouth wide and bit the Earth Bear's body hard. The terrifying bite force caused the teeth to completely sink in. Pain. Pain. This is beyond doubt. However, the Earth Bear did not wail like it did in the past after being bitten. On the contrary, there was a flash of viciousness in his eyes. Unprecedented brutality. It bit the rock lizard's hard scales with the same fierce bite. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. It should treat its enemy the way its enemy treats it. The Earth Bear is much more ferocious. At this moment, it was like a desperate gambler who had risked everything, tearing madly. It's true that its rank is not as high as the rock lizard. However, the bear tribe's bite force is not inferior to it. Not to mention, the Earth Bear now has the belief that it will win. Because it also has to protect its owner. This strong belief is enough to break through everything. Just look at the wailing rock lizard now, and you will know. How powerful and terrifying is the Earth Bear's bite. Use enough force to break through all obstacles and make the opponent bleed. Suddenly, something weird happened to the Earth Bear. Its eyes actually emitted a bright red blood light. The body was even glowing with an ochre-colored light. Sizzle. The Earth Bear pulled hard. A large piece of flesh and blood from the rock lizard was actually torn off so forcefully. The bones were exposed instantly. It's horrible. The rock lizard also didn't expect that it, a ferocious beast with Earth attribute, would be very rocky. But how could the Earth Bear treat it like this? Tear off its flesh. Bullshit, right? It should be difficult to break through the defense, okay? This world is crazy. The opponent is a level 3 Earth Bear. In the past, it would not even look at it. But no matter how much the rock lizard didn't believe it, the Earth Bear was like a madman, biting another piece of its meat again. Then, there was another strong tearing. Again, flesh and blood separated. The rock lizard screamed in pain. It is afraid. How the hell is this an Earth Bear? Where is the bear cub? This is clearly Grandpa Bear. However, the Earth Bear seemed to have gone crazy. It ignored the rock lizard's roar and cries for mercy. It kept its opponent pinned to the ground and just kept attacking it. Crazy output. The body keeps shaking. Pieces of flesh and blood were torn apart, and blood flowed all over the ground. This small area was filled with the painful roars of rock lizards. This roar also attracted Nanjiao and Muxiaosi. Beside them are the glazed ponies, the elemental elves, and the thunder leopards. The only thing missing was Su Luo and the little dragon that had just hatched. Nanjiao is also feeling bad. She had just met Su Luo, and in the blink of an eye, he was no longer around. She would be worried about him again and concerned about his safety all the time. It is precisely because of this that Nan Jiao and Mu Xiaoxi came all the way here. Until I heard a roar. They approached cautiously, but I saw the madness of the earth bear. Also, there was an unknown ferocious beast that was pinned down by the earth bear and had already turned into a pile of white bones. Nan Jiao and Mu Xiaoxi were both stunned. However, because of the previous incident with the Golden Hook and Thunder Eagle King, Mu Xiaoxi's ability to accept things has become much stronger. So, she didn't vomit. But, I am a little confused as to why the earth bear has become like this. And the earth bear, after seeing Nan Jiao and Mu Xiaoxi, its red eyes regained their clarity. The light on his body also disappeared. Then, with a smile on his face, he fell down heavily. It seemed that after seeing the two of them, the energy that supported it suddenly disappeared. At this time, Nan Jiao and Mu Xiaoxi also saw Lu Zixin, who looked like a bloody man. They rushed over to check her injuries. It's not peaceful over here. Su Luo's side was obviously not calm either. Chapter 148, The Little Dragon Battle Armor, is completed. Ring, ring, ring. There was a constant sound of soft moans in my ears. There was a slight dampness on the face. Su Luo slowly opened his eyes. What caught my eye was naturally the round face of the little dragon. The little guy was flying in the sky, looking down at Su Luo. Seeing him wake up, blinking his eyes, he looked so cute. At the end, he didn't forget to smile widely. Obviously, he was very happy that Su Luo woke up. Singing softly, it flew up into the sky again, spinning in circles excitedly. Su Luo. He stretched out his claws and touched the wetness on his face. Damn it. Needless to say, Su Luo already knew the reason. It must have been the little dragon licking his face. Just as he spit it. I dizzy. Although this little guy was meant to wake him up, but he still felt weird inside. Was Su Luo's first licking gone just like that? Oh my god. Su Luo turned his head and looked to the side. Nan Jiao and the others were not there. And Liuli the pony was not there either. In other words, only the little dragon is with him. With previous experience, Su Luo was much calmer this time and not as impatient as at the beginning. However, it was only at this moment that he realized his butt was burning hot, and he quickly stood up. This damn little world of fire element is all red with no boundaries at first glance. Before, with the foal around, Su Luo could still fly. This time, there is really no other way. You can't even count on the little young dragon. However, Su Luo then remembered that this little guy was a beast spirit. Isn't it time to trick it into the beast soul armor and make it his battle armor? Maybe, after the fusion, he and the little dragon will be able to fly together. Thinking of this, Su Luo felt a little excited. He quickly stretched out his claws and waved them towards the little dragon in the sky. Come down. The little dragon ignored it at first and continued flying around in the sky. It seems that this little guy is sometimes clingy to him and sometimes very naughty. However, when Su Luo thought about it carefully, it was normal. Looks like some explosive news is coming. He quickly looked in the system mall to see if there were any souls available for purchase. Really, the system is awesome. Su Luo discovered the existence of this thing immediately. It's not cheap. The spirit of a 5th level ferocious beast requires a full 20,000 intimacy points. However, Su Luo took a look at his current intimacy value of 230,000 and made up his mind, so he bought it directly. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. I can't bear to give up my soul and trick the little dragon. Come down quickly, I'll show you a big baby. Su Luo waved the lightning spirit in his hand like a BT uncle. There was an obscene smile on the dog's face that he himself was not even aware of. Really, upon seeing the delicious spirit, the little dragon suddenly became excited and swooped down from the sky in an instant. Coming in front of Su Luo, the latter quickly took back his soul. Ring, 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 ring. Seeing Su Luo taking back his soul, the little guy suddenly became unhappy and anxious. Its big eyes were filled with sparkling tears, and it held onto Su Luo's front legs and shook them. It was obviously asking him to hand over his soul, so it could eat it. The more impatient it was, the calmer Su Luo became. So, he ignored the little dragon's commotion. Instead, he looked at the system and saw how much intimacy points were needed for the cheapest red beast soul armor. The result is that the cheapest red beast soul armor requires 50,000 intimacy points. Su Luo understood the definition of beast soul and knew that the level of beast soul armor did not matter. This only provides a carrier for the beast spirit to attach itself to. As long as the beast spirit itself is strong enough, the beast soul armor will become stronger and stronger. So, he just waved his hand and decided to buy it. However, at this time, the system prompt sounded. Ding! The host has a chance to draw a beast soul armor blind box. Do you want to use it? Oh no. Are there any good things like this? Su Luo also suddenly became interested. You only need 10,000 intimacy points to buy the Beast Soul Armor blind box, which is very cheap. However, this blind box has a 50% chance of opening a defective product and a 20% chance of opening loneliness. Su Luo. The highlight is that this last defective product of love blooms into loneliness. Doesn't that mean that there is a 70% chance that he will draw a defective product and get nothing? Su Luo didn't know how others understood it, but that's how he understood it. Do you still want to rush? Reminder to the host, if it is used as a carrier of the beast spirit, defective products can also be used. The system gave a prompt at this time. Then stop talking nonsense and start smoking. When Su Luo heard this, he immediately waved his hand and decided to draw. System. It has never been so speechless in its life. Ding. Consume 10,000 intimacy points. Draw successfully. Get the Beast Soul Armor blind box. Blind box opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Fuck. Su Luo. Fuck. The system actually said fuck? Su Luo was also confused and amazed at the humanization of the system. However, he soon found out why the system was screwing up. Because he extracted the Beast Soul Armor. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Blue Beast Soul Armor. The system also prompted somewhat helplessly. It's also amazing. This guy is so timid when playing the blind box game. But luck is so good. Absolutely amazing. Damn it. Now that I see it's the armor of a blue beast soul, I won't bother with you about what you did to me. Su Luo muttered something and quickly chose to extract on the system panel. System. Su Luo is in a good mood. This blue beast soul armor requires 350,000 intimacy points. He got this with only 10,000 intimacy points. It's the peak of life, right? It's good that Su Luo is not greedy. Little thing, do you want to eat this spirit? Su Luo controlled the restless little dragon with one hand and swung the soul crystal in his hand with the other. Ring ring. The little dragon waved his short hands desperately, trying to ask Su Luo for it. His face looked anxious. You want it? Su Luo asked again. The little dragon seemed to have understood something at this time. He held his paws with a pleading look on his little face. Nodded sharply. More than wanting it, I really want it. Sure enough, all living things are foodies by nature. Even the dragon clan is like this. Not immune. Then if you're obedient, you can eat this every day in the future. How about that? Su Luo was patient and persuasive, just like a big bad wolf luring a little lamb. The little dragon really didn't understand anything and nodded vigorously. There was a sound coming from his mouth. Then I'll give it to you first. Su Luo said this and handed the soul to the little dragon first. Sure enough, the little guy couldn't wait to eat it and put it in his mouth and started crunching. Eat it with gusto. Su Luo didn't say anything and quickly bought another one. Ring ring. Look, the little dragon is also very cooperative. Look, after eating one piece, he was still not satisfied and stretched out his hand to ask Su Luo for the second piece. Look, a certain beast also showed a wicked smile on its face. I can give you this one, but you have to come here first. Su Luo said this, pointing to the beast soul armor token that he placed aside and was shining with green light. The little dragon obviously didn't understand what it meant and looked at the token several times. Give me your claws. Su Luo spoke up. The little dragon thought about it and decided to hand its paw to the bad guy Su Luo for the sake of having enough food and water in the future. Immediately, without any hesitation, the latter stretched out his sharp claws and gently pierced into its soft flesh. Suddenly, a drop of blood of similar color to its skin flowed out and fell into the token. The little dragon didn't feel anything at all, just staring at the scene blankly. Su Luo could only think that the dragon creatures had a shallow sense of pain. After all, it is one of the ferocious beasts at the top of the food chain. The blood fell under the token of the beast's soul armor. In an instant, the light shines brightly. Ring ring. The beast's soul armor really reacted to the little dragon. The little guy seemed to feel uncomfortable and was struggling, with a hint of resistance on his face. This step is very critical. Whether Su Luo can merge with it in the future depends on this. Thinking of this, he quickly stretched out his claws and landed on the little dragon. Be good, it's okay. Do you still want to stay with me in the future? Do you still want to eat souls? Return. Su Luo felt a little at a loss for words for a moment, not knowing what conditions to throw out that would be tempting enough. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. Do you still want me to insult you like I did before? This. After these words came out, why did Su Luo feel something strange? Something doesn't feel right. But it was this sentence that worked. The little dragon actually gave up struggling. Su Luo. What kind of magical reason is this? It's absolutely amazing. Ring. A soft moan. The little dragon stopped struggling and actually merged with the green beast's soul armor. This little guy was sucked into the token in an instant. The blue light shines brightly. In a blink of an eye, it turned into the same pink and purple color as the little dragon's body. Then to the dark purple light. It kept spinning in front of Su Luo. Done. Just one drop of blood. Su Luo suppressed his inner excitement, quickly cut his claws, and dripped blood to recognize his master. His blood fell on this token. The light is fading. Su Luo felt that there seemed to be a little more connection between his souls. It belongs to this beast's soul armor. Or in other words, it belongs to a little dragon. Very mysterious. But it worked. Su Luo got the opportunity to merge with the little dragon in the future. He also has his own armor. Little Dragon Brand Armor. Chapter 149. Do you want to die or live? Ring. A soft groan. The token turned back into the appearance of a little dragon. Su Luo had a feeling. That means he only needs to think about it, and the little dragon can now join forces with him to fight. However, he is obviously not in a hurry now, because there are still promises that have not been fulfilled. Look, the little dragon couldn't wait to run to Su Luo and ask him for his soul. This little guy has been sold without even knowing it. Still thinking about what to eat. Su Luo certainly would not refuse its request at this time, and quickly gave it the spirit. The little guy started eating it again with a crunch sound, very happy, very satisfied. Now its appetite is still only 2 spirit souls can satisfy it. Look, after the little guy finished eating, he was already touching his stomach with satisfaction, his face full of happiness. After eating and drinking enough, isn't this the best time to reconnect with your body? While the little dragon was so happy, Su Luo decisively changed his mind. The little dragon seemed to stand at attention for a moment. Then, the faint purple light on its body became brighter. It turned into a shadow of armor. Call out. Rushed towards Su Luo. In an instant, Su Luo's beast body was wrapped in an invisible armor phantom. From toes to head, a comprehensive package. It was like a ferocious beast wearing transparent phantom armor, very dazzling. This phantom armor is dark purple, emitting tiny flashes of lightning, and the special effects light is simply dazzling. At this moment, Su Luo was like a Krypton Gold player in the game, who bought a set of Super God skins. The special effects are all on, so awesome. Although he had no mirror or urine to look at his current appearance. But Su Luo could feel that he must be very handsome now. His mind changed again. The light of the armor dimmed. Finally, it seemed to have completely disappeared, and no one could detect its existence. Is this when the armor becomes invisible? Ordinary people cannot tell that he has anything life-saving. Little dragon. Su Luo tried to let out a soft cry. Ring ring. Its light cry was heard in the air. Really, just as Su Luo guessed, even after merging with the little dragon, he could still feel its presence. It can respond to him too. This is very nice. But Su Luo discovered that he couldn't fly at all. It seems that this plan of flying with the beast's soul armor has suffered a disastrous defeat. Maybe the little dragon is still too low level. So I can't fly. Su Luo can understand this. Although this little guy has the strength of the 4th level since birth. There are many animals that are superior to its peers, but it is still just a cub after all. Keep growing. When the little dragon grows up a little, it may feel different when they merge together. Just when Su Luo was thinking about letting the little guy recover and preparing to buy a flight bag to look for Nanjiao. Above the sky, suddenly there was a whistling sound. The whistling sound coming from far away. Very loud. Su Luo looked up and took a look. A red dot moving at a very fast speed. But the next moment the red dot became clear. A woman in a long, fiery red dress. A woman wearing a long dress, with a great figure and very beautiful appearance. Hiss. Confirmed. It was indeed a beautiful woman, who suddenly fell from the sky in front of Su Luo. Su Luo. In this small world of fire element, is there still a woman with such strength? Just fly in the sky? It looks so awesome. Su Luo admired him in his heart, but in fact he had already begun to be secretly alert. Because he felt that the woman's aura was somewhat familiar. And for some reason, he felt a sense of danger rising in his heart. It has been lingering in my mind, a very bad feeling. But immediately, a prompt sounded in Su Luo's mind. Ding! Pay attention to the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird that has transformed in front of you. The system prompt sound came. So late, so slow. Su Luo's body suddenly felt numb. Damn it! He asked why he felt a familiar smell. It turns out that it was because of the Emperor Flame. Old acquaintance. Thinking of this, Su Luo's expression changed rapidly. It's not just because I saw the appearance of the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird after it transformed. What's more, he thought that this damn guy would not choose to vent his anger on Nanjiao and the others because of him, right? Or has she already killed her way here? For a moment, Su Luo had a lot of thoughts in his mind. You already know who I am, right? The Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird spoke. The voice is clear and high-pitched, but very pleasant to hear. She could tell from the change in Su Luo's eyes that he recognized her. Although the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird didn't know why, she clearly concealed her aura on purpose. Even, he didn't show any murderous intent. But it was still discovered. The fear in the eyes of the Beastmaster in front of him was genuine. She can see. He definitely recognized her scent. Su Luo did not speak at the first moment and still maintained this attitude. However, I was already secretly thinking about how to get out of this situation. Speed-enhancing potion? No way. This woman just flew into the sky at the speed of a rocket. Even if the speed was increased 1,000 times, no one could outrun her. 10,000 times and no. Damn system, no prompts at all. Su Luo was overwhelmed, but he still decided to ask some questions first. Let's see if the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird has seen Manhwa and the others. How did you find me so quickly? Didn't you find the others? Su Luo asked 2 questions very deliberately. No, the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird didn't react at first and almost blurted out. You are the only one in this little world. Immediately, before she finished speaking, she stopped immediately and a strange smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Okay, you're still trying to test me at this time. Snort. The Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird said this, snorted coldly, and looked straight at Su Luo. Moment. A certain beast felt as if its little heart was being pinched and it hurt a little. A sweet and fishy taste suddenly rose in the throat. After just one glance, Su Luo couldn't bear it anymore. This is enough to show how terrifying the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird was in its heyday. Su Luo was really brave at that time. It's really brave. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare threaten others. The power in his body was surging, but Su Luo still tried his best to suppress it, and his face showed a calm expression. He tried hard not to let the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird notice that there was anything wrong with him, trying hard to act like you weren't affected at all. But in fact, in his heart, he had already greeted all the ancestors of the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird. His great-grandfather. Isn't it just taking her first blood? Ahem, that's not right. Isn't it just that she got her first fire? As for this. However, Su Luo was also relieved. At least this means that Nanjiao and the others did not encounter this guy. It's still safe. The Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird was indeed a little surprised. Under the pressure of her fierce aura, this Beastmaster didn't react at all. An ordinary 4th-level beast would have exploded and died long ago, right? Not only did this Beastmaster not have that, he also looked very casual and nonchalant. Is he really alright? Or is he just pretending? For a moment, the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird was a little confused about his way. But she still looked at Su Luo and said, Tell me, do you want to die or do you not want to live? Su Luo. What did you say? He asked. Do you want to die or do you not want to live? The Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird was somewhat dissatisfied, but still patiently replied. Does it make a difference? Su Luo licked his lips and spoke. Do you want to die or do you not want to live? Doesn't this sentence, whether it is the beginning or the end, mean death? Is there any difference? Su Luo was completely confused. Okay. The Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird thought about it carefully, and it seemed to be true. She felt a little embarrassed. But, precisely because of this, she stopped talking nonsense. Suddenly, she raised her slender hand and pointed in the direction of Su Luo. Silently, a terrifying aura that even Su Luo could not see swept towards him. Boom! The energy hit Su Luo's body hard, and he flew backwards. But, a scene that surprised the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird appeared. A dark purple armor appeared on Su Luo's body, wrapping him up. Moreover, she seemed to sense a strange aura faintly. Dragon Clan. The eyes of the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird lit up. Su Luo fell heavily to the ground, looking a little embarrassed. This is the first time he has received such treatment since he got the system. Su Luo felt a little unhappy when he thought about it. But there's nothing I can do. The opponent is too strong. But he didn't seem to be seriously injured. Just when Su Luo was about to check if he was injured, the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird came again. This time, she no longer used her aura or energy, but teleported towards Su Luo. Bang! Another hit. This time, Su Luo did not fly backwards. Instead, the dark purple light on his body increased greatly, becoming extremely dazzling. However, the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird's hand remained on his body and did not take it away. This female birdman was not attacking him at all, but testing him. When Su Luo once again had doubts in his mind, he had already flown backwards. Immediately, the dark purple light on his body also dissipated. Su Luo's little dragon brand battle armor was actually beaten back to its original form. It's really the Dragon Clan? A flash of shock and surprise flashed across the eyes of the Emperor Flame, Divine Phoenix Bird. When she attacked Su Luo for the first time, she only used 10% of her strength. The purpose is to avoid beating him to death. After all, in the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird's heart, she still wanted to humiliate him. How could he be killed so casually? However, she never expected that her attack would be blocked by the armor Su Luo was wearing. Chapter 150. Be mine. Follow me. Although the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird is a very ferocious beast, it usually knows a lot about these things. Naturally, I know that this light belongs to the beast's soul armor. And this strange beast is also blessed by the Dragon Clan's beast spirit. The Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird saw all of this clearly. In an instant, her eyes changed suddenly. Many thoughts flooded into her mind. Damn it, Su Luo was really cursing. He quickly picked up the little dragon that fell beside him. Then he checked carefully from all angles, left to right, up and down. After seeing it thoroughly, he felt relieved. Little guy, are you okay? Do you feel uncomfortable? Su Luo stretched out his paw and touched it, and asked. Just now, he must have been suddenly attacked by the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird. Even he himself was unable to react. But, at this critical moment, the little dragon actually took the initiative to take it over for him. This also made Su Luo a little touched. Although he was also surprised at the little guy's power. Is it really that strong? But in fact, Su Luo overlooked one point. That is, he himself possesses the bloodline power of the mysterious heaven-threatening divine shadow turtle. When not in combat, he has a 500% defense bonus. The Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird just now launched a surprise attack and was in a non-combat state. Su Luo's defense mechanism was naturally triggered. Ring. The little dragon shook his head to indicate that he was fine. However, its face was full of fatigue, and it seemed that it was also affected. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been like this. Hello. Suddenly, the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird in front spoke again. Su Luo looked up at her, with a hint of anger in his eyes. Before, he was afraid of the opponent's strength and wanted to stay hidden and be cautious. I want to see if there is any chance of escape. Saving my life is the most important thing. After all, it's not even a month past now. The system could not urgently activate its defense mechanism to help Su Luo swallow her like it did when it swallowed Songming Black Flame Owl. But, after what happened before, now he just wanted to have a fierce fight with the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird. The winner must be determined and the opponent must beg for mercy. Su Luo gritted his teeth secretly, looking at the opposite side with a dim gaze. It seemed as if she felt his anger. However, the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird did not make any comment, but continued to speak. I'll give you a chance to live. Follow me, be my beast, obey my commands, and I will spare your life. The fact that you took my Imperial Flame Seed will be written off. The Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird spoke. What he said surprised Su Luo himself. What the hell? This woman has a crush on him. Want him to stay by her side? It's a beautiful thought. Indeed, when seeing Su Luo's little dragon, the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird became interested. Her first reaction was not to snatch Su Luo's little dragon, but to fall in love with his ability of opportunity. Different from everyone else's thinking, the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird focuses on long-term investment and returns. Because, just like the first time she met Su Luo, he was still a small first-level beastmaster. At that time, he already dared to threaten her. Such courage is rare nowadays. Furthermore, Su Luo was only at the first level at that time. Look at him now. The fourth level. Is this speed of advancement really as easy as eating and drinking water? How long has it been? Not only that, Su Luo also completely changed his appearance. If it weren't for the fact that the aura on his body was too familiar to the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird, I'm afraid she won't even recognize him. Therefore, the Emperor Flame Phoenix has already determined that Su Luo must have had great opportunities in these days. Only then will there be such rapid changes. And if he stayed by her side all the time, these things might all be hers in the future. This is the purpose of the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird. As for whether there is a deeper level, I don't know. How is it? Have you thought it through? The Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird spoke again. If you don't want to, then there is only one way to go, and that is death. As she spoke, she suddenly became more aggressive. This area was instantly oppressed by her aura. The slightly raised dust and gravel blown by the wind also fell into silence at this moment. The whole area was in dead silence. Su Luo naturally felt it as well. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Su Luo gritted his teeth and spoke. He held the little dragon in his arms, ready to respond at any time. He planned to take all the potions he could if there was any sign of trouble. Maybe it will take off. The system can't just watch him die, right? Thinking of this, Su Luo straightened his back a lot. Damn it. I almost forgot that he is the chosen beast of the system. I'm not afraid of a ghost. The pattern is small. There's no way I can stay with you. As soon as these words came out, Su Luo clearly felt that the woman, Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird, was ready to make a move. Do you want to destroy what you can't get? Su Luo quickly continued. However, I do have a plan that is similar in principle and meaning to yours. Do you want to hear it? He pretended to be profound. What? The Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird itself really wanted to take action. But when he heard Su Luo's words, he really stopped, feeling confused and wanting to hear what he had to say. That is, you stay by my side, become my beast, obey my orders, and do whatever I want you to do. I want to ride you. I want you to fly. I want you to go into the sea. You want you to go into the sea. Anyway, if you obey me, I won't let you go. Does this plan make the same sense as yours? Su Luo spoke very quickly and said it all at once. After saying this, he even felt very happy and refreshed. But soon, he also saw the eyes of the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird that were about to spit fire. This woman must be furious. The look in his eyes seemed as if he wanted to cut him into pieces before he could vent his anger. I'm going to kill you. These words came out of the mouth of the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird. It's so cold that it makes people feel cold all over. But Su Luo couldn't feel it because he was a beast. The Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird appeared in front of Su Luo. Then, she reached out and grabbed Su Luo's dog throat. Damn it. So fast. He hasn't even reacted yet, and he's been captured? It's a big deal. Want to ride me? You want me to fly if you want me to fly, and go into the sea if you want me to go into the sea. I want you to do whatever you want. With every extra word the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird said, Su Luo felt an extra drop of sweat on his face. He just wants to say now, Big sister, can I take it back? How unhappy it is to be so serious in life. You deserve. Before the word question mark was uttered, the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird felt the ground tremble. Not only her, Su Luo also felt it. Then, this small world began to collapse again. Su Luo felt like he was being torn apart again. Keep tearing. The force of space this time is much stronger than before. Even an existence like the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird was affected. He was unable to stabilize his body for a moment, and was swaying with Su Luo. But at this moment, Su Luo just wanted to shout. Wonderful. Isn't this the right time for God to help him? Isn't this the best opportunity for him to get rid of the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird? Just as Su Luo had this thought, this small world of fire element completely collapsed. His body, the body of the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird, falling down together. Su Luo felt that this time the space shock was so fierce, so much so that he soon lost his consciousness. However, even in this situation, Su Luo still held the little dragon in his claws tightly. This little guy, please don't let him get lost. Completely lost consciousness. It's dark. Compared with Su Luo, the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird is in a similar situation. Even she didn't understand why the space suddenly shattered so quickly and violently. Even she is unavoidable. However, based on the knowledge of the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird, she knew that there might be some terrifying existence in the next small world. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. Like Su Luo, the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird also began to lose its independent consciousness. But she also held Su Luo tightly. She didn't want this guy to be gone as soon as she opened her eyes. She still wants revenge. Small world of earth element. Fine. Nan Jiao let out a sigh and finally uttered 2 words. At the beginning, she and Mu Xiaoxi helped Lu Zixin treat his injuries. The two of them almost exhausted their own star vein power when they helped her heal her injuries for the first time. But for the sake of their roommate's health, they did not dare to hesitate and quickly took medicine to practice concentration. With the power of star veins, treatment begins again. After going back and forth like this 6 or 7 times, Lu Zixin's condition finally showed some initial improvement. It stabilized now. Mu Xiaoxi also sighed softly and glanced at Lu Zixin, who was still sleeping. The girl's breathing became even, and it was no longer as weak as at the beginning. However, those faint bloodstains still existed on her body. There is nothing they can do about these. It's beyond our ability. All they can do is save Lu Zixin's life. That's all. She must have used the forbidden life-saving power given to her by her family, which led to her being like this. Her body can't bear it. Nan Jiao also expressed her own judgment. It should be. Mu Xiaoxi nodded. Her condition is now stable, but we can't make her internal injuries heal and these bloodlines disappear. We can only wait until she wakes up and we leave this small world. Then we can think of a solution. Nan Jiao naturally knew that what Mu Xiaoxi said was the truth. In other words, they happened to meet Lu Zixin and treated her in time. If it was a little later, this girl would be gone. But she is crazy enough. Why has this Earth-attributed little world not collapsed after so much time? Mu Xiaoxi raised her own questions at this time. After all, she still didn't quite understand this little elemental world. Ninjayo still knows more. There must be some accident in some element fault. Or maybe someone or a ferocious beast is controlling all this. Ninjayo expressed her guess. Indeed, a long time has passed, but they are still here, and this little world has not collapsed. This doesn't make sense. Being manipulated? Mu Xiaoxi felt surprised. However, what surprised her even more was that a voice came from behind them. Jiao Xiaoxi. Nan Jiao and Mu Xiaoxi, they both turned back. Meng Jingran. The ones who appeared behind them were none other than Meng Jingran and the Fire Wolf. There are traces of fighting on the bodies of this man and this beast. Moreover, it looks like they all suffered considerable damage. What surprised Nanjiao even more was the aura of Meng Jingran. Xianmai Beast Tamer. Meng Jingran, she broke through. Chapter 151, Improvement. Something feels wrong with this snow. Small world of Earth. Jingran, what on earth happened to you? You actually opened your Xianmai? Moreover, the Fire Wolf is already at level 5. Isn't this too exaggerated? The person who said this was naturally Mu Xiaoxi. Not only her, but even Nanjiao was a little surprised. It's not that Meng Jingran's advancement to the Xianmai Beastmaster was unexpected, but the improvement of the Fire Pattern Wolf. It was only at the advanced 3rd level before, but now it has directly jumped to the 4th level and reached the 5th level. This improvement is almost the same as her Luo Luo. Both are so abnormal. We have been in a small world with wind attributes before, and we have also been to a small world with steel attributes. Meng Jingran slowly began to narrate their experiences. It turned out that at the very beginning, Meng Jingran and the Fire Wolf fell into a small world with wind attributes. They were lucky. They did not encounter attacks like Lu Zixin and Mu Xiaoxi. Instead, it landed next to a strange little grass. 2 strange glass fruits grew on this grass. It is the size of a thumb, bright red and shiny, like a gem. Very beautiful. Meng Jingran didn't know what this thing was, and then the Fire Wolf couldn't wait to eat it. The kind that even she couldn't stop. Meng Jingran was also very worried at that time, fearing that something might go wrong with her beast. But fortunately, nothing bad happened to the Fire Wolf. On the contrary, it has been restored and advanced. Directly broke through to the 4th level. Another fruit to eat. It even reached the 5th level directly. And Meng Jingran also benefited from its sudden surge in strength. She also broke through to become a mysterious vein beast tamer. Next, they arrived at a small world of steel attributes, and then encountered attacks and battles. Later, he came to this small world of earth element again. I also met Nanjiao and the others. Meng Jingran's experience is not complicated. However, compared with Lu Zixin and others, she is much luckier. So, you should be the only one among us who has encountered good things. Mu Xiaoxi made a judgment directly. I think so, Meng Jingran said, glanced at Lu Zixin next to him, and said, Zixin's condition should be stable, right? It's stable now. The one who answered her was Nanjiao. However, we still need to leave here. Zixin's internal injuries still need treatment. And these wounds on her body. For a girl who doesn't like fair and tender skin. Therefore, Nanjiao felt very uncomfortable when she saw the wounds on Lu Zixin. What about the earth bear? Meng Jingran looked to the side again and saw the earth bear crawling on the ground with its eyes closed, and asked, This big guy has quite a lot of injuries. Fortunately, she could still feel the breath of life, which proved that she was not dead. It should take some time to recover. As Nanjiao spoke, she couldn't help but recall the fierce and desperate look in the big guy's eyes when she first met him. However, I feel that after this incident, the earth bear's mentality should have changed a lot. She added one more sentence. I feel the same way. Mu Xiaoxi also expressed her agreement. Moreover, I feel that it is not only in terms of mentality, but also in terms of strength. Yes, Nanjiao also responded. So what should we do now? Should we stay with Zixin and wait for her to wake up? Meng Jingran asked again at this time. As far as I know, this elemental world has no boundaries, and there is no way to actively enter another small world. Nanjiao spoke. That means we can only wait for it to collapse automatically. As she spoke, her eyes dimmed. In fact, she was also worried about Su Luo's safety. But there is really no way. She is still too weak now, and there is no way for her to break through this spatial barrier and enter another small world. Then go find Su Luo. Is this because there is a guardian beast in this small world? Meng Jingran obviously also knew something about this, so she asked. It should be. Nanjiao nodded. She had actually guessed it from the beginning. The other side, with a strong desire to survive, Su Luo looked down and clenched his hands fiercely, squeezing. When he felt the flesh in his hand, he knew there was something else, so he suddenly opened his eyes. Su Luo immediately looked into his arms and found that the little dragon was still in his hands. But the little guy squinted his eyes and obviously fainted. He then breathed a sigh of relief. I was thinking wrongly before this report. Fortunately, we didn't separate this time. Su Luo turned his head and took a look at the surrounding environment. Hiss. He is now in the midst of ice and snow. All around, there is snow. It's all snow. The endless snow. There are snowflakes floating in the sky, showing how cold it is here. At this moment, he was lying on his back in the snow, looking as if he was about to die. Very unpresentable. It was very cold around, but fortunately Su Luo had the blood of the Ice Soul Phantom Fairy Tale Fox. So I can't feel anything at all. He quickly glanced around, but did not see the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird. Only then did Su Luo reveal a satisfied smile. That was a close call. Finally I got rid of that stinky bird. It kept pestering me like a crazy woman. It was really amazing. Su Luo shook his head and muttered. He paid no attention to what was beneath him. At this moment, there really was a pair of eyes staring at him quietly. I just took her Imperial Flame Seed, not raped her, and you're still treating me like this. Besides, it's not possible to ask for EXO. We are of different races. I am still a dog now. Oh, women are really unreasonable. Even female birds are the same. Because of the great persecution he had suffered before, Su Luo talked a lot more nonsense. A few more complaints. As he spoke, he stood up and prepared to leave. However, Su Luo, who had just stood up, seemed to have noticed something was wrong. Hey, why is the snow under his feet warm? It's soft and doesn't feel like snow at all. Moreover, there seemed to be two soft hills. Su Luo couldn't help but stepped on it twice more, but his eyes subconsciously looked down at his feet. Sigma, damn it. What he was standing on was not snow at all. It's not snow at all, but it is the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird. Is this big bird a pervert? Why would you crawl under him and get pressed down for no reason? Masochism. Scam. Although he was complaining madly in his heart, Su Luo had a smile on his face. What a coincidence. Do you feel good like this? Let me try it too. Meeting the murderous gaze of the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird, he spoke. But the next moment, a shooting star streaked across the sky. Su Luo was blown away directly. Chapter 152, Angry Su Luo. Is the bloodline going to be stimulated? This is a lack of martial ethics. Oh shit. Su Luo was speechless. The beast felt a pain in his body, but he already knew what had happened. That is, when they just landed in this small world of ice element, the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird did not separate from him. Not only did they not separate, he even pinned the bird down and it sank into the snow. After all, the snow is so thick, it is normal for such a situation to occur. However, Su Luo was very unhappy that this guy knocked him away without saying a word. Is he wrong? But soon, Su Luo seemed to have thought of something, feeling a little guilty. Damn it. This Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird was just suppressed by him. He was mumbling something just now. Didn't she hear it all? Su Luo was terrified when he thought about it carefully. He said XXO, OXX, so many disrespectful words. And more. When he stood up just now, he was able to roll down and scratch it with his claws. Oh my god. I mean, that soft little hill just now. What a sin. No wonder he was beaten away. However, Su Luo could swear to God that he really knew nothing. Just as his thoughts were racing, he saw the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird again. This woman was staring at him with a cold face. There is murderous intent in his eyes. The level of his face odor is much colder than this ice and snow. However, at this time, Su Luo had already calmed down. On the contrary, I became much calmer. After all, Su Luo had so many conversations with the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird that he became more courageous. Just as he was about to stand up and say something, a sense of oppression came over him. It's not the Emperor Flame Phoenix's. Su Luo could feel it. At this time, the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird also shifted its gaze away from Su Luo, falling somewhere in the sky. There is no one there. However, she seemed to have sensed something. Following her gaze, Su Luo also looked over there. Next moment, in this deserted place, a figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere. A huge figure. It was 10 meters tall, covered in ice blue scales, with a touch of ice blue flames on the soles of its 4 feet, which was very dazzling. Its hair and beard are flying, and it has a dragon head, a horse body, and fish scales. Kirin, an ice unicorn just appeared in the sky. Ding, the Tizot Ice Chelan was found. The system gave a very unexpected prompt. Su Luo vaguely felt that this guy should be the big boss in this small world. The Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird has actually transformed. I didn't expect you to be here. Kinsuwa Ice Chelan spoke. A surprise? The Emperor Flame Phoenix bird turned around and ignored Su Luo, instead looking up at the sky. Didn't you leave me here all along? I was wondering what kind of beast controls this small world. Turns out it's from your Tianhua Ice Qilin clan. As the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird spoke, it had already flown up into the sky. In an instant, it turned into its original form. It is much bigger than the Tizot Ice Qilin. However, Su Luo understood that body size did not mean anything. Besides, the real body of this Qilin might not be that small. Can't I just pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger? Don't be so excited. I'm not here to see you. Tianhua Bing Qilin spoke at this time. You're not looking for me? The Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird has a leisurely look. To be honest, she wouldn't believe it. The battle between the most ferocious beasts is about whoever swallows whom and whoever can reach the next level. This is their way of quickly improving their own strength. So, this Ice Qilin said he had no feelings for her? I really believe it. Certainly. Tianhua Ice Qilin spoke. Do you think I will believe it? The Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird spoke again. The sound of conversation sounded like thunder in Su Luo's ears, deafening. If I want to leave this little world, one way is to defeat you, and the other is for you to let me leave directly. I know this very well. Considering the strength of this Sky-Su Ice Qilin, she didn't believe that it had no intentions towards her. Just like the Tsangming Black Flame Owl back then. Didn't he say at the beginning that peace was the most important thing, and that we shouldn't fight? But in the end he still attacked her? So now the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird is very cautious. You really can't believe even a single punctuation mark in what these ferocious beasts say. However, when Su Luo heard these words, they became very interesting. To get out of this damn little world, I have to defeat this guy? Otherwise, it depends on its mood. Is this elemental world so perverted? Believe it or not, it is true. Tianhua Bing Qilin said, glanced at the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird, and continued. Besides, you should also know that my strength is not as good as yours, right? So, why are you being so cautious? After the big guy finished speaking, he suddenly cast his eyes downwards. Moment. Su Luo felt like he was being stared at. It's him I'm looking for. Tizot Ice Qilin's eyes narrowed slightly. Why do you have the scent of a glass pony? Su Luo was stunned. This guy came here for the little mare? However, the Liuli Pony clan has nothing to do with the Tianhua Ice Qilin. Why is that? Tell me now. Seeing that Su Luo did not answer him immediately, Tianhua Binklin also showed a hint of impatience. He couldn't help but shouted coldly. However, this cold shout fell into Su Luo's ears. He felt as if his body was hit by a heavy hammer. Moment. The blood in my body is boiling. Plus, Su Luo had already suffered a loss at the hands of the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird. No, with these two things combined, he couldn't help it anymore, and a mouthful of blood fell on the snow. Above the sky, the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird saw this scene, but didn't say anything. However, he glanced at Tianhua Binklin quietly, as if he was thinking about something. The bright red blood fell on the snow, and Su Luo also felt the blinding sensation. A surge of anger rose in his heart. The rising anger. At this moment, Su Luo didn't know that his blood was boiling. Just like boiling water. Since the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird, Su Luo has always suffered losses. Although he has only been in this world for more than half a month. However, apart from the difficulties he encountered from Zhang hating, his journey has been smooth sailing. If he fights with a ferocious beast of the same level, or 1 or 2 levels higher than him, it will be a matter of seconds before he can defeat the beast. However, the setbacks he suffered now aroused his anger and dissatisfaction. Why? Because of their high class and strong bloodline power. Then his bloodline power is not weak either. Is his blood power really useless? The void devours the chaos beast. The name sounds awesome. Klaus is so cool. Could he still be weak? Dissatisfaction, anger, dissatisfaction. All the negative emotions are accumulating little by little. Ring, ring. Suddenly, an anxious cry sounded beside me. It turned out that the little dragon that fell into the snow woke up. When the little guy saw Su Luo vomiting blood, he became very anxious the first moment. She came to him while shouting and wanted to stretch out her chubby little hand to help Su Luo wipe the corners of his mouth. After all, in the little dragon's heart, Su Luo is a great beast who often gives it delicious food. It doesn't want anything to happen to him. This was supposed to be a friendly scene. But when it caught the gaze of Tianhua Ice Qilin, its eyes flashed slightly. He actually stretched out his claws and grasped the air. The next moment, in Su Luo's sight, the little dragon flew towards the sky shuttle Ice Qilin in the sky. It picked it up directly in its hand. Ring, ring. The little thing was held in the Ice Qilin's big hands, crying and struggling anxiously. Although I'm too young to understand what it says. But Su Luo knew that this little guy must be asking him for help. After all, The direction its chubby little hands were extending was towards him. The little guy's already bright eyes were now filled with tears. It was obvious that he was extremely frightened and was very afraid of this sky shuttle ice Chilin. See this scene. Su Luo's angry heart was filled with anxiety. Little dragon. Tiansuo Ice Chilin spoke. I can't even tell which tribe of dragon this is. But pure power is a tonic. As Bing Chilin said this, he stuck out his tongue and licked his mouth. Seeing this scene, the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird standing by frowned secretly. Sure enough, some fierce beasts like to devour the energy of other fierce beasts to improve themselves. This Tiansuo Ice Chilin is obviously the same. However, the word supplements deeply irritated Su Luo's nerves. The blood is boiling. Su Luo just felt that he was like a powder keg. I don't know where the power comes from, but it is surging wildly. Even the system sensed this abnormality. It vaguely felt that Su Luo seemed to be activating his own bloodline power. Didn't use it. It was beyond its expectations. Let it go. The deafening roar spread throughout the sky, like muffled thunder. It belongs to Su Luo. He spoke. This sudden roar also surprised the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird. Is this guy really not afraid of being killed by the Ice Chilin? So fierce. You talking to me? Tizot Ice Chilin frowned, obviously very dissatisfied. How could the dignity of a Chilin be challenged by a beast that looked like nothing? I say, let it go. Su Luo looked straight at the sky, and his strange eyes began to spin strangely. The struggling little dragon was an important part of igniting the flame of anger in his heart. Su Luo felt like he was about to explode. The energy in his body suddenly surged. Wave after wave, continuously hitting his body. That thing that seemed to have been suppressed seemed to be about to break through. In the sky Su Ice Chilin showed a strange look on his face, because it discovered the weak and ferocious beasts on the ground. His aura is constantly rising at this moment, at a terrifying speed. Beside it, the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird also had a look of surprise and shock. What the hell is this guy doing? Chapter 153 Angry Su Luo. All-powerful. Roar. A roar rose up into the sky. From Su Luo. At this moment, in the sight of Tiansuo Binkolin, this weak and ferocious beast was suddenly enveloped by golden light. The golden light shines brightly. He is in it. His body continued to expand and grow. Then, this terrifying golden light turned into a flickering deep purple light. Sky. Suddenly, it became dark. This snow-white world was as bright as day just now, but the sky suddenly turned as dark as ink. Above the sky, there was an inexplicable golden glow of stars shining. Starry. So weird. The eyes of the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird flickered. There was shock and confusion in the phoenix's eyes. At this moment, she felt as if she was in the starry sky. Very mysterious. Could it be that it was all because of that guy? What exactly is he? The changes between heaven and earth are strange and terrifying. However, it calmed down the little dragon that had been struggling and crying. This little guy seems to be very adapted to this environment. He actually stopped crying and making a fuss. His eyes were fixed on Su Luo's direction, with a look of surprise on his face. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying icy energy fell from the sky, like a meteorite. Go towards Su Luo. It's the Tizot Ice Chilin. It finally couldn't bear it anymore and was about to explode. Because, in its heart, it actually felt a sense of danger. This is unprecedented. It's no joke to say that Tizot Ice Chilin is a little panicked. But the next moment, he panicked even more. His pupils dilated, and he cried out in surprise. How is that possible? The icy blow he had just struck with all his strength was completely blocked when it landed on Su Luo. Moreover, he was surrounded by the light. Ironically, the attack of the Tiansuo Ice Chilin was completely blocked by immunity. It's not even worthy of falling on others. So, one can imagine the shock that Chilin felt inside his heart. I'm going to kill him. Tiansuo Binkolin spoke decisively. He no longer wanted to ask about the whereabouts of the Lily pony. I just want to completely eradicate Su Luo's restless existence. It swung the little dragon away, and its 10-meter-tall body fell downwards. As it fell, the Ice Chilin's body suddenly grew larger. 20 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. With tremendous power. Dive. It just doesn't believe it. It's the Tizot Ice Chilin, the overlord of the area. How could you be completely helpless against a vicious beast? Roar. The roar started again. It still comes from Su Luo. But, this time, the roar no longer went straight into the sky. Instead, it soars straight up and breaks through the void. Falling into the heart of the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird, she felt waves of fear, and the blood in her body was surging. What kind of aura is this? What bloodline is it? Why is there a scent of the Songming black flame owl mixed in? A moment. Countless question marks arose in the heart of the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird. I didn't expect that he could temporarily activate the blood power on his own. Incredible. The system spoke slowly at this time. But now no one noticed. Because, at this moment, Su Luo was like a cannonball, rushing towards the sky shuttle Ice Chelan in the sky. He was enveloped in a huge dark purple light, and his face could not be seen clearly. However, from the light, we can tell its size is definitely not too small. It's sometimes 20 or 30 meters. Court death. Seeing that the other party chose to confront him head-on, there was also a hint of joy in Tianso Binkelin's voice. But the next moment, something shocking happened. The most ferocious beast, the arrogant sky shuttle Ice Chelan, was blown away by Su Luo like a ball. It really flew away. It was almost enough to shock the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird's eyes. How is that possible? She may not be able to do this. Roar. Another roar was heard. Above the sky. No. It should be said that above the void, which was like a celestial vortex, the starlight was shining brightly. Swish, swish, swish. A swarm of meteors is coming above the void. The direction they are heading is the direction of the Tiansuo Ice Chelan. Stars falling. The huge body of the sky salt Ice Chelan, which was 100 meters long, was blasted to the ground. Not only that, the attack is not over yet, it is still going on. And Su Luo, the void light on his body was still flickering. At this moment, he is like a god and cannot be violated. Dare not look directly. The ice breaks. The Tiansuo Ice Chelan was smashed into a huge pit in the ice and had no chance to resist. Stop it now. At this time, there was another earth-shattering roar. The Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird turned its head and looked. Not far ahead, a Chelan appeared that was almost identical to the Tiansuo Ice Chelan. She understood instantly. It seems that there are two sky shuttle Ice Chelans in this small world. Moreover, the purpose of not coming out is to numb her nerves. What I mean is, if Su Luo hadn't suddenly exploded. In the end, the one who was surrounded and killed was her Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird. She finally understood. Thinking of this, she didn't hesitate and went straight to meet him. I want to stop Tiansuo Ice Chelan B and prevent it from disturbing Su Luo. But she was overthinking. Or rather, she thought too little. Because the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird found that its body could not move at all. Not only her, but also the Tiansuo Ice Chelan B who wanted to rush over here was the same. Stopped where it is. Cold sweat. It's just because, above the void, a pair of huge eyes appeared at some point in time. It's really the eyes. 100 meters? km? 10,000 meters? Have no idea. Above the void, it is unknowable. However, the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird knew it very well. Those eyes were clearly the same heterochromatic pupils as those of the little smart dog. Exactly the same eyes. Because she had looked at him more than once. Very clear. These eyes were quietly watching the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird and the Sky Shuttle Ice Chelan B. That's exactly it. They simply can't move. Suppressed. Silently. This world has fallen into endless silence. Suddenly, a huge hand reached down from the void. It's an empty hand. He went towards Tiansuo Ice Chelan B. The latter's body, which was more than 100 meters in size, was suddenly grasped by the big hand. Like a toy. Pull it into the void. But it seems a bit difficult. Roar, roar, roar. The roar started again. It was sent by Su Luo, like the sound of bells and drums and thunder. Shocking. The big hand moves again. All of a sudden, the Sky Shuttle Ice Chelan, which was unable to struggle, was brought into the endless void. This is the devouring power. Su Luo knew it. This is the devouring power of the void devouring chaos beast on him. This Tiansuo Ice Chelan B will appear as his food, being pulled into the endless void. Complete annihilation. Chapter 154 What to do? Waiting online. Urgent. The shock in the heart of the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird was truly unprecedented. She seemed to have vaguely guessed Su Luo's bloodline from the nebula, although she didn't know what the specific bloodline was. However, above that ancient void, there are endless bloodlines of fierce beasts and powerful beings. So how could there be a lack? That little dog. It's from the void lineage. She finally understood it. From the moment the Tiansuo Ice Chelan was swallowed, she understood. However, what shocked the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird was that this pair of huge hands in the void appeared again, coming towards her. No way. Can't tell friend from foe. At this time, the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird had forgotten that she wanted to kill Su Luo before. She desperately mobilized the strength in her body, trying to resist and struggle. But the more I struggle, the more I discover the fear and anxiety in my heart. She felt like she was stuck in a quagmire, with nothing she could do. Can't struggle. The more you struggle, the more powerless you become. Even begging for mercy is not allowed. The giant hand in the void grabbed the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird in an instant. She seemed to have seen that she was about to replicate the fate of Tizad Ice Chilin. No way. The Emperor Flame Phoenix bird struggled desperately. But she doesn't want to die yet. She still has so many things to accomplish. She has many missions. As if there was a response, the void hand suddenly stopped. But it suddenly tightened again. Grasped the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird tightly in it. Roar, roar, roar. Su Luo's roar is still resounding, and the light is still shining brightly. Boom! The ice is breaking. The Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird was pressed to the ground by the giant hand in the void, and was rubbed and kneaded fiercely. Seriously injured. And Su Luo, who had turned into a ball of light, was trembling constantly at this moment. He was conscious at that moment just now. He also wanted to devour the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird. But unfortunately, the strength is not enough to support it. I can only seriously injure her first. Damn it. Su Luo was also very unhappy. The light becomes smaller and dissipates. The void retreats. The sky suddenly became bright as day again. Everything seemed as if nothing had happened, and the whole world was extremely peaceful. However, the terrifying ice pit on the ground and the huge body of the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird, it all says it all. The battle did happen. Boom. Su Luo's beast body fell from the sky into the snow. He fainted too. Ring, ring. I don't know how long it took. Su Luo slowly opened his eyes. What comes into view is a little dragon with a cute face. The little guy was looking at Su Luo with his big eyes, his little face full of excitement. There's still a sense of dampness. Su Luo knew that the little guy must have licked him again. Needless to say, he was also woken up by this little guy's licking. Small. Su Luo was about to struggle to get up, but found that he was paralyzed. It's really paralyzed. I can't move. The piercing pain filled his body until he was numb. I didn't feel it the first time. Su Luo remembered it very clearly. Because he was too angry, he completely activated the void-devouring chaos beast bloodline in his body. Then it completely exploded. Crazy. First, he beat up one of the Tianhua ice chilins, whose cultivation level was unknown. He even swallowed one directly. He didn't even let go of that woman, the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird, and fucked her several times. They were all pressed to the ground and rubbed. Ding! It is detected that the host is seriously injured and needs to spend a lot of intimacy points for treatment. The system gave a prompt at this time. Is that so? Hearing the system prompt sound, Su Luo felt a lot more relieved. It's good if it can be treated. Then spend it and give me treatment. Su Luo spoke directly. Are you sure? You need to consume all your intimacy points. The system said something at this time. Fuck all of them. I have over 180,000 intimacy points, and I'm going to use them all for treatment. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Su Luo took a look at his system panel and started cursing. There is no way. You are seriously injured. Your meridians are broken and your bones are almost turned to ashes. You have to know that you can't support such a terrifying force right now. What the system said is true. Moreover, it retains some. Because Su Luo activated the power of his bloodline and it exploded completely. What he was burning was his own life force. If it weren't for the system reasons, he probably is finished like this and he will never get up again in this life. No amount of natural resources or treasures could save him. But the system can. Is this true or false? I'm in this state and I can't die? Are you trying to cheat me on my intimacy value on purpose? Su Luo asked 3 questions at a time and was very suspicious. Real. The system said helplessly. Is there a way to save intimacy? Su Luo couldn't help but ask. It's too cruel to spend all this intimacy value. I'm a little panicked. Then you can choose to heal 30%. It will allow you to stand up and walk, but not fight. Then let's restore 30% first. Su Luo spoke without hesitation. Okay. The system didn't waste any time at this time and arranged it directly. A crackling sound was heard, and Su Luo felt as if his bones were being reorganized. My body is warm, and I feel a little comfortable. It seems that the system did not cheat him. He might be seriously injured. Not long after, amid the little dragon's constant ringing cries, Su Luo finally sat up, but he could still feel the pain all over his body. At this time, the little dragon also jumped into Su Luo's arms and hugged him. The little meaty hands kept rubbing against his chest hair. Ever since Su Luo released the breath of the void, it began to like him more and was willing to contact him. Su Luo did not see this invisible change. But it does exist. Okay, I'm fine. Looking at the excited little dragon, Su Luogu couldn't help but smile. He used his paws to lift the little guy in front of him and licked it with his tongue. In Su Luo's heart, watching the little dragon hatching, he really felt like an old father. especially when I saw this little guy being pitifully held in the hands of Tianxua Ice Qilan, while sending him continuous distress signals. Su Luo was even more heartbroken. This was also the spark that suddenly sparked his explosion. As a man, cough cough, as a male beast, he can't even protect the people and things around him. What kind of man is he? Fortunately, the little thing is fine. Ring ring. The little dragon seemed very happy to be licked and responded with a sound again. It held Su Luo's claws tightly and refused to let go. There is obviously a strong sense of dependence in his eyes. The little guy didn't understand. He just felt that he liked the smell of the big dog. It really wants to get close. Especially when he was being licked by her tongue, she liked it even more. After all, this is also a form of intimate behavior. That's right. Su Luo suddenly remembered that the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird should not be dead yet. Little guy, did you see that big bird? He said, looking around. It's all white. Apart from the huge pit not far away, he did not see the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird. The little dragon shook his head, not sure whether he didn't understand or didn't know and didn't see it. That's the woman in the red dress. Didn't you see her? Su Luo said this, and vividly drew the image of a pear for the little dragon. What I mean is that it is a metaphor for the body shape of the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird. The kind with a big bear, but… Ring ring. I didn't expect that. The little dragon is also a wonderful dragon. I really understood what you said. It nodded sharply and pointed to a place not far ahead. That's the meaning. 5 minutes later, Su Luo finally saw the unconscious Emperor Flame Phoenix bird. The big bird returned to its human form, its eyes closed. She was breathing very weakly and was obviously injured. I don't know whether it's serious or not. What to do? How to deal with her? Was he killed or what? Waiting online, very urgent. Chapter 155, Damn. Su Luo's choice. The Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird lay quietly on the ground, its eyes closed. Su Luo could see the beautiful figure clearly. And he also knew why the most ferocious beasts above the 10th level were called most ferocious beasts. Wonderful. It is indeed a very ferocious beast. Bird food. Even more vicious than Lu Zixin. Looking at the absolutely beautiful face of the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird, Su Luo suddenly felt unhappy. It's this guy who had previously said he wanted to kill him and was still thinking about killing him. Still thinking about ravaging him and taking him away. That arrogant look made Su Luo feel more unhappy whenever he thought of it. A feeling of anger rose from the bottom of my heart. He couldn't help it. So he sat on the ground, stretched out his claws, and patted the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird's face. I couldn't help muttering in my mouth. Awesome. You want to kill me? Isn't this the turn of events? Look how I torture you. Every time Su Luo spoke, he patted the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird's face. That feeling is so comfortable. The anger in my heart also dissipated a lot. He originally thought about just chopping the big bird to pieces. But after thinking about it carefully, I still decided not to. This is such a waste. If it was a male beast, Su Luo would kill it. But she's a woman, so it's still useful. It can still be used. By the way, system, is there any way to temporarily collect this guy and take him out? After struggling for a while, Su Luo asked in his heart. If possible, the big bird would like to try to make a contract with Nanjiao. Although, it may not be possible to sign a contract. After all, the gap in strength is too big. Even if the contract is successful, the strength of the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird will be greatly reduced. It's actually quite a loss. But this did not stop Su Luo from asking. There is no such method. Stop dreaming. The system said something straightforward, completely shattering Su Luo's fantasy. What if I contract her? He asked again. You can try, but even if the contract is successful, you will most likely be beaten to death after she recovers. Su Luo. Damn it. Did this little system get bombed today? However, when he thought about it carefully, it made sense. An ordinary contract has no binding force on this thing. If he keeps her around, what if she gets upset with him one day and just kills him? It's too dangerous. Obviously, this can't be done. Soul contract. Su Luo thought of this. However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was not possible. A soul contract is made when both parties are willing. Is it possible that the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird would agree to make a contract with him? She was afraid that even if she wanted to kill him, it would be too late. Moreover, the binding force is only average. System, is there a better way to make a contract that won't reduce her strength? For example, after the contract, she can't kill me, but I can kill her? The best thing is that she has to listen to me and do whatever I tell her to do. If I tell her to lie down, she can't stand. Let her fight a battle where she can't sit still. You have a beautiful idea. After listening to him, the system gave an evaluation. Sparrow food. Su Luo himself laughed. Is it okay to have bad thoughts? Even a salted fish should have a dream. What if he can turn things around? What's more, it's him, Su Luo. Is there one? There really is a contract method that can satisfy your evil thoughts. Su Luo. Are you polite, little system? I, Su Luo, have such serious and righteous thoughts, and you actually call them evil? F at asterisk you. Su Luo cursed secretly for a long time. Tell me, what method is it? He couldn't help but urge. Blood contract. The system slowly spoke out 4 words. Blood contract. This is a contract in the form of a written agreement. It is extremely unfair and dark, but it is also a contract that will definitely succeed. After being contracted, she will be connected to you by blood. When you die, she will also die. After she dies, you will be unharmed. Moreover, as long as you have a thought, she will immediately bleed to death, which can greatly control her, so you don't have to worry about her not obeying you. You won't be afraid that she will hurt you. Fuck. As soon as the system finished speaking, the good young man Su Luo couldn't help but swear. System, you still say I'm evil? You're much more evil than me, okay? This is not a contract at all. It's just a slave indenture. It's really awesome and exciting. Su Luo wanted to shout out. So cool. Because this contract is so unfair and dark, there is almost no such contract anymore. Only a few people still know this. The system couldn't help but explain it. So, this awesome contract method, doesn't it have any limitations or side effects? Su Luo frowned, but asked out of caution. What if you don't ask clearly and get tricked by the system? Su Shinjin must be more cautious. Whether it is now or in the past, this contract requires the collection of many materials, which is already a great difficulty. Also, from the form of this contract, you should be able to tell that it is only used by humans who want to control high-level beasts, right? The system's answer also made Su Luo nod secretly. If it means that a lot of materials are needed, then there are indeed limitations. Moreover, according to this form of contract, there is no need to use it to contract ordinary ferocious beasts. But when used on high-level beasts, Su Luo seemed to have figured something out all of a sudden. You should understand, right? The system said something. I understand. How could Su Luo, such a smart person, not understand? What this means is that once this contract is signed, the ferocious beast has signed an indenture to sell itself, and is no longer a beast. There is absolutely no dignity at all. If this happened to a high-level beast, wouldn't they just devour their master and die with you? After all, you have humiliated its animal character. You know, the higher the level of the ferocious beast, the higher its intelligence. To a certain extent, the smarter you are, the stronger your self-esteem is, and the more arrogant you are. Would such ferocious beasts be willing to be inferior to humans and obey your orders in a humiliating manner? Don't even think about it. Therefore, this blood contract is actually a contract that plays with fire. It is easy to make the ferocious beast develop a rebellious mentality. However, Su Luo believes that this actually depends on the character of the beast. What if you happen to be the type who is afraid of death and cherishes your life? System, what is the intimacy value of this contract? Su Luo asked. I usually sell it for 99,880, but today I'll give you a 10% discount. The system prompt sounded. Su Luo, are you sure it's a 10% discount? It's only less than 10,000 intimacy points. He asked in disbelief. There's something wrong with this dog system. Such an awesome contract with class is so cheap. He didn't dare to think about it. Sure. The system's firm voice sounded. Your uncle's system. Little did they know that Su Luo was cursing. You think this Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird will definitely kill me, right? So, you think this contract will be wasted when the time comes, so you're selling it so cheaply? Fuck. Even though I'm not a human, you're a real dog. System. Is this going to be discovered? Then do you want it? Even though it was seen through, the system still spoke very firmly. Fuck. I want. Su Luo gritted his teeth and made a decision. What's there to be afraid of? At worst, I can use my eloquent tongue to humiliate her. Su Luo was so excited that he almost said the wrong thing, so he quickly changed his words. Convince her. Men, what a coward. Just go for it. Chapter 156. So simple that even Su Luo could not believe it. System, how do I use this contract? Su Luo looked at the blood contract that he bought with 9,998 intimacy points and felt a little confused. This thing is just like a piece of paper lying quietly in the inventory. He didn't know how to operate it either. It's the same as the normal beast taming contract, but your fingers are not placed on the forehead. But you need to let her drink your blood, otherwise how can it be considered a blood contract? After the system finished speaking, it directly passed the relevant knowledge into Su Luo's mind. This will prevent him from continuing to ask questions, which is very annoying. And Su Luo finally realized how complicated this thing was before. Not only does it require 20 or 30 kinds of materials, but most importantly, it also requires the blood of a beastmaster. This is also the reason why the system said that the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird should drink his blood. This is an important part of building a blood contract. Su Luo turned his head and glanced at the slightly open, delicate lips of the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird. Ahem. Collecting his thoughts, Su Luo suddenly asked a question. System, are you sure that you can complete the contract just by drinking my blood? Sure. I don't know why he asked this, but the system still answered. Are you sure? Su Luo couldn't believe it and asked another question. Sure. Still a mechanical answer. That's fine. Don't tell me later that you need intimacy points to open the third earth vein of the Beastmaster. You said that as long as you drink my blood, the contract will be fulfilled. Su Luo spoke 2 sentences quickly in one breath. System. What a bastard. Su Luo's focus is actually here. The system thought about it carefully, and it seemed to be true. Damn, this guy is really a dog. The system couldn't help but curse. And Su Luo felt that he had gotten a great bargain at this time. That's right, he had noticed this bug a long time ago. Every penny you can swindle is a penny earned. Today he also wants to feel the pleasure of having sex with someone else for free. Without wasting any time, Su Luo pierced the soft flesh on his dog's paw. Then, he took another look at the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird. Ahem. Although it is very impolite to casually insert your penis into someone else's mouth. But this is all we can do. Su Luo gritted his teeth and prepared to move. But I heard a soft moan. The Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird actually showed signs of waking up. She moved. With a panic in his heart, Su Luo did not hesitate at all and stretched out his claws very accurately. It was stuffed into the mouth of the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird accurately. Hiss. But the next moment, Su Luo himself was confused. Because the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird opened its eyes. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes were full of shock and surprise, and she stared at Su Luo blankly. This damn beast stuck its claws into her mouth. Also, she could smell the blood. Nausea. At this moment, flames were about to burst out from the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird's eyes. But Su Luo is faster. Contract. He directly chose to use the inscription of blood contract. A strange pattern appeared and landed on the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird that was trying to struggle to get up. Suddenly, she felt as if she was controlled again and couldn't struggle. Then, the smell of blood in my mouth became even stronger. It spread all the way to the throat. Not only her, even Su Luo felt like he was losing blood. Damn it. How much blood does this contract cost? Buzz. A slight vibration sound was heard. On the ground, a large, strange, round, blood-colored symbol appeared. The bright red blood light filled the air, wrapped Su Luo and the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird. The power of the contract was constantly generated, impacting the mind of the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird again and again. And there is a soul. She seemed to sense something. Also know something. For a moment, the way she looked at Su Luo changed. There is fear, doubt, uneasiness, terror, anger in his eyes. So complicated. The bloody seal of the spell lasted for some time. Just when Su Luo felt that his body was being drained, he finally stopped losing blood. And somehow, he and the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird also developed a bond. This is something Su Luo can actually feel. What's more, what impressed him even more was that his physical injuries were actually healed. The injuries that previously required all the intimacy points to heal seemed to be gone in an instant. Su Luo doesn't have any pain in his waist or legs, so he should be able to fight a few more battles in one breath. He's not the only one like this. The Emperor Flame Phoenix bird's originally serious injuries were healed by 80% to 90% due to the successful conclusion of the contract. The power of this blood contract is indeed strong. This also made the system, which was watching everything happen, speechless. Wipe it. He actually let Su Luo kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Forget about the intimacy value required to open the third land vein. The injury is healed now. He also successfully contracted the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird. Satisfied, Su Luo pulled his claws out of the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird's mouth. He could feel it, with just one thought. The big bird in front of him is really doomed. This is the most intuitive feeling after a successful contract. On the contrary, the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird now looked stunned. It seemed as if something very incredible had happened to her. Her face was full of disbelief. After a while, he finally spoke. How did you get the blood contract? Her tone was full of surprise and disbelief. Su Luo felt it all, but he was more curious about. You actually know about the blood contract. Didn't the system say that few people know about this thing now? Why would the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird know this? Su Luo's rhetorical question obviously made her fall into deep thought. What she was worried about now was not the fact that Su Luo had just stuffed his stinky paw into her mouth, but it's about the blood contract. How could the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird not know about this? She knows better than anyone, any animal, because there were animals in her family that had been treated like this. But why does this guy in front of me use the blood contract? Not to mention that this thing has been lost for a long time. Another thing is, isn't he a beast? At this moment, the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird had so many doubts and puzzles in its heart. But it is precisely because of the emergence of these emotions and Su Luo's abnormal behavior before. This caused her to actually feel a little fear towards Su Luo. She didn't even feel it, but it really exists. Since you know about the blood contract, it will be even easier. No matter what the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird was thinking, Su Luo spoke at this time. From now on, listen to me and do whatever I tell you to do. I am not an unreasonable person. I will not treat you unfairly. The Emperor Flame Phoenix bird did not speak and kept its head down. I don't know what he is considering, or is he thinking of just killing Su Luo? But Su Luo doesn't have any patience at all. Did you hear that? He urged again, his tone becoming much colder. By the way, he stood up all of a sudden and looked down at the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird. At least, you should show some master's aura to scare this woman, right? This is what Su Luo is thinking now. After all, in his opinion, the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird should not surrender so easily. This big bird was very proud before. Su Luo was even prepared to use his eloquent tongue to intimidate and bribe people. However, something unexpected happened. The next moment, the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird actually looked up at him and pursed its lips. No. Su Luo, underscore? He doesn't understand. So smooth? Could it be that it was because the power of his Ice Soul Phantom fairy-tailed fox's bloodline had taken effect? This Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird now looks at him with great favor, completely prostrated at his feet. For a moment, Su Luo himself was full of doubts. The system doesn't understand. This Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird actually agreed without any resistance. What is going on? Is this kid so lucky and has such a strong animal charm? 20 minutes later. Ice Elemental Small World. To be honest, Su Luo didn't expect the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird to surrender so easily. But he is not a stupid dog. I know there must be something fishy going on. Su Luo had even secretly planned to test and provoke the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird. See if she is really convinced. Or is he up to some evil idea? It's gone. The Emperor Flame Phoenix bird looked at the deep pit below and spoke. The it in her mouth was naturally referring to the Tianxua ice qilin that was attacked by Su Luo and smashed into the bottom of the ice pit. Just a while ago, after the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird willingly accepted the unequal blood contract. Su Luo just remembered, why didn't this small world of ice element collapse? Logically speaking, isn't the Tizot ice qilin finished? However, when he and the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird arrived here, they found that this guy was gone. He didn't die even after this. Su Luo also frowned. There were 2 sky shuttle ice qilins, one of which was swallowed by him. One of them actually ran away. A bad premonition also arose in Su Luo's heart. Ring ring. Suddenly, a little dragon flew up from the bottom of the ice pit and pointed at Su Luo. It seems like you want to tell it something. Are you saying there's something down there and you want me to get down? Ring ring. The little dragon nodded vigorously, indicating that he was right. Su Luo glanced at the 1,000-meter ice pit and then looked at the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird next to it. His eyes rolled and he immediately said, "Carry me down on your back." What? Upon hearing this, the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird showed some emotions. She suddenly turned her head and looked at Su Luo. You know, I can't fly. How can I get down if you don't carry me? Su Luo's trouble is coming. The slender hands within the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird's long skirt were clenched tightly. Then, she seemed to have thought of something and gritted her teeth. Then you become smaller, and I'll carry you down. She thought about the fact that Su Luo could become smaller. No. Su Luo refused without even thinking about it. I am your master. It would be embarrassing if I became smaller. Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird. How about you transform into a big bird and I can ride on you? Su Luo said again. It would be nice to be able to ride the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird. After all, it's not easy to ride a ferocious beast. The Emperor Flame Phoenix bird was obviously in a dilemma, and it squeezed out a word from between its teeth after a long while. Good. Chapter 157. Failure of Pretending Again. Small World of Earth Element. ZXIN, you finally woke up. Nanjiao's surprised voice sounded. She was the first person to notice that Lu Zixin had opened her eyes. Yu. And everyone. Are you dead too? The girl's first reaction when she woke up was to glance at Nanjiao, Mu Xiaoxi, and Ming Jingran. Then the first words that came out of his mouth were this. This also made Nanjiayo and the other two all confused. Wow, I'm so touched. I didn't expect that you would still be with me even after I died. I am so happy. Lu Zixin was obviously completely immersed in his own world and began to talk nonsense. Nanjiayo and the other two looked at each other, smiled and shook their heads helplessly. This girl. Still the same temper. Even after going through such things, my mentality remains unchanged. It's pretty good. Don't be silly, we are not dead, and neither are you. Don't talk nonsense. As Nanjiayo spoke, she reached out and gently patted Lu Zixin's forehead. A cool feeling came over me. Lu Zixin also blinked her big eyes. Seems like he's thinking about something. Not dead. After a while, the girl murmured softly and felt relieved. Really, we all have nothing to do, so we gather together. Mu Xiaoxi also stepped forward to comfort her. By the way, where's my stinky bear? Lu Zixin suddenly remembered his earth bear and struggled to get up. But because of the pain all over her body, she grimaced. Not to mention getting up, it's hard to even straighten your back. Seeing this, Nanjiayo quickly stepped forward to support her. Your wounds haven't healed yet. Don't get so excited. Yeah, your earth bear is fine. It's still resting? As Ming Jingren spoke, she pointed behind them to where the earth bear was originally. But found out, this big guy was actually emitting an ochre-colored light at this moment. Faintly, it seemed to have a strange blood-red color. My big bear, is it going to advance? It should be. That's right. Right. What she got was naturally the response from Nanjiayo and the other two. They were also surprised that the earth bear had advanced at this critical juncture. It took a long time. The khaki light dissipated. The earth bear was still lying safely on the ground. However, its body has changed, became a lot stronger. The size is also bigger. The hair has now turned into dark brown. From a distance, it looks quite imposing. Why hasn't it woken up yet? Lu Zixin couldn't help but speak. No, I want to go see it. As she spoke, she tried to struggle to get up again. Nanjiayo and the other two quickly supported her. But the next moment, the earth bear's eyes suddenly opened. In an instant, Nanjiayo, who had been observing it, saw that its eyes were filled with hostility. There is also a hint of murderous intent. Roar. With a low roar, the earth bear suddenly stood up. However, the place it was looking at was the sky. Not only that, even the thunder leopard and fire wolf stood up at once and looked at the same place. There are also elemental elves and glass ponies like this. Among them, the gaze of the glass pony is the best, because it recognized that figure. Qilin. Mu Xiaoxi looked at the figure floating in the sky and cried out in surprise. Nanjiayo and the other two couldn't help but purse their lips, looking at the Qilin above, their eyes trembling slightly. The beast that came was naturally the Tiansua Ice Qilin, or the one that slipped away right under Su Luo's nose. The Tiansua Ice Qilin was indeed seriously injured, but it was not completely dead. Originally, it was planning to slip away from the ice pit. However, as soon as it appeared, it saw Su Luo, who was making a blood contract with the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird. That terrifying sound. Tizat Ice Qilin suddenly panicked. The way Su Luo abused it before had already planted a deep-rooted seed of fear in its heart. Therefore, even though it saw Su Luo making some strange contract, it did not dare to provoke him at the first time, or to launch a sneak attack. Instead, he chose to break through the spatial barrier and sneak away under the ice pit. It is also because of this that it came to this small world of earth element. The moment the Tiansua Ice Qilin appeared, it felt the breath of the glazed pony. Originally, it only felt a shallow layer of it on Su Luo's body. But now, the smell is so strong. So, Tiansua Ice Qilin came over. It is true that it is injured now, but it is still confident that it can deal with the ferocious beasts below. Moreover, these beast masters are not strong. The chances of success are even greater. So the Tizat Ice Qilin showed up. Oh. Ignoring the gazes of others, the Lioli pony neighed and suddenly flapped its wings and flew into the sky. Facing the Tizat Ice Qilin, it is true that there is an insurmountable mountain in front of it, but there is no fear on its face. On the contrary, Nanjiayo below couldn't help but take a sudden step forward. She is worried about the Lioli pony. After all, in her opinion, it is Luo Luo's friend after all. If something unexpected happened around her, how would she report it? For a moment, Nanjiayo was frantically thinking of a solution. This looks like the Tiansua Ice Qilin? Ming Jingren spoke uncertainly at this time. It seems so. Mu Xiaoxi also smacked her lips, but subconsciously came to Nanjiayo and pulled her. Signaled to her not to be impulsive and to see the situation first. I'll go with you. Don't hurt them. The glass pony spoke up. Although it was animal language that Nanjiayo and the others could not understand. But they could all hear clearly what Tiansua Binkelin said. You are not qualified to negotiate with me. The Ice Qilin snorted coldly. The overwhelming momentum instantly made Nanjiao and the others feel like they were facing a formidable enemy. The atmosphere at the scene changed in an instant. However, just after it finished speaking, it suddenly frowned as if it sensed something and said, "You actually made a contract with humans and became their beast master? You were so low down. This big guy has suffered a loss before, so now he must show off and vent his anger." However, Tinsua Bing Qilin had just finished speaking. A sound that made his scalp tingle came from the side and behind it. "Who did you call low and cheap?" Tinsua Ice Qilin was shaken all over, his eyes wide open. Originally, it had the attribute of ice, and now it felt even colder in its heart, because he was so familiar with this voice. The familiarity buried deep in my heart. Nanjiao and the others also turned their heads and looked up at the sky immediately. Next moment, not only Nanjiao Pomelo, almost all the girls present suddenly had a smile on their faces. Of course, there is also shock. Even the Liuli filly was the same. I turned my head and looked in the direction where the sound came from. Chapter 158, I leave it to you. Go kill it. This voice was naturally made by Su Luo. Now, when the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird spreads its body, it is about 10 meters long. This is the size Su Luo made her become. This size suits him best, and he likes it the most. Also feel the most comfortable. If it is too big, Su Luo will feel uncomfortable riding it. After all, his body is only that big. Otherwise, the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird would be able to reach a distance of 1,000 meters. And Su Luo, at this moment, was riding on her back proudly, his eyes staring straight at the Tiansua Ice Qilin in front of him. You know what? It really does have a bit of a cool feel to it. Very horse forkworm. Very cool. This is also the reason why Ninjayo and the others were surprised and happy. The good news is that Lolo found it himself. What was surprising was that Luo was riding on the back of the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird. Isn't that crazy? What on earth happened? Everyone and every animal was still shocked. Before, Su Luo listened to what the little dragon said and went down to the bottom of the ice pit. As a result, he discovered the open space barrier. Without saying a word, he rode over on the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird. Not it. Letting the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird follow the scent, Su Luo finally found the Sky Shuttle Ice Qilin. I also found Nanjiao and the others. However, this clever Qilin was too seriously injured to sense the coming of the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird. As a result, he pretended to be cool and said harsh words, and was caught by Su Luo on the spot. Cold sweat. Tinsua Binkelin dares to say that it has never been so scared in its life. As a fierce beast of the Qilin clan, it actually trembled in fear because of a word from another beast. Cold sweat. Can you imagine how huge the shock Su Luo caused it before? Let me go. Tinsua Bing Qilin actually squeezed out these words while trembling. When it fell into the ears of Nanjiao and the others, it sounded very strange. What did Lolo say to the big Qilin? Is it so scared? And begging for mercy? Is it because of the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird? Nanjiao and his group, who couldn't understand the animal language, were understandably confused. Let you go, Su Luo said lightly. But in fact, he couldn't help but complain in his heart. This Sky Shuttle Ice Qilin is at least a very ferocious beast, right? Are you so cowardly? Are you begging for mercy now? That's right. As long as you let me go, I will do whatever you want. Knowing only that he was seriously injured, and there was no way he could win, Tinsua Binkelin quickly admitted defeat and accepted death. That humble look made Su Luo think he had recognized the wrong beast. This guy was very awesome before. What he didn't know was that many ferocious beasts were actually very careful about their lives. What a pity. Su Luo suddenly shook his head. Let's not talk about how you treated me before, but how dare you just now call my little pony low and cheap? I can't forgive you. As Su Luo spoke, he looked directly at the trembling Tinsua Ice Qilin, and suddenly an evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You will die. He uttered these 3 words like a judgment. Hearing this, the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird beneath him actually felt a chill in its heart. Don't even mention how this guy treated him and the little dragon before. Just the 2 words, low and cheap, were enough reason for Su Luo to kill it. After all, in his heart, whether a man or a beast, he should defend everything around him. This is what others said about his beast. I can't tolerate this. Because, doesn't that mean that Su Luo is also low and cheap? As for the little Liuli pony, his gaze was fixed on Su Luo without moving. It heard every word he said. Suddenly, a feeling of being touched rose in the heart of the little Liuli pony. This warm feeling is still sprouting and spreading within its heart. But Su Luo's words fell into the heart of Tinsua Binkelin, and it shuddered. Run. Run. Run away. As this thought grew wildly, icy flames rose under the feet of the Tianxua Ice Qilin, and in an instant he ran away. Start running forward madly. On the contrary, Su Luo was much calmer. He jumped off the back of the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird. Finally, he did not forget to shout, "I leave it to you. Go kill it." Naturally, he gave this order to the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird. After all, it was impossible for him to take action. The Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird hesitated for a moment, then flapped its wings and chased after the Sky Shuttle Ice Qilin. At the same time, she couldn't help but complain a few words in her heart. "You've done everything, but in the end you still have to clean up the mess and wipe your ass. Bah. Damn guy, damn bastard. You agreed to die. Why don't you kill it?" With this anger and dissatisfaction, the speed of the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird also increased a lot. In a blink of an eye, he had caught up with the injured Tianxua Ice Qilin. Next, the fate of Ice Qilin can be imagined. After all, it is the instigator of all this. If it hadn't angered Su Luo, would her, the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird, have fallen to this point? Is that so? The answer is, of course, unknown. However, there is no doubt that the rage of the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird was carried by the Sky Shuttle Ice Qilin. She won't let it go either. On the other hand, Su Luo jumped from a height of 100 meters in a very pretentious manner, and almost broke his legs. "Damn it, you are so pretentious," Su Luo muttered to himself. However, before he could think too much, he found himself being hugged. And who else could it be but Nan Jiao who hugged him? This girl, at this moment, hugged Su Luo tightly with her head buried in his neck. "I really don't want to let go for even a second. I just want to vent my feelings of missing you." Su Luo also felt a little emotional. Since entering this small world, he and Nan Jiao have broken up and gotten back together several times. You know, since he traveled to this world, the man and the beast have never been separated for so long. Look, they even sleep together. How long can we be separated? Thinking of this, Su Luo subconsciously stretched out his paw and patted Nan Jiao's back to comfort her. Seeing this scene, Mu Xiaoxi and the others did not step forward. Give them time and space. On the contrary, Su Luo felt uncomfortable in this state and suddenly shrank back to the state of a puppy. Then, he cleverly extended his claws towards Nan Jiao. The meaning is self-evident. The latter naturally knew what he meant and immediately hugged him in her arms, with a satisfied smile on her pretty face. Nothing can compare to Su Luo coming back to her. And the beast also returned to its familiar embrace and felt the familiar warmth, softness, and tenderness. He smelled a faint, familiar fragrance and felt at peace. This journey to this damn small world can finally come to an end. Thinking in his heart, Su Luo couldn't help but look up at Nan Jiao. He found that the girl was also looking at him. The man and the beast looked at each other. Almost subconsciously, Su Luo couldn't help but stick out his tongue and lick it. This time, Nan Jiao didn't hide. With a smile on his face and gentle eyes, he took Su Luo's attack. Her face instantly felt wet. Wet. Ding, face contact occurs, reward intimacy value 5,000. The system prompt sound came. It's still this familiar taste. Still this recipe. It is the one Su Luo is most familiar with. At this moment, language communication is no longer important. Su Luo and Nan Jiao. This man and this beast had already exchanged spiritual feelings in public. Su Luo even felt that it was good to separate for a while. After coming back, has Nan Jiao indulged him even more? TSK. Wonderful. Chapter 159. Tianxua Ice Qilin. Dead. Boom. A muffled sound was heard. The 10-meter-long body of the Skysu Ice Qilin landed not far in front of Su Luo. The one who threw it over was naturally the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird. This big ice unicorn is finished. At least, Su Luo couldn't sense that it was still alive. This Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird is indeed cruel. Kill if I say kill. TSK. The three girls, Mu Xiaoxi, Lu Zixin, and Ming Jing'an, were also shocked when they saw this scene. After all, they had never seen a scene where a ferocious beast was destroyed in an instant. The strong impact this brought to them was naturally enough. Another one is the transformation of the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird. It also scared them. This is so beautiful. Do all ferocious beasts look like this after they transform? The three girls had no resistance to a queen like Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird. Although they were not bad looking, they were still much more immature than her. Su Luo turned around and took something out, but I didn't know where he took it out. However, he called out to Nan Jiao twice and pointed forward. He motioned for her to take him over. There are only some complicated things between the latter and Su Luo that he cannot understand. She could understand these simple meanings very easily. So, Nan Jiao went there without saying anything and carried Su Luo. However, she still felt a little nervous. You know, even if the Tianzhua Ice Qilin is finished. But a lean camel is bigger than a horse, and this ferocious beast still has its own aura. So, just from this momentum, Nanjiao was actually a little scared. However, she would not disobey Su Luo's request, so she took him with her. On the other side, the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird was also a little speechless when looking at Su Luo now. This guy was not in this state when he faced her. When facing her, he was like a wild wolf and a vicious dog. He looks fierce and annoying just by looking at him. But when facing his own owner, he looks cute and adorable, just like a little puppy. Harmless to humans and animals. Seeing this, even the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix wanted to hug him and love him well. The difference between before and after, the switch between the beast types, is simply amazing. Where's this big guy's soul? Help me get it off. Su Luo said something in the direction of the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird. The tone is a bit heavy. Look, upon hearing this, the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird also secretly clenched its fists. What does it mean to be a little puppy in front of people and a little wolf behind people? She is a ferocious beast, and everyone who sees her has to give her some respect, but now she is being ordered around. She was really pissed off. Feeling indignant, the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird still walked over. He stretched out his finger like a knife and hit the top of the head of the Tianzhua Ice Qilin with it, which was very violent. A spirit soul that was larger than 2 adult fists slowly appeared in front of everyone. Crystal clear and very beautiful. Several girls looked at it, their eyes shining slightly. It's not that I covet this thing's power, but girls have absolutely no resistance to these beautiful things. Even Nanjiao's eyes lit up when she saw this diamond-like spirit. Give it to me. Why are you standing there like an idiot? Su Luo urged again in animal language, his tone more or less impatient. The Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird even trembled. She gritted her teeth and endured it. Then she took the soul in her hand and placed it in front of him. Su Luo didn't even look at it, just waved his hand, and his soul entered the system space. Nanjiao, Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird? How come the spirit disappeared just like that? The two of them were closest to Su Luo, so naturally they could see it most clearly. There was nothing wrong with the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird, just a little unexpected. After all, some very ferocious beasts can also store items in this way. However, Nanjiao will be a little surprised. When did her Luo acquire this skill? Did this Ice Qilin tell us when this space will collapse and we can leave? Su Luo remembered something and asked while looking at the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird. It said that it will automatically collapse in one day. It seems you have been very ruthless. Su Luo sighed. Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird. Isn't that what you kept saying when you came here, that you had to get this news and leave this damn place? Otherwise, why would she interrogate him? The Emperor Flame Phoenix clenched its pink fists even tighter. If possible, she really wanted to punch Su Luo in the face and make him arrogant. Then you can divide this ice unicorn. Su Luo waved his dog paws and gave orders. It's best to separate the meat from the skin and classify the various parts. I want to take this guy out. The Tianzhua Ice Qilin is full of treasures. How could Su Luo let it go? So, he gave instructions. Also, it would be best to cut some meat and roast it now. I'm hungry. Although Nanjiao couldn't understand Su Luo's animal language, but from his individual actions, I could guess what he meant. Moreover, she could also sense the discomfort in the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird's heart. But what she didn't understand was what was going on between Su Luo and this woman. Although, we are all beasts and of different races. But, could it be that this Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird likes their Lolo? So that's why you were willing to do this? Suddenly, a ridiculous idea came to Nanjiao's mind. The more she looked at it, the more it looked like. There is still a little discomfort in my heart. Even, she seemed to have thought about whether Su Luo would ride on the back of the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird one day. Doing unspeakable things? Are you crazy? The girl didn't know why she suddenly had such an idea. She quickly shook her head, trying to dispel the blush on her face. However, this absurd idea is out of control. This also confused Su Luo. The Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird over there has a stinky face, which is normal. After all, he made things difficult for me. But why is it Nanjiao here? Your face is so rosy. Do you have a fever? I don't understand. Su Luo shook his head. Lolo, are you really going to let us grill this meat? Mu Xiaoxi couldn't believe it. If it wasn't for the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird bringing it personally. Moreover, he also said that this was what Su Luo meant. They really don't believe it. Because, how can you eat the meat of this ferocious beast whenever you want? It's too expensive, there's no demand for it even at a price. After all, the flesh and blood of ferocious beasts of their level are truly rare treasures. It is a tonic for both the beast tamer and the beast tamer. If ordinary people could get it, they would never sell it. They would just keep it for themselves. Ah, that's right. Su Luo nodded, apparently confirming this. To him, It's just some flesh and blood, nothing at all. Besides, this ice unicorn is more than 10 meters tall, so even if you eat as much as you can still eat for a long time. Chapter 160. Advanced. Swallowing the ice chillin. Small world of earth element. It was just like the first time we grilled the spirit fish by the river. Several girls sat around, each holding a piece of meat in their hands and roasting it. Su Luo was not stingy with the earth bear, fire wolf, and thunder leopard. He even asked the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix to cut off a few large pieces of meat for them. This crystal-like flesh and blood is a rare tonic for the beasts. So they all output like crazy and eat voraciously. The look in Su Luo's eyes changed. There is gratitude and awe in his eyes. Just like a younger brother looks at his older brother. Zxian, I think if you eat the meat of this ice unicorn, your injury will heal. Ming Jingren spoke at this time. Yeah. Mu Xiaoxi's eyes also lit up and she raised her head. The meat of this Skysu ice chillin is definitely a tonic. I guess after you eat it, you won't even need to go outside to heal your injuries. Su Luo had already seen Lu Zixin's injuries. However, to him, this was just something that every beast master would encounter. As long as no lives are lost, it's fine. Now that he heard that eating meat could help the girl recover from her injuries, he nodded secretly in his heart. Yes. Nanjiao also nodded and said, however, we must not eat too much at once, otherwise the energy will not be digested and the gain will outweigh the loss. This stuff has to be done in moderation. She was not feeling sorry for the flesh and blood of the ice chillin on Su Luo's behalf. She was speaking the truth. Everything needs to be done in moderation. If it is overdone, it becomes toxic. Especially the flesh and blood of this ice chillin, which contains very powerful energy. If you eat too much, there will be problems. Their bodies cannot withstand such powerful energy. Of course we know this. Mu Xiaoxi nodded and expressed her agreement. Thank you everyone. At this time, Lu Zixin also expressed his gratitude. After all, she could still feel this deep concern. It would be a lie to say I wasn't touched. But I didn't expect that what hatched from Luo's black egg was actually a little dragon, and a beast spirit at that. Ming Jingren then spoke again. She had heard Nan Jiayo and Mu Xiaoxi talk about it roughly before. However, when I saw the little dragon, I still felt very curious. The little guy is so cute. Because of the injury, Lu Zixin was not very active. However, she couldn't help but take a few more glances at the little dragon playing with the elemental elves. Maybe this is what makes Luo different. Mu Xiaoxi smiled and spoke at this time. If we couldn't feel the life breath of this black egg like we did before, we would have thrown it away long ago. That's right. Ming Jingren nodded in agreement. And Nanjiao, just like before, held Su Luo and stayed quietly by the side. He didn't say much. Compared with their harmony, the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird is a little unsociable. Until now, she has been completing the tasks given by Su Luo. Separate and integrate Tizot Ice Kirin. This was not originally a complicated process. However, Su Luo required detailed classification, which added a lot of complicated processes. Fortunately, after the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird entered its own state, it didn't care so much. Still working hard in silence. And Su Luo, of course, saw it too. Finally done. Looking at his own masterpiece, the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird also breathed a sigh of relief. She had already perfectly classified the Tizot Ice Chillin in front of her. Flesh and flesh, skin and skin, horns and feet. Moreover, there is nothing wrong with it. The Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird was even somewhat satisfied with its own masterpiece. This. Here you go. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. The Emperor Flame Phoenix bird turned its head. It's the human beast master holding Su Luo. She glanced at Nan Jiayo, obviously not understanding what she meant. This is for you. Nan Jiayo said as she handed the roasted meat to the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird. Don't mention it. The meat of the ice unicorn has a natural fragrance. Now that it's roasted, it has the flavor of cumin and chili powder, and it has become much more fragrant. What a nice aroma. The Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird's throat couldn't help but move slightly. However, she still glanced at Su Luo in her arms, that abominable beast, and turned her head and said, No, I don't eat this. As she spoke, she wanted to walk to the side. Lolo asked me to give it to you. Nanjiao spoke again at this time. Su Luo. Did he say this? What? The Emperor Flame Phoenix bird didn't know whether it didn't hear clearly or was not sure, so it turned around and looked at her. Lolo asked me to bring it to you. Nanjiao said this, and she didn't forget to touch Su Luo's head with her other hand. The Emperor Flame Phoenix bird seemed a little incredulous and glanced at Su Luo. Would this guy do something like this? Su Luo did not deny. Just ask yourself, how can a dog with its head held down resist and deny? So, he could only remain indifferent. But it was precisely this lack of reaction that made the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird think that he had agreed. It was just because of his own big dojism that he felt embarrassed after being exposed. For the first time ever, the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird actually reached out and took it. Then, she looked at Su Luo deeply with her eyes, turned and walked aside. Su Luo. Why did he feel that the look in the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird's eyes was ambiguous? This little bird is very restless. Because of fatigue, everyone ate the flesh and blood of the Tizadai's Chilan. Either rest where you are, or practice where you are. On the contrary, there was no more commotion than before. Even Nanjiao, perhaps because of being tired, had less interaction with Su Luo. The girl also hugged him, squinted her eyes, leaned against a rock, and took a short rest. There is no night in this small world of Earth element. However, at this moment, everything really calmed down. Su Luo was not idle either. He took a look at the chaotic world within his body. A little black bird was still floating quietly. It's the somming black flame owl. Now there is a little white Chilan, also floating nearby. System, can I initially devour the Sky Suai's Chilan? Su Luo asked. Can. Then how much intimacy do I need to spend? At this point, the system was silent for a moment before continuing. After you digest this ice Chilan, you will successfully advance to the 5th level. You will have the chance to draw the system bloodline blind box at that time. However, if you choose the bloodline power of Tizadai's Kirin, you will not have the chance to draw the blind box, but you can get a discount. The system reminded Su Luo very cunningly. It means that I can choose to take the blood power of the Sky Shuttle Ice Chilan or not. Right. Is the blood power of the Tinsua Ice Chilan awesome? Su Luo couldn't help but ask. Don't know. The system did not give him the opportunity to get special treatment, then possessed the power of its bloodline. Su Luo gritted his teeth and decided to swallow it directly, transforming the blood power at the same time. Tizadai's Chilan shouldn't be too bad, right? Ding. Swallowing the Sky Suai's Chilan will consume 50,000 intimacy points. Are you sure? The system gave a prompt at this time. Sure. Su Luo waved his claws. Damn. Consumption successful. Devouring in progress. It will take 8 hours for the system to complete the swallowing. Please wait patiently. 2 tips in a row. But Su Luo was curious. System time 8 hours? What does this mean? Although he had doubts, Su Luo did not ask any more questions. Lying quietly in Nanjiao's arms, waiting. I fell asleep before I knew it. Chapter 161. How nice it is to get angry for no reason. When Su Luo opened his eyes again, he found that the surroundings were still very quiet. Ming Jing'an and the others are all practicing. Moreover, Su Luo also saw that Lu Zixin was currently surrounded by golden light. The bloody scars on the girl's skin are no longer there. Instead, there is fair skin. Moreover, judging by her current state, this should be the prelude to a breakthrough to the Xian My Beast Tamer level, right? After all, Su Luo had seen Nanjiao's breakthrough. So naturally, I understood very well what was going on. Not only her, Mu Xiaoxi is in the same situation. Oh my god. It seems that the flesh and blood of this Tizadai's Chilan is really a good thing. Su Luo couldn't help but sigh. As soon as they ate this little piece of meat, they all broke through. After going out, everyone became a Xian My Beast Tamer. Great progress. Su Luo looked at his devouring progress, and it would take another 20 to 30 minutes. Nanjiao hadn't woken up yet, and he looked around bored. The elemental elf and the little dragon, the 2 little guys were sleeping peacefully against the glass pony. The earth bears are all practicing. Suddenly, Su Luo saw a figure. He couldn't help but reveal a sly smile at the corner of his mouth. Hello. The Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird was staring at the front leisurely, when suddenly Su Luo's voice rang in his ears. She turned her head and saw him, who looked like a puppy. Have you adjusted to being by my side and being my beast master? Su Luo looked at the confusion in the woman's eyes and couldn't help but tease her. He found the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird quite interesting, and he kind of enjoyed teasing her. The latter did not answer immediately. But after a moment of silence, he spoke. Why can you contract me? This has been the doubt in her heart for a long time. So far, there is no solution. No, she only has time to bring it up now. Want to know? Su Luo squatted on the ground, raised his eyebrows and asked. Think. The Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix answered with certainty. Call me master and I'll tell you. When Su Luo said this, he couldn't help but reveal a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth. It looks beautiful in the eyes of other animals. But in the eyes of the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird, it just thought this guy was hateful. Get lost. This time, she did not compromise, but turned her face away, obviously very resistant to these 2 words. No ideological awareness at all. Su Luo curled his lips. However, he also knew that he had to eat 1 bite at a time and not rush. This Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird obviously still needs to be trained and taught. This woman is obviously very dissatisfied with him. At this moment, I seemed to catch a glimpse of something out of the corner of my eye. Su Luo suddenly became playful, stretched out his claws, and hooked. Not far away, the elemental elf who had just awakened pointed at himself. The cute face is full of doubts. Su Luo nodded, indicating that yes, it was you, come here quickly. The little thing immediately smiled and came over, flapping its wings. Master. The first moment the elemental spirit flew over, it said something sweet to Su Luo. By the way, he also hugged its paw, with a look of dependence on his face. This performance instantly made the beast feel that its spine was straightened a lot. He glanced at the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird from the corner of his eye. That clearly means. See, this is enlightenment. The Emperor Flame Phoenix bird obviously also saw this scene. He also met Su Luo's teasing gaze. So, the first thing she did was to turn her head away, not wanting to look. A mind that does not look is pure. Ah, you are the most obedient elemental elf. Unlike some beasts, you have no awareness at all. Su Luo spoke again at this time. After saying that, he did not forget to stretch out his claws and rub the elemental elf's small body. The latter seemed to like this kind of contact very much, squinting his eyes slightly and enjoying it. Su Luo said this, naturally, to discuss the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird. He was still testing the waters to see where the big bird's bottom line was. Little did they know that the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird remained unmoved. By the way, now that you've transformed, what's your name? You don't have a name, do you? Su Luo spoke again. I've been calling you the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird, little bird, big bird, etc. Isn't that a bit too much? Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird. To be honest, she hadn't really thought about the name. Su Luo was also the first person to ask this question. How could an ordinary ferocious beast dare to ask such a question? The Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird is the best title. No name. Although he didn't want to pay attention to Su Luo, the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird couldn't help but say something. After saying it, she felt a little regretful. Why bother with him? It's crazy. No name. That's easy. Su Luo racked his brains and thought hard before he spoke. How about calling me Wonkai? I used to name my dog the same way. As soon as the name came out, the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird frowned slightly, but still did not speak. Cold and cold. It seems that you don't like it. What about Fugaway? Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird. Although she is not educated, she has good taste. What kind of rubbish name is this? Not yet? You're so picky. Su Luo couldn't help but complain, and suddenly slapped his thigh and said, Suehua, or Tsuenhua. Shut up. Sure enough, as soon as these words were spoken, the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird became unhappy instantly. She turned her head and glanced at Su Luo, saying, I am the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird. I don't need you to give me a name. Her volume is quite loud. But fortunately, it did not wake up Nanjiao and the others, but instead woke up the Lioli Foal and the little dragon. They are looking in this direction. You should keep those ugly names to yourself. After gritting his teeth, the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird still said one more sentence. Haha. The Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird was angry, but Su Luo was not angry. Instead, he smiled and said, Look, it's much better to get angry for a while, rather than being cold and sullen all day long. You are a fierce beast of fire attribute. I don't want you to be passionate, but you also don't want to act like I owe you money, right? Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird. So angry. I really want to beat him up. Her pink fists were already shaking. Is this guy a pervert? Do you enjoy making people angry? Feeling the Emperor Flame Phoenix's gnashing teeth, Su Luo smiled and said, Let me introduce myself solemnly. My name is Su Luo, and everyone calls me Luo Luo. But you can't call me that. You can only call me Master. Also, I was just joking. That name really doesn't match your temperament. Whatever you say is my beast. From now on, your name will be Su Huang. Su and Su Huang, Huang and Su Huang. But remember this, your nickname is Little Phoenix. I'll call you that from now on. If you hear me, remember to respond. After Su Luo left these words, he left. The Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird was left behind, thinking and digesting the matter alone. Su Huang. Nickname, Little Phoenix? What the hell? On the other side, the Lioli pony seemed to have seen this scene as well. I even heard what Su Luo said. This little guy frowned slightly. Give it a name? Why doesn't it have it? They are both beast tamers, so which one is inferior to the other? The little Lioli pony gritted its teeth secretly, with dissatisfaction on its face. The horse's mouth is bulging, so cute. It's a pity that Su Luo didn't see it. Chapter 162. Everyone is promoted. Shocked to death. The Shadow Forest. Next to a small lake. More than 2 weeks have passed, and I have asked people to search almost every possible place. They are still looking for it now. The person who spoke was an old man with an aged face. If Su Luo was here, he should be able to recognize him. Isn't he the dean of Lanhin Beast Taming Academy, Long Jining? Beside him are two teachers, Zhang Jinghan and Fu Ningxue. It's all my fault. I didn't think highly of them. Fu Ningxue also had a tired look on her face. Ever since Nanjiao and the others disappeared, they have been searching for them in the Juing Forest every day. Together with them were the academy elders and some teachers sent by Long Jining. Everyone tried hard to find it. Unfortunately, nothing was found. To do this, he dug 3 feet into the ground and killed many ferocious beasts. But no trace of Nanjiao and the others was found. If he's alive, I want to see him in person. If he's dead, I want to see his body. They didn't see any human beings, nor did they see any corpses. It can be said that it is very desperate. When it comes to the issue of responsibility, Long Jining also snorted coldly. Of course, it's your fault too. But now is not the time to hold people accountable. I haven't seen you for a day. Buzz. Before Long Jining finished speaking, there was a sudden vibration sound. It came from the side and rear. Zhang Jinghan and Fu Ningxue also turned their heads to look over immediately. Dean, is this a space barrier? Fu Ningxue immediately recognized the strange black and purple crack that appeared in front of them. Yes, it's a space barrier. Get away quickly, don't get sucked in for no reason. As Long Jining spoke, he had already taken 2 steps back. Fu Ningxue and Zhang Jinghan also hurried to follow. Buzz, buzz, buzz. There was another violent vibration. Suddenly, the black and purple space crack was completely torn open. It's a small world? Long Jining pursed his lips, obviously recognizing this thing. It seems that a ferocious beast has emerged. At this moment, Zhang Jinghan's hand flickered with light, and he wanted to summon his own beast to prepare for defense, etc. Fu Ningxue seemed to have seen something and quickly grabbed her hand. Immediately, a leg slowly stretched out from this small world. To be precise, it is a pair of long, slender, white legs. No different from humans. Long Jining was also slightly stunned by what he saw. What kind of ferocious beast is this? Still having human legs? Still so beautiful and good-looking? Is it a ferocious beast in human form? At this time, Zhang Jinghan also murmured. But the next moment, she was stunned. Because what came out was not a ferocious beast, nor was it some weird thing. But it was the long-missing Lu Zixin. Well, Teacher Zhang, Teacher Fu, and the Dean. As soon as Lu Zixin came out of the small world, she saw the 3 giants looking at her. Deep down in her heart, she was also somewhat surprised and at a loss. Just like a student being invigilated. Are you okay? The moment she saw Lu Zixin, Fu Ningxue was obviously a little excited. She was just about to ask what happened. But, one after another, Nanjiao and the others came out one after another, unharmed. And everyone improved. They have all broken through to the level of Xianmai Beast Tamer. Wow. Surprise. An expression of shock and surprise also appeared on Long Jining's old face. He hadn't forgotten that before. He saw that they were all yellow vein beast tamers. Now, all of them are mysterious veins. Oh my god, isn't this progressing too fast? Is their Lanhin Beast Taming Academy going to rise? The muscles on Long Jining's face trembled slightly, and one can imagine his shock and joy. The same is true for Zhang Jinghan. There was disbelief on his face. As a beastmaster, she knew the difficulties at each stage. How is it possible to improve so quickly? The surprise on Fu Ningxue's face grew stronger, and she was about to ask. Suddenly, a giant wolf covered in fire patterns appeared. A 5th-level advanced firewolf. Wasn't it only level 3 before? How long has it been? And you've already reached the 5th level. So horrible. But before Fu Ningxue could get over her shock, her mouth suddenly opened again. Because from behind, a leopard covered in thunder appeared. Level 5 advanced, Thunder Leopard. The arc of Fu Ningxue's mouth continued to widen. Level 5 advanced, Earth Bear. Hiss. The Earth Bear. She remembered that when she last saw it, it was a low-level 3rd order. It's already the 5th level in the blink of an eye. How did you do that? You know, the Thunder Leopard and the Fire Wolf are only at level 5. Fu Ningxue's shock was not that great. But this Earth Bear, she really is. It's impossible not to be frightened. She knew very well what kind of talent this guy had. As a result, she was still shocked. And Long Jining's face was filled with ecstasy. He doesn't care about the process. He only cares about the result. He was very satisfied with this result. Very satisfied. But the next moment, the ecstasy on Long Jining's face instantly turned into shock. Because a figure appeared in front of him. This figure is tall, more than 2 meters tall. His body is covered with snow white and bright silver mane, flowing and soft. The long tail falls lightly to one side, adding a bit of charm to him. His hair was mixed with a faint red-gold glow, giving him an incomparable sense of mystery and nobility. The limbs are strong and powerful, and the power is extraordinary. A pair of eyes, red gold and ice blue. Very different and deep, like a gem. After looking at them for a long time, you will find that these eyes are like the starry sky, which will make you fall into them and cannot extricate yourself. There is not much earth-shattering and ghost-fearing momentum. But he just stands there, and your eyes will be attracted to him unconsciously, staring at him, and then being completely fascinated by him. Can't help myself. This is a dog that combines majesty, power, elegance, mystery, nobility, and extraordinariness. All the words used for it seem to lack a little meaning. However, these words could not find a more suitable owner than him. This beast is none other than Su Luo after his advancement. He originally thought that he had only advanced to the 5th level. But unexpectedly, the Qilin meat still had an effect on him. Su Luo was promoted to the lower level of the 6th rank in an instant. A big jump. Not only that, the Tizot Ice Qilin caused him to mutate once again, and his appearance changed a lot. Su Luo also got the Spirit Seed. Frost Sky Mysterious Ice Spirit Seed. Gained the Ice attribute in one fell swoop. He also unlocked new skills and possessed the bloodline of the Ice Qilin. Su Luo thought back to an hour ago, when he had just advanced. The scene was chaotic. It's simply unbearable. Nanjia Pomelo, Mu Xiaoxi, Lu Zixin, and Meng Jingran, the 4 girls, surrounded him directly. Then, the 4 of them started to touch and rub things crazily. All kinds of kneading, rubbing, pulling, and pinching. Originally, Nanjiao would just touch and touch by herself. But he didn't know that these women would attack together, and Su Luo cried out that he couldn't bear it. Damn it, he is at level 6. A grown-up beast. Adulthood. Do you understand these 3 words? But no one heard Su Luo's crying. Not only that, even the 3 Earth Bears and the glazed pony were there to watch the show. Enjoying this play, the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird, who had never given him a word of praise, also cast its eyes over to him immediately. What is it for? Isn't it because of Su Luo's handsomeness and extraordinariness? The blood power of the Ice Soul Phantom Fairy-tailed Fox has been fully activated. At that moment, Su Luo was the focus of the whole audience. So he was taken advantage of madly, all over. When Su Luo recalled the looks of Mu Xiaoxi and the other 3, he still felt a little terrified. The look in their eyes made it seem like they wanted to eat him up. Real. If Su Luo wasn't a beast, it is estimated that he has lost his chastity and purity in this small world. Even so, his chastity was still half gone. Not pure anymore, Su Luo. Fortunately, the collapse of the small world saved Su Luo's life. Otherwise, he would probably have to crawl out today. Woman, this is so scary. The more Su Luo thought about it, the more terrified he became. My scalp is tingling. 6. Level 6. Long Jining pursed his lips, not knowing what to say. When we met last time, he was only at level 3, right? It's already level 6 in the blink of an eye. Even if he came out of a small world, it's too exaggerated. You know, the higher the level, the harder it is to improve. On the other hand, the looks from Fu Ningxue and Zhang Jinghan almost made Su Luo stumble. I almost didn't get the pressure right. Because the looks of these 2 teachers are exactly the same as Mu Xiaoxi and the others. In fact, Fu Ningxue's gaze was even crazier. Wipe. This made Su Luo very suspicious. Is this the kind of look one would have when looking at a beast? Oh my god. If he were a handsome guy now, he wouldn't bother to say it. But, oh, life is not easy, Su Luo sighed. Long Jining couldn't calm down for a long time. When he finally wanted to step forward and ask a few questions, a deep blue figure appeared. It flies in the air, so happy. Elemental Embryo Elf. When Long Jining saw it for the first time, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. Immediately, another white figure. Glass Pony. His body trembled slightly, and he immediately recognized the beast and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. With Long Jining's knowledge, he couldn't help but marvel when he saw the Liuli Pony. Ring ring. But at this moment, there was a soft hum, and a little head suddenly popped out from behind Su Luo's tail. Dragon. Dragon Clan. Long Jining's voice became louder again, because he saw the bulge on the little dragon's forehead. That is clearly a dragon horn. Not only him. After the Liuli Pony appeared, even Zhang Jinghan and Fu Ningxue's eyes changed again. Are they mixed together? Was Liuli Pony conquered by Nanjiao? And that baby dragon, where did it come from? In the small world. This was Fu Ningxue's thought at the time. Many questions. But before they could say anything, at this time, another figure appeared. She was wrapped in a long skirt and walked at the end of the team. Keep a certain distance from Su Luo and the others. But That extremely graceful temperament meant that she was destined to be noticed by others. Transformed, a ferocious beast that has transformed. If we talk about the expression on Long Jinning's face before, apart from the shock, there was no change. It's already very pale at this moment. He is a beastmaster with 6 meridians and divine powers, so it is impossible for him not to feel the breath of the Emperor Flame, divine phoenix bird. Naturally, he also knew that this woman was not a human being, but a ferocious beast. After hearing what Long Jinning said, Fu Ningxue and Zhang Jinghan also turned their gazes to the red figure behind them. I couldn't speak for a long time, and Fu Ningxue even felt that the aura she exuded was very familiar to her. Is it the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird? As she spoke, she couldn't help but take a fighting stance. The golden light flashed in his hand, and he was about to summon the beast. Others may not know, but Fu Ningxue knows very well the love and hate between Su Luo and the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird. So, she immediately thought that Nanjiao and the others were being coerced, and she reacted very violently. This also made Long Jinning instantly alert, and he reacted in the same way. Teacher Fu Din, she is with us. They are not bad guys. They will not attack us. Nanjiao quickly stepped forward to explain. Together, Fu Ningxue still couldn't believe it. Right. Nanjiao nodded quickly. The Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird also quietly walked aside at this time, without saying a word, but gave his own attitude. Fu Ningxue then slowly put down her hand. Then, she felt that she was indeed a little stupid. If the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird wanted to take action, it would have done so long ago. Can I still wait for her to call me? Long Jinning glanced at the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird not far away, and then glanced at Su Luo inexplicably. I don't know what I'm thinking in my heart. Chapter 163 Material Processing. Doing a favor. Jueying Forest, next to the small lake. I didn't expect that you would experience so much in this small world. The person who said this was Long Jinning. Up to now, he had already listened to Nanjiao and the others roughly describing their experiences. Fu Ningxue and Zhang Jinghan, the 2 teachers, nodded secretly after hearing this. It's still very thrilling. No wonder they can achieve such improvement. What Su Luo was more concerned about was that they felt that not much time had passed in there. However, in the real world, almost 20 days have passed. Long Jinning has been looking for them for 20 days. The fact that he didn't give up for 20 days is enough to show that the principal is very dedicated. Oh right. Long Jinning seemed to remember something and said, You guys really ate the meat of the Tiansuo ice chilin? Just now, Nanjiao and the others also mentioned this. And, speaking of this, they all subconsciously glanced at Su Luo and found that he did not stop them, so they just said it directly. Now, Long Jinning also knew about this. That's right. As a representative, Nanjiao nodded and answered. Su Luo on the side didn't say anything either. The reason why he didn't stop Nanjiao and the others from saying this was because Su Luo wanted to borrow Long Jinning to deal with the body of the ice chilin. How to fix it? Naturally, I would exchange those unicorn horns, unicorn skins, and other unused things for star coins or something. After all, these materials are treasures to others. It can be used to make weapons and protective gear needed by humans, and the effect is very good. However, for Su Luo, it is actually useless. It's enough for him to have a system. So, it's better to just sell it. Another thing is that letting Long Jinning deal with these things is equivalent to giving the old dean priority rights. From another perspective, he also accepted Su Luo's favor. Then, the dean will definitely pay more attention to Nanjiao and the others. The world of martial arts is not only about fighting and killing, but also about human relationships and social etiquette. Su Luo still understood it very well. This is also the reason why he did not choose to hide it. Didn't the old dean speak? This flesh and blood, I also want to taste it. But, in fact, I am more curious. What are you going to do with this chilin horn and skin? Long Jinning spoke. It was aimed at something that Su Luo was planning to deal with. Well, after Lu Zixin and the other 2 looked at each other, their final gaze fell on Nanjiao. After all, she should still be able to represent Su Luo now. Dean, this thing is in Luo's hands. You have to ask him first. Nanjiao said this, pointing at Su Luo beside her. Because the body of Tiansuo Ice Chilin was collected by him. Although Nanjiao didn't know what method Lolo used. But perhaps, is it his innate ability? Su Luo shrank down on the spot and happily slid to Nanjiao's side. He motioned for her to pick him up. Just now, they were chatting with Long Jinning, so he didn't get involved. Now that he has the chance to get back in his arms, how could Su Luo give up? No matter how charming the outside world is, it is still not as soft and tender as his little home. Having formed a tacit understanding, Nanjiao squatted down very consciously and held Su Luo's chubby body in her arms. The latter waved his claws, and suddenly what Long Jining expected to see appeared out of thin air. This? The old dean swallowed his saliva, wanting to say something, but couldn't say it. It feels like something is stuck in my throat. Fu Ningxue and Zhang Jinghan, who were standing by, felt their hearts beating as well. I was shocked by Su Luo's move. Just now, Long Jining thought that these things had been put away by Nan Jiao and the others. They used some space to store treasures or something like that. But he thought too much. Such a valuable thing was actually kept by Su Luo. Moreover, it is so casual. Could it be that this beast has spatial abilities? The first thought that came to Long Jining's mind was this. You know, there are still ferocious beasts in this world that have such abilities. They simply tear open space, put things away, and take them out when they are needed. Cloth bags or backpacks for storing items are made using this principle. However, there are relatively few things that can be put in. Only, ferocious beasts with spatial abilities are so rare. Moreover, they all have one common feature. That is unprecedentedly powerful. After all, the ability to control space would be weak, right? So, this is why Long Jining was so surprised when he saw Su Luo's move. The old dean was stunned. Su Luo himself doesn't know. The scene of him taking out the parts of the ice Qilin from the system space actually shocked Long Jining. Did this cause some turmoil in the old dean's heart? Oh my god, who could have thought of that? Suppressing the shock in his heart, Long Jining stepped forward and carefully examined the unicorn horn and unicorn skin. I found out that Nan Jiao and the others were indeed correct. It was the Tizat ice Qilin. Very valuable stuff. I had a good friend who always wanted to make a good piece of armor. Long Jining spoke, looking at Nan Jiao and Su Luo. If you can't get this Qilin skin, can you please sell it to me? I'll give you the market price and won't let you suffer a loss. The old dean's eyes never left the unicorn skin from beginning to end. He even waved his hand slightly. It was like appreciating a piece of work of art, and Su Luo even felt a little scared. He nodded quickly and called a few times to the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird in the distance. The latter was obviously hesitating. Su Luo shouted a few more words. The Emperor Flame Phoenix bird then came over reluctantly. What Su Luo wants, of course, is a translator. After all, with his current level of cultivation, he couldn't speak human language. You can only use other animals as bridges. As a beast master with 6 meridians connected to the gods, Long Jining can only communicate with his own beasts. It said that it has dealt with all of this for you, and asked you to pay money or exchange it for items of equal value when the time comes. The Emperor Flame Phoenix bird said this coldly. Leave it all to me. Long Jining was also a little surprised. But after seeing Su Luo nod, a hint of joy appeared on his face. But if you really don't consider keeping it for yourself, you may not be able to find this good material in the future. Although Long Jining was happy, he still remembered to remind her. He told you to stop talking nonsense. The Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird spoke directly. Su Luo, _. Did he say this? Damn little phoenix. How dare you use chicken feathers as a token of authority? Su Luo gritted his teeth secretly. But after thinking about it carefully, I felt that the meaning was similar, so I didn't bother to argue about it. Chapter 164 This can fly. Long Jining was somewhat surprised by what the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird suddenly said. Okay, then I'll take care of it for you. As he spoke, he waved his hand and took away all the materials. Finally, he suddenly looked at Su Luo leisurely and said, Perhaps, in your eyes, these are nothing. Su Luo, Onadi, Q. No. Damn it. He was completely speechless after hearing what Long Jining and Little Phoenix said. What does it mean to be nothing in his eyes? He is just an ordinary, mediocre beast, okay? I can't explain it clearly. The thinking of these humans and women is horrible. Su Luo shook his head secretly. 5 minutes later, Long Jining discussed with teachers Fu Ningxue and Zhang Jinghan, and then walked back. Okay, let's get ready to leave. The old dean came over. Originally, I wanted you to go through this Juing forest, but now it seems unnecessary. Let's go directly to Dillon City. There's an auction going on there recently. It's already been held for several sessions. You can go and have a look. As Long Jining spoke, he waved his hand and summoned his thunder dragon. However, I won't go with you. Let the 2 teachers take care of you. I still have to go back to Tianlong City. Yes, Dean. Nan Jiao and the other 3 responded and said it was no problem. Then, Long Jining jumped directly onto the back of his giant dragon and left. However, when he left, he glanced at Su Luo leisurely again. The latter made a grinning expression directly at him. The old dean just slipped away. Su Luo was really speechless. If the old dean wasn't so old, Su Luo would have doubted whether he wanted to fence with him. Let's go? The one who spoke was Fu Ningxue. She was already waiting in front with a giant bird with silver feathers. Next to Zhang Jinghan was a black and brown giant eagle that looked even more ferocious. Nan Jiao and the other three were already walking towards them. Su Luo originally said that he wanted to ride the little phoenix. But then I thought, I should keep a low profile. Just now, Fu Ningxue and the others were greatly shocked. If they continue like this, they will have a heart attack. So, the group set off in such a simple manner. On the flying beast, Su Luo could feel Fu Ningxue's eyes were always on him. However, for Su Luo, who was used to being stared at, it was nothing new. What he has to do now is to sort out his latest skills and bloodline talents. Thinking of this, Su Luo first took a look at his own attributes. Host, Su Luo, Little Spirit Dog, Mutated 6th Level Spirit Beast, Adult Stage. Bloodline Power, Void Devouring Chaos Beast. Strength, 4,508. Agility, 4,381. Stamina, 4,891. Defense, 4,660. Skills, Flame Seed, Flame Vortex, Black Flame Claw, Changeable, Rock Spike. Exploding Ice Dragon, Extreme Cold Realm, Mysterious Ice Crystal Shield. Special Passive Skill, Songming's Different Eyes. Passive State, Semi-immune to water attacks, not afraid of cold. Current Attributes, Fire Ice. Intimacy Value, 105121. In adulthood, these three words are particularly noteworthy. Su Luo was excited when seeing this. But what is more noticeable is that after the advancement, his attributes have been significantly improved. Among them, physical strength is the highest, reaching 4891. This is enough to prove that Su Luo's physical strength is absolutely top-notch. No matter what you do, you are not afraid. Absolutely enough physical strength. This made Su Luo very satisfied. Moreover, Su Luo also added 3 new ice skills. Exploding Ice Dragon, a skill that causes explosive damage on a single attack. Su Luo has never tried it, but judging from the name, it should be awesome, right? Not much different. Extreme Cold Realm, a field-shaped skill that turns into ice and snow to pull the enemies in. This skill should be comparable to the one released by Lilypony. Su Luo's first domain-type skill, Nice. Pull those beasts into an independent, unmanned space, and then fight. Anything is fine. Hee, it's a little exciting just thinking about it. Mysterious Ice Crystal Shield. This is an active skill with very strong defense. This is also Su Luo's first defensive skill, which is really good. I have to say that these 3 skills are very good and practical. The only thing is that there is a lack of group attack types, which reduces the opportunity to show off and kill the enemy instantly. But it doesn't matter. After all, Su Luo has a system, so he can buy. Also, the blood talent of Tianxua Ice Qilin. Tizot Ice Kirin Bloodline. 1. Void Crossing, stepping on the void. Without wings, you can still fly through the sky, depending on your physical strength. 2. The Qilin is so powerful that it can suppress 30% of the animals with 4 limbs, causing them to feel fear. 3. Ice Attribute Blessing, 30% Ice Attribute Skill Damage Reduction, 30% Ice Attribute Skill Damage Increase, Restraint Attribute 100% Attack. 4. Auspicious fortunes are coming, and it is easy to gain the favor and love of people. The favorability is doubled, and opportunities and abilities are blessed, and luck is turned. When Su Luo saw the bloodline talent of this Sky Su Ice Qilin, he was excited. Especially the first item, Void Crossing. Does this mean that he now actually has the ability to fly? Can I walk in the air? Damn it. Absolutely an amazing discovery. Compared with this, Su Luo felt that the second and third items were not as surprising. However, when he saw the 4th item, Su Luo finally understood why everyone liked to be close to him. It turns out it was because of this damn blessing. With the blessing of this thing, and his stunningly handsome and vigorous appearance. How could Mu Xiaoxi and the others not be crazy? This is probably why the old dean, Long Zhuning, has been staring at him. I really can't help but want to watch it. However, Su Luo was a little confused about the subsequent opportunity and change of fortune. What is the use of this thing? But at this moment, Nan Jiao didn't know what was wrong. Maybe she thought Su Luo was too cute. She suddenly bent down and kissed his forehead. Ding! Kissed on the forehead. Contact established. Reward of 10,000 intimacy points. Ding! Qilin Furue blesses you and rewards you with an additional 5,000 intimacy points. Su Luo Sigma. Got it. Su Luo instantly transformed into the Understanding Brother and the Understanding Emperor. It turns out that this thing is that the rewards will suddenly increase. In other words, Su Luo could only pick up 1 penny on the side of the road. But now with the blessing of Qilin Furue, when he walks on the street, the 1 cent he picks up becomes 2 cents. Su Luo felt that there was absolutely no problem with his understanding. As expected, it is a Qilin, and it has such a blessing, which is amazing. As Su Luo spoke, he couldn't help but look up at Nan Jiao. It seems like it's time to brush up on the intimacy value, right? Wait until we get to the hotel first. Chapter 165, to Dillon City. Law Enforcement City. Dillon City. A medium-sized city that can accommodate millions of people. It's much bigger than Tianlan City. The city walls in the wild should also be taller and thicker. Outposts and power grids must also be more densely distributed. After all, in order to resist ferocious beasts, humans have always been thinking of different ways. As an important urban shelter, Dillon City naturally has to work hard in this regard. Boss Foam, why don't we leave Dillon City? Maybe they won't come here anymore. At the exit of the city, a young man in casual clothes sighed slightly and persuaded someone. Yes, it's been more than 20 days. Maybe they won't come here anymore. Besides, we might not be able to find it even if we get there. So let's just give up. It's not fate, just leave here. Another young man also spoke up and tried to persuade. I'm talking to you guys. The young man in fancy clothes looked at them with his head shaking, his face full of dissatisfaction and hatred for their lack of fighting spirit. How can someone who has accomplished great things be so impatient? We've only been here for 7 or 8 days. Girls walk slowly. Can't we wait a little longer? Also, I've checked with my connections, and there are no 4 girls who match these characteristics entering the city at the entrance, which proves that they haven't arrived yet. What's the most important thing when pursuing a girl? Persistence. Patience. Be thick-skinned. You taught me all this. How can I just give up now? The people who said this were naturally Feng Haoyu and the others who were in Lying Forest. These 4 people had already arrived in Dillon City a long time ago. Unfortunately, when they first arrived in Dillon City, they underestimated the size of the city. I never expected that Dillon City is so big. This makes the possibility of them encountering Nanjiao and others very small. But Feng Haoyu still has a way. He sent a message directly, asking his grandfather to use his connections and power to search the entrance. It was discovered that none of the 4 girls with the characteristics he described had entered the city. Feng Haoyu felt relieved all of a sudden. After all, if you want to enter Dillon City, you need to register. It's impossible to enter casually. Therefore, Feng Haoyu was even more certain that Nan Jiao and the others had not arrived yet. So, the waiting began. Until Zhang Luosan and Wang Tao got fed up. Zhang Luosan wants to go out and fight. He wants to improve himself. After all, why do young people stay in the city? How to release such abundant energy? When Feng Haoyu was looking for something to do, he was hesitant and didn't take him with him. Wang Tao at least has a girlfriend. They can fight with each other and vent some emotions. He could only look at his sister and sigh. To the extent that the current rhythm is that Zhang Luosan is persuading Feng Haoyu to leave every day. He even regretted it. Why did he brag so much about this? This guy doesn't need any brains. Let me in now. At this time, a loud roar was heard. Just when Zhang Luosan was about to say something, he was attracted by the shouting. It turned out that at the entrance to the city, a young man was clashing with the guards. He looked young, wrapped in black, and his hair looked a little messy. I don't know if they are refugees or beast masters immersed in combat. Don't pay attention to your image. Let me in quickly. I don't have my ID card. I'm from Dillon City. The young man kept waving his arms, trying to prove something. You can't enter Dillon City without an ID card, unless you can ask someone to prove your identity. The 2 defenders remained unmoved and continued to hold their ground. I can't send a message. How can I prove it? Are you crazy? I have only been away from Dillon City for 2 years. The young man is still entangled. Dillon City is a law enforcement city. You can't just enter it casually. The Guardian said coldly. The so-called law enforcement city proves the existence of the Beastmaster Guild in this city. Being able to join the Beastmaster Guild represents the highest honor for a Beastmaster. This also proves that the city is very safe, and there is almost no need to worry about being attacked by ferocious beasts. However, because of this, the city is more strictly managed. Any private fighting is prohibited in the city. Once discovered, you will be expelled. In serious cases, kill. Do you know who I am? The young man seemed to have lost his patience and started shouting. I am from the Yiguan family. As soon as the words Yiguan family came out, the crowd around them were already pointing and talking. Some were still talking in low voices. Apparently, there seems to be some story behind it. But the 2 guards in silver armor still said nothing. Their expressions remained unchanged. I am from the Yiguan family. My name is Yiguan Qingsho. Go and ask around. Who was your father in this well-dressed street in Dillon City 2 years ago? It's my grandpa. You are shit. How dare you not let me enter the city? Bah. Amid the discussions around them, the young man seemed to have regained his former confidence and sense of superiority. With a push of his hand, he wanted to break through the outpost and enter the city. But the next moment, everyone was shocked, including Feng Haoyu and the other four. Swish, a crisp sound. The head and body of this young man, named Yiguan Qingshou, had been separated. Then the next moment, the whole body fell heavily to the ground. The blood dyed the ground red in an instant. What a cruel and violent scene. The one who took action was a captain of the guards who had just walked over. Judging from the clothes he was wearing, his status was obviously higher than that of the two guards. Remember, don't let any cats or dogs bark at the city gate. I don't care who he is. This is a law enforcement city. You are defenders and law enforcers. Your dignity cannot be violated. Do you understand? The deafening sound made the onlookers close their mouths and be secretly frightened. Yes, Captain. The two guards responded quickly, not daring to say anything more. Go ahead, clean up. The captain of the guards ignored the gazes of the people around him and patted a wolf beast beside him. The latter pounced on him and started biting and tearing the body of the young man named Yiguan Qingshou. Swallowed it whole. The level of familiarity made it seem like this was not the first time he had done this. What a cruel scene. Nan Jiao and the other three who had just arrived at Dillon City also felt nauseous and frightened. Even Su Luo in Nan Jiao's arms frowned secretly. What a hell of a place this is. It's so cruel. Kill people if you say so. As long as the other party tells his name, he will be killed. Soon, the well-dressed corpse was eaten up. The captain of the guards pulled his beast away. Finally, he seemed to sense something. Suddenly, he looked outside the city, in the direction of Su Luo and the others. Then, he quickly turned around and left. Chapter 166. No cooperation. Bad feeling. Look at this. What does it mean to persist and make miracles happen? I told you that if you don't give up, you will definitely see hope, right? Feng Haoyu waved his arms excitedly. Naturally, his eyes were looking in the direction where Nan Jiao and the others left. Shortly after Yiguan Qingshou was killed, Nan Jiayu and the others entered the city one after another. This excited Feng Haoyu so much that he started DJing on the spot, dancing with joy. Then Boss Feng, why didn't you go up and say hello just now? Wang Tao said something that was a little confusing. Didn't you see the person? Why didn't you give any reaction? Hiding aside like a turtle. What are you saying hello for? Feng Haoyu quickly waved his hands. Do you think I'm suitable for greeting you in my current state? I haven't prepared my hairstyle or clothes yet. How can I go out so hastily? Zhang Luo said. He was dressed quite decently. Why is it so bad? But he naturally wouldn't say such words. On the other side, Wang Tao could only respond repeatedly. Feng Haoyu had a confident smile on his face and said, So, the next time I appear, I will definitely amaze them. You absolutely cannot be so perfunctory. Let's get ready first. As he spoke, he was already walking forward. Zhang Luo-san and Wang Tao looked at each other and followed reluctantly. I'm not afraid of my teammates being pigs. I'm just afraid of pigs having their own ideas. This is hard to control. But as good teammates, they can only see through the situation without saying anything when facing a big idiot like Feng Haoyu. Those who understand will understand. The other side, Nan Jiao and her group had already stayed in a hotel under Fu Ningxua's arrangement. Each person has a room, ensuring sufficient privacy. Listening to the sound of water flowing in the bathroom, Su Luo also felt a little excited. Sure enough, girls all love beauty and cleanliness. Just now, I got back to the hotel, and the first thing I thought about was not eating and resting. Instead, he couldn't wait to take a bath. What can Su Luo say about this? Little Phoenix. Turning his head and seeing the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird sitting quietly beside him, Su Luo couldn't help but want to tease her. However, this first cry did not receive a response. Little Phoenix. Su Luo worked tirelessly and called out a second time. The Emperor Flame Phoenix bird did not move and even turned around, showing Su Luo only its back. She doesn't like being called Little Phoenix at all. It sounds ugly and disgusting. So, how could he possibly agree to Su Luo? After the first and second times, there will be thousands and millions of times to come. She can't stand Su Luo, so she chose to just ignore it. However, Su Luo really had something to discuss with her, so he explained it clearly to her. So he just jumped and slipped in front of the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird. Little Phoenix, I'm telling you something seriously. Su Luo said seriously. However, the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird thought he was just making trouble, so it glanced at his face. This made Su Luo unhappy. He didn't say anything, but his mind changed. Suddenly, the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird felt as if the blood in his body was burning and boiling, constantly surging. Even her fair skin now had a hint of visible red and pink. At this moment, she felt as if there were thousands of ants crawling in her blood. Numbness, itching, pain, and suffering, constantly gnawing at the bones and heart. The Emperor Flame Phoenix bird clenched its fists, gritted its teeth, and its body trembled slightly, and cold sweat broke out all of a sudden. On the jade-like white forehead, there was already a thick layer of cold sweat. Even with her level of cultivation, she was unable to stop the horrible pain from spreading. Su Luo could see her condition clearly. This is the horror of the blood contract. As long as the other party doesn't cooperate, Su Luo has plenty of ways to make her cooperate. However, the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird is also considered to be a relatively stubborn and tough one. She did not beg for mercy, but finally opened her eyes and looked at Su Luo. There was clearly a hint of pleading in his eyes. It's not obvious, but Su Luo can see. He felt that it was about time, so he put away his magical powers. The Emperor Flame Phoenix bird suddenly fell limply on the table. That look, it was as if they had experienced a great war. You have to put yourself in the right place, understand? Su Luo said coldly. At the beginning, he wanted to talk nicely. However, if the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird does not cooperate, then it is not his fault. Anyway, Su Luo doesn't feel any guilt. You know, this woman wanted to kill him at first. Now, I'm just controlled by him. Not daring to not answer anymore. The Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird still opened its mouth softly and responded. His eyes also turned to Su Luo. Don't stay in human form in this city. Su Luo spoke. Before, when entering the city, the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird, as a human being, was not allowed to enter the city at all. Fortunately, she finally changed back into her bird form and was able to sneak in with Su Luo. However, the woman didn't last long, as she returned to her human form soon after entering the city. If there were not so few people on the street seeing it, it would have attracted the guards. You know, a ferocious beast that can transform into a human form needs to report before entering the city, even if it has an owner. This is a necessary process for law enforcement cities. It exists to prevent ferocious beasts from causing trouble and causing big problems. However, the owner of the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird is Su Luo, and he has no identity. So how do you report it? She is an illegal resident. Do you remember the look that man gave you when you first entered the city's checkpoint? Seeing that the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird seemed to be thinking, Su Luo spoke again. The person he was talking about was naturally the captain of the Guardians who killed people without blinking an eye with a swift knife. Su Luo will never forget that look. It was clearly looking at the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird. Moreover, a very meaningful look. Su Luo felt a little uncomfortable. This city is far more complicated than you imagined, so be careful and return to your bird form. Su Luo said something. He also didn't know why the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird liked the human form so much. Logically speaking, shouldn't beasts prefer beast form? This woman is crooked. I see. Just as Su Luo was daydreaming, the voice of the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird was heard. As she spoke, a red light flashed, and she had transformed back into an elegant bird, landing in front of Su Luo. Seeing this scene, Su Luo also nodded. He was just about to say something encouraging. Lolo, come and help you take a bath. Nan Jiao's voice came from the bathroom. Su Luo suddenly shuddered. What the hell are you talking about? No matter how important the matter is it important to have Nan Jiao help him take a bath? Chapter 167 Luo, are you flying or jumping? Is the water temperature okay? Nan Jiao's voice came. Su Luo Shu nodded calmly, indicating that it was absolutely fine. He was now in the bathtub, his whole body wrapped in water, feeling warm, and there was really nothing to complain about. Hee, that's good. Nan Jiao said as she gently passed her slender hand over and landed on Su Luo's body. Suddenly, the information of intimacy value +20, +40 kept ringing in Su Luo's ears. This is the legendary wool pulling. Su Luo feels that after gaining the power of Fu Rue from the Qilin bloodline, he has gained more intimacy. Your hair is so smooth. It feels like I'm touching my own skin. Nan Jiao spoke again at this time. As she spoke, she reached out and rubbed Su Luo's back hard. He was so excited that his mind was surging. However, the girl seemed to notice Su Luo's resentful look and giggled. In an instant, her smile was as beautiful as a flower. In this bathroom, which is neither too big nor too small, spring seems to have arrived all of a sudden. Let me help you wipe it. Body wash. Nan Jiao said this as she turned around and bent over to look for shower gel. Rishuka, It would be better if you didn't turn around. This turn. Really? Su Luo is going to die? This girl was originally wearing thin shorts and short sleeves. This time, isn't that beautiful and perfect curve visible at a glance? Completely exposed to his sight. Su Luo watched so much that he swallowed twice. Although he has always been a big talker and says a lot of dirty talk. However, when faced with such a situation, Su Luo turned out to be a gentleman. He quickly turned his head and looked away. In fact, he was afraid that he might get too excited by accident. This triggered a bad chain reaction. What should I do then? After all, he is an adult beast now. Grow up. The little Su Luo from the past has grown up to be the big Su Luo. Ahem. What are you doing? You look so serious all of a sudden. Nan Jiao returned with the shower gel, glanced at him, and asked. She felt that Su Luo was in a very relaxed state just now, but now he was suddenly a lot more tense. What happened in these short 10 seconds? Don't know. Nan Jiao really couldn't understand it. Su Luo quickly shook his head, indicating that it was okay. Fortunately, the girl didn't think much about it. She squeezed a lot of shower gel on her hands and concentrated on wiping Su Luo. I couldn't help but say, it's a good thing you've become like this now. If it were like before, I wouldn't know what to do. Maybe I have to trouble others. Su Luo, Onaji, Komoji, Asa. He knew that Nan Jiao was talking about what he looked like when he was 2 meters tall. Taking a shower is really hard. However, Su Luo didn't understand. Could you please speak more clearly? Can't you just be honest? You had to say it so ambiguously that it made him think the wrong thing. Hiss. Just when Su Luo was complaining in his heart, he suddenly took a breath of cold air. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Nan Jiao. I shocked. Just now, this girl. What magical things have you done? Su Luo felt numb, the kind where his scalp felt numb. I'm sorry, I was careless. Facing his gaze, Nan Jiao blushed, stuck out her tongue, and quickly apologized. But her own little heart was beating wildly at this moment. So much so that her face suddenly turned red. Just now, she helped Su Luo apply shower gel. I accidentally bumped into. Cough cough. His body. At that moment Su Luo moved. Nan Jiao herself was also a little shocked. So, my heart started beating, my hands got messy, and my face turned red. Su Luo gave her a resentful look, then looked away. I almost got excited just now. Fortunately, I have strong willpower. Nan Jiao only realized at this time that her Luo had grown up. He is already an adult beast. A 6th-level beastmaster. Can't have too close contact. After all, beast tamers are different from humans. They have a special breeding period, which is commonly known as the estrus period. By then, you will know how to conquer your own kind. Thinking of this, Nan Jiao's pretty face looked like it was dripping with blood. Moreover, she secretly decided in her heart that she could not sleep with Su Luo anymore. I have to take fewer showers in the future. Avoid such embarrassing things. In fact, when Nan Jiao thought about this, she didn't know why, but she suddenly felt empty in her heart. It seems like something is missing. Very uncomfortable feeling. Su Luo also felt a headache when he noticed her rosy face. What is this girl thinking? Why is her face so red? He is the victim, okay? Because of this little ambiguity, the atmosphere in the bathroom became quite quiet. However, Nan Jiao has been working very hard. Rub Su Luo with some shower gel, then wash him clean again. This girl executed every step carefully. She was so focused that while she was wiping Su Luo's body with a towel, beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. This girl didn't feel anything either. And Su Luo noticed all this head on. He suddenly felt that it was actually quite good that time had stopped. Why do animals have so many bad thoughts in their heads when they are alive? Isn't it nice to be together in such a simple, warm, and cozy way? A warm feeling welled up in my heart. Su Luo unexpectedly floated up and landed in Nan Jiao's arms. The latter was obviously stunned. Immediately, Su Luo's tongue gently stretched out and landed on her face. Ding! Contact is made, gaining intimacy value 5,000. Ding! Qilin Frue blesses, intimacy value increases by 2,500. Su Luo swears. He licked it purely to express his feelings. So simple, without any complicated stuff. And when she met his heterochromatic eyes, Nan Jiao seemed to feel the same. The atmosphere suddenly became gentle. Okay, I'm all wet now. As Su Luo's beastmaster, how could she not know the emotions he wanted to express? If she doesn't understand this, she is stupid. But then, Nan Jiao seemed to have thought of something. My eyes widened in an instant. Lolo, were you flying or jumping just now? She remembered that for a moment, Su Luo's body seemed to float up. Did she see it wrong? Although he didn't intend to hide it from her, Su Luo still stretched out his little paw and pointed at his face. Raised his eyebrows. The corners of the mouth on the handsome animal face were slightly raised. That clearly means, kiss me, and I'll tell you. Nan Jiao understood what he meant and pouted her lips slightly as she glanced at him. Some little coquettishness, a little resentment. It's just like the feeling between boyfriend and girlfriend. But in the end, she still succumbed to Su Luo's claws. Slightly bow your head. Baji. Ding. The cheek is kissed, and something happens. Chapter 168. I'm being targeted now. Dillon City. At this time, it is already night. In a heavily guarded villa manor, a middle-aged man was sitting on his chair made of thousand-year-old pear wood, his eyes slightly narrowed. He has three-dimensional facial features, a strong look, is not ugly, and is full of masculinity. But there is a striking scar on his face, extending from the corner of the mouth to the back of the ear. It looks a bit scary. As for the middle-aged man, it was unclear whether he was asleep or thinking about something. Knock, knock. There were 2 knocks on the door. No movement. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Finally, the middle-aged man in the room spoke. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, the murderous look was revealed. This is a pair of eyes full of anger. Or rather, it is murderous intent. The kind that makes people dare not look directly at it after taking one look. The person who came in was wearing silver armor. If Su Luo was present, he would definitely notice that this was the captain of the Guardians. His name is Hong Yunhai. City Lord, good evening. Hong Yunhai is very tough, right? However, when he saw the man sitting on the chair, the first thing he did was to bow and greet him. The man he called the City Lord was the City Lord of Dillon City, Feng Tiangang, only 40 years old. 5 years ago, he was already the youngest divine beast tamer in Dillon City. His reputation spread far and wide, and many people were afraid of him. Feng Tiangang hummed these words softly through his nostrils. Hong Yunhai sat there in a daze, not daring to speak, as if he was waiting for the City Lord's instructions. Today, I heard that you killed a man called Yiguan Qingshou. He's still shouting that he's from the Yiguan family? Feng Tiangang asked without even raising his eyebrows. That's right. That brat insulted our defenders in front of so many outsiders. I will definitely not let him go. Although he was afraid, Hong Yunhai still said this firmly. Yes, I know. Feng Tiangang nodded, and then continued. However, that guy seems to be a member of the Yiguan family. What? When Hong Yunhai heard this, he was also stunned. The Yiguan family is a relatively famous old family in their Dillon City. It does have some influence. However, Hong Yunhai had dealt with them before and was familiar with their family members. He has never seen this young man before, okay? I haven't heard anyone from the Yiguan family talk about it either. So, when he heard Yiguan Qingshou yelling, Hong Yunhai took decisive action. If this person is really a member of the Yiguan family and they start fighting, it would be a bit uncomfortable. Not only will this pretense end badly, but it will also cause trouble for you. Hong Yunhai also frowned, feeling vaguely uneasy. Don't worry. Feng Tiangang spoke again at this time. As the defender of Dillon City, you are loyal to me, so I will naturally protect you. Thank you, City Lord. Upon hearing this, Hong Yunhai immediately knelt on his knees without any hesitation. But Feng Tiangang didn't say anything afterwards, as if he was waiting for something. Hong Yunhai, who knew his temper well, naturally knew that this was asking for benefits. His eyes rolled around, and suddenly he seemed to remember something. City Lord, I seem to have seen a ferocious beast in human form today. Hong Yunhai spoke with saliva flying. Oh, Feng Tiangang seemed to become interested all of a sudden and sat up slightly. Male or female? Female. Hong Yunhai spoke quickly. She is very pretty, a mature woman. Sure. Feng Tiangang's eyes lit up and he licked his tongue. There was an obvious flash of desire in his eyes. What special hobbies does Feng Tiangang have? This is the best. This perverted guy just likes the transformed beasts, especially women. Hong Yunhai has been with him for quite some time, so he is very familiar with his hobby. Moreover, when Feng Tiangang was at his most perverted, he would not let go of anyone who had not transformed. A real pervert. The kind that even Hong Yunhai couldn't accept. Don't worry, City Lord. I will definitely find her and bring her to you. Hong Yunhai quickly agreed. This transformed ferocious beast is not easy to find. I finally met him today, and I'm determined to get Feng Tiangang no matter what. In this way, he might be able to rise to the top and dominate the Blue City. Yeah, go ahead. Feng Tiangang nodded with satisfaction. But then, he seemed to have thought of something and said, By the way, I heard there will be some good stuff at the auction tomorrow. You can go and take a look then. Good. How could Hong Yunhai dare to say no? He nodded repeatedly and walked out. He was so scared, not entirely because of the Yiguan family. It was because the fear that Feng Tiangang gave him had already taken root in his heart. Looking at Hong Yunhai, who hurriedly retreated, Feng Tiangang didn't say anything. However, there was a strange smile on his face. Some are bloodthirsty, some are perverted. As soon as he stood up, Feng Tiangang had already gone to the secret room inside. And inside that secret room, there clearly lived a half-human, half-snake woman. He has long green hair and looks to be only about 23 or 24 years old. Her upper body is naked, and her lower body is like a snake. My first reaction when I saw Feng Tiangang, it's fear and terror. If Su Luo were here, The first thing he would do when he saw that woman would be, "Oh shit, snake girl. Half human, half snake." I don't know how much time has passed. Inside this secret room, there was a faint, dull sound, and an indescribable sound. Chapter 169, Misty Forest? Auction. Dillon City, a hotel, a room. Wow, Luo can really fly. Lu Zixin screamed strangely, as if she had discovered something extraordinary. Not long ago, when this girl went to the room to look for Nanjiao, she discovered that Su Luo could fly. So, the two girls had a discussion about Su Luo's ability to fly. And Lu Zixin even asked Su Luo to demonstrate several times how he could fly without wings. At first, Su Luo refused. After all, it is a 6th-level mutant little spirit dog, with the blood of the void devouring chaos beast. Perform this? Does he have no shame? I just performed it for Nanjiao before. After all, you can still see this cute girl stamping her feet excitedly, her pretty face flushed, and clapping for him continuously. Su Luo felt it was pleasing to the eye and liked it very much. But Lu Zixin, that's all. Su Luo really had no interest in it. However, he never expected that Lu Zixin would actually threaten him. That's right, Su Luo can swear to heaven. This girl really threatened him. She seemed to be holding Su Luo in her arms and acting like a spoiled brat. In fact, she held his head tightly. As for where it is, those who understand will understand. Pretend to understand if you don't. Su Luo almost suffocated to death. Nanjiao felt so distressed when she saw this that her eyes turned red with anxiety. Look, under such threats, Su Luo compromised, flying in the air several times. The Emperor Flame Phoenix bird on the side was secretly amazed by this performance. Can Su Luo fly? To be honest, she thought it was impossible. At least, before, it was absolutely impossible for him to fly. Could it be that it has been improved after advancement? Is there anything like this? Have you ever seen a dog flying? For a moment, the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird was also a little confused. However, she soon saw that Su Luo was held in his arms, with a look of happiness on his face. The little phoenix couldn't help it. He shook his head secretly and couldn't help muttering, "Pervert, wolf, a real beast." The elemental elves and the little dragon saw this scene, but they felt nothing at all. However, in the eyes of the Liuli pony, the little guy's eyes became gloomy. Fortunately, at this time, Mu Xiaoxi and Meng Jingran came to find them. It was said that Fu Ningxue asked them to go to dinner. The group of 4 people and the animals did not dare to delay and followed. In a separate private room. Oh, Jiao's little beast can fly. Fu Ningxue, who had just received the news, couldn't help but speak. She originally wanted to say the little spirit dog, but then she thought better of it. Zhang Jinghan, who was standing by, also had a look of surprise on her face and couldn't help but look at Su Luo a few more times. Yes, I witnessed it with my own eyes just now. Lu Zixin was the first to come forward and confirm the news. Su Luo rolled his eyes at this. Didn't you say it? This girl is really. The scar has healed and the pain is forgotten. Meng Jingran and Mu Xiaoxi were a little surprised and astonished. After all, Su Luo has no wings, and few people would believe him if he said he could fly. However, they immediately seemed to think of the Tianxua ice qilin they had seen before. Isn't this the same as being able to fly without wings? Why? Teacher Fu, aren't you surprised? Seeing that Fu Ningxue didn't show any reaction, Lu Zixin couldn't help but ask another question. Surprised. The latter smiled and glanced at Nanjiao and Su Luo. In Fu Ningxue's heart, she would not be surprised at all even if Su Luo rushed out of Shuelon Star now. Don't even mention flying. It's just that I knew it for the first time, and it's a bit novel. After the novelty wears off, there are no more surprises. After all, she has already determined that Su Luo is no ordinary ferocious beast with an extraordinary background. What the hell is flying? By the way, Mr. Fu, you asked us to come here not just for dinner, right? It was Nanjiao who was concerned about the matter and asked. Yes. Fu Ningxue nodded and continued. Eating is one reason, but more importantly, I want to tell you that the auction will be at 4 p.m. tomorrow. The dean has already helped you get the admission tickets. When the time comes, you can go and see it and broaden your horizons. Who knows? You might even find a treasure. Okay. Nanjiao and the other 3 nodded, indicating that they understood. Besides, Fu Ningxue spoke again at this time. After the auction, we will take you to a place. She stopped talking here and looked at Zhang Jinghan beside her. Misty Forest. Zhang Jinghan, who had been silent all this time, uttered these 4 words. Misty Forest. Nanjiao and the other 3 looked at each other, obviously seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. Su Luo was confused. What the hell is this place called Misty Forest? What the hell is that? But below, Fu Ningxue has already started explaining. You all don't have a second beast, and the Misty Forest is the place where rare beasts are most likely to appear. Although there are dangers in it, there are also opportunities. As she spoke, she pursed her lips and continued. And I, along with teacher Zhang Jinghan, will go with you to look for the beast master together. Try to choose a good beast. Together? This is quite interesting. If this is what Long Jining meant, he probably wanted to help Nan Jiao and the other three to increase their strength. Let the four of them try their best to contract rare beasts. This will make them more powerful in combat. The Phoenix Beast taming competition will also shine. It seems that the old dean is trying his best. We know. Nan Jiao and the other three looked at each other and did not refuse. But at the first moment, they all felt that the burden on their shoulders had become much heavier. As for Su Luo, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where you go. Then it's decided. We'll set off the day after tomorrow to the Misty Forest. Fu Ningxue's words almost determined the next itinerary. But can plans keep up with changes? Chapter 170. This girl is quite talented. Dylan City. Night. Nan Jiao was sitting on the edge of the bed, with starlight dotted all over her body, looking very sacred. This girl is practicing. Moreover, after Su Luo's observation, he should be practicing some kind of moves. He guessed that the most likely thing was the Star Moon shield he had given her before. This defensive skill. Speaking of this thing, it was recommended by the system at that time. Although the level is only green. But according to the mini-system, this is actually a skill that can be upgraded. It was precisely because of this that Su Luo bought it with great reluctance. Su Luo took a look at his current attribute points, and he could still improve on this. After all, it's not the highest value of level 6. He took a quick look. I found that the current strength enhancers now cost 800 intimacy points and can increase 100 points. This means that the higher you go, the more intimacy you will need. After this experience in the small world, Su Luo decided to increase his combat power to the maximum every time. Otherwise, you will not have time and encounter danger again. After taking a look at his 170,000 intimacy value, Su Luo started to improve his attributes without saying a word. Originally, Su Luo thought that this was a very difficult process that would require a lot of intimacy points. But he was wrong. Because of the bloodline of Kirin Furue, every time Su Luo gets a random point, it's an explosion. 100 points. It's simply. The only time he didn't get full points, he got 99 points. With such a rough improvement, Su Luo's attributes were soon full again, and he only spent more than 40,000 intimacy points. Now, Su Luo's attributes have become Strength, 6,308. Agility, 6,681. Stamina, 6,825. Defense, 6,360. Physical strength is still the most important. Su Luo tried to find areas where he could still improve. He discovered that he now needed 300,000 intimacy points to advance to the 7th level. The intimacy value almost doubled, and continued to choose to devour the Tsangming Black Flame Bird and the Sky Shuttle Ice Qilin. The former requires 200,000 intimacy points, and the latter requires 300,000 intimacy points. There is no way to improve. Su Luo would not even consider purchasing advanced potions directly, because, for him, as long as he devours the Tsangming Black Flame Owl, he will be able to get an improvement. If there is real intimacy, it doesn't need to be applied to these areas. Beast Soul Armor, needless to say, as long as the little dragon develops well, he will continue to become stronger after merging with him. As for skills, Su Luo has never had any big pursuits. In fact, the key point is that weak skills are cheap and strong ones are too expensive and unnecessary. Thinking of this, Su Luo turned his gaze towards the elemental elves and the Liuli pony. The elemental elves have advanced along the way to the 4th order low-level stage. Although this little guy's combat power is not weak, his improvement is too slow. The glazed pony is a 4th level advanced one, so there's nothing much to say about it. It seems that it is time to help improve them. It also helps him to improve. System, is there any potion that can improve my beast tamer rank? Su Luo asked. Potion to improve the beast tamer's rank. The system asked. That's right. Yes, there is. However, their improvement cannot be achieved directly like yours. It requires a process of improvement. As the system spoke, the system panel appeared in front of Su Luo. A quick-acting medicine for upgrading the beast tamer? Su Luo murmured. The potions that appeared in this system were really weird. However, Su Luo already understood its existence. Is this thing nothing more than a pill used in the game to level up, kill monsters, and gain experience? After taking it, it will speed up the improvement process and help with advancement. I took a look at the price. 20,000 intimacy points per bottle, which would upgrade you to the next level. Su Luo bought a bottle without saying a word. He plans to give medicine to the elemental spirits. After all, the Lioli pony is already at the advanced stage, so isn't it just a matter of time before it reaches the 5th level? Come on, little one, drink this. Su Luo pressed the elemental spirit with his claws, smiled, and shook the potion in his hand. He thought his smile was very bright and perfect. Little did they know that in the eyes of the elemental spirits, they were just like those weird uncles on the street who tricked little girls into looking at big goldfish. There is a sense of weirdness. Not only the elemental elves, but even the Emperor Flame Phoenix and the glazed pony beside them felt the same way. The Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird was even afraid in its heart. Would Su Luo do the same thing later and force her to drink these strange things? She would rather die than surrender. Okay. Master, what is this? The simple elemental elves didn't think too much, but he still looked curiously at the sticky-looking potion in Su Luo's hand. This is a potion. After drinking it, you will slowly become stronger. As Su Luo spoke, he had already handed the potion to the elemental elf's mouth. The little thing tried it with its little tongue obediently, its eyes slightly shining. It tastes good. As it spoke, it had already started drinking. Soon, a bottle of medicine that looked like it should be 300 milliliters was already consumed. Su Luo was just about to ask what it felt like. Suddenly, there was a noise coming from Nan Jiao's side. Su Luo turned his head and looked at it immediately. I don't know when, this girl has been surrounded by a layer of star-like light shield. The golden light is flashing and very dazzling. Moreover, this light shield also wrapped Nan Jiao in it. From being illusory at the beginning, it gradually became solid. This girl has deciphered the talisman and comprehended the rhythm of the Star Moon shield. Su Luo is not stupid, he can see it. After all, he knew that if a Beastmaster wanted to comprehend a spell, he had to understand the obscure symbols. Nan Jiao's current situation has undoubtedly shown that she has learned it. She only spent one night, right? Su Luo recalled that it seemed that he really didn't see that this girl was practicing this at other times. It seems that Nan Jiao's talent is really good. No wonder Fu Ningxue treated her like that in the first place. The golden light disappears. Nan Jiao slowly opened her eyes. The moment the girl opened her eyes, she saw Su Luo. A bright smile instantly appeared on her face. She really learned the Star Moon shield. This is something to be happy about. But as soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Su Luo, and his eyes were looking at her. At that moment, the joy in Nan Jiao's heart was simply overflowing. The super double kind. So, Nan Jiao stood up all of a sudden and ran towards Su Luo. Before he could react, he was picked up. Su Luo, heh? Nan Jiao. *3*/ Continuous. Continuous attack, super combo. Chapter 171 on the self-cultivation of actors. Ding, kissed on the cheek. Contact established. Reward of 20,000 intimacy points. Qilin Furue blessing. More intimacy value reward 10,000. Ding, the forehead is kissed. Contact is made, and the intimacy value is rewarded with 10,000. Qilin Furue blessing. More intimacy value reward 5,000. Ding ding ding. The forehead is kissed continuously. Critical hit. Continuous contact will reward you with a critical hit of 50,000 intimacy points. Critical hit reward. Furue's blessing. Critical hit. The system's prompt sound kept ringing in his ears, and Su Luo was confused. The elemental elves are also confused. The Emperor Flame Phoenix bird and the glazed pony were even more confused. Only the little dragon had a silly and cute look on his face. I don't know what this behavior is. There is a little curiosity in those big eyes. What exactly did Nan Jiao do to Su Luo? This girl has just mastered the Star Moon shield, and she is really happy. I have no place to vent. So, she hugged Su Luo and kissed him continuously. The firepower was so fierce that the beast was stunned and cried out that it couldn't bear it. Looking again, his intimacy value, which was less than 100,000 just now, has now reached 230,000. Fear. After a brief moment of confusion, Su Luo was just thinking about whether he should take the initiative and respond to the enthusiasm. However, Nan Jiao had already held him in her arms and said happily, "Lolo, I finally mastered the Star Moon shield you gave me. This skill is so powerful. Also, I feel like it can be upgraded to a higher level. It's amazing." This girl kept sharing her joy with Su Luo. Also, I feel that its potential is definitely huge. I can't wait to try it. Thank you so much, Lolo. As Nan Jiao spoke, she was so excited that she couldn't help but hug Su Luo tightly. This made a certain beast scream for death again. Are you happy? Nan Jiao is still excited. She grabbed Su Luo's two little paws, placed them on her knees, looked at him, and asked, "What an awkward posture. lying on your back with your legs spread out. Especially, the wind made little Su Luo feel cool. Su Luo felt like he was being watched naked, which was a little embarrassing. Moreover, he always felt that Nan Jiao's eyes were wandering around. Ahem, I don't know if I'm being too suspicious. In particular, looking at the girl's slightly red face, I don't know if it's because of excitement. Or is it because I saw something I shouldn't have seen? Su Luo didn't dare to ask. Lolo, are you in a daze? Seeing that Su Luo didn't answer, Nan Jiao stretched out her slender hand and touched his belly hard. This immediately made Su Luo's heart flutter and his butt clenched. Panicked. He panicked. Happy. Su Luo quickly spoke, with a smile on his face. He was afraid that Nan Jiao might accidentally do something wrong. That would be so embarrassing. I knew you would be happy for me. The girl continued to smile, and lifted Su Luo up again, buried her head in the hair on his neck, and took a sip. It smells so good. Nan Jiao said this while rubbing her head, which made Su Luo feel itchy. However, he finally knew that this girl was really happy. And Su Luo seemed to have seen a code to wealth. Just because she had learned a magic trick, Nan Jiao was so excited and happy that she almost lost her composure. If I come up with another magic trick, this girl will get even more excited. Then, do something unexpected. Hiss. Su Luo didn't dare to think about it. Su Luo was happily interacting with Nan Jiao. The other side. The Lioli pony and the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird just couldn't bear to look at the two men and the beast. The glass pony is out of not wanting to see. The Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird simply couldn't bear to look at it. She even thought, should Nan Jiao and Su Luo find a more private space to do this? After all, there are so many beasts watching around. If you don't pay attention to the impact, you should also pay attention to the emotions of other animals, right? Lolo, no. You can't get on this bed. When it was time to go to bed, Nan Jiao actually refused to let Su Luo go to bed. This was like a bolt from the blue for a certain beast. I have always slept like this, and suddenly one day you say you don't let me sleep like this anymore? Who would want to do this? Who can bear this? As if sensing Su Luo's bad mood, Nan Jiao touched his head and explained. You are now a 6th level beastmaster, an adult. Among humans, you are considered an adult. So, you can't sleep with me anymore. In the future, there will be beasts who sleep with you. Do you know that? Su Luo. Is this still the reason? What did he think he was doing? You can't be willful, you know? Be obedient. Nan Jiao was afraid that he was in a bad mood, so she comforted him a few more times, just like coaxing a child. At this time, if Su Luo insisted on going to bed, Nan Jiao reluctantly let him go up. However, this always feels forced. Moreover, there is no pattern at all. Su Luo understood this very well. Therefore, the most correct approach at this time is. Su Luo showed his Oscar-winning acting skills. He stared at Nan Jiao deeply with his large, heterochromatic eyes. There was a mixture of pity, reluctance, discomfort, lamentation, sadness, hesitation, and understanding in his eyes. A series of complicated emotions. However, there is a hint of firmness mixed in with these emotions. After this determination appeared, Su Luo turned around without hesitation. The kind that never looks back. He walked slowly towards the sofa. That's where he'll be tonight. However, the moment he turned around, he revealed his determination and reluctance. But it was like a small hammer, hitting Nan Jiao's heart. I hit her several times. For a moment, she actually felt like she was having trouble breathing. My nose is sour. She even wondered in her heart if she was too harsh on Lolo. Although he advanced very quickly and is very smart. But the time I've been with her has only been a little over a month at most. Deep down, isn't Luo still a child? In front, Su Luo was walking, constantly asking questions and denying himself. Why don't you come over and carry me to bed? Am I walking too fast? No, I've tried my best to slow down. Even turtles are faster than me. Is my acting not good enough? That's impossible. I've read the actor's self-cultivation manual thousands of times. How can my acting skills be bad? But the next moment, Su Luo felt like he was being embraced by a pair of soft and slender hands. Okay, you should sleep with me. I don't dislike you. Nan Jiao's voice rang in my ears. The next moment, Su Luo was picked up. Go to the bed. At the last moment, Nan Jiao softened her heart. And Su Luo, behind her back where she couldn't see, showed a little smile of victory of his own. A little bit evil. He got it. For Su Luo, who understands women so well, it is better to go to bed with her than to force her to go to bed with him. It is better to stimulate the maternal love and tenderness in women's hearts. This is the path to sustainable development. Apparently, he did the right thing. This is thanks to the fact that Su Luo used to watch a lot of Douyin and a lot of short videos of cats and dogs. Only then did I realize the essence. Really good. Chapter 172 Special Functions of the System. Dillon City, Longhua Auction Center. Nanjiao and his group arrived here 2 hours in advance. Because I heard that there will be a small Taba meeting before the auction today. So they came early. Mainly Meng Jingran, Mu Xiaoxi, and Lu Zixin. They also want to see if they can find some good treasures and improve themselves. However, before coming, Fu Ningxue transferred a sum of star coins to Nanjiao. A total of 80 million. It's the money for yesterday's materials. The old dean was afraid that she might need to buy something today, so he gave her some first. Su Luo didn't quite understand the value of the Tizot ice Qilin horn and skin. However, from what Fu Ningxue conveyed, he could hear that the old dean would not let them suffer any loss. So, among the group, Nanjiao also came with a huge sum of money. What surprised Su Luo was that the girl did not show any strong excitement after getting the money. At least, her emotions were not as intense as when she comprehended the Star Moon shield. From this, Su Luo guessed that Nanjiao should also be a person who has seen the world. At least, have you ever seen? However, speaking of this, Su Luo seemed to have never heard her mention her family. There really was a hint of curiosity in his heart. Thinking in his heart, Su Luo couldn't help but look around. In fact, this is the auction renting part of the venue to some people and asking them to sell things. It's the same principle as going to the market. This also activates the flow of people very well. These things are mixed together, some are good and some are bad. Maybe, I can really find some leaks. Look at the game over there, it seems very interesting. Lu Zixin seemed to have discovered something extraordinary and pointed at the stall in front. Then let's go take a look. Nanjiao hugged Su Luo and seemed to feel a little curious. Mu Xiaoxi and Meng Jingran also nodded, indicating that they could rush forward. The group just walked over like that. After a brief observation, Su Luo finally understood why there were so many people at this stall. It's like gambling. Everything here is priced at 10,000 star coins. Moreover, all the goods are piled together for you to choose. However, you can only look at this pick and are not allowed to go up and check or touch it. Judging from the reactions on site, some of the things here are really very good. At least, Su Luo heard that someone had found an item worth more than 10,000 star coins. It has increased more than 10 times. Successfully made a fortune. As to why this happens, that's because there are some things in it that even the fat boss himself can't figure out what they are. He thought it was not worth much, but it's actually very high. To put it bluntly, just like the gambling on stones in Su Luo's real world, if you win, and if you lose, you lose. It's just that simple. Fuck, I made money. A middle-aged strong man holding a stone in his hand shouted excitedly. Upon closer inspection, the stone in his hand was emitting a faint white light. Su Luo felt that it was a bit like the light of a soul. What is it? The fat boss was also curious at this time, and hurried over to see the value. After all, the stuff came from him. When he purchased large quantities of goods, he actually had no idea where they came from. It's normal to be curious. The spirit of a fifth-rank, vicious beast. The middle-aged, sturdy man waved his arms, his face full of excitement. Fuck, that's worth millions. There was someone nearby who knew the subject and couldn't help but say something. It depends on the properties. The ones with better properties might be more expensive. Another person spoke up. Haha, I don't know either. The middle-aged man laughed and said, I thought it was a stone just now, and I bought it at a loss. Unexpectedly, when I rubbed the hard soil on the outside to pieces. Haha, fuck, I'm so jealous. Boss, give me one too. At this time, the crowd began to go crazy. Some people can't wait any longer and want to shop on Taobao. At first, Su Luo thought it was a trick of the fat boss. He was singing a duet with the strong man to attract customers. But at this time, a young man about 24 or 25 came over. He was dressed in fine clothes and looked in good spirits. Brother, can you sell this soul to me? Sell it to you? The middle-aged sturdy man turned his head and looked at him, puzzled. Right. I am willing to pay 1.5 million star coins to buy this soul. The young man spoke. 1.5 million star coins? Is that true? The middle-aged strong man was obviously a little unconvinced. He looked the young man up and down. Isn't this the young master of Longhua Auction House? Yes, his name is Du Yufeng. I remember him. He hosted the auction 2 days ago. The beast masters who were watching nearby had already started talking at once. Are you really the young master of this auction house? The middle-aged man also heard the discussions around him, and this time he believed it a little. Certainly. Du Yufeng smiled, gentle and polite. This made the fat boss next to him feel so painful in his balls. Damn it. This is 150 times more. Wipe. He suffered a huge loss and was heartbroken. Okay then, I'll sell you this soul for 1,500,000. The middle-aged man immediately made the decision. Okay, Du Yufeng smiled and stretched out his hand, making a gesture of invitation. The two of them just left like that. Is this the young master of the auction? Why do I feel like he's so sinister? Lu Zixin, who was standing behind the crowd, couldn't help but say something at this time. I think so too. Mu Xiaoxi also expressed her own opinion. Even Nin Jiao nodded. Su Luo felt it. After all, the other person was holding him. However, what Su Luo is struggling with now is not this problem, but the system's words. Just now, when Du Yufeng spent 1.5 million to buy the spirit soul, the system actually said, "That strong man lost." System, why do you say that? Su Luo was confused and asked. That is a fossilized spirit left behind by an ancient beast, and its value is far more than 1,500,000. It is not impossible to increase 6 or 7 times. Is this the reason why it was buried in the soil and its original appearance? Yes. The system said something awesome. System, can you also appraise treasures? Su Luo had some thoughts in his mind and asked. Omnipotent. Su Luo. The little system is so awesome. Coincidentally, at this time, Lu Zixin and the others decided to play with this thing. See if there's anything useful to come up with. Chapter 173. Will he be an expert in appraising treasures? You can only watch and choose. You can't go up and touch. The fat boss's light shout also made Lu Zixin pause. As the girl watched, she unconsciously wanted to go up and touch and pinch him. Just now, Nan Jiao and the other three had already paid 40,000 star coins, thinking that everyone would pick something. See if there's anything good. Try your luck. Hurry up, beautiful lady. There are still many people waiting to be selected. Seeing Lu Zixin hesitating, the fat boss couldn't help but speak again. After the recent episode, his business has become much more popular. Just that token. Lu Zixin hesitated for a long time, and finally pointed at a token that fell on the ground and spoke. Su Luo frowned when he saw it. The system had just told him that the token contained the incomplete symbol. This complete technique itself is quite powerful, but due to its incompleteness, it is worthless. Not to mention 10,000 star coins. I guess even someone wouldn't want it if I gave it to them as a gift. After all, there is a chance that one might end up going crazy or going mad, so who would dare to take it? The fat boss has actually studied this token. He couldn't understand it, let alone practice it. However, this thing has already labeled him as worthless. So, when he saw Lu Zixin choose it, he looked happy. But I couldn't help but ask one more question. Are you sure it's this? If you are sure, you can't change it. Lu Zixin was about to speak. Ah no. Su Luo, who was in Nan Jiao's arms, couldn't help but bark at her twice. This girl didn't think there was anything wrong and wanted to speak again without even looking at Su Luo. However, he was suddenly stopped by Nan Jiao. Zxine, Luo may ask you not to choose this. As the master, Nan Jiao seemed to understand better what her beast wanted to express. And Su Luo nodded fiercely, indicating that it was correct. Don't want to. Lu Zixin is a girl who usually has a big brain, but doesn't use it well. But one good thing is that she is willing to listen to other people's opinions. The fat boss on the side frowned secretly, seeming a little dissatisfied. However, seeing that his business was so booming, he couldn't say anything. What if it angers the public? Then pick it quickly and think about it quickly. After saying this, the fat boss went to help other customers get their things and no longer paid attention to Su Luo. Lolo, you just thought that was not a good thing, right? At this time, Mu Xiaoxi seemed to have thought of something, reached out and rubbed Su Luo's head, and asked. The latter nodded. It wasn't him who figured it out, it was the system. But isn't it him that the small system represents? Su Luo claimed the credit without feeling any psychological burden at all. Nan Jiao also nodded, indicating that this was what she thought just now. I suddenly have a bold idea. Meng Jingran, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. I think, why don't we let Luo help us choose? How about it? I think he might be able to find treasure. Su Luo. After hearing this proposal, Lu Zixin and Mu Xiaoxi's eyes lit up. Yeah. The two girls hit it off immediately. Su Luo was about to refuse. He didn't want to do something so difficult and potentially pleasing. But I didn't expect Nan Jiao to suddenly say something. Yes, Luo, I think you can do it. You can definitely pick out something valuable from it, right? The girl said as she turned him over again. Just like last night. Su Luo was lying on his back again. However, this time he was being watched closely by 4 pairs of eyes and 8 gazes. A certain beast is inexplicably nervous. After all, there are still some vague gazes around. They looked at Nan Jiao and the other 3. By the way, I also noticed Su Luo. Lolo, you can definitely do it, right? Lu Zixin took action and reached out to rub Su Luo's belly. Just a stone's throw away from somewhere. The beast suddenly became stiff all over and dared not move. If Luo helps, it will definitely work. Muxiaoxi seemed to have joined Su Luo's army of fans and spoke. Yes, I think so. Meng Jingran also expressed her position. Moreover, their hands were not idle either. Take the claws, take the claws. Those who rub their heads, rub their heads. Anyway, Su Luo was surrounded by them like the moon surrounded by stars. Start from top to bottom. Teasing and pleasing Su Luo. The men around me are envious. Wipe it. They all wanted to transform into this damn beast. She looks like that, pretty and nice. But this beauty and fortune are too great. A small beast tamer occupied for resources. Damn it. Everyone was cursing, and their eyes looked as if they wanted to fry Su Luo in the pan. 5 minutes later. Well, have you decided? The fat boss came back and spoke to Nanjiao and the other three. He had long been fed up with seeing these 4 girls dallying with a beastmaster. What a waste of his time. Okay, boss. Lu Zixin spoke with a smile on her face. How about we let him come in and help us get it out? As the girl spoke, she pointed at Su Luo, who had collapsed in Nanjiao's arms. He went to pick it out? The fat boss frowned, but couldn't stop smiling. Let a beastmaster choose. It's not that he looks down on the beastman. Even a human may not be able to win the bet, so how can a small beast tamer do it? Therefore, the fat boss was secretly delighted and couldn't suppress his smile. The money is not much, but these 40,000 star coins are already a profit. Then I have a deal. If you pay for it, you are not allowed to cause trouble here. The fat boss said one last word. That's for sure. Lu Zixin nodded quickly to indicate that everything was fine. Then go ahead. The fat boss nodded, still smiling. And Nanjiao also put Su Luo on the ground at this time. After all, just now, he had nodded and agreed to help choose. Does Su Luo dare not agree? Damn it. He was just molested in the street. If he doesn't nod, the beast will probably be gone. Besides, Nanjiao had such high expectations of him, and he didn't want to disappoint her. Just show off a little bit. The most important thing is that men cannot say that they are not good enough. Even though Su Luo is a male beast, he still has to hold his head high. This is a big issue of dignity. System, give me some strength. Su Luo couldn't help but mutter in his heart. You are a real dog. You are using me. I have no obligation to help you with this. The system cursed. I am a dog. Didn't you see clearly that the word little dog is so big? Su Luo was thick-skinned enough to answer quickly. Hurry up and work. Isn't my face yours? I've embarrassed you. So what's the point of your existence? Su Luo's long lecture confused the system. Chapter 174. Can the things chosen by the Beastmaster be valuable? The Beastmaster goes to choose? That's really novel. Yeah, I guess a few girls can't make up their minds. Well, women are always hesitant. Can't you just take it casually like me? They don't know anything about beast control. I don't think they can even get their money back. This thing is that the losses are greater than the wins. It's normal to lose. The winners are a minority. Why do you care about others? 40,000 star coins might just be for fun. The people watching expressed their opinions one after another. However, they seem to have foreseen the fate of Nanjiao and the other three. It's definitely a loss. Believe in the Beastmaster, but the Beastmaster knows nothing. Behind these people, there is another person standing silently. It's Du Yufeng who bought the spiritual soul before. He knew about these stalls before. However, he always believed that how could a real treasure be covered in dust? So he was not interested in these at first. Until the spirit, just now, he changed his mind. Maybe there really are treasures that will be buried by history. From then on, it was covered in dust. However, Du Yufeng, who had originally planned to go in and prepare for the auction, stopped again because of Nanjiao and the other three. After all, beautiful people or things attract attention wherever they go. He wanted to see what the outcome would be for them. As for Su Luo, he had already wandered around the pile of goods. The fat boss is also very tolerant towards him. After all, he believed in his heart that it was impossible for the beast tamer to pick out anything good. So, let him take a look. When it comes to people, the fat boss is not so tolerant. Finally, Su Luo stood still. He has finished his observation and picked out 4 items that seem to be of the greatest value. Su Luo moved quickly and directly took out a dark brown iron object and placed it at Lu Zixin's feet. Indicate that this is hers. Then, he turned around again and quickly picked out things from the cargo one by one. They are a black, fist-sized stone, placed at Mu Xiaoxi's feet. Then, he bit out a sword handle from inside and placed it at Meng Jingran's feet. Finally, there seemed to be some hesitation. Su Luo suddenly stretched out his claws and rummaged through the items. Then a dusty brocade box suddenly fell out. Su Luo thought it was dirty, so he took the thing out and patted it all the way to Nanjiao's feet. Du Yufeng didn't think the first 3 things were anything special. But, as soon as this brocade box came out, His eyes clearly opened. Haha, you guys have finished your selection. It can't be changed. The fat boss couldn't help but speak, with a smile on his face. To be honest, he didn't even want to look at these things. It's just like garbage. Especially the brocade box. The fat boss knew exactly what was inside. It's just a piece of cloth. How can it be valuable? This brocade box looks okay, but there is too much dust. What a loss. None of these things look valuable. The people watching nearby also spoke up. Yeah, they say that beast tamers don't have much use for hammers. What a loss. Well, I have already guessed the ending. No surprises. If you don't want to change it, then don't change it. What's the big deal? Lu Zixin pouted and said something at this time. Although when she looked at the things Su Luo picked out, they seemed indeed ordinary and there was nothing strange about them. It doesn't look like a treasure. In fact, each one is more dilapidated than the other. However, people still have to fight for their dignity. If you don't want to change it, then don't change it. Excuse me. Just as everyone was talking, Du Yufeng, who had been observing, couldn't help but speak up. As soon as he opened his mouth, he attracted almost everyone's attention. Everyone looked at him. Du Yufeng raised his hand, came from behind, walked over, and looked at Nan Jiao and the others. Hello, I'm Du Yufeng, the young master of this auction. Excuse me, can I pick this up and take a look at it? As he spoke, he pointed to the brocade box that Nan Jiao had just picked up. The girl didn't think much about it. As long as it was something chosen by Su Luo, she would think it was a treasure even if it was trash. So I didn't mind it being dirty at all, and just took it in my hand. So, facing Du Yufeng's request, she was also stunned for a moment. Instead, Su Luo Duo on the side looked at this guy twice. This young master, I guess he recognized him or treasured him, right? This guy has a greasy face, but he has a decent taste. Seeing Nan Jiao's subconscious reaction, Du Yufeng also smiled and explained. I want to take a closer look at the brocade box you are holding to see if it is made from the heart of the tiny Miui beast. As soon as Du Yufeng said this, the whole audience was in an uproar. All because of those few words. The tiny Miui beast? Is this true? An 8th rank wood attributed beast, a tiny Miui beast with extremely strong vitality? Or is it a brocade box made of its heart? It must be fake. I don't believe it. I heard that if you sell this heart to make medicine, the price is extremely high. Who would make a box for it? That's right. Isn't that ridiculous? There is constant discussion. Everyone expressed their opinions. However, Su Luo nodded secretly. Indeed, this thing is a brocade box made from the heart of the tiny Miui beast. This tiny Miui beast is known to everyone as an 8th level ferocious beast in the shape of a tree. Very limited quantity. Known for its vigorous vitality. It is said that some tiny Miui beasts have actually survived for tens of thousands of years. Experienced the rise and fall of the times. The brocade boxes made of their hearts can be used to hold any items and things, and they are guaranteed not to rot. More importantly, this heart could be used to make medicine, and its value would be worth several million or even tens of millions of star coins. After all, these medicines can bring a dying person back from the brink of death. Totally worth the value. It is precisely because of this that the tiny Miui beast is now an extremely rare ferocious beast. Because it is so powerful and so valuable. Always being sought, always being hunted. So much so that now, many people only know about the existence of the tiny Miui beast. Many people have never seen what they look like. Not to mention its heart. Nan Jiao obviously also knew about this tiny Miui beast. So, at the first moment, she felt that the brocade box in her hand had become a lot heavier. She did not agree to Du Yufeng's request at the first time, but looked at Su Luo. Obviously, she was waiting for Lolo's answer. This gave Su Luo a great sense of accomplishment. The girl was asking for his opinion. Damn it. Su Luo suddenly felt his body tremble, and a sense of pride arose spontaneously. Isn't this the face and courage that the head of the family should have? What else? Was it that made him feel comfortable and refreshed when Nan Jiao asked for his opinion in front of so many people? At that moment, Su Luo did not hesitate and nodded, indicating that he could take a look. Nan Jiao then nodded and handed the brocade box to Du Yufeng. By the way, he bent down and picked up Luo Luo. Instantly, she felt more at ease. At this moment, the eyes of the people around were focused on Du Yufeng. Want to see what he said? Chapter 175. The whole audience was in uproar. Still pretending. Du Yufeng looked like he was appreciating a work of art, with a smile on his face that seemed slightly perverted to Su Luo. Then, she stretched out her hand and waved like this. Wiped the dust off the brocade box bit by bit. Finally, he lowered his head and sniffed. Su Luo. He really felt that this was a bit perverted. Are all people who like collecting like this? It's really the tiny Miui beast. Du Yufeng suddenly uttered a firm voice. I was lucky enough to see the heart of a tiny Miui beast once. I remember the taste. So it must be correct. Du Yufeng's determination and his identity as the young master of the auction house instantly convinced everyone present. This is the heart of the tiny Miui beast. The whole audience was in an uproar. The faces of the onlookers showed surprise, shock, excitement, confusion, envy, jealousy, and hatred. The emotions are complicated. Fuck, it's really a brocade box made of the heart of the tiny Miui beast. It must be valuable. At least several million star coins. Is this something valuable? This thing is now in short supply. Make a fortune, okay? Damn it, you're so jealous of me. I was just looking at this brocade box and was hesitant about taking it. Another person uttered a wailing sound and beat his chest and stamped his feet. Stop bragging or you'll die. It was obviously dug out from the bottom by the beast man, okay? Damn, what's wrong with me pretending? The noisy discussions at the scene were really about to overturn the entire auction venue. The fat boss's face suddenly changed, cold sweat broke out, and his balls hurt. His heart was full of bitterness. What the hell? A piece of soul just appeared before. Why has the heart box of the tiny Miui beast appeared now? Grass. How come he doesn't know that this pile of junk goods is so valuable? The fat boss is about to vomit blood. What made him even more uncomfortable was that he had also noticed this brocade box. But be careful of loneliness. It's like there were millions or even tens of millions of star coins in front of you, but you didn't cherish them until you look back. Heartache, bitterness. This is the mentality of the fat boss now. The onlookers were so excited that Nanjiao and the other three naturally became excited too. After all, this is what Su Luo discovered. Nanjiao was better off. Her slender hands holding Su Luo trembled slightly, and she unconsciously hugged him tighter. It can be seen that this girl is still excited inside. Even more, Su Luo leaned on her chest and felt her heartbeat quicken. There was surprise and excitement in Meng Jingran and Mu Xiaoxi's eyes. I even couldn't help but take a few more glances at the items under my feet. But Lu Zixin was exaggerating. The girl bent down and picked up the iron block that Su Luo placed in front of her. Then, he imitated what Du Yufeng had just done and carefully wiped away the dust. Then he studied it carefully, up and down, left and right. Su Luo was speechless for a while after seeing this. This girl, she acts like she can understand it. However, Su Luo's current focus is not on Lu Zixin. As for Du Yufeng, did this guy really not understand? Or did he deliberately omit something? This is a brocade box made from the heart of a 1,000-year-old tiny Miui beast. It is worth a lot of money. It is worth much more than the millions that the onlookers say. However, since Du Yufeng didn't reveal it, Su Luo didn't say anything either, and just focused on doing his duty as a beastmaster. Stay in Nanjiao's arms obediently. By the way, can I open it and take a look? Du Yufeng spoke again at this time. When the onlookers heard him speak, they gradually stopped making noise. There seems to be a sequel to this. Nanjiao didn't answer, but subconsciously touched Su Luo's head. That's a piece of cake, it goes without saying. How could Su Luo not understand the little details between the man and the beast? He nodded quietly. Sure. Nanjiao then said something. This also made Du Yufeng raise his eyebrows slightly. The girl in front of me is so beautiful and elegant. She is a sight in her own right. But why does the relationship between her and her beast seem unusual? It seems that the identities of this man and this beast have been swapped. Is this the feeling of being a beast master? To be honest, this was Du Yufeng's first feeling. But he still had a polite smile on his face and said, thanks. After getting the consent, Du Yufeng slowly opened the box. Inside the brocade box, a piece of white cloth lay quietly. It looks like it should be a large piece of cloth. After all, it's packed full. When he saw the white cloth for the first time, Du Yufeng frowned slightly. The fat boss was also shocked. No way, no way. Could this be some good thing? But please don't, his heart can't take it. The fat boss prayed frantically. An ordinary piece of cloth. Du Yufeng said this as he closed the brocade box. However, at this moment, the corners of Su Luo's mouth curled up slightly. He just knew it. This Du Yufeng is still something. In fact, he not only recognized that the brocade box was the heart of the 1,000-year-old tiny Miui beast. Moreover, he could tell what the cloth inside was at the first sight. The reason why this guy didn't say anything is that he was waiting to buy it at a low price. What a dog. But, with Su Luo around, how could he succeed? After all, this brocade box is expensive, and the cloth inside is also a good thing. This is a piece of cloth made from the silk spit out by the purple ling fairy silkworm babies, also known as purple lotus fairy silkworm cloth. One advantage of this kind of cloth is that after it is made into clothes and worn, it will not be contaminated by dust. It has a self-cleaning function. Also, don't be fooled by the fact that the cloth inside doesn't look very big. But in fact, based on the toughness of this cloth, it is completely possible to make it into a set of clothes or a skirt. These are what the system said, and Su Luo didn't know whether he was bragging or not. After all, small systems are sometimes reliable and sometimes very slow. The value of this thing is really hard to judge. For girls, it is a divine object, and they are willing to pay any price for it. But for boys, just so-so. However, if this thing appears at an auction, it will definitely shine. After all, there are many wealthy daughters participating in the auction. There are also many rich young masters who want to win the smile of beautiful women. Du Yufeng clearly knew it, but he just wouldn't say it. The meaning is obvious. Fortunately, it's not something valuable. I was scared to death. That's right. I just saw Master Du frowning, and I thought it was something extraordinary again. I was scared to death. How could I be so lucky that even the rags inside are treasures? It must have been found by chance. That beast. Everyone started a new round of discussion. However, everyone was glad that the white cloth that turned out was not a good thing. And Su Luo could only sneer secretly. They are on the first level, and he is on the 5th level. How can these levels be compared? Chapter 176. I'm telling you. No more pretending. For you. In full view of everyone, Du Yufeng very gentlemanly handed the brocade box to Nanjiao again. The latter quickly took it over. I have to say that Du Yufeng's action can still bring him a lot of goodwill. However, in Su Luo's eyes, he understands it so well. This guy is just trying to create a persona and put on a show in front of everyone. Su Luo dared to bet that this guy would definitely express his intention to buy. That young master. Can you help me take a look at this? The person who said this was Lu Zixin. The girl fiddled with it for a long time, but still couldn't figure out what this piece of iron was. So she spoke. It fits her personality. Okay. Seeing that the 4 of them were together, Du Yufeng did not refuse, but took the iron block. Start looking carefully. Su Luo curled his lips. He knew this guy wouldn't leave so easily. Seeing Du Yufeng observing, the beastmasters watching around him fell silent again. They just want to see if this is still a treasure. After about a few minutes, Du Yufeng also shook his head and said, I'm sorry, I'm not very knowledgeable, and I don't see what's so special about this thing. Then he handed it back to Lu Zixin. The people around him breathed a sigh of relief again. They were just thinking that after observing for so long, Du Yufeng might have discovered something. The answer was no, and they felt relieved. Otherwise, some of them would have lost a lot after observing for half a year. As a result, the Beastmaster made huge profits easily. Doesn't that mean humans are inferior to animals? How embarrassing. So, no one wants to see a good thing. Okay. After Lu Zixin took the iron block, he looked at Su Luo with some resentment. Lolo, you are so biased. Woo-woo, the things you chose for you are all good, but the things you chose for me are useless. As the girl said this, she wrinkled her nose at Su Luo in dissatisfaction and pinched his face. Her own face was full of disappointment. She was originally full of expectations. The reality was a heavy blow. Haha. Hearing this, Du Yufeng on the side laughed. You can't blame him for this. After all, he probably doesn't recognize these things and just found them randomly. But I just happened to find a good thing for my master. This shows that he and his master are in harmony, which is a good thing. Du Yufeng said this because he naturally wanted to get closer to Nanjiao and the others. Su Luo is very clear about this. Is this laying the groundwork for purchasing the Tianying Muhui beast for yourself? You wish. Originally, Su Luo wanted to keep a low profile. But he never expected that. Even though he wanted to keep a low profile, others would insist on questioning him and force him to be high profile. Treat him as an ordinary, common beast. How is this possible? So, at this moment Su Luo stopped pretending. He's going to reveal his cards. Thinking of this, Su Luo stretched out his claws and slapped the black iron block. A thought came to mind. A red-gold flame shone from his claws. Moment. This black block of iron seems to be activated. It actually emitted an ochre-colored light. Moreover, the light became more and more intense. The whole audience was surprised by this unexpected change, including Du Yufeng. Only then did Su Luo retract his claws. Looking again, the black iron block is no longer an iron block. Instead, the outer iron casting all peeled off, slowly revealing its original appearance. Lu Zixin opened her mouth slightly, looking at the piece in her hand in disbelief. Animal bones. An earth-attributed beast-inscribed skull. A voice rang out from the crowd. Someone who had obviously recognized what this thing was. Even Du Yufeng, who was standing next to him, swallowed his saliva and licked his tongue. That's right. It's a beast's inscribed skull. Fuck, this is really a pearl covered in dust. How can you find such a treasure in this garbage dump? Fuck, I can't believe it. Amazing. It seems like the Beastmaster already knew what it was. He was the one who activated it. Yeah, damn. It seems that what happened just now was not just a coincidence, but he could sense it. Is this the legendary treasure-appraising beast? I really want to raise a beast like this, damn. The crowd was boiling with excitement again. At this moment, suspicion has turned into compliment and admiration. All Su Luo could hear were voices praising him. The fat boss's face looked as if he had eaten shit. It's simply indescribable. However, Lu Zixin's face was already full of smiles. As an academic beastmaster, how could she not know what this thing is? The so-called animal inscription skull contains what the ferocious beast learned and realized during its lifetime. After using the beast tamer, it is equivalent to obtaining a kind of inheritance. This kind of thing can only be left behind by a very obsessive beast after the passage of time. They hope that there will be ferocious beasts or similar creatures in the future who can inherit their experience or skills. That's why this inscribed skull was formed. What this means is that after using this thing, you may gain skills or various insights, etc. Only the user knows this. There are good and bad things, it's hard to say. Therefore, the value of this thing is really hard to estimate. But it's still a big treasure. And the reason why Su Luo was able to activate it just now is because he is also a beast. Just touch it. Thank you so much, Lolo. Lu Zixin was so excited that she took Su Luo from Nanjiao's arms. She didn't feel anything was wrong and held him tightly in her arms. It almost suffocated a certain beast. He almost became the only beast in the history of beast control to die of chest tightness. Live forever. It's so painful, Su Luo. The most arrogant thing about him was that he didn't dare to raise his claws to resist. Otherwise, wouldn't that be considered as a pervert? Su Luo wouldn't dare to do that in front of everyone. Fortunately, Nanjiao couldn't bear it anymore and took him back. Only then did Lu Zixin stop abusing Su Luo. At this moment, he was surprised to find that everyone around him was looking at him with meaningful and envious eyes. Some people licked their lips subconsciously, and no one knew what they were thinking about. Su Luo. However, he still wanted to say something stubbornly. He really feels bad. I was blind, I didn't see it, and almost let the treasure fall into obscurity. At this time, Du Yufeng also quickly stood up and apologized. At the same time, the look he gave Su Luo became somewhat indescribable. Let a certain beast unable to help but feel its anus and flowers tighten. This pervert, isn't he the same as that Mo roughing back then? They're both masochists, right? Su Luo embarrassed him, but instead of being angry, he became more appreciative. This kind of person is really scary when you think about it. The audience around were all impressed by Su Luo at this moment. It's okay to find a treasure, it might just be luck. However, the two items you found in a row are both treasures. Moreover, I also know how to unlock this treasure. Anyone who is not a fool knows that the beast in Nanjiao's arms is definitely not simple. There is definitely something. They are not stupid. If they couldn't see it once, how could they not see it twice? For a while, there was a lot of discussion, and many people even had their eyes on Su Luo. I was thinking, should I buy this beast from this pretty girl? After all, each one on Taobao is more accurate than the other. Besides making huge profits, there will be no losses. Who cannot love it? However, this discussion made the fat boss next to him feel heartbroken. Wipe. This feeling is really like cutting flesh. I feel uncomfortable and want to cry. Chapter 177, The Auction Begins. Family. Jingjing, Xiaoxi. Why didn't you let Du Yufeng help you identify it and see if it's a treasure? Lu Zixin's voice rang out. The four of them are now in the auction venue and sitting in their seats. The incident on Taobao has just come to a temporary end. Nanjiao and the other three finally managed to carry Su Luo and the things they had obtained through the crowd and into the venue. You can imagine how difficult it is to be pregnant with a baby. Facing those who wanted to buy Su Luo, Nanjiao refused all the way. When faced with people who wanted to buy the tiny Muai animal brocade box and the skull with animal inscriptions, I refused them all the way. That's how I got here. If Dillon City was not a law enforcement city, they would be wary and cautious. Maybe some people have already started. Lu Zixin couldn't help but raise the question that was difficult to ask just now. Su Luo couldn't help but roll his eyes at this girl. Is there any need to ask this question? Obvious, okay? Really, Su Luo doesn't even want to complain anymore. That's not necessary. The one who answered was Meng Jingran. Just think about it. Luo was able to find two items in a row, which means that our two items are definitely not bad. And being pregnant with a baby is a sin in itself, so let's keep a low profile. That's right. Mu Xiaoxi also nodded. So, I discussed with Jing Ran and decided not to ask Du Yufeng to help with the appraisal, but to leave. As she spoke, she glanced at Su Luo in Nanjiao's arms. I think Luo knows the answers we want to know, right? Su Luo. He knew that the two of them were doing this for this reason. But it is true. Su Luo just showed his cards once and pretended to be cool. There's no need to fill your cunt up. If you continue like this, what if you end up pretending to be weird? That would not end well. Feeling the four girls' gazes on him, Su Luo could only nod. Acknowledge the fact that he does know what these are. That's what I said. After getting the answer, Mu Xiaoxi smiled. Even Ming Jingran was a rare sight, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Okay, I didn't think enough. Lu Zixin spread his hands, a look of sudden realization on his face. She was so happy and excited that she forgot to think about safety. As for Nan Jiao, a relieved smile appeared on her face as she looked at Su Luo, who was lying comfortably on her legs. There is also a hint of pride mixed in, not for myself, but for Su Luo's performance. She was proud of his outstanding performance. At this moment, not far away, Boss Feng look, Wang Tao seemed to have discovered something extraordinary and pushed Feng Haoyu beside him hard. The latter frowned slightly, but still looked in the direction of his finger. Moment. Feng Haoyu, who was originally sleepy, suddenly became energetic. Because he saw Nan Jiao and the others sitting not far behind them. Fuck. I had people look for them for a long time yesterday, but couldn't find them. And today I saw them again. Feng Haoyu slapped his thigh and said excitedly, "We really are destined to be together." Zhang Luosen. He was speechless. Fate is a hammer. It's obvious that they came here for this auction, okay? God help me. Feng Haoyu's face was full of smiles. Since we meet at this auction venue, isn't it time for me to show my talents? I'll show them my financial strength in a moment. This guy secretly clenched his fist. And at this time, the auction really began. Above the venue, staff members were already slowly pushing out the exhibit items. Du Yufeng, who had met Su Luo before, also walked out slowly. This guy obviously looked around several times below. Finally, his eyes fell on Nan Jiao and his group. Then he pretended to move away casually. Su Luo noticed all these details. Just now, although Du Yufeng did not ask to buy the brocade box of the tiny Miui beast on the spot. But that doesn't mean he gave up. It was because this guy was thrown into disarray by Su Luo's performance. The scene was too hot at that time. He was too embarrassed to make this request. Now, after knowing that Nan Jiao and the others would attend the auction, Du Yufeng was even less anxious. He even took a step ahead. As soon as the auction started, his eyes were on Su Luo and the others. The intention is very clear. Is it about to start? This is my first time attending an auction. I'm a little excited. Lu Zixin's voice came. This girl obviously has this kind of mentality no matter what happens, and Su Luo is used to it. However, it is rare for him to have some peace today. I didn't bring the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird and the elemental spirits with me. I felt a lot calmer all of a sudden. This isn't my first time attending an auction, but I'm still a little excited about what I'll see. Mu Xiaoxi said something. Has Xiaoxi participated in this before? Nan Jiao really didn't know much about their family, so I couldn't help but ask. Right? Mu Xiaoxi smiled. When you pass by my city in the future, I will take you to our auction. Come to think of it, I still don't know where your family is from, Xiaoxi. Lu Zixin also said something at this time. Even Ming Jingran cast a look at him, with a hint of curiosity. They all came from different places and finally gathered at the Lanhin Beastmaster Academy in Tianlan City. These children were found by different teachers and brought to the college. Therefore, it is normal for each person to be unaware of each other's family environment. Keep it mysterious. Mu Xiaoxi smiled. But you will all go to my city in the future, believe me. Su Luo glanced at Mu Xiaoxi. Will you go there in the future? Could it be that the city where Mu Xiaoxi lives is very awesome? Su Luo knew it. In this world, not everyone can be selected by the academy. Only some children with real talents can be brought to the academy to study before they are 18 years old. Then when it's time to open the yellow vein, go to contract the first beast. Finally left the academy and went to the university. This is why some people can only rely on their own abilities to become wild beast tamers. Nan Jiao and the others were also brought from different cities to the Lanhin Beastmaster Academy to study. In fact, they don't know each other's families. In fact, we rarely talk about this thing. Okay. Nan Jiao and the others could only nod and temporarily accept Mu Xiaoxi's answer. After all, they couldn't ask any further questions. At this time, the auction has already begun. What is Chapter 178? Big Water Fish. What is being auctioned now is a medicinal pill. I heard that this pill was made from the spirit of a 10th level fire dragon, and it can greatly enhance the power of the beast taming skill. When Ming Jingran first encountered this thing, she was slightly moved. But I was defeated by the price. The starting price is 6 million star coins. Moreover, the price of this small pill quickly climbed to 12 million star coins. These people were bidding like crazy as if there was no money involved. Su Luo knew why this was so without asking. After all, anything related to the Dragon Clan is valuable, even if it is a piece of shit. The elixir made from the 10th level Fire Dragon Spirit is priced like this. As you can imagine, a complete soul. It should be a sky-high price. Su Luo just didn't know how much the Spirit of the Sky Shuttle Ice Chillin in his hand was worth. 20 million star coins. Suddenly, a loud roar was heard, interrupting Su Luo's thoughts. The price of this Fire Dragon pill has already reached 20 million star coins. Nan Jiao and the others also subconsciously looked at the person who said the price. Su Luo. Damn it. Aren't those the 4 smart ones from the Tianhuang Beast Taming School? The one who bid was Feng Haoyu. At this moment, he raised his arms high like a king and shouted out the price. The fearless and righteous look of the big fish also made Su Luo feel numb. Look, even Du Yufeng on the stage was confused. The price of this elixir is at most 10 million star coins. Because the energy of the Fire Dragon Spirit has been dispersed. To be honest, it was beyond Du Yufeng's expectations that the auction price was 13 million star coins. It's already much higher than the reserve price. However, now someone has offered 20 million. He is really a bit confused. But after being confused, Du Yufeng quickly knocked the hammer. 20 million, first time. The whole audience was silent. 20 million, second time. The whole place was still silent. Third time deal. One bang of the gavel, and the price is set. Feng Haoyu bought this pill for 20 million. Even he himself trembled slightly, for some unknown reason. Su Luo. I never expected this. This person is very smart, but he is also stupid and has a lot of money. Feng Haoyu. His heart is bleeding. Grass. He just saw the pills being bid up so quickly. So I couldn't help but stand up suddenly and wanted to shout out a high price to show off. By the way, it attracted the attention of Nan Jiao and the others. Wouldn't that be a wonderful thing? But I never expected that my plan would backfire and no one bid. He actually took a picture of this thing. Feng Haoyu regretted it so much. Stamp. So handsome, boss Feng. Seeing Feng Haoyu sitting down, Wang Tao immediately gave him a thumbs up. The feeling of spending a huge amount of money is generous. I just noticed that the 4 of them looked at you several times. My eyes have never left your back. Wang Tao quickly flattered him. Really? Hearing this, Feng Haoyu was also a little excited. Of course it's true. Would I lie to you? Wang Tao spoke quickly. Zhang Luo-san on the side. He now finds that he is really no good at it, as his flattery skills have been surpassed. That's good, that's good. Feng Haoyu patted his chest and suddenly said with a smile. See, this is what I told you yesterday. It is very important to appear on the stage. Look at my performance just now. I appeared in their eyes again. Did they feel surprised? Is it very bold, outstanding, and memorable to them? Absolutely. Wang Tao quickly gave a thumbs up and smiled. Xiaozhang, what do you think? Feng Haoyu turned his gaze to Zhang Luo-san, who was standing aside. That's right. The latter also quickly responded. But I was complaining in my heart. In fact, you have already left a deep enough impression on others. With the response, Feng Haoyu felt more confident. He decided to pretend to be good. Let Nan Jiao and the other 3 have a good look at his financial strength and generosity. He will go find them after the auction. By then, they will definitely be impressed. Even if he gets excited, he might even throw himself into someone's arms while having a meal. Thinking of this, Feng Haoyu smiled so hard that the corners of his mouth were crooked. However, the other side. It turned out to be that big fool. Lu Zixin shook his head and couldn't help but say, that pill is obviously not worth the price. A level 10 beast is not worth the price either, okay? Su Luo. I didn't expect that these words would come out of Lu Zixin's mouth. However, this girl can actually say this. This proves that Feng Haoyu can really be sentenced to death. He is very smart, there is no doubt about it. Indeed. Mu Xiaoxi nodded and expressed her agreement. Instead, it was Nan Jiao who spoke. Why did these people also appear in Dylan City? Would it be such a coincidence? She obviously still remembered Feng Haoyu and the others, so she was a little surprised why it was such a coincidence. Weren't those guys following us all the time? Maybe it's because I'm coming here. Mu Xiaoxi spoke. Yes, I argued with them at that time, and they all said they wanted to go to Dylan City. Lu Zixin sang a brilliant song. Okay. Nan Jiao nodded and didn't think about it anymore. Next, the auction will continue. Beast soul armor. Pill. Arms. High-level spirit. All kinds of natural treasures. They all appeared in this auction, and Su Luo also saw what a rich person is. When these people talk about prices, they are really very clear about it. However, most of those who sit in the back are taking a wait-and-see attitude. But there are many good things, but Su Luo didn't find any suitable ones or good treasures. Therefore, They could only watch helplessly as each treasure found its own owner. It broadened my horizons. On the contrary, Feng Haoyu seemed to have fallen in love with the feeling of spending money like water. In addition to spending 20 million to buy a pill. Later, he spent 15 million to buy a weapon. I spent 10 million to buy a treasure map of something unknown. They were all bought at high prices, to the point that everyone at the scene looked at Feng Haoyu as if he was a big idiot. However, this guy thought that everyone was envious of him and thought he was awesome and handsome. Spend money like water and kill everything in seconds. Therefore, Feng Haoyu did not feel uncomfortable. Instead, my back became straighter. Su Luo was no longer able to complain about him. But he was a little curious about that map. Next, it's the end of the auction. This is also the last item so far today. It is also something that many people are looking forward to. At this time, Du Yufeng spoke. As he finished speaking, the staff slowly pushed out something wrapped in black cloth from the back. Su Luo couldn't tell what was inside. However, judging from the outside shape, looks like an iron cage. Chapter 179 noticed. Half human, half beast. I believe that many people are already looking forward to this item tonight. Some people may have even received the news in advance, right? On the stage, Du Yufeng was speaking slowly. Start building momentum. This shows that this is really the bottom of the box. I am just like you. I am also looking forward to and curious about what price it will be sold for. As soon as he said this, many people in the audience shouted in response. Please pull down the black cloth quickly. I can't wait. Yes, I received the news a long time ago, so I wanted to come and take a look. Hurry, hurry, I want to see the little cutie inside. Ha ha. Yes, that's right. A bunch of people couldn't help but speak out. The atmosphere now is as high as ever. Yu, is that an iron cage under the black cloth? Lu Zixing pouted, glanced at Nanjiao beside her, and asked. Look at the appearance, they are very similar. Nanjiao nodded. Could there be a ferocious beast cub inside? Meng Jingran spoke at this time. Only Mu Xiaoxi kept her eyes on the stage, as if she was guessing something. A ferocious beast cub. When Lu Zixing heard this, he suddenly became alert. If you think about it this way, it's really possible. It's not impossible that the trump card is a ferocious beast cub. Yes. Nanjiao also nodded and said, I heard that the auction will indeed sell some cubs with great potential. It looks like it should be. They were guessing. On the other side, in the upper box of the auction hall, a pair of eyes fell on them. It's the captain of the Guardians, Hong Yunhai. Last night, Feng Tiangang asked him to come here. How could he not do it? But, after one round of auctions, he actually discovered something. Brother, are you also interested in those 4 girls? The man next to him came over and asked. He is Hong Yunhai's younger brother, Hong Haiba. He is also one of the Guardians. He looked at his eldest brother, who had been paying attention to the 4 figures below for several times. So he couldn't help but ask. But I still have to say that his elder brother does have a good vision. Those 4 little girls are really pretty. Especially one of them, with that little face and that little body. It's absolutely amazing. However, there is another girl with particularly big breasts, who is also within Hong Haiba's attention. It's not that the other 2 are not pretty, but compared to them, they lack some characteristics. No. Hong Yunhai shook his head, but his brows were furrowed. He is just a little violent, but he is not lustful. He observed them many times. Because he remembered that yesterday, the transformed ferocious beast was clearly walking behind these girls. But today, he didn't see the ferocious beast. Aren't they together? This question arose in Hong Yunhai's mind. However, he soon overturned it. They must be together. The 4 of them are so young, it's impossible for them to have a beast that can transform. It's from the other 2 older women, right? Hong Yunhai suddenly remembered that there were still 2 figures that had not appeared. He was determined in his heart. It takes no effort at all. Originally, he had already asked someone to help look for information. However, it will take some time to find it. But as long as they are still in this Dylan city, he will definitely find them. Now, there is no need. He has found it. Okay, I won't continue to arouse your curiosity. I guess you all can't help it. You're really eager. At the auction table, Du Yufeng continued to speak. I will take off this black cloth now. As he spoke, he turned around and signaled his staff to tear down the black cloth. A moment. The entire auction venue fell silent. Those who were originally shouting also sat upright, staring directly at the black cloth on the stage. Sit upright. Even Nanjiao and the other 3 were like this. Su Luo also curiously straightened up in Nanjiao's arms. Finally, a corner of the black cloth was slowly torn off. The thing inside finally revealed its face. Indeed, what came into view was a huge black iron cage. But the next moment, shock flashed across the eyes of Nanjiao and the other 3. It's even full of unbelievable. Even Su Luo opened his mouth subconsciously. Oh shit. Damn it. This was really the first time he saw? The atmosphere at the scene became heated again. Many people were cheering loudly. Just because. The big iron cage in the center of the field didn't contain any ferocious beast cubs. Rather, half human, half beast. Right. Really half human, half beast. Inside the iron cage is a combination of a beast and a human. Moreover, she looked young, a girl of about 15 or 16 years old. She has a healthy wheat-colored skin, beautiful eyebrows, and big eyes. Her facial features are three-dimensional and delicate, lacking some of the fragility that a human girl should have, but with a hint of wildness. In Su Luo's words, she is a fitness girl. Waist and abdomen, absolutely amazing. But overall, the appearance is not inconsistent, but still very beautiful and playful. She was wearing the same short-sleeved shirt as humans. Quite clean. I don't know if he has always dressed cleanly like this, or if he arranged it this way because he knew that they would be auctioned off. She had shoulder-length brown hair, but on her head she miraculously had ears that only tiger-like beasts would have. Also, there is a tiger tail extending from the back of the butt. Very seductive. But, at this moment, the tiger girl's eyes were full of fear, because it was the first time she saw so many humans. Surrounded by so many humans. She trembled and squeezed herself into the corner of the iron cage. He held onto the bars of the cage tightly. Compared to her fear, the people shouting below seemed a little crazy and perverted. It's like two different worlds, forming a huge contrast. When Su Luo saw this half-human, half-beast orc, 3 words flashed in his mind. Beast-eared girl. There is another word, playing cosplay? But the reality is, this is really half-human, half-beast. Not some role-playing. He also couldn't imagine that there were orcs in this world. Does this exist originally, or is it processed later? Is it born from a human and a transformed beast? Su Luo didn't know. The system didn't tell him such news. So, now he is also very confused. Is this the special thing the city lord mentioned? In the box above the auction, Hong Yunhai muttered this. Chapter 180 Emperor Demon Flame Tiger. You are nothing. Time went forward half a day. Thousands of kilometers away from Dillon City, there is a misty mountain forest somewhere. A woman sat slumped on the ground, staring blankly ahead. There were scars and dirt of all sizes on her body. The clothes you wear are not very neat. It covered up her originally beautiful face. But judging from her appearance, she is a middle-aged woman around 40 years old. Her name is Zhang Yulan. It's a human beastmaster. In front of him, a sturdy man covered in animal skins was sitting on a chair made of an animal skull. Close your eyes and rest. But it was visible that he frowned slightly, as if he was worried about something. He is a transformed ferocious beast, whose true form is the Emperor Demon Flame Tiger. Name, Diantian. This piece of forest is finally his home. He is the absolute king here. Roar. A loud roar. A flying war tiger covered in silver armor swooped down and came in front of Emperor Yantian. How's it going? He asked directly without opening his eyes. Found it. Thousands of miles away, in a city called Dillon City. Still alive. This flying war tiger can speak human language. The 3 words, still alive, fell into Zhang Yulan's ears, and her originally lifeless eyes suddenly regained their brilliance. She stepped forward and grabbed the flying war tiger's foot. How is she now? Have you been wronged? Were you captured by someone? Please, take me to her. Take me to her. A cry of pleading arose. Zhang Yulan held onto Fei Tianzhanhu's feet tightly, begging. Her face was already wet with tears. But there is already hope in my eyes. Fei Tianzhanhu glanced at her, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Go down and get ready. Diantian waved towards the flying war tiger, his facial expression unchanged. Yes. Fei Tianzhanhu didn't dare to say anything more and left the woman behind. Save her. Finally, the woman helplessly turned her gaze to the man. His face was full of pleading. She's your child. Diantian stared at her deeply and suddenly stepped forward and stood in front of Zhang Yulan. He grabbed her chin and lifted it up. I told you everything. For her, living next to me is much safer than living next to you. You shouldn't have taken her away in the first place. Leave me. The momentum is overwhelming. Every word that Diantian said sounded like bells and thunder in Zhang Yulan's heart. Explosion. I was wrong. Zhang Yulan pursed her lips tightly, but she didn't dare to look Diantian in the eye. But the tears that flowed wet the hands of the man in front of her. Save her. But as a stubborn mother, she still said these 3 words. Diantian looked at her deeply, loosened his hand, and turned around. You don't have to tell me that. Since she is my daughter, I will rescue her. At all costs. I'm betting on the dignity of my Emperor Demon Flame Tiger. After he finished speaking, he walked forward. At this time, Zhang Yulan also quickly got up and wanted to follow God Yintian's steps. I want to go with you. I know humans better than you do. Know more about their city. It will be useful to you. Unnecessary. Di Yintian didn't even turn his head. Just stay here and don't go anywhere. I'll bring her back. Di Yintian, don't need your human ways to do things. Di Yintian's refusal also made Zhang Yulan afraid to step forward. I was afraid that he would get angry and give up trying to save my daughter. In the face of absolute power, there is no need for any fancy tricks. After Di Yintian finished speaking, he seemed to sense something and rushed forward. A faint purple light lights up. In an instant, a hundreds-meter-tall armored demon tiger covered in purple flames soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he was already thousands of meters away. The body gets bigger again. Thousands of meters are huge. Suddenly, violent energy surged. Zhang Yulan could see with her own eyes hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of ferocious beasts soaring into the sky. Not limited to tigers. Everything that could fly appeared in the sky. Like a black cloud. The whole sky suddenly became dark. Shocking. When Zhang Yulan saw this scene, her face was full of disbelief. Dylan City, auction. Still in full swing. 10 million star coins. I'll pay you 10 million star coins to buy that tiger girl. A fat and bloated man held up the price sign in his hand, shouting with a crazy look on his face. Fuck you. You want to buy her for 10 million? I'll give you 20 million. A thin man suddenly stood up and spent money like water. 20 million is nothing. A tall, feminine-looking man stood up. His face was full of obscene smile. I don't know how you guys who offered 10 million or 20 million have the nerve to raise the price. He glanced around, his face full of disdain. In an instant, everyone at the auction thought they had met a wealthy man, and the real boss was about to make a move. Even Du Yufeng on the stage couldn't help but feel a little excited. The feminine man finally spoke under everyone's attention. I'll offer 20.1 million. The whole audience was silent. Everyone thought a king had arrived, but he was just a bronze player. In an instant, rotten eggs and broken chairs were thrown at the feminine man. Let him groan. I was just joking. Why do you have to take it so seriously? I hate you guys. Crying. The feminine man ran away with a figure-8 step, looking aggrieved. This farce has finally come to an end. Start bidding again, starting at 20 million. Du Yufeng on the stage also knocked the hammer speechlessly. I'll give you 25 million. At this time, a man in gorgeous clothes stood up. He politely bowed to the people around him and said, Everyone, I am from the Delanching Iguan family. How about you give me some face? Don't bid. He directly moved out his identity. Sure enough, people's enthusiasm now seems to have cooled a lot. Someone from the Iguan family? At this time, a strong man stood up and asked, That's right, my clothes are in disrespect. Iguan Chu thought that his identity had already scared them, and he had a confident smile on his face. Little did he know that the strong man sneered. You're nothing. As soon as these words came out, Iguan Chu's face changed instantly. I'll give you 30 million. The sturdy man raised 3 fingers high, not showing any shame at all. Chapter 181 This world is black and white. What do you mean? Chu was instantly angry when his clothes touched him. He likes this tiger girl very much. As for why I like it, those who understand will understand. Let's compete based on our strength. Don't use your family to pressure us. The sturdy man glared angrily and shouted, If you have money, raise the price. If you don't have money, get out. The people around could see that this burly man was clearly targeting the Iguan family. Not afraid of death. After all, in Dylan City, it is rare to find such a tough family. 35 million. Iguan Chu gritted his teeth. 40 million. The strong man raised the price without hesitation. The expression on Iguan Chu's face was even uglier. When did he provoke such a stinky bear? This is targeting you. The strong man, without fear, stared at the man in a state of disrespect. The scene has a somewhat smoky feel. You too. Peace is the most precious thing. At this time, a middle-aged man with a big belly from 6 months of pregnancy stood up. His face is full of smiles, like a smiling Buddha, and at first glance he looks kind and amiable. However, there was a fierce light flashing in the man's slightly narrowed eyes. This shows that this is definitely not a smiling Buddha, but a smiling tiger. A bite from behind hurts the most. She's just a little tiger girl. There are new items at the auction almost every month. There's no need to fight to the death just for this one thing. Isn't that right? The middle-aged man said this and glanced at the burly man and the man in poor clothes. That's not necessary. If Master Jia says it's not necessary, then it's not necessary. At this time, Iguan Chu was the first to speak and surrender. Me too. The sturdy man was there because his clothes were inappropriate. so he had nothing to say at this moment. Okay then, I'll give you 50 million. At this time, the head of the Jia family stretched out his hand. The scene suddenly became quiet, as if many people recognized the identity of this middle-aged man with a big belly. So I dare not bid. The scene became quite quiet for a while. Su Luo, who was not far away, was obviously also paying attention to this scene. In fact, it's not just him. Nan Jiao and the other three have also been observing. This tiger girl is so pitiful. Lu Zixin spoke at this time, her eyes shining brightly. There was clearly sympathy and pity in it. These men look like they are lecherous. Everyone knows why they bought this tiger girl, right? This girl said this and puffed up her lips. Obviously very angry. Both sympathy and anger. I've actually encountered this kind of auction before. Mu Xiaoxi spoke at this time. Is this also the case at auctions in your area? Nan Jiao glanced at her. There is such a trade in orcs. Mu Xiaoxi nodded. Meng Jing ran at the side, couldn't help but glance at her, and opened her mouth to ask something. Nan Jiao has already spoken. So, are they humans or animals? Is this a race that has always existed? To be honest, after reading quite a few classics, Nan Jiao has never seen anything about orcs. The question she asked was also what Meng Jingran was curious about. Therefore, the latter did not speak, but instead set his gaze on Mu Xiaoxi. Even Lu Zixin and Su Luo are like this. The small system didn't tell him the reason. He wanted to hear what Mu Xiaoxi had to say. This girl seems to know all this stuff. In other words, a lot of contact. It's definitely not a race that existed originally. Mu Xiaoxi shook her head. It's a half-orc born from a transformed ferocious beast and a human. If this tiger girl practices hard, she will be able to hide her tail and ears in the future. No one will know that she is a beast because she also has the breath of a human. Or maybe she has been practicing with her human mother or father, so she can't hide her own characteristics. With Su Luo's intelligence, he already understood what she said. This means that only by practicing with her transformed animal relatives can this tiger girl learn how to hide her characteristics. You can't learn this from humans. This is why she was arrested because of these characteristics. So transformed beasts and humans can really combine. Lu Zixin seemed to have opened the door to a new world. He bit his lip and asked in confusion. A transformed beast is essentially no different from a human, so it must be possible. Mu Xiaoxi continued. Besides, I have actually heard of quite a few examples like this. It's just that humans don't record these things in books. It's rarely mentioned. Mu Xiaoxi seems to know a lot. After all, most people think that this is not a glorious thing for the human race. Humans should be superior to beasts. When Lu Zixin heard this, she became unhappy. What's wrong with that? I read a novel a few days ago. The hero is a human, the heroine is a demon, and they even got together and gave birth to a human demon. Isn't this normal? Mu Xiaoxi. Meng Jing ran. So exciting. They also wanted to take a look. Ahem. The other side. Nan Jiao's gaze suddenly fell on the tiger girl on the stage, and no one knew what she was thinking. It seemed as if he could sense her fear and terror. This girl has some empathy. As for Su Luo, he didn't feel much after hearing Mu Xiaoxi's remarks. After all, this isn't the real world. This is a fantasy world. Isn't it normal for such a situation to occur? He had read a lot of novels before, about humans and monsters, humans and ghosts, humans and snakes, humans and insects, humans and elves. A lot. Aren't they all human beings after they finally transform? What's wrong with being together? As long as it's true love. It doesn't matter if we cross time and space. What's more, it's just across races. As he said that, Su Luo couldn't help but glance at Nan Jiao. I noticed that this girl was looking straight ahead, the direction of the tiger girl. There was a hint of sympathy and sadness in his eyes. Is this girl sympathizing with the tiger girl's plight? Su Luo felt it immediately. After all, in his mind, Nan Jiao has always been so kind. After this tiger girl was photographed, even Su Luo could guess what her fate would be. Bed warmer? That's all light. These middle-aged men are really perverted. Su Luo couldn't help but secretly complain in his heart. Oh, I really want to help her. Lu Zixin sighed at this time. If only I had the money to photograph her. This girl is also a woman, so she can empathize with him. Little did she know that when she muttered this, Nan Jiao's eyes suddenly lit up. It seems like I thought of something. Chapter 182 failed to sell. Hong Yinhai takes action. This guy called Master Jia is really something. At least after he stood up, no one dared to make an offer. From this, it can be seen that this guy should be a well-known figure in Dylan City. Many people know him. For an orc, most people can think clearly that there is no need to sacrifice the happiness of the second half of life for the happiness of the second half of life. No need to do that. 50 million for the first time. Du Yufeng had already struck the hammer for the first time. 2 more times, and the deal is done. And Su Luo seemed to feel Nanjiao's restlessness at this moment. Does this girl want to stand up and make a bid? Or is she hesitating? To be honest, Su Luo had been observing Nanjiao, so he could naturally see her changes. Jiao, it's useless. Suddenly, Mu Xiaoxi stretched out her hand and held Nanjiao down. The two of them looked at each other instantly. Mu Xiaoxi shook her head at her. There are many, many more things like this. I can help you once, but I can't help you a second time. She knew that in almost every city, wherever there was an auction, this kind of problem would occur to a greater or lesser extent. So, I can help once, but I can't help a second time. If we don't address the source, we won't be able to solve the problem. However, they can't solve the problem from the source. Too weak. That's why I'm hesitating. Nanjiao suddenly let out a sigh of relief. She has 80 million star coins, and she really wants to help this tiger girl. But she is not stupid. In fact, these have been taken into consideration. She had the same idea as Mu Xiaoxi. This is also the reason why she hesitated. Meng Jingran and Lu Zixin's eyes fell on the tiger girl on the stage. Then it was placed on Nanjiao and Mu Xiaoxi. Obviously, he was still thinking and hesitating. To be honest, for these beast masters who have just stepped into this big world. In fact, I really sympathize with the tiger girl's experience. After all, she is a person, right? It was put on the stage for auction like an item. To be honest, they also found it hard to accept. This was their first time attending an auction, and it was a huge shock to the three of them. The matter of the tiger girl is one of them. This made them realize that there is black and white in this world. Wherever the light doesn't reach, there is darkness. It's just that they didn't know it before. Now that I can go out, I know more and see more darkness. However, at this time, Su Luo in Nanjiao's arms shouted. He stuck out his tongue and gently licked Nanjiao's hand. Then, he looked up at her. His eyes were full of encouragement. Lolo, Nanjiao murmured softly. The man and the beast just stared at each other. You mean, you'll support me, right? She asked softly. A smile suddenly appeared on his face. Su Luo raised the corner of his mouth slightly and nodded. He, Su Luo, is not a good guy. He is just a bad nice guy. To put it bluntly, he doesn't have the chivalrous spirit to care about the world and the people. But he is willing to protect kindness with kindness. In fact, this world is sick. Many people misunderstand one thing. They will regard kindness as the Virgin Mary. And he said it so righteously. Actually, there is a big difference between the two. Take Nanja Pomelo, for example. She never shows mercy when dealing with the ferocious beasts that hurt her or the ferocious beasts in her home. However, this girl would occasionally feel sympathy and pity for others because of some small things. This is a person's most basic empathy. That's human nature. When Su Luo saw Nanjiao for the first time, and she held him in her arms without any disgust, he already knew it. This is kindness. However, Du Yufeng on the stage didn't seem to intend to give them a chance to display their abilities. He actually announced something surprising. I'm sorry, everyone. Due to some special reasons, this tiger girl has temporarily failed to be sold. I'm so sorry. Du Yufeng said this while bowing slightly. Why? The head of the Jia family in the audience was unhappy. Do you think 50 million is too little? Then I'll give you 60 million. The situation was tense and people around were afraid to speak. No. Du Yufeng quickly shook his head, indicating that it was not a matter of money. 70 million. Master Jia, this is really not a question of money. 80 million. The head of the Jia family slapped the table in front of him and shouted. There is nothing I, Jia Zhiwu, cannot buy if I want to play with it. Don't go too far at the Longhua auction. The goods sold in the last 2 months were only worth 60 million. Jia Zhiwu is not good at anything except this. Today, even if the King of Heaven comes, I will take a picture of this tiger girl. To put it bluntly, Jia Zhiwu is extremely perverted. He doesn't like human beauties in their original guise. I just like all these odds and ends. However, when Du Yufeng heard what he said, his expression changed slightly, and his eyes looked upwards. This sudden change caught Su Luo, Nanjiao, and others off guard. They were just discussing whether they wanted help. In the blink of an eye, it was sold at a loss. No more auction. Moreover, such a scene was staged directly. It's true that no one could have imagined it. Master Jia. At this time, above the auction venue, a voice came from the box. Su Luo felt that the voice was somewhat familiar, but he didn't know whose it was. This, however, when Jia Zhiwu heard this, his face changed drastically, and he actually panicked. Others just couldn't recognize the owner of the voice. How could he not recognize it? Impossible. So familiar. You know what that means, don't you? The one upstairs is Hong Yunhai. I see. Sorry. As Jia Zhiwu spoke, he bowed slightly upwards. Looks panicked. After saying that, he didn't even look back. and slipped away with his fat body. Make people around you look confused? Shit, what's going on? Where's your arrogance just now? Arrogant? If you want to play something, you must play it, right? How come it's gone now? However, even though everyone has more doubts and confusions, this tiger girl has been pushed backstage by the auction staff. Du Yufeng's face was as cold as ice, and he hurried away. When Su Luo saw this look on his face, he felt that this guy looked as uncomfortable as if he had eaten shit. But Su Luo didn't know why exactly. He was even a little curious about who was in the box above. As soon as he opened his mouth, Jia Zhiwu, who looked very powerful, panicked. Even Du Yufeng had to bid on this tiger girl. It can be seen from this that this guy is definitely not simple. Su Luo's heart was filled with curiosity. Chapter 183. Something is wrong. Something is really wrong. Dillon City. In a hotel, in Nan Jiao's room. Ever since the tiger girl failed to be sold at the auction, Nan Jiao and the other three discussed it and tried to find Du Yufeng. However, I was told that he doesn't see guests. This also made Su Luo a little puzzled. They have the tiny Muhui beast brocade box in their hands, and the purple Ling fairy silkworm cloth inside. This guy doesn't even want to buy it. Something is wrong. Something is definitely wrong. It's not that Su Luo thinks Du Yufeng would use any shameful means. Instead, he thought that something must have happened that affected Du Yufeng's mentality, to the point that this guy doesn't want to make money even if he has it. And the reason for this, in the final analysis, is because of Tigress, right? Also, whose voice is that? However, because they had no luck in finding Du Yufeng, Nan Jiao and the other three had no choice but to return to the hotel first. I'm finally back to the hotel. This is still the most comfortable place. As Lu Zixin spoke, she sat down on the chair next to her and lay down. I feel more tired today than when I was out in the wild. Meng Jingran also sighed and sat next to Lu Zixin. Nan Jiao and Mu Xiaoxi also took their seats. On the side, the Emperor Flame Phoenix also noticed Su Luo and the others returning. After glancing at him, she continued to stand gracefully by the windowsill. She is in the form of a bird now, so it is very convenient. Jiao, are you still worried about that tiger girl? Mu Xiaoxi seemed to notice that Nan Jiao was in a bad mood and couldn't help but ask. Not really. As Nan Jiao spoke, she reached out and touched Su Luo's hair on the table. The latter did not resist, but lay there quietly, allowing him to do what he wanted. I always feel that things are not that simple. After returning from the auction, she had always felt uneasy in her heart. It made her a little upset. Hey, you guys think, besides that tiger girl, are there any other half-human, half-beast beasts? Lu Zixin seemed to have thought of something and suddenly spoke. However, as soon as she said this, the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird subconsciously turned its head away. Glance at Lu Zixin. This scene happened to be seen by Su Luo, who was feeling comfortable at Nan Jiao's touch and couldn't help but squint his eyes slightly. Didn't I tell you that? Mu Xiaoxi glanced at her and said, the auction of half-human, half-beast creatures has happened before, so it's normal for it to exist in other places. No. Lu Zixin shook her head. He glanced at Nan Jiao and the others and said, I said, it's in this Dillon City. Are there any other orcs out there? Su Luo was a little surprised. This girl is not simple today. The thinking is actually very unique. I thought of this. On the other side, the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird couldn't help but move closer to Su Luo and the others. It seemed like he wanted to hear clearly what they were saying. Su Luo still noticed this detail, although he didn't open his eyes. But it's better than opening your eyes. It's not surprising if there is. Mu Xiaoxi said, these auctions have always been doing this kind of thing. They will look for the whereabouts of these orcs everywhere, then catch them and send them to the auction house for auction. This has already formed an industrial chain. These people are so abominable. Lu Zixin felt her teeth itching and clenched her fists. I wish I could blow these people's heads off. It can be said that the sense of immersion is extremely strong. Next, the four of them talked about Tigress for a long time. They even agreed to go see Du Yufeng tomorrow. Find out where Tiger Girl is going. This topic ends here. The Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird had been paying attention to what they were saying. Su Luo, however, had always noticed that something was wrong with her. By the way, Luo, what exactly is this? Mu Xiaoxi recalled the Taba party before the auction. It is not clear what they have obtained. Looking at the black stone in front of him, Su Luo racked his brains, thinking how to explain it. In fact, the stone in front of Mu Xiaoxi is the same as the soul that the strong man obtained before. Only, this is a 6th level wood attribute spirit soul, more valuable than that strong man's. Moreover, it was left behind by ferocious beasts in ancient times. No one knows where it was buried, which resulted in a layer of iron being poured on it, covering up the original true face. Forget it, let's just be straightforward. Thinking of this, Su Luo stopped talking nonsense. He climbed up from the table, slid over to the black stone, and punched. Nan Jiao and the others were all stunned by what they saw. But soon, they saw the light overflowing from under the stone. It's also a spirit. Lu Zixin spoke. This girl is smart for once. Would attribute spirit. Looking at the light seeping out, Meng Jingran also said something. Level 6. The last two words were added by Nan Jiao. A 6th level wood attributed spirit. Mu Xiaoxi's face was also filled with unstoppable joy. It just so happens that my next beast I want to contract is one with wood attributes, so this can be used. She didn't say anything nonsense. When Fu Ningxue said yesterday that she wanted to go to the Misty Forest, Mu Xiaoxi had already picked out her target beastmaster overnight. She is a very planned and proactive person. Today, she just happened to get the wood-attributed spirit soul that Su Luo found for her. It's absolutely perfect. It can be said that Mu Xiaoxi was very satisfied. What about mine? Meng Jingran also placed the hilt of his sword on the table. There was no way Su Luo could explain this. He needs an interpreter. So, Su Luo turned his gaze towards the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird and hooked his claws at her, motioned her to come over. The little phoenix seemed to be weighed down with something on its mind and flew over without giving it much thought. Then, Su Luo used his own animal language to talk to the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird. He said it was an ancient weapon of purple grade. The little phoenix brand translator spoke. Purple grade weapon. The one who exclaimed was Lu Zixin. This girl only knows red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, and black. This purple grade weapon is already the highest grade one so far. So it's normal for her to be surprised. Not only her, but also Nan Jiao, Mu Xiaoxi, and Meng Jingran all had expressions of surprise on their faces. This seemingly ordinary, black hilt. Purple weapon? Who believes it? No temperament at all, okay? That's right. The Emperor Flame Phoenix nodded. He said that we only need to find the Phantom Stone and awaken the sleeping beast spirit inside, and this weapon will shine again. The little phoenix translator diligently helped Su Luo translate. Chapter 184 Little Phoenix. You have guts. What is the Phantom Stone? Lu Zixin raised his question again. She knows about beast spirits. Beast soul armor can have beast souls, and weapons can also have beast souls. It's the same principle as Su Luo's little dragon. This little guy is the beast spirit. The Phantom Spirit Stone is said to be a green stone that can awaken sleeping animal spirits. The one who spoke was Nan Jiao. This girl was like an encyclopedia. Their vitality is very strong, and most of them can be found in the territories of wood-attributed beasts. Besides, I like to cling to cold and humid environments. It seemed that Mu Xiaoxi and Meng Jingran also heard of this Phantom Stone for the first time. Just like Lu Zixin, he nodded in confusion. I understand. That means that if you find this Phantom Stone, you can actually obtain a purple-grade weapon. By the way, can it also activate the beast spirit inside? Lu Zixin finally understood. That's right. Nan Jiao nodded and continued. I don't know if this thing will be available at the auction, but, in the past, there were indeed quite a few. Because this is not something that everyone needs. She said this to give Meng Jingran hope and tell her that this was not a difficult thing to find. I see. Meng Jingran nodded. I'll keep an eye on this. As she spoke, she gripped the black hilt on the table, her eyes leisurely. Obviously thinking. He asked you to take out the Tianying with Sephora Beast brocade box. The Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix bird spoke again at this time. Oh. Nan Jiao was obviously a little surprised that she suddenly said this. But after looking at Su Luo, he found that he also nodded silently. She did not hesitate and took out the brocade box of the Tianying Miui beast. He said that the cloth inside is not simple. It is made of silk spit out by the purple fairy silkworm baby. The Emperor Flame Phoenix bird was still conscientiously conveying Su Luo's meaning. She was just a little bird, but her clever way of speaking made Su Luo a little envious. Damn it, when will he be able to speak and transform? The latter is fine, but at least say something. How inconvenient would this be to communicate with Nan Jiao and the others? Although, Nan Jiao could understand what he meant most of the time. But now this is a bit troublesome. We need a translator. Purple-ringed fairy silkworm baby. Nan Jiao didn't know whether she had heard it before or not, and murmured softly. However, she immediately opened the brocade box and took out the cloth inside. Dancing gently. It feels as smooth as silk when you touch it. Moreover, it seems to have a faint fragrance. Smells good. It's over, I'm ruined. Lu Zixin's pretty face was filled with bitterness. I don't even know what this purple lotus immortal silkworm is. I'm really useless. Not even as good as Luo Luo. Woo woo woo. As the girl spoke, she pretended to be aggrieved. Lie on the table. Wrong. It should be lying on the bear. Su Luo rolled his eyes. Damn it, Lu Zixin. As if you could ever be better than me. Su Luo didn't even want to complain about her anymore. He told you to shut up and said you were the dumbest. Suddenly, the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird said, Su Luo, what the hell? Little Phoenix dares to frame him? Damn, when did he say that? Su Luo was about to get angry and argue with Little Phoenix. But Lu Zixin had already hugged him in her arms. Good for you, Lolo. I'm sure they've said a lot of bad things about me behind my back. Lu Zixin was so angry that she hugged Su Luo. Then, it was a series of pressing, kneading, pinching, rubbing, and stroking. After a set of combined punches, this girl's output is crazy. Su Luo's hair was messed up due to the torture, and he no longer looked like an animal. He even wanted to say, if I am guilty, please let God punish me. Not you, Lu Zixin. You broke the rules. You used a weapon. How can you be so fierce? Su Luo is in pain. But the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird frowned secretly when seeing this. She originally thought that Su Luo would be taught a lesson. But why does this painting style seem to have a sense of gradual change? Is this a lesson? Isn't this a pleasure? The Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird just didn't understand. Could it be that you humans just take your lessons so lightly? Or is this treatment only given to that abominable guy? Mu Xiaoxi and Meng Jingran, who were standing by, smiled helplessly when they saw this scene. Okay, Zixin. Finally, Ninjiao couldn't stand it anymore. I don't know if she feels sorry for Su Luo, or does she feel a little jealous that Su Luo is so close to someone else? Anyway, this girl took Su Luo back from Lu Zixin's arms. I gently trimmed his hair and rubbed his head. Su Luo was finally liberated, feeling relieved. Damn it, doesn't Lu Zixin know that there are differences between men and women, and that physical contact between men and women is not allowed? Although he is a beast, but he is also a male beast. He was really worried about the future situation of the Earth Bear. The Earth Bear who was still in the beast taming space. It knows nothing. I realized I hadn't been out for almost a day. I have heard of this purple lotus immortal silkworm baby. Ninjiao spoke. It is said that the silk they produce is dust-free and self-cleaning when made into cloth. It's very good material. That's right. Su Luo shook his head in her arms in agreement. Compared with Lu Zixin, he still prefers to be in Nanjiao's arms. This is his most stable rocking bed. Comfortable. This girl is comfortable to hug, and he is also comfortable to lean against. He asked you to make a nice set of clothes just for him to wear. At this time, the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird spoke again. Su Luo. Sigma. I said. Little Phoenix, you just open your mouth. Mu Xiaoxi, Meng Jingran, Da Keteng. Lu Zixin. Awesome. Nanjiao. She was a little bit unconvinced. Is this really something Luo would say? As if sensing her doubt and distrust, the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird added some explosive information. He said it would be best if it was a little more sexy and hollowed out. He likes this style. Nanjiao. Omega? Suddenly, she thought of the ice cicada fairy silk cloth. It seems that this is the style. Could it be that these words really came from Luo's mouth? No way. What bad intentions could Xiao Gogo have? Nanjiao couldn't help but look down at Su Luo. It was discovered that he was now heading towards the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird, bearing his fangs and claws. That look, as if he was panic-stricken after being exposed. If she hadn't been holding him tightly, she would have rushed over and started a fight with the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird. That's right. Su Luo really wants to fight with the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird. Let this little phoenix talk nonsense. Using chicken feathers as a token of authority. He didn't say that, did he? Although, I did think about it. Little Phoenix, you have guts. How dare you? Su Luo cried out in anger in Ninjiao's arms. Meanwhile, the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird on the side even smiled sinisterly. Chapter 185, Is This How You Thank Me? Dillon City. In a certain hotel, Nanjiao's room. After the shady incident involving the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird, Nanjiao and his crew returned to normal. At the moment, I am having dinner. Originally, Xiao Fengwang thought that Nanjiao would definitely blame Su Luo or something. But the fact is, no. This also made her a little angry. Such disrespectful words. Shouldn't you show some attitude? In the end, there really wasn't any. Su Luo, who was framed, was fine. On the contrary, he was feeling very comfortable. This made the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird suspect that the bird had given birth. But what was rare was that the little phoenix was not too far away from them tonight. Instead, he was always not far away from Su Luo and the others, watching them silently. This is very abnormal behavior. If it were before, the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird would have wanted to get as far away as possible. It's best not to have any contact with Su Luo. But Tonight we did the opposite. Naturally, Su Luo saw all of this. This little phoenix seems to have become particularly concerned about this area since she heard the news about the orcs. Could it be that this guy is paying attention to this? By the way, you guys mentioned that inscribed skull. Should I use it on my earth bear? Or should we wait and see if there are other beasts to control before using them? At this time, Lu Zixin suddenly remembered this question and wanted to ask everyone's opinion. Su Luo, this girl is so careless about discussing this kind of issue. Have you ever considered the feelings of the earth bear next to you? Look, this guy is giving me a resentful look. As if asking, are you polite? But there is no way. This is Lu Zixin's personality. Don't get hung up on the little things. Although I don't know what's inside, I think it can be used. Mu Xiaoxi glanced at the earth bear at the side, who was much quieter than before, and spoke. It depends on what you think. Meng Jingran was thinking about something, but no one knew what she was thinking. Maybe I'm thinking a lot. At this time, Nan Jiao also spoke up and expressed her own opinions. I think it can be used on the earth bear. She gave a firm answer. I think the earth bear has changed a lot since he came out of the small world. Also, I think something must have changed in it, but it's just not obvious. Right. At this time, Meng Jingran also nodded. I think so too. It was rare that after hearing what others said about it, the earth bear sat up and straightened his chest. That look seemed to say, come on, let the praise be more intense. I can handle it. Humph, stinky bear. Lu Zixin obviously noticed this scene and pursed his lips. Well, let's use it tonight. In fact, in her own heart, she is more inclined to use it on the earth bear. It's just that I'm still a little hesitant. Now that Nan Jiao and the others have said it, Lu Zixin has nothing to hesitate about. However, I still want to thank Luo for helping us pick these things today. Mu Xiaoxi said, glancing at Su Luo who was lying on the table. Suddenly he reached out and touched its fur. Although there was no substantial reward, Su Luo was still very satisfied that this girl knew how to be grateful. Yes, how can I thank Luo? Suddenly, Lu Zixin said something. Just this sentence made Su Luo panic. Is this girl going to be mean to him again? He was really scared. Although Su Luo knew that this was something that many people could only encounter but could not ask for. In fact, there are many people who envy him. However, this is definitely not a good thing for him. After all, Su Luo is an adult. I seem to remember that Luo's current size is already quite large, right? Lu Zixin said one more sentence. Yeah. Mu Xiaoxi also nodded. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten it. Meng Jingran's eyes lit up, as if she had thought of something. And Su Luo felt a chill on his spine at this moment. The hair is slightly blown up. He seemed to sense something was wrong. Emergency retreat. Su Luo panicked and quietly crawled under the table. But he found out too late. He was already held in Nan Jiao's arms. Lolo is so big now, can I ride him? Isn't this exactly what this little devil Lu Zixin is thinking about as her eyes are rolling around? Su Luo had sensed it a long time ago. But I promised to thank him. What does this ride mean? Could it be that these women thought that riding him was a way of thanking him? Su Luo's scalp really felt tingling. This is really a woman. Only women have logic. What the hell? Su Luo cursed in his heart. But what made him even more desperate was, Lolo, I want to ride you too. The despairing thing is that even Nan Jiao said so. Su Luo. 2 minutes later, Su Luo became 2 meters tall as they wished. It's too big. No, it needs to be smaller, otherwise it will be difficult to get on. Lu Zixin said, you have a bicycle to ride, but you are still complaining. Su Luo cursed in his heart, but still shrank a little. Probably about 1.5 meters tall. It's this size, just right, it fits perfectly. Lu Zixin spoke again, and at the end she patted the hair on Su Luo's back. The ones that are too big can't go up, but this size is just right, very comfortable. Su Luo rolled his eyes after hearing this. Can't this girl be more careful when she speaks? Always like this, tiger. What does it mean that this size is just right? Doesn't she know that the bigger the stronger? Also, what the hell is very comfortable? It's Luo's first time. Let you go first. At this time, Lu Zixin said another sentence. After hearing this, Nan Jiao and the other two also had puzzled expressions on their faces. What? Something feels wrong. Mu Xiaoxi seemed to be the first to discover the bright spot, and said with a slightly red face. Zxian, can you please be more careful with your words? What do you mean by first time? It's so ambiguous. That sounds weird. Nan Jiao and Meng Jingran also nodded in agreement. Isn't this Luo's first time being ridden? It's normal, right? Lu Zixin's face was full of question marks. Then, as if he had thought of something, suddenly my face turned a little red. You bad guys, what are you thinking? Su Luo. Nan Jiao. The popular choice. Nan Jiao still walked slowly towards Su Luo in full view of everyone. To be honest, This was her first time riding Su Luo, and she was a little nervous and excited. After all, I haven't tried it. Su Luo, knowing that he could not escape his fate of being ridden, gave up resisting at this moment. I lay down so that Nanjiao could continue the next move. Lolo, I'm going upstairs. Before going up, the girl did not forget to touch Su Luo's hair to comfort him. The beast nodded, signaling to hurry up. He won't be passionate about waiting any longer. After getting a response, Nanjiao also carefully sat on it. A soft cry was heard. Chapter 186. Draw new blood. Strengthen. Oops. A soft cry was heard. From Nanjiao. Because, when she just sat on Su Luo's back, the latter stood up all of a sudden. She was so panicked that she couldn't help but scream, and suddenly fell on Su Luo's back and hugged him tightly. Well, at that time, Su Luo was also a little confused. After all, it was his first time being ridden, so he didn't quite understand the steps. See, it happened so suddenly and violently that Nanjiao couldn't bear it and cried out. Panicked. She panicked, and Su Luo panicked too. I felt the softness on my back. He quickly stood still, not daring to move. Fortunately, Lu Zixin and others nearby came quickly to help support Nanjiao. This girl didn't fall. No harm done either. Okay, I can do it. Nanjiao let go of their hands and sat up steadily. How is it, Yu? How does it feel to ride? Is it comfortable? Lu Zixin couldn't help but ask. Nanjiao felt it for a moment before speaking. Not bad, feeling good. Lolo, try taking a few steps and see? The girl said this and patted Su Luo on the head. Life is not easy. Luo is performing for money. What else could Su Luo say? He could only take 2 cautious steps back and forth. Nanjiao seemed to have adapted to his rhythm and was no longer as nervous as she was at the beginning. She also followed Su Luo's movements, shaking her latissimus dorsi muscles and adjusting the rhythm of her body shaking and swinging. Not to mention, she really has the aura of a female knight. And Su Luo seemed to have returned to the feeling when he was riding a horse. He had ridden a horse before, and it was exactly this rhythm. However, now he has become the one being ridden. So miserable. Yu, let me try too. Ball. Lu Zixin was already extremely envious. Her eyes were shining, and she was almost drooling. The earth bear next to him also frowned. Can it be ridden well too? Why do you have to ride on someone else's? Is it that other people's bikes are more delicious? Earth bear really still couldn't figure it out. Seeing Lu Zixin's eager look, Nanjiao was too embarrassed to refuse her. So, get off Su Luo. This time, it was Lu Zixin who took over. As a result, 2 minutes later. No. Lu Zixin waved her hands repeatedly and begged for mercy. Lolo's back is too hard. I can't stand it. My butt hurts so much from riding you. I still need to put a cover on it, otherwise it will be really uncomfortable. Su Luo. Look at this. What kind of vicious words are these? Su Luo was really impressed by Lu Zixin. Nanjiao just smiled and said nothing. She feels fine. Next, Mu Xiaoxi. Meng Jingran. The two of them also rode Su Luo on each other to feel it. As a result, only Lu Zixin couldn't bear it, feeling that the back was too hard. No one else felt it. So much so that this girl was not convinced and wanted to go up and try to ride Su Luo again. However, Su Luo no longer let her ride him and turned back into his little self. Not only that, he also slipped into Nanjiao's arms and ignored Lu Zixin no matter what. She was so angry that she stamped her feet. But there is nothing I can do. If this girl wants to ride on him, then Su Luo will lose face. However, Mu Xiaoxi and Ming Jingren still expressed their envy of Nanjiao. After all, Su Luo can ride and fly. Soon she will be able to ride Su Luo and gallop across the blue sky. This in itself is something to be envied. At night, Su Luo lay on the bed. He had just fed the little dragon soul and interacted with it, deepening their relationship. A very simple and crude way to enhance feelings. One word, shameful. This little guy now needs at least 1 soul a day to deal with him. Therefore, this is also a considerable expense for Su Luo. Fortunately, I have made a lot of money in the past 2 days and my intimacy value is quite high. He didn't feel any pressure. By the way, system, do I have another chance to draw the bloodline blind box when I am at level 6? Su Luo couldn't help but speak. Do you still remember this? The system gave him a message. Su Luo. What do you mean? Do you want to deduct money from me just because I don't remember you? Does this even need to be said? Damn it. Su Luo gritted his teeth. Then let me draw it. In order to become stronger, he endured it for the time being. Spend 5,000 intimacy points to draw the system blind box. Are you sure? Why is it so expensive? Su Luo was confused. Improving quality. Little did they know that at this moment, The system gave a very arrogant reply. Su Luo remembered that he had already withheld the opportunity to draw a blind box from his bloodline once before. Today, prices have risen even further. This little system is really inhumane. Extracted. 5,000 intimacy points are not a small amount, but for Su Luo's family assets of more than 200,000, it is still acceptable. Moreover, the evolution of his bloodline also made him, the void-devouring chaos beast, stronger. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the bloodline of the Tianyuan Chaos Beast. Tianyuan Chaos Beast? It really is what you think. Su Luo was just thinking about his void-devouring Chaos Beast bloodline, when in the blink of an eye a Tianyuan Chaos Beast appeared. Aren't they of the same race? However, before this bloodline was fused, Su Luo could not check its current state. Does the host use blood? The system gave a prompt at this time. Use it. There was nothing to think about. Su Luo nodded directly. Next moment, he saw a countdown on his attribute panel again. It actually took 6 hours. Maybe in the middle of the night, the evolution of blood power has been completed. Su Luo was inexplicably looking forward to the effect of this Tianyuan Chaos Beast. After all, they are all Chaos Beasts. It's late at night. Time to go to bed. Good night, Lolo. Go to bed early. Nanjiao seems to be in a good mood tonight. She didn't ask Su Luo to sleep on the sofa, but instead took the initiative to hold him in her arms while sleeping. This is very spiritual and nice. Wanan. Su Luo used the animal language he had learned before and said good night to Nanjiao. Little did she know that it was this word good night that instantly brought a smile to Nanjiao's face. She felt like her heart was melting. Her Lolo took the initiative to say good night to her, which really made her happy. I was feeling a little depressed because of the tigress incident. But now, Nanjiao felt that her mood suddenly became cheerful. So good. After Nanjiao finished speaking, she couldn't help but stretch out her hand to rub Su Luo's face, rubbing his furry face. I looked at it a few more times. Finally, I realized that the more I rubbed it and looked at it, the cuter it became. One couldn't help it. This girl actually made a smacking sound and hit Su Luo's nose. Ding, kissed on the nose, contact established, intimacy value gained 20,000. Chilan Furue blessing, intimacy value increased by 10,000. Seemingly very satisfied with her masterpiece, Nanjiao spoke. Okay, go to bed early. As she spoke, she touched Su Luo's head again and hugged him. This girl, Su Luo sometimes felt that she was like an adult. But sometimes, I feel that she is really childish, like a little kid. With a slight sigh, Su Luo did not respond with crazy licking as excitedly as he did in the past. It was rare that he just snuggled into Nanjiao's arms, got closer to her, and slept more peacefully. It's late at night. Chapter 187, Conspiracy Between All Parties. Cloud Search. Dylan City. A mansion somewhere. How is it? Have you found anything? Hong Yuhai asked with his hands behind his back. Behind him were 2 guards wearing silver armor. One strong and one thin. We have investigated and they are now staying in that hotel. The sturdy guard spoke. Which hotel are you staying in? I know they are staying in a hotel now. Which hotel? Hong Yuhai frowned slightly and continued to ask. That's the hotel. The sturdy guard scratched his head and said another sentence. I know. Hong Yuhai couldn't stand it anymore and turned around suddenly. Which hotel is this? He himself is a person with a somewhat violent temper and is very impatient. Now he felt that the guard was seriously provoking him. So he was very unhappy. That's the hotel. Oh. Before the sturdy guard could finish his words, a scream was already waiting for him. The thin guard next to him had already had his head chopped off by Hong Yunhai. His death was as miserable as that of the man in the clothes. Same outcome. That thin guard feels wronged. He never understood until his death. Why was he the one to die when it was clearly someone else who did not explain himself clearly? Wipe. Is there still law in this world? Is there any justice? Speak clearly, or this will be your fate. Hong Yunhai glanced fiercely at the sturdy guard. The latter was sweating profusely and didn't dare to speak for a moment. He thought about it carefully and seemed to realize what was wrong with his words. Captain, the name of the hotel is called That Hotel. They were staying in a big hotel called That Hotel. He was terrified when he thought about it. What a rubbish hotel this is. I wonder whose idea it was to choose such a stupid name. As a result, he lost all his good brothers. All right. Only then did Hong Yunhai realize that he had just misunderstood. He lowered his head to glance at the corpse at his feet, pursed his lips, and then spoke. Give him a proper burial later. Yes, Captain. The sturdy guard didn't dare to say anything more and quickly bowed. Also, those 2 older women. Did you see the ferocious beasts that could transform around them? Hong Yunhai asked again. No. The sturdy guard shook his head. They all seemed to only have the strength of a 4-veined beastmaster. It's probably impossible for them to contract a transformed beast, right? He thought of the intelligence he had tracked down tonight and couldn't help but say something. Don't judge a book by its cover. Hong Yunhai shrugged, his eyes leisurely. Yes, the captain is right. The sturdy guard didn't dare to say anything more and nodded quickly. Bring them both to me. Hong Yunhai spoke at this time. What about the 4 younger ones? The sturdy guard asked. Want to catch them together? That's not necessary. Hong Yunhai shook his head and spoke. We are a law enforcement city here, and we can't let people know that we treat people in the city like this in private. This will damage our image as defenders, so we can't make a big fuss. Catch those 2 women first. As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something and warned again. Remember, don't let anyone know except our guards. Not even my brother. Yes, Captain. The sturdy guard nodded quickly to show that he understood. By the way, did Du Yufeng send the tiger girl here? Hong Yunhai seemed to have thought of something and asked again. No. The sturdy guard shook his head. But he seems to have sent someone to say that it will be a little later. Because I'm worried that other people will see me transferring. That's the idea he'd better have. Snort. Hong Yunhai snorted coldly. He dared not to obediently offer what our city lord wanted. This Du Yufeng must want to die. Hearing his captain's cold snort, the sturdy guard did not dare to express his opinion. I'm afraid that if I'm not careful, I'll get into bad luck again. The other side. It's the same mansion. How's it going? Did you find out? A man sat upright in his chair, looking at the silver-armored guard in front of him. It was Hong Yunhai's younger brother, Hong Haiba. The guard in front of him is his younger brother, Li Kui. Boss Hong, we found out. Li Kui spoke. I live in that hotel. That hotel. Hong Haiba blinked. Yes, that's the name of the hotel. Li Kui spoke. Besides, it seems your brother is also investigating, boss. Hearing this, Hong Haiba smiled and said, my eldest brother is not honest at all. You clearly like these little girls, but you're still pretending and saying no. He doesn't seem to be interested in women. But is it because he's not pretty enough? He grumbled to his elder brother. To be honest, this afternoon, after seeing Nan Jiao and others at the auction, Hong Haiba was already itching to join in. He doesn't have any hobbies. There is only one hobby girl. Just the opposite of his older brother. This one is just good and lustful. Moreover, in this Dylan city, because his elder brother is highly regarded by the city lord, this guy has taken advantage of the favorable situation to do many bad things. He has done many things like robbing good women. Just today, Hong Haiba ordered his guards to secretly follow Nan Jiao and the others. Investigate. Those who understand will understand what it is for. This Dylan city is said to be a law enforcement city. However, the core is actually extremely rotten and stinks like a sewer. Did my eldest brother say to send guards to catch them? It seems that no message was received. Li Kui shook his head. Then you don't need to tell my elder brother. Send the guards to capture those 4 girls and let me deal with them. Remember not to alarm others. Especially my eldest brother. Hong Haiba warned. He was still afraid of his eldest brother's authority. After all, if Hong Yunhai gets angry, he will beat him too. Got it, boss. Li Kui nodded quickly. That hotel. Tonight, for special guests arrived here. A few smart people led by Feng Haoyu. Boss Feng, are you sure this is the hotel? Wang Tao asked. It was late at night, and I was suddenly asked to change hotels to sleep. It would be uncomfortable for anyone. Zhang Luosan was speechless. Yes, it's here. I've got the news. Feng Haoyu nodded with great certainty. Besides, I've already paid the hotel staff to tell me that the beautiful girl named Nan Jiao lives in room 999. Awesome, Boss Feng. You even got the name. Wang Tao flatters again. That's a must. Feng Haoyu straightened his back and smiled. Money makes the world go round. It's easy to get this. Awesome. Wang Tao's flattery combo. Let Feng Haoyu feel refreshed. And let me tell you, I also booked room 666, which happens to be opposite hers. It's not far away, and it's a couple's number. Am I awesome? That's awesome, Boss Feng. You are such a genius. Wang Tao outputs continuously. Use a couple number now, and you'll be a couple soon. That's what it is. Hey, Feng Haoyu is so happy. Zhang Luosan, who was standing aside, felt powerless to complain. If one day Feng Haoyu is really praised as an idiot and can't recognize himself anymore, this Wang Tao is absolutely guilty. It's all because of this guy. Feng Haoyu is so arrogant that he doesn't even recognize himself anymore. Chapter 188 Little Phoenix is missing? Ding, the bloodline power has been successfully integrated. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the power of the Tianyuan Chaos Beast bloodline. 2 consecutive beeps. Su Luo has already woken up. Now that he is at the 6th level, his perception is already very strong. Any small movement would be magnified infinitely in Su Luo's heart. If he could not let himself go, he could even hear the sounds of exercise coming from the next room clearly. He just didn't want to listen. Moreover, because of the Ice Soul Phantom fairy-tailed fox, Su Luo's perception is even stronger. The early warning capability is also stronger. Look, the system sound couldn't wake him up before. Now a little bit is enough to wake him up. Has the blood fusion been completed? Although Su Luo was sleepy, but because of his curiosity, he still clicked on the System Properties panel. This time, he did not upgrade his level and remained at the 6th level. Bloodline of Tianyuan Chaos Beast. 1. Can transform freely into various forms. I have seen animal forms with memories, except humans. 2. Ethereal. Without any aura. Others cannot see clearly, cannot see through, cannot understand, cannot comprehend. 3. Chaos Body. Any attribute can appear on you. 4. Absolute resistance. Facing attacks of any attributes, a 10% defense bonus will be given. When you use an attack of any attribute, you will get a 10% attack bonus. Damn it. When he saw the first item, Su Luo was excited. Because this ability to transform freely is the meaning of Monkey King's 72 transformations, isn't it? You can become anything you want. He was so excited at that time, thinking that he could transform. However, when he saw the line of notes at the end, Su Luo wanted to curse. It can only be in the form of an animal that has been seen before and has memory. Except for humans. What I mean is, don't even think about using this illusion to transform into a human easily. Impossible. This is really speechless. Moreover, Su Luo felt a little dizzy when reading the following 2 or 3 items. But it can be roughly understood. The second item means that others cannot see through his cultivation at a glance. Can't you see his bloodline? This Tianyuan Chaos Beast looks like a really cowardly and ferocious beast. The bloodline is so. However, this thing is also very useful. That's when Su Luo can show off and take off his skin. After all, the other party can't see through you. The third and fourth items were mediocre, and Su Luo instantly lost the desire to understand. He turned his head and looked around. I found that the elemental elves, the little dragon, and the glass pony were all sleeping obediently on the sofa. The little young dragon was even more carefree, leaning against the glass pony. The 2 little guys should get along well. Where's the little phoenix? Su Luo looked around and didn't hear the little phoenix's voice, so he frowned. Because little phoenix was acting weird today, Su Luo couldn't help but want to pay more attention to her. But I found that this guy was gone. Perception slightly enveloped the room. Su Luo discovered that there was really no sign of the little phoenix. It was as if she had suddenly disappeared. Where will it go? Run away. Su Luo muttered a few words in his heart. Then, he seemed to have thought of something. Could it be that she sneaked out to look for some orcs? Today, Su Luo noticed that the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird was very concerned about this. So, when she disappeared, this was his first reaction. After all, if this little phoenix wanted to run away, it would have done so long ago. There is absolutely no way I could wait until tonight to run away. This is illogical. Su Luo's mind raced. He turned his head and glanced at Nanjiao. Taking advantage of the dim moonlight, the girl faced him and slept soundly. The way he sleeps is so beautiful. Seeing this, Su Luo was so eager that he couldn't help but want to kiss her. Embracing the warmth, he didn't want to leave at all. Forget it, forget it. Anyway, that guy is very strong, even more powerful than me, so I don't care about her. Su Luo muttered something in his heart and leaned into Nanjiao's arms. However, it seems that he has not convinced himself. Asshole. After a moment, Su Luo gritted his teeth and sighed. Dillon City. Longhua Auction Venue. Although this is an auction, half of the area is normally available for accommodation. As for Du Yufeng, when he has nothing to do, he likes to live in his own auction house. Only, today's Longhua auction is destined to be troubled by the top management. Because, since the auction ended, Du Yufeng has smashed a lot of teacup chairs. He even scolded all his subordinates. Asked them why they put Hong Yunhai into the Longhua auction. Why didn't you tell him in advance? So that he can be prepared. The people under his command were submissive and dared not say a word, and had to endure Du Yufeng's temper. After all, their young boss just gets angry. He won't kill anyone. But that Hong Yunhai is really a ruthless person who kills people without any hesitation. Don't let him in. Do they still want to stay in this Dillon City in the future? So, I would rather offend my boss and lose my job. They didn't dare to offend Hong Yunhai, the plague god. Du Yufeng has been very angry since his subordinates did not resist. Look, it's already late at night, and Du Yufeng is still too angry to sleep. Master, what should we do then? In front of him, a man who looked like a butler spoke. Should this tiger girl be sent over or not? Butlerly, How many times have you come here in the past few months? Du Yufeng said, looking at his butler and asked. It should be 4 or 5 times. Butlerly smacked his lips. To be honest, Hong Yunhai and the city lord Feng Tiangang of Dylan City are really not human. Every time they find a half-human, half-beast, as long as she is a female and pretty, they will definitely take her away. Moreover, it's fine if you want to leave, but you still don't give me the money. What a huge loss this Longhua auction will suffer. After all, finding this kind of orc is not an easy task, but it requires a lot of manpower, material resources, and financial resources. It was auctioned off for tens of millions, but to be honest, the profit wasn't much. However, Du Yufeng's auction has always had this project, mainly to attract traffic. But because of Hong Yunhai and Feng Tiangang, he no longer knew how much he had lost. Send it over. Du Yufeng gritted his teeth, but still spoke. All right. Butlerly nodded, with a look of helplessness on his face. He also felt sorry for his young master. But there is no way, etc. Du Yufeng seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said something else. But before that, feed her a 9-flame heavenly poison pill. When Butlerly heard this, he was also shocked. After all, this 9 flames residual poison is a pure poison, colorless and odorless fire poison. After invading the body, the opponent will be slowly corroded and killed. Within 2 days, life was exhausted. In serious cases, the body may explode and die prematurely. There is no antidote in this world. If you eat it, you will die? Master, isn't this too? Butlerly is still worried that his young master will offend Feng Tiangang and others because of this. I want to dissuade him. No need to say anything. Go ahead. Du Yufeng spoke directly without even raising his head. The other party provoked again and again. He also has to show his attitude. Okay. Butlerly didn't dare to say anything more and bowed and left. Chapter 189 Su Luo is here. Are you stupid? Night. Above the sky, a group of ferocious beasts walked silently. If someone happened to look up at this moment, he would definitely see this ferocious beast in the dark cloud. So terrifying. Very scary. The one walking at the back was none other than the Emperor Demon Flame Tiger, Emperor Yantian. Ahead is that Dylan City, right? His eyes flashed as he looked straight ahead. He can see clearly the scenery 20 miles away. In his eyes, it was exactly the same as the close-up view. Yes. Flying Tiger nodded. 20 miles away is Dylan City. Good. Yantian did not hesitate. Have the members of the Sky Flame Dragon clan arrived? I guess it will take a while. The Flying Fighting Tiger responded. Then I won't wait. Emperor Yantian waved his hand. On the tiger's face, there is no fear. Let's go over there first and turn the world upside down. Yes, Emperor. The Flying War Tiger nodded. Look again. Emperor Demon Flame Tiger Emperor Yantian roared fiercely. Moment. Within this 100 miles, all the ferocious beasts in the mountains and forests were crawling. But definitely not trembling. But the desire to fight is overwhelming. Eyes instantly red. It was as if they heard some call. After crawling, he stood up. Soon. All moving. The direction they were heading towards was Dylan City. The other side. Going back in time. The Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird was just as Su Luo had imagined. She really sneaked out because she heard news about the orcs. Because I have felt the same way. So, she longed to know, longed to take a look at the other person. No other ideas. The Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird simply wanted to see what happened to this half-orc. By the way, she looked at herself to see if she could be of any help. Rescue her, or something. After all, if Su Luo and the others don't take action, it's not appropriate for them to take action. Then she would do it quietly. So, while the damn guy was asleep, the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird slipped out. She is very smart, even smarter than many humans. She noticed that Nan Jiao and the others talked about the Longhua auction. This name was firmly remembered by Emperor Flame Phoenix. So, she remembers it very well. Look, in the middle of the night, the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird came looking for me. Thanks to its powerful perception, the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird was able to find the Longhua auction in such a big city. Moreover, she successfully found the place where the auction house used to detain the orcs. When seeing the environment inside where the orcs were imprisoned, the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird's first reaction was to be stunned. It's not because the environment is dirty, messy, or bad, but it was because there was more than one orc here. There are as many as 7 or 8 of them, both men and women. However, most of them are little boys. The Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird only saw a little girl, about 7 or 8 years old. It has a long tail similar to that of wolves. It should be the descendant of a ferocious wolf beast. This group of orcs all have quite a few scars on their bodies. And it's not a good life. The boys were dirty. Their hair was a mess. and their bodies were covered with blood and bite marks. They looked miserable. The little girl was better. Her face looked much cleaner. I guess he wanted to keep it so he could sell it for a good price later, so he couldn't bear to beat it. The Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird did not see the tiger girl that Su Luo and the others were talking about. She guessed that they might be imprisoned in different places. As I was saying, one of the orcs inside was so hungry that he asked the jailer for food. The result is predictable. Who would find them food in the middle of the night? So, what greeted them was a severe beating. Even these human beast masters let the beasts tear them apart. It has a very good intimidation effect. The group of orcs stopped shouting, huddled in the corner, looking at the little orc boy who was beaten half to death for wanting to eat. They wanted to go up and help but didn't dare to, and they felt very guilty if they didn't go up to help. Anyway, it's very confusing. But when Emperor Flame Phoenix saw this scene, she was already burning with rage and clenched her fists. I can't help it. She wanted to break in immediately. A flash of light. The Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird restored its human form and wanted to rush in and kill all these bastards. Release these orcs once and for all. But she had just turned around, and before she could put her thoughts into action, she was already against the wall. Suppressed. The Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird subconsciously wanted to fight back. However, when she saw the beast coming, she suddenly withdrew her hand. Because in front of her was that hateful guy Su Luo. How did he manage to come to her without making any noise? The Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird was confused and shocked. Because she couldn't feel Su Luo's arrival, and even the series of actions that pushed her against the wall. Silently. This is impossible. Su Luo's level is very different from hers. It was precisely because of this shock that she was suppressed by Su Luo, and her body was pressed against the wall, but she did not react to the stress. The Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird naturally didn't know that Su Luo was no longer the same Su Luo as before. He has gained the bloodline of the Tianyuan Chaos Beast. The power of this bloodline will produce such an effect. So he came quietly. The Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird wouldn't even be able to react even if it saw him coming, let alone feel it. What do you want to do by sneaking around here? Su Luo made a gesture to silence the bird and spoke to the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird. Not to mention, this little phoenix's surprised look is still a little cute. If she wasn't usually so fierce, so cold, and so sinister, Su Luo would still be willing to tease her. Don't be impulsive. He added another sentence. The blood power in Su Luo's body can fly, shrink, and transform into other beasts. So, it is really easy to sneak into the Longhua auction quickly and find the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird. Secondly, with his intelligence and talent, how could you not know that little phoenix is here? I'll go in and kill them all, and save the orcs. They are no match for me. You don't need to care. The Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird came back to its senses and expressed its thoughts. She still didn't notice that she was pinned against the wall by Su Luo's beast body. Or say, in the mind of the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird, it doesn't care about these things at all. Are you stupid? Su Luo couldn't help but curse under his breath. You can kill those people, but have you ever thought about how to take them away? Also, to leave the city, they need to go through a checkpoint. How do they get out? Have you ever thought about it? The Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird was stunned. But after thinking about it carefully, I think what Su Luo said is correct. This city is so big. It's not easy to get out. It requires several steps. However, Little Phoenix was stubborn and refused to admit that she didn't think enough. She still spoke. Don't worry about it. I'll lead them all the way out. I am capable enough. As she spoke, she struggled a bit, trying to break free and carry out her plan. Don't move. Su Luo frowned and said coldly. The sound is not loud. However, because of the blood contract, when this sound fell on the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird, its deterrent power became even greater. With a shock in his heart, the little phoenix really didn't move. Su Luo nodded with satisfaction and glanced at her. I'll help get them out. But you have to listen to me. Do you understand? Looking into his eyes, the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird could not see any falsehood or affectation in these eyes. For a moment, she herself was stunned. She felt that she should say, "Why should I trust you?" This is her style all along. But what I said turned out to be. I see. She didn't know why she believed what this bastard said. After all, he doesn't look reliable at all. And Su Luo also breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that the little phoenix would rush in quickly. After all, as her master, would Su Luo be able to help her? Or not help? Here's the question. So now, we must think of a foolproof plan. Chapter 190 The Scapegoat. Innocent. Dylan City. That hotel. Hong Haibao's men, Lia Kui, came with his men. There are 5 people in the group. All of them are beast masters of the 4 veins. In his opinion, It was enough to deal with a few beastmasters who only had 2 veins. Brother Akui, why does this hotel only have 2 floors, and it's so big? We've all come full circle. The man under his command, named Shan Pao, spoke. Besides, the house numbers are so messed up that I can't even find them clearly. This hotel was converted from a battlefield, so it's natural that it looks like this. Li Akui had obviously stayed in Dillon City for quite some time, so he understood things quite well. I see. Shan Pao nodded and glanced around again. Brother Akui, is this room number 999? Suddenly, one of the younger brothers seemed to see a bright spot and suddenly pointed forward and shouted. Keep your voice down. Li Akui immediately yelled at him. Yes, yes, yes. I didn't dare to disobey and nodded repeatedly. At this time, Li Akui looked over there. Why did the house number disappear? The number on it is 999, yes, but the house number is missing. There was a weird feeling, so Li Akui was not sure for a moment. My heart is full of doubts. That's right, Brother Airhammer. By this time, Shan Pao had already walked over and put the house number in place. Look, isn't this 999? Besides, look at this room next door. It's still 888. As Shan Pao said this, he pointed to the next room. The house number is exactly 888. Also, Brother Gakui, I can hear a woman's voice inside. Shan Pao was now sticking to the door again, listening carefully to the movements inside, and spoke. Hearing the woman's voice, Li Akui nodded and walked over with his men. No, Brother Akui. Shan Pao seemed to hear something again at this time. There's a man's voice in here. What? When Li Akui heard this, he was shocked. He immediately lay down on it. The sound of EOO came. It's true that in addition to women's voices, there are also men's voices. I never thought that the person that Boss Hong likes is actually this kind of woman. They are doing something shameful in there. Li Akui clenched his fists, his face turned red, and his body trembled. Obviously very angry. What should we do then? Shan Pao licked his lips and asked. He is not stupid, so he naturally knows what Li Akui is talking about. Break the door, capture them, and bring them back to let Boss Hong deal with them. Remember, go ahead and don't give them time to summon the beast. Li Akui gritted his teeth and started moving. The fist landed heavily on the door lock. Boom! With a muffled sound, the door opened. The sound is not loud. However, it was still very harsh in the night. The people in the room heard it instantly. For girls and one boy. For women, not very old, but with heavy makeup. Looks pretty good too. And that man. It must be someone Su Luo is familiar with. Feng Haoyu. This smart. At this moment, the 4 women's slender white hands were resting on Feng Haoyu's latissimus dorsi. Moving around, are you getting a massage? As for Feng Haoyu, he was stunned when he saw the big men breaking in through the door. No way. He came to this hotel tonight and felt a little lonely for a while, so he found a deluxe massage service. This shit just started and it was interrupted? Therefore, Feng Haoyu's first reaction was to set up a trap. A woman fucks her husband, a slut. Superior. Li Akui rushed forward without saying anything. There was a golden glow on his fist, and he punched Feng Haoyu in the face. Feng Haoyu was feeling comfortable and confused. How could he possibly react? So, hit directly by the fist. Instantly, a dizzy feeling came over me. When he reacted and wanted to fight back, he was suppressed by Li Akui. Not only that, Feng Haoyu's hands were even more tightly clasped behind his back. The 4 men under Li Akui, led by Shan Pao, are even more brave. Just went for the 4 women. They are not afraid of any physical contact at all. They just go up and attack. The 4 women didn't even have time to resist before they were pinned to the ground and subdued. I can only scream madly and feebly. At last, Li Akui and his 3 companions had no choice but to stuff their mouths with smelly socks before they gave up. Brother Kui, the 4 women are all here. I didn't expect that we could catch them all in one fell swoop. Shan Pao spoke with some excitement. There's absolutely no pressure on this trip. What's more, you can also make contributions and get rewards, which is really cool. I never thought they were such wanton women. Catch them all in one swoop. Very good. However, after Li Akui took a look at the faces of the 4 people, he frowned again. Is Boss Hong blind? The qualities of these women can be easily found when they go out for a bath. Is it necessary to go to so much trouble to tie them back? In particular, he still remembered what Hong Haibo said. What a stunning appearance. Her figure is like a devil, and people can't help looking at her. But Li Kui looked at the 4 women without any reaction, even though they were wearing clothes. But it's still a little bit off. Therefore, he now very much doubts the judgment of Boss Hong. This can't be blamed on Li Kui. After all, he did not come here in person to investigate this afternoon. Instead, he sent out his own men to track him down. Besides, his younger brother happened to be on duty at the city gate tonight and couldn't leave. So, He had never met Nanjiao and the others. There is no one around him either. Who are you? What are you doing breaking into my room? Let me go? Are you crazy? Feng Haoyu finally came to his senses and struggled desperately. Try to summon your own beast to resist. But they all failed. Shut up. The irritable Li Akui punched Feng Haoyu on the head. In an instant, blood gushed out. The latter felt pain, knowing that this group of people were ruthless. So I didn't dare to force it. You want money, don't you? I can give you as much as you want. Please let me go. This is my first time. Give me money. Hearing these words, Li Akui seemed to be interested. Anyway, as long as the woman is taken back, the man doesn't matter. It can be operated. Yes, give me the money. I can give money. Feng Haoyu quickly admitted his mistake. Although he didn't know who these people were, he understood very well the principle of spending money to avoid disaster. How much can you give? Li Akui was really moved. 1 million. I'll give each of you 1 million. Just let me go. At this moment, not only Li Erchui's eyes lit up, but even Sam Pao and his men were ready to make a move. To be honest, after all this life-threatening journey, the only money they could get was only 100,000 star coins. Moreover, the rewards given to them depended on Hong Haiba's mood. It's not certain whether there is one or not. But now this guy actually said he would spend 1 million to save his life? Brother Air Hammer. Shan Pao couldn't help but shout excitedly. However, the clever Li Akui made a gesture to silence him. 1 million per person is too little, Li Akui said. Obviously, he wanted to test the other party's bottom line. And, can you really come up with that much money? Chapter 191 What to Do? Su Luo's plan. Dillon City. Longhua Auction Center. Somewhere in the grass. The Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird was squatting in the bushes, hiding itself. In front of her was Su Luo in puppy form. Why, haven't you thought of a solution yet? The Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird looked at him and asked. They have been delayed here for 20 minutes. It's easy to save them. A hint of helplessness appeared on Su Luogo's face, and he continued. But getting them out of this Dillon city is the difficulty now. Do you want them to live in this city? Like a rat crossing the street, in the dark. Hearing Su Luo's words, the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird also frowned secretly. In fact, she was impulsive before. Later, after Su Luo calmed her down, she did think about it seriously. It is indeed not difficult to rescue these orcs. But the question is, how to get them out of the city. After all, this is a law enforcement city with a beast tamer guild. It's so troublesome to leave the city. It's obviously not possible to force your way out of the city. She is very strong, yes. However, there must be more powerful people in this Dillon city. Don't let it happen that you fail to force your way in and your entire army is wiped out. That's not helping them, it's harming them. But we can't let them stay here, right? Whether it's life or death, it's not something they can control now. This is unfair. The Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird glanced at Su Luo and suddenly said, why do you want to help them? But unexpectedly, Su Luo said something. I've been feeling that you're acting weird tonight. When it comes to orcs, you seem to react very violently. When Su Luo said this, he was looking directly into the eyes of the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird. To be honest, he was curious too. He knew that this little phoenix was definitely not just being warm-hearted for a moment. If she was such a person, she would not have come to kill Su Luo when he stole her Imperial Flame Spark. After all, the Emperor Flame Spark will not disappear just by stealing it. No reason. The Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird obviously didn't want to dwell on this topic so much, and turned its head away. There was no choice but to look at Su Luo. However, from her trembling eyes, Su Luo seemed to see a story. Because, there used to be someone like this in my family. After a moment, no one knew whether it compromised or did something else. The Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird suddenly said something. So, I want to help them. Is it because you can empathize with them that you put yourself in their shoes and try your best to do something? Su Luo frowned, his eyes flickered. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, then let's do it. What? The Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird glanced at him, with surprise in its eyes. I say just rescue them first. I'll think about how to survive later. Su Luo suddenly smiled, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. To be honest, tiptoeing is not his style of doing things. But, listen to me. Su Luo spoke again at this time. It's late at night now. Even if we want to rescue them, we can't do it in a big way. You have to come secretly. So, everything is under my command, understand? In the past, the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird would definitely turn around and leave. Everything is under his command? How is that possible? But now, good. Looking at Su Luo, the little phoenix lowered his head and nodded in a low voice. Put your ears here. As Su Luo spoke, he stretched out his claws towards the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird, motioning her to come closer. The latter hesitated for a moment, but still did not resist. He obediently lowered his body and put his ear over. So, we'll do this for a while, then that, then this and that and that. Do you understand? Su Luo whispered their plan to Little Phoenix. I felt the hot air hitting my ears, a hot and itchy feeling, very strange. However, the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird still nodded. I see. She did understand Su Luo's plan. Moreover, it also made her eyes light up, and she felt that it was very feasible. The other side. That hotel. Li Kui finally reached an agreement with Feng Haoyu. Double the price. Moreover, the deal was concluded on the spot, and he received a crystal card containing 10 million star coins. With a large sum of money in hand, Li Kui was satisfied and planned to leave with the 4 girls. And Feng Haoyu finally felt relieved. I hope these plague gods will go away soon. Fortunately, he brought a lot of money with him when he went out, enough to spend. Otherwise, you will lose your life. Moreover, after this incident, Feng Haoyu was also scared. I will never dare to ask for any special services or massage services again. They are not good people. Who can afford to pay 10 million for a massage? Looking at Li Kui and the others who were about to leave, Feng Haoyu let out a long sigh. He urged in his heart, close the door quickly, leave quickly. Why aren't you leaving yet? You're teasing me on purpose, aren't you? Feng Haoyu cursed in his heart. However, Li Kui and the others really did not refuse to leave. Instead, they had just walked out of the door and had not had time to close the door and leave when they saw a guard in silver armor at the corner. 6 guardians. In an instant, Li Kui and others were stunned. Although their identity is also guardians. However, there are factions among the guards themselves. There is a relationship of competition and supervision between them. If they were caught by the guardians of other factions making mistakes and taking credit, they would be doomed. By then, the city lord will not choose to protect them, let alone Hong Haiba. So, as soon as Li Kui went out, he encountered the oncoming guard. As you can imagine, he was also panicked, staring at each other nervously. And the 6 guards obviously noticed Li Kui and the others. What should I do, brother? Those people are clearly not good people. They also put black cloths on the heads of several women. They must be disrupting the order of the city. One of the guardians spoke to the team leader. The captain was a bearded man, and he was obviously struggling. Because they came here tonight to accept Hong Yunhai's mission. They came here and used their positions to take the 2 women away. In the name of investigation. This is the best method they could think of. You can also do it at night without disturbing anyone and without anyone noticing. Even if someone saw it, there was still an explanation to be given. But now, it is obvious that an error has occurred. Because they found some sneaky people. You can take those 2 women anytime you want. Just deal with these bastards first. The team leader made a prompt decision and gave the order. What kind of multiple choice questions are adults doing? He wants them all. We must complete the task and make achievements. So, the team leader and his men rushed forward. The war is about to begin. Chapter 192. Fierce beasts attack the city. Blow the horn. Dillon City. Late at night. In a tavern, a man as tall as an iron tower was drinking alone. Cool. For me, Lei Guang, nothing is better than a glass of wine. Comfortable. As Lei Guang spoke, he took a few big gulps of wine. He has been in Dillon City for more than 20 days. Firstly, he was waiting for the little beast Su Luo to come over. Secondly, Lei Guang also has his own mission. That's why he stayed in this city for so long. Suddenly, Lei Guang, whose eyes were hazy from drinking, frowned instantly, as if he had sensed something. There was actually a look of horror on his face. How is that possible? Clench your fists. Lei Guang's tower-like body suddenly stood up. Damn it, run away first. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a dark purple space crack appeared in front of him. Lei Guang didn't care about anything and just went in and disappeared in the tavern. The owner of the tavern looked up and saw that the drunkard who was drinking just now had disappeared. He was so scared that he trembled. I thought I saw a ghost. He just lowered his head to scratch his butt, and less than 10 seconds later, when he looked up, he was gone. Besides, this is a tavern in the lake. It's really a ghost. Even if you jump into a lake, there will be water sounds, right? On the other side, still in that hotel. Boom. Bang. Pa pa pa. A dull sound rang out. Wang Tao, hurry up and listen. Guan Fian, who was sleeping, was awakened by the noise coming from the head of her bed. Slightly startled, she quickly reached out and shook Wang Tao, who was sleeping beside her. What the hell? Wang Tao was unmoved and even used his thigh to suppress half of Guan Fian's body. He had just done a good deed and felt exhausted. He had already fallen asleep. How could it be possible for him to get up so easily? Listen, there seems to be a noise coming from Boss Feng's room. Could something have happened to him? Guan Fian was now much more sober, and she quickly shook Wang Tao's body and said, Boss Feng. Upon hearing the name Feng Haoyu, Wang Tao became a little more sober. After all, in the past 2 days, he has been very successful in flattering Feng Haoyu, and Feng Haoyu has secretly given him a lot of resources for cultivation. Therefore, Wang Tao is now very sensitive to the 3 words Feng Haoyu. Yes, listen to this. Guan Fian patted him. This time, Wang Tao shook his body, sat up, and listened against the wall. After a while, he suddenly showed a lewd smile on his face and said, Boss Feng is really a romantic man. It's already the middle of the night, and he's still exercising. A role model for our generation. Guan Fian. That's not right. I seemed to hear a man's voice just now, and there was also a sound of banging against the wall. Very intense. Guan Fian spoke. A man's voice. Hearing this, Wang Tao also frowned. Something's wrong. Boss Feng definitely likes women. He's not gay. As he spoke, he had already turned over and got out of bed. I think something has happened too. Guan Fian also stood up at this time. Just now, I seemed to hear the sound of fierce fighting. What do you think? Could it be that our boss Feng has been kidnapped? Absolutely. Wang Tao slapped his thigh. Think about it. Boss Feng spent money lavishly at the auction today. He was so carefree. He must have been targeted by someone. No, I have to save him. Wang Tao has already come to make the judgment. Let's do it together. Guan Fian also stood up at this time. No, go get Zhang Luo-san and let me go and listen first to see what's going on. At this time, Wang Tao stopped Guan Fian. Although he is usually stupid, he is very clear-headed now. How can we let other people do something like saving lives? He must rush in first. Okay, this is the time to express your loyalty. Regardless of whether he succeeds in saving people or not, as long as his spirit is there, Feng Haoyu will definitely look at him with new eyes. Therefore, such an opportunity must never be given to others. Even if it's your girlfriend, that's not okay. However, Wang Tao was also afraid that he could not resist, so he kept a backup plan. He asked Guan Fian to go find Zhang Luosan first. Therefore, even if he couldn't defeat the opponent in the first place, he couldn't rescue Feng Haoyu. Later, Zhang Luosan's support arrived. Good. Guan Fian didn't suspect anything and put on her own clothes. Looking at Guan Fian, who had already left, Wang Tao leaned at the door and listened. I found that the room is now quieter. However, a male voice that did not belong to Feng Haoyu could still be faintly heard. No matter how many people are inside, Wang Tao gritted his teeth and made up his mind. If a man is not ruthless, his position will not be stable. Damn it. He clenched his fist, took 2 steps back, and then slammed his foot on the door. There was no loud noise as imagined. As soon as Wang Tao's foot landed on the door, it opened. He rushed into the room. Because the door was not closed at all, but was just pushed by something. Boss Feng, I'm here to save you. Regardless of anything, Wang Tao roared loudly, and his whole momentum rose. Like a tiger descending from the mountain. There he goes. At this moment, Wang Tao thought this should be the most glorious moment in his life. Until he saw a dozen men in the room. To be precise, there were more than a dozen strong men whose eyes were all on him. The muscles bulged high. The blood vessels on it looked like a small dragon. In each of their eyes, there was a chilling light that made people tremble. And Feng Haoyu was obviously in a corner, shivering. Because of the previous massage, he hadn't even put on his clothes yet. This scene instantly made Wang Tao feel cold all over. He originally thought that there were only 1 or 2 people in the room, and they could fight to the death. Now, what a fight. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on against Zhang Luosan and Guan Fian, and he'll be dead. What the hell? Thinking of this, Wang Tao immediately pretended to be drunk and dazed, his body staggering. Fuck, why are there so many people in my room? What the hell is wrong with the staff of this hotel? All the rooms for people to live in have been arranged for me. Wang Tao said this, turned around quickly, and walked out staggeringly. Very realistic. If he had not been sober when he first entered the sect, everyone would probably have thought he was a real drunkard. Damn it, today I have to smash the front desk of this crappy hotel. Hiccup. Hiccuping, Wang Tao wanted to leave. Feng Haoyu on the side struggled hard, but he couldn't speak. It was really painful. But his meaning was very clear. He just wanted Wang Tao to save him. Only, how could the people in the room give Wang Tao a chance to leave when they were about to attack and stop him? Woo, 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 woo. A very rhythmic and melodious horn sounded. Hearing these noises, the captain of the guard stood up suddenly. His eyes were full of shock. Not only him. Almost all the defenders present were like this. Because they are so familiar with this trumpet sound. The beasts attacked the city. Chapter 193 Chaos is coming. Attack. Woo. Roar. Tick, tick, tick. Such a voice resounded throughout the sky above the entire Dylan city. It is the warning sound of a horn, but also the roar of a ferocious beast. Many people who were sleeping soundly have been woken up. At the first moment, they were all confused. But then, I heard a bang 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 sound outside. There are flames in the sky. It's a flare. If they heard the sound of the horn, they still didn't know what it meant. But this signal flare is too clear. An enemy is attacking. At the same time, in that hotel, Nan Jiao, who was sleeping soundly, was also woken up immediately. Through the window, she saw flames swirling in the sky. Like many people, she still hasn't figured out what's going on. Until many people on the street were shouting, "Hide quickly! Fierce beasts are attacking the city. The beast is attacking the city. Run! Ferocious beasts! There are so many ferocious beasts in the sky." The North Gate was bombed. The streets were in chaos in a flash. There are all kinds of sounds. Nan Jiao, who understood what was happening, subconsciously pulled back her quilt, wanting to find Su Luo. But there is no trace of Su Luo. Her Lolo has disappeared long ago. The beast is gone and the quilt is empty. Nan Jiao was startled and threw the entire quilt away. But there is still nothing. Her Luo just disappeared like that. She looked around and found that the Liuli pony, the elemental elves, and the little dragon were all there. The only ones missing are Lolo and the Emperor Flame Phoenix bird. Nan Jiao was panicking, and just as she stood up, there was a knock on the door. Lu Zixin's voice came. Not only that, she also heard Mu Xiaoxi and Meng Jingran. Obviously, they also gathered at the first opportunity. At the same time, at the entrance of a hotel, Steward Li from Longhua Auction was leading a group of people, pushing a large iron cage covered with black cloth here. They were just about to say that they should send the tiger girl in the cage to Hong Yunhai's mansion. However, unexpectedly, an accident happened halfway through the journey. The horn sounded, and the sky was filled with flames. The entire Dylan city became restless at this moment. The sky was illuminated by flares and was as bright as day. An indistinct number of ferocious beasts appeared in everyone's sight. The roar of the ferocious beast instantly swept across the sky above the city. It's so terrifying. Chills. At this moment, Dylan City seemed to have fallen into a den of ferocious beasts. What should we do, Butler? Do we continue the delivery? If you don't want to die, just keep transporting. You can't stay outside now. Hurry up and find a place to hide. Butlerly glanced at the groups of ferocious beasts wandering in the sky, and goosebumps appeared on his skin. He gritted his teeth. Send him to this hotel first, so he can hide out of the spotlight. Good. Everyone worked together, pushing the iron cage towards the hotel. The north gate of Dylan City. Roar. Outside the city wall, there were roars of beasts. It's frightening and terrifying. A group of defenders have been waiting here for a long time. The guards who were in charge of patrolling today were not irresponsible. But when they saw the ferocious beast attacking, it was already too late. Whether on the ground or in the sky, like a black cloud or a black sea, a beast tide came in an instant. They had already pulled the plug on the power grid at the first possible moment. They even blew the horn and fired flares at the first opportunity. Gather manpower and prepare for defense immediately. However, it was useless. The beast tide is coming again. Even their north gate has already been attacked. Various elemental energies smashed into the city walls. The debris flew everywhere. The dust filled the sky, and there were waves of thunderous noises. What's going on? As the captain of the defenders, Hong Yunhai finally appeared on the city wall riding his own beast. Captain, this beast tide came without reason. Most of them are ferocious beasts in the forest. We don't have time to react. We patrolled at night, and everything in the wild was normal. The captain on duty quickly reported. What about those in the sky? How come there are so many beasts coming here, and you guys are not alert at all? Hong Yunhai looked at the ferocious beasts in the sky, and even with his level of cultivation, he was frightened. There are too many. If such a large number of ferocious beasts attacked their city's defense grid together, there would be no way to defend against it. Even the city will fall in an instant. Thinking of such consequences, Hong Yunhai also felt a little cold. We don't know where those beasts in the sky came from. They just appeared when we looked up. We didn't feel anything at all. The captain on duty spoke. A fierce beast. Hong Yunhai guessed almost instantly that there must be a ferocious beast behind this. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a ferocious beast of this scale to attack the city. Even, it happens without anyone knowing. Humans have been fighting against ferocious beasts for so many years that they have a certain understanding of each other. A fierce beast. But don't they usually attack cities? How could it be? The captain on duty had obviously never seen such a scene before, and he was very scared. After all, he has been a guardian of Dylan City for so many years and has always lived in peace. Except for a few ferocious beasts occasionally running over from under the city wall to cause trouble, there were almost no major problems. But the situation tonight is obviously completely different. I don't know exactly what's going on. Hong Yunhai frowned. Have you informed the city lord? Notified. But there was no trace of the city lord in the room. The captain on duty recalled the report from his men just now and spoke. Damn it. Hong Yunhai gritted his teeth and remained calm. However, he knew in his heart that he couldn't find Feng Tiangang at this time. He knows what this damn pervert is doing. Captain Hong. Suddenly, a guard riding a giant black eagle came hurriedly to report. The south gate has also been attacked, and the city wall has been breached, leaving only the last layer of steel plate. Besides, we the defenders fought, but we couldn't hold on. The firepower was too fierce. Hong Yunhai looked up. From a distance, it can be seen that the direction of the south gate is already filled with dust. Obviously, it suffered a huge attack. The situation is extremely critical. If it is breached, one can imagine what will happen to Dillon City. It is not impossible to be destroyed in one day. Where are the guys from the Beast Tamer Guild? Hong Yunhai asked with a frown. Those bastards are probably discussing whether to fight or run. I can't count on you. The men under him answered. Obviously, the Beast Tamer Guild had known about this news a long time ago, weighing the pros and cons. Fuck, what a bunch of rubbish. Hong Yunhai couldn't help but spit. These scums from the Beast Tamer Guild usually stay here like termites. Thinking that they were still useful and could make some contributions at critical moments, Hong Yunhai just endured it. But now, their Dillon City was under massive attack, and these parasites were still investigating the situation. I said, Hong Yunhai simply couldn't stand it. Pass the order down. Have all the beast masters in the city prepare to resist and fight. Fight the beast tied together. Besides, all of our defenders must guard the city with all their might. Block any weak spots and never let the beasts enter the city successfully. Hong Yunhai has lived in Dillon City since he was a child and has deep feelings for this city. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will never let Dillon City fall to these beasts. Did you hear that? Hong Yunhai said, glancing around at the guards around him. Big and small, there are probably about 1,000 or 2,000 people here. I heard it. I don't know if it was because of Hong Yunhai's words, or because of the sense of responsibility that fell on me when facing a powerful enemy. These guards are especially united this evening. Responded at the same time. This sound pierced through the sky. Walk. As Hong Yunhai spoke, he patted the beast under his crotch. Go fight. He wanted to find out what caused the attack on Dillon City. Perhaps a way to stop loss in time. And the other side. Su Luo and the others are also busy. Chapter 194. War is raging. Defend to the death. Above the sky, Emperor Demon Flame Tiger looked at the city below. There, shouts, screams, roars, and roars of battle were almost continuous. Emperor, aren't you afraid of hurting the young lady by launching such a large-scale attack? Flying Tiger looked at the tragic scene below and couldn't help but ask. Don't be afraid. Di Yantian shook his head, his eyes staring at the city below without a trace of emotion. I can feel where my own blood is. There's no chance of accidentally hurting her. Okay. After hearing this answer, Fei Tianzhan, who didn't say anything more. Where is the Tianyan Dragon Clan? Are they coming? Di Yantian said, glancing at his men. Those guys are so fickle. There was a hint of anger in the flying fighting tiger's voice. They said they would come together, but then they turned around and said that our strength was sufficient and it would be useless for them to come. Then, it's not finished, but the meaning is very clear. They went to another city. Di Yantian closed his eyes slightly and said something. What? Fei Tianzhan Hu was shocked. The Sky Flame Dragon Clan is already eager to attack human cities. Di Yantian spoke, his eyes full of wisdom. With us holding back the powerful human beastmasters from Dillon City this time, they probably changed their route halfway. Apparently, Fei Tianzhan Hu had never thought of this. I just thought that Yanlong had gotten scared these days. Unexpectedly, after Di Yantian said this, it also had a vague feeling. It seemed to be like this. Under Dillon City. The Longhua auction was already in chaos at this moment. Fierce beasts attacked the city, and the sound of horns, shouts, and battles resounded throughout the city. Du Yufeng finally fell asleep, but was woken up again. What is it for? Of course it's fighting. Let's fight against the beast tied together. After all, there are still many top fighters in their auction. The combat effectiveness of these beastmasters is almost the same as that of the Guardians. We can definitely fight together. Although Du Yufeng hated the Lord of Dillon City and Hong Yunhai, however, the city has reached such an urgent and critical situation that there is nothing to worry about. Fighting. The only way is to fight together and resist together. It is the hope of mankind. So, Du Yufeng led a group of people and went there in a hurry. Then, Su Luo was embarrassed. Damn it. I had to go through so much trouble to finally stun a group of people and rescue those orcs. This is so embarrassing. Su Luo was speechless and couldn't help but complain a few words. The plan he had thought of before was to replace the pillars with the beams. Quietly knocked out the guard of the manhwa auction. Then he took off his clothes and performed a substitutionary operation with the orc. Finally, he led these orcs out of the manhwa auction. But I never expected it. Su Luo and the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird completed all the steps perfectly. But at the very end, when they were about to slip away, the horns sounded and ferocious beasts attacked the city. Not long after, the auction was in chaos. No one paid attention to them. Even if Su Luo and the others walked out of the main gate carelessly now, no one would care. This is very uncomfortable. Su Luo did everything, rescued the orcs, and changed their clothes. The result was a lonely one. One can imagine how Su Luo felt at that time. What it looks like. For example, he was as fierce as a tiger, but his record was 0 to 25. Life is not easy, Su Luo sighed. And what's rare is that the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird seemed to have noticed it. At this time, she actually came up and comforted him. It's okay, isn't this better? In this way, it won't be difficult for us to take them out. The beasts attacked the city, and they still couldn't get out. These ferocious beasts kill humans on sight. Su Luo shook his head and said, "Let's go back to our hotel first. It's a mess outside now. It's not a good idea to stay." As he spoke, he glanced at the orcs behind him. "Let's go back first and make a long-term plan." "All right." The Emperor Flame Phoenix also nodded and agreed. Just now, Su Luo's mind was very clear, and he led her to help the orcs all the way until now. To be honest, the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird was quite touched by all this. This is also the reason why she stepped forward to comfort Su Luo. It can be said that Su Luo's series of actions just now have changed the Emperor Flame Divine Phoenix Bird's opinion of him a lot. At least, she now feels that Su Luo is not that hateful. Although they were saved. But the faces of these orcs were still filled with fear and terror. Don't dare to get too close to Su Luo. Maybe it's because he is often abused, so people and ferocious beasts are afraid of him. However, when the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird asked them to follow, they did not hesitate. Keep up with the pace. The other side. Hong Yunhai was already fighting in the sky. All 5 beasts were summoned by him. However, the only one capable of aerial combat was the golden-winged and silver-clawed eagle under his crotch, and a centipede king flying in the sky. Moreover, Hong Yunhai kept calling out to the Emperor Demon Flame Tiger in the sky, asking him to meet him. He couldn't sense what kind of ferocious beast the other party was. But I can feel. Behind this group of ferocious beasts, there is that terrifying existence in the sky. His breath. Hong Yunhai felt it. But he never got a response. In the sky, many eagle beasts have already broken through the power grid and successfully entered the city. Now, many beast masters have already stood up to fight. Summon your own beast to resist. But, compared to the number of ferocious beasts, their energy is obviously not enough to fill the gaps between our teeth. Especially in the case of air combat, the situation becomes even more difficult. The walls beside the city have been shattered one after another. Only the thick steel plates were left, struggling to support it. Human beastmasters and guardians are fighting together as one. But what character are they going to fight against? A giant gorilla 20 or 30 meters tall. A giant poisonous spider that is 10 meters long and has 8 eyes. A giant lizard dragon that is 20 to 30 meters long. A stone man 50 or 60 meters tall. A giant tree man that is 30 or 40 meters tall. Jackal, wolf, tiger, leopard. There is no need to talk about the various forms of ferocious beasts with various attributes. The light of skills of various attributes illuminates the land like day at this moment. Blood was spilled on the city wall. Broken limbs and pieces of flesh fell from the sky. Within the city, there are ferocious beasts that know no fear and keep attacking. And there are those for humans. Fighting and slaughter filled the Dylan city at this moment. So bloody. Just because it wasn't completely attacked, it was already like this. Once these ferocious beasts on the ground rush in, you can imagine what will happen. The only thing Dylan City is facing is fall, even though it is a city with a population of 1 million. But in front of such a terrifying number of ferocious beasts, it is also difficult to resist, because there are definitely a lot of these ferocious beasts. It's no exaggeration to say that it's an army of 1 million. Chapter 195, Dylan City Falls, Heavenly Scale appears. 20 miles away from Dylan City, on top of a mountain. A figure is standing here quietly. She is tall, but slightly frail. The back view has an unspeakable sense of loneliness. On top of this mountain, there is a stunning view. However, There is no doubt that she is extremely beautiful. She looked quietly at the Dylan city not far away. Listen to the roar over there, and look at the flames over there. There was coldness in her eyes. It seems that this is normal. If Su Luo was here at this moment, he would recognize that she was Gu Hanshi, whom he had met before. Suddenly, behind Gu Hanshi, there was a wave of ups and downs. Immediately, the space seemed to be torn apart. It's a space crack. Fully open. A figure like an iron tower slowly walked out from inside. It was Lei Guang, who was drinking alone in the pub not long ago. Tsk tisk. I finally felt it. Lei Guang smacked his lips and walked to Gu Hanshi's side. To be honest, he really didn't come here to find her. But this Juekio Peak is a famous mountain nearby, so he came here on purpose. Unexpectedly, I met Gu Hanshi. Before, Lei Guang didn't know who she was. But later on, he already knew it. Tianji Valley Gu family. I came here specially to wait for you. Gu Hanshi suddenly spoke at this time. Lei Guang. How much did this little girl drink? How dare you say that? Did you come here on purpose to wait for him? I knew you'd come here. Gu Hanshi spoke in a cold voice, looking straight ahead. Is your nine-nether-horn sky ant okay? Lei Guang. Damn it. Why does he really feel like he's being led by the nose? You know my little ant? Although Lei Guang knew the situation clearly, he still couldn't help but ask. I know. It followed me when I was in Tianlan City. Gu Hanshi said something. At the end, he suddenly added another sentence. You killed the daughter of the Fu family. I know that too. Tsk tsk tsk. Lei Guang shook his head, took a sip of wine, and sat down on the ground. Not far from Gu Hanshi. It's not easy for you. A little three-veined beastmaster who knows everything. You are so outstanding. Do your grandfather and father know? This was a compliment from Lei Guang, but when Gu Hanshi heard it, she did not have any emotional reaction. Instead, he said something. Uncle, I already have 4 meridians. Lei Guang. I can't see your cultivation level, so how can I know? The big man still spoke stubbornly. Dylan City is about to be destroyed. Won't you go and help, uncle? Gu Hanshi did not answer, but changed the subject. Help me. Lei Guang answered without thinking. Emperor Demon Flame Tiger and half of his 36 generals have arrived. Should I risk my life to help? That's right. Gu Hanshi said slowly. But there is nothing we can do about this fact. It's irreversible. What's the meaning? Lei Guang took another sip of wine and looked at the burning Dylan city. There, it seems to be even more serious. Can you please finish your words in one breath? Don't be like your father or grandfather. I'm very annoyed. Finally, he did not forget to say one more sentence. The fall of Dylan city. The heavenly Tao and earthly rankings appear. Gu Hanshi suddenly said slowly. Is this a prophecy? Lei Guang glanced at her. What about the heavenly Tao and earthly rankings? They're so flowery. You'll soon find out. Gu Hanshi said one more sentence. No more, no more. Lei Guang waved his hands, very dissatisfied. Oh, your Tianji Valley Gu family is all this kind of family. Make me guess when you talk. That's what I hate the most. Lei Guang said this and leaned against a rock on the side. That's right, uncle. He seems to be in Dylan City too. Gu Hanshi suddenly spoke again. She? Who is it? Which girl can still be the concern in my heart? Lei Guang laughed, obviously drunk. The beast you've been following. Hiss. Lei Guang sat up suddenly, his eyes wide open. No way. It's been more than 20 days, and he just arrived in Dylan City. I thought he wasn't coming. Just arrived the day before yesterday. Gu Hanshi said one more sentence. No, I have to take that guy away. I can't let him die like this. Lei Guang seemed to become alert all of a sudden and stood up. Where is he? That hotel. Gu Hanshi said something. Which one? The big man was stunned for a moment. The name of the hotel is that hotel. Gu Hanshi still patiently explained. Fuck. What a ridiculous name. Lei Guang patted his head. With a wave of the hand, ready to summon. Uncle, aren't you afraid of death now? Gu Hanshi suddenly asked. What the hell am I afraid of? Lei Guang slapped his chest so hard that it made a loud thump. In life, it's not easy to find an animal you admire. Besides, that guy can't die. He shook his head and continued. Besides, if I, Lei Guang, can't win and want to run away, who can stop me? As Lei Guang was speaking, he walked into the space crack and disappeared in an instant. Only Gu Hanshi was left. After watching quietly for a while, he spoke slowly. How could he die? Only. This prophecy doesn't necessarily refer to Dylan City, right? As Gu Hanshi spoke, his eyes suddenly looked into the distance. It seems to be the same in other cities. Chapter 196 Urgent. Where's Nanjiao? Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. In Dylan City, buildings were constantly being destroyed and walls were being toppled. It's just because the ferocious beast has entered the city. Dylan City has become like a battlefield. All the beast masters who were able to fight ran to the streets to fight. Resist the attacks of ferocious beasts and defend your home. Among them, there are ordinary people and passing mercenaries. Even the vendors who run around the streets all year round just to make a living. They put aside their lives, summoned their companions again, and fought bloody battles. What's worse, among those academies, the newcomers who had just become beastmasters also stood up to fight. For no other reason. Just protect the land beneath their feet. And, in the past, people were tit for tat, yelling at each other and looking down on each other. At this moment, everyone is united. Help each other. Invisibly, they were twisted into a rope. And Hong Yunhai, just as he said, really fought a bloody battle. He was covered in blood. The blood of the ferocious beast, his own blood. The blood of his beast. So many that he couldn't tell them apart. Boom! There was a loud bang. Above the sky, fireworks exploded. Hong Yunhai and his golden-winged silver-clawed eagle could no longer withstand the joint pursuit of the 5 flying tigers. It fell heavily on the main street of Dillon City. Moment. A huge pit appeared. The beastmasters and defenders who were still fighting below were also shocked. After all, in Dillon City, Hong Yunhai's combat power is not the strongest, but it's also very strong. Without the Beastmaster Guild, Hong Yunhai would definitely be a well-known strong man in Dillon City. But now he was beaten like this. As you can imagine, the horror of these ferocious beasts. Roar! A deafening roar suddenly sounded. It also cheered up the hearts of those who had already seen despair. 2 huge sea dragons with azure bodies flapped their wings and flew into the sky. All the old residents of Dillon City knew where these 2 dragons belonged. Their city lord Feng Tiangangs. As the youngest 6 Veins beast tamer and city lord of Dillon City, Feng Tiangang is quite capable. These 2 sea dragons are his secret weapons. It is a great achievement for an ordinary person to contract a sea dragon. However, Feng Tiangang has 2 ends. Therefore, his strength is beyond doubt. Moreover, Feng Tiangang didn't run away just now. Or, as Hong Yunhai thought, he was doing something unspeakable. He was trying to persuade the Beast Tamers Union to join forces to resist the Beast Tide. However, Feng Tiangang was rejected. The old men from the Beast Tamer Guild obviously knew what kind of ferocious beast the visitor was. And their horror. It is definitely not something their Beastmaster Guild can resist. So, instead of trying to help, they tried to take Feng Tiangang, who was trying to persuade them, away with them. Just got rejected. Although the city lord was elected by the Beast Tamers Union. However, Feng Tiangang knew very well that if he abandoned the city and fled today, it will be difficult for him to become the city lord and enter the city system in the future. He might even be despised by thousands of beastmasters. Because, as a city lord, he abandoned the city and fled. Since the people from the Beast Tamer Guild are all ready to tear open the space crack and escape, then Feng Tiangang had nothing to say. He can only stand up. Let's see if we can discuss it. Blood mist falls. The broken pieces of limbs fell down. The 2 sea dragons were still very ferocious. They soared into the sky and took away the lives of many ferocious beasts. And Feng Tiangang was also in the spotlight, riding a giant red bird into the sky. Emperor Demon Flame Tiger, please come and see me. Feng Tiangang's voice shook the sky and reached the sky. He had just checked with the people from the Beast Tamer Guild. It was done by the Emperor Demon Flame Tiger clan. The ferocious beast above the sky is none other than the demonic tiger Emperor Yintian. He had heard of it. No response. Apart from the deafening sound of battle, Feng Tiangang did not receive any response. The Emperor Demon Flame Tiger ignored him completely. Instead, a flying tiger couldn't help but launch a surprise attack, flying towards Feng Tiangang from the sky. The battle begins again. In that hotel. Although the battle outside is very dangerous, even staying in the hotel is also very dangerous. However, Su Luo still returned here with the Emperor Flame Phoenix and the orcs. He was actually worried about Nanjiao's safety. So I rushed back. Would this girl feel panicky and upset if she was woken up and saw that he was not around? Or even encounter danger? Su Luo didn't dare to think about it, so he quickly slipped back. But the room was empty. I didn't see Nanjiao. Even Lu Zixin and her friend's room was empty except for their luggage. Su Luo suddenly panicked. Damn it. Without him by her side, Nanjiao wouldn't be very strong even if she had the ability to fight. Even if there are elemental elves and glass ponies. But are those guys as reliable as him? Obviously not. Even if Lu Zixin and the other 3, and Fu Ningxue and the other 2 teachers were there, it would still be dangerous. What's more important is that there's a raging war outside right now. Why would this girl run out? Is it fatal? Thinking of this, Su Luo knew that he could not wait any longer. He has to go out and find Ninjiao. You stay here and watch them. I'll be back soon. After Su Luo threw these words to the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird, he ran away. There was no chance for the other party to reply. The latter obviously knew why he ran out in such a hurry. I want to follow him in my heart. However, the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird took a look at the orcs behind it and could only grit its teeth. Stop your steps. Chapter 197. No more breath? Attack. Dylan City. Above the sky, the demon flame tiger Emperor Yen Tian's originally calm face suddenly frowned slightly. Noticing this detail, Fei Tianzhanhu quickly asked, Emperor, what's wrong? Breath. It seems like I left that place. Yen Tian murmured a few words. Flying Fighting Tiger was shocked. How could he suddenly disappear? As Yen Tian spoke, he could not help but dive down. He wanted to feel it carefully to see if he was wrong. How could the power of his bloodline in Dylan City disappear in such a short time? Even if he was dead, it wouldn't be like this. What is the reason? The other side. On the streets of Dylan City, Nan Jiao and others, whom Su Luo had just been looking for, were now crossing the road. At the beginning, Fu Ningxue and Zhang Jinghan also disagreed with Nan Jiao and the others running away. She asked them to stay in the hotel and see what happens. It's dangerous outside now. But, after discussing it, the four girls decided that they couldn't just sit there and wait for death. In other academies, students who have just become Beastmasters are fighting hard. As a Beastmaster, they have the responsibility to protect their own home. How could they be afraid of fighting? In addition, Nan Jiao is also concerned about Su Luo's safety. Although she guessed that Su Luo was with the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird and was unlikely to be in danger. But she still felt uneasy. Well, it's a good time to go out. See if I can meet Su Luo. Teachers Fu Ningxue and Zhang Jinghan were unable to persuade them either. All we can do is follow them. So, the group came out like this. They originally wanted to go out and help fight. However, when they walked out of the hotel, they really made an unexpected discovery. That was the tiger girl they had been talking about earlier. Nan Jiao and the other three found this familiar large iron cage and that piece of black cloth. Moreover, the iron cage was left unattended. So the four girls discussed it. To save or not to save. At last, with the tacit consent of Fu Ningxue and Zhang Jinghan, they took action. Together they rescued the tiger girl. I finally know her name. Oh, when the little girl saw them for the first time, she was very scared and fearful. I even don't dare to touch it and feel a little resistant. But unfortunately, beautiful people are naturally friendly. Look, after being comforted by Nan Jiao and the others, under Lu Zixin's thoughtless words, the fear of Yao Yao gradually subsided. I began to trust them. Moreover, with the help of Nan Jiao, she changed into new clothes and ran out of the hotel with them. After all, most people who find a tigress here would think that it is definitely unsafe to continue staying here. Moreover, they were originally prepared to go out to fight, so it was safest to bring her with them. So they took Yao Yao away. Along the way, ferocious beasts kept attacking them from the sky, causing trouble for them. Fortunately, there are two teachers, Fu Ningxue and Zhang Jinghan. They can still hold on for the time being. There is no great danger. Although Su Luo is no longer with Nan Jiao. However, the glazed ponies, elemental spirits, and the baby dragons are all there. Their fighting power is obviously not weak. The group continued to move forward and fight. Suddenly, Lu Zixin, who had been in charge of looking after Yao Yao, let out a cry of surprise. Nan Jiao and the others looked over, but they found that Yao Yao, who had just been rescued by them, was lying on the ground in pain. Her whole body was hot and her skin was red, as if she had been steamed. He lay quietly on the ground with his eyes closed, like a dead person. Very scary. What's going on? Nan Jiao ignored the battle in front and quickly came to Lu Zixin and asked, I don't know. I was holding her hand, and suddenly I felt it getting hot. As soon as I let go of Yao Yao's hand, she fell down, and then it was just like what you saw. I don't know what to do. Lu Zixin was obviously a little flustered, and his speech was illogical and unclear. She's been poisoned. At this time, Fu Ningxue also appeared behind Nan Jiao and the others. On the other side, Meng Jingran and Mu Xiaoxi also wanted to gather together. However, we still have to deal with the battle, and we can't leave. Poisoned? Nan Jiao glanced at her teacher. That's right. Fu Ningxue nodded, her eyes solemn. Besides, it looks like it's fire poison, a very serious toxin. As she spoke, she bent down and tried to touch Yao Yao's face with her hands. But, before I even touched it, I was forced to withdraw my hand by a surge of heat. Don't touch her. Her blood is now contaminated with toxins. If we touch her, we might get poisoned too. Fu Ningxue had just finished speaking. Yao Yao lay on the ground with her eyes closed, and blood was flowing from the corner of her mouth. The blood fell to the ground, and it actually brought up clouds of smoke. Immediately, the land is scorched, corroded. This, Nan Jiao and Lu Zixin obviously didn't expect that this poison would be so terrible. Teacher Fu, don't we have any solution at all? Nan Jiao couldn't help but ask. The four of them had been happy before because they had been able to rescue Yao Yao and bring her out of suffering. But this happiness didn't last long. Something unexpected happened again. No one can stand this. No way. Fu Ningxue shook her head. I'm not good at poison at all. It's just that I've seen a little bit. She didn't lie. Apart from those beast tamers who tamed all their beasts to poison, few people would specialize in studying things like toxins. Not to mention Fu Ningxue. Although she was a good teacher, she could only see that it was fire poison. But I don't know what kind of toxin this is. Will our star power be of any help to her? Nan Jiao suddenly asked. But no answer was received. Because Fu Ningxue wasn't sure either. Even in this situation, Nan Jiao still took action. She tried to use the healing power of her star power to help Yao Yao relieve her pain. But it's just a drop in the bucket. The power of the star vein fell on Yao Yao, but it seemed to have no effect. Chapter 198. The Terrifying Emperor Yentian. Kilifi says. Above the sky of Dylan City, Feng Tiangang is still fighting bravely, still roaring, asking the Emperor Demon Flame Tiger to come out and see. It can be said that his voice is echoing throughout the entire Dylan City. I don't know if Feng Tiangang's shouting finally worked, or what. The ferocious beast in the sky actually retreated, gathering on both sides, leaving a road in the middle, as if waiting for something. The beasts that had been fighting humans unexpectedly stopped their actions, just like welcoming one's own emperor. Everything stopped and was silent. The battle in Dylan City stopped at this moment. Almost subconsciously, everyone looked up at the sky. A faint purple light flashed. In the sky, a 1,000-meter-long demonic tiger wearing black and purple armor was approaching on flames. Appeared above the sky, with tiger eyes looking straight down. In an instant, a terrifying aura swept across the world. Every beastmaster under Dylan City felt a kind of panic called trepidation and inexplicable fear. When have they ever seen something like this? Isn't this something that has always existed in the classics? Even in the wild, they had never seen it before, purely because they don't deserve it. But now they have truly witnessed that this beast's bloodline comes from the ancient ferocious beast. Also feeling frightened was Feng Tiangang, whose 6 meridians had already become divine. The moment the Emperor Demon Flame Tiger appeared, he felt like he was being grabbed by a hand. This was the first time he felt fear and the threat of death after becoming a 6 meridian beastmaster. At this moment, Feng Tiangang understood. I realized. Finally, I know why those old guys from the Beast Tamer Guild are running away. They are also beast tamers with 6 meridians and divine powers. But I really can't do it. Just from the momentum, the moment this Emperor Demon Flame Tiger appeared, it had already suppressed Feng Tiangang. Even his 2 sea dragons didn't dare to have any big reaction. I dare not even yell. That's the Dragon Clan. This shows that Feng Tiangang's Zhuhai dragon is also afraid of the Emperor Demon Flame Tiger. This is a kind of fear suppressed by blood. The beast's feeling is even more obvious than his. So, at that moment Feng Tiangang was also a little panicked. Under the Dylan City. Ding! The Emperor Demon Flame Tiger appears. Danger! The 2 prompt sounds from the system made Su Luo pause. Like most people, he looked up at the 1,000-meter-tall giant tiger in the sky. Damn it! The BGM when this Emperor Demon Flame Tiger appears is much more powerful than that of the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird and the Tsangming Black Flame Owl. Even the Tiansua Ice Qilin is not as powerful as him. This momentum is really amazing. The most important thing is that this guy has a bunch of little brothers to support him, which is the most terrifying and the coolest thing. But at this moment, Su Luo couldn't help but feel doubtful. System, you always talk about the great beasts. Are there no levels for their strength above level 10? They are all collectively referred to as great beasts. This is the doubt in his heart. To be honest, he only knew that the Emperor Flame Phoenix Bird and the Sky Shuttle Ice Qilin were members of the great ferocious beasts. But what about their strength? Aren't there any levels? Isn't this wrong? Of course there are different levels. The system responded at this time. It's just that your current abilities are limited and you are not yet able to understand these things. Damn, I've encountered it in advance, but I still don't understand it. When will I understand it? Su Luo couldn't help but complain in his heart. He said, how could there be no other levels above the 10th level? Wouldn't he reach the top soon? Level 10 just proves that you have left the novice village. The system seemed to know Su Luo's thoughts and suddenly said, Novice village? Little system, you didn't scare me, did you? The 10th level is the novice village, so your novice village is really big. Want to know the strength of this Emperor Demon Flame Tiger? Nonsense. Use intimacy points to get the tiers above tier 10 in advance. Do you want to be so dog-like? Isn't knowledge priceless? Su Luo couldn't help but complain. There is a price for this with me. 10,000 intimacy points. Don't want. I might as well see later if Nanjiao and the others know. Su Luo shook his head, determined not to be fooled by the system. Why did you, the demonic tiger clan, come to attack our blue city? Above the sky, Feng Tiangang gritted his teeth and spoke. The other party's momentum is not weak, but he can't be so scared that he dare not speak in front of everyone, right? How embarrassing would that be? What if he was lucky enough to persuade the Emperor Demon Flame Tiger to leave? Would he still have his face in Dylan City? Under such strong pressure, Feng Tiangang withstood the pressure and spoke. Di Tian glanced down, was silent for a moment, and finally spoke. Where are the orcs that you captured a few days ago in Dylan City? His words exploded in the sky, like thunder. It almost spread throughout the entire Dylan City. Everyone heard it. Among these people, Du Yufeng is also among them. His face changed instantly. Orcs. Could it be related to the orcs in his auction? He swallowed, not daring to say anything more. But the person was secretly hiding behind the crowd. Orcs? What orcs are you talking about? Tell me the name, or I can help you find it in Dylan City. How could Feng Tiangang not know about the orcs? He has killed countless orcs. Or he'll kill you, or be cruelly killed by him. So, when the Emperor Demon Flame Tiger mentioned this, Feng Tiangang was also panicked. Could it be that the demon tiger is looking for the orc that he once killed? It was because of this mentality that Feng Tiangang pretended not to understand. Moreover, he sincerely expressed his desire to help in the search and tried to delay the Emperor Demon Flame Tiger. But he thought too little. The Emperor Demon Flame Tiger didn't speak. However, his purple eyes fell on Feng Tiangang. You really don't know? Have no idea? Feng Tiangang's heart trembled, but he still shook his head. But the next moment, his expression suddenly changed, and he suddenly jumped down from the big red bird under his crotch. Puff! A huge dark purple flame, 100 meters long, cut through the sky, light up the sky. It directly pierced through the body of Feng Tiangang's beast, the huge red bird. Chapter 199 Thunderous Means. I know. Boom! The body of the scarlet bird fell directly onto the houses in Dylan City. The houses in that area were razed to the ground in an instant. Smoke and dust filled the entire street. It was like something had exploded, extremely terrifying. This moment, apart from the sound of houses collapsing, Dylan City was extremely quiet. Everyone fell silent. They were all struck by the thunderous methods of the Emperor Demon Flame Tiger, and the bottomless and unfathomable strength shocked me. To be honest, Feng Tiangang's big red bird is more than level 10 in strength. Compared with many ferocious beasts, there is no difference at all. But, in front of the Emperor Demon Flame Tiger, it was still as if made of paper. There was absolutely no time to react. This is enough to show how terrifying this demon tiger is. No wonder their blue city's defense fell so quickly this time. It's really not that they are not strong enough, but the opponent is too strong. Below, Su Luo couldn't help but lick his lips. This Emperor Demon Flame Tiger is really cruel. They start killing as soon as they disagree with each other, without any hesitation. Moreover, Su Luo also concluded from their simple conversation that the Emperor Demon Flame Tiger came for the orcs. Su Luo's mind raced. He thought about it and realized that among the orcs he had rescued, there was no one like Tiger. It can be done immediately. Su Luo's eyes lit up again. Because he thought of the tigress at the auction. Isn't it from the tiger tribe? Could it be that the Emperor Demon Flame Tiger came for her? If this is true, this little tiger girl has an enormous background. And Feng Tiangang. His body was suspended in the sky, his eyes looking at the dead red bird below. He was also shocked. If he had reacted a little slower just now, he and the big red bird would have died. After all, he is a beast tamer with all 6 meridians. Is the gap between him and the Emperor Demon Flame Tiger really that huge? But before Feng Tiangang had enough time to sigh over all this, Di Tian made another move. The Emperor Demon Flame Tiger did not make any movement, but Feng Tiangang felt as if his body was being tightly grasped by a huge hand. He couldn't even struggle. Absolutely suppressed. I felt horrified, as if I felt the threat of death. Feng Tiangang desperately mobilized the power of the star veins in his body in an attempt to resist. This scene also frightened the people of Dylan City. It can be said that Feng Tiangang is currently the most powerful person in their city. But in the eyes of others, she is still just like a little doll. How do you play this? And the Ju Hai Long in the sky seemed to feel his emotions. They also flapped their wings and rushed towards the Emperor Demon Flame Tiger. A terrifying azure blue energy light came out of that big mouth. rushed fiercely towards the Emperor Demon Flame Tiger. But Feng Tiangang has a beast. The Emperor Demon Flame Tiger has younger brothers. Look, a group of ferocious beasts have already flown towards the two sea dragons. Among them is the flying war tiger. They were so fierce that they looked like they could tear the Ju Hai dragon apart. However, this is exactly what happened. Two fists are no match for four hands. The two sea dragons were surrounded like this at once, no matter whether they were dragons or some other race. There is only one outcome that they will face. Die. And above the sky, the Emperor Demon Flame Tiger moved. His dark purple eyes fell on Feng Tiangang. The next moment, the panicked city lord felt that his brain was invaded. There was some kind of power that penetrated into his brain. Shocked, Feng Tiangang wanted to resist. Don't move. Two words, coming from the mouth of the Emperor Demon Flame Tiger. Like thunder, Feng Tiangang's mind suddenly relaxed. The next moment, he became unconscious and his eyes were empty. Because the Emperor Demon Flame Tiger invaded his memory. And why was Feng Tiangang struggling so violently? Because he knew that these ferocious beasts were fully capable of doing so. As long as they want, his memory will be completely exposed to them. But can Feng Tiangang's memory be exposed? Once exposed, it's all over. After all, there are too many sins buried in his memory. Really, the next moment, the look in the Emperor Demon Flame Tiger's eyes changed when he looked at Feng Tiangang. Call out. Another flash of light. Under the Dylan city, everyone's eyes were filled with horror. Because their city lord Feng Tiangang had his head chopped off by the power of the Emperor Demon Flame Tiger. It was really flattened. Only the body was left dangling in the sky. The entire head is missing. This arrogant man, who was known as the youngest six-veined beast tamer in Dylan City, was finished. Moreover, his death was so cowardly and simple. There is no chance to even struggle. In a flash, the flame of hope in the hearts of the people of the entire Dylan City was extinguished. Even if Feng Tiangang's character is rubbish, no matter how bad it is, but he still has the highest fighting power. But now, their strongest fighting power was easily defeated in this way. It is conceivable that can the people below still see a little hope? They are totally desperate. These ferocious beasts are everywhere. There are also ferocious beasts in the wild that have broken through the city walls and entered the city. Even in the sky, a huge and terrifying demonic tiger. They didn't even have the slightest desire to resist. Finished. The blue city is finished. This is almost what everyone in Dylan City is thinking right now. As Feng Tiangang's body fell onto the square, the hope in their hearts was also completely destroyed. The fear of being dominated permeates this city. It also permeates everyone's heart. Why did the Emperor Demon Flame Tiger simply kill Feng Tiangang? It's very obvious. He searched through this guy's memory. I didn't find what I was looking for. But I found many Feng Tiangang killing orcs and play with their memories. How could the Emperor Demon Flame Tiger let go of such a scum? Kill him directly, without any hesitation. I know, just when everything in the blue city was quiet and everyone was shrouded in fear, a voice rang out. In such an environment, it seems very abrupt and harsh. I know the orcs you're talking about. A noise. Hong Yunhai, who had been buried in the pit for a long time, appeared again. He pushed away the rubble on his body and climbed out of the huge pit little by little. At this moment, he looked like a bloody man, extremely miserable. But Hong Yunhai still heard the conversation between Emperor Demon Flame Tiger and Feng Tiangang. Moreover, he guessed that it must be related to that tiger girl. After all, the Emperor Demon Flame Tiger is a tiger. The tiger girl that I only saw once at the auction was also a tiger. I know. Hong Yunhai tried his best and raised his hands high. Chapter 200. Killing indiscriminately. Being noticed. I know. As soon as Hong Yunhai finished saying this, he was lifted into the sky by the Emperor Demon Flame Tiger. Just floating like this. This demonic tiger's ability to absorb objects from the void is extremely powerful. Su Luo below was also envious. When will he be able to act so pretentiously? Explain. Di Intian looked at Hong Yunhai not far away and spoke. You want? Are you looking for a half-human, half-tiger orc? Or a woman? Hong Yunhai felt severe pain all over his body, but he held it in and spoke. Right. It was rare that the Emperor Demon Flame Tiger nodded in acknowledgement in the sky. I know she once appeared in Dylan City. But now I don't know where she is, even if someone knows her whereabouts. How about you give me some time, and I can help you find it? Even in this situation, Hong Yunhai still did not forget his own little plan. You can, first let your team disperse and stay to rest. He knew that if it was the tiger girl from before, there would still be room for negotiation. But if the Emperor Demon Flame Tiger saw her locked in the cage, she would be doomed. Isn't this demon tiger furious? At that time, In a fit of rage, will he massacre the Dylan city once again? They really can't resist. Therefore, Hong Yunhai wanted to use a delaying tactic. I thought about pacifying the Emperor Demon Flame Tiger first. Then she dressed up the Tiger Girl beautifully and brought her to him. However, Hong Yunhai still underestimated the temper of the Emperor Demon Flame Tiger. He simply didn't want to waste any more time talking to the human Beastmaster in front of him. After all, his bloodline aura has disappeared from this city. I don't have time to waste with you. As the Emperor Demon Flame Tiger said this, he had already thrown Hong Yunhai down from the sky, as if he were throwing away garbage. The latter was also caught off guard. He quickly tried to gather the energy in his body to resist the damage from falling to the ground. Boom! A puff of dust rose. Coming soon. It was a trace of energy from the Emperor Demon Flame Tiger, which landed accurately on Hong Yunhai like a missile. Then there was an explosion. Smoke and dust are rolling. A mushroom cloud rises. Hong Yunhai dead. My scalp is tingling. In Dylan City, everyone who saw this scene felt their scalp tingling. Fear in my heart. Even Du Yufeng, who was hidden in the crowd, was the same. This Emperor Demon Flame Tiger doesn't give anyone a chance to explain. How can we play this game? He just wanted to go up and explain the situation, but wouldn't he still die? Run. This thought came to Du Yufeng's mind, and he moved his feet, wanting to retreat to the back. Run away first. It's him. That Tiger Girl was captured by him. At their auction. I saw it. Suddenly, a shout broke out from the crowd. Moment. The commotion. Yes, it's him. It's the guy from this auction. Du Yufeng was pointed out. Moreover, with him as the center, the crowd scattered. Du Yufeng was exposed in an instant. He was like a blade of grass in the wind, helpless and alone. At this moment, everyone was pointing at him. Du Yufeng was also panicked. However, no matter how panicked he was, the next moment he was lifted up into the sky by the Emperor Demon Flame Tiger. It's you. Looking at Du Yufeng, who was accused by many people, Emperor Yin Tianhu's eyes were deep. I know where she is. I can take you to her. Please let me go. Du Yufeng couldn't hold on for even a second and immediately begged for mercy. It is really that the Emperor Demon Flame Tiger is too violent. Feng Tiangang said he would die. Hong Yunhai kills if he says so. He doesn't play by the rules at all. If he dared to say one more word, he would be afraid of following in their footsteps. So, Du Yufeng just went ahead and admitted it directly. In this way, there may still be a glimmer of hope. However, he overthought. There was a sneer on the corner of Di Yintian's mouth. In his eyes, a faint purple light flashed once again. Another one whose memory is about to be invaded. Below, Su Luo obviously guessed what the Emperor Demon Flame Tiger was doing now. The moment Du Yufeng admitted it, the Emperor Demon Flame Tiger invaded him just like it invaded Feng Tiangang. Without thinking, this demonic tiger is indeed terrifying. At the same time, Nanjiao over there. Let's go. Leave her alone. Fu Ningxue gritted her teeth, her eyes full of anxiety. She reached out and pulled Nanjiao, trying to move her away from Yao Yao. The Emperor Demon Flame Tiger in the sky is looking for her. If he saw Yao Yao half dead now, he would definitely be angry at us and think it's our fault. It's too late if we don't leave now. Fu Ningxue analyzed. She now understood why the Emperor Demon Flame Tiger came to Dylan City. It was because of Yao Yao in front of them. And Yao Yao's current situation is obvious to all. It's almost over. If they don't leave now, they will be discovered by the Emperor Demon Flame Tiger. Isn't that the end? This evil tiger will definitely think that it was them who did it. By then, if the rest of the people in Dylan City don't die, they will all die. Therefore, Fu Ningxue must have wanted to persuade Nanjiao to leave first. Not only her, but even Lu Zixin's eyes were filled with worry and urgency. She is usually careless, but that doesn't mean she doesn't know the interests involved. I see. Nanjiao did not insist any longer, retracted her star vein power, and stood up. Together with Fu Ningxue and Lu Zixin, turn around and leave. Nanjiao has tried her best, but there is really no way. Yao Yao can't be saved. The power of the star veins in her body is completely useless against the poison she was infected with. Moreover, what Fu Ningxue said was also correct. If they don't leave now, the Emperor Demon Flame Tiger will see them and will definitely vent his anger on them. Nanjiao doesn't want to die? After all, she hasn't met Su Luo yet. She is still bound by a soul contract with Su Luo. What if she died? Therefore, she decisively chose to retreat. Boom! They had just taken a few steps when another gust of dust rose up in front of them. This time, the one who fell to the ground was Du Yufeng. As luck would have it, this damned guy landed right in front of Nanjiao and the others. A bad feeling suddenly arose in Fu Ningxue's heart. But what follows? Nanjiao and the others all felt as if they were being stared at. Paused in place. Can't move. That's right. They were indeed being watched. Moreover, it was the gaze of the Emperor Demon Flame Tiger,